Chapter 1. Have I been reborn? Recently, influenza viruses have erupted in multiple regions. Please take precautions, and if you feel unwell, seek medical attention promptly. Shen Huai Ling listened to the familiar voice of the news broadcast echoing in her ears. Just moments ago, she had been ambushed by a zombie from behind, overwhelmed by a tide of the undead, and now, unexpectedly, she found herself reborn. Ding! A child's voice resonated in her ear. Congratulations, host Shen Huai Ling. You have been selected and bound to the Apocalypse Overlord system. I am your little assistant, Tao Tao. Feel free to ask me anything. This voice fortified Shen Huai Ling's resolve. Everything that transpired was not merely a dream. She had truly been reborn. Before she could fully grasp the situation, a series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. Peering through the peephole, she spotted her stepfather, stepmother, and younger brother standing outside. Huai Ling, we've come to see you, her stepmother's delicate voice drifted in. At a tender age, she had always believed that having family was her greatest support, oblivious to the fact that they were like vampires, feigning affection for the sake of the house that was left to her. During the outbreak, they had hidden away, deceiving her into scouring for supplies. When the zombies attacked, they had pushed her out, leading to her demise. Only in her final moments did Shen Huai Ling realize that her father had already found a mistress while her mother was still alive, and that her so-called younger brother was his biological child. It was utterly repulsive. Now, fate had granted her the opportunity to return to this momentous golden chance. She vaguely remembered that in her previous life, their knocks had warmed her heart despite being busy with work. Her family would often visit her. In hindsight, it was merely a ruse to seize her property at the opportune moment. Shen Huai Ling's expression remained composed, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes as she took a deep breath and opened the door. Father, mother, what brings you here? Of course, we came to see you. Lin Yaozu strode in confidently, clad in designer attire. Shen Huai Ling, why are you so slow? He casually reclined on the sofa. Her stepmother smiled apologetically. It's my fault for indulging him. Huai Ling, please don't mind, I'll have a proper talk with him. In silence. Shen Huai Ling poured 3 glasses of water and placed them on the table. After a moment of silence, Shen's father sighed and said, Huai Ling, your brother has recently started dating someone, and the girl is pregnant. Her stepmother interjected hastily. The girl insists on having a house, otherwise shall terminate the pregnancy. Shen Huai Ling scoffed. That so-called sister-in-law was far from virtuous. During the apocalypse, she was the most picky, demanding fresh fruits and vegetables as if they were in normal times, when resources were scarce. Feigning concern, Shen Huai Ling replied, how much will that cost? I just started working and don't have much savings. Don't you have this house? Lin Yaozu stated bluntly. Her stepmother shot him a glare and sweetly suggested, we're all family, there's no need to be so distant. Just gift your brother this house as a wedding present. Hearing this, Shen Huai Ling couldn't help but laugh in anger. How brazen they were, their greed laid bare. Shen's father sat silently on the sofa, seemingly in agreement. Observing this family, Shen Huai Ling said coldly, if you want this house, pay me 3 million, and I'll move out immediately. To her words, Shen's father turned red with rage, sputtering, we're family. How can you talk about money? What a waste of my raising you. Shen Huai Ling had long abandoned hope for familial bonds. They had sacrificed her during the zombie crisis and were now intent on draining her dry. Lin Yaozu grew frantic. Shen Huai Ling, you're asking for too much. Haven't you been living off my family all these years? You'd have been scavenging if not for us, so consider this your repayment. A shameless, illegitimate child dares to speak to me? Shen Huai Ling retorted. All eyes turned to her. How did she know about this? With disdain, she continued, a mistress, an illegitimate child, and an unfaithful man have no right to demand anything from me. If you want this house, buy it with real money. Why beg like a pauper? You'd best have the money from me within 3 days, otherwise I will sell this house. You. Shen's father was livid, speechless with anger. Seeing their reaction, Shen Huai Ling felt no sympathy. The time for reckoning would come, and they would pay dearly when the apocalypse struck. After they departed, she immediately checked the time on her phone. It was June 10th, and there was still an entire month before the world would end. To avoid repeating the past, she needed to stockpile supplies immediately in the apocalypse. Resources were paramount. Hey, host. A voice echoed in her mind. This time, let me formally introduce myself. I am Tao Tao, the steward of the overlord system. You can ask me any questions. Shen Huai Ling felt little interest in the voice in her head, merely responding with a nonchalant "oh." Opening her phone, she checked her bank balance and couldn't help but sigh. 321.3 yuan. Anyone would lament such a meager sum. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Tao Tao exclaimed anxiously, "Ling, don't you want to survive the apocalypse? Don't you wish to dominate in those dire times? With the overlord system, all of this can be yours." Shen Huai Ling immediately became wary. Nothing worthwhile ever came without a price. What's your true motive for helping me? Bingo. I enjoy conversing with clever hosts. I certainly have my reasons, Tao Tao replied. In exchange, I need you to save more people, establish the last stronghold in the apocalypse, preserve the final embers of humanity, and become its savior, Tao Tao declared. Passionately. Are you attempting to morally bind me? I'm not as noble as you might think, Shen Huai Ling retorted coldly. Well, living is ultimately preferable, Tao Tao countered. Are you willing to cooperate? Without my intervention, according to the original plot, you will die that day. Don't you wish to defy fate and carve out your own path? Shen Huai Ling struggled internally for a moment. Power was crucial in the apocalypse, and she needed assistance. Though uncertain of Tao Tao's true intentions, she recognized that her best course of action was. Let's cooperate. Chapter 2. The stockpiling mission officially begins. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Binding successful. As Tao Tao's voice faded, a surge of energy enveloped Shen Huai Ling. She closed her eyes as a personal profile appeared in her mind. Name: Shen Huai Ling. Physical strength, 60. Intelligence, 70. Mental power, 50. Abilities, unknown. Congratulations, Ling, on your successful binding. Now, please complete your first task. Spend 30 million within 3 days. Success reward, personal space. Failure punishment, electric shock. Now, let's begin. With a chime, a notification popped up on the phone, revealing a deposit of 30 million yuan into the bank account. Shen Huai Ling immediately rose and headed towards the property sales office. Dressed in simple attire, she went largely unnoticed, save for a passing intern who approached her. Hello, esteemed customer. How may I assist you? The girl's sweet smile accompanied a refreshing glass of lemonade she offered to Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling succinctly expressed her desire. I am seeking a standalone villa, fully furnished, ideally ready for immediate occupancy. Her request instantly captured the attention of several sales representatives. Shen Huai Ling added, money is not an issue. What matters most is speed. The onlookers gazed at Shen Huai Ling with envy as she followed the intern. The intern retrieved 3 distinct property options based on Shen Huai Ling's criteria. The first was located in a villa district, encompassing 3 floors and featuring its own garden. The second was a countryside villa perched on a hillside, though the seller insisted on selling it with the mountain. The third was situated in the suburbs, boasting convenient transportation. Shen Huai Ling was immediately drawn to the second option and inquired, "Can we view the property now?" The intern's eyes brightened. "Yes, I can take you there right away." The villa, nestled on the hillside, initially seemed inconveniently located, yet to her surprise, well-paved roads traversed the mountain. At the base of the hill, a gas station stood, and the city was less than an hour's drive away. After a brief journey, Shen Huai Ling arrived at the villa, where the owner, a young man, hastily joined her. This house belonged to my late father. We are planning to move abroad, so we need to sell it, he explained with a smile. What price do you have in mind, sir? The man furrowed his brow, reluctant to let a potential buyer slip away easily. I am selling the house along with the mountain for 15 million, he stated, gritting his teeth. Previous buyers had turned away upon hearing the price. The man elaborated, this house has 3 floors above ground and 2 below, powered by wind turbines on the mountain, with water source from the mountain springs. It is quite a bargain. Shen Huai Ling's eyes sparkled. Was this not an ideal refuge for a post-apocalyptic scenario? Deal. Can we sign a contract today? The man, fearing Shen Huai Ling might change her mind, quickly retrieved the purchase agreement from within the house. Within a mere 2 hours, Shen Huai Ling had signed her name with remarkable efficiency. The agent promptly took both individuals to handle the transfer and various formalities. Turning to the intern, Shen Huai Ling inquired, are there any warehouses available for rent? I need one for my business inventory. The intern stammered, yes there are. Having just closed a significant deal, she was elated with a commission of 2 million. What a fortuitous first day on the job. The intern quickly led Shen Huai Ling to a warehouse located a mere 20-minute drive from her new villa. After a bustling day, Shen Huai Ling finally secured her living arrangements. As she reclined on the large bed, a message for her father arrived. "We are family. Discussing money can be quite detrimental to relationships." Then what about the value of money? Shen Huai Ling feigned ignorance in her reply. "To acquire this house, transfer the funds to me within 2 days, or I shall sell it to someone else." Fuming, her father promptly called her. Shen Huai Ling expressionlessly hung up and resumed her cheerful browsing on her phone. She began ordering various food items online. In a world fraught with calamities, she vaguely recalled that in less than 2 months, a severe drought would ensue, lasting for an entire month without a single drop of rain. Eventually, the chill would return. Shen Huai Ling shook her head, dismissing the pessimistic thoughts that clouded her mind. She vowed to live her life to the fullest. She ordered 100 boxes of instant noodles in every flavor, 100 boxes of ham sausages, and 100 boxes of marinated eggs, spending nearly $500,000 on long-lasting snacks. Shen Huai Ling finally succumbed to a drowsy slumber. However, her rest was not peaceful. It seemed that something was quietly beginning to change. The following morning, Shen Huai Ling was awakened by a series of loud knocks on the door. "Who is it?" she grumbled as she opened the door. Standing before her were her estranged parents. "Ugh, what nonsense are they up to now?" Her father tossed a card at her face, declaring, "This is the money you owe me." He had already gathered information about the house her mother had left behind, situated in the city's prime location, 150 square meters, surrounded by schools. If she wished to purchase it, it would not be less than $4 million. Yet, this foolish girl had bought it for only $3 million. He intended for her to take that money and leave. Just like her mother, a fickle woman, unaware that she was carrying the child of another man when she married him, despite having used some of his money. But what did it matter now? The man was gone. Take this money and vacate the premises within a week. After that, we shall have no further contact. With the facade of civility gone, Shen Huai Ling conceived a wicked idea. "Tomorrow, you will transfer the property," her father commanded. Her stepmother gazed at the $3 million, clearly pained by the amount. "Fine," Shen Huai Ling replied readily, as if it were merely a transfer. Once the funds were secured, everything would be straightforward. Seeing Shen Huai Ling's demeanor, the words her father wished to say remained unspoken, and the trio departed in frustration. Once they left, Shen Huai Ling immediately searched online for several loan companies, swiftly mortgaging the house for 25 days. She made it clear that the loan would be repaid by her beloved younger brother, Lin Yaozu. "Let us see how long your family can continue to smile." With ample time left, she had yet to complete her spending tasks for the day. Indeed, shopping brings joy. Chapter 3. Saving lives with the funds provided by the system and the remaining balance from the loan, Shen Huai Ling currently possesses approximately $20 million. Shen Huai Ling entered a 4S dealership, his expression impassive as he made the payment for 2 bulletproof SUVs and a motorhome. These 3 vehicles had just been imported from abroad, sparing Shen Huai Ling the wait for delivery, and he spent a total of $15 million. As Shen Huai Ling was poised to depart, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. "Warning, warning, initiating a temporary mission. Rescue the unconscious youth in the alley and prevent him from being taken away by others." Shen Huai Ling gazed with a pained heart at the car he had just acquired, which had yet to be driven before the system summoned him away unexpectedly. After clarifying the situation, Shen Huai Ling followed the system's instructions, winding through the streets until he arrived at a narrow alley. There, he found a youth clad in a white shirt, lying on the ground. Shen Huai Ling gently nudged the youth before him, yet he remained unresponsive, his eyes firmly shut, as if ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. Shen Huai Ling silently cast a glance at the youth, then knelt on one knee, lifting the young prince into his arms before hastily departing from the scene. "Tao, who is this young man?" Shen Huai Ling pondered, having never encountered him before. "Congratulations, Lingling, for completing the temporary task. You are rewarded with a comprehensive home security system." In an instant, the room transformed into a high-tech haven, with surveillance equipment saturating every common area. The security capabilities of the entire residence were unrivaled internationally, resembling a colossal beast with countless eyes, perpetually vigilant of its surroundings. The villa's entrance was also upgraded to an iris recognition system, rendering the entire estate impenetrable. Shen Huai Ling intended to take the young boy to the hospital. Yet Tao Tao intervened to prevent this action. Shen Huai Ling had no choice but to lead the person into this house. Shen Huai Ling inquired once more, "Who is this person?" Tao Tao, after much internal struggle, replied, "He is the subject of Experiment 0418. Experiment 0418? What is that?" Shen Huai Ling asked, perplexed. With a firm resolve, Tao Tao disclosed. The last zombie king of the apocalypse. A chill coursed through the young man's body. Shen Huai Ling carefully nestled the individual within the blanket to provide warmth. But the apocalypse has not yet arrived. How can the zombie king manifest now? A flicker of murderous intent passed through Shen Huai Ling's eyes. This youth could not be allowed to live. Ling, you cannot kill him. He has already become an immortal being. Shen Huai Ling sheathed the knife back into his pocket. So, what do you intend to do? He retorted, knowing full well that he was the ultimate antagonist. Was there any reason to spare him? Ling, could you perhaps attempt to teach him? Shen Huai Ling pointed at the youth before him. Could I teach him? As a mere supporting character, how could I possibly instruct a formidable figure? Indeed, Ling, his plight is dire. He died without even a name. From a tender age, he was sold to a laboratory, where he became the subject of relentless experiments on the zombie virus. If only someone had rescued him from that alley in his previous life, would the outcome have been different? Ling is now a blank canvas, open to any form of impression. Perhaps instilling kindness in him could yield a different result? Tao Tao's tone turned somber. In my past life, the outbreak of the zombie virus had no bearing on him. Can you not grant him another chance? Tao Tao inquired tentatively. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the youth resting upon the bed. In this apocalyptic world, having someone to accompany him seemed rather pleasant. I can save her, but what if he harms me and turns me into a zombie? Shen Huai Ling inquired directly. He could never leave a ticking time bomb at his side. Ling, you promised to take care of him. Indeed. Side quest completed. Reward, half-zombie constitution. What on earth is a half-zombie constitution? Shen Huai Ling shut his eyes. Name, Shen Huai Ling stamina, 60 intelligence, 70 mental strength, 50 abilities. Unknown, half-zombie, does this mean I can achieve immortality now? Tao Tao shook her head. Not quite. If a zombie bites you, you won't turn into one, but you will bleed to death. Well, that could be considered some good news. Shen Huai Ling looked at the boy lying on the bed and quietly exited the room. From this day forth, this place would be their home, and it was only fitting to tidy it up properly. Shen Huai Ling summoned a cleaning company to tidy up the villa. Ding dong. Congratulations to Ling for completing her first task, successfully spending 30 million within 3 days. Completion reward, a personal space. As it was finished ahead of schedule, an additional reward of 50 million RMB was granted. 5 million has been credited to her bank account. Now that she has wealth, it is time for a shopping spree. Shen Huai Ling pulled out her phone and began placing orders with fervor. 50 humidifiers, portable air conditioners, and heaters each. 50 rice cookers, electric kettles, health pots, blenders, electric hot pots, induction cookers, pressure cookers, air fryers, electric pancake makers, steamers, and meat grinders, all to be delivered to the warehouse. Now that there is ample space, it has become considerably more convenient. As for the large freezer and refrigerator ordered online, their delivery will have to wait until tomorrow. This timing aligns perfectly with the house cleaning scheduled for today, allowing her to fill her home tomorrow. Today is yet another splendid day. Shen Huai Ling sat in the center of the living room, engrossed in his computer, entirely oblivious to the youth in the room. Suddenly, the boy awoke, realizing he had finally escaped. This place was no longer the laboratory. He sat up from the bed and promptly made his way outside. A woman dressed in loungewear was nestled on the sofa, absorbed in her phone. Ling, he is awake. Shen Huai Ling glanced toward the staircase. This zombie king, destined for redemption, was rather handsome. Shen Huai Ling set down his phone and approached. Shen Huai Ling approached, while the youth regarded him with a wary expression, adopting a stance of aggression. Shen Huai Ling sensed the youth's hostility and took a couple steps back. Shen Huai Ling bestowed a sweet smile upon the young boy. What is your name? She inquired. The boy shook his head, for he had no name. They all referred to him as 0418. He silently pondered, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Regardless of Shen Huai Ling's questions, he continued to shake his head. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from his stomach. causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Shen Huai Ling gestured below, saying, "Follow me. I shall take you to dine." Upon seeing the table laden with dishes, Shen Huai immediately reached out, grabbing food and stuffing it into his mouth. While indulging in his meal, he covertly glanced at Shen Huai Ling, as if fearing that in the next moment he would be deprived of his feast. Isn't he the antagonist? Why does he appear like a timid child now? Shen Huai Ling inquired. Chapter 4. Is the Zombie King a masochist? Shen Huai Ling gazed at the boy with his cheeks puffed out, unable to resist the urge to poke him with a finger. Instinctively, the boy curled up on the ground, cradling his head. Could he truly be the Zombie King? He appeared far more like a child who had endured prolonged mistreatment. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the young boy before him with a look of heartfelt concern. After indulging in a hearty meal, the boy's hands were smeared with grease. Shen Huai Ling took out a wet wipe and offered it to him. The boy, puzzled, tilted his head as he looked at Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling gently wiped each of the boy's fingers clean with a tissue. Shen Huai Ling gazed brightly at the young boy and said, "I am in need of a younger brother. Would you consider being my brother? As my brother, you will always have meals prepared for you." Shen Huai Ling gazed at the youth before him, feeling a pang of guilt, as if he were ensnaring an unsuspecting young soul. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the youth before him, contemplating the stark contrast of his future as a zombie king. "If you agree, simply nod." Shen Huai Ling gently caressed her head. The boy hesitated for a moment before giving a slight nod. "This is how it should be, right? From now on, as long as I have a meal, you shall have a bowl to wash. I will protect you." Shen Huai gazed at the ceiling, lost in profound contemplation. "Do you possess a name? If not, may I bestow one upon you? From now on, you shall inherit my surname and be known as Shen Huai. Would that be agreeable? I fervently wish for your future to be filled with safety and health." The youth before him bore an expression of neutrality, yet within his eyes flickered a hint of emotion, more akin to bewilderment. She seemed distinctly different from those he had encountered previously. Those individuals harbored disdain and aversion towards him. How could they ever converse in such a manner? Upon hearing sounds emanating from outside the door, Shen Huai Ling realized that the domestic staff had arrived. It took a full afternoon to meticulously clean the villa, both inside and out. Tao, is Shen Huai truly mute? Has he not uttered a single word? Ling Ling pondered, is it possible that he genuinely is unable to speak? In my previous life, it seemed no one ever heard him talk. In other words, those who had previously heard his voice have all perished. But does it truly matter? What if he is mute? Despite his physical ailment, he remains the formidable zombie king. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Shen Huai with increasing affection. The villa, now graced by an additional presence, seemed to exude a newfound vibrancy. "Huai, I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you. There is a serious issue within this villa that requires our attention." Shen Huai blinked his eyes. "Let us go. The most significant matter in life, undoubtedly, is to partake in a meal." Shen Huai Ling drove alongside Shen Huai towards the grandest shopping mall. It appeared to be Shen Huai's first encounter with such a bustling scene. A tinge of trepidation lingered. It was overshadowed by an overwhelming curiosity. "What would you like to eat? Your sister will buy it for you," Shen Huai Ling proclaimed with an air of generosity. "Now, I am a wealthy individual. This place is the empire I have established for you." It seemed as though he wandered alone in this vibrant world, enveloped in solitude. Shen Huai found a public bench and settled down, quietly observing the ebb and flow of passers-by. He seemed to have grown accustomed to such scenes. In fact, before encountering Shen Huai Ling, he had navigated life in this manner all along. After escaping from the laboratory, he had lived a life of wandering outdoors. In the past, when hunger struck, he would reach out for any enticing food. But after being beaten several times, he came to understand that everything in this world is marked with a price. When fatigue overtook him, he would sleep in the park. Although his days were modest, they were infinitely better than the sunless existence he endured within the laboratory. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Shen Huai, who had just been by his side, now seemingly vanished in the blink of an eye. After wandering for a considerable time, he finally spotted Shen Huai seated on a chair, quietly contemplating the tips of his own shoes. Shen Huai Ling extended the ice cream in her hand towards Shen Huai. "Do take a taste." Shen Huai lifted his gaze to meet Shen Huai Ling's eyes, hesitating for a moment before accepting it. This was something he had just encountered, and many people were indulging in it. Shen Huai Ling placed the ice cream into his mouth. It was the most delectable treat he had ever tasted. As Shen Huai Ling was about to take a bite, a sudden pain surged from his ear. Indeed, one must endure hardship to satisfy one's hunger. Shen Huai Ling closed his eyes. Are you really old enough to get lost in a shopping mall? Shen Huai Ling suddenly pinched his ear. Was she expressing concern for him? This sensation was peculiar, yet it was not unwelcome. Shen Huai Ling had been rambling on for quite some time, and I initially thought Shen Huai Ling would appear despondent. To my surprise, he gazed at me with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. TSK, how is it that he still seems to revel in this masochistic delight? Did my scolding truly bring him satisfaction? Shen Huai Ling gazed at the future zombie king, currently exuding an air of foolishness, and irritably extended his hand. Take my hand, and I shall lead you to a feast. Shen Huai Ling was momentarily taken aback, yet he still placed his hand upon Shen Huai Ling's. A temporary task had been issued. Spend 5 million yuan within an hour, and the countdown commenced, 59 minutes and 58 seconds. The reward for success. The utilities within the residence would be entirely independent, unaffected by external influences. The consequence of failure, electric shock. Tao Tao's voice echoed in his mind. Shen Huai Ling eagerly pulled Shen Huai Ling towards the nearest luxury boutique. Greetings. How may I assist you today? Shen Huai Ling pointed at the unexpressive Shen Huai Ling beside him and inquired, are there any suitable garments for him? Shen Huai Ling blinked innocently with her large eyes. Just a moment ago, she was talking about having a meal. How is it that she has suddenly decided to purchase clothes now? Shen Huai Ling gently ruffled his hair and, in a perfunctory manner, replied, be good, and in a little while, I shall take you out for a meal. Shen Huai Ling obediently nodded. The salesperson promptly recommended several outfits, and Shen Huai Ling gestured towards the fitting rooms, suggesting to try them on. Shen Huai Ling, perplexed yet compliant, proceeded as instructed. Within mere minutes, he emerged. Truly deserving of the title king of the zombies, he possessed an undeniable allure, resembling an exquisite clothing mannequin. Shen Huai Ling produced his bank card, declaring that this establishment was well suited for his attire, and proceeded to purchase everything in sight. It was a substantial transaction. May I inquire if there is anything else you require, dear customer? The attendant gazed at Shen Huai Ling as if he were a long-lost parent returned. No, that will suffice. Shen Huai Ling left an address and, accompanied by Shen Huai Ling, made his way towards the electronics store. Having just spent 1 million, he still had 4 million remaining. Greetings. How may I assist you? I require an air conditioner and a freezer, one with a significant capacity, as well as a refrigerator, Shen Huai Ling elaborated. Money is of no concern, but durability is essential. Hello, madam. Please take a look at this. This freezer boasts the largest storage capacity we offer. I wonder if it meets your needs? Shen Huai Ling nodded, indicating that we require 50 units of this freezer, with delivery scheduled for tomorrow. Very well, the salesperson replied, their eyes shimmering with delight. The enchanting young lady before them seemed to be a veritable goddess of fortune. We must also have air conditioners, 20 units in total. Since we are here, it would be prudent to purchase everything needed at once, and we can replenish any shortages later. Chapter 5. A fortuitous encounter with an adversary, Shen Huai Ling, accompanied by Shen Huai Ling, embarked on a sweeping campaign. Rice cookers, electric kettles, health pots, blenders, electric hot pots, induction cookers, pressure cookers, air fryers, electric griddles, steamers, meat grinders. Every visible appliance in the marketplace was completely cleared away. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the list in his hand, feeling akin to a triumphant general returning home laden with spoils. Indeed, spending money brings joy. After swiping the card at the last store, I finally exhaled in relief, feeling immensely at ease. Now that all my shopping was complete, I could relax and revel in my accomplishments. Familiar words echoed in my mind. Congratulations, Ling Ling. The task is accomplished. Task reward. Complete independence of water and electricity within the dwelling, unaffected by external circumstances. How splendid. In the apocalypse, all water resources were tainted by the zombie virus. During that time, the only usable water came from bottled supplies in supermarkets or the abilities of water manipulators. Now, I no longer had to worry about this concern. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Shen Huaiyan, his expression stern as he solemnly declared, "There is a significant task that I must entrust to you from now on." Shen Huaiyan, perplexed, has entrusted the cooking duties of our household to you from now on. Just moments ago, Shen Huai Ling purchased a multitude of electronic devices. Shen Huai Ling placed the phone in his hand, which contained a plethora of culinary knowledge for you to absorb. Simply gaze upon it and learn the art of cooking. Shen Huai Ling suddenly recalled a pressing question, and after much internal deliberation, she finally voiced it. "Huaiyan, can you read?" Shen Huaiyan shook his head. The young man smiled, and the two were just about to find a place to dine when an unexpected visitor appeared before them. Lin Yaozu and his girlfriend. How unfortunate it was to encounter them at every turn, as if one had failed to consult the auspicious calendar before stepping outside. Shen Huai Ling, weary of engaging in futile conversation with such a person, turned to leave with Shen Huaiyan. Lin Yaozu, embracing his girlfriend Yang Jiao, approached the entrance. "So, this is the sister," Yang Jiao remarked with a sardonic tone. "Hello, sister. I am Jiao, the fiancé of Yaozu. I have long heard Yaozu speak of you, and I must say, you are indeed quite beautiful." She placed a hand on her abdomen and continued, "I must also extend my gratitude to you for offering your house as our wedding gift." Shen Huai Ling gazed at Yang Jiao, who now resembled a green tea girl, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes, feeling a wave of speechlessness wash over her. "Have I not informed you yet? I have severed ties with the Lin family, and I certainly do not possess a sister as grand as you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yaozu immediately grew anxious. "Shen Huai Ling, have you gone too far? Do not mistake our courtesy for weakness. Our Jiao speaks to you out of respect. Do not take it for granted. Which bag does our Jiao fancy? Purchase it as an apology." The two individuals before her pranced around like foolish clowns, their antics a source of irritation for Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huaiyan positioned himself in front of Shen Huai Ling, as if to defend her honor, with a cold and sullen expression. Shen Huai Ling grasped Shen Huaiyan and strode towards the exit. Lin Yaozu, witnessing their disregard, felt a flicker of malice in his eyes as he swung his fist towards Shen Huai Ling's face. TSK. With a mere glance from Shen Huaiyan, Lin Yaozu collapsed to the ground, kneeling as his eyes turned crimson. It was as if his head were under some unseen control, repeatedly striking the floor with a thud that reverberated painfully in the air. Shen Huai Ling sensed something amiss and promptly pulled Shen Huaiyan away from the scene. Shen Huaiyan sat in the passenger's seat, gazing at Shen Huai Ling with a perplexed expression, as if silently reproaching him for his earlier intervention. Shen Huai Ling, noticing that no one had pursued her, finally let out a long sigh of relief. The person who had just attempted to bully her certainly deserved to be eliminated. Shen Huaiyan's gaze grew increasingly mournful. Shen Huai Ling gently patted his head. "Huaiyan, I am grateful for your protection earlier. However, please keep your abilities a secret. It is imperative that no one else learns of them." Shen Huai Ling instructed. Shen Huaiyan tilted his head, gazing at her, uncertain whether he had absorbed her words. "Your recent actions were commendable. We must retaliate against anyone who dares to bully us. However, the moment for such retaliation has not yet arrived. We must exercise patience a while longer." Shen Huaiyan gazed silently at Huai Ling, offering no words. Shen Huai Ling observed him as he stared vacantly out of the window. Shen Huai Ling glanced at his phone. The delivery was on its way. This evening, he decided to indulge in fried chicken and a hamburger to satiate his hunger. Shen Huai Ling observed the expressions of the family and swiftly added them all to his blacklist. There was no rush. The real drama was just beginning. Mission issued. Expand territory beyond the villa within 10 days. Success reward. The acquired land, with the maturation period of crops reduced to 1 week. Failure penalty. Electric shock. The countdown has commenced. Shen Huai Ling hurriedly led Shen Huaiyan towards the agricultural market. Compared to supermarkets and shopping malls, the offerings at the farmer's market proved to be considerably more economical. Along the streets, one could find an abundance of poultry, seeds, vegetables, and farming tools, fulfilling all essential needs. Shen Huaiyan gazed around with a profound curiosity, taking in everything that was entirely new to him. Just the previous night, Shen Huai Ling had taught him how to make payments using a mobile phone. Noticing the envious look in Huaiyan's eyes, Huai Ling remarked, Huayan, feel free to wander about. If you can't find me, remember to give me a call. Initially hesitant, Huayan's face brightened at this suggestion, and he promptly departed without a trace of reluctance. Hey, Huayan, remember to pay. Yet, Huayan had already vanished from sight. The local grain stores offered a variety of goods at similar prices, prompting Huai Ling to casually enter one of the shops. Hello, what can I assist you with? The shopkeeper inquired, deftly manipulating an abacus in his hands. I require a substantial quantity. Do you have it? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper paused, adjusted his reading glasses, and asked, How much do you need? 50,000 pounds of rice and 50,000 pounds of flour, Huai Ling replied. The shopkeeper frowned slightly, resuming his calculations on a calculator, and casually asked, What do you need so much for? Well, I have a large number of people here. Could you possibly offer a discount? Huai Ling stated directly. There are different varieties of rice. Which one do you prefer? Naturally, I wish for the finest quality. Considering the volume you desire, I shall provide it to you at the lowest price. Shen Huai Ling observed as his boss tapped away on the calculator, ultimately declaring the total amounts to 500,000. You shall first pay a deposit of 200,000, with the remainder settled later. Chapter 6. Can he speak? Shen Huai Ling deftly swiped his card, leaving behind the address of his warehouse. Time-limited task. Spend 100 million within 3 days. Task reward. All purchased items will be doubled. Additional reward. An all-intelligent butler and spatial mobility. Failure penalty. All purchased items will be halved. As Tao Tao's voice faded, the phone immediately chimed with a notification. Your bank card has been credited with 100 million. The boss paused his manipulation of the calculator, gazing at Shen Huai Ling, and shook his head. Do not assume he is naive to the internet. These are mere deceptions. Ah, such a strong sense of vanity at such a young age. The boss couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the balance in his card and immediately declared, Boss, I want to purchase every item in your store's inventory. Shen Huai Ling's tone was fervent, startling the boss. Child, I possess quite an abundance of stock in my store. The boss hesitated for a moment before replying slowly. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the proprietor, declaring, I desire nothing but the finest at that very location. I shall pay in full. Upon hearing this, the owner, without uttering a single word, promptly began to tally the costs. Shen Huai Ling had once again expended nearly 2 million here. This was not mere vanity. It was akin to the reincarnation of a deity of wealth. Meanwhile, as Shen Huai Ling continued his relentless shopping spree, a phone call came in. Hello? After a prolonged silence, no sound emerged from the other end. Shen Huai Ling glanced at the note on his phone, which indicated Huayan. Concerned for Huayan's safety, he promptly followed the phone's location to rush over. Fortunately, their distance was not great. Within 5 minutes, Shen Huai Ling arrived at Shen Huayan's side. Shen Huayan squatted on the ground, holding a sausage in his hand, feeding a small dog that seemed quite young, as if it had just learned to run. Shen Huai Ling approached and gently stroked his head. Huayan, do you like dogs? Shall we adopt him? Shen Huai Ling said tenderly. Shen Huayan gently stroked the little dog beside him. During his previous days of wandering, it was the dog that chose to accompany him. Shen Huayan blinked and stammered. Is it permissible? Shen Huai Ling questioned the reliability of his hearing. Tao Tao, did he just speak? Shen Huai Ling inquired in disbelief. Was he not a mute in his previous life? Tao Tao tilted her head, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Had he not been utterly silent in his past existence? What had prompted him to speak now? Had the narrative shifted? Had the chain reaction altered as well? Shen Huai Ling gazed at Shen Huayan and said, Of course you may, but you must call me sister first. Sister, sister, the youthful voice of the boy echoed. Shen Huai Ling's heart has melted. This is precisely how it should be. Shen Huai Ling glanced around the bustling agricultural market, where the dogs for sale were typically not beloved pets, but rather destined to be transformed into dog meat hot pot. However, he could not fathom the presence of this small puppy amidst such grim surroundings. The dog dealer, noticing the scene, hurried over and exclaimed, This little dog is exceptionally well behaved. Why not consider purchasing it? It's quite affordable, just 500. The dealer gestured with his hand, indicating the price. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Shen Huayan and remarked, Caring for a dog is no trivial matter. It necessitates taking them out for walks. Quite a hassle. Have you made up your mind? Shen Huai nodded solemnly. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the dogs behind her, with this little one included. There were a total of 5, all large breeds. Observing Shen Huai Ling's intentions, the dog dealer remarked, "My dear, if you desire them, I am willing to sell all to you, and the price is negotiable. For 5,000, these 5 dogs can be yours." Shen Huai Ling nodded, indicating his agreement. "Is it possible to make the payment via a QR code?" Shen Huai embraced the small dog in his arms, while Shen Huai Ling led the larger dogs and placed them inside the vehicle. "Anin, would you like to stay in the car and watch over the dogs?" Shen Huai hesitated for a moment before nodding. Shen Huai Ling left the keys in the car and went to procure some supplies. Previously, they had arranged to cultivate various crops and raise livestock on the mountain. They planned to keep 20 chickens and 20 ducks, along with 20 head of cattle and 20 pigs. Additionally, they purchased some fish fry, intending to dig a pond for fish cultivation later. They also placed an order for 20 head of cattle to be slaughtered, 50 pigs, and a considerable quantity of chickens, ducks, and fish. After all, their home boasted an exceptionally large freezer and refrigerator, ensuring that these provisions would eventually be put to good use. As for rice, flour, oil, and seasonings, they had nearly secured everything available. Shen Huai Ling traversed from one end of the street to the other, spending approximately 10 million. The fleeting hours of a single day passed swiftly. Shen Huai Ling, accompanied by Huayan, purchased an immense array of items intended for their canine companions before departing with a sense of satisfaction. As night fell, Shen Huai Ling observed Huayan nestled quietly on the sofa, engrossed in cooking videos, and couldn't resist the urge to gently pinch his little face. A wave of maternal affection surged within her. The little one she raised was truly well-behaved. "Huayan, I have something of great importance to share with you. It is a secret of mine. Would you like to know?" Shen Huai hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately nodded in agreement. "Quickly, gather your belongings and come with me." Shen Huai, perplexed, nonetheless gathered his belongings and swiftly followed in Shen Huai Ling's footsteps. Shen Huai Ling, accompanied by Huayan, arrived before a vast warehouse. With leisure time on hand this evening, he decided to experiment with the spatial dimension gifted by the system. Bingo detected the host's utilization of the personal space and issued a timed mission within 1 hour. Determine the maximum dimensions of objects that could be accommodated within the space, and the personal dimension will expand accordingly. The countdown has commenced. Shen Huai Ling closed his eyes, and a small black dot emerged in his mind. As soon as he touched it, he was transported to another realm. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the box closest to him, his hand gently resting upon it. In the next moment, the box materialized within the space. Shen Huai Ling recently engaged in online shopping, with several delivery addresses directed to this warehouse. Shen Huai Ling comprehended the procedure and immediately cast all the items at hand into the spatial realm. Shen Huai Ling swept through like a swarm of locusts, leaving no trace of vegetation in his wake. Shen Huai gazed in astonishment as everything before him vanished in the blink of an eye, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Is my sister also someone like him? Just in time, as the final item was placed into the spatial realm, the moment concluded. Congratulations to Ling Ling for acquiring a personal space of 10,000 square meters. Shen Huai Ling gazed into the space, which was densely packed with a myriad of goods. It was at this moment that he noticed Shen Huai, who was crouched in a corner. Initially taken aback, he gradually succumbed to a sense of numbness. The fact that his sister was now willing to share this secret with him elicited an indescribable feeling, yet it warmed his heart. Through these past few days of companionship, Shen Huai Ling discovered that Huayan was rather reluctant to venture outside, particularly after the family had acquired so many animals. Huayan's attention was entirely devoted to them. Chapter 7. Xiong Xiong is the intelligent steward. Perhaps due to his previous research in the laboratory, Shen Huai was not particularly inclined to interact with others. However, that was of little consequence. There was still ample time, and everything could unfold gradually. Although Shen Huai was destined to become the future zombie king, it must be said that his efficiency in tasks was truly remarkable, which explained why he was able to emerge victorious in the end. Shen Huai sat on the sofa, crunching on potato chips. Quietly, she poured dog food into the bowls of her 5 dogs. The last substantial sum of money was successfully spent online. Ding dong, congratulations, Ling Ling. The time-limited task has been completed. The reward has been credited. Do remember to check it. In the next moment, the items purchased over the past 3 days once again filled the first floor, with some even allocated to her personal space. Shen Huai had long since grown accustomed to such matters. Ever since Shen Huai Ling had confided this secret to him, he no longer felt the need to conceal it. Sister, Shen Huai's tone grew increasingly melancholic. Can we refrain from purchasing any more? I am struggling to keep up with the current pace. The young man spoke with growing fluency. Shen Huai Ling smiled apologetically. Tao, what about the robotic butler you mentioned? Its assistance is urgently required at this moment. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Task rewards have been released. Please check. Tao's voice resonated. Then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Shen Huai let out a sigh. It was once again the arrival of the appliance installation team, or perhaps the delivery service. Shen Huai opened the door, only to find no one outside. He leaned out, glancing to the left and then to the right, wondering if he had been deceived by an auditory illusion. As Shen Huai was about to open the door, a voice resonated from below. A toy bear, donning a tie, adjusted its neckwear, removed its hat, and bowed, saying, "Greetings, and I am the butler summoned by your sister." Ling Ling. Shen Huai bore an expression of utter astonishment, remaining motionless for an extended period. Shen Huai Ling sensed that something was amiss and immediately approached the door, gazing at the toy bear at the entrance. Tao, is this the fully intelligent butler you mentioned? Congratulations, Ling Ling, you are correct. This is the reward you will receive. Please be attentive to it. Upon noticing Shen Huai Ling, the bear greeted warmly. Hello, Ling Ling, may I enter now? Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai exchanged nods, and Xiong promptly stepped inside. Sister, it's one thing to hire me, but why employ a child laborer? That's illegal. Shen Huai murmured softly. Shen Huai Ling was somewhat taken aback. How did you acquire this knowledge? Shen Huai offered an apologetic smile as he watched the television. The sight of the little bear, waddling with its short legs, furrowed its brow upon seeing the living room brimming with an array of delivery boxes. It seemed evident that this was a considerable undertaking. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai exchanged a glance and nodded subtly. The sparkle in their eyes was directed at Xiong, with a bashful demeanor, covered their face and shyly remarked, "Please do not stare at me incessantly. I, too, am capable of feeling bashful." The trio surveyed the chaotic scene within the room, where Xiong showcased their unique strengths. Ling Ling, please sit here and open the delivery boxes, arranging them accordingly. And then, you should first attend to the animals outside the yard. Come back to assist shortly. Shen Huai nodded. Regarding the matter of helping Xiong, both Shen Huai and Shen Huai Ling harbored no expectations. Xiong appeared to be less than a meter tall. What could one reasonably expect from such a creature? How come you are so familiar with my family's affairs? Shen Huai inquired directly. Sister, I suspect that is not a good person. Shen Huai whispered into Shen Huai Ling's ear. It is not like that, not at all. Xiong may not be a good person, but it is solely Xiong. I am Ling Ling's exclusive custom. Xiong jumped up to capture Shen Huai's attention. Shen Huai Ling gently stroked Shen Huai's head, assuring her that Xiong was indeed one of their own. Indeed, she affirmed. Shen Huai's earlobes tinged with a faint blush. If her sister trusted Xiong, then she too would place her faith in him. Anytime, anywhere. Super Xiong. Ubiquitous. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go. As a member of the family, Shen Huai Ling first led Xiong to register his fingerprint. Well, since Xiong had no fingers, they had to resort to registering his eyes instead. Thus, Xiong would be able to navigate through their home with ease. Shen Huai Ling first retrieved the products that had been frozen in the refrigerator. She observed as the bear's hand swiftly transformed into a blade, deftly slicing the purchased beef into sections with a couple of crisp motions, even thoughtfully affixing labels to each cut. Indeed, a versatile steward is truly exceptional. Meanwhile, there remains an unfinished order awaiting your attention. While Shen Huai Ling languidly reclined in her abode, savoring the pleasures of life, the bear, assuming the role of a teacher, began imparting fundamental knowledge to Shen Huai. A task was issued: expand territory within a span of 10 days. Success would yield the following rewards. 1. The cultivated land would witness a maturation period for any crops reduced to 1 week, unaffected by adverse weather conditions. 2. 3 drones. There would be no penalties for failure. In the next moment, a map appeared upon the dining table. The map gleamed with a golden mark indicating the location of her residence, while the surrounding areas appeared shrouded in a gray haze. It was evident that the system tailored the tasks based on her choices. She had selected the hillside for refuge. Now, the endeavor to expand her territory was aimed at encompassing the entire mountain within a protective domain, rather than merely controlling the system. It felt more akin to constructing a sanctuary in a post-apocalyptic world. Shen Huai Ling pondered thoughtfully. Shen Huai Ling picked up the phone, and the screen illuminated instantaneously. Upon seeing the contact name, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately answered the call. What scheme could this family possibly be concocting? When purchasing the house, their words had been so harsh. Now, they were eagerly seeking her out. Could it be that they had mortgaged the property online, and the creditors had come knocking? It seemed she was about to be ensnared in a treacherous banquet. Shen Huai Ling immediately contemplated ending the call, as she was exceedingly occupied and had no time to engage with them. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the disconnected phone, lost in contemplation. Hadn't her mother passed away? Observing the look of sorrow etched on Shen Huai Ling's face, Shen Huaiyan and Xiong Xiong approached her. The two of them looked at Shen Huai Ling with eager anticipation, waiting for her to voice the truth herself. Shen Huai Ling let out a long sigh and said to the two, "There is a new task to assign to you both." Upon hearing this, Shen Huaiyan and Xiong Xiong instinctively turned away. Chapter 8. The mysterious jade pendant. The glances exchanged between the two were laden with pity. He, how could we possibly escape? There is still a vast expanse of land in the back mountain awaiting cultivation. Woo, Xiong Xiong. We are merely the elder sister's esteemed beasts of burden. Shen Huaiyan lamented, embracing Xiong Xiong in a pitiful manner. How could that be? Xiong Xiong immediately retorted, I am a distinguished bear. Shen Huai Ling wielded a large hoe, carrying a substantial basket on his back, while 2 young followers trailed behind him, diligently cultivating the land step by step. After merely 2 hours, Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huaiyan found themselves sprawled on the ground, leaving only Xiong Xiong energetically laboring away. The magnitude of this undertaking was indeed overwhelming, far more challenging than sorting phone boxes at home. Shen Huai Ling recalled the items she had purchased at the farmer's market a couple of days ago. The vendor seemed to have gifted her some small gadgets, which she had not paid much attention to at the time. Perhaps those trinkets might prove to be of some utility. Shen Huai Ling hurried towards the storeroom and found it. It was the land clearing machine gifted by the owner, which he had carelessly tossed into the storeroom at that time. With this, it would undoubtedly facilitate matters significantly. Just as Shen Huai Ling was about to step outside, he heard a whimpering sound emanating from the doghouse. The system is indeed formidable. The items purchased are doubled, and it seems even the dogs are not spared. Since the hour is still early, it would be better to take the dog out for some fresh air, rather than leaving it cooped up in the doghouse all the time. Shen Huai Ling opened the door to the doghouse, and a throng of dogs rushed out, joyfully surrounding her. With a smile, she affectionately patted their heads before setting off towards the back mountain, accompanied by her tools and her canine companions. Upon reaching the rear slopes, Shen Huai Ling placed the land-tilling machine on the ground. As she activated it, the machine commenced its swift operations. Observing the efficient workings of the device, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Indeed, technology transforms lives. She settled down beside the machine, watching the dogs frolic and play merrily around her. At that moment, a small puppy approached her, gently licking her hand before quietly lying down beside her. Shen Huaiyan found himself in a predicament as the dog eagerly approached him, showering him with affectionate licks. Even Xiong Xiong was not spared, being pursued by Shen Huai Ling's little dog, darting about in a chaotic frenzy. Amidst the commotion, he attempted to reason with the spirited pup, admonishing, chasing people is not acceptable behavior. Please stop. Ling Ling, and then help me, he cried, overwhelmed. Oh, woe. I declare that dogs are the most terrifying creatures in existence. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, Shen Huai Ling frequently glanced at the watch on her wrist, ultimately deciding to attend the banquet. The image of her mother had long since blurred in her memory, save for a fleeting recollection of her figure clad in a white dress, approaching her in a hazy vision. Though she remained uncertain of what schemes her stepfather and his associates were concocting, she felt an undeniable compulsion to attend the gathering. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Xiong and then, saying, "I shall dine out this evening." Shen Huai grasped Shen Huai Ling's hand, inquiring gently, "Sister, what troubles you? Is there something amiss?" He had never witnessed such profound despondency in Shen Huai Ling. Xiong, sensing the unease, imitated Shen Huai Ling, rising on tiptoe to touch the curled figure of Shen Huai resting on the sofa. "Sister, do you no longer want me?" Shen Huai murmured gloomily. "Or perhaps, sister, you have learned something?" A wave of anxiety washed over him. How could that be? Ling is merely dealing with something. He continued, "Do not be disheartened. Tonight I shall prepare your favorite dish, the crispy pork knuckle. Will that please you?" The doubts lingering in Shen Huai's mind had not dissipated. Yet he had already formed his own resolve. Alarms blared within his consciousness. Warning! Warning! The corruption level of the target character has increased. Tao Tao's voice erupted in his mind like an explosion. "Shen Huai?" Shen Huai Ling nodded, indicating his awareness, and then proceeded toward the old house. Shen Huai Ling knocked on the door, and with a click, it swung open, revealing Lin Yaozu's girlfriend, Yang Jiao. "Sister's here. Come in quickly." Yang Jiao warmly ushered Shen Huai Ling inside. It was as if the encounter with Lin Jiao in the shopping mall was merely an illusion. Shen Huai Ling entered, crossing her legs as she settled onto the sofa. "I heard from Yaozu that you have found a wealthy partner. When did this occur? Your younger brother is about to get married. Shouldn't you express some sentiment? This stepmother of hers is rather unreserved, nearly akin to rummaging through her bag to seize what she desires. It seems she learned of this during their last encounter at the mall with Lin Yaozu. However, the affluent one is she, not Shen Huai. Shen Huai couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Aunt Zhang, your joke is truly delightful. What is my relationship with him? I merely provide him with financial support. Am I mistaken? Moreover, you entered into marriage with Lin Yaozu, a child born out of wedlock, long before you were even married. If it weren't for my father, the one who took on the responsibility, you and your son might still be begging somewhere." To say this in front of my future daughter-in-law, Shen Huai Ling boldly remarked, causing her stepmother's complexion to shift from pale to flushed, resembling a palette of colors. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Yaozu rushed out, seizing Shen Huai Ling by the collar and raising his fist, ready to strike. "My mother is not a mistress. Lin Rui is my biological father," Lin Yaozu bellowed. "Oh, so the illegitimate child is indeed a bastard." This remark effortlessly ignited Lin Yaozu's fury, reminiscent of the taunts he endured during his childhood from classmates. "You'd better not let that slap land on my face. Otherwise, once you're in, you won't be coming out," Shen Huai Ling threatened. "Enough. The turtle who has hidden for so long finally dares to show its face. Shen Huai Ling, come with me to the study." Observing the mother-son duo before her, who appeared intent on devouring her whole, Shen Huai Ling felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. "Ah, how I relish your inability to tolerate me while simultaneously being powerless to eliminate me." Shen Huai Ling gazed and spoke. "Speak, old man. What brings you to seek me this time?" Father Shen was infuriated, yet he remained silent. Indeed, a child not of one's own blood is difficult to nurture. Father Shen extracted a piece of jade pendant from his pocket and placed it delicately upon the table. "This is a gift from your mother, to be bestowed upon you upon your coming of age." Shen Huai Ling let out a cold snort. "Why do you remember to give it to me now?" "I initially believed this jade pendant to be of considerable value and kept it in my possession. However, after visiting numerous places and subjecting it to various instruments for examination, it turned out to be nothing more than a trinket from a street vendor. Do you desire it? This jade pendant is priced at 5 million. Take it if you wish." Chapter 9. The Past Identity. "For merely this jade pendant, you demand 5 million? Have you lost your mind, or am I?" Shen Huai Ling feigned an intention to depart from this place. "Wait, do you not wish to uncover the truth about your mother?" Shen Huai Ling pushed open the door, ready to depart. "You're not my child." Indeed, Shen Huai Ling had long harbored suspicions, yet upon hearing those words, her heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 needles. So it is. Shall we sit down now and have a proper discussion? What do you think? Is 5 million worth exchanging for a past? Shen Huai Ling gazed at the person before him, their eyes brimming with scheming intentions, and despite the passage of time, a twinge of sorrow lingered within him. Of course it is advantageous. What do you have to say? Shen Huai Ling paused momentarily. I shall transfer the funds to you by tomorrow. That won't suffice. Shen's father unveiled a gift agreement and placed it upon the table. Ah, how truly heartless. Shen Huai Ling remarked nonchalantly. Everything you possess now is derived from my mother's wealth. Do you truly believe the judge will side with you or with me? Since I have no intention of marrying, when your precious son eventually ties the knot, should a legal dispute arise, one cannot be certain whether the other party would still wish to proceed with the marriage. Shen Huai Ling gazed dispassionately at her nails and remarked, everything hinges on whether you choose to speak today or remain silent. Furthermore, my mother is already deceased. What purpose does dwelling on the past serve? If such matters continue to arise, do not squander my time. This family is utterly absurd. I owe them nothing. In fact, if one were to consider it closely, they seem to owe me a debt of life. Mr. Shen remained silent as Shen Huai Ling took out her phone and directly dialed a lawyer. Hello, good day. I wish to inquire about the legal consequences for a man of humble origins who, after the death of his wife, unlawfully appropriates the inheritance intended for his daughter. What would the potential sentencing be? After Shen Huai Ling finished speaking, he immediately activated the loudspeaker. Hello, madam. In regard to this situation, I am unable to provide you with a precise answer, as the severity of the crime pertains to the amount involved and other factors. What if the sum exceeds 1 million? Shen Huai Ling inquired further. Approximately, it could result in a fixed-term imprisonment of over 3 years, but less than 7. Thank you, lawyer. If anything arises, I shall contact you again. Shen Huai Ling promptly transferred the consultation fee. My current boyfriend is affluent. I am indifferent to the duration. But Lin Yaozu. Shen Huai Ling gazed at his father, seemingly awaiting his decision. Are you truly, like your mother, calculating to the very core? Shen Huai Ling continued. I'm not one to disregard past sentiments. 1 million. I seek the truth and the jade pendant in your possession. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Shen realized that this 1 million, which might have seemed insignificant before, had now taken on a newfound value. With the factory facing difficulties and Lin Yaozu preparing for marriage, the money suddenly appeared to be exceedingly precious. Father Shen gritted his teeth. 1,500,000, it could not be any less. The deal is struck. Although Shen Huai Ling's words were exceedingly harsh just moments ago, this was, after all, a relic of his mother, and it simply could not remain in the hands of this family. Shen Huai Ling immediately transferred 500,000 as a deposit. Now, could you recount the events that transpired? Certainly. Father Shen placed the jade pendant before Shen Huai Ling. This is a keepsake from your mother. She was an exceptionally beautiful yet enigmatic woman, and no one knew when she came. Your mother sought me out when I was out of work, offering me a substantial sum of money in hopes of marrying me. At that moment, I felt as though I were dreaming, believing I had stumbled upon a great fortune, a stunning beauty akin to a celestial being agreeing to be my wife. However, she became pregnant, and we signed a prenuptial agreement. When you turned 5, she vanished as if she had evaporated into thin air, leaving behind only a will and this jade pendant. Now, I entrust this pendant to you. You bear your mother-S surname. Her name was Shen Wenjun. Is there more? Shen Huai Ling inquired further. Father Shen was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. It was not that everything remained unexplained. He immediately demanded 1,500,000. Shen Huai Ling grasped the jade pendant around her neck and swiftly exited the premises. A lawyer will come tomorrow to accuse you of fraud, she declared, her tone deliberately heightened as she departed from the home. What was intended to be a family reunion had been marred by Shen Huai Ling's actions. This residence, situated in an aging community, suffered from poor sound insulation, allowing Yang Jiaojiao to clearly hear Shen Huai Ling's words. This family comprised an illegitimate child, a mistress, and even this man was a phoenix man. Contemplating this, Yang Jiaojiao placed her hand on her abdomen. should Shen Huai Ling truly pursue legal action against this family. It appeared they would face substantial financial repercussions. Yang Zhaojiao had initially perceived Lin Yaozhu as a foolish man with a wealth of resources. She had not anticipated the troubling dynamics within his household. Without hesitation, she delivered a sharp slap to Lin Yaozhu's face before taking her leave. Shen Huai Ling contemplated the necessities that still eluded her household supplies. While she had amassed a considerable stock of pharmaceuticals, they were primarily emergency medications, adhesive bandages, gauze, iodine tincture, cold remedies, ibuprofen, anti-inflammatory drugs. These essentials were plentiful. The freezer was brimming with meticulously prepared meats, and a generous assortment of snacks cluttered her home: potato chips, French fries, candies, biscuits, and plums, all in abundance. Instant meals were also in excess, including frozen dumplings, fried chicken, hamburgers, steaks, and stuffed pastries. Furthermore, she had stockpiled a substantial quantity of prepackaged dishes, alongside staples such as rice, flour, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, all meticulously accounted for. The sheer volume of supplies was astronomical, far more than could ever be consumed. If one were to inquire what was lacking, it would be weaponry. In a post-apocalyptic world, cold weapons are preferable, silent, and unobtrusive. However, firearms are now regulated by the state, rendering their acquisition virtually impossible. Shen Huai Ling fell into a deep reverie. Shen Huai Ling pressed the accelerator to the floor. Name: Shen Huai Ling. Stamina: 60. Intelligence: 70. Mental strength: 50. Special ability: unknown, half-zombie, jade pendant. Shen Huai Ling did not notice that the jade pendant had also been added to the control panel. Shen Huai Ling entered the room, enveloped in darkness. As he fumbled in the shadows, he switched on the light, expecting to find Shen Huai Ling nestled on the sofa, lost in his own thoughts, as usual. However, to his surprise, there was no sign of him. Only a bear wiggling its bottom came running towards Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling cradled the bear in his arms. What about Huaiyan? He pondered, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Just moments ago, the darkness within him had intensified, and now the person had vanished. Chapter 10. Pursuit. The bear nestled in Shen Huai Ling's embrace softly murmured, "Anan isn't feeling well today. She has gone upstairs to rest." Shen Huai Ling nodded and ascended the stairs as well. As he gazed at the door across the hallway, he felt a moment of hesitation, realizing that perhaps the situation was not as dire as he had initially imagined. Shen Huai emerged from behind the door, fixating his gaze upon Shen Huai Ling's eyes. "Sister, do you know who I am?" Shen Huai Ling's gaze instantly turned vacant. "Sister Shen Huai, yes, I am Shen Huai. Sister, what are you up to this evening?" "Tonight, I visited my parents' home, where I retrieved my mother's jade pendant." Upon hearing these words, Shen Huai let out a sigh of relief. Yet he continued to inquire, "Do you know who Shen Huai is?" Shen Huai is my younger brother. He is also." Tao Tao was aware of Shen Huai Ling being under the control of mental force and remembered how she had been crying out in chaos within the space. As Shen Huai Ling was about to disclose the situation, she thought, "Lingling, I am sorry." Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through Shen Huai Ling's body, instantly bringing him back to a clearer state. "Orphan," Shen Huai Ling blurted out in surprise. Tao exhaled in relief, thankful that Shen Huai Ling did not reveal the matter regarding the system. "Huaiyan, what are you doing here?" Shen Huai had never anticipated that Shen Huai Ling could break free from his grasp. His gaze began to wander aimlessly, scanning the surroundings. "I am worried about my sister today." Shen Huai Ling indeed felt exhausted, yet she managed to offer a faint smile. "My dear Anin has grown up. She now shows concern for her elder sister." The more she spoke in this manner, the greater the guilt weighed upon Shen Huai's heart. It seemed her sister remained oblivious to everything. Shen Huai dutifully closed the door. "Tao, what just happened to me?" Shen Huai inquired, puzzled. "You were just under Shen Huai's psychic influence." "He was suspicious," Tao replied. "However, fortunately, thanks to my cleverness as the great Tao, I managed to navigate through it." Shen Huai nodded, then contemplated the matters at hand. In recent days, Shen Huai and the two others had been engaged in cultivating the wilderness. Xiong was tasked with clearing away all the weeds, while Shen Huai utilized tools to till the land. Shen Huai Ling procured an array of prison fences and affixed them to the outer perimeter, atop which he secured a layer of razor wire, connecting it to a power source. Xiong observed Shen Huai Ling's actions, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. While this barrier may prove ineffective against the undead, it is certainly adequate to deter those with ulterior motives. 10 days swiftly elapsed, transforming the previously unexplored regions on the map into a resplendent gold. All developed areas of the mountain were encircled by towering fences to prevent the intrusion of those with nefarious intentions. Congratulations, Ling, on the successful completion of your mission. Reward: 1. The cultivated land now sees any crop maturation time reduced to 3 days, impervious to adverse weather conditions. 2. 3 drones. With the aid of the Golden Finger, nearly all locations are under surveillance, and the surrounding security has been upgraded to the highest level. Congratulations, Ling, on acquiring the title of Mountain Master. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the passing days, realizing that only 5 days remained until the apocalypse would descend upon them. After enduring such hardships for so long, it was only fitting to savor the joys of life in these final moments. Shen Huai Ling arrived at the mall with Shen Huai and Xiong. Outside, the atmosphere was distinctly different from the comforts of home. Shen Huai clutched the motionless Xiong as the trio made their way into a private room. Upon noticing the absence of others, Xiong immediately felt a sense of relief. With over 3 million remaining in hand, they could certainly afford this meal. Although the dishes at this restaurant were somewhat pricey, they were renowned for their exquisite flavors and excellent privacy. Shen Huai Ling observed as a person and a bear deliberated over their menu choices, each in a state of indecision. I have a matter of utmost seriousness that I wish to convey to you. The person and the bear tilted their heads, gazing at Shen Huai Ling, and blinked. The apocalypse is imminent. Upon finishing her words, Shen Huai Ling and the other person bowed their heads, engrossed in their own discussion about what dishes to order. Aren't you curious? Shen Huai Ling inquired with a hint of skepticism. Do you not have any questions for me? As the end of the world approaches, shall we not indulge in ordering the entire menu? The eyes of one person and the bear sparkled brightly, resembling the eager gaze of a puppy nurtured by Shen Huai. Shen Huai Ling nodded helplessly. We had long been aware of this matter. With your apparent hoarding demeanor, one cannot help but suspect that you wish to empty it all out. Shen Huai Ling raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the truth in the statement, yet questioning its significance. This time, with such thorough preparation, she was determined not to repeat past mistakes. She would surely survive until the end of the apocalypse. The 3 of them emerged from the restaurant, clutching their stomachs in laughter. Shen Huai Ling's hands were laden with an abundance of food, while Shen Huai sat in front, cradling a teddy bear. Shen Huai tossed the food into the space. The household was filled with numerous items, most of which were familiar to them. The 2 showed little interest in anything else, their sole fascination lying with the delectable street food. When Shen Huai Ling arrived, he noticed Shen Huai holding 3 ice creams. Upon seeing Shen Huai offered one of the ice creams in his hand to him. Shen Huai Ling was taken aback for a moment, then accepted it, casting a gaze filled with complexity towards Shen Huai. He had transformed. He was learning the art of loving another. Shen Huai Ling gently caressed Shen Huai's head, a smile gracing her lips. Sister, will you abandon me? Shen Huai inquired softly, the question echoing the deepest fears nestled within her heart. She had believed that no one would hear her. Shen Huai Ling came to a halt. Of course not. You are my kin. How could I possibly disregard you? Even if sister were to find out anything, it would not change that, Shen Huai insisted, seeming determined to uncover the answer to this question. Indeed, both you and Xiong are my family. How could I ever casually abandon my loved ones? Shen Huai Ling took the initiative to grasp Shen Huai's hand, reminiscent of their first encounter. Fried chicken, pizza, grilled meat rice, and braised chicken. Shen Huai Ling desired an array of dishes and promptly provided an address for them to be delivered to the villa. Perhaps the ostentatious purchases over the past few days had drawn the attention of some unwelcome observers. Shen Huai Ling and his companions had long sensed something amiss, and the 3 intentionally ventured into a narrow alleyway. Where have the others gone? A person clad in a black hat glanced about, left, and right, as if the three had vanished into thin air. Chapter 11. Ominous Signs of the Apocalypse. Are you looking for me? Shen Huai Ling inquired, gently patting the individual's shoulder. Shen Huai swiftly removed the mask from a man's face. Lin Yaozu, what brings you here? Upon witnessing Shen Huai Ling's true visage, Lin Yaozu immediately rushed forward, intent on striking him. In the next moment, Shen Huai raised his fist and struck out. Shen Huai Ling's lips curled into a subtle arc, indicating that the debt collection calls had indeed been made in recent days. Shen Huai swiftly subdued Lin Yaozu. Shen Huai Ling, I demand your life. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Lin Yaozu, reflecting on how, despite being an adult, he had failed to gain admission to university and had remained dependent on his family. Were it not for you, Jiao Jiao, how could I have faced the dissolution of my marriage? Since that fateful day, Yang Jiao Jiao had been evading Lin Yaozu, fearful of encountering him again. After much effort, Lin Yaozu finally located Yang Jiao Jiao, only to discover her strolling through the streets with another man. Enraged, he acted impulsively. The other party had connections, resulting in Lin Yaozu being detained for nearly a week. By the time he was released, Yang Jiao Jiao had already terminated her pregnancy. He found himself inundated with perplexing calls demanding repayment, all of which stemmed from Shen Huai Ling's actions. Now, he was utterly incapable of assembling the necessary funds. The high-interest loans amounted to a staggering 20 million. He contemplated fleeing, yet Shen Huai Ling's household registration remained tied to their family record, rendering escape an impossible endeavor. Shen Huai, perceiving that his emotions were on the verge of collapse, swiftly delivered a precise chop, rendering him unconscious. Shen Huai directly stated, Sister, shall we not simply eliminate him to prevent future troubles? Shen Huai Ling shook his head. They were nowhere near the end. The true apocalypse had yet to arrive, and he could not simply perish like this. When Lin Yaozu awakened, he discovered himself bound and discarded within a garbage bin. Shen Huai Ling, accompanied by Xiong Xiong and Anen, has wandered off to an unknown destination in carefree abandon. Over the past few days, Shen Huai Ling has reached out to numerous contacts, yet has still been unable to find a reliable source for procuring firearms. Initially, he believed that in this city, where wealth abounds, nothing was unattainable. However, these days have not been entirely fruitless. He has managed to acquire a Tang sword, which is quite remarkable. This blade is extraordinarily sharp, its body glinting with a chilling light, as if whispering tales of its extraordinary lineage. Shen Huai Ling grasped the knife, gently swinging it a few times, attuning himself to its weight and sharpness. This blade might prove invaluable in a moment of critical need. Shen Huai Ling cautiously sheathed the knife. The weather has become increasingly peculiar. In July, the daily temperatures nearly reach 40 degrees Celsius. Stepping outside feels akin to being enveloped in a steamer. Shen Huai Ling, cradling a watermelon, quietly awaited the arrival of the apocalypse within the confines of the villa. After a prolonged silence, Tao Dao, who had not spoken for some time, suddenly broke the stillness, proclaiming, The end of days is imminent. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the Doomsday stocking mission. All tasks have been fulfilled, and additional rewards will be granted. Shen Huai Ling raised an eyebrow, eagerly anticipating Tao Dao's next move. Within a 50-meter radius of the cultivated land, the zombies were unable to approach. Every area of the cultivated section on the mountain was completely monitored by cameras. In the next moment, a television materialized within the room, displaying the conditions of various regions. The functionality of 3 drones has been enabled. Please unlock them at your discretion. A reward allocation of 20 points is available. May I inquire if the host chooses to proceed with the forthcoming task? Before Shen Huai Ling appeared 2 options, yes or no. Shen Huai Ling paused for a moment. What would happen if I chose to refuse? Everything you possess will be reset to 0. Tao Tao's voice conveyed no trace of emotion. Shen Huai Ling's lips twitched slightly as he willingly pressed the affirmative button. Name, Shen Huai Ling. Physical strength, 60. Intelligence, 70. Mental power, 50. Special ability, unknown, half-zombie, jade pendant. Please confirm if your information is accurate. Shen Huai Ling pressed the affirmative button once more. May I inquire if you wish to utilize your points? Shen Huai Ling nodded, allocating 10 points to his mental strength and another 10 to his physical endurance. Instantly, he felt a significant clarity of mind. At that moment, he finally took notice of the jade pendant as he pondered the importance of managing his first in this apocalyptic world. Shen Huai Ling inquired with a hint of curiosity, "The apocalyptic inn? That seems rather intriguing." "Congratulations, host, you have unlocked new content. Ding dong. The system supermarket has now been opened for you." Shen Huai Ling accessed the system supermarket, where an abundance of items awaited, from firearms and ammunition to aircraft and artillery. It offered a vast array of options. As he scrolled further, the prices escalated, leading him to the final page. There, prominently displayed, was a staggering price of 1 billion points for the zombie virus serum. Shen Huai Ling silently withdrew. A new content unlock and points exchange station appeared at the entrance. In the next moment, an exchange station for points manifested at the doorway. Curious, Shen Huai Ling approached and placed her earrings on the surface, earning herself 5 points. Confirming the transaction, a message appeared. "Congratulations, your transaction is complete." The 5 points were reflected in the points market. All redeemed items would be displayed in the lower section of the points market, known as the pawn shop. To reclaim them, one would need to spend double the original price. You may establish your own shop rules, with a maximum of 3 stipulations. 1. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the establishment. Violators will be immediately expelled. 2. No items may be taken outside the premises without the manager's consent. 3. The manager retains the final authority for all interpretations. Lingling, you cannot exploit the system's loopholes. Tao Dao lamented. Although there were 3 rules, the last one seemed to alter the essence of them all. Shen Huai Ling departed with great joy. The latest news broadcast urged the citizens to remain vigilant. The voice of the news program echoed. Today marks the final day of the apocalypse. A light rain began to fall from the sky, and the last batch of goods was safely stored in the warehouse. When she awakened once more, Shen Huai Ling found herself lying in her room, with Shen Huai gazing intently at her. Upon noticing that Shen Huai Ling had regained consciousness, Shen Huai hurriedly brought her sister some water. It was said that those with a fever should drink plenty of warm water. After taking her medication, Shen Huai Ling succumbed to a deep slumber once more, though this rest was fraught with discomfort, as she experienced piercing pain throughout her body. Shen Huai Ling yearned to open her eyes, yet her entire being was devoid of strength. She attempted to move her fingers, only to discover that her body felt as though it were nailed to the bed, immobile. Her breath quickened, and her heartbeat escalated, as if it were on the verge of escaping her throat. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and her body radiated heat, as though she were ensconced within a furnace. A faint moan escaped her lips, an effort to alleviate the agonies coursing through her. Her consciousness began to blur, and peculiar visions appeared before her, as if she were enveloped in a realm of darkness. Her body trembled slightly, engaged in a fierce struggle for survival against the affliction that beset her. Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and soaking into the pillow beneath her. Suddenly, a warm current surged within Shen Huai Ling. Chapter 12. The Onset of the Apocalypse. Shen Huai Ling finally opened his eyes. It was already the morning of the following day. At this moment, the previous sensation of stickiness had vanished. Name: Shen Huai Ling. Stamina: 70. Intelligence: 70. Mental strength: 60. Special ability: unknown, half-zombie, jade pendant, spatial ability. With a mere flicker of thought, Shen Huai Ling found herself transported from the bedroom to the living room. Shen Huai, seated upon the sofa, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, his sister had arrived? Here, time flowed serenely, while outside, chaos loomed. Since the previous evening, a steady stream of rain-soaked individuals had been hastily conveyed to the hospital. Some were fortunate enough to emerge as extraordinary beings. Yet the majority succumbed to the fate of the undead. Inside the hospital, a feverish patient, moments ago in the throes of resuscitation, displayed no signs of life, just a heartbeat later. The doctor, disheartened, shook his head and exited the emergency room. It had not yet crossed the threshold of the ward when it moved. A nurse, her voice laced with terror, pointed towards the bed. He had stirred. The doctor turned to witness the patient's eyes, devoid of pupils, as a gurgling sound escaped his throat, seemingly choked by blood. In a state of confusion, he instinctively seized the nearest nurse. With a sudden ferocity, he bit down. The nurse shrieked in panic, struggling desperately to break free from the patient's grip. However, his strength was overwhelming, rendering her attempts futile. The doctor stood, paralyzed with disbelief, unable to comprehend the horror unfolding before them. The patient's behavior spiraled into madness as he savagely tore the nurse's flesh, blood splattering across the room. Fear enveloped the entire ward. Initially perceived as an isolated incident, yet such occurrences began to proliferate within the confines of the hospital. Witnessing the mayhem, other patients and nurses fled in terror. The doctors endeavored to subdue the patient, but their efforts were in vain, eclipsed by the patient's strength and frenzy. They could only stand by, helplessly observing the nightmarish scene unfold. Amidst the chaos and dread, the anguished screams and cries of the patients reverberated throughout the hospital. The doctors exerted every effort to safeguard the remaining individuals, yet the frenzied assaults of the patients plunged them into despair. The city echoed with cries and the stench of blood. A sign for a brightly lit apocalyptic amusement park stood in stark contrast to the grim reality of the world. The end times had arrived. Were you prepared? Welcome to the last days. Shen Huai Ling opened the forum on her phone, and the zombie apocalypse had already surged to the top 3 of the trending topics. The government of Country Z had also issued a notification. Dear citizens, please remain calm and await rescue at home. She had seen this news in her previous life, filled with hope and joy as she waited for assistance. However, the rescue never arrived, or perhaps it did, but she simply did not encounter it. Shen Huai Ling, while browsing through blogs, casually pinned a guide on surviving the apocalypse. Apocalyptic guidelines. 1. Refrain from shouting within your dwelling to avoid attracting the attention of zombies. 2. Should the food supply dwindle, remain calm. Equip yourself with tools and venture out, ensuring you are well protected. 3. In the unfortunate event of infection, sever the bitten limb within 30 seconds to potentially avert transformation. 4. For those without a refuge, you are welcome to my apocalypse in Fees Apply, Pampan Mountain, City A, Country Z. Shen Huai Ling shared his location, yet it failed to create a significant stir on the forum. It appears that the participants are far more intrigued by the reasons behind the advent of the apocalypse. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai ventured into the vegetable garden and orchard to gather the freshly grown produce of the day. It is anticipated that the number of travelers this week will be rather sparse. With little to occupy their time at home, Shen Huai and Xiong have been diligently experimenting with culinary delights. Shen Huai Ling has been diligently engaging in physical training, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days have swiftly passed. The anticipation surrounding the rescue has transformed into skepticism. The once vibrant and bustling city is gradually morphing into a desolate ghost town. Almost everyone remains confined within their homes, too fearful to utter a word. A hotel, which was presumed to be devoid of visitors, welcomed its first guest today. A dark green vehicle ascended the mountain, and upon entering, it quickly fell within the range of surveillance. With the arrival of the car, a considerable number of zombies began to gather outside the mountain. Shen Huai Ling squinted as he gazed into the distance. It was peculiar. Ever since his arrival on this mountain, not a single zombie had pursued him. Perhaps there was something here that instilled fear in them. Outside, the zombies roamed freely, drawn by any sound. Yet this mountain stood apart. No undead had ever set foot here, and everything remained as it had been before the apocalypse. Their group dared not let down their guard and continued to ascend along the path, eventually coming across a courtyard illuminated by lights. For safety's sake, it was prudent to remain inside the vehicle. Perhaps sensing the presence of visitors, the dogs in the yard barked exuberantly. However, upon reaching City A, the situation proved dire. Before they could even enter, 3 members had already met a tragic end, while 2 others sustained varying degrees of injury. As the captain, Li Tingyuan had not anticipated such a predicament. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Yet prior to their departure, someone had plotted against them. The map was flawed, and without such deceit, how could they have suffered casualties? After a prolonged silence, Shen Huai Ling had yet to hear the sound of knocking at the door. TSK, taking advantage, yet unwilling to pay. Shen Huai Ling donned a garment before stepping outside. May I inquire if everyone is here to stay at the inn? Her voice echoed, startling those within the vehicle. If you're not here to lodge, I kindly ask that you depart at your earliest convenience. Her tone was remarkably nonchalant, as if she were discussing a matter of no significance. Upon hearing her voice, Li Tingyuan lowered the car window. Shen Huai Ling, clad in a white dress, had scarcely lowered the car window when she heard an eerie voice exclaim, "A ghost." It's a female ghost. Shen Huai Ling, who had just been radiating joy, suddenly wore a dark expression. Is this a hotel? Li Tingyuan inquirat un sartaidi. Of course. You should have noticed as soon as you arrived on the mountain, Shen Huai Ling explained. In the midst of their frantic escape, he had paid no attention to the signage. Li Tingyuan glanced at his comrades in the vehicle, then alighted, reasoning that as long as they were human, there was nothing to fear. After all, they were armed. He followed Shen Huai inside and surveyed the villa's layout. There are 5 of us, Li Tingyuan pondered briefly before placing the money on the counter. We are 7 in total. Let's book 1 room. Chapter 13. The first batch of guests, a hotel situated on a mountainside during the apocalypse, appeared suspicious from every angle. How shall we settle the bill? Li Tingyuan asked. As he opened the payment interface on his phone, Shen Huai Ling pointed towards the points redemption station at the entrance, indicating where he needed to recharge his card. Li Tingyuan furrowed his brow, but complied nonetheless. The point station scanned Li Tingyuan's face for verification. Please place the item you wish to exchange for points, it instructed. Li Tingyuan placed his watch on the station, and in the next moment, it vanished into thin air. Congratulations, you have earned 100 points. I purchased this watch for several 100,000. Is it truly worth only 100 points? Shen Huai Ling chuckled softly. In this apocalyptic era, if you find it unworthy, you may return the card. To redeem it, one must pay twice the original price. His watch appeared in Shen Huai Ling's hand. Spatial abilities? A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Tingyuan's face. However, spatial abilities are only capable of storage. What about hers? Li Tingyuan did not dwell on it further. Confirming that the room was secure, he decided to bring the person inside first. Once everyone had gathered, Shen Huai Ling addressed the 7 individuals. 1. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the inn. Violators will be immediately eliminated. 2. No items may be taken from the inn without the manager's consent. 3. The manager retains the final authority for all interpretations. Shen Huai Ling cast a glance at Li Tingyuan. The goods redeemed with exchange points cost twice the original price. As soon as Shen Huai Ling's voice faded, a poster detailing the establishment's regulations materialized upon the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Xiong observed the newcomers as they gradually counted. Greetings, I am the assistant manager of this hotel. Feel free to approach me with any inquiries. The insignia of leadership that once adorned Xiong's chest had been replaced by a badge signifying the role of assistant manager. Shen Huai Ling lifted Xiong into his arms and said, "You may seek Xiong's assistance with any matters. Both water and electricity services are available." Shen Huai Ling added. Shen Huai Ling gently set down the teddy bear and proceeded to engage in some exercise. The bear, observing the 7 individuals before it, inquired, "We offer single rooms, double rooms, and family suites. What do you require?" Upon the sight of the bear, their worldview nearly shattered. A talking teddy bear was a profound disruption of their understanding. "What are the prices?" One of them asked. A single room, without an independent bathroom, costs 8 points per day. A double room, with an independent bathroom, costs 15 points per day. A triple room, also with an independent bathroom, costs 20 points per day. We have 2 double rooms and 1 triple room available. Li Tingyuan informed them. "Very well, esteemed guests, please follow me." The bear beckoned as it ascended to the 2nd floor. "Who will be using facial recognition for payment?" Li Tingyuan stepped forward, declaring, "I will." The bear led them into the room, stating, "The door is now open. I hope you enjoy your stay." "Wait a moment. Do you have any medication available?" Li Tingyuan inquired. The bear nodded in response. "What type of medication do you require?" Shen Huai Ling appeared at his side unexpectedly. "Anti-inflammatory medicine, alcohol, gauze, and adhesive bandages. That will be a total of 10 points. Li Tingyuan promptly processed the payment. Shen Huai Ling hastily rose to seek medicine. "Should anything else be required, one may find me on the 1st floor." Once he confirmed that everyone had received news, Xiong departed with a sense of relief. This one was far from ordinary. The guests whispered among themselves as they closed their doors. From the very entrance, an air of peculiarity permeated the atmosphere, a talking teddy bear and a point redemption counter. The technology here seemed utterly incongruous with the outside world. After assuaging the crowd's concerns, Li Tingyuan promptly stepped outside. As Shen Huai Ling was about to deliver the medicine, he happened upon Li Tingyuan, who was smoking at the entrance. Shen Huai Ling delivered the medicine upstairs. Thank you. Li Tingyuan did not elaborate further and turned to ascend the stairs. Among the remaining individuals, Zhu Qing is his fiancée, while Zhang Lei and Zhao who serve as his staunch allies. Their small team, once consisting of 10 members, has dwindled to 7. To rescue anyone in city and now seems a fanciful notion. It appears that this mission is a trap designed by someone who seeks to eliminate him at this opportunity. He has not enjoyed a proper rest for several consecutive days, managing only to take brief naps in the car, unable to lower his guard even while sleeping, perpetually ensnared in a state of heightened tension. After such an extended period, the prospect of indulging in a warm, soothing bath feels nothing short of heavenly. The group succumbed to a deep slumber, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. When Shen Huai Ling awoke, he found a first-floor sofa occupied by a multitude of individuals. They seemed to be deliberating their forthcoming actions. Shen Huai Ling harbored no interest in their plans. Her sole objective was to survive in this apocalyptic world. Lingling, good morning. What would you like for breakfast today? Milk and bread, or soy milk with fried dough sticks? Upon hearing the commotion, the person on the sofa felt a pang of hunger. The only female in the group, Zhu Qing, approached Shen Huai Ling. Hello, may I inquire if breakfast is provided here? Shen Huai Ling nodded. Of course, it's 5 points for breakfast per person. Thank you, manager. The girl smiled at Shen Huai Ling. Just tell me what you would like to eat, and my brother Huayan will take care of it. Upon hearing these words, Shen Huai Ling gazed at Shen Huai Ling with a perplexed expression. Early this morning, Shen Huai Ling had sensed an increase in the items within the space. It seemed that these individuals had discarded a considerable number of items into the points table. After breakfast, Li Tingyuan sought out Shen Huai Ling. Shopkeeper, would you be interested in discussing a collaboration with us? Shen Huai Ling felt a twinge of confusion, yet he still accompanied them to the living room. We wish to borrow your vehicle to travel to City A. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the individuals before him, smiling as he declined their request. My car is not available for loan, he stated, his words devoid of any semblance of warmth. This place is no less comfortable than your base. Shen Huai Ling observed their eyes, filled with confusion. Surely, they were not well. Perhaps they had indulged in too many plums. It was evident that life here surpassed that at the base by a considerable margin. Zhu Qing turned to Shen Huai Ling and said, We can exchange point for the right to use the car, just for a few days. We have already consulted the deputy manager. Our vehicle can be repaired in 3 days. All eyes were on Shen Huai Ling, awaiting his response. Certainly, but not for points. Instead, I propose a different exchange, the firearms you possess. What do you think of this arrangement? Li Tingyuan and Zhu Qing exchanged glances, pondering the implications. Firearms had never been drawn in this inn. How could they possibly be discovered? Though they were 7 in number, they possessed 10 guns. Parting with one was feasible, yet it must be devoid of ammunition. After all, having known each other for merely a day, it was unreasonable to expect anyone to entrust such a perilous item to a stranger's care. Shen Huai Ling discerned their intentions. Captain Li, a single firearm ought to be equipped with 5 rounds. Furthermore, your calculations appear rather astute. The peril you face on this journey is considerable, and it seems improbable that you alone could extricate anyone. There is no benefit for me. Why should I accompany you? Mission brief. Accompany Li Tingyuan to City A to rescue the besieged populace. Mission rewards, 20 allocation points, 1 crystal core extractor, and a chef. Mission failure. Forfeiture of all points. Shen Huai Ling's smile instantly froze. All points have been reset to 0. Such a thing was undoubtedly impossible. The 7 individuals had only consumed 1,000 points, and for them to be entirely wiped out was utterly inconceivable. Shen Huai Ling cleared his throat and then stated, I can assist you, but I have my own conditions. First, I must accompany you. Second, I require half of the supplies you procure. Third, those you rescue must stay at my inn for a day. Observing the hesitant expressions of the 7 individuals, Shen Huai Ling departed from the scene, unhurried. It was merely a matter of time before they would acquiesce. If they truly desired membership, they should have dispatched a helicopter rather than a mere squad of 10. Shen Huai Ling leisurely swirled the red wine in his glass. After 2 hours, it appeared that they had reached a conclusion. Li Tingyuan and Zhu Qing approached Shen Huai Ling. We can acquiesce to your request. However, we are not fully apprised of the current situation in City A. We cannot guarantee your safety, but should any danger arise, we will do our utmost to assist you. Shen Huai Ling nodded. Her safety, of course, did not require their assurance. Over the past few days, she had been engaging in physical training, and it was indeed time to venture out and test her abilities. After negotiating the terms, Shen Huai Ling turned to them and inquired, "Will the injured members of your team accompany us?" They responded that they would remain at the inn and await their return. Before Shen Huai Ling could utter a word, the injured team members burst in. "Boss, we shall accompany you." They were already wounded, and their understanding of City A was rather limited. If they proceeded recklessly, it could potentially endanger their lives. Shen Huai Ling observed the individuals as if they were on the brink of a poignant farewell. The current zombies were merely low-level creatures, albeit in greater numbers. It was far from a moment of life and death. "We can simply remain in the vehicle," one of the team members weakly suggested. "You all need to rest properly now. It would be best to avoid any strenuous activities to prevent the wounds from reopening." Shen Huai Ling silently raised her hand. "I have an RV. Perhaps we should travel with it. With 7 individuals and 2 vehicles, the maximum capacity of our own car is 12. If we intend to rescue someone, how could we possibly accommodate them? Clearly, we must take our double-decker RV for this journey." Upon hearing the news that Shen Huai Ling was about to leave, Shen Huaiyan and Xiong leaned over in front of her. "What will we do without you in this inn? Sister, can't you take us along?" The 2 little ones gazed pitifully at Shen Huai Ling. "Sister, are you going to abandon me again?" It seemed that as soon as Shen Huai Ling uttered an affirmative, the next moment he would be on the verge of despair. Xiong, what drama have you recently shown Huaiyan?" Xiong shook her head. "Dream of the Red Chamber." "Ah, no wonder. It has that Lin Daiyu vibe. If you miss me, feel free to call. I assure you, I will always be online." Initially, I thought I had prepared comprehensively for running an inn in this apocalyptic world, yet there still remains an abundance of essentials that are lacking. Shen Huai Ling has revised the establishment's regulations. 1. Fighting and brawling within the premises are strictly prohibited. Violators will be expelled immediately. 2. No items may be taken outside the establishment without the explicit permission of the manager. 3. The manager retains the ultimate authority for interpretation of all rules. 4. To redeem items, one must expend double the original price in points. Shen Huai Ling has affixed the price list at the entrance. Breakfast, 5 points, served from 7 to 9 a.m. Lunch, 10 points, served from 12 to 1 p.m. Dinner, 8 points, served from 6 to 8 p.m. Shen Huai Ling utilized 200 points to acquire a self-service vending machine, which he placed on the ground floor. Should one desire anything, they could simply procure it from a machine. After a long day of bustling about, Shen Huai Ling noticed that the 2 little ones were still gazing at him with forlorn eyes. "Huaiyan, you are a big child now. There are many tasks that Xiong cannot manage alone, and your assistance is required." "Not a chance," both the child and the bear exclaimed in unison. Shen Huai Ling quickly exhausted his persuasive arguments, yet the 2 remained impervious to his words, unyielding to both soft and hard approaches. Sharing a knowing smile, they began to tidy up, ultimately settling in for the night within the confines of the RV, shrouded in darkness. With their departure imminent the following day, Shen Huai Ling had packed numerous supplies into his portable space. For one, must always exchange points wherever they may go. He felt entirely at ease regarding the security of the mountain. Every crop was safeguarded by fences equipped with razor blades, and the entrance was monitored by a facial recognition security system. As for the animals he was raising, Shen Huai Ling pondered briefly before spending 500 points in the points supermarket to acquire a fully automated feeding system. By merely adding food in advance, he could manage their nourishment scientifically, alleviating the burden on Huaiyan and Xiong. The night wore on, the cicadas outside seemingly calling into the stillness. A new day awaited on the morrow. At 6 in the morning, he maneuvered the RV into the courtyard. Shen Huai Ling beckoned the guests to enter the vehicle. Initially, one might assume that his motorhome would be rather modest in size. However, to one's astonishment, it turned out to be as spacious as a small bedroom. Upon stepping inside, a compact yet fully equipped kitchen and bathroom came into view. Despite the limited space, all essential amenities were thoughtfully provided. The roof of the motorhome was adorned with solar panels, meticulously secured to ensure safety and prevent any accidental detachment. Thus, even while outdoors, one could enjoy a constant supply of clean energy. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Li Tingyuan and remarked, "This vehicle is rather commendable, is it not? May I inquire who will cover the points?" Chapter 15. Journey to City. This car can be rented for 200 points a day, and it includes utilities. Shen Huai Ling gently reminded, "I currently lack sufficient points. Is it still possible to exchange for them?" In the next moment, a compact points exchange terminal materialized in Shen Huai Ling's hand, a diminutive device that required 100 points. Li Tingyuan raised an eyebrow, expertly utilizing facial recognition for payment, placing the firearm and 5 rounds of ammunition atop the exchange terminal. In an instant, a notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have received 2,500 points. You now have a total of 2,510 points." At the entrance, Li Tingyuan scanned to pay for 3 days' worth of expenses, and in the following moment, the lights of the RV illuminated automatically. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the newly credited points, a smile gracing her lips. With a subtle flick of her fingers, she placed an order for a small vending machine to be set upon the table on the first floor. Should anyone require something, they may conveniently pay with facial recognition. If their points fall short, they're welcome to approach me for an exchange. The driving area seamlessly connects to the bedroom behind it. Shen Huai Ling drove the vehicle to the gas station located at the foot of the mountain. Shen Huai Ling opened the car door, ready to alight. However, Li Tingyuan in the passenger seat restrained her movement. "It's dangerous. I'll go out to refuel." In such sweltering weather, Li Tingyuan's team was clad in heavy, protective gear. Shen Huai Ling declined Li Tingyuan's kind offer. "This trivial matter, I can handle it myself." At present, the gas station was devoid of any human presence. Much like in the previous life, the zombies here exhibited a low level of threat, shunning the light of day, resulting in their scarce activity during daylight hours. Shen Huai Ling skillfully filled the car with fuel. While waiting for the refueling process, a low, distant roar echoed from afar. Shen Huai Ling sensed something amiss but feigned ignorance. Pretending that nothing had transpired, the figure approaching him appeared to be a member of the gas station staff, inexplicably infected by the zombie virus. Step by step, it advanced toward Shen Huai Ling. Just as it reached behind him, the next moment, the creature vanished into thin air. "Are you searching for me?" A playful voice chimed from behind. The zombie, upon hearing the voice, attempted to pivot and sink its teeth into its unsuspecting prey. Yet, it found itself as if nailed to the ground, utterly immobile. "Annihilate." The words escaped Shen Huai Ling's lips with clarity. In the blink of an eye, the zombie's head and torso separated. The speed was so astonishing that one could scarcely comprehend how Shen Huai Ling executed the act. In an instant, the creature lay motionless on the ground. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a small knife from the void and swiftly plunged it into the zombie's skull, cleaving it open and allowing crimson brain matter to spill forth. Shen Huai Ling discerned a minuscule, colorless particle within the recesses of his mind. Shen Huai Ling placed the items into her personal space. Shen Huai Ling tapped on the car window, and Li Tingyuan lowered it. "You drive to City A. My vehicle is equipped with an automatic navigation system, so you cannot go astray." Li Tingyuan nodded and took his place in the driver's seat. While Zhu Qing settled into the passenger seat, Shen Huai Ling cleanses the blood from her hands and takes a moment to rest in the rear compartment of the vehicle. Just moments ago, she had dispatched a zombie with an unwavering demeanor, extracting the crystal core with a chilling calmness that left everyone in silence. For a brief moment, no one dared to speak. Indeed, as one might imagine, this woman exudes an aura of terror. Shen Huai Ling ascended to the second floor, opened the window, and comfortably reclined on the armchair. Shen Huai Ling noticed a brown figure stealthily stirring on the second floor. Is that you, Xiong? Shen Huai Ling placed the chilled cola he had been holding onto the table. The brown figure indeed ceased its movement. Shen Huai Ling rose and made his way over, pulling the bear, Xiong, out from behind the curtains. How did you come to be here? Xiong awkwardly scratched his head while Shen Huai Ling gazed intently into the fiery eyes, which were fixated on the direction of the wardrobe. Shen Huai Ling approached the wardrobe, and upon opening the door, beheld a young boy concealed within. Sister, good morning. Shen Huai Ling gently massaged his temples, initially believing that since the two had not risen early that morning, he would refrain from disturbing their rest. To his surprise, they had stealthily followed him to class. When did you two arrive? The sounds emanating from the Shenhuai River captivated the attention of those below. Last night, we rested here. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the two individuals, feeling a mix of anger and amusement. The outside world had transformed. It was no longer what it once was, as it was now infested with zombies. Shen Huai Ling pointed outside and remarked, "Just now, did you witness my encounter with the zombie?" One person and a bear shook their heads in response. Shen Huai inquired, "What is a zombie?" It refers to individuals who, due to a viral infection, have undergone a mutation, losing all semblance of humanity. They now bite indiscriminately and possess severely diminished eyesight. Upon hearing Shen Huai Ling's description, Shen Huai's complexion paled slightly. He had encountered such a situation before. Sister, are they not the Baitong? Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. Thus, it is indeed perilous here. Xiong hastily rushed over and grasped Shen Huai Ling's hand. Ling, please take us along. We promise to behave and not wander off. Xiong nudged Shen Huai, who was still in a daze. Speak up, and in. Shen Huai regained his composure. Sister, I assure you, we have already ventured far. It is too late to have second thoughts now. Shen Huai Ling noticed the displeasure on Shen Huai's face and gently nudged Xiong. Shen Huai Ling retrieved 2 large watermelons from the space. Please take these watermelons outside and share them with everyone. I have matters to discuss with Huai, he instructed. Xiong nodded, grasping 1 watermelon in each hand as he made his way out. The sight of Xiong surprised everyone. Little one, what brings you here? Did the boss give you permission? They inquired, playfully pinching his ears. Of course, Xiong replied, his ears twitching in delight. Ling, allow me to divide the melons for you. A few glanced at one another, hesitating to partake, as they had not brought many supplies this time and preferred to conserve their points. In an instant, Xiong's hands transformed into a knife, swiftly slicing the 2 large watermelons into numerous pieces. These watermelons do not cost any points, he thoughtfully announced. Xiong then proceeded to distribute the watermelon slices below. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Shen Huai and inquired, Huai, is there something you wish to convey to me? Shen Huai's complexion turned pale. Sister, what is wrong? It seemed that Shen Huai was reluctant to divulge anything. Despite her typically carefree demeanor, she could not help but sense the unease emanating from Shen Huai. Sister, if I were to transform into a zombie like those outside, would you abandon me? This question regarding Shen Huai has been posed countless times, yet it continues to be reiterated for confirmation. Shen Huai Ling gently cradled Shen Huai in his arms. No, for you are my family. I shall never forsake you. Shen Huai Ling gently whispered in Shen Huai's ear, and I'm already aware of your situation. Chapter 16. The Apocalypse's Zero-Cost Shopping. Shen Huai seemed to recall something, his face paling as he sank to the ground. I am not a monster. I truly am not a monster. Sister, he murmured softly, his body trembling slightly, his eyes revealing profound fear and concern. He clutched the hem of his garment tightly, as if seeking solace and security. His heart raced, and his breathing became increasingly labored. In the next moment, Shen Huai embraced Shen Huai Ling tightly. Anin, this is not your fault. You are innocent. As time slipped away, it felt as though the entire world had succumbed to slumber. At last, Shen Huai gradually loosened his grip, his body still quivering. Then, he gently rested his chin on Shen Huai Ling's shoulder, as if he had found a sanctuary to lean upon. Sister, what did you find out? I knew the moment I saw you. It was imperative to clarify this matter with Shen Huai. Otherwise, as time passed, it would become a thorn embedded in his heart, inevitably leading him down a path of despair. Sister, are Are you not afraid of me? Shen Huai voiced the question that haunted his heart. How could I be? Since you call me sister, I shall protect you for a lifetime. Should anyone wish to harm you, I will stand in front of you. Shen Huai Ling gazed earnestly at Shen Huai and said, possessing certain extraordinary abilities is not peculiar. It is our duty to wield these powers to safeguard those we cherish. The clouds of worry that lingered in Shen Huai's heart dissipated in an instant, and his eyes sparkled with joy as he gazed at Shen Huai Ling's sister. Thank you. I understand now, and I shall always protect you. Shen Huai considered this merely a jest between the two of them, yet he etched these words into his memory. With the air cleared, Shen Huai Ling gazed at Shen Huai, his previous awkwardness dissipating, and smiled. Shall we descend and see where we currently stand? Shen Huai nodded, properly placing the staircase for descent before making his way down. And then, enjoy the watermelon. As soon as he arrived below, his hand was filled with a slice of watermelon by Xiong. What did you discuss with Ling Ling just now? Xiong inquired, chewing and spitting out seeds while gazing at the fruit. Of course, I was pleading for us to stay. Did Ling Ling agree? Naturally. But we cannot leave the RV. We must remain within. Very well then. Sighing, Xiong lamented. Life is arduous. Xiong, what ill intentions could there be? Merely a desire to venture out and play. Before reaching City A, a census of the survivors within the city had been conducted. However, this data was 3 days old, and the current population remains uncertain. Li Tingyuan parked the vehicle at the entrance of the largest mall in City A. He retrieved the information, noting that 30 individuals had previously sought refuge here. As for the current situation inside, Li Tingyuan was not entirely informed. The mall consists of 3 levels. The first floor houses electronics, the second floor is dedicated to clothing, and the third floor features a supermarket. Shen Huai Ling gazed upon the shopping mall, overwhelmed by a profound sense of nostalgia, as if the world had irrevocably changed around him. Shen Huai Ling instructed Shen Huai and Xiong to temporarily remain in the RV. 2 injured individuals and a team member were also accommodated within the vehicle, ready to respond should any danger arise. Shen Huai Ling removed his sunglasses, revealing an atmosphere of eeriness within the shopping mall. Li Tingyuan and Zhu Qing, along with their group, were about to enter when Shen Huai shook his head. Do you not find this mall rather peculiar? Logically, zombies exhibit a certain aversion to light, which is why our journey has been relatively smooth, encountering only a few scattered undead. Yet, the entire mall is shrouded in darkness. Is there truly anyone inside? Shen Huai Ling expressed his doubts. Zhang Lei and Zhao Hu exchanged glances before stepping inside. The interior was dimly lit, with only a handful of zombies aimlessly wandering about. Shen Huai Ling followed behind Li Tingyuan and Zhu Qing. Zhang Lei and Zhao Hu swiftly dealt with 5 or 6 zombies, promptly snapping their necks. Shen Huai Ling swiftly extracted the crystalline cores from their minds with a small knife. Shen Huai Ling observed them and gestured for them to explore on their own. Although the group felt somewhat uneasy, they acquiesced to Shen Huai Ling's request, for a person capable of effortlessly annihilating zombies hardly required their protection. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the electrical appliances on the first floor, promptly tossing everything portable into his personal space. Even the display vehicle positioned at the front entrance was placed within his realm. Upon turning around, he encountered the complex expressions of Zhu Qing and Li Tingyuan. He distinctly remembered that the store manager was not destitute. Why, then, did he leave no trace in every location he visited? Shen Huai Ling smiled wryly and waved his hand in resignation. The 3 were happily communicating through sign language when suddenly, a zombie materialized behind Shen Huai Ling. Li Tingyuan was poised to act, but in the next moment, like the previous zombie, its head abruptly detached from its neck, splattering blood upon Shen Huai Ling's face. Shen Huai Ling immediately crouched down to excavate the crystal core. The 2 individuals suppressed their nausea, as Shen Huai Ling before them appeared more terrifying than a zombie. On the first floor, only Shen Huai Ling was hoarding supplies everywhere. Shen Huai Ling observed the stillness of those around him and decided to ascend to the second floor. The upper level primarily offered garments, and it was evident that the number of zombies there far exceeded those on the ground floor. The group endeavored to minimize any noise, lest they attract the attention of the undead. It appeared that Zhang Lei possessed spatial abilities, and Shen Huai Ling followed them into a store. Inside, they encountered a sales clerk transformed into a zombie, still clad in her work uniform, though half of her face had been devoured, rendering her visage grotesque. She emitted a series of rasping sounds from her throat. Shen Huai Ling gradually tossed the items from the shelf into the void. The zombie seemed to sense something amiss. Its entire being began to carefully discern the source of the sounds. In the next moment, just like the previous zombie, its head separated from its body. Shen Huai Ling and Zhang Lei hastened the pace of their stockpiling. As soon as they had finished acquiring everything from the store, Zhang Lei stepped outside, uttering words that remained a mystery. Shen Huai Ling sensed their gazes briefly directed towards her, yet this did not diminish the fervor with which she continued her task. Not only the garments, but nearly every item of value was thoroughly plundered by Shen Huai Ling. Zhu Qing approached her side and produced several crystal cores, evidently freshly harvested by Zhu Qing and her companions. Having transitioned from skepticism to understanding, Zhu Qing now stood in solidarity with Shen Huai Ling. She gestured toward the garments in Shen Huai Ling's grasp, then pointed to the crystal cores in her own hands. Shen Huai Ling comprehended Zhu Qing's intention. It was merely a matter of resource exchange. Shen Huai Ling made an okay gesture. The group worked in perfect harmony. Shen Huai Ling was in charge of the zero-cost purchase, while the others kept a vigilant watch on the movements of the zombies. Should any unrest arise, they would immediately strike and sever the crystal core. Chapter 17. Betrayal. The five of them were frantically stockpiling supplies. Suddenly, a stone crashed down beside their feet, the noise drawing the attention of the zombies. Run! In an instant, all the surrounding zombies rushed toward them, the stench of decay growing increasingly oppressive. At that moment, disregarding everything else, the five sprinted towards the third floor. However, the escalator to the third floor was obstructed. The zombies were closing in, and the ammunition in the handgun was dwindling. Shen Huai Ling wielded a tang knife, aiming for the head of the nearest zombie, slicing through it as effortlessly as one would cut a watermelon, each strike claiming another. Alas, this approach was unsustainable. The number of zombies on the second floor was escalating. It remained uncertain whether this path would lead to salvation. Shen Huai Ling gritted his teeth and instantaneously transported Li Tingyuan and Zhu Qing to the third floor. Just moments ago, engaged in battle against the zombies, Zhu Qing and Li Tingyuan were momentarily taken aback before swiftly rushing to the railing to strike downwards. Shen Huai Ling's mind resonated with a sudden throb, a wave of pain coursing through. Shen Huai Ling suppressed the metallic sweetness rising in his throat and swiftly transported himself below, bringing Zhang Lei and Zhao Hu, who were left with no retreat, up with him. Unable to endure any longer, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Shen Huai Ling's lips. Zhu Qing immediately rushed over, and, as Shen Huai Ling intended to smile reassuringly at them, a wave of dizziness washed over him in the next moment. Shen Huai Ling blinked and, upon awakening, discovered himself resting upon Zhu Qing's lap. Noticing Shen Huai Ling had regained consciousness, Zhu Qing smiled warmly and immediately enveloped him in an embrace. He had just saved them all. Had it not been for a timely intervention, they might have faced utter annihilation. As Shen Huai Ling stirred, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the others. Zhao, who brought water to Shen Huai Ling's lips, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. Had it not been for your bravery, we would have surely met our demise. How about this? Dear shopkeeper, may I inquire your name? Let us forge a brotherhood." Shen Huai Ling couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing those words. "Do you not know my name?" Shen Huai Ling glanced at the crowd with a look of confusion, but everyone shook their heads in response. "Oh, my apologies. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Shen Huai Ling. What is the current situation?" he inquired directly. Zhang Lei pointed to the nearby survivors, stating, "It is they who have sabotaged the electrical system. This ensures that the zombies cannot ascend in the elevators. As all escape routes have been obstructed, even the entrance to the escalators has been blocked. So what are we to do now?" Shen Huai Ling's words trailed off as Zhao, who, visibly frustrated, interjected, "It's a catastrophic start. We came here with good intentions to rescue them, and we nearly lost our lives in the process." Shen Huai Ling gazed at the group, which appear to consist of 6 or 7 individuals. What the zombies on the 3rd floor? They had all been vanquished by them. Shen Huai Ling lingered for a while longer, and when the time felt right, he rose slowly and deliberately. Yet, a lingering dizziness still clouded his mind. The 3rd floor housed a supermarket. The likelihood of survival here seemed significantly elevated. When shall we depart from this place? Shen Huai Ling asked, his hands clasped behind his back like an elderly gentleman. Once you are ready, Li Tingyuan replied, momentarily taken aback before responding. Shen Huai Ling raised an eyebrow, signaling that it was time to commence their task. He produced 4 burlap sacks from seemingly nowhere and handed one to each of Zhu Qing, Li Tingyuan, Zhang Lei, and Zhao Hu. Place all the supplies into these sacks. I shall carry them out together later. As for the provisions, there is no need for meticulous selection. I will ensure equitable distribution once we are outside. Nodding in agreement, the 5 individuals swiftly divided into 2 groups to execute their plan. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, an urgent commotion ensued. What exactly do you intend to do? Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? Boomed a coarse male voice. A gun was instantly aimed at his head. If you wish to leave alive, it would be prudent to refrain from further remarks. Upon seeing the weapon, the man immediately deflated, realizing he was no match for these individuals. A bespectacled man with fox-like eyes approached Shen Huai Ling. May I offer my assistance? I believe I can be of help, despite his current disheveled state. The man's striking features still commanded attention. Thank you, Shen Huai Ling replied, promptly placing a burlap sack into the man's hands. Take all of this: toilet paper, shampoo, body wash, facial cleanser, lip balm, skincare products, everything. Within a brief span of half an hour, the store was stripped bare, with even the fruits not spared from their thorough collection. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the rotten apples nestled within Zhao Hu's pocket. Why, if they were all spoiled, did he still carry them? This sight elicited a mix of anger and amusement in Shen Huai Ling. Lingling, you mentioned that there was no need for meticulous selection. Zhao Hu retorted, yet I never suggested that you should forego the selection process altogether. Hurry, remove the spoiled fruit, she instructed. Zhao Hu, displeased, began to sift through the apples, with Zhang Lei joining him to assist. The remaining survivors observed their actions with resentment in their eyes, yet chose to remain silent. Shen Huai Ling then noticed the survivors in the shopping mall. There were only 3 girls, while the remaining 5 were all men. Observing their positions among these 8 individuals, there was a couple, a burly man and a rather scrawny-looking fellow accompanied by a woman. The man who had just initiated conversation seemed to have 2 students trailing behind him. It was intriguing. One could only wonder which group had just thrown stones. Hello, I am Si Chen, the man approached. Shen Huai Ling, she replied. Greetings, I am the proprietor of a hotel in this post-apocalyptic world. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out, he smiled. Are you not with the military district? He inquired. I'm not affiliated with the military. At that moment, Zhu Qing and Li Tingyuan gathered the group to discuss their escape plan. We will shatter the windows and secure a grappling hook. A vehicle is waiting for us below. This is the 3rd floor. If we jump down, we might end up crippled, one man retorted irritably. Though they had considered this method, breaking the windows would create too much noise and attract the attention of zombies. The scrawny man, Luo Junquan, had shifty eyes. Why don't we wait for a suitable lady to escort us down safely? Zhang Lei and Zhao Hu immediately positioned themselves in front of Shen Huai Ling. Li Tingyuan's expression turned serious. She was not from the military and bore no obligation to ensure their safety. Everyone had witnessed Shen Huai Ling's earlier condition. After teleporting twice, she was now at her limit. With so many people, her body could hardly withstand it. Tao, do you have any medicine to restore mental energy? Of course, Lingling. However, it is quite expensive. You can exchange 2,000 points for 5 allocation points. That's exorbitant. Shen Huai Ling silently lamented. Please note, after using this, you cannot utilize mental power for 24 hours, Tao cautioned warmly. And what happens if I do? Shen Huai Ling asked nonchalantly. You would become a fool. Chapter 18. Murder with Gritted Teeth. Shen Huai Ling exchanged for 5 points of mental energy. Name, Shen Huai Ling. Stamina, 70 intelligence, 70 mental energy, 65 Lingling. Do not overexert yourself. With this mental energy, you cannot possibly carry them all. For the first time, Cao Dao's words were directed towards her well-being rather than prioritizing the survivors. Why is it permissible to save you, yet not us? Is this not a double standard? The man's emotions escalated as he placed Shen Huai Ling on a moral pedestal, attempting to compel her to lead them to safety. Shen Huai Ling tilted his head and softly uttered, spatial folding, blood mist. To outsiders, it appeared no different from usual. However, only Luo Junquan comprehended the gravity of the situation. He was rendered immobile. A living being, before the eyes of many, erupted into a spectacle akin to fireworks. Under the gaze of the crowd, the individual's body swelled suddenly, as if filled with an immense force. In the next instant, a deafening explosion resonated, and his form disintegrated, scattering countless fragments in all directions. Vivid crimson flesh rained down like droplets, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of blood that pervaded the air. Those nearby were splattered with blood, their expressions twisted in horror as they beheld the gruesome scene, struggling to believe their own eyes. The body had been shattered into innumerable pieces, each bearing a grotesque visage and contorted limbs. The gory remnants lay strewn across the ground, painting a macabre tableau. Who claimed I intended to save anyone? Of course, it was merely an act. A person had died right before their eyes. The woman hiding behind the tattooed man emitted a sharp, piercing cry. The man swiftly slapped her, exclaiming, "Shut up, you wretched woman. Do you wish to feed the zombies?" Initially, one might have thought their bond was of great significance. Alas, it seems it was not so profound after all. Let us proceed as you suggested. Shen Huai Ling's voice shattered the stillness. I have no desire to linger in this wretched place any longer. Shen Huai Ling retrieved 2 electric cutting knives from his backpack and handed them to Zhang Lei and Zhao Hu in front of him. You two should cut open the window. Although it may create some noise, there shouldn't be too many zombies. Zhang Lei and Zhao Hu hurriedly took action, while Si Chen approached Shen Huai Ling's side. After much hesitation, he spoke, "Can my sister go first?" Si Chen pulled his sister closer, and Shen Huai Ling observed the young high school girl before him, noticing that she bore a striking resemblance to the man beside her, sharing 4 or 5 features in common. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly, indicating that it was necessary for them to communicate with the others, as he was not the one in charge here. Si Chen cast a glance before departing with 2 high school students. Zhang Lei and Zhao Hu swiftly placed the glass on the ground, securing it with ropes. One by one, they descended. Zhang Lei and Zhao Hu went first, dispatching the few zombies that were swaying under the sun, while the RV awaited below. On the road, there were approximately 4 or 5 zombies, which the two effortlessly dealt with, swiftly severing their heads. Shen Huai Ling secured the rope before descending. Alas, life is fraught with challenges. As the survivors gradually leapt down, Shen Huai Ling crouched on the ground, extracting the crystal core from the depths of his mind. The scene was undeniably peculiar. Yet no one dared to utter a word. Shen Huai Ling was the first to step inside the camper van. Shen Huai Ling removed her blood-stained garments and proceeded to the bathroom for a cleansing shower. Lying upon her bed, she succumbed to a deep slumber. When Shen Huai Ling awoke once more, she beheld the sun nearly descending beyond the horizon. A solitary figure and a bear stood vigil at her bedside, eagerly awaiting her awakening. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the scene outside, his voice slightly hoarse. "What time is it now?" Shen Huai picked up his phone. It was almost 7 o'clock. "Where are we now?" Shen Huai Ling inquired. "We are still in City A. They moved to the next location just as you fell asleep." Shen Huai Ling acknowledged with a nod. Having already demonstrated his formidable prowess, the others remained huddled on the ground floor, none daring to ascend. Xiong brought a cup of water to his lips, urging him to drink more warm water for a swift recovery. Shen Huai Ling smiled gently, taking a small sip to soothe her throat. Where did all this knowledge come from? Shen Huai Ling rose to his feet and made his way to the first floor. Indeed, the motorhome was now occupied by several unfamiliar faces. Shen Huai Ling lowered the partition. "Li Tingyuan, find a place to park the car. Nightfall is imminent." Li Tingyuan nodded in agreement and, adhering to Shen Huai Ling's instructions, maneuvered the vehicle to a secure location. Shen Huai Ling ensured that all the windows of the vehicle were securely closed, drawing the curtains tightly shut. This evening, there would be no excursions, no lifting of the curtains. Upon finishing his statement, An air of silence enveloped the space, with no dissenting voices to be heard. A hint of trepidation crept into the gazes of all present, directed towards the youth standing behind Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling found a place to sit down. I've yet to introduce myself to everyone. Hello, I am Shen Huai Ling, the proprietor of an apocalyptic inn. Should you require any supplies, feel free to approach me. All transactions must be conducted through the exchange of points. Shen Huai Ling placed a small exchange station on the table. Everyone could simply place their orders at the adjacent self-service counter for whatever they desired. Shen Huai Ling and Xiong Xiong exchanged a few quiet words, after which Xiong Xiong stepped forward to provide a demonstration for everyone. Shen Huai Ling gently opened the partition and murmured, "Thank you." Zhu Qing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and did not decline. "The innermost room on the second floor is mine. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable in the other areas." Shen Huai Ling rose to his feet and ascended the staircase to the second floor. Shen Huai guarded Shen Huai Ling as if he were protecting a precious treasure, never leaving his side. "I am perfectly fine, truly." Shen Huai nodded. "I am aware that my sister is incredibly capable and will undoubtedly be fine." Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai were startled, as they sat in the room watching a horror film on the projector. It was precisely at the moment when the door creaked open. Shen Huai slowly rose to his feet, inhaling deeply, his expression grave as he opened the door. "Phew! Thankfully it is a person." Upon seeing Zhu Qing, she inquired, "May I ask if you have any clothing here?" Shen Huai Ling rose to his feet and walked out. Is there anything else you require?" As he observed Shen Huai standing behind him, Zhu Qing gently leaned in. Chapter 19. Shen Huai's Revenge. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a set of women's clothing and several feminine items from the space, placing them gently into Zhu Qing's hands. Shen Huai Ling placed the brown sugar into Zhu Qing's hands, suggesting she drink a cup of brown sugar water before sleeping. "All right," she replied. "Thank you, manager. I wonder how many points these are." Shen Huai Ling gazed at the pile of items in his hands, totaling 50 points. Zhu Qing promptly completed the payment via facial recognition and departed with the goods. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Zhu Qing's figure. It was a rare sight, a healing ability. The rapid recovery of her own body clearly indicated that someone had utilized their supernatural power to rescue her. At this moment, Shen Huai Ling accessed the points supermarket, and indeed, the greater the number of individuals, the higher the consumption. With a dozen people present, there were already 2,000 points accumulated. Finally, he could open the long-desired system to see if he could upgrade his RV. Each option was exceedingly enticing. Currently, Shen Huai Ling possessed a total of 2,800 points. The RV automatic repair system required 3,000 points. The RV attack system also required 3,000 points. The RV infrared sensing system, which predicts dangers within a radius of 500 meters, demanded 5,000 points, and the RV independent water and electricity system was priced at 2,000 points. Shen Huai Ling surveyed the surroundings and found that only the RV's water and electricity system was within his means to afford. Shen Huai Ling promptly placed an order for a recreational vehicle equipped with an independent water and electricity system, as the current environment is exceedingly perilous, thereby eliminating the need to venture out in search of water sources. Moreover, this vehicle operates on a hybrid power system, utilizing both electricity and fuel. If that is the case, would it not render refueling unnecessary? The order has been successfully completed. In the next moment, subtle changes seemed to occur within the confines of the vehicle, yet they vanished in the blink of an eye. Shen Huai Ling recalled the jade pendant in space and took it out. Could this jade pendant, akin to those in apocalyptic novels, conceal a hidden space within, safeguarded by secrets? Shen Huai Ling pricked her finger with a sterilized needle, allowing her blood to drip onto her jade pendant. After a considerable period, the pendant remained unresponsive. "Foolish Lingling," she mused. "This pendant is not meant to be used in such a manner. You should attempt to explore it with your spiritual energy." As soon as Shen Huai Ling exerted his mental power, a sharp pain coursed through him. It had been stated that he should refrain from using his mental abilities within a span of 24 hours. Yet, why was he compelled to do so? Tao felt a pang of guilt. I simply forgot. The sky gradually darkened, and the zombies began to stir. Groups of them roamed outside, searching for their final meal. The city had fallen into a profound silence. Shen Huai Ling lay on the bed, cradling Xiong, while Shen Huai spread out a mat on the floor of the room. "Sister, are you asleep?" Shen Huai whispered. "Not yet. What's the matter?" Huai replied. "Do not be afraid. Both Xiong and I are here with you." Shen Huai Ling remained silent. His concern did not stem from a fear for his own safety, but rather from a deep anxiety for his sister's well-being. Shen Huai Ling believed she had merely taken a nap, yet the reality was far graver. She had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. "What has happened to my sister?" Shen Huai inquired, his voice low, brow furrowed, and a hint of gravity lacing his tone. His eyes brimmed with unease, as if something had slipped beyond his control, an unfamiliar sensation for him. "Is there anyone who can elucidate what transpired within moments ago?" Tenderly, Shen Huai adjusted the blanket for Shen Huai Ling before descending the stairs. A taciturn youth, he garnered little attention from others. "Allow me to reiterate what exactly occurred in the mall." An overpowering pressure enveloped everyone in the vehicle, rendering them breathless. The youth appeared nonchalant, as though he were untouched by the unfolding drama. "If anything befalls my sister, you shall all meet your demise here." A flamboyantly adorned woman, cowering behind a tattooed giant named Yang Yinyan, stammered it was to save them. She gestured toward Zhang Lei and Zhao Hu. The youth tilted his head, casting an innocent glance at Zhang Lei and Zhao Hu. "Then please do share." Zhang Lei and Zhao Hu recounted the entire sequence of events to Shen Huai, well articulated. A faint smile graced the youth's face. Xiong leaned closer to Shen Huai's ear, whispering, they did not intend to harm Lingling. The true instigator is the one who threw the object." Xiong stood with hands on hips behind Shen Huai, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantaneously. "Step closer," Shen Huai instructed, gesturing towards Yang Yinyan. Reluctantly, she approached him. "Can you identify the one who threw the object?" Yang Yinyan's gaze flickered, her finger timidly pointing at the tattooed man. "Thank you." A glimmer of panic flashed in the tattooed man's eyes. "Speak up. You were all aware when I discarded that item," he exclaimed. "Was it not a collective decision we reached?" At this revelation, the countenances of those present paled, including Zhang Lei and Zhao Hu, who looked perturbed. Given that someone had already perished due to loose lips in the mall, it would be unwise for military personnel like them to delve further into the matter. It seemed all present bore some culpability. A young couple huddled silently in the corner, afraid to speak, while Si Chen adjusted his glasses, observing this mindless spectacle. "My siblings and I were completely unaware of this." Shen Huai's fingers gently tapped on the table, lost in contemplation. Li Tingyuan parked the car and joined Zhu Qing inside. "Huai, I shall provide both you and your sister with an explanation. I apologize, but I do not place my trust in you." Shen Huai seemed to have recalled something amusing. "The weather today is truly delightful." Shen Huai strode towards the burly man, who promptly drew a knife from his pocket and lunged at him. Shen Huai deftly sidestepped the attack, extending his right hand to seize the man's wrist. With a vigorous twist, a sharp crack resonated as the man's wrist succumbed, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. The man let out a pained scream, attempting to strike Shen Huai's face with his left hand. However, Shen Huai effortlessly evaded the blow and delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. Doubling over in agony, the man clutched his stomach. Shen Huai seized the opportunity to grasp his hair, forcefully driving his head against the ground. Blood poured from the brute's nose and mouth as he struggled to rise. Yet Shen Huai's assault showed no signs of abating. Shen Huai pressed his knee against the back of the burly man, forcing him down onto the ground. Then, he placed his foot firmly upon the man's hand, exerting a crushing pressure. The sound of bones cracking echoed, accompanied by the man's anguished cries, which grew increasingly harrowing. Shen Huai deftly disarmed him, knocking the knife from his grasp, and stripped him of all his possessions. He opened the car door and, dragging the imposing figure lying on the ground, made his way towards a shadowy locale. Shen Huai discarded the person into the horde of zombies as one would dispose of refuse. Shortly thereafter, anguished cries echoed from within. Such an action took everyone by surprise. "Huai, this is not right." Zhu Qing stepped forward. "My patience is wearing thin. if my sister does not awaken soon. I cannot guarantee the survival of anyone among these people. Chapter 20. The maternal zombie. All eyes were fixed upon the seemingly youthful boy, appearing no more than 15 or 16. His countenance was calm, and his gaze bore an unsettling maturity and composure that belied his age. It was evident to all that Shen Huai was not jesting. Xiong regarded this unfamiliar side of Shen Huai, but ultimately chose to stand resolutely behind him. Anan speaks the truth. Shen Huai gently patted Xiong's ear. I can save her. Zhu Qing gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Shen Huai Ling had initially set out to rescue them, yet now she had succumbed to a deep unconsciousness. Shen Huai cast a glance at her before ascending the stairs. Zhu Qing revealed her extraordinary ability to Shen Huai. With a calm demeanor, Zhu Qing slowly sliced open her wrist, the crimson blood trickling down her arm. A vibrant emerald energy enveloped her wrist, gradually mending the wound. Shen Huai grasped Zhu Qing's arm, urging her, then save her. Xiong was tasked with meticulously cleaning all the bloodstains from the RV below. Shen Huailing's complexion had significantly improved. It was only then that Zhu Qing descended. Li Tingyuan inquired briefly before proceeding to the next rescue point. According to Shen Huailing, tonight would be a peaceful night. The following morning, Shen Huai awakened early, his demeanor markedly brighter than before. Shen Huai retrieved the ingredients from the space and distributed them between himself and Xiong. Shen Huailing gazed down at the crowd below and inquired, "Where shall we go today?" "Today, we shall await the survivors in the heart of the city. We issued a notice yesterday, inviting those who are able to join us here. This location currently presents the least activity from the undead. The RV is parked in the most conspicuous spot." Shen Huailing glanced outside, where only 2 or 3 zombies were wandering aimlessly. Shen Huailing's brows arched slightly, her gaze revealing a hint of approval. The surroundings here instilled a sense of satisfaction within him. He opened the car door and stepped out with a steady and resolute demeanor. Shen Huailing moved with swift decisiveness, drawing a Tang Dao from behind her, its blade glinting with a chilling light. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung the sword toward the zombie, decapitating it in an instant, its head rolling to the ground. She crouched down, expertly using the blade to extract the zombie's crystal core, which she then placed in her pocket. Shen Huai also stepped outside, observing Shen Huailing's movements with a blink of his eyes. Although Shen Huailing was aware of Shen Huai's identity as the Zombie King, he opted to keep him safely inside the RV to avoid any potential exposure. Shen Huailing poured water over the crystal nucleus to cleanse it thoroughly, then retrieved several prepared chickens from his backpack and placed them into Shen Huai's hands. Shen Huailing, wielding a Tang Dao, proceeded towards the nearest apothecary. It appeared to be a modest establishment, with but a solitary zombie lurking within. After deftly dispatching the zombies, Shen Huailing skillfully extracted the crystal cores. Every medication in the pharmacy, regardless of its type, was collected into her spatial storage. Initially, when stockpiling supplies, she could only acquire over-the-counter medications. But now she was able to take some prescription drugs as well. While she busied herself with the gathering of medicine, a rustling sound caught her attention from behind. She turned to see a baby, its entire body mottled with shades of blue and purple, crawling on the ground as if gnawing on something. Shen Huailing turned around, and behind a lengthy umbilical cord was a maternal figure. No wonder this place was sparsely populated. It turned out that a more advanced type of zombie had emerged. Shen Huailing quietly concealed herself. The infant zombie, crouched on the ground, voraciously gnawed at the remains of a recently slain corpse, leaving nothing but a mere skeleton in its wake. Shen Huailing beheld the visage of the infant, whose mouth was filled with sharp teeth and whose gaze was shrouded in a misty gray. After devouring the corpse, it hastily burrowed back into the belly. Shen Huailing was struck by a profound sense of revulsion upon witnessing the scene. The diminutive zombie had emerged from its mother's womb. Silence enveloped the surroundings as the zombie gradually departed from the pharmacy, meandering into the vicinity. Upon witnessing their departure, Shen Huailing hastily quickened his movements. The pharmacy was modest in size, and he soon completed the task at hand. Shen Huailing sought out Li Tingyuan. "I have discovered a pharmacy nearby. and the second floor appears to be a storage area. Shall we collaborate? We could split the profits 60-40. Before Li Tingyuan could respond, a voice emerged from behind. Manager Shen, I am willing to partner with you, came the voice of Si Chen. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Si Chen in silence. Regarding yesterday's incident, I was indeed abrupt. I have yet to demonstrate my sincerity to Manager Shen. Si Chen extended his hands, a surge of violet electricity crackling through the air. Certainly, but I have not finished speaking. I just encountered a mother and child zombie on the first floor. Shen Huai Ling recounted to them what he had just witnessed. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Si Chen and inquired, do you still wish to collaborate? Naturally, the corners of Si Chen's mouth curved upward evermore. Then let us discuss the matter of resource allocation. I shall take 50%, while the two of you will share the remaining 50%, Shen Huai Ling stated. Si Chen shook his head and replied, I do not require resources. I desire merely an opportunity to remain at the inn. Shen Huai Ling softly remarked, these supplies are insufficient. No worries, there is still one more day tomorrow. Shen Huai Ling turned to Li Tingyuan and proposed, let us divide the spoils. With 6 parts for you and 4 for me. That is not agreeable. A 50-50 split would be more suitable. Then I have one condition. I desire the crystal core from the mother and child zombies. Agreed. In that case, I shall accompany you. Zhu Qing interjected from the side. Shen Huai Ling shook his head, insisting, no, you should rest properly in the RV. Then I will accompany you, Shen Huai declared, having appeared behind him without notice. Shen Huai Ling shook his head, declaring that it was too perilous outside. Be good and add some more noodles and vegetables to the soup. He coaxed Shen Huai away. As one might a child. The onlookers regarded Shen Huai Ling with a hint of distortion in their gazes, as if there was some misunderstanding at play. Just yesterday, at the last rescue point, Shen Huai had nearly vanquished the zombies, presenting a stark contrast to his current docile demeanor. Shen Huai Ling sensed that something was amiss. Yet he still clung tightly to the endeavor. Shen Huai Ling, Si Chen, Li Tingyuan, and Zhao Hu proceeded to the pharmacy. The first floor of the establishment was devoid of any customers, yet it was equipped with an elevator. Shen Huai Ling pressed the elevator button, fearing that the sound would draw the attention of the approaching zombie. Shen Huai Ling pressed the elevator button, and with a chime, the 4 individuals attentively observed the conditions within. The elevator doors gradually opened, revealing Chapter 21, Discovering Survivors. Fortunately, nothing untoward had transpired. The quartet entered the elevator and ascended to the second floor, where the doors opened to unveil a storeroom brimming with pharmaceuticals. Initially anticipating the presence of zombies on the second floor, they were taken aback to find none at all. A sense of unease enveloped them, yet silence prevailed. Shen Huai Ling distributed a sack to each individual, and they proceeded to skillfully fill their bags. Though the ground floor of the pharmacy was modest in size, the second floor offered a substantial space for the storage of medications. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the grand wooden medicine cabinet, and in the blink of an eye, it was transported into his space. Both Western and traditional Chinese medicines were gathered, including ginseng, astragalus, and angelica. Almost everything visible was stowed away as Shen Huai Ling placed all items into his space. There was another room, and Zhao Hu pushed the door, but it did not yield. The group gathered at the doorway, and Li Tingyuan tentatively knocked on the door. We are here for rescue. Is anyone inside? The door creaked open slightly, revealing a modest room with 2 or 3 individuals. Upon seeing rescuers, the 3 people immediately stood up. After a brief exchange, the 4 led the others out of the place. The sound of the elevator indeed attracted the attention of the zombies. Upon reaching the first floor, where there had been no zombies moments before, now 2 or 3 were rushing towards the elevator. Si Chen positioned himself protectively in front of Shen Huai Ling, who swiftly retrieved a knife from his space and tossed it to him. With a swift motion, the zombie's head rolled to the ground. These foes posed little challenge, lacking awareness, and were quickly dispatched. Just then, a pregnant female zombie appeared at the pharmacy's entrance. Her face was already decomposed, and her long, wavy brown hair hinted at her former beauty before the outbreak. A baby crawled out from her abdomen, racing towards the group. Si Chen unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the infant, which emitted a piercing scream. This is bad. It will draw the zombies, Shen Huai Ling murmured. Zhao Hu rushed over and restrained the tiny zombie. As the infant opened its mouth to bite Zhao Hu's hand, he swung his fist, obliterating the baby's head, brain matter splattering everywhere. The lifeless infant lay still, and the woman collapsed to the ground as well. Zhao Hu picked up the crystal core from the floor, and everyone hurried outside. The surrounding zombies, alerted by the commotion, rushed towards them. Li Tingyuan, Zhao Hu, and Si Chen took up positions on the outside, while Shen Huai Ling and the survivors remained within. They all sprinted towards the RV. Just as they approached, a short-haired girl stumbled and fell. In the next moment, zombies surrounded her, an ever-growing horde crashing towards her. Zombies gnawed at her flesh, their attention fully diverted to her. Seizing the opportunity, the group scrambled onto the RV. Everything unfolded perfectly, and all eyes were on the girl as she was engulfed by the zombies. Zhao Hu placed the acquired crystal core before Shen Huai Ling. "Thank you," Shen Huai Ling said softly. Si Chen leaned in. "Does this count as sincerity?" Si Chen did not disappoint Shen Huai Ling's expectations. Alongside Shen Huai Ling, Si Chen, Zhang Lei, and Zhao Hu scoured the surrounding stores once more. This mountain seemed forgotten by the apocalypse, eerily silent, devoid of any zombie incursions. Shen Huaiyan and Xiong Xiong attended to the guests checking in, while Si Chen approached Shen Huai Ling. "Have my questions been answered?" Si Chen inquired persistently. He shook his head, having closely observed the interactions between Shen Huai Ling and Li Tingyuan throughout the journey. The military base was not necessarily stable at present. It could very well be embroiled in internal strife. "I can allow you to stay, but you must continue to collaborate with me in a city tomorrow. Are you willing?" Shen Huai Ling stated forthrightly. "I am willing. But what about my sister?" Si Chen asked tentatively. "She may remain here. Congratulations, Lingling, on activating Guardian mode. Are you still crying out in fear of the zombies chasing you? Are you still worried about the siege of the undead? Fear not, for the Guardian shall ensure your safety." A contract materialized before Si Chen. "You have one day to ponder this decision," he remarked, examining the document. Shen Huai Ling glanced at the two high school students behind Si Chen and said, "Please come with me. Shen Huai Ling has opened a family suite. Should there be any needs, feel free to reach out to me, whether it be Xiong Xiong or Huaiyan." Once Shen Huai Ling had conveyed this, he departed from the premises. The contract that had just been signed materialized in duplicate in Shen Huai Ling's hands. This contract represents a lifelong commitment. Once executed, Si Chen's fate would essentially rest in Shen Huai Ling's hands. Such a decision undoubtedly warrants careful contemplation. There were approximately 30 guests residing in the hotel, accumulating a total of 5,000 points. The following morning, Shen Huai Ling, Si Chen, Li Tingyuan, Zhu Qing, Zhang Lei, and Zhao Hu set off early. It was indeed time for Li Tingyuan's vehicle to undergo some necessary repairs. Shen Huai Ling entrusted everything in the shop to Shen Huaiyan and Xiong Xiong. As Shen Huaiyan entered, he immediately closed his eyes to rest, while Si Chen appeared to be on the verge of speaking, yet hesitated. "You may choose not to sign the contract. That decision lies solely with you. Alternatively, you could opt to remain as a guest in the inn indefinitely." Ultimately, Si Chen remained silent. Today marked our final day in City A, and our mission was one of chance rescue. We would venture only to locations abundant in supplies, hoping to bring back any survivors we might find. No objections were raised by anyone. This expedition, ostensibly for rescue, was more accurately a means of stockpiling resources. The six of us made our way directly to the largest shopping mall, where the concentration of zombies was at its peak. Chapter 22. Re-entering City A in the sweltering heat of over 40 degrees, we wrapped ourselves tightly, resembling dumplings, leaving only our eyes exposed. Shen Huai Ling, adhering to tradition, took a burlap sack for himself, endeavoring to avoid alarming the zombies. Shen Huai Ling stealthily entered a snack shop where only a lone zombie lingered. She swiftly secured the door. In an instant, the zombie's head was severed, and Shen Huai Ling expertly extracted the crystal core. She collected every snack from the counter, even emptying the stock within the cabinets. The group moved cautiously, striving to make not a single sound. Gradually, the entire first floor was cleared of goods, all of which were stored in their spatial compartments. The second floor was predominantly filled with clothing, summer attire, undergarments, winter garments, a myriad of types, while others remained indifferent. Only Shen Huai Ling comprehended that the current inclement weather was merely the beginning. A severe drought in March would soon give way to an extended, bitter winter. Shen Huai Ling and Si Chen remained on the second floor, while the others ascended to the third floor's supermarket to stock up on supplies. Si Chen tossed items into a burlap sack, whereas Shen Huai Ling placed them into a dimensional space, accumulating approximately 10,000 articles of clothing. Shen Huai Ling and Si Chen leisurely ascended to the third floor, where the fruits, vegetables, and meats had long succumbed to a state of decay. After Shen Huai Ling discarded several burlap sacks into the void, he thoughtfully provided new ones. The goods on the third floor had been completely plundered. It seemed that within the shopping mall, there were no survivors. Otherwise, it was perplexing that not a single soul had been seen thus far. As for the fourth floor of the mall, it was best left untouched, as it housed merely dining establishments, devoid of any essential supplies. Upon their arrival, the group parked directly on the first underground level, with their vehicle's entrance facing the elevator. Now, they ascended in the elevator toward the lower level. The sound of the ascending elevator was bound to attract attention. Zhao, who seized a porcelain item and at the moment the elevator arrived, hurled it toward the opposite side. The zombies, predictably, rushed towards the direction of the flower pot. After dispatching the undead, they promptly pressed the button to descend to the basement level. As the elevator doors opened, Shen Huai Ling swiftly teleported into the RV, opening the door for everyone to board safely. The zombies, alerted by the commotion, quickly surrounded the RV. The group feigned ignorance, firmly closing the doors and drawing the curtains, pretending as if they had seen nothing. Remaining in this state, the group began to play poker. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sounds of zombies outside finally ceased. Shen Huai Ling curiously drew back the curtains, revealing bloodstains smeared across the windows of the RV, casting an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. Shen Huai Ling nonetheless drew the curtains closed. "Captain Li, the price has doubled," Shen Huai Ling remarked with a sense of disillusionment. "No problem," came the reply. This vehicle of Shen Huai Ling's was far superior to his own. Despite the passage of time, it had only sustained minor damages. Shen Huai Ling silently activated the self-repair function of the motorhome. It seemed there were sounds coming from outside. Si Chen remarked. Shen Huai Ling spotted an individual standing outside the window. Zhu Qing rose swiftly to open the door, pulling the person inside with urgency. It was a man clad in an exquisite suit. Upon seeing Zhu Qing's attire, he inquired, "You are the ones here to provide assistance, are you not?" Hope gleamed in his eyes. "I just heard commotion from your direction, which prompted my arrival. Fortunately, I made it in time." Zhang Lei and Zhao, who exchanged a few words with him before preparing to escort him away. "Wait, my girlfriend is still in the car," he implored. "Where is she?" Zhu Qing asked. The man pointed towards the vehicle ahead, where Zhang Lei was seated at the wheel. "Please, go and rescue her. We are quite affluent. I can offer you anything you desire. I beg you to save her." Li Tingyuan cast a glance at him, then opened the door and stepped outside. Meanwhile, Shen Huai Ling retrieved some tea leaves from the space and brewed a pot. The man immediately pointed at Shen Huai Ling and demanded, "Pour me a cup of tea." Shen Huai Ling gazed at the little princess before him. As the proprietor of an establishment catering to the post-apocalyptic era, I assure you that my tea is not served without merit. I must evaluate your status. This cup of tea costs 10 points. The little princess remarked, "Are you not affiliated with the military district? Why must you be so meticulous about a mere cup of tea?" "They are, but I am not." Shen Huai Ling poured himself a cup of tea and began to sip leisurely. He casually shared some with his companions, Si Chen, Zhu Qing, Li Tingyuan, Zhang Lei, and Zhao Hu, leaving only these two without a drink. "Do you know who my parents are? My father is the mayor of City, and my mother is the owner of a conglomerate." Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. "So what?" The little princess seemed to have never encountered someone like him before. She took a wad of money from her backpack and tossed it onto Shen Huai Ling's face. Shen Huai Ling tilted his head to gaze at her, and in that fleeting moment, he felt as though the very air around him had been siphoned away, nearly suffocating him. "This is my domain now. You would do well to adhere to my rules." The young princess staggered to her feet, her resolve unwavering despite her precarious state. "Do you still wish to take my life? Will the military not intervene?" she shouted from within the confines of the carriage, while the man beside her cowered in silence, too intimidated to speak. Shen Huai Ling was overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate the source of trouble to spare others from harm. As soon as Shen Huai Ling's words fell, Zhu Qing approached. "You would do well to cooperate with her actions. Should any misfortune arise, we shall not be held responsible." Noticing the lack of attention from those around her, the young princess turned to the man beside her and kicked him twice. Reluctantly, he picked up the money scattered on the ground and placed it upon the points exchange counter. Over 30,000 Longwu coins were worth merely a single point. Shen Huai Ling observed the two individuals, initially assuming them to be affluent ladies, only to discover they were impoverished souls. It proved to be rather uninteresting, a futile expenditure of words. "Shen Huai Ling, our next destination is the library, from whence we received a distress signal. You may opt not to accompany us, as the library does not fall within our provisions." Shen Huai Ling ultimately decided to follow, yet she opted to each him behind, under the pretext of having him observe the two individuals. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether these two would attempt to flee in their vehicle. This library, the largest in City A, may have been relatively deserted during the weekday hours coinciding with the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Upon entering, Shen Huai Ling and his companions were immediately met with a gruesome sight. Blood was strewn across the floor, indicative of a fierce battle that had ensued. Strangely, however, there were very few zombies in the vicinity. It appeared that this library housed creatures of a caliber akin to the mother and child zombies. Tasked with the mission of rescue, Shen Huai Ling swiftly cast all the books into the spatial realm, recognizing that this was a prime age for reading for Huayan. The burdens of learning, naturally, must also be endured. Chapter 23. The giant zombie. The library was eerily quiet as Li Tingyuan and his group searched for any surviving souls. Meanwhile, Shen Huai Ling continued his task of packing books. The others were somewhat perplexed by Shen Huai Ling's actions, yet they tacitly accepted his endeavors. Suddenly, a book fell from an unknown source, prompting 3 or 4 zombies to rush toward it. However, given the commotion, the remaining group paid little mind, engrossed in their own tasks. After a couple of minutes, a colossal zombie descended from the upper floor, towering at 3 meters, equivalent to the height of a story. The zombies surrounding it were instantly crushed beneath its weight. The giant zombie moved with excruciating slowness, ambling about the first floor as a pool of crimson began to accumulate beneath it. It became evident why there were so few zombies in the library. They had all been flattened. The giant zombie's gaze fell upon a few individuals, and it lethargically raised its hand to strike at the nearest Zhang Lei. Sensing the impending danger, Zhang Lei swiftly darted to the side, exclaiming, "This is bad. It can see me." Zhao Hu immediately unleashed his abilities, targeting the zombie's leg. Previously, Zhao Hu could obliterate a zombie's head with a single punch, yet this time, he only managed to graze its surface. Grasping a knife, Zhao Hu fiercely thrust it into the leg, summoning all his strength to finally create a wound. In retaliation, the zombie swatted Zhao Hu aside with a single swipe. Shen Huai Ling sought to vanquish the colossal zombie with his extraordinary abilities, yet he could only confine it firmly in place. Li Tingyuan unleashed his fire-based powers, which instantly engulfed the zombie's thigh. In the blink of an eye, a leg was severed from the monstrous creature, unable to maintain its standing posture. The giant zombie collapsed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble momentarily. A deep, rasping sound emanated from its throat as its hands continued to claw forward, seemingly intent on devouring everyone in sight. Li Tingyuan fired several rounds at the creature's head, ultimately silencing its breath. Shen Huai Ling approached the head of the zombie, wielding a tang knife to cleave it open. Donning a disposable glove, he reached into the brain of the undead creature and extracted the crystal core. The core was of the same size as that of the mother and child zombies, yet its hue diverged, while the mother and child's core was white. This one appeared to be gray. Shen Huai Ling meticulously organized the items and departed from the library, ensuring that not a single book was left behind. Accompanied by the survivors, she left this place. The gains from this endeavor were considerable, having rescued nearly 40 individuals. Congratulations to Ling Ling on the successful completion of the mission to assist the besieged survivors in City A alongside Li Tingyuan. Mission rewards: 20 distribution points, 1 crystal core extractor, and a chef. A familiar knocking echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Huai Ling opened the door. The chef has been assigned. Please take note of your receipt. Greetings, Ling Ling. I am your dedicated chef. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the holographic projection, feeling as if the world had transformed into a realm of fantasy. Are you certain you can reach the spatula? Shen Huai Ling inquired uncertainly. I apologize. I forgot to materialize. In an instant, the chef before him transitioned from a holographic image into a robotic entity. Greetings, Ling Ling. My production number is 1421968. Shen Huai Ling gazed at him and remarked here, you shall prepare 3 meals a day, and for the remainder of the time, you are free. Would you like to adopt a new name? In an instant, the robot's eyes transformed into heart shapes, signifying its excitement. What about calling you Chio? The robot nodded in agreement. The Chio robot was round and plump, exuding an irresistible charm. Shen Huai Ling brought Chio into the kitchen, where Shen Huaiyan and Xiong were present. This is Chio, the chef I found. Xiong, with tears and snot streaming down, rushed to Shen Huai Ling's side, exclaiming, Ling Ling, do you no longer want me in Anan? Of course not, replied Shen Huai Ling. I simply wish to lighten your burdens a little. Shen Huai Ling approached and gently stroked Shen Huaiyan's head. Make sure to get along well. Manager Shen, I have something to discuss with you, Li Tingyuan said as he walked over. Shen Huai Ling offered a few words of advice before taking his leave as well. Shen Huai Ling led Li Tingyuan and his companions into the study. Before long, Xiong dutifully arrived with a pot of tea. Shen Huai Ling gently patted Xiong's head. Be a good one. Your assistance is not required here. Please step outside for a moment. We have matters to discuss. Captain Li, your vehicle will not be repaired until the day after tomorrow, but you may rest here until then. Li Tingyuan and his companions placed the crystalline cores they had collected over the past few days upon the table. Manager Shen, perhaps you could consider evaluating these. Shen Huai Ling retrieved the points exchange platform from a void and placed the crystal cores upon it. Each crystal core was worth 100 points. Shen Huai Ling counted the quantity of crystal cores. Are all these crystal cores for me? He inquired, directing his gaze towards several individuals. Li Tingyuan nodded in affirmation. Although the purpose of these crystal cores remained uncertain for now, Shen Huai Ling's desire for them surely indicated their value. There were approximately 50 crystal cores on the table. Once the transaction was made, there would be no returns. Li Tingyuan nodded again. Shall these crystal cores be evenly divided amongst you? Or shall they all be allocated to a single individual S account? Each person will receive 500, while the remainder will be credited to the Captain S account. Now that this matter is settled, it is my turn. Shen Huai Ling retrieved supplies from her personal space: food, appliances, clothing, medicine, and books. It seemed time to discuss the distribution of these resources. Li Tingyuan surveyed the multitude of items that surrounded them, pondering the extent of Zhang Lei's spatial storage capabilities. Shen Huai Ling casually inquired, prompting a moment of silence as everyone exchanged glances. The size of a space ability user S storage was a closely guarded secret. With such a vast quantity of supplies, Captain Li would likely find it challenging to transport them all. Shen Huai Ling recalled something and spoke. This supply should also be shared with one more person. Who? Ziyi-chen. Please wait for me a moment. I will go fetch Ziyi-chen. Have you thought this through? Ziyi-chen glanced towards the door, where Shen Huai Ling stood. Li Tingyuan, they will depart the day after tomorrow. So you have one more day to deliberate. Shen Huai Ling led Ziyi-chen into the study. Now that everyone was present, the allocation of supplies required reevaluation. We only need food and medicine. We shall require none of the rest, Captain Li Tingyuan stated. Captain Li, do you intend to distribute the supplies in such a manner? Shen Huai Ling inquired directly. This, I fear it, may not be appropriate. We should take half of the food and medicine, Li Tingyuan elucidated. No. Both Ziyi-chen and Shen Huai Ling responded in unison. Chapter 24. Crystal Core Purification Solution. Shen Huai Ling stated directly. Since Ziyi-chen is with us, why not each concede a little? Ziyi-chen is certainly no ordinary individual. He will undoubtedly become a formidable character in the future. Li Tingyuan hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The group then began to allocate the supplies, which filled half the room, including a considerable amount belonging to Si Chen. Shen Huai Ling stored the other items into her portable space, intending to tidy up slowly after they had all departed. Wait a moment, Manager Shen, Li Tingyuan called out to Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling directly declined. I apologize, but I believe it is better for us to maintain a cooperative relationship. Shen Huai Ling reclined comfortably on the expansive bed, feeling utterly exhausted after the grueling days that had nearly worn him to a frazzle. Shen Huai Ling allocated all 20 of his distribution points to mental strength. After several days of intense training, his physical stamina has significantly increased as well. Name: Shen Huai Ling Stamina, 75 Intelligence, 70 Mental Strength. 85. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a crystal nucleus extractor from her spatial compartment and placed a crystal nucleus inside the device. After a minute, a layer of liquid emerged in the beaker below. Shen Huai Ling consumed the liquid in one swift motion, and in an instant, he felt a significant enhancement in his mental prowess. Stamina, 75, Intelligence, 70, Mental Strength, 90. Shen Huai Ling placed the crystal cores of the mother and child zombies into the extractor, which yielded a pale blue liquid. Upon consuming it, Shen Huai Ling felt a transformation within, as his speed appeared to have significantly increased. Stamina, 85, Intelligence, 70, Mental Strength, 100. Tao, what is the maximum attribute enhancement? Shen Huai Ling inquired. The upper limits for stamina and intelligence are both 100, while mental strength can reach 150, Tao replied thoughtfully. Shen Huai Ling collected the colossal zombie crystal cores, now possessing over 70 of them in his possession. Shen Huai Ling meticulously purified and extracted all the crystal nuclei, pouring them into a small vial. Should an excessive intake occur all at once, the risk of a catastrophic demise would be inevitable. At dawn the following day, Shen Huai Ling arose. Upon entering the kitchen, Shen Huai Ling was greeted by the sight of Qiu busily engaged in an overwhelming flurry of activity. Ling, do say something. How is it that we must prepare meals for nearly 90 people so early in the morning? Shen Huai Ling found the scene quite amusing. Allow me to assist you. You should take a moment to rest and kindly wake up Xiong and Huayan. Upon hearing this, Qiu darted away in a flash. Shen Huai Ling casually grabbed a bun and took a bite. It was rather delightful. By around 7 o'clock, everyone gradually rose, and the task of serving breakfast was subsequently accomplished. Shen Huai Ling felt a chill under their scrutinizing gaze and beckoned the 3 individuals to approach. Shen Huai Ling affixed a black bow tie around the neck of the bear, declaring, "This is a gift I have prepared for you." The bear embraced Shen Huai Ling affectionately. "I adore you, Ling. Sister, what about mine?" Shen Huai Ling placed a glass of juice into Shen Huayan's hands. Under her watchful gaze, Shen Huayan drank the juice in one swift motion. Instantly, a surge of energy coursed through his body. "Thank you, sister." "It's nothing," she replied. "I have prepared a special gift for you. I will tell you more tomorrow." Qiu shyly stepped forward. "What about me?" Shen Huai Ling retrieved a hairband from her space and tied it around Qiu's head, securing it with a bow. Qiu's eyes transformed into hearts. "All right, who would like to accompany me for a stroll?" Meanwhile, Xiong was outside the villa, working on a car, while Qiu remained inside. Shen Huayan and Shen Huai Ling ventured outside to observe the growth of the crops. Shen Huai Ling drove with Shen Huayan towards the back mountains. The system's reward was bountiful. The sorghum and wheat had reached maturity. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huayan retrieved their tools from the vehicle and commenced their agricultural labor, taking advantage of the nearby machinery still processing the grains. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huayan plucked all the fruit nearby, having neglected to visit for several days, allowing the fruit to ripen abundantly. Grapes, watermelons, strawberries. They filled 2 large baskets to the brim before finally taking their leave. Shen Huai Ling also gathered 20 to 30 large watermelons and placed them in the trunk. It has only been a few days since his last visit, yet it feels as though both the weeds and crops have grown at an astonishing pace. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huayan have harvested a considerable amount of weeds. Soon, they will feed the chickens and sheep by combining the weeds with cornmeal. Shen Huai Ling placed the prepared grains into the storage space and set the freshly ground cornmeal in the trunk, driving up the mountain. With clear division of labor, Shen Huai tended to the chickens, ducks, and geese, while he attended to the sheep and cattle. Shen Huai chopped the weeds in his backpack into small pieces and placed them in the automatic feeder, mixing in a generous amount of chicken feed to save himself the trouble of feeding them manually. Shen Huai entered the chicken coop and carefully selected all the eggs laid throughout the day. The operations in the duck and goose pens proceeded in the same manner as before. Shen Huai Ling checked the numbers of chickens, ducks, and geese. In the few days he had been absent, their numbers had increased once more. Shen Huai could not comprehend that, although he was aware of his family's wealth. He had never imagined that even the habitats of animals were equipped with air conditioning and a 24-hour circulating air system. After Shen Huai finished his tasks, he noticed Shen Huai Ling standing by the car, carrying 3 large buckets of milk. Upon seeing Shen Huai Ling set down what he was holding and cheerfully waved at him, exclaiming, I'm over here." Shen Huai was unaware that a faint smile graced the corners of his lips. It is still refreshing inside the car. Although the fans are running, the heat outside has intensified, with temperatures nearing 40 degrees. Shen Huai Ling glanced at the weather and suggested that they should come at dawn from now on, as the days were becoming increasingly warm. "How is the preparation progressing?" he inquired. "It will be ready shortly. Just give me 5 more minutes," came the reply. Xiong assisted Shen Huai and Shen Huai Ling in transporting the freshly picked vegetables and fruits to the kitchen. Qiuqiu's knife seemed to dance with fervor. There is simply too much to accomplish. It is utterly unmanageable. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai, upon witnessing the state of Qiuqiu, immediately joined the fray. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai were responsible for preparing the ingredients, while Qiuqiu took on the role of the chef. The trio engaged in lively banter, rendering the task far from tedious. At precisely 11 o'clock, the meal commenced. Adorned with a tall chef's hat, Qiuqiu stood proudly in front of the dishes. Only those who had paid with points were permitted to partake in the feast. After redeeming their points, each individual could collect a meal tray and proceed to the front for a self-service serving. This arrangement certainly alleviated some of the burden. Items within the kitchen were not allowed to be taken outside and could only be consumed within the dining hall. Chapter 25. The Arrival of Si Chen. Upon finishing the meal, participants were to place their trays directly into the dishwasher and sterilization unit. Shen Huai Ling sat in the dining hall, pondering the unbearable intensity of the agricultural labor if it were to persist at today's level. A fleeting thought crossed his mind about perhaps seeking 2 additional workers. "What kind of food is this?" someone shouted loudly in the dining hall. Shen Huai Ling observed that the woman bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar. She seemed to be the daughter of the former mayor of City A. A rather distasteful realization washed over him, prompting him to unceremoniously spill the contents of his plate onto the floor. Shen Huai Ling approached, inquiring, "Is there a problem with the meal? It is rather unpalatable." The woman's voice faltered slightly. Upon seeing Shen Huai Ling, a flicker of fear gripped her heart, recalling how she had nearly brought about her demise. However, with so many witnesses present, she certainly dared not act out in front of the crowd. "What would you like to eat?" Shen Huai Ling's tone remained neutral, betraying no hint of emotion. Given the scarcity of resources, it was disheartening to witness her waste food so recklessly. Noticing Shen Huai Ling's apparent willingness to discuss the matter, the woman replied, "I would like a steak, medium rare." Meanwhile, Li Tingyuan, who had come for a meal, quickly interjected, "I apologize, Manager Shen. She did not intend for this to happen. We will compensate for this dish." Shen Huai Ling sat across from him, releasing his mental energy. Previously, one could only discern Shen Huai Ling's formidable strength, but the extent remained a mystery. In that instant, everyone in the cafeteria felt the air grow alarmingly thin, as if the very oxygen were on the verge of depletion. "Is this all?" Shen Huai Ling lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. "Director Shen, what is it that you desire?" Shen Huai Ling spoke slowly. "That will depend on Captain Li's sincerity. If I perceive Captain Li's genuine intent, then all matters can be discussed. However, if I do not, this may very well be the last time you see her." Unfortunately, she had broken the rules. Zhang Lei and Zhao, who were eager to take action, but Zhu Qing intervened. Shen Huai Ling had saved them, and even if they were to engage in a confrontation, victory would be beyond their reach, especially with Shen Huai behind them. Zhu Qing stepped forward. As for the supplies upstairs, we shall concede one more portion. Shen Huai Ling tilted his head to gaze at Li Tingyuan, inquiring if Captain Li concurred. Li Tingyuan nodded in affirmation. Instantly, everyone felt a significant sense of relief. Witnessing the sincerity of all present, everything became amenable to discussion. Shen Huai pointed to the spilled food on the ground, reminding them to clean it up. Shen Huai Ling took her seat. Oh, by the way, let me add that the cafeteria forbids her from stepping any further. If there are any further issues, I shall not consider anyone's face. Shen Huai Ling picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork made by Qiu Qiu. Delicious. Shen Huai Ling gave Qiu Qiu a thumbs up. As a chef who drew inspiration from the culinary excellence of renowned chefs before the apocalypse, how could Qiu Qiu's dishes possibly be anything less than exquisite? Si Chen glanced over at the scene, seemingly having made a resolution. Shen Huai opened the door, allowing him to enter. Have you made your decision? Si Chen nodded. He had been closely observing Shen Huai Ling and Li Tingyuan's movements over the past few days. In terms of capability and financial resources, it was evident that Li Tingyuan and his group only triumphed in numbers. Si Chen nodded again, expressing his willingness to remain here. As Shen Huai Ling took hold of the contract, let me reiterate, if you are sure, then place a drop of your blood upon this contract. This will signify the completion of the agreement, but it also means you are selling your life to me. Our fates are intertwined. If I live, you live. If I die, you die. Si Chen gently sliced open the tip of his finger with a knife, allowing a single drop of blood to fall upon the contract. The pact was sealed. There would be no retreat. A surge of power coursed from Si Chen's extremities towards his heart, enveloping it in a potent force. The control panel of Shen Huai Ling displayed a section dedicated to the guard, adorned with a chibi illustration of Si Chen, accompanied by pertinent information regarding him. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Si Chen and began, I have a few matters to discuss with you. Our hotel has recently opened, and apart from these 2 days, it will not be particularly busy at other times. It primarily involves some agricultural tasks and cleaning the guest rooms. Si Chen nodded in acknowledgement. You and your sister will have your meals and accommodation covered. If you require anything, feel free to inform me directly. You will earn 300 points per month, while your sister will receive 100 points monthly. Shen Huai Ling handed a pass to Si Chen, instructing him to have his sister carry it, thereby eliminating the need to unlock the door for her upon entering or exiting the hotel. Si Chen nodded and, in a tentative tone, inquired, May I bring another person? Referring to the student who accompanied his sister, he confirmed, Yes, it's him. You may, but you must clarify the nature of their relationship, was the response. Si Chen felt a surge of anger at this point. He had been diligently attending class when he received a call from his homeroom teacher. Having lost his parents at a young age, he and his sister, Si Yishua, relied on each other for support. To his dismay, he discovered that his sister had skipped school to go on a date with a male classmate. Si Chen incessantly called his sister, who hesitated for a long time before finally revealing their location in a shopping mall. Upon arriving, he was taken aback to encounter a horde of zombies. Shen Huai Ling comprehended the ins and outs of the situation and nodded. In truth, this lad is not a bad person. He is merely a classmate and not my sister's boyfriend. Shen Huai Ling pondered for a moment and said, He may also stay, earning 100 points per month, just like your sister. Shen Huai Ling pulled out another name tag, intending to give it to that young man. What was his name? Gong Gongju. Let him learn to cook alongside Qiu Qiu. One last question. What was your previous occupation? Shen Huai Ling inquired directly. Shen Huai Ling nodded and permitted him to depart. Shen Huai Ling, filled with joy, descended the stairs with the intention of slicing some fruit to enjoy. Shen Huai Ling selected a watermelon, sliced it in half, and nestled into the sofa with it. Li Tingyuan approached her. Manager Shen, shall we discuss a transaction? Shen Huai Ling gazed at him, inquiring about the nature of the transaction he wished to discuss. Shen Huai Ling nodded, inquiring what one wished to purchase. Rice, flour, compressed biscuits. These items are quite similar to those procured in a marketplace. Shen Huai Ling smiled lightly, indicating that while you wish to procure my supplies, your points are rather insufficient. Chapter 26. Visitors from a military district tomorrow. Representatives from the military district will arrive with crystal cores. Should you require a certain quantity, feel free to inform me. Food can be arranged, yet medication is non-negotiable. This is Shen Huai Ling's firm stance. Understood, we require 500 pounds each of rice and flour, along with some other provisions. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Li Tingyuan and inquired, do you require vegetables and fruits? Li Tingyuan nodded in affirmation but questioned, what are the charges for them? Shen Huai Ling presented the fruits. Apples were priced at 5 points each, grapes at 5 points per bunch, peaches at 5 points each, and watermelons at 15 points each. Li Tingyuan interrupted Shen Huai Ling, stating, very well, please pack them according to a total of 1,000 points. Shen Huai Ling contentedly pondered that collaborating with the base was indeed an excellent resource. Shen Huai Ling tossed an apple to Li Tingyuan, assuring them that everything would be ready for tonight. Shen Huai Ling has dug into a watermelon. Through several days of observation, Shen Huai Ling has discerned that the prices of this points redemption machine are rather unstable. The criteria for evaluating the same item vary. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the same ring. A young woman exchanged merely 30 points, while two elderly gentlemen traded a substantial 100 points. Li Tingyuan comprende Shen Huai Ling's implication. The future remains uncertain, and perhaps even more formidable zombies may emerge. Shen Huai Ling glanced at the time. It was still early, allowing for a brief respite. Shen Huai Ling knocked on Si Chen's door. This evening, along with your sister and Kong Tsongyu, we have matters to attend to, and it would be a good opportunity for you to acclimate to life in the hotel ahead of time. Shen Huai Ling conveyed the messages left by Si Chen, Si Yishue, and Kong Tsongyu to Shen Huaiyan and the others. They were rather indifferent to the newcomers, thinking that more people would simply mean more assistance. By evening, Shen Huai Ling, accompanied by a few individuals, drove up the mountain. The children went to pick fruits while he and Si Chen gathered vegetables, leaving Xiong to guard the inn. This was a lifestyle that Kong Tsongyu and Si Yishue had never experienced before. The five of them worked efficiently and soon collected everything they needed. The children from the city were encountering the joy of farm labor for the very first time. Whether they were truly happy remains uncertain. Nonetheless, Shen Huai Ling was quite pleased. Sister Lingling, have you always lived here? Si Yishue inquired. Shen Huai Ling shook his head and replied, no. I only recently moved in with my younger brother. This place is truly wonderful. I absolutely adore it here. Shen Huai Ling remained silent, savoring the refreshing evening breeze. The following morning, he was roused by the thunderous sound of helicopters outside his window. All the supplies had been meticulously prepared and were stacked in the living room. By the time Shen Huai Ling descended the stairs, 2 military trucks were already stationed outside his door. Li Tingyuan approached with his team, and Shen Huai Ling had everything ready. Li Tingyuan placed 13 crystal cores into Shen Huai Ling's hands, each one intact. The rest of the group departed in the military trucks. Some individuals wished to stay, but the cost here was nearly 40 points per day. Having escaped from turmoil, they simply did not possess enough resources to exchange for points. This was merely an inn, a transient refuge. Perhaps the military base would prove advantageous, and everyone consoled themselves with such thoughts. Manager Shen, we shall have the opportunity to collaborate again. Certainly, they assured one another as they lined up to undergo inspections at the base. Those with abilities received preferential treatment, classified into A and B tiers. An A-tier individual was allotted a private room, while B-tier individuals shared accommodations. Currently, there were relatively few endowed individuals. Some small teams would petition higher authorities for placement in a villa. This arrangement fostered camaraderie and bolstered trust among them. As for ordinary individuals devoid of abilities, they were relegated to the most arduous tasks within the base, and even their meals were far from satisfactory. In the face of the apocalypse, resources remained paramount. Li Tingyuan organized everything and proceeded to report to the commander, detailing the mission. In his report, he downplayed Shen Huai Ling's presence, emphasizing that their relationship was merely one of collaboration. Moreover, the military was not as tranquil as it appeared. The commander exhibited little surprise regarding the dangers encountered by Li Tingyuan, who concealed the fact that he had been set up. He already knew the identity of the perpetrator, and it was likely that even the commander was involved. Perhaps the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Over the past month and a half, several individuals had inadvertently stumbled upon this inn. After depleting their points over a few days, Shen Huai Ling contacted Li Tingyuan to arrange their departure. Life was relatively comfortable, yet Tao Dao did not entirely approve of this course of action. She wished for Shen Huai Ling to retain the guests. However, this was an inn, not a survivor-s base. The weather was growing increasingly hot, with morning temperatures reaching 40 degrees. Such harsh conditions prompted questions about their duration. Si Chen gazed out the window and remarked. Since learning that Si Chen was a university professor, Shen Huai Ling had placed the books he procured from the bookstore in the study, allowing him to tutor 3 individuals. Why study in the apocalypse? Si Ishu lamented, her voice filled with anguish. Si Chen playfully flicked her forehead. How could you not study? Do you wish to venture out and battle zombies? Shen Huai obediently sat at the table, engrossed in his book. His sister had once advised him that he must not fall into the abyss of illiteracy. Shen Huai is undoubtedly the most obedient child among the 3. Shen Huai exhibits an astonishing learning pace. In merely a month and a half, he has completed 6 years of elementary curriculum. Si Chen is exceedingly pleased with Shen Huai. Had it not been for the cataclysm, he would undoubtedly have recruited such a remarkable student for his research endeavors. Shen Huai Ling consented to allow Kong Tsongyu and Si Ishue to remain, and another consideration was Shen Huai, who, being still quite young, needed peers around him, as the environment is a significant influence on one's development. Chapter 27. Shen Huai's identity exposed. The command center of the military district is comprised of 3 factions. However, it is evident that the Commander-S family currently holds the predominant power. A shadow has always loomed behind the commander, and anyone who dares to defy his will face his dire consequences. It is more accurate to say that rather than the shadow serving the commander is serving the shadow. Qi Shao entered Li Tingyuan's chamber. Commander, they have made their move against you. This statement was unequivocal. Qi Shao and Li Tingyuan had grown up together. It appears that waiting any longer is not an option. As the sun rose the following day, everything had already transformed into a different visage. Shen Huai Ling received a message from Li Tingyuan, inquiring whether she would be willing to sell them some food. Li Tingyuan indicated that they would be returning to City A, allowing her to prepare the items for their arrival. Recently, with some leisure time on her hands, Shen Huai Ling cultivated a rice field on the back mountain. She soaked the purchased rice seeds in preparation, intending to transplant the tender sprouts into the field once they emerged. While Si Chen and others planted the rice, Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai installed the protective fence. Once everything was completed, the security of the back mountain was automatically upgraded, revealing a large iron gate that required facial recognition for entry. The group had long grown accustomed to such occurrences, believing it to be yet another manifestation of Shen Huai Ling's extraordinary abilities. Shen Huai Ling summoned everyone outside, ready to commence their tasks. Since no one else had arrived, they divided into 2 groups. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai took charge of inspecting the poultry, while Si Chen and his companions ventured forth to gather fruits and tend to the vegetable garden. Once their baskets were brimming, they would seek out Shen Huai Ling and the others for assistance. Before Shen Huai could utter a word, Shen Huai Ling placed the basket into his hands. The meals have been delightful these days, and the chicken coop is now bustling with an abundance of animals. The chicks scurry about, following their mother hen. Shen Huai Ling picked up the eggs while attentively watching her feet, anxious about stepping on the little chicks. Shen Huai Ling entered the barn to begin milking the cows, occasionally interrupted by the gentle nuzzles of playful calves. The piglets and calves on this farm were all delivered by her skilled hands. During the birth of one particular calf, complications arose, and it was Shen Huai Ling who, with great care, assisted in bringing the calf into the world. The first being the calf ever laid eyes upon was none other than Shen Huai Ling herself. Perhaps it is the identity of the first person they encounter that fosters such a bond. Each time she visits, the calf approaches her with unmistakable affection. Shen Huai Ling placed the bucket below, squeezed it with considerable force, and then buried his head within the milk to drink. Shen Huai Ling did not drive them away. After all, with so many cattle, a little indulgence in drinking was of no consequence. He picked up another bucket and began to collect. The pigs, indeed, were remarkably prolific, giving birth to 12 offspring at once. Initially, he thought that pastoral life would be quite delightful, but now he was nearly numb to it. Shen Huai Ling glanced at the growth of the pigs. Perhaps he should add a feast tonight. His eyes glimmered with a predatory gleam, as if searching for a fortunate candidate. At this moment, his spatial abilities came into play. Shen Huai Ling selected a piglet around 5 or 6 months old. In an instant, the pig became immobile. Shen Huai Ling bound the pig and brought it to the slaughterhouse at the back. There, he drained the pig's blood, while from a distance, he could hear the voices of Si Chen and the others. Shen Huai Ling hastily opened the door, brandishing a cleaver as he rushed outside. "Come help me, Sister Lingling. I will assist you." It was still little Schwerer with her sweet words. "Are you truly not afraid?" Shen Huai Ling's demeanor seemed less that of a pig butcher and more akin to someone intent on committing a crime. Upon hearing Shen Huai Ling praise Si Ishue, Shen Huaiyan promptly handed the basket to Kong Tsungyu. "Sister, I shall help you too." The task of collecting eggs, both chicken and duck, then fell to Kong Tsungyu. "Shall we showcase your extraordinary abilities?" Shen Huai Ling looked at Si Chen with eager anticipation, believing that his lightning abilities would make it quite convenient to singe the pig's hair. Si Chen, perplexed, directed his powers at the pig, yet there was no discernible change. "TSK, utterly useless," Shen Huai Ling sighed, shaking his head. "Let us abandon that approach. We shall simply scald it with boiling water. This is lightning ability, and you wish to use it to scald pig hair." Si Chen fumed from the sidelines. But no one paid him any heed, all engrossed in their tasks. Once Kong Ruyu entered, Shen Huai Ling placed a pair of tweezers into his hands. As it was everyone's first attempt at this endeavor, having removed most of the hair, they decided to pluck the remaining strands one by one with the tweezers. After some discussion, it was resolved that they would enjoy a pig slaughter feast that evening. Everyone helped Xiao Qiu prepare the side dishes, while Kong Ryu would learn the nuances of the seasoning from Xiao Qiu. Shen Huai Ling retrieved 5 packets of pickled vegetables from the freezer, their enticing aroma wafting through the air even before they were fully prepared. He brought forth the carefully arranged beverages, and everything remained unchanged, as if the impending apocalypse had not yet arrived. Li Tingyuan had been here for 2 days, but by the following evening, they had come to this place. This time, only 4 individuals arrived, and Xiong Xiong adeptly organized their accommodations. Li Tingyuan followed Shen Huai Ling into the study, where he presented a photograph before him. Without hesitation, Shen Huai Ling recognized the figure captured in the image. "Have you encountered him before?" Li Tingyuan asked directly. Shen Huai Ling shook his head, indicating he had not seen it before. However, the individual in the photograph was Shen Huaiyan. Li Tingyuan gazed intently into Shen Huai Ling's eyes, seeking to uncover any hint of inconsistency. When was this photograph taken? 3 months ago, in City A. Shen Huai Ling shook his head, asserting that this made it even more impossible. "For my brother has been studying in City B and has never set foot in City A." Shen Huai Ling spoke without hesitation. "Then why do you and your brother look nothing alike?" Li Tingyuan continued to inquire. "My brother is the child of my father and stepmother. It's quite natural for us to be dissimilar." Shen Huai Ling responded. "He is very likely to be the carrier of the zombie virus." Li Tingyuan's voice rose slightly. This photograph was a clue discovered by the military. He may very well know the whereabouts of the research facility studying the zombie virus. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Li Tingyuan without a trace of fear. "My brother is merely 16 years old. Such a grave accusation placed upon him seems excessively harsh." Shen Huai Ling's tone was far from amiable. "If Captain Li intended to discuss this matter with me, there would be no need for it all." Upon hearing Shen Huai Ling's denial, Li Tingyuan had no choice but to seek another opportunity to persuade Shen Huaiyan. Shen Huai Ling elucidated the purpose of Li Tingyuan in the group, revealing the fabricated lineage intended to deceive Shen Huaiyan. It was imperative that this information remained confidential. Chapter 28. The Lineage of Shen Huaiyan. This conversation ended on an unpleasant note. Li Tingyuan's visit was merely an endeavor to abduct Shen Huaiyan. Given Shen Huaiyan's current naivety, it would be detrimental should he be ensnared by probing questions. Shen Huai Ling led Shen Huaiyan into his bedroom. "And in, no matter what Li Tingyuan inquires about the past, you must deny everything. Just follow the instructions I provided in the group." Li Tingyuan is still unaware of Shen Huaiyan's true identity. Should he discover it, he would inevitably treat him as those in the laboratory did. Shen Huai Ling embraced Shen Huai, assuring her that no matter what transpired, her sister would always stand by her side. Shen Huai felt somewhat at a loss. He mimicked Shen Huai Ling's movements and gently embraced him. Shen Huai's hands were cool to the touch, perhaps a lingering effect of the experiments he had undergone. She resolutely refused to allow Shen Huai to repeat the mistakes of the past. After Shen Huai Ling departed, Shen Huai found himself seated on the floor. Gazing out of the window, he had done the same before, albeit while seated in a pristine white laboratory, looking out into the world beyond. During dinner, Shen Huai Ling also failed to catch a glimpse of Shen Huai. Shen Huai Ling prepared a bowl of fried rice in the kitchen and brought it to the table. The room of Shen Huai was shrouded in darkness, and Shen Huai Ling observed her brother gazing vacantly out the window. "Sister, it seems I have never truly shared my story with you." Shen Huai Ling closed the door and placed the fried rice beside him, while Shen Huai Ling took a seat on the opposite side. Shen Huai Ling remained by Shen Huai's side. "Do you wish to share your thoughts with me now?" Shen Huai Ling's voice was soft. Shen Huai nodded. "In truth, I grew up in a village during my early childhood, only beginning to speak at the age of 4. At home, I was the sole child, cherished by my family, who often remarked that I was a precious gem with late speech. Subsequently, my younger brother was born. I adored him, yet from that day forth, it seemed as though my parents' affection for me waned. I took on a majority of household chores, and they began to chastise me, resorting to physical punishment daily. Gradually, I acclimated to this existence. When I finally learned to speak, I believed my parents would be elated. I showcased my newfound ability to them. But on that very day, a multitude of individuals clad in white took me away. They sold me, and I observed them clutching significant amounts of red currency. At that moment, I did not comprehend the implications of it all. They transported me to a place where a large group of children resided. They offered me sweets, which were the most delightful treats I had ever tasted. That day, it was my turn. I found myself bound to an experimental table, oblivious to the substance being injected into my body. One moment, I felt as if I were plunging into an ice cellar, and the next, as if I were atop a volcano. I did not perish when I regained consciousness. I was confined to a small, solitary room. They were heavily clad, extracting vast quantities of blood from me daily. Occasionally, they would administer that same reagent once more. Gradually, I discerned that the injection could lead to death, and even if one survived, they would transform into a soulless creature, neither human nor ghost. Yet, I was the only one who endured. Over time, I realized they would never return for me, and from that day forth, I ceased to speak. I slowly acclimatized to this way of life, until one day, an unfamiliar figure appeared, whisking me away from that place. I did not understand, yet I complied. In that fleeting moment, I longed to see my parents, to inquire why they had sold me. I was left to beg for sustenance. And it was then that I discovered the world was not as beautiful as I had imagined. Life demanded red bills at every turn, and without money, I rummaged through trash bins for food. Despite the harshness of my circumstances, I found a semblance of happiness. It seemed I began to understand why they had sold me for money. Eventually, I collapsed in an alley, and it was then that I encountered you, sister. Shen Huai's voice was soft, as tranquil as if he were recounting the tales of others. "The meal you treated me to was the finest I have ever had in my life. You have been so kind, providing me with clothing and nourishing meals. I am truly delighted to have met you." Shen Huai Ling gazed at the young Shen Huai with a twinge of sympathy. He was so young, yet he had already encountered such hardships. Now that the story had concluded, "May we partake in our meal?" Shen Huai Ling handed the fried rice to Shen Huai, emphasizing, "Be sure to finish every morsel, for this is a dish crafted by my own hand." Shen Huai raised the bowl, discovering that the fried rice tasted rather salty. It turns out a tear had fallen into it. "And then it's all right. As long as your sister is here, you shall never worry about such matters." Shen Huai Ling gently wiped away Shen Huai's tears. "We all have a brighter tomorrow ahead." Shen Huai Ling spent the night alongside Shen Huai, who leaned against Shen Huai Ling's shoulder and fell into a deep slumber. Shen Huai Ling acted as if nothing had transpired the previous day, continuing with his usual routine. Li Tingyuan observed Shen Huai Ling's demeanor, but chose not to comment further. He then sought out Shen Huai. Shen Huai sat quietly on the sofa, engrossed in his book, when Li Tingyuan and Zhu Qing leaned in closer, placing a photograph before him. "Anin, I have uncovered your identity." Shen Huai displayed little regard for the two individuals awaiting his words. He merely glanced up momentarily before returning to his reading. Observing the situation, Si Chen instructed Si Yishue and Kong Tsongyu to escort the guests for an outing. After a moment of contemplation, Si Chen resolved to speak with Shen Huai Ling. "What is Shen Huai's true identity?" Si Chen inquired of Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Si Chen, who had intruded in her bedroom, without the slightest hint of surprise. He had escaped from the laboratory where the zombie virus had been unleashed. Shen Huai Ling continued to play with his phone. "You are lying. If it were truly that simple, you would undoubtedly inform Li Tingyuan and the others," Si Chen stated directly. Shen Huai Ling set down his phone and pondered for a considerable time. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Si Chen cast him a sidelong glance. Chapter 29, Journey to City B. Shen Huai Ling smiled awkwardly. "I'm not deceiving you this time." Shen Huai Ling approached him and whispered softly in his ear, "Anin is a zombie." Upon hearing these words, Si Chen gazed at Shen Huai Ling's earnest expression. She understood that Shen Huai Ling was not jesting this time. Si Chen looked at Shen Huai Ling and inquired, "Are you not afraid that I will reveal this matter to Li Tingyuan?" Shen Huai Ling shook his head, "For I had witnessed your demeanor towards your sister." Shen Huai Ling gazed intently at Si Chen and said, "This matter must remain confidential. Only you must be aware of it, yet you cannot disclose it to anyone." Shen Huai Ling handed him the phone, urging him to try sending the words he had just spoken. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, Si Chen found himself unable to articulate or convey his thoughts. "Is this your supernatural ability?" Shen Huai Ling shook his head, explaining that this was the consequence of the contract he had signed at that time. Si Chen was infuriated. It was astonishing that Shen Huai Ling had chosen to reveal such a significant matter only now. Having spent considerable time together, Si Chen sensed that Shen Huai was as naive as a blank canvas, lacking worldly experience. How unfortunate for Nin, raised in a laboratory and treated as an experiment. It was truly remarkable that he had developed his current temperament. Si Chen understood Shen Huai Ling's concerns and nodded, assuring him, "I will assist you with this matter. However, your actions may arouse Li Tingyuan's suspicions." Shen Huai Ling summoned Shen Huai. "Do you know where the laboratory is?" Si Chen inquired softly as he locked the door. Shen Huai Ling nodded at Shen Huai, feeling a moment of indecision. "In B City, you must firmly deny any knowledge of the laboratory's location. You are merely a student there, and nothing else is clear to you. Do you understand? Shen Huai Ling University is located in City B, and I possess a fair understanding of the circumstances there, which has enabled me to assist Shen Huai in fabricating an identity. Since Li Tingyuan has arrived, it is evident that he will not depart easily. It will be prudent to offer a morsel of sweetness to facilitate the breakthrough. In recent days, Li Tingyuan and his associates have taken the opportunity to extract information from Shen Huai, who was initially reluctant to engage with them. However, as time progressed, under the guidance of Si Chen and Shen Huai Ling, he gradually began to divulge some details. Li Tingyuan's intelligence proved to be unreliable. He only discerned that Shen Huai was connected to the research facility concerning the zombie virus. Based on observations over the past few days, it appears that Shen Huai may be unaware of the precise location of the laboratory, yet it is possible that he has either passed by or visited the vicinity, leading him to capture this photograph. After all, no one would suspect that a mere 16-year-old child could be a subject of a zombie experiment. Li Tingyuan approached Shen Huai Ling, holding a bag filled with crystal cores. Inside were 50 crystal cores. "We wish to invite Nin to accompany us to City B, as he might possess knowledge of the laboratory's whereabouts." Shen Huai Ling did not even lift his head. "You should inquire about this matter with Nin, not me. If Nin agrees, I will certainly accompany you." Li Tingyuan placed the crystal core beside Shen Huai. "Nin, we need to undertake a task that requires your assistance. This may be related to the antidote for the zombie virus. Are you willing to help me?" Shen Huai remained silent, merely gazing at Li Tingyuan. Shen Huai shook his head in silence. "What would it take for you to accompany us?" Li Tingyuan inquired. "As for when they would arrive in City..." That remained uncertain. Shen Huai glanced at Shen Huai Ling and nodded. I cannot guarantee that I can assist you in locating the laboratory. The supplies procured by Li Tingyuan had all been transported by helicopter. Li Tingyuan and Shen Huai Ling had struck a deal. On this trip to City B, the resources discovered would be divided equally, with the crystal cores accounted separately. They opted to rent Shen Huai Ling's RV, receiving a 12 discount due to their acquaintance, amounting to 176 points per day. Their priority was to ensure Shen Huai's safety throughout the journey. Li Tingyuan provided Qi Zhao's contact information to Shen Huai Ling, noting that Si Chen would remain behind to continue managing the inn. Hello, this is Qi Zhao. A voice came through the phone. Shen Huai Ling, this is the public phone of our inn. If you wish to discuss collaboration, please use this mobile number. Given the sweltering heat, the crops in the fields had long since withered. Experts from City A could only cultivate food within greenhouses, but to little effect. Is your supply of grain abundant? Qi Zhao inquired uncertainly. If so, we could establish a contract for weekly procurement. Certainly. How much do you require? Shen Huai Ling asked. Would a weekly reserve of 10 crystal cores suffice? Qi Zhao ventured tentatively. Shen Huai Ling nodded, affirming that there was no issue. He mentioned that a call should be made a day in advance to notify them when it was time to collect. However, the price of the crystal cores was unstable, and they would be assessed based on their grade. Currently, one crystal core could be exchanged for 100 points. Understanding this, he expressed his hope for a pleasant collaboration. After Qi Zhao concluded the call, he reflected on the newfound steady income, considering the potential to expand his trading activities, which seemed to be a promising option. Shen Huai Ling entrusted the management of this into Si Chen, and before departing, he refined and extracted all the crystal cores. Shen Huai Ling placed the crystal nucleation purification solution into the drinking water. City A is connected to City C, and a day's drive suffices to reach it. However, City B, the largest in area, lies directly south of both cities A and C. The limited number of rescue personnel in City B is partly attributable to this geographical factor. Zhao Hu and Shen Huai sat at the front, allowing Shen Huai to observe if any familiar landmarks appeared. It was speculated that the laboratory would not be situated in the heart of City B, but rather in its outskirts. Initially, it was anticipated that the journey would be as smooth as the one to City A. However, this was not the case. The closer they approached City B, the more challenging the travel became for the RV. The entire roadway was nearly congested with vehicles, and this was merely the outskirts. Conditions within the city might be even more dire. Faced with an endless line of cars, it seemed prudent to turn back and seek an alternative route. Zhang Lei contemplated reversing the vehicle, yet in the rearview mirror he was met with the sight of a towering earthen wall. Something felt amiss as the ground began to tremble, affecting even the RV. Chapter 30. The antidote to the zombie virus. Li Tingyuan and his companions disembarked from the RV, yet observed nothing unusual. Wait a moment, he seems to be on the roof, Zhang Lei whispered. Upon hearing this, all gazes instinctively turned towards the top of the vehicle. Shen Huai Ling sat expressionless beside Shen Huai. They remained in the car, as there was no necessity to take such a risk. Her sole mission this time was to keep a vigilant watch over Shen Huai. Everything else was of little consequence. Sister, do you not require the crystal core? Are you not going this time? Shen Huai, with a hint of curiosity, inquired. It is not yet my time to make an entrance. Shen Huai Ling adjusted the sunglasses perched on his nose. The protagonist always makes their appearance last. This zombie was unlike any other. It seemed to have just emerged from the earth, its entire form cloaked in a muddy hue. Distinctively, it appeared to possess two heads. Perched atop a camper van, it exuded an aura of menace towards a group of individuals who were swiftly encircled by earthen walls. They found themselves trapped within this confined space. A zombie with earth-based abilities. This is quite rare, Shen Huai Ling murmured to himself. The zombie leapt from the roof of the camper, its towering figure radiating a putrid stench. The surface of its skin resembling the texture of rock, capable of manipulating the surrounding soil and stone to launch attacks. Zhang Lei, wielding a long blade, moved with agility, darting around the zombie in search of an opportunity to strike. He swung his blade at the creature's arm. It severed, only for the limb to regenerate almost instantaneously. It seems its body has become earthen, Zhang Lei remarked incredulously. Li Tingyuan, endowed with the gift of fire, twirled his hands, unleashing a torrent of flames in an attempt to scorch the undead fiend. However, his efforts proved futile. The flames engulfed the zombie's body, creating a horrifying spectacle as it writhed in agony from the searing heat. Zhao Hu raised a shield to deflect the zombie's earthen projectiles while delivering a powerful blow to its head, which shattered upon impact. From a distance, Zhu Qing took aim at the creature's other head, poised to deliver a fatal strike. The good news was that the shot hit. The bad news was that the zombie remained standing. It emitted a low, menacing growl, raising its massive hand and violently sweeping it across the ground, sending rocks and soil hurtling towards the fore. Now it is my turn to take the stage, Shen Huai Ling declared as he opened the car door and stepped out. The flying debris approached him, but struck the two-headed zombie instead. Time seemed to freeze, erase. In the next instant, the heads of the earth-based zombie were severed cleanly. The surrounding earthen walls collapsed, drenching everyone present in a shower of soil. I intended to make a grand entrance, but I never anticipated such an event. Had I known, I would have let them handle it. Shen Huai Ling crouched down, deftly extracting the crystal core. Although victorious, it was evident to all that Shen Huai Ling's mood was far from cheerful. The two-headed zombie should indeed possess 2 crystal cores. Shen Huai Ling plunged his dagger into another's mind, revealing indeed 2 crystal nuclei. However, the 2 nuclei were distinctly different. One was of ordinary size, while the other was larger, radiating a faint yellow glow. They were on the verge of reaching City B, yet unforeseen delays had hindered their progress. Sister, I seem to have a vague recollection of this place. I believe I once passed by a villa while out with our parents. Could it be the location you've been searching for? There are numerous townhouses in the vicinity of the suburbs. Could it be one of those? Regardless, we shall search them one by one. Something must yield results. They drove to the nearest villa area. As dusk began to settle, it seemed prudent to rest briefly before devising their next course of action. Shen Huaiyan prepared a meal within the confines of the RV, indeed having gleaned a considerable amount of knowledge from Qiuqiu. This villa was relatively manageable, populated primarily by low-level zombies, unlike the formidable second-tier zombies encountered the previous day. Adopting a strategy of courtesy before aggression, Shen Huaiqing politely rapped on the door of the villa. When no one answered, he forcefully kicked the door open, demonstrating that although he could have simply stormed in and seized what he desired, he preferred to extend a greeting first. Shen Huaiyan felt no sense of wrongdoing in his sister's actions. He followed her, carrying a bag as large as a person. Upon entering, she began to fill the bag with anything she could find. The villa was shrouded in dust, giving the impression that it had been long abandoned. Sister, I recognize this person, Shen Huailing exclaimed, pointing at someone in a photograph. This is the person who helped me escape. She stared at the picture on the table, momentarily stunned. She had seen this individual before. She possessed an identical photograph of her mother, Shen Wenjun. Is she not dead? Shen Huailing suppressed her curiosity, understanding that now was not the time for questions. She merely nodded, believing that all would become clear upon their next encounter. This villa differed from the others. Even if the other homes housed vehicles, they were coated in dust. In contrast, this particular car appeared to have just arrived in the courtyard. It was evident that someone had come before them. Sister, shall we not enter this villa? Shen Huaiyan inquired, puzzled. No, we shall proceed to the next villa, she replied. Shen Huaiyan cast a glance inside. The interior was devoid of light, engulfed in darkness. Shen Huailing led Shen Huaiyan towards the direction of other villas. As for the survivors, only one was found, who had lived in solitude. Ever since the outbreak of zombies was revealed, he had been too fearful to open the door, reinforcing every possible entry in his room to survive until now. Shen Huailing was not particularly informed about the others. After all, rescuing survivors was primarily the responsibility of the base. At this moment, the car contained an additional figure, a man with a face marred by scars. Shen Huailing. This is Bai Fei, the head of the Bai Ying base in City B. This time, we will be collaborating with them. Shen Huailing nodded. Greetings. I'm the proprietor of an inn, Shen Huailing. I have already discussed your situation with Bai Fei. The three individuals seated on the sofa commenced a dialogue regarding the purpose of their journey, the antidote for the zombie virus. Chapter 31. Granary. The aim of this expedition is to locate a laboratory, even in the absence of a cure for the zombie virus. Any research notes concerning the virus would be invaluable. In the initial outbreak of the zombie plague, the creatures were relatively manageable. However, 2 months have elapsed, and it seems the zombies have undergone an evolution. Numerous Tier 2 zombies have emerged, yet the abilities of the current practitioners remain stagnant. If this continues, it is inevitable that everyone will eventually succumb to the zombies' grasp. Bai Fei extracted a large bag of crystal cores from his backpack. These are extracted from the brains of the zombies. They likely hold the key to their evolution, though we are entirely unsure how to utilize them. Bai Fei stated plainly. Boiling or burning them appears to yield no alterations. After a brief pause, he continued, "A friend of mine once ingested a crystal core. Initially, there were no adverse effects, and his abilities seemed to amplify. Yet, within a week, he met a gruesome end. It seems these can also be sold." Shen Huai Ling pondered thoughtfully, considering a slight adjustment in their business strategy. Shen Huai Ling retrieved 2 bottles of water from the space and handed them to Li Tingyuan and Bai Fei. "You two should give it a try." Though initially perplexed, the two unscrewed the caps and took a sip. A subtle yet invigorating force gradually permeated their bones and muscles. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed at Shen Huai Ling, as if she harbored an extraordinary treasure within her. "This is a crystal nucleus extraction solution I developed myself. While its effects are modest, the risk of explosive bodily reactions is entirely mitigated." Shen Huai Ling paused momentarily, stating, "I am but a mere example." Bai Fei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Shopkeeper Shen, please sell me this secret formula. I am willing to offer 500 crystal cores." "The formula is not for sale," Shen responded, "but I can offer the crystal core extraction liquid." Bai Fei exchanged a glance with Li Tingyuan, who inquired, "But how much does it cost?" "A bottle of the extraction liquid is priced at 400 points, Shen explained. "Given that one bottle is equivalent to 4 crystal cores, it is not exorbitantly priced." Shen Huai Ling pondered for a moment before adding, "If you can bring your own bottles and require a substantial quantity, you may receive a discount of 50 points. However, this price is not fixed. Should the cost of crystal cores decrease in the future, the price of the extraction liquid will correspondingly diminish as well." Shen Huai Ling provided his contact information to Bai Fei, indicating that he could be reached directly should any needs arise. This visit must not be in vain. Although this matter has been resolved, the search for the zombie virus research facility must not be neglected. Bai Fei's vehicle led the way, followed by Shen Huai and his caravan, as they navigated towards the location described by Shen Huai. According to his account, there were only 3 potential sites, the nearest of which required a 5-hour drive. As dusk approached, the group parked near a granary. Being allies, Bai Fei's team also retired to the caravan to rest, planning to collect the supplies from the granary the following day before departing. Bai Fei approached Shen Huai and inquired, "Huai, does your sister have a boyfriend?" Shen Huai Ling had long ascended to the 2nd floor, utterly unaware of the events unfolding on the ground level. Shen Huai shook his head. "However, you are not worthy of my sister." Shen Huai, being the youngest and rather reticent, always piqued Bai Fei's curiosity to tease him. "Why? I believe I am quite suited for the task." Shen Huai closed the book. "You cannot possibly surpass my sister, and besides, your looks leave much to be desired." In truth, Bai Fei could not refute the latter statement. Having once served as a police officer, he bore a prominent scar on his face from an injury sustained during a mission, rendering his appearance rather fierce. Bai Fei chose to remain silent, intentionally feigning sadness. This was only the 2nd time he had witnessed someone expressing genuine sorrow, aside from his sister's earlier display. Shen Huai found himself at a loss on how to navigate such a situation. "If you could only lighten up a bit. While your looks may be lacking, your thoughts are quite beautiful." This remark elicited uproarious laughter from those present. In truth, Bai Fei was not overly concerned about his appearance. Given another chance, he would still make the same choices. "You little rascal, what did you just say?" Initially intending to tease the foolish boy, he sighed, "Alas, speaking too much only brings tears. If I cannot contend with your sister, how could I possibly prevail against you?" Shen Huai shook his head and candidly replied, I cannot defeat you either. Bai Fei's temper flared instantly. Oh, you cheeky brat. Let's have a little contest. Very well, Shen Huai responded with evident reluctance. Bai Fei turned his back. Raising one hand, you go first. All right. Shen Huai snapped his fingers and whispered something into Bai Fei's ear. Bai Fei's gaze became vacant as he sluggishly walked over to Zhang Lei and, in front of everyone's astonished eyes, planted a kiss on him. The moment the kiss ended, Bai Fei snapped back to reality. Bai Fei, how disgusting, Zhang Lei exclaimed, hastily wiping his face, turning it a shade of crimson. Shen Huai, what? What have you just done? Bai Fei bellowed in fury. Upon hearing the commotion, Shen Huai Ling descended to inquire about the disturbance. Your brother urged me to kiss Zhang Lei. The moment Shen Huai spotted his sister, he promptly concealed himself behind Shen Huai Ling. Zhang Lei, possessing a similarly mischievous disposition as Bai Fei, consistently teased him and coaxed him into revealing secrets. Perhaps it would be better for the two of them to join forces. Shen Huai, from his concealed position, playfully made faces at Bai Fei. Shen Huai Ling was immensely delighted to witness Shen Huai's transformation, from initially being reticent and uncommunicative. He had now learned to engage in light-hearted banter. Isn't this a matter concerning you and Zhang Lei? What relevance does it hold for my dear Nin? This time, I shall pretend to be oblivious, but do remember to invite me to join you for the next viewing. Shen Huai Ling jestingly remarked that his points supermarket now boasts an impressive total of 18,000 points. Shen Huai Ling opened the system's supermarket to explore any additional functionalities. Task announcement. Please locate the Zombie Virus Research Institute. Rewards for successful completion. 1. Chinchou Sword Technique. 2. 3. Complete hotels. 3. A reduction in animal maturation time to 1 week. It appears that the dominant system has issued tasks based on the current circumstances. Tao Tao, do you know Shen Wenjun? Shen Huai Ling asked abruptly. Host, your current permissions are insufficient. I'm unable to provide an answer, came Tao Tao's response. It seems that the recent series of events is closely tied to his mother. This place, referred to as a granary, resembles more of a desolate farm. The crops in the surrounding fields have succumbed to drought, leaving the farm overgrown with weeds and in a state of neglect. As the trio entered, they were immediately confronted by a zombie lunging toward them. Zhao delivered a powerful punch that obliterated the zombie's head, and they proceeded further into the farm. The expanse of the farm was considerable, with 5 granaries alone. Shen Huai Ling pushed open a door, and before the zombies could approach, he swiftly eliminated one of them. This room appeared to be a grain processing facility. Chapter 32. Earth Elemental Abilities. Large grain processing machines were scattered throughout the space. These cumbersome devices were not the preferred choice for transport, as they wasted the precious space of the ability users. Shen Huai Ling was not overly concerned, as he had stored these large processing machines within his spatial realm. To him, they were treasures that saved him considerable effort. Tao Tao, can living beings be placed in the spatial realm? Shen Huai Ling inquired with curiosity. Yes, it is indeed possible, came the emotionless response from Tao Tao. Li Tingyuan and Bai Fei had long been eyeing this granary with keen interest, eagerly awaiting Shen Huai Ling's arrival to discuss the distribution of its contents. Shen Huai Ling gazed upon the 3 houses, a foreboding sensation creeping into her heart. I shall take 2. Well, you both take 4 each. How does that sound? Li Tingyuan, upon hearing these words, stared at Shen Huai Ling in disbelief. Their previous arrangement had always been an equal split, so how had Bai Fei suddenly arrived and claimed the least? Bai Fei saw nothing amiss with this distribution and nodded in agreement. This granary may not be as secure as we envision, Shen Huai Ling cautioned. A man from the Baiying team chuckled. Are you perhaps intimidated? If you are worried, you are free to abstain from entering. His eyes brimmed with disdain. In his view, Shen Huai Ling, being a woman, was beneath his notice, relying solely on Li Tingyuan from the military base. He pushed open the granary door and stepped inside, the darkness enveloping him. With a scoff, he remarked, See, there is nothing here at all. One by one, the others followed him inside. Shen Huai stepped forward, compelled to follow, questioning whether she had erred in her judgment. The surrounding weeds appeared to stir. Who could be lurking there? Shen Huai Ling immediately traversed through space, pursuing the figure. She pinned a man to the ground and demanded, "Who are you?" Shen Huai swiftly joined her. "You invade my home, yet you inquire about my identity?" The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ouch! This woman strikes with considerable force. Shen Huai, possessing remarkable insight, swiftly bound the man. A thorny vine emerged from beneath Shen Huai Ling's feet. Those who had previously been in the granary were now present outside. "Where have you all just been?" Zhu Qing inquired with curiosity. "We want to seek the indigenous people to gather information." It was then that everyone noticed a person being dragged behind Shen Huai. "So, what about him now?" Shen Huai Ling, with an expressionless face, remarked, "I am utterly exhausted and inadvertently fell asleep." "And then, please wake him." Shen Huai retrieved a bottle of water from his bag and splashed it onto his face. Fortunately, this was not a society governed by the rule of law. The man on the ground opened his eyes, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. "Where is that wicked woman?" he inquired directly. "I hear you're looking for me," came Shen Huai Ling's voice from nearby. The man, named Feng Ziki, was an Earth-type ability user, having remained in this area abundant in food, as he sought refuge from calamity. It was only then that Shen Huai Ling noticed the man who had just been shouting at her had vanished. "Where's that person?" she inquired directly. "He perished inside the granary," Bai Fei replied with an exceedingly calm tone. Everyone was busy storing the grain when a zombie emerged and dragged him in. "Did anyone witness it firsthand?" The crowd shook their heads. We heard a piercing scream and immediately rushed to dig him out. Shen Huai Ling now gazed into the interior, which remained shrouded in utter darkness. "Why is it that you did not turn on the lights upon entering the granary?" Feng Ziki inquired, perplexed. "Are there lights inside the granary?" The group exchanged glances, each remaining silent. "But it is right outside," Feng Ziki stated bluntly. TSK, lacking even the most basic common sense. Someone muttered awkwardly as they turned on the lights and stepped back into the granary. Over the course of 2 months, the contents within had grown moldy. Piles of grain lay scattered, with occasional small depressions, perhaps hiding places for the undead. "Let us depart. These supplies are no longer viable. We might as well explore elsewhere," Li Tingyuan declared, addressing the group. "Indeed, it is a case of losing both the lady and the troops. Not only has the grain spoiled, but we also lost an extraordinary individual in the process. We must seek other locations for any salvageable resources." Shen Huai Ling noticed that there seemed to be a farm with poultry over there. If that were the case, it would be worth a visit. This side is entirely mechanized in terms of feeding, thus most of the poultry have yet to perish. Shen Huai Ling placed the living pigs, sheep, and chickens into the space. Upon witnessing the once vibrant poultry rendered motionless the moment they were placed into the space, Shen Huai Ling noticed that they returned to their former state upon removal. "Sister, come quickly." Shen Huai tugged at Feng Ziki, hastening over. "Sister, of the 3 granaries we just visited, one remains unharmed." Shen promptly conveyed this news to Shen Huai Ling. "Let us proceed to investigate. Could you 2 siblings perhaps release me first?" Feng Ziki exclaimed in exasperation. Before Shen Huai Ling even entered the granary, he could already hear the sounds of a struggle emanating from within. "Sister, let me go. I want to help them." Upon receiving Shen Huai Ling's consent, Shen Huai finally untied him. "You need not enter. You may stay here and look after my younger brother." As Shen Huai Ling entered, an overwhelming urge to vomit surged within him. A throng of zombies emerged from the grain storage, their decayed bodies exuding a nauseating stench. The undead crawled forth, their forms smeared with remnants of grain, evoking an immense sense of revulsion. In an instant, the heads of the zombies closest to Shen Huai Ling were severed, painting the ground of the granary a deep crimson with their blood. These supplies were no longer salvageable. Departing swiftly, Shen Huai Ling made his way outside, dispatching all zombies within 3 paces of him with lethal precision. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the bloodstains adorning her attire, inhaling deeply as she suppressed her fury and ascended the stairs. This group truly disregarded her counsel. Her efforts to rescue them felt utterly superfluous. "Sister, please do not be angry," Shen Huai said, retrieving several crystal cores from her pocket and placing them in Shen Huai Ling's hand. Both Bai Fei and Li Tingyuan were acutely aware of their transgressions. Despite Shen Huai Ling's warning to keep their distance, they had nonetheless drawn near. When Shen Huai Ling returned downstairs clad in a fresh outfit, she discovered that everyone retained their previous stances. I apologize. It was my fault that nearly jeopardized everyone's safety. Bai Fei approached Shen Huai Ling, expressing his regret. There will be no second chances, Shen Huai Ling replied coldly. This time, I'm only considering our alliance. Should such an incident occur again, I will not extend my aid. It was not merely a matter of zombies infiltrating a grain storage. It felt more as though sustenance had emerged amidst the undead. Without Shen Huai Ling, their escape would have been utterly impossible. Fang Ziqi, what brings you here? Wasn't the situation urgent just now? I followed along. Fang Ziqi scratched his head and replied. Fortunately, his intention had merely been to startle Shen Huai Ling. Had he acted with lethal intent, he would likely share the same fate as the zombies now. Shen Huai Ling waited for me to finish speaking before ascending to the second floor. Shen Huai Ling seemed to recall something and descended once more. There is an ample supply of water in the RV. It would be wise for those who have recently encountered the undead to take a shower. If there are no clean garments available, one can purchase them with points, and a washing machine is also at hand. Presently, the entire first floor is permeated with a foul stench of decay. Zhu Qing, why not head upstairs to take a bath? Shen Huai Ling glanced at Shen Huaiyan, who was lost in thought below. Anin, Fang Ziqi is new here. Please instruct him on my rules. Shen Huaiyan conveyed the general rules to Fang Ziqi, stating that as long as one possesses points, anything can be redeemed. Shen Huaiyan nodded, and Fang Ziqi placed a loaf of bread on the table. It truly was possible to exchange for items. Li Tingyuan and Bai Fei approached Fang Ziqi. Would you care to join us? They both inquired in unison. Are you two affiliated? Fang Ziqi asked, glancing left and right. They both shook their heads simultaneously. I belong to the military district base. I am from the Beiying base. Fang Ziqi observed the two and smiled. Perhaps I shall consider it. This was the first location that matched Shen Huaiyan's description. It was either a row house or an ordinary villa. It appeared that someone still resided within. Hello, is anyone home? We are from the base, searching for survivors. Bai Fei knocked on the door to inquire. The windows of the house were nearly all covered, leaving the interior's condition a mystery. After a long wait, just as Shen Huai Ling was preparing to pick the lock, the door swung open. A young man peered out. His expression was not particularly pleasant, yet he shook his head. You've traveled a long way and must be weary. Why not rest here for a while? The man opened the door wider, inviting everyone inside. Through their conversation, they learned that the man was named Lin Guiting and the woman was Su Fangfei. They were a married couple, but at present, the wife was ill and depended on machines for survival, leading the man to decline the invitation to the base. I apologize for my rudeness. I neglected to offer you water upon your arrival. Lin Guiting hurriedly fetched bottled water to prepare tea for his guests. It was evident that the host had put considerable effort into maintaining the home, which was tidy and exuded warmth. In this post-apocalyptic world, water was scarce and sources had been contaminated. The base's water supply relied entirely on the output of water-based supernatural abilities. Except for Shen Huai Ling, everyone took a sip, while Zhu Qing nudged Shen Huai Ling, urging him not to offend their host. Shen Huai Ling merely took a small sip before setting the cup down. Within moments, a wave of dizziness enveloped him. He turned to glance around, only to discover that everyone around him had collapsed. When he regained consciousness, he found that they were all confined within a suffocatingly sealed room. Shen Huai Ling consumed the least, thus awakening the earliest. Shen Huai Ling surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to be a small room. What was his true intention? Shen Huai Ling sensed an approaching presence and immediately feigned unconsciousness. Lin Guiting appeared to have merely come to confirm with a glance, and after a brief moment, departed. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the individuals beside him, sleeping soundly like dead pigs, contemplating the use of his extraordinary abilities to untie the ropes. However, the entire villa seemed to possess some kind of enchantment, binding their mental faculties in a state of confinement. Shen Huai Ling attempted to retrieve a knife from her personal space. Fortunately, the space remained accessible. She untied the ropes binding her wrists and ankles and proceeded to free the others. One by one, they began to awaken. When she reached Zhao Hu, Shen Huai Ling crouched before him, knife in hand, just as he opened his eyes. Zhao Hu instinctively tried to scream, But Zhang Lei, anticipating the reaction, quickly stuffed a piece of steamed bun into his mouth. Indeed, not only had Shen Huai Ling's powers been rendered ineffective, but the abilities of the entire group were also sealed. They found themselves helplessly bound. What exactly was Lin Guotian planning? With such a large group, they need not fear him. A few could easily kick down the door and escape. The villa was expansive, and Lin Guotian's presence was nowhere to be found. Armed with weapons provided by Shen Huai Ling, they wandered through the villa. It seemed that this was not Lin Guotian's first endeavor. There might be others hidden within the premises. A locked room piqued their curiosity, reminiscent of their own room, which had also been secured. From within came the sound of muffled sobs, suggesting a woman was trapped inside. Lin Guotian fixated intently on the surveillance footage. Shen Huai Ling deftly pried open the lock, revealing a pitch-black room, its windows securely sealed. Within, they discerned a woman clad in a flowing white dress, lying on the bed and emitting soft, sorrowful sobs. "Do not be afraid, young lady. We are here to rescue you," Zhao Hu kindly reassured her. Yet, the woman seemed oblivious to his words, her body trembling uncontrollably. Just as Zhao Hu intended to approach, he was halted by Zhang Lei. "Something is amiss," he cautioned, as their gazes remained fixed upon the woman on the bed. Shen Huai Ling hurled a ball, which struck the woman with a resounding thud. She reached out and caught the ball, promptly stuffing it into her mouth and chewing with a disconcerting crunch that sent shivers down one's spine. The group displayed a modicum of intelligence as Lin Guoting watched with rapt fascination from the surveillance room, observing the desperate struggles of a few individuals. The woman rose from the bed in an eerie posture, tilting her head to gaze at the onlookers outside. A sense of dread enveloped the room. It was a zombie. Su Fangfei appeared ghostly pale, her long hair cascading down to her waist, clad in a pristine white dress reminiscent of the character Sadako from television dramas. Her attire was immaculate, clearly indicating she had been specially kept. The hunt had commenced. Lin Guoting's excitement was palpable as he monitored the footage, his blood coursing with exhilaration. Su Fangfei moved with remarkable speed, embodying the characteristics of a fast-moving zombie, renowned for their astonishing agility as she navigated effortlessly throughout the villa. Shen Huai Ling quietly placed a firearm into Zhu Qing's hands. This weapon contained but 5 bullets, necessitating precise timing. The group huddled together, their backs pressed against one another, intently fixating on Su Fangfei, ensuring she had no opportunity to strike. Su Fangfei's focus fell upon Zhang Lei, and with a swift snap, she sank her teeth into his forearm, tearing away a piece of flesh. Chapter 34. Mutation. Shen Huai Ling, position nearest, swiftly grasped the knife and severed 5 centimeters from Zhang Lei's forearm wound. "Ah!" Zhang Lei cried out in agony. Zhu Qing, composed and resolute, seized the gun with unwavering determination. He carefully aimed and fired at Su Fangfei's head, delivering a fatal shot. Su Fangfei collapsed to the ground, and Zhu Qing approached to deliver another shot. Shen Huai Ling produced a considerable quantity of alcohol and gauze, crouching beside Zhang Lei. Fortunately, the severed limb had been dealt with in time, and Zhang Lei had not undergone any transformations. However, he had lost copious amounts of blood, leaving his complexion ashen. Zhu Qing approached Zhang Lei, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead, an evident sign of mental exhaustion. Zhang Lei's arm reformed. Yet Zhu Qing coughed up a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Zhao Hu and Li Tingyuan hastily assisted the two to a seated position away from the chaos. Lin Guoting, upon witnessing Su Fangfei being shot, was nearly consumed by rage. Why did they possess firearms? Before binding them, all their belongings had been confiscated. Where had this weapon come from? Armed with a gun, Lin Guoting stepped outside, resolved that since Su Fangfei had perished, they might as well join her in death. "My wife was merely hungry. How could you so ruthlessly take her life?" Clad in a clown's garb, Lin Guoting fired several shots from the shadows, but none found their mark. Discarding the gun in frustration, he approached Su Fangfei's lifeless body, cradling her in his arms. Tears streamed down his face, smudging the clown makeup. Everyone watched Lin Guoting intently, wary of any further actions. He seemed to be speaking to Su Fangfei. "Do you remember when we first met? You wore a white dress. I was working part-time as a clown at the amusement park. Why have you fallen asleep? Please wake up. Initially, his murmurs were soft, but soon his demeanor became increasingly frenzied. He produced a syringe from his pocket and plunged it into his own flesh. Lin Guoting's eyes turned a ghostly white, his form contorting grotesquely. Just before he fully transformed into a zombie, Li Tingyuan approached him, gun in hand, and shot Lin Guoting in the head. Witnessing Li Tingyuan's decisive action, the crowd erupted in applause. Well done. After all, they could not afford to wait for Lin Guoting to mutate and turn against them. Li Tingyuan returned the handgun to Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling approached Lin Guoting and Su Fangfei, wielding a small knife, crouching down to excavate the crystal core. Su Fangfei possessed a speed-type second-level crystal core, while Lin Guoting, perhaps due to an incomplete transformation into a zombie, remained uncertain. The crystal nuclei unearthed by Shen Huai Ling are even smaller than those of the first-tier zombies. Following Lin Guoting's demise, everyone's abilities were restored. Shen Huaiyan, your cooking is truly delectable, Zhao Hu exclaimed boisterously. Hurry, serve me a bowl. I want some too. Boss, please charge my points. I require the crystal nucleus purification solution, and let us settle Zhang Lei's expenses as well. One moment. Does the boss have any items for replenishing vitality? Shen Huailing nodded and inquired. How many portions do you require? Li Tingyuan pondered for a moment and replied, 3 portions. Being old acquaintances, she offered him a discount of 20%, totaling 412 points. Without hesitation, Li Tingyuan proceeded with the facial recognition payment. For the crystal core purification liquid was intended for Zhu Qing. Shen Huailing retrieved the items she once acquired from the apothecary: Angelica, astragalus, red dates, goji berries, and a chicken. These ingredients could be combined to prepare a nourishing chicken stew, a recipe for a medicinal dish. If one were uncertain about the cooking process, they could consult an in for guidance. Li Tingyuan shook his head, asserting, I am capable. Shen Huailing regarded Li Tingyuan with an expression of incredulity, cautioning him that the medicinal concoction was meant for 3 days and should not be entirely used at once. Li Tingyuan nodded in acknowledgement. There's a clay pot upstairs. You may ascend to prepare the broth, he instructed. Li Tingyuan promptly made his way upstairs, adeptly preparing the soup, beginning by blanching the chicken. He then placed all the ingredients into the clay pot, allowing it to simmer for 2 hours, adding salt and goji berries just before serving. With 4 individuals present and 2 sustaining injuries, Shen Huailing assumed the crucial responsibility of driving. Bai Fei led the way ahead, with the others following closely behind. Li Tingyuan remained steadfastly by Zhu Qing's window, meticulously administering the crystal core extraction liquid to her, spoonful by spoonful. After approximately 3 hours, Zhu Qing finally regained consciousness. Li Tingyuan urged her to rest well before stepping out to fetch a bowl of chicken soup for her. Having recently exchanged 3 points with Shen Huailing for a pack of noodles, Shen Huailing graciously gave Li Tingyuan 4 eggs. Li Tingyuan did not decline the offer. The bowl of soup contained a piece of chicken leg, several chunks of meat, a fried egg atop, and a handful of noodles. After such an extended slumber, Zhu Qing awoke with an appetite. As she twirled a portion of noodles onto her chopsticks, a subtle smile graced her lips, for she recognized the identity of the chef behind this meal. Huaiyan's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Having grown up together, Zhu Qing often found solace at Li Tingyuan's home during her childhood, as her parents were frequently occupied. However, as they matured, both became engrossed in their respective pursuits, and such moments have become rare. Li Tingyuan's expression darkened. If she enjoyed it, she should partake more. With that, he stepped out, turning off the heat. Li Tingyuan added the noodles, serving a bowl each to Zhang Lei and Zhao Hu. Zhang Lei, having lost considerable blood that day, received the last chicken leg from Li Tingyuan. Zhao Hu, watching intently, turned his bowl upside down only to discover a fried egg nestled at the bottom. Li Tingyuan also served bowls of noodles to Shen Huailing and Shen Huaiyan, placing the final egg in Shen Huaiyan's bowl. Shen Huailing was somewhat taken aback. This was intended for replenishing your vitality, so why was it given to Huaiyan? Li Tingyuan exchanged glances with Shen Huailing, suggesting that she take a moment to rest and enjoy a bowl of noodles while he assumed the responsibility of driving. It was only natural, after all. considering Huai's tender age and the necessity for him to grow. Shen Huai Ling seemed to comprehend the reason behind his teammates' unwavering trust in him. Upon witnessing this scene, Fang Ziki approached them. "How could you indulge in such selfishness?" Li Tingyuan responded nonchalantly. "There's plenty left in the pot. Help yourself." "All right then." Fang Ziki promptly served himself a bowl. Before nightfall, the group arrived at the vicinity of the second villa. Chapter 35. The Zombie Virus Research Institute. Shen Huai felt an unusual tension rise within him. "Sister, I have been here before." His memories began to sharpen, recalling that it was from this very place that he had fled. "I would never abandon you." Shen Huai trembled all over. "No, and then, my dear child, your task is complete." Shen Huai Ling's voice was soft. Shen Huai grasped Shen Huai Ling's hand tightly, imploring, "Sister, you must not enter. It is a perilous path that leads to death." "It leads to death." Shen Huai Ling gently patted Nin's back and said, "Nin, I do not wish to deceive you. I have my own compelling reasons that necessitate my departure." Shen Huai tightly grasped Shen Huai Ling's arm, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at him. Though no words were exchanged, it felt as if an entire conversation transpired in that silence. "Do you remember the kind lady who rescued you?" Shen Huai Ling casually inquired. "I have met her as well. She is my sister's mother, hence my sister must certainly go in for a visit." "Is that truly the case?" Shen Huai held onto Shen Huai Ling's hand. "Indeed, it has been quite a while since I last saw her, and I too wish to uncover any clues regarding our mother." Shen Huai understood that once Shen Huai Ling had made a decision, no one could alter it. Shen Huai Ling naturally had to enter, uncertain whether any information regarding Shen Huai would remain. Such data must be obliterated to avert potential future troubles. The weeds surrounding the laboratory were exceedingly tall, presenting a dismal sight from the outside, reminiscent of a place long abandoned by its inhabitants. Shen Huai Ling and his companions stood at the entrance, their expressions betraying a lack of optimism regarding their surroundings. The building appeared dilapidated, far from a place where one might expect to conduct research on a zombie virus. The desolate environment surrounding the crumbling research center was strikingly complimentary. A stifling silence permeated the air, with not even a bird's chirp to break the stillness. Cautiously, they stepped through the doors of the research center, an inexplicable tension and vigilance enveloping their hearts. They moved lightly, striving to make no sound. Before them lay a shocking sight. The research center had been utterly ravaged, with shattered doors and windows, and instruments scattered haphazardly about. Documents littered the tables, creating a chaotic scene that suggested not a hasty escape, but rather an occurrence of something horrific within the laboratory. As they ventured deeper into the center, each step was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Suddenly, one member of the team seemed to step on an object, producing a noise that sent their hearts racing. They glanced around, alert to their surroundings. Indeed, several zombies clad in lab coats came charging toward them. The group swiftly dispatched the zombies and began collecting the scattered documents concerning the undead. Proceeding cautiously, they were suddenly startled by a low, guttural growl emanating from a nearby location. Exchanging glances, anxiety gripped them as they tightened their grips on their weapons. The sound originated from a sealed room, where a red warning light blinked ominously above the door. Li Tingyuan and Bai Fei signaled for everyone to remain vigilant before slowly pushing the door open. A potent stench of decay wafted from within, revealing a massive zombie curled in a corner. Unlike its counterparts, this creature possessed an eerie green hue to its skin, razor-sharp fangs, and was coated in a viscous green slime. The group instinctively covered their noses, leaving only their eyes exposed to the grim sight. Shen Huai Ling took a deep breath as Li Tingyuan launched the first attack. The creature was impervious to flames. Despite Li Tingyuan's fiery onslaught, it had no effect. The beast retaliated with a swift strike, but Li Tingyuan evaded it, leaving behind a darkened mark where the creature had grazed. Its viscous secretions were corrosive. Yet, this zombie was remarkably powerful, effortlessly dodging assaults and mounting a fierce counteroffensive. The group opened fire, aiming for the creature's head, but their efforts proved futile, seemingly only serving to enrage it further. In a swift motion, it seized an unfortunate soul and consumed them whole. As the situation grew dire, Shen Huai Ling discerned the zombie's vulnerability. Its eyes, those very eyes. Without hesitation, she hurled the knife she held across the room, striking true at its vital point. As the creature collapsed, a hush fell over the chamber. The group exhaled in relief, yet they understood that this peril was far from over. Shen Huai Ling, as adept as ever, skillfully dissected the crystalline core. The group paused for a brief respite. 5 minutes later, the viscous fluid from the zombie began to seep onto the ground. "This is bad. We must hurry," one team member exclaimed upon noticing the anomaly. Without a moment's hesitation, they pressed onward, for time was of the essence. Perhaps liberated from the oppressive presence of the previous zombie, the surrounding undead began to multiply, all surging towards them. They raced forward with desperate urgency. Reaching the final chamber, they swiftly entered and locked the door behind them, securing the zombies outside. This space appeared to be a repository for experimental documentation. Shen Huai Ling hurriedly sifted through the materials. The shelves were lined with the personal files of the researchers and their clinical responses, while the table was cluttered with various experimental notes. Suddenly, a staggering zombie lunged at them, but within mere seconds, Shen Huai Ling dispatched it with ease. "Tao Tao, do you recall an An's identification number?" Shen Huai Ling continued to rummage through the documents in hand. "I know, in my previous life, his laboratory number was 0418. Shen Huai promptly set aside the documents in his hand and proceeded to locate the container according to its code. 0418. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, Shen Huai Ling discreetly tossed Shen Huai's files into his personal space. Shen Huai Ling feigned indifference as he surveyed his surroundings, symbolically placing basic research materials into the spatial realm. The possessors of spatial abilities continually deposited documents into their realms. Meanwhile, the others remained fixated on the door, vigilantly guarding against the potential breach by the undead and seeking alternative escape routes. There, on the wall of the archives, an emergency button was located. With little regard for the imminent danger, he pressed it. Fortunately, hope was not lost. A hidden door materialized within the room. "Warning! Warning! There are only 3 minutes to escape. In 3 minutes, mandatory measures will be enforced." Shen Huai Ling swiftly approached the door, and within 30 seconds, it swung open, prompting them to hastily escape. They secured the hidden entrance tightly to prevent the zombies from emerging. It appeared they had exited through the rear door of the villa. As the countdown reached its conclusion, 3, 2, 1, the villa erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. A colossal fireball ascended from the heart of the structure, instantaneously engulfing the entire edifice, reducing it to mere rubble. Chapter 36. Tianchi Sanatorium. Fortunately, their quick evasion spared them from a fate akin to that of the zombies, leaving no trace behind. Amidst the collective relief of surviving the ordeal, only Shen Huai Ling remained silent on the sofa, lost in thought. The series of fortunate events felt excessively coincidental. It seemed as though they had been manipulated, as if someone were orchestrating their every move. What would be the ulterior motive behind this? Congratulations, Lingling, on completing the task. Rewards: 1. Chincho Blade Technique 2. 3. Fully intact ins 3. Animal maturation period reduced to 1 week. The entirety of the blade technique was imprinted within Shen Huai Ling's mind, while the 3 complete ins lay quietly in the reward section. At long last, it appeared that this chapter had come to a close. Shen Huai Ling led Shen Huai downwards, and the place known as the Realm of Nightmares finally vanished from sight. Just like that, it simply disappeared. Shen Huai felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. It was over. Everything was over. Shen Huai had just intended to grasp his sister, but in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Shen Huai Ling crouched on the ground. Collecting crystal cores. You must admit, this apparatus is quite advantageous. At least we no longer have to excavate the crystal cores ourselves, Shen Huai Ling murmured to herself. Observing her actions, the others hastily lowered their heads to gather the crystal cores as well. The matter of locating the Zombie Virus Research Institute remained under discussion, and after some deliberation, they resolved to visit the White Eagle base for further consultations. After navigating through a labyrinth of roads, they arrived at the White Eagle base. Situated at the confluence of cities A, B, and C, the base resembled a fortress, encircled by towering walls with the exception of its entry and exit points. At the entrance, personnel were stationed to conduct inspections. Regardless of the base, there existed a distinct differentiation between those with abilities and those without. Bai Fei, the leader of the White Eagle base, signaled for the group to enter without undergoing a search. Having traveled extensively for several days, Bai Fei arranged accommodations for them, allowing everyone to rest for a day. He suggested that they defer any matters until tomorrow. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai were assigned to share a room together. Shen Huai Ling retrieved the dossier concerning 0418 from the depths of space, perusing its contents, which detailed the timelines of drug injections alongside other pertinent information. In the presence of Shen Huai, she incinerated the document entirely, erasing the existence of 0418 from this world, leaving only Shen Huai behind. The dossier contained no formulations. It was solely comprised of accounts of living human experimentation. As for the notes resting upon the table, they appeared to have been penned by a researcher, chronicling everything witnessed within the laboratory. At the conclusion of the manuscript, a solitary phrase was inscribed in pencil. If you seek the antidote for the zombie virus, come to Tianchi Sanatorium. The group thoroughly examined all available literature, most of which pertained to trivial matters, with scant references to any formulations, all of which were woefully incomplete. Such matters could only be entrusted to professionals to explore gradually. Individuals like them, mere novices, ought to refrain. The remaining affairs concerned the White Eagle base and the military district base, matters in which Shen Huai Ling felt it inappropriate to involve herself further, prompting her departure from the premises. "Hello, Sister Lingling. The chief sent me to accompany you on a stroll. You can call me Morin," the young girl cheerfully announced. "Where was your base located previously?" "The architecture seems somewhat traditional," Shen Huai Ling inquired with curiosity. "Our previous location served as a filming base for television dramas, hence the somewhat antique architectural style," Morin replied, guiding Shen Huai Ling around the vicinity. Though small, it sufficed for their needs. Shen Huai Ling observed the street vendors and inquired about their trade practices. The shaded areas alongside the road were densely populated with small merchants. Morin glanced around and explained, "Here, we engage in barter. In this post-apocalyptic era, resources are scarce, and individuals display their possessions outside in exchange for essential supplies." As the two conversed, an unexpected feral cat emerged, weaving around Shen Huai Ling's legs and nuzzling against him. "Meow." Shen Huai Ling gently picked up the little cat by her feet, tenderly stroking its fur. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a sausage from the space and offered it to the little kitten, exclaiming, "How adorable! Would you like to accompany me in the future? With me around, you shall never go hungry." Behind her, Shen Huai recalled the words he had previously heard from Shen Huai Ling. The gaze of his sister, filled with youthful melancholy, was fixed upon Shen Huai Ling. "Am I merely a fleeting visitor in your life? How could that be? You are all my dear treasures." The kitten nibbled only half of the sausage before it seized the remaining portion and began to trot away. Its pace was leisurely, deliberately coaxing Shen Huai Ling to follow. If she lagged behind, the kitten would drop the sausage from its mouth and urge her on with a few soft sounds. They meandered through winding paths until they arrived at a small house. The door stood ajar, inviting them inside. "Where is this place?" Shen Huai Ling wondered as she surveyed her surroundings, noting the humble accommodations typical for ordinary people. A man lay on the bed, his body temperature soaring. Shen Huai and Shen Huai Ling exchanged a glance. This was not merely a cold, but rather the manifestation of their extraordinary abilities. The present moment was critical. To endure meant to become an extraordinary being, while failing to do so could result in demise. With a mere glance from Shen Huai Ling, Shen Huai lifted the person from the bed and proceeded towards the exit. "There are too many like him. We cannot save them all," Morin cautioned. "Thank you for your reminder," Shen Huai Ling replied with a faint smile, promptly following Shen Huai towards their residence. This individual was someone Shen Huai Ling had encountered in his previous life. His words held the weight of authority, a testament to his extraordinary ability. Bai Fei was not overly concerned. If exchanging such a youth could secure Shen Huai Ling's collaboration, it would be worth it. As night fell, the young man regained consciousness. "Sister, he's awake," Shen Huai exclaimed with joy. I am aware, Shen Huai Ling responded, placing a bottle of water on the nearby table. Thank you for saving me. The man uttered from the bed, his voice notably hoarse. Shen Huai Ling gestured towards the kitten nestled beside him, saying, "It was this little one that led us to you." The kitten meowed in perfect harmony, presenting a half-eaten sausage it had caught during its playful hunt, placing it delicately before him. Shen Huai Ling directly articulated his request. Do you wish to accompany me in the future? I intend to open a branch here, but I am in need of an assistant manager. If you have made a thoughtful decision, please sign your name on this piece of paper. Shen Huai Ling placed a contract before him. Chapter 37. The Grand Opening of the New Store. I forgot to inquire about your name, he remarked, blinking. Beidang Chuan, the man replied, scrutinizing the contract in his hand. I can only grant you 3 days to consider. Shen Huai Ling sought out Mo Lin to express her desire to open a shop here. Mo Lin conveyed this matter to Bai Fei, who, naturally, was agreeable and entrusted Mo Lin with the responsibility of making it happen. Shen Huai Ling selected a bustling storefront on a lively street and entrusted Morin with a deposit of 10 crystal cores, signifying that the establishment had been acquired by Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling deftly extracted the hotel from the rewards section, and in the next moment, the entire establishment underwent a remarkable transformation. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huaiyan stepped inside. The store was spacious, immaculate, and stocked with a plethora of goods. Shen Huai Ling purchased a point station for 500 points, placing it at the entrance, and meticulously outlined the establishment's rules on a piece of paper. 1. Fighting within the premises is strictly prohibited and will result in immediate expulsion. 2. No items may be taken outside the premises without the manager's consent. 3. The wastage of food is strictly forbidden. 4. The final authority on all interpretations rests with the manager. Breakfast, 6 a.m. to 8 o'clock a.m., 5 points lunch, 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., 10 points dinner, 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m., 10 points single room, 15 points day double room, 28 points day triple room, 40 points day due to the distinct geographical location of this establishment compared to the mountain villa. Shen Huai Ling has instituted new regulations. Henceforth, all branches will adhere to these guidelines. The first floor of this features a dining area occupying half of the space, while the other half resembles a small supermarket. Shen Huai Ling redeemed rewards worth 3,000 points at the system supermarket. There exists an intelligent robot that could directly exchange certain goods from the points mall, sharing the earned points equally. Tao. Why am I unable to see the fully intelligent robot in the points supermarket? Shen Huai Ling paused for a moment before adding, just like Xiong. Of course, it was because Xiong was one of a kind. When this phrase slipped from Tao's lips, Shen Huai Ling felt an uncanny familiarity. It seemed she had heard it somewhere before, perhaps in her childhood. Do you like Xiong? Shall I buy another one for Lingling? The young Shen Huai Ling shook her head resolutely, exclaiming, My Xiong is one of a kind. Shen Huai Ling expended 3,000 points to acquire a robot designated for culinary tasks, aptly named Xiao No. 2. Shen Huai Ling expended 1,500 points at the Points supermarket to acquire a door of convenience, which allows for the seamless delivery of any missing items. The usage of this door is restricted to Shen Huai Ling, his guards, and those possessing a badge. In just a single afternoon, Shen Huai Ling meticulously arranged the hotel, preparing it for its grand opening tomorrow. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huaiyan were under the impression that zombies had invaded. Upon turning on the light, Shen Huai Ling was startled to find Beidang Chuan seated on the sofa, much to the shock of both individuals. I am willing to enter into a contract. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Beidang Chuan, urging him to contemplate carefully. This contract is one of life and death. If I live, you live. If I perish, you perish. The terms are unequivocal. Beidang Chuan nodded, affirming, I am willing. Were it not for your salvation, I would have succumbed to illness long ago. A fleeting shadow of melancholy passed through Beidang Chuan's eyes. He had once believed himself to be the fortunate one destined to become an extraordinary being. Yet it was painfully evident that he was merely afflicted by illness. He took a knife and drew it across his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip onto the contract. With that, the pact was sealed, and a surge of power coursed through Beidang Chuan's body. A new figure has emerged within the confines of Shen Huai Ling's guardrail. Shen Huai Ling felt elated. You shall remain here tonight to rest, and tomorrow we shall venture to the inn together with your cat. However, I possess no extraordinary abilities. Why do you seek me? Beitang Chuan inquired, voicing his inner confusion. You indeed possess a unique power, one that manifests as the ability to command reality through your words. However, your current capabilities are somewhat limited, hence you are unable to perceive it. Shen Huai Ling was in high spirits, having stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. Early the next morning, he took Beitang Chuan to the newly arrived inn. Shen Huaiyan was tasked with conveying some important considerations regarding the inn to Beitang Chuan. He ensured that all details were clearly communicated and mealtime was approaching. As it was the inaugural day of operations, there were not many patrons in attendance. Shen Huai Ling had long anticipated this situation. He instructed Chio number 2 to prepare 20 meals, which were to be delivered to the neighbors at mealtime for them to sample. Upon hearing that Shen Huai Ling had opened an inn, everyone expressed a degree of surprise. Yet they refrained from further comment. The meals here are reasonably priced, and everyone is encouraged to show their support. As afternoon approached, not a single person had arrived. Nonetheless, Shen Huai Ling remained unperturbed, confident that guests were merely a matter of time. Beitang Chuan, do you have any family or friends? Beitang Chuan shook his head, lamenting that they had all perished at the hands of zombies, leaving only himself to escape. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. She had yet to discuss the benefits and compensation with Beitang Chuan. Shen Huai Ling cleared his throat. Here, we provide meals and accommodation, along with a monthly allocation of 300 points. Since you're in City B, I will additionally grant you 10 of the pure profits. Each month, you will receive 4 bottles of crystal core extract. Beitang Chuan nodded, unable to deny that the benefits offered here were indeed impressive. Should a zombie outbreak occur, you need not worry about leaving. No zombies will approach within 5 meters of the inn. Understood, boss. Beitang Chuan's eyes sparkled with admiration for Shen Huai Ling. Surviving in a post-apocalyptic world is no simple feat, and it is even more challenging for a woman like Shen Huai Ling to run an inn in such dire circumstances. As night fell, some individuals took notice of the newly opened inn and ventured inside. Hello, how much does a meal cost here? Beitang Chuan patiently explained it, following the guidance provided by Shen Huaiyan. If this is your first visit, you may first review our house rules and then redeem your points here. One man retrieved a hairpin from his pocket. Is this acceptable? He was a small vendor from a film studio, selling hairpins and trinkets. Certainly. Upon receiving confirmation, the man placed the hairpin on the point redemption counter. That will be 20 points. A meal costs 10 points. The man affirmed the exchange, and Beitang Chuan led him to the dining hall. The entrance to the dining hall prominently displayed the house rules. 1. No takeout allowed. 2. No food wastage permitted. The man scanned his face to deduct points and entered with a tray. 10 dishes were laid out before him, and he could take whatever he desired. He quickly scooped a large bowl of meat and began to eat inside the dining hall. Boss Shen, business is thriving, Bai Fei remarked with a smile. Shen Huai Ling initially believed that being the first day, there would be few visitors, so he invited Bai Fei and Li Tingyuan to join. Considering it a means to enliven the atmosphere of the inn, Shen Huai Ling observed Fong Ziki, who was engrossed in his meal. Have you decided whether to follow the White Eagle base or the military district base? Chapter 38. The Secret of Fong Ziki. All eyes were fixed upon Fong Ziki. Not yet, he replied, swallowing the food in his mouth. They said I could have another week to consider. After a week, I must go to the Tianchi Sanatorium in City C. If I choose to stay at the White Eagle base, I can avoid the trip. However, if I wish to join the military district base, I must depart together. Shen Huai Ling refrained from further inquiries, as other calculations began to form in her mind. Beitang Chuan displayed the items for sale in the shop, gradually attracting more patrons from the surrounding area. Naturally, the White Eagle base boasted a cafeteria. Yet entry required the exchange of crystal cores. Those possessing abilities often opted to accept tasks outside, for the more missions they accomplished, the greater their privileges within the White Eagle base. The cafeteria was categorized into 3 tiers. The highest level was reserved for secondary ability users, led by Bai Fei, while the intermediate tier was accessible to all ability users, and the lowest was designated for ordinary individuals. In the current dystopian landscape, currency was no longer in circulation. Instead, ability users traded using crystal cores and engaged in barter. In this apocalyptic world, food and water held paramount importance, rendering items such as hairpins among the most inexpensive commodities. These items could easily be exchanged for 2 hearty meals, making it an exceedingly advantageous transaction. After dinner, Li Tingyuan's team chose not to reside in the accommodations arranged by the White Eagle base, but rather rented 2 rooms in the apocalyptic hotel operated by Shen Huai Ling. Despite being an engaged couple, one might wonder why they did not share a room. Shen Huaiyin was the first to voice this query. Zhu Qing's face flushed instantly, for such concerns were typically beyond the understanding of a child. Shen Huailing handed the room key to Zhu Qing and Li Tingyuan. Li Tingyuan, Zhang Lei, and Zhao Hu shared a room, while Zhu Qing occupied a room on her own. Li Tingyuan and his companions had unfinished matters to attend to, so they decided to extend their stay for another week. The total accommodation and meal expenses were calculated for 1 week, amounting to 1,085 points, with a discount of 20, bringing the total to 964 points. Li Tingyuan promptly settled the payment and departed, though upon closer inspection, it was evident that his ears were slightly flushed. Shen Huailing found Feng Ziki and placed a contract before him, uncertain whether Feng would acquiesce. From their initial encounter, Shen Huailing struggled to comprehend this individual. Si Yichen acted out of concern for his sister, Si Yishue, while Beidang Chuan was motivated by a debt of gratitude for being saved. However, Feng Ziki was different. He seemed to thrive independently. His reluctance to join the White Eagle base or the military district suggested deeper reasons behind his choices. Feng Ziki maintained his carefree demeanor, showing little interest in Shen Huailing's proposal. "Thank you for your kindness, Boss Shen, but this does not pique my interest." She regarded Feng Ziki intently. "Feel free to voice any requests. Perhaps I might assist you." Feng Ziki smiled and shook his head. "No one can help me. Is it truly possible for a person to be entirely devoid of desire?" Shen Huailing harbored doubts. Feng Ziki was undoubtedly more complex than he appeared. Shen Huailing beckoned to Shen Huaiyin, signaling him to come over. Shen Huaiyin gazed into Feng Ziki's eyes, and before long, he noticed a profound emptiness within them. "Do you wish to join the White Eagle base or the military district base? Why do you hesitate?" Shen Huaiyin pressed on. "My tasks remain unfinished." "What tasks?" Shen Huaiyin inquired further. "A person named Shen Wenjun saved me. She entrusted me with the protection of her daughter, yet I have yet to locate her." Upon hearing this revelation, Shen Huaiyin and Shen Huailing exchanged a glance, hastily releasing their mental grip. "What did you say?" Both of them inquired in unison. Shen Huailing retrieved a photograph from the expanse of space. "Is this the person?" Feng Ziki was about to reprimand the 2 individuals, but they appeared to be even more anxious than he was. Feng Ziki nodded. "When did you meet her?" Shen Huailing inquired. "Do you know her?" Feng Ziki countered. Given this, without hesitation, Feng Ziki let his blood drip onto the contract. "Then I have indeed found the right person." Feng Ziki felt a sense of relief and muttered to himself, "Although your name is the same as Aunt Shen's, I still harbor doubts. For there are countless individuals in the world with the same name. Can you tell me now?" When the zombie outbreak occurred, I began to awaken my abilities. I was orphaned, and it was Aunt Shen who assisted me during that tumultuous period, ensuring my safety as I navigated my powers. With nowhere else to turn, Aunt Shen informed me that she had a daughter I could seek out. However, I had no knowledge of your whereabouts. Aunt Shen mentioned she was unaware as well, yet she was certain you would go to that research facility, instructing me to wait for you outside. Alas, I am directionally challenged. I wandered around City B for half a day, unable to locate it, and thus waited by the granary for you to pass by. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Shen Huailing exclaimed in exasperation. "I feel you are unlike Aunt Shen. She is gentle and nurturing. How could her daughter excavate crystal cores with her bare hands? Do I not resemble her?" Shen Huailing gazed intently at the woman in the photograph. Feng Ziki scrutinized Shen Huailing's features closely and discerned a faint resemblance in the contours of her eyes and brows. Aunt Shen exudes warmth, while Shen Huailing appears even more aloof, seeming to keep others at a distance of 1,000 miles. You bear a striking resemblance to the man beside Aunt Shun. Feng Ziki murmured to himself. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huaiyan did not hear these words. Shen Huai Ling's mind was in turmoil, as everything at present was orchestrated by her mother. What exactly did she intend to achieve? Upon noticing Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huaiyan departing, Feng Ziki hastily grabbed her backpack and followed suit. Was what had just been said truly valid? Hey! Feng Ziki's treatment was akin to that of Beitang Chuan, with provisions and accommodation included, and a monthly allowance of 300 points. In B City, there was an additional allocation of 10 of the net profit, along with 4 bottles of crystal nucleus extraction liquid provided each month. In recent days, Li Tingyuan and his associates appeared to be exceedingly busy, only making their presence known during meal times. Business in B City had improved. Fewer patrons stayed overnight, yet the dining crowd had swelled. The Beiying base, similar to the military district base, procured 1,000 points worth of supplies weekly. Currently still in B City, Baifei had directly ordered 100 vials of crystal nucleus purification liquid from Shen Huai Ling, eager to ascertain how much could be acquired. Shen Huai Ling placed 30 crystal nuclei into a 15-liter drinking water bucket, subsequently diluting it at a ratio of 1:500. Precisely, 100 crystal nuclei are exchanged for 30 gene of crystal purification liquid. Shen Huai Ling's efficiency was remarkable, swiftly delivering the crystal nucleation purification solution. This substance should not be consumed excessively. A maximum of 500 milliliters per day is advised. Chapter 39, Robbery. Shen Huai Ling refined all the remaining 70 crystal cores and gathered them meticulously. Among them, he retained 15 for Feng Ziki and Beitang Chuan. Additionally, 10 cores were set aside for Si Chen and his companions, accessed through the portal. After consulting with Li Tingyuan and the others regarding the remainder, Li Tingyuan produced 35 crystal cores, to which Shen Huai Ling diluted 10 pounds of water and delivered accordingly. Shen Huai Ling specifically instructed, limit daily consumption to no more than 500 milliliters. This conclusion stemmed from Shen Huai Ling's own experimentation. Initially, after consuming the unrefined extract, he felt fine. However, several hours later, a wave of intense heat enveloped him, leaving him in imminent danger of a catastrophic physical collapse. This venture had commenced, unveiling a new avenue for profit. In recent days, with little to occupy his time, Shen Huai Ling has been assisting at the inn. Shen Huai Ling was playfully tormenting the little kitten in his arms, exclaiming, "My dear, you are simply adorable." The cat had grown accustomed to Shen Huai Ling's mischievous antics, and others had long since become indifferent to the scene. Suddenly, 2 men donned in masks entered the shop. One brandished a firearm while the other wielded a knife, storming into the establishment with an air of menace. In Shen Huai Ling, the meals are quite affordable, and there is a self-service supermarket. Inevitably, there are some envious individuals. Moreover, we are currently in an apocalyptic era where theft has become alarmingly commonplace. With 2 resounding gunshots fired into the ceiling, the assailants declared menacingly, "Hand over all your valuables." It was only the 3rd day of business, and already a disturbance had ensued. Shen Huai Ling stifled a yawn, pondering how 2 ordinary individuals dared to act so recklessly in their territory. Shen Huai Ling remained silent, eager to observe how Feng Ziki and Beitang Chuan would resolve their conflict. The 2 engaged in a scuffle, and in an instant, they found themselves on the ground. Feng Ziki, brushing against a glass cup, urged, "You should leave quickly. If you don't hurry, your lives may be at stake." Feng Ziki was not jesting. The establishment's rules clearly stated that any form of brawling would result in expulsion. Despite this, the 2 remained obstinate, dusting themselves off and rising to their feet. Feng Ziki set the glass cup aside and stepped outside, where it was evident that his arm had transformed into a rock-like appendage as he struck forcefully at one of the individuals. "My grip slipped," Beitang Chuan remarked with an impassive expression. Meanwhile, the assailant behind him, who had intended to retaliate with a firearm, found the gun slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. Realizing the formidable strength of Feng Ziki, the 2 hastily scrambled to their feet and fled. Shen Huai Ling observed the seamless collaboration between Beitang Chuan and Feng Ziki, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He pondered why he had just shown leniency towards them. His hand, still gently stroking the cat, remained unmoving. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback, until Beitang Chuan broke the silence. After all, no significant damage had been inflicted. It would be wiser to let them go. Shen Huai Ling shook his head, remaining silent. The two individuals from earlier certainly did not perceive their actions as leniency. Rather, they regarded him as an easy target. The following day unfolded differently. Those who had merely been surveying the area yesterday were now poised to execute their true intentions. The proprietor of the establishment was a woman, flanked by a harbinger of doom and a violent brute, emboldened by the presence of a crowd. Moreover, the regulations within the base stipulated that those with abilities could not take the lives of ordinary individuals, which further alleviated their fears. Beitang Chuan and Feng Ziki had not anticipated that the goodwill of the previous day would transform into a razor-sharp blade directed at them. "Boss, I was wrong," the two admitted after a moment of hesitation. Shen Huai Ling observed 15 or 16 individuals in the living room, demanding the immediate surrender of the supplies, threatening to wreak havoc otherwise. Regular patrons of the establishment hastily exited to inform the security team of the unfolding situation. Boss Shen is a commendable individual. They do not wish for this establishment to be vandalized. The robbers merely assumed that Shen Huai Ling was a newcomer, lacking influence at the White Eagle base. Upon learning of this incident, Morin immediately informed Bai Fei. Bai Fei furrowed his brow, not out of concern for Shen Huai Ling's shop being damaged, but rather due to the audacity of those individuals to provoke Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling cast a stoic gaze upon the group of individuals before him and approached them with an expression devoid of emotion. "If you accompany me for a night, I shall take care of this establishment." The man uttered his repugnant words, his demeanor exuding a greasy arrogance. Weighing nearly 300 pounds, his visage was marred by an abundance of flesh, and he reached out with the intent to caress Shen Huai Ling's face. Yet, before his hand could bridge the mere 5 centimeters separating them, it was severed cleanly at the elbow. The onlookers were oblivious to the identity of the assailant. A cry of horror escaped the man's lips as his severed arm tumbled to the ground. His companion, upon attempting to retrieve the dismembered limb, witnessed it explode into a mist of crimson. "Do you know who my brother-in-law is?" The portly figure stammered, his pallid complexion betraying his fear. "My brother-in-law is Zhang Hui, an extraordinary being. Should you take my life, he will not let you go unpunished." The commotion in the hotel attracted a throng of spectators, all well aware of Shen Huai Ling's formidable reputation, yet none dared to intervene. This local tyrant had long been accustomed to wielding his influence without opposition, as all feared retribution from his brother-in-law. Here at the White Eagle base, it was strictly forbidden for extraordinary beings to harm ordinary citizens. Shen Huai Ling shook his head in disapproval. "But I am not from the White Eagle base." "Then let it begin with you." The 15 or 16 individuals seemed as though they were nailed to the ground, unable to move, as they witnessed one person after another being reduced to a mist of blood before their very eyes. The silence enveloped the scene, with every onlooker rendered speechless, utterly astonished by the horrific spectacle. Many struggled to suppress their nausea, while Shen Huai Ling appeared as a fearsome specter, as if risen from the depths of hell. This moment instantly quelled the curiosity of those who had merely come to observe, and Li Tingyuan just happened to witness this chilling scene. They were abruptly reminded of their first mission, when a person had been transformed into a cloud of blood right before them. This was, after all, Shen Huai Ling's extraordinary ability. "What are you still dawdling for? Clean this up," Shen Huai Ling said with a tone devoid of patience. Shen Huai Ling meticulously cleanses the bloodstains from her body. Yet she refrains from changing her dress as she exits the inn. "I still have matters to attend to," she declares before departing. The onlookers have yet to disperse when Shen Huai Ling approaches an individual and inquires, "Do you know the whereabouts of Zhang Hui?" The person takes a step back, then divulges Zhang Hui's address to her. In return, Shen Huai Ling retrieves a peach from her belongings and hands it to him before making her way toward Zhang Hui's residence. Meanwhile, Mo Lin promptly informs Bai Fei that Shen Huai Ling is utterly deranged. Shen Huai Ling knocked on the door with a rhythmic insistence. Although Zhang Hui was not at home, His wife was present. Do you know Sun Tianxi? Upon hearing Shen Huai Ling's inquiry, Sun Zhaoti's face momentarily betrayed a hint of displeasure. Yet another girl seeking her accountability. Chapter 40. Resolving future troubles. You must be my brother's new partner. Not bad looking, I suppose. The woman regarded Shen Huai Ling with disdain. Someone like you, lacking self-respect, will never be welcomed at the Sun family door. After berating her sufficiently, Sun Zhaoti noticed that Shen Huai Ling showed no signs of departing. Why are you still here? What are you waiting for? We certainly will not offer you any money, so you might as well abandon that hope. Bah, little wretch. Before the words could escape her lips, it felt as if Sun Zhaoti's mouth was sealed with tape, rendering her utterly speechless. Shen Huai Ling pushed the door open and entered, wandering about aimlessly. The furnishings within the room were quite simplistic, consisting merely of some modest furniture and a safe. Shen Huai Ling released Sun Zhaoti. What's the password for this safe? She inquired. Do you think a wretched creature like you would ever know? Sun Zhaoti's hand shot out in an attempt to strike Shen Huai Ling. In a swift and decisive moment, Sun Zhaoti's tongue was severed. Since you have no intention of speaking anymore, there is no need for words. The space around them shifted. With a mere flick of his hand, the contents of the safe reversed and emerged. The safe was divided into two compartments. One contained crystal nuclei, while the other held gold bars. Under Sun Zhaoti's watchful gaze, Shen Huai Ling meticulously removed all the items within. Shen Huai Ling sat on the sofa, glancing at the watch adorning her wrist. Mealtime was rapidly approaching, and she lacked the patience to remain here, waiting for Chunhui. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift box and placed Sun Zhaoti's roommate inside it. Do you think your husband would recognize this as your tongue? Shen Huai Ling inquired with a stoic expression, seemingly pondering a matter of great significance. At that moment, Sun Zhaoti was engulfed by a wave of fear. She knelt on the ground, fervently bowing her head, pleading for mercy. Shen Huai Ling's gaze fell upon Sun Zhaoti's hand adorned with a wedding ring. The severed hand was also placed within the box. Shen Huai Ling entrusted a box to a young child, along with 2 pieces of bread, instructing him to ensure they reached Chunhui. Chunhui, believing it to be a gift from a romantic interest, eagerly unwrapped the present. Upon hearing the news, Bai Fei hurried to find Chunhui, fortuitously catching sight of the peculiar gift from Shen Huai Ling. Before the apocalypse, Chunhui could still be considered a decent man. However, after the world collapsed, his wife and family clung to him for survival. Chunhui then began to indulge in the company of women alongside his brother-in-law, Sun Guangzhou, who was fiercely loyal and would claim any repercussions as his own. The two engaged in numerous clandestine affairs. As an ability wielder, Chunhui's reputation instilled fear in others, making them hesitant to confront him. Witnessing the scene before him filled Chunhui with rage. The death of Sun Zhaoti was a personal affront. Sun Zhaoti lay on the ground, while the instigator lounged on the sofa. Are you Chunhui? Shen Huai Ling inquired, placing a bill upon the table. This is the damage caused by your brother-in-law in my establishment, and I have come to seek compensation. Chunhui's hands trembled as he picked up the bill, which demanded 100 crystal cores. Are you robbing me? He shouted angrily at Shen Huai Ling. In an instant, Chunhui, a speed-type ability wielder, appeared behind Shen Huai Ling, brandishing a fruit knife with the intent to kill. Sun Zhaoti, lying on the ground, wore a pleased expression, thinking the wretch deserved to die for her vengeance. With a sudden force, Chunhui was flung back, unable to approach Shen Huai Ling. What he had initially perceived as an imposing figure now appeared rather unimpressive. In the next moment, Chunhui felt his body begin to swell, as if it might explode at any moment. Wait, don't kill him. Bai Fei rushed in. Shen Huai Ling had just sensed Bai Fei's presence outside. After such a long time, did she intend for her to play the villain? Nevertheless, Shen Huai Ling gently laid Chunhui down, allowing the pair of lovers to rest together. Was Chief Bai hoping to assist them in repaying their debts? Shen Huai Ling pushed the bill forward. 100 crystal nuclei. Bai Fei gasped in astonishment. This sum could be exchanged for 30 pounds of refined liquid. However, Bai Fei did not believe that Zhang Hui could generate such value for the base. Shen Huai Ling added, Chief Bai, just moments ago, he attempted to take my life. How shall we account for this? What does Chief Bai value my life at? Oh no, it should be phrased differently. What does Chief Bai consider the worth of the two lives lying on the ground? Bai Fei glanced at the two individuals on the ground and began to contemplate, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. No, such matters should not trouble Boss Shen, he declared. Allow me. With that, Bai Fei took the knife and ended the lives of the two men. In Shen Huai Ling's eyes, there was not a trace of sympathy. After all, it was merely the death of two individuals. Shen Huai Ling retrieved 5 vials of purification liquid from his space. Today's events are greatly appreciated, Chief Bai. Do visit our inn for a meal when you have the time. Thank you, Boss Shen. Bai Fei gazed thoughtfully at the vials of purification liquid on the table. Boss, where did you just go? Shen Huai Ling blinked, indicating that she had gone to search for Zhang Hui. Have you found him? Fang Zhiqi followed closely behind Shen Huai Ling. Yes, Zhang Hui is deceased. Shen Huai Ling seemed to be discussing something trivial. After grasping the situation, Bai Fei urgently convened a meeting. No one from the Beiying base is permitted to cause disturbances at the Doomsday Hotel. Shen Huai Ling possesses formidable strength and is currently their sole supplier. The news of Shen Huai Ling's murder of Chen Hui spread like wildfire, resulting in an unexpected increase in patrons at this establishment. The Chen family is far from virtuous. Chen Hui and his brother-in-law have long engaged in tyrannical behavior towards both men and women. Chen Hui's wife is acutely aware of these transgressions, yet feels powerless to intervene, resorting instead to privately tormenting the young women involved. Shen Huai Ling's actions undoubtedly serve to rid the populace of harm. The weather outside has been exceedingly hot these days, feeling as though it is nearing 50 degrees. Shen Huai Ling remained inside the hotel and did not venture out, while numerous individuals gathered within, enjoying the air conditioning. Shen Huai Ling did not evict anyone. Shen Huai Ling enjoys complimentary water and electricity here, offering a significantly more comfortable experience than that found elsewhere. Shen Huai Ling exchanged 1,000 points for 5 mahjong tables. For those wishing to play mahjong, a mere 5 points are required, while those disinterested may remain for a day at the cost of 2 points. Chapter 41. Journey to Tianxi Sanatorium in the blink of an eye. 7 days had swiftly passed. Li Tingyuan and his companions had concluded their affairs and were now preparing to embark on their journey to the Tianxi Sanatorium. Nestled in the outskirts of City C, the Tianxi Sanatorium is a private establishment renowned for its breathtaking scenery and natural hot springs, a sanctuary frequented solely by the elite. The Tianxi Sanatorium enjoys a stellar reputation, contributing generously to charitable causes each year, earning it considerable acclaim within City C. However, it has now become inextricably linked to the zombie virus, prompting an urgent need to consult relevant information. Shen Huai Ling gazed upon the parched earth, sensing that yet another arduous journey awaited him. Noticing the host's intent to uncover the truth behind the zombie virus, a mission was issued. Please delve into the secrets hidden behind the Tianxi Sanatorium. Mission rewards. 1. Animals shall never fall ill. 2. 20 allocation points. 3. 5,000 points. At that moment, Tao Tao's voice resonated, while Shen Huai Ling lay on the second floor of the RV, perusing the points supermarket. Shen Huai Ling expended 3,000 points to acquire a defensive apparatus for the RV, which included an LED screen positioned in the living room on the first floor and at the front of the vehicle. This defense system offers a comprehensive, all-encompassing view of the surroundings and conducts risk assessments for individuals or zombies approaching the RV. On this journey to the Tianxi Sanatorium, Bai Fei opted not to accompany them, choosing instead to manage various matters at the base, delegating the responsibility to Lu Ruiqian, the second-in-command at the Beiying base. Lu Ruiqian appeared to be someone who frequently engaged in physical training, possessing a robust physique that seemed to rival that of 2 Shen Huai Lings. Like Xiao Hu, she was a practitioner of strength-based abilities. Accompanying Lu Ruiqian were a spatial ability user and a metal ability user, along with a wood ability user. This time, Shen Huai Ling's RV led the way, with Lu Ruiqian following closely behind. The journey from Beiying Base to Tianxi Sanatorium would take a mere 3 hours, as the sanatorium had strategically chosen a location in the suburbs to ensure a higher quality environment. Their group set off with great momentum, and the journey proved significantly smoother than before. Even when encountering zombies, They were merely low-level ones, easily dispatched by driving over them without concern. By 9 o'clock in the morning, they had already arrived at the entrance of the Tianqi sanatorium. A large gate was securely locked, leaving the group uncertain about the presence of any living beings within. In order to avoid alerting the enemy and inciting unnecessary trouble, Shen Huai Ling skillfully retrieved a piece of iron wire and began to pick the lock. The grand entrance of the Tianqi sanatorium unfolded before the eyes of the group. While it was known that the environment of Tianqi sanatorium was exquisite, it had never been mentioned that it resembled a castle, encircled by clusters of trees. The center featured a fountain surrounded by rare and precious flowers. As they ventured inside, only a few low-level zombies roamed about. Before the zombies could launch an attack, they were swiftly dealt with. The Tianqi sanatorium comprised 3 stories. The second and third floors were designated for esteemed guests, while the first floor accommodated the doctors and staff. To maintain a high standard, the sanatorium only welcomed 5 guests at a time. It was presumed that the first floor housed the majority of zombies. Perhaps the upper levels might still harbor survivors. After surveying the first floor, the opulence of the owner was evident in the corridor. The paintings adorning the walls were priceless treasures, accompanied by an array of antiques and collectible items. While others might not appreciate them, Shen Huai Ling, who was single, found them appealing, as they could be exchanged for a substantial amount of points. Shen Huai Ling ventured forth, leaving no trace in the pristine corridors. The others primarily sought to explore the kitchen and the reception area. The kitchen, however, was securely locked. Exchanging glances, they inferred that there must be survivors within. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a versatile wire and commenced to pick the lock. With a sharp click, the door swung open, prompting the individuals inside to become alert. As everyone pushed the door ajar, they were met with the sight of 7 or 8 survivors brandishing firearms aimed directly at them. Shen Huai Ling deftly secured the door, indicating their purpose. The group relaxed slightly, and in the kitchen, they encountered a woman clad in a suit. Her name was Yin Jia, the steward of the Tianqi sanatorium. Following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, she had sheltered the survivors within the confines of the kitchen. After grasping the situation, Zhang Lei and Shen Huai Ling, alongside the spatial abilities user from the Beiying base, began to scavenge for provisions. Indeed, most of the food here remained intact. The kitchen was spacious, and it housed a cold storage room filled with supplies sufficient to sustain the group for 6 months. The other patients had barely been discharged when the zombie crisis erupted, leaving only a wealthy individual residing upstairs. Based on others' accounts, it was likely that this person had succumbed long ago. The group engaged in animated discussions, while Yin Jia observed them with a subtle smile. Outside, the danger loomed. Zhu Qing and Zhao, who first escorted them to the RV, while the others ventured elsewhere. Yin Jia then proposed, "Allow me to accompany you. I am unlike the others. I possess abilities that can ensure my safety." Li Tingyuan and Lu Ruiqian did not refuse, permitting Yin Jia to join them. Yin Jia assumed her role as steward, introducing the layout of the Tianqi sanatorium. "This is the office of our director." She indicated a room. Li Tingyuan promptly opened the door, hopeful that it might reveal secrets about the sanatorium. The door was unlocked. Upon entering, they were confronted by a half-eaten zombie, its legs devoured, struggling to crawl on the floor. The wood-type abilities user beside Lu Ruiqian manipulated branches to pierce the zombie's skull and extract its crystal core. They began to rummage through the room, discovering mostly collaboration agreements and donations to welfare institutions, as well as initiatives to assist individuals with disabilities. These appeared to be noble endeavors. Yet there was no mention of the zombie virus. "Yin Jia, having been here for so long, do you know the origins of the zombie virus?" Lu Ruiqian inquired casually, setting aside a document. "I do not know. We have always operated as a legitimate enterprise. How could we be tainted by the zombie virus?" Yin Jia's lips were tightly sealed, revealing nothing about the virus. She observed the group's actions with the vigilance of a surveillance camera. They thoroughly explored the first floor, but found no connections to the virus. Upon reaching the second floor, Yin Jia began to subtly impede their movements. However, her words fell on deaf ears as they continued to search room by room. There were 3 rooms on the second floor, each resembling a 2-bedroom apartment. As they entered one room to collect supplies, a faint sound of distress caught their attention. Chapter 42. The call for help. The door was tightly shut, yet a faint cry for help emanated from within. There was someone inside. Without hesitation, Lu Ruiqian kicked the door open. A small girl huddled in the corner, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Help me, help me." The others hesitated to approach. "Are you all right, little sister?" Shen Huai Ling tossed a pillow towards her. The girl abruptly lunged at the pillow, biting into it eagerly. It was then that they noticed her appearance. Her mouth was torn open, her teeth serrated and perfectly aligned. She stood up, tilting her head to gaze at them, her insides already hollowed out. "Help, help me," was all she could utter, revealing that she was no longer human. Suddenly, Yanjia locked the door from outside. Not good. The wood-type abilities user manipulated branches to bind the girl's limbs. Before any force could be exerted, the girl wrenched at the vines, attempting to consume him. Lu Ruiqian quickly retaliated, landing a punch to her abdomen, which had no organs left. His fist punctured her frail body. However, the girl appeared unaffected, swiftly countering and knocking Lu Ruiqian to the ground. This girl was a level 3 strength zombie. Shen Huai Ling seized the moment, traversing through space to position himself behind the zombie. With a swift and decisive strike, he employed his supernatural abilities to sever the head of the young girl. Shen Huai Ling wielded a Tang Dao and cleaved the little girl's skull, extracting the crystal core. The commotion within the room gradually subsided, while outside, Yanjia revealed a faint smile. Another batch of souls had arrived to meet their demise. At this rate, the adult's plan was imminent. As the spectators awaited the door to open, their gazes converged upon Shen Huai Ling. "Help! Help me!" Shen Huai Ling's voice trembled with a faint plea for rescue. It was over. Yanjia joyfully opened the door, eager to seize their supplies. However, everyone stood unharmed within the room, while the little girl lay in a pool of blood. Upon entering, Yanjia was immediately captured, her gaze locking onto the lifeless eyes of the girl. A dark, ominous pallor washed over Yanjia's face as she utilized her powers to take her own life. Such defiance. Not a single useful piece of information had been divulged. They scoured the second and third floors, uncovering only a few documents and little else. It couldn't be this straightforward. The group aimlessly wandered when Shen Huai Ling noticed a rather exquisite carpet and decided to store it away in his space. Yet, beneath it seemed to lie a secret. Upon removing the carpet, they discovered a massive wooden panel. Once this was revealed, they began searching for a mechanism. With a click, Zhang Lei found the mechanism, prompting several to hasten downwards. The basement was the true secret of the Tianqi Sanatorium. Upon entering, they were astonished by the laboratory below, which was infinitely more luxurious than the previous zombie research facility. Precision instruments abounded, and the entire laboratory was replete with expensive experimental supplies. Shen Huai Ling observed the experimental apparatus laid out upon the table. These tools represented the means through which they supported orphanages and various social welfare initiatives. Each year, they provided complimentary health checkups, subsequently matching blood samples with affluent individuals. If a match was found, they would orchestrate an accident and perform surgeries within these walls. This realization sparked a collective memory of the little girl upstairs, who was likely among the chosen ones. Li Tingyuan recalled previous discussions regarding an elderly wealthy patron who was supposedly residing on the upper floor. Yet they had failed to catch a glimpse of him throughout their stay at the sanatorium. Where could he possibly be? A chill crept over everyone as the laboratory fell silent, save for the rhythmic ticking of the instruments. Had he already departed? One of the supernatural beings brought by Lu Ruiqian timidly inquired. The little girl's organs had already been harvested. It is impossible. Only the living can transform into zombies. The little girl must have undergone a mutation during the procedure, likely confined within a room by Yanjia. When Zhao Hu and Zhu Qing escorted the others away, they had not encountered the elderly benefactor either. This left them with but one possibility. He remained within the sanatorium, either overlooked by them or stealthily trailing them. You have the capability to kill Xiao AI. Indeed, you are astute supernatural beings, a voice resonated from behind. Your powers surpass those of the previous supernatural beings. The voice belonged not to an elderly magnate, but rather to a youthful man. Would you care to join our Eternal Life Society? He extended an invitation to Shen Huai Ling and his companions. We seek the secret to everlasting life, to coexist with heaven and earth, immortal and indestructible. The man's words dripped with reverence for the eternal life society. Have you achieved this immortality? Shen Huai Ling retorted. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed the man's eyes. Not yet, but it is imminent. Have you not seen Xiao Ai? She was on the brink of death. Yet upon the injection of the serum, she revived. She even learned to speak. He asserted confidently, in the near future, we too shall succeed. It appeared that the outbreak of the zombie virus was orchestrated by the Eternal Life Society. The zombies outside are your doing, aren't they? Lu Ruiqian stated bluntly. Those individuals willingly became subjects for the grand plan of eternal life. It is their honor. However, the man's gaze fixated on Shen Huai Ling, as if eager to discern his response, for none present could rival Shen Huai Ling's worth. Will you join us? The man asked, his eyes locked onto Shen Huai Ling with unwavering intensity. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a photograph of Shen Wenjun from the void. Do you recognize this individual? My authority is insufficient. Perhaps if you joined us, you might encounter her. It would be better to eliminate her. She serves no purpose, Shen Huai Ling bluntly declared. Aren't you going to ask any further questions? You are so resolute in your decision to kill. Li Tingyuan and Lu Ruiqian ponder for a moment. Who are you? Is this something you can disclose? It appears to be of no consequence. Let us proceed with the execution. Li Tingyuan extended his hand, and a fiery dragon surged forth to assault the man. Are these people deranged? They resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. How uncouth. Chapter 43. The zombie tide you lot truly are ungrateful, rejecting the offer of the Eternal Life Society. Then remain here indefinitely. My name is Liang Shan. Do not find yourself at death's door without even knowing the identity of your assailant. The group felt utterly exhausted. Not only were they battling zombies, but they also had to contend with fellow humans. Everyone assumed Liang Shan intended to kill them, quickly preparing for a confrontation, assuming combat stances. Liang Shan tossed a smoke bomb to the ground and fled. By the time the smoke cleared, Liang Shan's presence had vanished entirely. Ridiculous. If they could dispatch Xiao Ai, how could he, a mere level 2 ability user, hope to contend against such a multitude? Moreover, Liang Shan had noticed that several individuals were armed. Staying put would only invite their demise. Li Tingyuan approached Shen Huai Ling. May I see the photograph you just presented? After a moment of hesitation, Shen Huai Ling finally retrieved the photograph. Have you ever seen this person? She inquired cautiously. Li Tingyuan, meeting Shen Huai Ling's hopeful gaze, nodded affirmatively. Aunt Shen, I encountered her once before. When was that? Shen Huai Ling pressed for details. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that information. It is classified military intelligence. Aside from herself, nearly everyone around has seen Shen Wenjun. Shen Huai Ling shook her head, indicating that there was no need for trouble. She placed the photograph into Li Tingyuan's hands. Nearly everyone present had seen Shen Wenjun, and, as her daughter, she had always believed her mother to be deceased. If her mother wished to reunite, she would have sought her out long ago, rather than resorting to such convoluted means. Oh, I have lost interest in her. For the past 23 years, Shen Huai Ling had been under the impression that Shen Wenjun had passed away, thus preserving a lingering hope for maternal love. Shen Wenjun should have loved her, but in hindsight, perhaps that is not the case. However, what does it matter? After all these years, she has lived her life. It is inconceivable to abandon her current existence for someone who has long been absent. Shen Huai Ling composed himself and retrieved the supplies from the basement. The records concerning the zombie virus within the Tianqi Sanatorium were more comprehensive, yet there remained little progress regarding the antidote. Among the 3 spatial ability users, only Shen Huai Ling possessed the most expansive space, allowing him to transport all the large equipment. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the house, her tone laced with jest. I truly wish I could take this house with me. It would be delightful to open it in here, but alas, it's beyond my means. Lu Ruiqian replied in a similarly playful manner. Well, that seems to be your predicament, not mine. It was as if Shen Huai Ling's earlier despondency was merely an illusion conjured by their perceptions. Having arrived in City C, they proceeded to the military base after departing from the Tianqi Sanatorium. The military base was the same location where troops were previously stationed in District C. Compared to the Beijing base, the discipline exhibited at the military base was markedly more pronounced. Shen Huai Ling's motorhome was parked outside, awaiting inspection before entering the base. Shen Huai Ling observed the various examinations and casually inquired, "Are the inspections at this base conducted manually, similar to those at the White Eagle base?" Zhu Qing shook his head and replied, "Here, we utilize direct infrared scanning to detect any wounds on the body. Everything can be revealed." Shen Huai Ling recalled Shen Huai, whose body was chillingly cold. Even in the sweltering heat outside, his temperature remained notably low. "I shall go upstairs to fetch a few items." Shen Huai Ling ascended the stairs and retrieved a thermometer, directing it towards Shen Huai. The reading displayed a temperature of 34 degrees, which is considerably lower than the normal human body temperature range of 36 to 37 degrees. This was evidently concerning. "Tao Tao, is there anything that can assist in elevating Shen Huai's body temperature?" Shen Huai Ling inquired urgently. "Indeed, there's a solution that can temporarily raise the body temperature. Priced at 500 points per pill." Shen Huai Ling immediately administered a pill, ensuring that Shen Huai swallowed it. "Lingling, we've arrived," she announced. "Excellent." Everyone began their inspections, while Shen Huai Ling keenly monitored the situation concerning Shen Huai. Fortunately, the result was 36, allowing Shen Huai Ling to breathe a sigh of relief. As they had safely entered the military base, the military base was as expansive as two White Eagle bases. Li Tingyuan escorted Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai to his villa. Shen Huai Ling was surprised to encounter familiar faces, the three individuals who had been injured previously. They decided to take a moment to recuperate, postponing all matters until the following day. Suddenly, in the dead of night, a blaring alarm pierced the silence. "Warning! Warning! There's a zombie invasion." Startled, Shen Huai Ling sprang upright from her bed, hastily donned her clothing, and rushed outside to assess the situation. "Sister Lingling, you and Enin should rest well. We will handle everything." Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai have both risen. It is best for them to go and have a look together. Shen Huai and Shen Huai Ling drove to the site of the zombie outbreak. Countless zombies cascaded down from the towering walls like an overwhelming tide, their sheer numbers sending shivers down one's spine. A multitude of superhumans stood ready, with defensive superhumans stationed at the forefront, while those endowed with strength wielded shields to vanquish the undead. Meanwhile, the healing and spatial superhumans remained in the rear, launching their attacks from a distance. Shen Huai Ling, concerned for Shen Huai's safety, insisted that he stay with Zhu Qing. Donning protective gear, Shen Huai Ling proceeded to the front lines. Shen Huai Ling wielded the tang knife with such finesse that he severed the zombie's head as effortlessly as one would slice through a watermelon. Shen Huai Ling held a knife with a composed demeanor, resembling an emotionless machine designed for slaying the undead. In the end, the act of dispatching zombies became instinctual, his expression utterly devoid of feeling. As the dawn slowly broke, the tide of zombies began to recede, and the base welcomed a new dawn. Shen Huai immediately approached Shen Huai Ling and picked up his blade. Designated personnel commenced the task of clearing the battlefield, while Zhu Qing hurried over to present a bottle of water to Shen Huai Ling. "Thank you," Shen Huai Ling said as he gulped down the water. Observing the countless corpses strewn across the ground, he felt no stirrings of emotion. Such sights had long since become familiar from his previous life. "No need for thanks. Remember the 100 crystal stones," Shen Huai Ling jested. "No problem," Zhu Qing replied cheerfully. The zombie tide from the previous night had been substantial, even breaching the walls. And Shen Huai Ling did not demand more than the 100 crystal cores, despite having dispatched far more than that. By afternoon, once everyone had recuperated, they began to discuss matters concerning the zombie virus. Shen Huai Ling had placed all the experimental equipment from the Tianqi Sanatorium into the laboratory, leaving the remaining tasks to the professionals. Meanwhile, Lu Ruiqian and Li Tingyuan engaged in a heated argument at the table regarding the appropriate base for the completion of the zombie virus project, while Shen Huai Ling appeared rather disinterested. Shen Huai Ling noticed a frail man entering through the door. Chapter 44, The Second Branch. A yuan cough, cough, cough. A fit of coughing overcame him. The man, holding a handkerchief, settled down at the table. The individual before Shen Huai Ling smiled and said, "You must be Manager Shen." "I am Qi Xiao." Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly, greeting him courteously. Li Tingyuan casually poured a glass of water and placed it before Qi Xiao. "Everyone, let us refrain from noise and allow me a moment to speak." Qi Xiao took a sip of the water on the table. "Since our two bases are not far apart, why not consider collaboration? Experts, let us join forces and share any expenses equally. Should you wish to inquire about our progress, we are always available for updates, and if you prefer, you may dispatch a small team to join us." Lu Ruiqian promptly conveyed the situation here to Bai Fei and ultimately agreed to Qi Xiao's proposal. Although Qi Xiao was frail, he held authority over all matters within the base. Qi Xiao turned his gaze towards Shen Huai Ling. "Manager Shen, what do you think about establishing an inn in our military district?" Shen Huai Ling harbors such intentions. However, he is not yet prepared to take action. The Beiying base is stratified into various levels, and resources hold significant importance. Conversely, at the military district base, the provisions are uniform for all, with resources allocated per individual. Shen Huai Ling harbors some doubts regarding whether establishing a branch of his inn here would result in financial losses. Shen Huai Ling nodded, expressing his gratitude for Captain Qi's arrangements. "No need for thanks. Simply call me Qi Xiao," he replied. Qi Xiao acted swiftly. After inquiring about Shen Huai Ling's preferences, he identified a suitable establishment by the following day. With other matters to attend to, he entrusted Zhu Qing with guiding Shen Huai Ling to the new venue. "What do you think of this place?" Zhu Qing asked tentatively. "If it does not meet your satisfaction, we can certainly explore other options." Qi Xiao had prepared several accommodations, each impeccably tidy, as if they had been meticulously cleaned for a purpose, hinting at a well-conceived plan. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly, expressing her satisfaction with the current arrangements. Yet she had an additional request. "Please, go ahead," Zhu Qing replied with a sweet smile. "I have no pressing engagements today. I can accompany you for a stroll." "That would be splendid. I wish to explore your facilities and consider renovations for the lodgings here." "Very well." With a sense of leisure, Zhu Qing guided Shen Huai Ling through the military district. "What precisely is your relationship with Li Tingyuan?" Shen Huai Ling inquired with great curiosity. Zhu Qing's gaze shifted. "It's merely a colleague relationship." "Is that so?" "However, during that incident when you were injured, he seemed quite concerned." Zhu Qing hurriedly changed the subject. "This is our military hospital. Over there is our residential area." She continued to chatter on. "However, more and more individuals are seeking refuge here. Most are ordinary citizens, while the number of ability users remains relatively scarce. Consequently, some are relegated to living in makeshift shelters. Especially in these past 2 months, the weather has been abnormal, with daily temperatures nearing 50 degrees and water resources are notably scarce. Currently, the base's water supply is provided by those with water-related abilities." Shen Huai Ling nodded, realizing that the military district base and the White Eagle base were quite similar, with the former being somewhat more stringent in its regulations. "It seems that this place is constructed in a manner comparable to the White Eagle base." Shen Huai Ling, through their conversation, discovered that Zhu Qing had graduated from the medical university in City C and subsequently held a position at the hospital within the base. At this juncture, the figure of Shen Wenjun resurfaced in Shen Huai Ling's mind. "Do you know Shen Wenjun?" Shen Huai Ling's words slipped out unbidden. Zhu Qing instinctively nodded, acknowledging her acquaintance. Shen Huai Ling was not surprised by this answer, while Zhu Qing appeared quite taken aback by Shen Huai Ling's question. "Do you know Aunt Shen?" Shen Huai Ling shook his head, stating, "I do not know her. I merely heard this name while investigating the antidote." Zhu Qing nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from elaborating further. "Do not worry. Once the antidote for the zombie virus is discovered, you will be informed, for this is something we have sought together." Shen Huai Ling smiled gently. The remaining tasks no longer required Zhu Qing's accompaniment, as Shen Huai Ling could accomplish them independently. Shen Huai Ling wandered around, finding that this place was not much different from the Beiying base. However, there were considerably more soldiers patrolling the area. Moreover, most of the ability users here were also former military personnel. Shen Huai Ling arrived at the storefront prepared by Qi Xiao, selecting a hotel from the rewards panel and dragging it into place. The first floor resembled that of the White Eagle base. with one half designated as a dining hall and the other half serving as a self-service supermarket. Shen Huai Ling expended over 1,000 points to add an additional layer to the inn and exchanged 500 points for an elevator. Shen Huai Ling has transformed the second floor into a bathing area, while the third and fourth floors remain designated for accommodation. 1. Fighting and brawling within the inn are strictly prohibited. Violators will face immediate expulsion. 2. Without the proprietor's consent, no items from the inn may be removed. 3. The wastage of food is strictly forbidden within this establishment. 4. Ultimately, all rights to interpretation belong to the proprietor. Breakfast, 6 a.m. to 8 o'clock a.m., 5 points lunch. 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., 10 points dinner. 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m., 10 points single room. 15 points per day double room. 28 points per day triple room. 40 points per day bathing. Morning, 9 a.m. to 11 o'clock a.m., 10 points afternoon. 2:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., 10 points. Shen Huai Ling expended 3,000 points to purchase a ball number 3, which she placed in the kitchen. Additionally, she spent 2,000 points on an anywhere door, which she installed beside the counter for the convenience of transporting goods. Shen Huai Ling positioned the points redemption station at the entrance of the inn. Shen Huai Ling recalled something and spent 1,000 points to install villas in both the main store and a branch at the White Eagle base. Due to the spur-of-the-moment decision, Feng Ziki, Beitang Chuan, and Si Chen were taken aback. Has the elevator in the villa been installed just like that? The efficiency is truly remarkable. A mere minute after placing the elevator order, Shen Huai Ling received a 60-second voice complaint from Si Chen and Feng Ziki. Shen Huai Ling chose to disregard the messages from the two of them, but unexpectedly, they initiated a video call in the group. Although Shen Huai Ling did not join, his companion, Shen Huaiyan, was remarkably swift, entering the voice chat without hesitation. Shen Huai Ling heard the warm greetings and gently informed them that any further chatter would lead to a deduction in their wages. By the way, it is worth mentioning that Si Chen's salary is the same as Feng Ziki's and Beitang Chuan's. Everything is in place, except for the staff. Are there any little treasures interested in applying? Chapter 45, The Past of Qi Shao. Shen Huai Ling has also spent 500 points to set up a water dispenser on the first floor, where one can fill their containers with bottled water. However, it is essential to bring your own vessel. 1 liter of water costs 3 points. Everything is already prepared, and now we await the grand opening. Anin, would you like to have a drink? Shen Huai Ling winked at Shen Huiyan. Yes. Anin had never tasted alcohol before. His sister had always prevented him from doing so, but now she was the one initiating the offer. Shen Huaiyan nodded solemnly, fearing that Shen Huai Ling might have a change of heart. Shen Huai Ling closed the door and hung the sign indicating a temporary cessation of business outside. The soundproofing of the room was exceptional. Today was a day of indulgence for the siblings. Shen Huai Ling reheated the snacks she had purchased before the apocalypse in the microwave, selected a movie, and nestled on the sofa with Shen Huaiyan. Shen Huai Ling placed a bottle of cocktail before Shen Huaiyan, saying, "This is the only drink you may indulge in for now. You shall partake in others when you have matured." Shen Huai Ling seized a can of beer and began to drink. It was sweet, with a hint of grape flavor. Shen Huaiyan took a small sip. It was delightful. He took another sip. Before the apocalypse, he and his sister had lived this way, filled with joy. When did everything start to change? Perhaps it was after Li Tingyuan's arrival, or was it after his sister saw that photograph? His sister seemed to have become disheartened, as if something weighed heavily on her heart. Shen Huai Ling remained silent, and Shen Huaiyan did not inquire further, regardless of what transpired. He would steadfastly stand by his sister's side. Shen Huai Ling discovered a comedy that, while undeniably humorous, brought tears to her eyes. Shen Huaiyan gently placed a tissue box beside her. "Anin, there is something I wish to share with you." Shen Huaiyan softly replied. "Shen Wenjun is not dead. She has been here all along, yet she no longer wants me." Tears cascaded down Shen Huai Ling's cheeks. Shen Wenjun is the very person who released him from the confines of a laboratory. Feng Ziki has encountered her, as have you, and nearly everyone, including Li Tingyuan, has crossed paths with her. Yet, I have not seen her since I turned 5. Do you not find this rather amusing? Unbeknownst to me, Shen Huai Ling's voice quivered with a hint of emotion. "Anin, I share this with you, but please keep it between us. It is our little secret. Indeed, sister, rest assured. This is our cherished secret. Shen Huai obediently replied. Sister, you need not worry. You have said that we are family. And thus we're the only kin in this apocalyptic world. After Shen Huai Ling confided her innermost thoughts, she felt considerably relieved. Observing Shen Huai, who had been raised to be so obedient, filled her with immense joy. Perhaps it was time for her to look ahead and relinquish her expectations of so-called familial affection. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai were joyfully relishing a delightful afternoon. The following morning, they awoke in a daze. After tidying up the remnants of the previous day, they began to contemplate their next steps. The scarcity of personnel to assist at the branch posed a significant challenge. Under the auspices of Beitang Chuan's remarkable influence, the business at the Base's branch had flourished splendidly, making it less than ideal to summon Beitang Chuan or Feng Ziki for assistance. As for Si Chen, Shen Huai Ling shook his head. Once merely a university instructor, he now bore the burdens of overseeing the inn while also needing to allocate time for resource preparation. A truly arduous task. It seemed prudent to seek someone from outside to manage the store in the meantime. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai donned short sleeves and donned sun hats before stepping outside. It was still morning, and as soon as they exited, a wave of heat enveloped them, prompting them to wonder if they could still seize unexpected opportunities as before. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai took a stroll, but found no suitable candidates. Shen Huai Ling was in search of extraordinary individuals, and naturally, he needed someone capable of commanding respect in the establishment. Otherwise, a mere mascot would suffice. However, those assisting outside were merely ordinary people. With a sigh, Shen Huai Ling decided to leave this place. If there were truly no suitable candidates, he could always procure a few more robots from the system supermarket. Congratulations, Lingling, on the completion of your task. Task rewards. 1. Animals shall never fall ill. 2. 20 allocation points. 3. 5,000 points. Apologies, Lingling, for the delay in your task rewards. We are now compensating you with 5 allocation points. Shen Huai Ling allocated 15 points to physical strength, distributing the remainder to intelligence. Name: Shen Huai Ling. Physical strength, 100 intelligence, 80 mental strength, 150 in recent days. Shen Huai Ling has been cultivating a crystal core each day, fully replenishing his mental energy. Currently stationed at the military base, it would be wise to commence operations and assess the situation. The selection of personnel can be determined at a later time. Shen Huai Ling hung the sign for the grand opening, yet the turnout was sparse, with only Li Tingyuan and his companions in attendance. Nevertheless, having prepared an abundance of food, Shen Huai Ling generously offered the meals to Li Tingyuan and his associates. Li Tingyuan, in turn, distributed numerous lunchboxes among his fellow colleagues. The meals prepared by Shen Huai Ling surpassed the bland fare of the cafeteria by a considerable margin. Within a few days, Shen Huai Ling set up a small stall outdoors, offering a selection of fresh fruits and vegetables. The pricing here mirrors that of the base cafeteria, yet it has drawn a significant number of customers. Gradually, an increasing number of people began to frequent their self-service supermarket to purchase groceries. Shen Huai Ling promoted the bathing facility on the second floor, offering access for 10 points per person. Not only can one take a shower, but laundry services are also provided. In this apocalyptic era, where water resources are exceedingly precious, this arrangement proves far more economical than the water usage at the base. Moreover, since the hotel covers all utilities, there is no need for any concern. Shen Huai Ling's business strategy is commendable, as the number of patrons frequenting this establishment steadily increases. After a week of observation, it has become evident that the most suitable candidate to remain as the store manager at the military base is Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao, a descendant of one of the 3 prominent factions within the military district, may lack extraordinary abilities, yet he demonstrates remarkable aptitude in managing both significant and trivial matters with great finesse. Shen Huai Ling had inquired about Qi Xiao through Zhu Qing, learning that her illness stemmed from being born prematurely and frail. After much effort, she managed to regain some strength. In her childhood, she and Li Tingyuan would play in the snow by the lake during winter. One fateful day, Li Tingyuan fell into the icy waters, and it was Qi Xiao who rescued him. but in doing so, she succumbed to the cold, compromising her health. This incident explains why Li Tingyuan has always been attentive to Qi Xiao. He carries a sense of guilt. Over the years, he has sought various remedies for her, yet to no avail. Zhu Qing had privately confided in Shen Huai Ling about these frustrations. Had it not been for the knowledge that Qi Xiao had someone she cherished, Zhu Qing would have truly considered severing her engagement with Li Tingyuan. Someone Qi Xiao loves? Shen Huai Ling inquired, intrigued. Indeed, that girl is also a medical student. However, as you can see, Qi Xiao's frail disposition could be described as delicate. She is quite courageous, having pursued Qi Xiao first, yet he has never consented, fearing he would be a burden to her. Chapter 46, Approaching Qi Xiao. The girl, undeterred, assured Qi Xiao, "I will surely return with a remedy for you." Zhu Qing spat out the sunflower seed shell from her mouth. It has been nearly 2 years since then, and there has been no word from that girl. Shen Huai Ling immediately conceived an idea. She discovered a body-strengthening elixir, a version without side effects, within her space. Shen Huai Ling opened the detailed interface. Although he currently possessed over 100,000 points, the thought of spending 10,000 points still caused him a pang of reluctance. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Huai Ling ultimately decided to exchange for the strengthening elixir. A dark, gleaming pill materialized in his hand. It was now time to seek an audience with Qi Xiao. Knowing that Qi Xiao would be available in the afternoon, Shen Huai Ling grasped the contract and made his way toward the military headquarters. The personnel at the military district had long since grown accustomed to Shen Huai Ling's presence. They now consumed the refined serum he had provided, and even the containment of the zombie virus bore his contributions. Shen Huai Ling effortlessly located Qi Xiao's office. "Please come in." Shen Huai Ling entered the room. "Shen Huai Ling, what brings you to me?" Shen Huai Ling conjured a contract from thin air and placed it before Qi Xiao. "Perhaps we can negotiate a transaction?" He proposed. "I find myself in need of a manager for the hotel at the military base. Would you be interested in considering it?" Without even glancing at the offer, Qi Xiao declined Shen Huai Ling's invitation. "I apologize, but I am currently serving at the military headquarters." Shen Huai Ling gazed at Qi Xiao, who remained impervious to persuasion. "I have yet to articulate my terms, so do not be so hasty in your rejection." Qi Xiao regarded Shen Huai Ling with keen interest. "I possess the ability to cure your ailment. This truly constitutes a remarkable bargain." Qi Xiao was suddenly seized by a violent fit of coughing, for he harbored skepticism towards Shen Huai Ling's assertion. Throughout his life, countless esteemed physicians had examined him, all proclaiming that he would not survive beyond the age of 25. Next year marks his 25th birthday. Perhaps this is simply the hand of fate. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Qi Xiao, who had just coughed up a mouthful of blood. From his spatial pocket, Shen Huai Ling retrieved a health-enhancing pill, breaking it in half before placing it in Qi Xiao's hand. "Since your time is limited, why not try my medicine?" Qi Xiao understood that Shen Huai Ling was unyielding in his pursuits. Before Shen Huai Ling's eyes, he swallowed the pill. "Do not hastily reject my offer. You may provide me with your answer in 3 days," Shen Huai Ling remarked as he turned to depart. Qi Xiao regarded Shen Huai Ling's remedy with indifference. After all, it was merely a pill. Having consumed numerous medications without substantial improvement until now, he remained skeptical. Approximately the span of a tea break later, Qi Xiao sensed something amiss, as a peculiar force began to circulate within his body. It felt as though the chill within his meridians was gradually dissipating. He hastily dialed a phone call, summoning Li Tingyuan and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing conducted another examination on Qi Xiao, revealing significant improvements in his various metrics, with signs of regeneration within his meridians. It seemed that the medicine provided by Shen Huai Ling was indeed effective and could potentially save his life. "Who saved you?" Li Tingyuan inquired, his emotions running high. "Shen Huai Ling." Qi Xiao replied flatly, uttering the name without a hint of expression. "Wonderful. I shall seek him out immediately to ensure your rescue." Li Tingyuan exclaimed joyfully, entirely oblivious to Qi Xiao's demeanor. "Shen Huai Ling came to seek my assistance," and Qi Xiao relayed the matter in its entirety to Zhu Qing and Li Tingyuan. The three of them fell into deep contemplation. The task at hand was neither overly complex nor insurmountable, merely the selection of a suitable store manager for Shen Huai Ling. Qi Xiao sighed, pondering whether an exchange of services might be feasible. Crystal Cordis, Li Tingyuan immediately suggested. Yet, it was evident that Shen Huai Ling currently had no shortage of crystal cores, as she was being supplied by 2 bases. Zhu Qing muttered to herself, "What if you simply acquiesce to Shen Huai Ling?" Zhu Qing proposed a rather dubious suggestion. Li Tingyuan playfully poked Zhu Qing's forehead, urging her to propose something more constructive. Over the course of the next few days, Li Tingyuan and Zhu Qing persistently inquired, through indirect means, about what Shen Huai Ling desired. "I seek a store manager who captivates my eye." Shen Huai Ling was engrossed in calculating the expenses, not once lifting his gaze, fully aware that the 2 of them were conversing about someone. Suddenly, Li Tingyuan recalled a significant detail. Shen Huai Ling had previously placed a portrait in his hand. Perhaps we could glean some insights from the portrait. Li Tingyuan swiftly retrieved the image. The 3 of them were familiar with the individual depicted in the photograph, Shen Wenjun. Shen Wenjun and Shen Huai Ling. Li Tingyuan recounted the entire sequence of events as they transpired, and Shen Huai Ling inquired about her Aunt Shen. They might indeed be mother and daughter, presenting a significant breakthrough. Li Tingyuan and his team promptly submitted a request to their superiors, seeking to establish contact with Shen Wenjun and to retrieve her records. Throughout the night, Li Tingyuan and Zhu Qing made countless phone calls, although they had yet to reach her. They successfully obtained Shen Wenjun's files before dawn. The following afternoon, Shen Huai Ling arrived punctually at Qi Zhao's office. The 3-day period had elapsed, and he wondered if she had reached a decision. Qi Zhao wore a distant smile as he placed the urgently retrieved file of Shen Wenjun before Shen Huai Ling. "I believe we can leverage this transaction." Shen Huai Ling gazed at the sealed, confidential dossier before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Whose file is this?" "It belongs to Shen Wenjun," Qi Zhao promptly replied. "Oh," was all Shen Huai Ling uttered, yet his hands remained motionless, not even touching the documents. "Qi Zhao, I am a businessman. Engaging in conversation with me does not mean that merely pointing to a file will suffice for collaboration," Shen Huai Ling continued, his attention fixed on his wristwatch. Just then, the phone on Qi Zhao's desk rang with a sharp trill. Qi Zhao did not answer. Instead, he gestured for Shen Huai Ling to take the call. Both held the receiver, yet Shen Huai Ling heard naught but silence. "Hello, is anyone there?" Shen Huai Ling ventured tentatively. He had already surmised the identity of the caller, but so what? Ling, hello. After what felt like an eternity, those words finally emerged from the other end. "Auntie, hello. I am Shen Wenjun." "Auntie, you share the same name as my deceased mother," Shen Huai Ling remarked, a smile on his face, albeit tinged with a hint of chill. The voice on the line faltered for a long while. "Ling, I am your mother." Shen Huai Ling shook his head and said, "Auntie, please refrain from making such jokes. My mother passed away when I was 5 years old." Chapter 47. Return to the Villa District. Shen Huai Ling hung up the phone. The watch struck exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the contract on the table disintegrated into nothingness in an instant. "I apologize, but our agreed time has come to an end. Farewell." With that, Shen Huai Ling rose and made his way toward the door. Shen Huai Ling directly traversed into the room of the inn. It would have been one thing to forego signing a contract, but to have summoned Shen Wenjun as well. Wasn't that a matter of high military secrecy? Shen Huai Ling was on the verge of an explosive rage. Come tomorrow, he would take Shen Huaiyan and leave this place behind. Shen Huai Ling called Shen Huaiyan, saying, "Anin, I am resting in the room upstairs. If anyone comes looking for me, please inform them that I am not here." "All right, sister," Shen Huaiyan replied obediently. Shen Huai Ling lay on the bed, gazing out of the window, her disdain for the military base intensifying. Before long, Zhu Qing and Li Tingyuan arrived, their expressions tinged with concern. "Anin, have you seen your sister?" they inquired anxiously. Typically, Shen Huai Ling was amiable and accommodating, but today, her temper was genuinely ignited. Shen Huaiyan gazed into the eyes of the 2 individuals and inquired about his sister's recent actions. Shen Huai Ling sought out Qi Zhao, offering him the position of store manager, but he declined. Shen Huaiyan recognized that Shen Huai Ling's discontent stemmed from more than just this singular incident. What else could it be? We unearthed Aunt Shen's dossier and even placed a call to her. This was indeed the source of Shen Huai Ling's displeasure. Tonight, the two of you would share a bed. Yet neither of you could recall seeking my assistance. With vacant expressions, the pair made their way towards the exit. What had brought us here in the first place? Li Tingyuan scratched his head, unable to recall the purpose of their visit. Forget it. Let's simply depart, suggested Zhu Qing from the side. Shen Huai Ling observed the figures of the two individuals, considering this to be the price they must pay for harming his sister. Upon seeing them depart, Shen Huai Ling called Shen Huai Ling. Sister, they have left. Shen Huai Ling then leisurely descended. Shen Huai Ling gently ruffled his brother's hair, a testament to their shared thoughts. Then we shall depart tomorrow. At the break of dawn the following day, Shen Huai Ling first visited Qi Zhao's office, leaving behind a note accompanied by 10 crystal cores. These 10 cores served as the payment for the establishment he had acquired. Ah, Mr. Shen, leaving so early? Inquired the official stationed at the city gates. Acknowledging Shen Huai Ling with a nod, Shen Huai Ling took a packet of candy from his pocket and handed it to the person who had just spoken to him. Give this to Nyonyo. He was a single father. His wife had passed away, and he was alone with Nyonyo at her inn for a meal. Nyonyo was very well behaved, and Shen Huai Ling had a fondness for this little girl. Shen Huai Ling drove the RV, while Shen Huai Ling occupied the passenger seat, and thus they departed from the military base. The passage of 3 months had swiftly elapsed, and the weather had become considerably more temperate than before. Shen Huai Ling cracked the window open slightly, allowing a gentle breeze to flow in, which was quite pleasant. Just the two of them, they journeyed along, engaging in a whimsical zero-cost shopping spree. Along the way, they stumbled upon small shops selling barbecue delicacies, convenience stores, and clothing boutiques. In this post-apocalyptic world where no living souls inhabited the stores, they ventured in and collected all the supplies they could carry. What was once a journey that could be completed in a single day stretched into 3 leisurely days before they finally reached the villa nestled halfway up the mountain. Shen Huai Ling chanced upon Si Chen descending from the elevator, cradling a basket of clothing. An inexplicable amusement washed over him. Previously, he had felt nothing remarkable, yet now, there was a bittersweetness to his thoughts. Shen Huai Ling, what on earth have you been feeding those creatures? Si Chen remarked with a hint of exasperation. The newly hatched chicks matured within a mere week, and nearly all the crops ripened in just 3 days. The poultry reached full growth in a week. Si Chen had become far more loquacious than before. Furthermore, due to your earlier remarks online, numerous superhumans have flocked to our hotel. We are utterly overwhelmed. Upon observing the posture of Si Chen, Shen Huai Ling sensed that he might lament for 3 consecutive days and nights. Hastily, she summoned Si Yishue and Kong Tsongyu to accompany her to the back mountain for a visit. Seizing the opportunity of the pleasant weather today, Shen Huai Ling also invited Fang Ziqi to join them. It is imperative for Earth-type ability users to make the most of their resources. Shen Huai Ling surveyed the area designated for grain cultivation, which appeared to be even more dire than what Si Chen had described. Kong Tsongyu, Si Yishue, and Shen Huai Ling each held a small ladder, diligently perched in the trees to pluck the fruit. Shen Huai Ling pointed to a vast expanse of land and patted Fang Ziqi on the shoulder, entrusting him with the task of tilling the soil. Varingo struhot. Shen Huai Ling sat atop the grain harvesting machine. Shen Huai Ling collected grain ahead, while Fang Ziqi loosened the soil behind. After Shen Huai Ling had harvested all the wheat, he placed it into the large iron basin that had just been prepared. Shen Huai Ling approached, adorned with gloves and carrying a small stool, diligently tossing the floating weeds and debris into a nearby basket. Fang Ziqi came over, eager to assist. But Shen Huai Ling instructed Kong Tsongyu to take Fang Ziqi and loosen the surrounding soil, as this was merely a small portion of the task at hand. Gong Kongju, bearing her large basket, led Fang Ziqi to another area to aerate the soil while also gathering some vegetables. Shen Huai Ling placed the dried wheat from the last time with Si Chen into the flour mill, grinding it roughly 4 or 5 times until it was nearly done. Shen Huai Ling proceeded to place the washed wheat beneath the solar lamp for drying. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the fruits in the backpacks of Si Yishue and Shen Huai Ling, deeming it sufficient. He then extended his hand and swiftly cast the backpacks into his spatial pocket, providing Si Yishue and Shen Huai Ling with 2 new, smaller backpacks. Shen Huai Ling sent 2 children to gather some vegetables. Although there were no supplies in the granary during this outing, there remained a considerable amount of grain seeds. Shen Huai Ling scattered seeds on a previously cultivated patch of wasteland. The surrounding security system instantly enveloped the area in protection. And now all that remains is to await the harvest in 3 days' time. Shen Huai Ling pondered for a moment, investing 20,000 points to activate the automated fertilization and irrigation systems throughout all areas. Ling, you have a phone call. Chapter 48. The call today. I shall refrain from visiting the mountain to check on the poultry. Instead, I shall take a well-deserved day of rest. Xiong held the public phone of the inn close to Shen Huai Ling's ear. Hello, this is the End of the World Hotel. How may I assist you? May I ask if you are Shen Huai Ling? The voice on the other end was gentle, as if confirming something. Indeed, it is I. Shen Huai Ling recognized the voice as that of Shen Wenjun. I acquired your number from the military district and took the liberty of calling. May I inquire about your father's identity? The voice on the other end was cautious, wary of displeasing Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling, with an expressionless demeanor, immediately terminated the call. He swiftly dialed the military base. Hello, this is Shen Huai Ling. Please connect me to Li Tingyuan or Qi Xiao. I have urgent matters to discuss with them. After 2 knocks, perhaps due to pressing engagements, neither of them answered Shen Huai Ling's call. Tao, what did you mean when you previously said my permissions were insufficient? Shen Huai Ling inquired directly. Is Shen Wenjun's identity supposed to be confidential? Tao's voice promptly responded. At that time, your permissions were indeed lacking. But once you established the second inn, your permissions were adequate. I am now unlocking Shen Wenjun's information for you. Shen Wenjun, a resident of City A, was later recruited by a military base to partake in covert operations related to the Chongqing Society. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the brief lines before her, perplexed as to why what was once impossible had suddenly become feasible. Throughout the zombie outbreak, she had remained ensconced within this villa, leading one to ponder the depth of her ambition, as if she could languish in this room until death's embrace. Tao, upon recalling this, felt a surge of indignation. You wouldn't be Shen Wenjun's creation, perpetually here to shield me, would you? Shen Huai Ling voiced her innermost doubts. I am an advanced system traversing various timelines, dedicated to rescuing worlds ensnared in deadlock. Please refrain from equating your lower dimensional existence with mine, Tao retorted, nearly on the verge of explosion. Then how do you know I once declared that Xiong is unparalleled? She challenged. The reason I bound myself to you is that your will to survive in your past life, when faced with death, was more fervent than anyone else's. It was this very quality that led me to select you. When I formed our bond, I delved into all your memories. You feign indifference, yet deep down, you yearn for love, Tao asserted with certainty, for she had glimpsed into Shen Huai Ling's heart. As for those who recognized Shen Wenjun, it was indeed because they had encountered her in their past life. This was not a matter of my design. Tao dispelled Shen Huai Ling's lingering doubts, allowing her to finally find solace. Continuing her counsel, Tao remarked, although the path you tread diverges from what I once envisioned for you, it has nonetheless saved many lives. Do not allow these fleeting affections to ensnare you. Our ambition is to dominate the world. Noticing Shen Huai Ling's indifference, Tao pressed on. The more ends you establish, the more content you unlock, and the greater your rewards. Shuer, come here, Shen Huai Ling called, placing some jewelry upon the table. These treasures must be kept safe. After all, a girl ought to adorn herself beautifully. Wow. Thank you, Sister Ling. Si Su exclaimed, enveloping Shen Huai Ling in a warm embrace. Shen Huai Ling retrieved the watch for Kong Tsongyu, but insisted that one must not accuse her of favoritism, for he too possessed one. With joyous delight, Kong Tsongyu adorned her wrist with the watch. What about mine? Lamented Shen Huai from the side, his tone tinged with a sense of longing. Shen Huai Ling gestured towards the watch on Shen Huai's wrist, exclaiming, Isn't this the very one I gifted you before? Did Shen Huai intentionally feign ignorance? I seem to have no recollection of that. Si Yixue has taken 2 companions to indulge in games, while the game purchased earlier by Shen Huai Ling has indeed become their realm. Si Chen has settled beside Shen Huai Ling, discussing the current circumstances of the inn. Presently, there are approximately 30 residents at the inn, among whom more than 10 possess special abilities, some having stumbled in by chance, while others arrived after seeing your posts online. Si Chen remarked quietly. Shen Huai Ling nodded, indicating that there was indeed a certain degree of influence. From beside him, Si Chen produced an accounting ledger, which contained proposals from various small establishments near city seeking collaboration with our inn. The details were clearly noted, including not only the contact numbers, but also the addresses of each establishment. If feasible, we could pursue this partnership. Si Chen articulated the most advantageous course of action. Shen Huai Ling nodded, indicating that you should handle the communication regarding this matter. Very well. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a bottle of wine from his personal space and placed it on the table. Acknowledging it, he remarked, "This is your gift." Just moments ago, he had thought that Shen Huai Ling had undergone a transformation in temperament, yet it became evident that his sharp tongue remained unchanged. Later that evening, Shen Huai Ling received a call from Li Tingyuan and his companions. "Shen Huai Ling, what is the matter?" Qi Xiaoyan succinctly explained. "We missed your call this morning due to some matters at hand. I recall mentioning that I would prefer no one joke about my deceased parents. Yet I still received a call. The caller claimed to be using my phone from the military base. We truly meant no harm." Zhu Qing quietly interjected from the side. "We merely hoped you could reconcile with your mother." After a moment of silence, Qi Xiaoyan continued, "Are you so intrigued by the private lives of others?" Shen Huailing's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. "My mother passed away when I was 5, and shortly thereafter, my father remarried, bringing home a stepmother with a son. You should have uncovered this information on the very first night of your stay with me." Shen Huailing unceremoniously yanked down the veil of pretense. "I hope this matter concludes here. I do not wish for this incident to tarnish the collaborative relationship between the military district and myself." Shen Huailing's stance is resolute, leaving no opportunity for rebuttal. What significance does the military district base hold? The current supplier is her. Shen Huailing ended the call. The three individuals exchanged glances, a shared sense of wrongness permeating the air. It appeared they had erred from the very beginning. The death of Shen Wenjun was concealed with the assistance of military personnel. However, Shen Huailing's denial of her existence seems to have led to unforeseen consequences. This situation appears to have affected Shen Wenjun's state, indicating a grievous error on their part. The weather has gradually grown cooler with each passing day, and Shen Huailing is acutely aware that harsh conditions are about to commence once more. Chapter 49. Qi Xiao in critical conditions seizing the pleasant weather, Shen Huailing, along with Shen Huaiyan and a few others, has cultivated the untapped land on the back mountain, planting an array of fruits and vegetables. Presently, the entire Pampan mountain resembles an iron fortress equipped for comprehensive defense. Through the mediation of Si Chen, Shen Huailing has established a collaborative relationship with 4 neighboring small bases. In just a few days, the temperatures are expected to plummet. Shen Huailing recalls a piercing winter when she was thrust into a horde of zombies. With this thought, she hastily wrapped herself more tightly in her blanket. Shen Huailing received a message from Zhu Qing. "Lingling, do you still have the medicine you gave to Qi Xiao last time?" Zhu Qing's tone was filled with urgency. Qi Xiao is in dire straits. It has only been a short while, and already Qi Xiao is on the brink. Shen Huailing hurriedly arrived at the military base through the portal. Zhu Qing had long been waiting outside for Shen Huailing's arrival. Zhu Qing then escorted Shen Huailing into the ancestral home of the Qi family. Shen Huailing dissolved the remaining half of the pill in hot water and administered it. Qi Xiao's vital signs began to stabilize, his heart rate gradually returning to normal. "Thank you." Li Tingyuan expressed his gratitude. "I would not save him without compensation." This half pill costs 500 crystal cores. The previous half pill represented Shen Huailing's experimental cost, while this half truly represented his intentions. In the sweltering heat, this strength-enhancing pill could expel all the coldness from the body. However, given Qi Xiao's current condition, this half pill might only provide temporary relief. With winter approaching, Qi Xiao's body might not withstand the cold. 500 crystal cores is no trivial sum. It took Li Tingyuan 2 or 3 phone calls to gather the necessary amount and present it to Shen Huailing. Zhu Qing gazed at Qi Xiao on the hospital bed, wondering if he would truly recover this time. Shen Huailing gazed at Qi Xiao on the hospital bed and shook his head. lamenting that had you sought me 10 days earlier, I would have undoubtedly been able to save him. Shen Huai Ling nonchalantly uttered these words, leaving the assembled crowd in silence. They had erred in the past, rendering them unqualified to reproach Shen Huai Ling for his perceived inaction. Do you possess a means to save Qi Xiao? Li Tingyuan Ninkidat. His gaze fixed upon the ailing Qi Xiao in the hospital bed. Shen Huai Ling remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the Point's supermarket. At last, she had found it. The exorcism, heart-invoking pill could provide a definitive cure. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. This was only natural. However, she shifted her tone, pondering, but why should I save him? Shen Huai Ling placed the cup in her hand upon the table. What do you say to signing that contract between us? Li Tingyuan inquired, gazing at Shen Huai Ling. I would exchange my life for his. Shen Huai Ling smiled lightly. It is indeed quite a challenge for you. This contract is not something one can sign at will. I once offered Qi Xiao a chance, but he declined, thus forfeiting his opportunity. However, you are not within my purview of consideration. I can save him, but the cost is steep, and most importantly, it requires the cooperation of the patient. Shen Huai Ling glanced at Qi Xiao, who lay on the bed, and continued, I suggest you wait until Qi Xiao awakens before discussing further plans with him. I will grant you 1 week to contemplate this matter. With that, Shen Huai Ling departed, thinking that such a thankless task was enough to undertake just once. Mission issued. Please establish an inn in the downtown area of City A within 1 week. Mission rewards. 1 helicopter. 2 10 firearms, 100 bullets, failure penalty. All points will be reset to 0. Shen Huai Ling, grumbling and cursing, rose from the sofa and strode out the door. Shen Huai Ling drove an off-road vehicle towards the urban center of City A. Amidst the outbreak of the zombie virus that had prompted a mass exodus of people. Consequently, the roads were congested with numerous stranded vehicles, leaving Shen Huai Ling with no choice but to seek alternative routes. The number of zombies on the streets had increased compared to before, although they remained of the lower tier. An unsettling evolution was underway. They had begun to gradually shed their fear of sunlight. Shen Huai Ling spotted a zombie ahead and promptly accelerated, crashing into it. Lingling, it's right here. You might stumble upon unexpected treasures, he mused as he brought the vehicle to a halt by the roadside. Following Tao Tao's guidance, Shen Huai Ling arrived before a store, a quaint grocery shop, its large windows veiled. It appeared that there were indeed occupants within. Shen Huai Ling approached the door and knocked. Yet no one answered. With practiced ease, he retrieved a piece of wire from his spatial pocket and began to pick the lock. The door creaked open, revealing an abyss of darkness within. As Shen Huai Ling stepped inside, a knife was swiftly pressed against his throat. Upon realizing that the intruder was not a zombie, the young man exhaled in relief, though his tone remained menacing. This is our territory. You would do well to keep your distance. With that, he attempted to shove Shen Huai Ling back outside. However, as soon as Shen Huai Ling entered, he was hit by a pungent scent of blood, indicating that someone had been injured. I have medicine, he asserted, pulling out hemostatic agents and bandages from his spatial pocket. If you allow me to enter now, perhaps the person inside can still be saved. The young man locked the door securely and led Shen Huai Ling further inside. There, amidst a pool of blood, lay another youth clad in black, his arm severed and his body in a state of unconsciousness. Shen Huai Ling administered a rudimentary treatment to the boy clad in black. Yet blood continued to seep from his arm. Will my brother perish? The boy in white, adorned with sunglasses, inquired anxiously. Shen Huai Ling shook his head, and a contract materialized in his hand. If you merely sign this document, I assure you that your brother will not perish, and his arm shall regenerate. The light overhead transformed into the shape of a dagger, poised to descend upon Shen Huai Ling. A luminary ability wielder, how intriguing. Save him, or I shall take your life. The youth gazed intently at Shen Huai Ling. You may attempt it. Shen Huai Ling found a place to sit. The luminous objects surrounding him morphed into sharp blades, hurtling towards him. Yet they fell to the ground, mere 3 steps from where he sat. This ability is formidable, yet still insufficient. Shen Huai Ling suddenly appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick. The contract was thrown onto his face. I can wait for your decision, but your brother may not have the luxury of time. The boy clad in black now lay unconscious on the ground, while the boy in white hurried over, feeling his forehead, which had become alarmingly hot. Is it true that signing this contract will inevitably save my brother? Shen Huai Ling nodded, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. He could not bear to watch his younger brother, whom he had raised with great care, perish before his very eyes. Chapter 50. The Twin Souls. A single drop of blood fell upon the contract. The pact has been sealed. Shen Huai Ling promptly exchanged a resurrection pill at the Point's supermarket and administered it to the person on the ground. Yin Mingji fixed his gaze intently on the individual below, and in less than 15 minutes, Yin Yuanshan's arm had miraculously regrown. Shen Huai Ling administered 2 more fever-reducing tablets, which finally put his mind at ease. Yin Mingji, the youth, gazed at Shen Huai Ling and spoke slowly. Thank you for saving my brother. What would you have me do? He sensed that since the signing of the contract, an unbreakable bond had formed between Shen Huai Ling and himself. As Shen Huai Ling spoke, she collected all the items in the grocery store into her portable space. I am Shen Huai Ling, the proprietor of an apocalyptic inn. I have come to City A to establish a branch, and coincidentally, I am in need of a manager. You may remain here to serve as my store manager. Shen Huai Ling's movements were ceaseless as he animatedly conveyed the general details of the inn to Yin Mingji. The task was quite straightforward, merely to inspect the establishment and tidy up the rooms. Shen Huai Ling glanced at the slumbering Yin Yuanshan in his embrace and thought, I have saved you. There is no need for such grand gestures of devotion. However, it would be quite acceptable for you to lend a hand at my inn. Shen Huai Ling emptied this place of its belongings, observing Yin Mingji still seated in the same spot, uncertain of how much of her recent words had truly resonated with him. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Yin Mingji and let out a sigh. Do not sit idly. Take him and follow me. Yin Mingji lifted Yin Yuanshan into his arms and trailed behind Shen Huai Ling. Noticing the commotion, numerous zombies had already congregated outside the door. Shen Huai Ling opened the door. Consequently, the heads of the zombies were severed. Shen Huai Ling opened the rear door of the vehicle for them, remarking that the conditions within the car were rather inadequate, suggesting that her brother might recline upon her lap for a brief respite. Shen Huai Ling drove steadily towards the city center. Shen Huai Ling circled the city center numerous times before finally selecting a hotel in a prominent location. In the blink of an eye, Yin Mingji found herself before a hotel, and Shen Huai Ling parked the car outside and entered. Yin Mingji, cradling Yin Yuanshan, followed suit and stepped inside. Shen Huai Ling had just placed an order for an opening package of a hotel, requiring merely 8,000 points to furnish everything completely. Yin Mingji was about to close the door when Shen Huai Ling halted his action. We are here to establish a business. The door must remain open. What if the zombies come in? Yin Mingji inquired, glancing at the zombies outside. In my hotel, no zombie can enter within a 5-meter radius. Their conversation was not quiet. Yet contrary to expectations, the zombies had not yet surged forward, casting an eerie atmosphere both inside and outside the hotel. Shen Huai Ling hesitated for a moment before summoning Beitang Chuan from the portal under the pretense of conducting new employee training. Beitang Chuan embarked on a lengthy hour of orientation, culminating in the addition of a new member to a WeChat group, the Apocalypse in Exchange. With a subtle smile, Beitang Chuan remained silent, soon comprehending the situation. I wish you prosperous business, he remarked cheerfully to Yin Mingji. Beitang Chuan's abilities had notably enhanced. It wasn't too long before new opportunities arose. As Yin Yuanshan had yet to awaken, Shen Huai Ling instructed Yin Mingji to escort the newcomer to the upper rooms for a proper rest. Shen Huai Ling retrieved the ingredients, instructing Chiochio No. 4 to prepare some nourishing dishes. A group of individuals, in a state of panic, rushed towards a shop, pursued closely by a horde of grotesque, sluggish zombies. These creatures emitted low, guttural growls, reminiscent of ravenous beasts hunting their prey. The people fled desperately, their hearts racing, sweat saturating their clothing. Yet the grip of fear propelled them forward without respite. At last, they burst into the establishment, securing the heavy door behind them in hopes of evading the relentless pursuit of the undead. Greetings, welcome to my inn. How may I assist you? Shen Huai Ling inquired, gazing at the assembled crowd. The prices are displayed here. I kindly ask everyone to adhere to the shop's regulations. When had this place become a lodging? The crowd remained on high alert. Rest assured, our inn is entirely secure. The zombies cannot breach our sanctuary. Among them were 3 men and 1 woman. And upon realizing the zombies would not enter, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Did you have to pay a protection fee to open a shop on this road? One man leered suggestively. Just a woman. What storm could she possibly stir? He continued. It's not easy for a woman to run a shop in this apocalypse. What about the men? He smirked. Today must be your lucky day, encountering me. How about you spend the night with me, and I shall ensure this establishment remains safe. He regarded Shen Huai Ling, a mere woman, with disdain. The bystanders erupted into laughter at the man's remarks. One woman, nestled in a man's embrace, could not stifle her amusement. Indeed, prolonged isolation in the mountains had almost made her forget the harshness of the world beyond. Yet, the mirth of the crowd abruptly dissipated, replaced by an eerie silence. Every individual felt as though they were rooted to the ground, unable to move, while the once boastful man's face flushed crimson. Hearing the commotion below, Yin Mingji swiftly emerged from his room, confronting this unexpected scene. Shen Huai Ling stepped out from beside the counter. I possess a strong aversion to your tongue. It would be better if it were severed. In the presence of the crowd, the man's eyes betrayed a profound terror. His body trembling uncontrollably as he slowly parted his lips, his tongue brutally wrenched from his mouth. I also find your gaze displeasing. It would be preferable if it were extracted. With each body part Shen Huai Ling mentioned, it was mercilessly torn away. The woman let out a piercing scream, while the others stood by in fearful silence. Shen Huai Ling turned to gaze at them, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Do you wish to be like them? The crowd hastily bit down on their lips, silencing themselves completely. The game has concluded. Shen Huai Ling regarded the man before him, his limbs severed, and felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. Now it is your turn. He turned his attention to the 3 individuals beside him. First, surrender all valuables on your person. Upon hearing this, everyone swiftly retrieved their precious belongings from their pockets and placed them on the ground. Is this acceptable? They stammered, their lips quivering with trepidation. Shen Huai Ling opened the door, declaring, It is done. You may now proceed. The onlookers gazed at the zombies outside, yet their legs seemed unresponsive, compelling them to move towards a threshold. They halted 5 meters away from the inn. Shen Huai Ling deliberately tossed a stone, and upon hearing the sound, the zombies descended upon the 3, devouring them entirely. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Yin Mingji, who was observing the commotion from above, still lingering in the excitement. Why not come down and tidy up this place? We must not let this interfere with our business. Yin Mingji recalled the fate of the 3 individuals from earlier and hurried down to clean the blood and dismembered limbs from the floor. This feels rather ominous. Chapter 51. The origins of the twins, my brother, has awakened. Yin Mingji exclaimed joyfully. Shen Huai Ling, come take a look. She called out, filled with elation. At last, he has awakened. Shen Huai Ling turned to observe the figure of Yin, deeply resting upon the bed. Shen Huai Ling glanced downstairs and said, I will have a word with your brother. You may remain here and attend to the shop for a while. Yin Yueshin cleared her throat twice and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. I have heard from my brother that it was you who saved me. It was my pleasure. Shen Huai Ling replied as he produced a document and placed it before Yin Yueshin. Shen Huai Ling noticed the deep black eyes of Yin Yueshin. Your brother probably hasn't informed you about this matter yet. Shen Huai Ling stated plainly, in order to save you, he and I entered into an agreement. If I live, he lives. If I perish, he perishes. This is his covenant. Yin Yueshin immediately attempted to tear up the contract. However, she found herself unable to do so, unaware of what material it was made from. She looked at Shen Huai Ling and asked, Why are you revealing this to me? Shen Huai Ling turned around, for a very fine thread was advancing toward his neck. Shen Huai Ling promptly seized the silk thread, owing to your extraordinary abilities. Shen Huai Ling spoke to himself, acknowledging, Your ability is quite impressive as well, the power of a puppeteer. Yin Yueshin tilted his head slightly, contemplating Shen Huai Ling's words. If that is the case, then allow me to turn you into a puppet, and all matters will be effortlessly resolved, as long as you remain alive. Threads of silk emerged from Yin Yueshin's hands. tightly binding Shen Huai Ling's limbs. Fortunately, they had encountered each other early. Had it been any later, the outcome of their confrontation would have remained uncertain. The fine threads penetrated into his flesh, signaling the imminent conclusion of this game. Shen Huai Ling severed all the threads in an instant and teleported before Yin Yueshin, grasping his neck firmly. To Yin Yueshin's surprise, rather than displaying fear, a smile graced his lips. He drew a line across his own skin with a silk thread, blood cascading down his hand. The contract was sealed. Shen Huai Ling released her grip, causing Yin Yu deeply to tumble to the ground, emitting a cackling laughter. Alas, something has gone awry. He has lost his wits. Shen Huai Ling took 2 steps back, realizing that Yin Mingji had not informed her of his brother's folly. Sister, you are formidable. Perhaps we shall engage in a duel again, Yin Yu deeply implored, clinging to Shen Huai Ling's leg with a beseeching expression. There's a lunatic here, mother. Yin Mingji, hurry and come. Come see your brother. Shen Huai Ling, burdened by the weight of Yin Yu deeply's antics, trudged step by step toward the door. Hearing the exclamations, Yin Mingji rushed over, admonishing, You must take care of your brother. Brother. Yin Yu deeply whimpered pitifully. Both of them gazed expectantly at Yin Mingji, awaiting his response. As Yin Mingji helped Yin Yu deeply to his feet, he listened intently to the unfolding tale from Shen Huai Ling and Yin Yu deeply. In truth, my brother harbors no ill intentions. He merely delights in sparring with those stronger than himself, Yin Mingji elucidated. TSK, you ought to manage your brother, Shen Huai Ling remarked hastily as she departed the scene. As Shen Huai Ling descended the stairs, he noticed a figure clad entirely in black lingering on the ground floor. A sword was slung across his back, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. What do you require? Shen Huai Ling inquired, regarding him with curiosity. I seek a meal, the stranger replied. Shen Huai Ling gestured towards the points exchange counter nearby, stating, You appear unfamiliar. It seems this is your first visit to our inn. Please exchange your points there. The man pointed to the sign. I have already exchanged them. Where shall I go to dine? Shen Huai Ling led him to the dining hall, where one could take as much food as they desired, for sustenance was a precious commodity in the apocalyptic world, and waste was strictly prohibited. He nodded and promptly entered. Initially, he thought he had come to disrupt the peace, but to his surprise, the intention was merely to partake in a meal. Lingling, the special meal you requested is ready, announced Xiuqiu number 4 joyfully. Shen Huai Ling ascended the stairs, clutching a nourishing meal package. Shen Huai Ling placed the nourishing meal set on the adjacent table and addressed the 2 brothers. Yin Yushun, this is your meal. Having lost considerable blood, you must replenish your strength. Yin Mingji, the cafeteria downstairs serves food. Feel free to help yourself whenever hunger strikes. Here, I provide full accommodation and meals for a monthly fee of 300 points. As this is a branch, I shall additionally grant you 10 of the net profits, along with 4 bottles of crystal core extraction fluid each month. Shen Huai Ling pondered for a moment before adding, If there is anything you require in the usual course of life, please feel free to tell me. I am generally inclined to assist. However, both individuals still harbored doubts about Shen Huai Ling. After all, in a world ravaged by chaos, every action bore a price. Could it truly be as simple as merely running a shop? Yin Mingji and Yin Yu deeply exchanged glances, comprehending each other's sentiments. Is it really that straightforward? Shen Huai Ling nodded, indicating that it was that simple. All I require is for you to maintain the hotel's daily operations, with the utmost importance being to prevent any disruption. Although the 2 individuals were uncertain of Shen Huai Ling's intentions, they nonetheless nodded in agreement. Shen Huai Ling descended and once again encountered the familiar figure clad in black. Greetings. I wish to check in, he stated. The man, seeing Shen Huai Ling's arrival, appeared entirely unfazed. May I inquire how many days you intend to stay? Shen Huai Ling replied. I would like to stay for 1 week. Shen Huai Ling smiled at him. All right, here's your room card. He reached out to take the card and proceeded towards the 2nd floor. There was something peculiar about this individual. He seemed remarkably at ease with the hotel. Shen Huai Ling cast aside all thoughts from his mind, for after all, this individual was a benefactor who had instantly credited 500 points. The afternoon passed surprisingly swiftly, as several individuals inadvertently wandered in. However, the majority of them merely sought refuge for a brief moment, indulging in a meal before departing. Shen Huai Ling understood their concerns. It was only natural for there to be few customers on the first day of operation. Throughout the entire day, Yan Mingji had not once removed his sunglasses. In Shen Huai Ling's mind, the image of Yan Yueshen's eyes suddenly surfaced. After the establishment closed at 10, Shen Huai Ling gazed into Yan Mingji's eyes and said, "I believe it is time for us to have a serious conversation." The three of them, Yan Mingji, Yan Yueshen, and Shen Huai Ling, were seated on the third position of the sofa. It had been long enough. Perhaps it was time to remove the sunglasses. After a moment's hesitation, Yan Mingji took off the glasses that obscured his face. Yan Yueshen possessed dark pupils, while Yan Mingji's were a striking white. "Could you both elucidate your circumstances to me?" Shen Huai Ling inquired, seemingly sharing the same perception as others, that they were indeed anomalies. "We were born this way," they replied. "Now, let us discuss your origins." Shen Huai Ling established a barrier around their seating. "My brother and I hail from a lineage of shamanic practitioners. Our family has been the high priest for generations. However, my brother and I are different. Twins are regarded as ill omens, and indeed, after our birth, one of us bore black eyes while the other had white. My father was to become the next high priest, yet my mother was an outsider. Upon hearing that we were to be burned alive shortly after our birth, my mother, in fear, fled with my brother and me under the cover of night." At this juncture, Yan Mingji paused, allowing Yan Yueshen to continue. "Initially, my brother and I exhibited no discernible differences. However, as we matured, our abilities gradually manifested. My brother remained unremarkable, but I inherited the powers of the high priest." "Stop. That is not what I intended to inquire about," Shen Huai Ling interjected. "What I wish to know is whether you have any enemies." The two of them shook their heads in unison. "None at all." Meanwhile, the marionette had transformed and was stowed away in Yan Yueshen's bag. Shen Huai Ling felt a sense of relief. That is all that matters. Shen Huai Ling observed the two individuals nonchalantly and remarked, "I actually believe it's quite fine not to bring them along. It looks rather cool. Don't you find it peculiar? Truly, they are twin souls, as even their inquiries are identical." Shen Huai Ling shook his head, expressing his dissent. "After all, I have already appointed both of you as the managers of this hotel. How you wish to proceed is entirely at your discretion." Shen Huai Ling, filled with curiosity, leaned closer to Yan Yueshen. "Aren't you the Grand Priest? Could you assist me in reading my palm?" Shen Huai Ling lingered for another day, departing only after observing their proficiency in the tasks at hand. The rewards for the completed mission included 1. 1 helicopter 2. 10 firearms 3. 100 rounds of ammunition. All these items materialized within his personal space. Shen Huai Ling meandered along the winding path, having plundered 2 clothing stores before departing with a sense of fulfillment. Shen Huai Ling ascended to the 3rd floor to inventory the winter apparel supplies. She did not need to consider her own and Shen Huai's needs, but rather to assess whether there was an adequate amount for Si Chen and the others. Shen Huai Ling gathered all the goods acquired through the zero-cost purchase into an enormous room and invited Shen Huaiyan and Xiong to assist in the classification. After a day's diligent effort, they nearly completed the organization of all the supplies, allowing them to leisurely enjoy their time in the villa without concerns. A couple of days later, Shen Huai Ling received a phone call from Li Tingyuan. "Qi Xiao has given his consent. Let us discuss when we can deliberate on a solution." Shen Huai Ling glanced at the time. "This afternoon, I shall visit the military base." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Shen Huai Ling arrived directly at the military base through the portal. Shen Huai Ling had long been awaiting outside the inn. Shen Huai Ling opened the door, allowing Li Tingyuan and Zhu Qing to enter. "Qi Xiao has consented, so we come to inquire about your terms." Shen Huai Ling poured a cup of tea for the two individuals. "I desire the authority over this base," she declared. Zhu Qing and Li Tingyuan turned to Shen Huai Ling, astonished by her audacity. After all, she was merely referring to the military district base, not the entire military district itself. It was evident that this was merely a branch of the military district. The inn in this military area had been closed for nearly a week, and a manager had yet to be appointed. It had been quite some time since anyone had visited, so a stroll seemed in order. A fine drizzle fell like threads upon the villa nestled in the mountains, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Shen Huai Ling gazed out the window, lost in thought. "Come here," she beckoned, pulling Feng Ziki closer. "Ancestor, what are you scheming this time?" Feng Ziki replied languidly. "I wish to set up a barbecue grill here, and I require your assistance as an Earth-type ability user." "What kind do you envision?" Feng Ziki asked, with a hint of pride. He believed himself to be the most competent ability user within the entire inn. Shen Huai Ling provided a brief description of the oven, and Feng Ziki, following his guidance, successfully crafted one. "Well done, your task is complete," Shen Huai Ling declared without reserve. It was anticipated that Shen Huai Ling would be ungrateful, but there was little to be done, for a binding contract had been signed over to him. The piglets born from a sow had already gained over 10 pounds in less than a day, and suddenly, Shen Huai Ling found himself craving roasted suckling pig. After Shen Huai Ling slaughtered the 2 piglets, he placed them upon the grill, holding a special sweet glaze prepared by Chiu Chiu. Shen Huai Ling began to brush it onto their skin. Shen Huaiyan and his 2 companions, filled with curiosity, gathered around. Shen Huai Ling instructed them to fetch some sweet potatoes and corn, which they placed beneath the roasting oven. It took an entire afternoon to complete the preparation. The freshly roasted suckling pig emerged, exuding an irresistible aroma. Its golden hue and crisp skin resembled a delicate layer of gold foil. A gentle tap with chopsticks produced a satisfying crack, causing the crispy skin to shatter and reveal the tender, juicy pork within. Shen Huai Ling sliced 3 pieces of pork and placed them onto the plates of 3 individuals. The flavor of the roasted suckling pig was rich, with spices perfectly balanced. They neither overwhelmed the succulent taste of the pork nor failed to impart a distinctive essence. The eyes of the 3 individuals sparkled with delight. It was truly delectable. Shen Huai Ling expertly disassembled the roasted suckling pig and placed it onto a platter. After allowing the flames to subside, he retrieved the corn and sweet potatoes from the fire pit. Having just enjoyed the succulent roasted pig, Shen Huai Ling sliced it further for them to carry inside the house. The remaining portions of the pig were divided in half, each plate adorned with corn and sweet potatoes. Shen Huai Ling presented 2 platters of succulent pork to Beitang Chuan, which Feng Ziki and others were tasked to deliver, deeming it a delightful enhancement to the meal. The roasted suckling pig, fragrant and enticing, had been slow-cooked throughout the afternoon, leading the guests to believe that an extra dish had been added to the day's offerings. However, upon reaching the kitchen, they were met with disillusionment, for the menu did not feature the much-anticipated roasted pig. Some guests approached Shen Huai Ling, tentatively inquiring, "Boss, is this roasted suckling pig for sale?" Shen Huai Ling shook his head, yet still allocated a portion to him, stating that this was to test a new dish. "Thank you, boss." Shen Huai Ling observed through the surveillance footage that a young girl had fainted at the foot of the mountain. This location was remote, suggesting that she had been deliberately discarded there by someone. Shen Huai Ling meticulously reviewed the surveillance footage, noting how the individuals accompanying her had expertly evaded the cameras outside the mountain. "Who are you?" Chapter 53. The True and False Feng Qingyu. Upon seeing the girl regain consciousness, Shen Huai Ling fixed her gaze upon her and directly inquired, "What brings you here?" The girl innocently blinked her eyes and replied, I do not know either. My name is Feng Qingyu." Shen Huai Ling observed her demeanor and, seeing that she had awakened and there was nothing amiss, decided to take his leave from that place. Shen Huai Ling issued an unequivocal dismissal. Feng Qingyu's eyes instantly filled with tears, brimming with sorrow. "Please do not cast me away. Allow me to remain here. Outside, there are only zombies. If you send me away, I shall perish." The woman hurriedly rose from the sofa and knelt before Shen Huai Ling, pleading, "I beg you." Her desperate cries attracted the attention of several guests, yet they were all preoccupied with their own predicaments. Were it not for Shen Huai Ling's willingness to provide refuge, they, too, would have nowhere to turn. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the young girl before her, a delicate flower in need of shelter. "Are you seeking accommodation?" she inquired. Standing nearby, Si Chen, intrigued by the unfolding scene, urged, "Come over and assist this guest with the check-in process." The girl, with a pitiful expression, lamented, "Sister, I have no money." "No money, you say? That is easily addressed." Shen Huai Ling mused, curious as to what kind of tempest this girl might stir. "I can work here. Truly, sister, I implore you to take me in. Just a morsel of food is all I ask. That is not feasible, dear sister. This establishment is filled with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. What talents do you possess? Shen Huai Ling regarded her with a teasing smile. The girl bit her lip. I have none. Then perhaps it would be better to consider your demise, Shen Huai Ling replied. The atmosphere around them grew heavy, a suffocating sense of despair enveloping the air. I mean to say, I wish to find Qi Xiao. The girl's face flushed crimson with determination. Shen Huai Ling finally released his grip. What is your relationship with Qi Xiao? I am Qi Xiao's girlfriend. Shen Huai Ling suddenly recalled the girl whom Zhu Qing had gossiped about before. What was her name again? Yes. Feng Qingyu. Little sister, it seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Are you still unwilling to speak the truth? Must I peel away your facade to reveal what lies beneath? Shen Huai Ling's words were like poison, sending a shiver down Feng Qingyu's spine. Shen Huai Ling brandished a small knife, directing it menacingly at Feng Qingyu's face. Tell me, how much is this human skin worth? The blade glided across, leaving behind traces of crimson. Hurry, hurry, I urged. In an instant, the cold and ethereal goddess transformed into a woman marred by acne. Where's the true Feng Qingyu? I do not know, she stammered. Shen Huai Ling exchanged a glance with Shen Huaiyan, who promptly ushered her into the house. A pretender with the ability to disguise, her powers were still in their infancy, and the flaws were all too apparent. Where is the genuine Feng Qingyu? Shen Huai Ling inquired, snapping his fingers. In a nearby warehouse, she replied hesitantly. What were they instructing you to do? To steal supplies? To replace? Shen Huai Ling. She spoke in fragmented sentences. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Shen Huaiyan, raising an eyebrow as if inquiring whether she wished to venture out for some amusement with her sister. Indeed, she did. Shen Huai Ling drove ahead, while Shen Huaiyan occupied the passenger seat. As for this impostor, it would be best to bind him and stow him away in the trunk. The nearest warehouse should be the one he had previously rented. Shen Huai Ling arrived at the warehouse in less than an hour. No wonder she had stockpiled such a substantial amount of goods within. She must have been aware of the impending zombie threat long before. It appears that the individuals inside are all familiar faces. Shen Huai Ling pushed the door open and stepped inside. There were quite a number of people within, among whom one had sustained particularly severe injuries. 4 men sat at a table, consuming compressed biscuits and drinking alcohol, while the remaining 5 or 6 women huddled in a corner. In this post-apocalyptic world, it appeared that women had been reduced to mere commodities for trade. Shen Huai Ling pushed the door open and entered, where familiar faces awaited him. To his surprise, Boss Shen arrived empty-handed. The man cast a discontented glance around. Shen Huai Ling brandished a knife, slicing towards his eyes. You're not Dia. The crowd became alert, realizing that the earlier disguised ability user was indeed Dia, who had evidently engaged in numerous and scrupulous activities. Fear began to take hold of them. However, upon noticing the absence of her subordinates, they concluded that even her prowess could not possibly allow her to eliminate all 5 of them. Charge! Several individuals launched their attack simultaneously. Space Division, decapitation. All 5 were pinned to the ground, their heads severed in unison. Among these 4, one was a space ability user. With his demise, all the supplies erupted forth. Shen Huai Ling tidied up his belongings and made his way to the corner. At that moment, Shen Huai Ling discerned the identity of the bound individual. It was Feng Qingyu. Her attire was tattered, bearing the marks of relentless lashes, and she had succumbed to unconsciousness. The others huddled in the corners, paralyzed by fear. After the rescue of these young women, one of them, trembling, recounted her harrowing experience. My father is the leader of a stronghold. While on a mission with my team, I became separated from them. Later, I encountered another girl, only to be rendered unconscious and bound. They intended to sell us. After Shen Huai Ling grasped the situation, she reached out to those who still had parents or friends alive, allowing those without such connections to choose their own paths, whether to stay or to leave. As for Dia, she may have acted under duress. However, regardless of the circumstances, she undeniably erred, which is why she remained in the warehouse alongside that group. Feng Qingyu still lay unconscious in bed, yet to awaken. Shen Huai Ling examined her body and discovered that her wrists and ankles had been chafed by iron chains, and the wounds upon her body had become inflamed. Shen Huai Ling tended to his wounds, deciding to address all matters once Feng Qingyu regained consciousness. Lying in bed, Feng Qingyu surveyed her surroundings, grateful for her continued existence. Lingling, she exclaimed, awakening. Mr. Xiong hurriedly dashed outside to share the joyous news with Shen Huai Ling. Indeed, she had arrived in the underworld. Otherwise, how could a mere toy bear be animated? Upon entering the room, Shen Huai Ling observed that Feng Qingyu had already sat up. Greetings. I am Shen Huai Ling, your savior. I'm not dead, Feng Qingyu softly replied. Of course, my rescue was not in vain. You are an extraordinary individual. What is your unique ability? Feng Qingyu opened her mouth slightly and replied, "Wind." The curvature of Shen Huai Ling's lips widened as he produced a contract and placed it before Feng Qingyu. In gratitude for your life-saving grace, is it acceptable for you to sell your life to me? Feng Qingyu glanced at the contents of the contract and shook her head. I can offer you compensation in other ways, but not this. I have matters to attend to. I am acquainted with Qi Xiao. Chapter 54. Accepting treatment. Have you discovered a method to treat Qi Xiao? Shen Huai Ling inquired directly. It had been a long time since Feng Qingyu had heard the name Qi Xiao, and a bittersweet smile graced her face. I have yet to find a solution. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Feng Qingyu and smiled, saying, You may be powerless, but I am not. Feng Qingyu chuckled softly. Do you not realize? We have already parted ways. His affairs are no longer my concern. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. Very well. Since that is the case, it matters not if Qi Xiao does not come to our aid. After all, I am not particularly satisfied with the terms they have proposed. Shen Huai Ling murmured casually, It should all happen within this week. Upon hearing his words, Feng Qingyu silently lowered her gaze. In recent days, Shen Huai Ling has been devoid of any events and has refrained from discussing Qi Xiao with Feng Qingyu. Have you made a decision? On the final day, Shen Huai Ling received a call from Li Tingyuan. Yes, I have made up my mind. I am determined to rescue Qi Xiao. Li Tingyuan conveyed from the other end of the line. Shen Huai Ling sensed that someone was eavesdropping behind him. It was Feng Qingyu. However, I regretted my decision, realizing that this transaction was not worth it, requiring an additional 500 crystal cores. Shen Huai Ling sensed that the person behind had departed and directly stated, Tomorrow afternoon, bring Qi Xiao to my inn. What about the 500 crystal cores? Li Tingyuan inquired tentatively. I was merely jesting. Shen Huai Ling feigned indifference, continuing with her usual activities as if nothing had transpired. By the following day, Feng Qingyu could no longer remain at ease and sought out Shen Huai Ling. Have you encountered any issues recently? Shen Huai Ling shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on the idle drama playing on the television. Feng Qingyu recalled that it was Li Tingyuan who had called Shen Huai Ling the previous day. After a moment's pause, Feng Qingyu turned to Shen Huai Ling and implored, Could you possibly come to Qi Xiao's aid? Shen Huai Ling shook his head. I'm a businessman. If Li Tingyuan cannot meet my demands, I shall naturally refuse him. I have signed that contract. I beseech you to save him. Shen Huai Ling then directed his gaze towards Feng Qingyu. Shen Huai Ling remained silent. I shall provide the 500 crystal cores. Shen Huai Ling gazed at her, inquiring if she currently possessed any crystal cores, as I do not accept debts here. Feng Qingyu had just produced the contract when it spontaneously ignited. We shall draft a new contract. A fresh agreement materialized before the two of them. The secrets of the inn must remain undisclosed, and matters concerning the military district require meticulous reporting to me. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Feng Qingyu with a sense of distrust. However, she required an individual capable of establishing connections with the military district to represent her at the base. Feng Qingyu let her blood drip onto the contract, sealing their agreement. Thus, can you proceed to rescue Qi Xiao now? Feng Qingyu's complexion paled even further. Shen Huai Ling produced yet another agreement, which stipulated a prohibition against romantic relationships with individuals from the military district, including Qi Xiao. It mattered little to her, while her wounds had yet to heal. Feng Qingyu let her blood drip onto the contract. Shen Huai Ling turned to Feng Qingyu and said, I have promised you to rescue him. Now, can you share with me the story of Qi Xiao? Feng Qingyu gazed out the window, reminiscing about the past. Qi Xiao was truly an exceptional individual. I first met him in university. When I arrived, I struggled to adapt to the stark differences between the North and South, feeling a sense of grievance as it was my first time away from home. One evening, cloaked in darkness, I sought refuge in a secluded corner of the campus to weep in solitude. It was during that moment that I encountered Qi Xiao, who seemed to be feeding a few stray kittens. Seeing my plight, he generously offered me half of his sausage. I believed it was merely a chance encounter and never anticipated crossing paths with him again. The following day, I learned his name, Qi Xiao, my senior. From that moment onward, I frequently caught glimpses of him. Initially, it was manageable, but soon our meetings extended beyond the classroom to dining halls as well. Gradually, I found myself falling for him. I confessed my feelings, and he reciprocated. However, a month later, during our date, she fell ill. Shen Huai Ling glanced at the watch on his wrist. The timing was impeccable. Let us proceed and commence our tasks. Accompanied by Feng Qingyu, Shen Huai Ling traversed through the portal to the military base's lodging. Shen Huai Ling ushered Qi Xiao inside and casually remarked, "This is Feng Qingyu, the manager of the hotel at the military base. Please, everyone, make her acquaintance." "Hello, everyone." Feng Qingyu greeted the three with utmost politeness. Qi Xiao gazed at Feng Qingyu, his eyes glistening with tears. She was still alive. Shen Huai Ling turned to the two individuals trailing behind him and remarked, "Qi Xiao will need to stay at my inn for 5 days. Who will be responsible for the payment?" "I shall." Li Tingyuan promptly approached the front desk to settle the bill. "Qingyu, come here and observe closely." Shen Huai Ling called for Feng Qingyu. It was rather audacious of them, not even attempting to conceal their intentions in her presence, as she remained the one disrupting their romantic entanglement. "Manager Shen, may I inquire about the specifics of the treatment?" Qi Xiao inquired, gazing at Shen Huai Ling. "For the first 3 days, you will undergo a medicinal bath for 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon. After each bath, you must remain in the sauna on the 2nd floor for 30 minutes. On the 4th day, I will provide you with a pill that will reshape your sinews and bones. It is advisable to endure the discomfort. On the 5th day, you will need to rest thoroughly, as you will feel exceedingly weak." Shen Huai Ling provided a brief explanation before leading them to the 3rd floor. Only the double rooms were equipped with bathtubs, and he placed the medicinal packets into the water, setting the remaining 9 packets aside. What could be contained within these packets? Zhu Qing felt a tinge of curiosity. The ingredients included ai, dried ginger, cinnamon twig, de shui tongue, angelica, and safflower. This herbal concoction required a steeping time of 30 minutes before being heated. It was essential to steep for a full hour, as any feelings of discomfort during this period were entirely normal. Shen Huai Ling demonstrated for them and turned to Li Tingyuan, asking, "Will you stay here to accompany him?" Li Tingyuan initially intended to nod in agreement, but upon noticing Feng Qingyu beside him, he hesitated. "I have some matters to attend to lately. Would it be possible for the boss to assist me?" Li Tingyuan inkirate arnasli. Any amount of points would suffice. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Feng Qingyu, who was earning 60 points a day. "Excellent." Li Tingyuan pulled Shen Huai Ling and Zhu Qing down to settle the bill. "Madam Boss, are you aware of her identity?" Li Tingyuan inquired in a hushed tone. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. "Of course, I am aware that she is Qi Zhao's ex-girlfriend." Shen Huai Ling gazed at Li Tingyuan with an expression of incredulity and softly remarked, "Allow me to share another matter with you. Without my consent, Feng Qingyu and Qi Xiao cannot be together." Chapter 55. The new store manager's arrival. Why? Zhu Qing inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. "Because I am the manager of this establishment." Shen Huai Ling refrained from making a definitive statement. Ever since discovering Shen Wenjun's involvement in this matter, Shen Huai Ling had developed an aversion to this place. "If you intend to join our military, remember to attend the weekly meetings every Monday," Li Tingyuan earnestly advised Shen Huai Ling. Li Tingyuan placed a file before Shen Huai Ling, stating, "You will henceforth be employed here as a highly compensated ability user. Naturally, you will possess a voice in our discussions." Shen Huai Ling nodded in agreement. Now that there was a manager in place, it was only natural for this branch to commence operations. Shen Huai Ling removed the sign from outside the door, patiently awaiting customers to conduct business. Once Feng Qingyu arrived, Shen Huai Ling began, instructing her on how to become a store manager. Here, I provide accommodation and meals, along with a monthly allowance of 300 points. Situated at the military district base, I will additionally grant you 10 of the net profit and supply 4 bottles of crystal core extraction liquid each month. After finishing her instruction, Shen Huai Ling briefly outlined the benefits and treatment available to Feng Qingyu. Subsequently, she added Feng Qingyu to a group. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, Shen Huai Ling remarked as she closed her phone. Currently, the military base is short-staffed, and I will be here alongside you. You are also welcome to select your own personnel. The ongoing recruitment includes provisions for meals and accommodation, with a reward of 100 points. Shen Huai Ling conveyed the situation to Feng Qingyu. That sounds great. Feng Qingyu replied with a smile. I am already aware of everything you mentioned. As the evening progressed, more people began to gather, and Shen Huai Ling observed Feng Qingyu from the side. She was exceptionally intelligent, able to remember everything after a single briefing from Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling felt a sense of relief and joined in to help. As mealtime passed, the patrons of the inn began to gradually disperse, for the expenses here were rather steep. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a watermelon from the cosmos, effortlessly slicing it in two, and handed one half to Feng Qingyu. Without hesitation, Feng Qingyu seized a spoon and took a generous bite. I am aware of your concerns. Feng Qingyu's voice floated over. There is no need for worry. I shall fulfill the promise I made to you. Shen Huai Ling smiled quietly, refraining from speaking, for she was uncertain whether Feng Qingyu truly possessed a romantic mindset. Shen Huai Ling noticed the wounds on Feng Qingyu's body and, using 50 points from the system's marketplace, exchanged them for a bottle of scar cream, which he handed to her. Take this. A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. He placed the remedy on the table. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, during which Feng Qingyu diligently attended to Qi Zhao's recovery. Qi Zhao could feel his body gradually regaining strength, and by the 6th day, he sensed a newfound lightness coursing through him, invigorating his entire being. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qi Zhao seized Feng Qingyu's hand and said, Qingyu, I have something to discuss with you. Feng Qingyu glanced at the customers below, gently withdrawing her hand. I'm sorry, but I have matters to attend to right now. Can we talk later? Qi Zhao nodded, looking rather forlorn. At that moment, Feng Qingyu finally understood Shen Huai Ling's suggestion to hire another person. As mealtime approached, a multitude of patrons arrived for their meals, and once the dining period concluded, another wave came in for showers. Amidst the chaos, she also had to change the linens and covers in the rooms vacated by guests, tossing them into the washing machine. Initially, Feng Qingyu had been distracted by thoughts of Qi Zhao, but now she found herself too occupied to dwell on him. She felt as though she were spinning like a top. Shen Huai Ling observed Feng Qingyu's remarkable performance over the past few days. She truly excelled in everything she undertook. Qi Zhao arrived early in the afternoon, and upon witnessing Feng Qingyu bustling about, he joined her in her endeavors. It was not until evening that Feng Qingyu found a moment to rest. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? She inquired, handing Qi Zhao a peach from the table. Qingyu, is it possible for us to start anew? Qi Zhao's words struck like thunder in the stillness. Feng Qingyu smiled gently, shaking her head in response. I'm afraid there is no possibility for us anymore. I have fulfilled my promises, and our paths have diverged. While she smiled, a hint of sadness lingered in her expression. You know I adhere to my principles. I will always honor my commitments. Qi Zhao nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Shen Huai Ling concealed herself behind the door, observing the scene unfold. The usually clever and sprightly Feng Qingyu, upon encountering Qi Zhao, had transformed into the protagonist of a tragic melodrama. Shen Huai Ling stepped outside. If you wish to pursue him now, there is still time. Feng Qingyu shook her head, resolutely stating that she would never go back on her word. Shen Huai Ling produced the contract. Is this the one you were referring to? Shen Huai Ling burned it right before her eyes. Shen Huai Ling consented, yet she harbored concerns that Feng Qingyu might be infatuated, believing that she would neglect the inn for the sake of Qi Zhao. Shen Huai Ling never anticipated that Feng Qingyu would be so obstinate, as this singular agreement precipitated Qi Zhao's long and arduous journey to win her affection. Rest assured, manager, I am a soul bound to this in life and in death. I shall never betray it, Feng Qingyu said, gently patting Shen Huai Ling's shoulder. Lingling, I am fully aware that your recent contract was but a feign. I understand everything. Shen Huai Ling looked on in bewilderment at this scene. Was that contract truly authentic? With a shortage of personnel, Shen Huai Ling decided to remain at the military base alongside Shen Huai to lend a hand. Shen Huai Ling initially believed that after Feng Qingyu rejected Qi Xiao, he would relinquish his pursuit. To his astonishment, Qi Xiao's visits to the inn became increasingly frequent, evolving from 3 meals a day to ultimately taking up residence within the inn itself. Shen Huai Ling shook his head, realizing that the information was erroneous. It seemed that Qi Xiao, with his profound sentiments, must have been the one who harbored feelings for Feng Qingyu first. Otherwise, how could Feng Qingyu have possibly pursued him? Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai observed Qi Xiao's attire becoming increasingly refined with each passing day. And then, did you notice? Shen Huai Ling gestured towards Qi Xiao. If you ever encounter someone you hold dear, be sure to express your feelings openly. Do not emulate him. Qi Xiao had been trailing behind Feng Qingyu, yet she was utterly preoccupied and indifferent to his presence. Qi Xiao altered his approach. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he assisted at the inn. It appeared that not signing Qi Xiao previously was a prudent decision, as the current promotion of buy one, get one free was quite advantageous. As September drew to a close, delicate snowflakes began to dance through the air, suggesting that the narrative from a previous life was once again unfolding. Shen Huai Ling meticulously arranged 3 sets of clothing for each individual, considering it a generous employee benefit. Shen Huai Ling, wearing glasses, crouched beside the computer, tapping away as he began to calculate the earnings of these stores from the previous month. Shen Huai Ling sat cross-legged on the sofa, casually gathering her hair into a bun atop her head. Beside her, the 3 companions were engrossed in a video game. It's been calculated. Chapter 56, D-City Base. First place, Mountain Villa, Xichen. Second place, White Eagle Base, Beitang Chuan, Fong Ziki. Third place, a city district, Yin Mingji, Yin Yueshan. Fourth place, Military District Base, Feng Qingyu. After deducting the points allocated to them, Shen Huai Ling still had 100,000 points remaining in her account. Nowadays, these inns were thriving, and the number of customers was gradually increasing. Lingling, the military has learned of your news. Would you be interested in selling food supplies to them? Feng Qingyu inquired tentatively. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly, indicating that it was indeed feasible. But how many were required? 500 crystal cores. Shen Huai Ling gazed upon the vast expanse of grain in the entire rear mountain, an undeniable sight of abundance. Shen Huai Ling would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. Ding dong. Congratulations to Lingling's 3 hotels for achieving profitability. Hidden reward. All hotels gain an additional floor. The global hotel apocalypse is now unleashed. Best of luck. The more hotels there are, the greater the rewards to be obtained. Shen Huai Ling heard the familiar electronic voice. Would you like to join us on a mission? Just as Tao Tao finished speaking, Shen Huai Ling received a call from Li Tingyuan. We have uncovered clues about the zombie virus in City D, but it is quite perilous. Would you like to come? Li Tingyuan inquired straightforwardly. Shen Huai Ling surveyed the current state of the inn. I shall accompany you. Shen Huai Ling gazed outside. D-City presented yet another uncharted realm. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Shen Huai, who was still engrossed in his book beside her. Perhaps it would be best for her to embark on this journey alone. Shen Huai Ling conveyed the situation, revealing that he was on the verge of opening a new inn. Shen Huai Ling arrived directly at the military base through the portal. As expected, Li Tingyuan and his team awaited her in the hotel. Li Tingyuan began discussing the mission with Shen Huai Ling. Our destination this time is the Fuxi Hospital in City D. According to intelligence from the military district, there is information regarding the antidote for the zombie virus within its walls. Fuxi Hospital, a comprehensive medical facility, comprises 5 floors, with the relevant data concerning the zombies located on the 5th floor. This mission is fraught with peril, Li Tingyuan stated earnestly as he regarded Shen Huai Ling. The military has dispatched 2 squads, both of which have met with total annihilation. Shen Huai Ling was somewhat intrigued. Previously, Li Tingyuan had never summoned her for a task. So why'd he sought her out this time? We're planning to depart tomorrow morning and would like to rent your RV, Li Tingyuan stammered as he spoke. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly and inquired, certainly. How many days would you like to rent it for? Shen Huai Ling nodded in acquiescence, understanding that the military base was inescapable. The journey to City D carried its own perils, which is why Li Tingyuan opted for a mobile home for their travels. At the break of dawn, Shen Huai Ling arrived at the entrance of the military base. The chill of the day was palpable, prompting Shen Huai Ling to bundle himself up thoroughly. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they arrived. Shen Huai Ling cast a glance at the individuals present, and it was still the four of them. Hospitals are notorious hotspots for zombies. Should you not bring along more individuals with special abilities? Li Tingyuan shook his head. This operation is classified, and the permissions of others are insufficient. Shen Huai Ling did not inquire further and settled into the confines of the camper van. This time, I shall remain here to assist you, she announced. Li Tingyuan and Zhu Qing nodded in acknowledgement. The interior of the vehicle was pleasantly warm, and Shen Huai Ling found herself drifting toward slumber. Suddenly, a sharp break jolted her awake from her dreams. A figure lay sprawled on the road, prompting the group to observe him for a while. Eventually, Zhang Lei and Zhao Hu disembarked to bring him aboard. The man was dressed rather lightly, lying rigidly on the asphalt as if lifeless. Before reaching D City, he gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately spotted Shen Huai Ling beside him. Fairy sister, was it you who saved me? He inquired, his enchanting peach blossom eyes reflecting a demeanor that evoked deep sympathy. Shen Huai Ling chuckled gently and shook her head, pointing at the towering figure of Zhao Hu, who stood at 185 meters, exclaiming, "It is this divine brother who saved you." The man, following Shen Huai Ling's gesture, toppled over. Mumbling to himself, he realized he had yet to awaken fully. Zhao Hu twisted his ear and hoisted him up. "What's your name? How did you end up here?" A flicker of hostility flashed in his eyes. "Isn't it too cold outside for scavenging, leading you to freeze midway? Where are you headed?" The man inquired, glancing out the window. "To the D City base." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes sparkled with hope. "Then I shall accompany you. I'm also affiliated with the D City base." He introduced himself as Luo Jiwen, the team leader of a small squad from the D City base, out with his teammates in search of supplies. The squad comprised only 3 members, including his best friend and her girlfriend, who had secretly become involved with one another, plotting to eliminate him during this mission so they could be together. As for Luo Jiwen's frozen state, it was due to the actions of a water-based ability user, as the frigid weather had turned the water into ice. Li Tingyuan and his group finally reached the D City base. Due to the high mortality rate from prior missions, the military had established contact with the largest base in D City, hoping they could assist in discovering a cure for the zombie virus, with the resulting antidote to be shared among all. At the entrance, Shen Huai Ling recognized a familiar face, a girl she had rescued alongside Feng Qingyu. With a bright smile, the girl approached Shen Huai Ling. "Hello, Shen Huai Ling, it's good to see you again." Fuxi Hospital, once a renowned tertiary hospital in the city, gained its fame not from the prowess of its doctors, but from a catastrophic fire that occurred 2 decades ago. One fateful night, the 5th floor of the hospital suddenly ignited in flames, spreading in an unusual manner, remaining confined to that floor. All patients on the 5th floor perished, leaving no survivors. Since then, strange occurrences have plagued the 5th floor, with residents claiming to have seen the spirits of those lost in the fire and even apparitions of monsters. However, the 5th floor of Fuxi Hospital was not abandoned. Chapter 57. Fuxi Hospital refurbished the 5th floor, bringing in specialists for assessment, and it was later converted into a psychiatric ward. What was the previous department? The leader of D City inquired slowly. It was for leprosy patients. Yet, the 5th floor was not left desolate. In fact, numerous mentally ill patients moved in, and the subsequent events remain unclear. After the leader of D City finished recounting all matters concerning Fuxi Hospital, he turned to Li Tingyuan with a serious expression. "Are you certain about proceeding, boss?" "No, Luo Jiwen's face was filled with despair. "Boss, are you not aware that I have a 3-year-old child to care for and an 80-year-old mother? What will become of this family if I am gone?" The leader of D City, Ruan Meng, replied dismissively, "No worries. I will take care of them. If you die, I will treat your daughter as my own and your mother as my own. You truly have a heart of stone. Luo Jiwen's expression reflected betrayal. All right, enough of the theatrics. Stop pretending to be so miserable. By the way, where is your little girlfriend? Usually so precious, yet she is absent today, Ruan Meng casually inquired. Luo Jiwen retracted his earlier facade, his demeanor growing serious as he looked at Ruan Meng. Internal matters of the D-City base prompted everyone else to discreetly leave. The group rested for a day in D-City before heading to Fuxi Hospital. The snow had ceased, yet the air remained biting cold. Such inclement weather, however, was not entirely disadvantageous, as the zombies moved sluggishly in the chill. The hospital posed a significant danger. Outbreaks of zombies often began there. Thus, the group never intended to ascend floor by floor, but rather sought alternative entry points. The hospital retained its vintage charm, reminiscent of an older era. Due to Fuxi Hospital's remote location, few zombies roamed outside. After Shen Huai Ling eliminated all the zombies outside, she retrieved a ladder from her spatial storage and propped it against the wall. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the 5 individuals and advised, "The circumstances here are rather precarious. Regardless of whether you encounter anything, ensure that you return before nightfall." The group nodded in understanding and gradually made their way to the window on the 5th floor. Shen Huai Ling remained below, vigilant against any unforeseen events. Given the unique nature of this mission, they had anticipated contacting Shen Huai Ling within half an hour. However, 40 minutes had elapsed, and he had yet to receive any word from them. Time and space traversing, instantaneous movement. Shen Huai Ling immediately arrived at the 5th floor of the psychiatric hospital. As he opened his eyes and rubbed them vigorously, he realized something was amiss. Wasn't this supposed to be a hospital? How had it transformed into the villa of his childhood? Shen Huai Ling pinched her own arm, feeling nothing. This was the manifestation of her psychic abilities. Her parents were still by her side, and they remained a happy family of 3. Lingling, it's time for dinner. Shen Huai Ling saw Shen Wenjun approaching her, clad in an apron. In that moment, Shen Huai Ling yearned to leap into Shen Wenjun's embrace. Yet she understood that this was not her true mother. Her real mother had forsaken her. Lingling, I've been calling you for a long time. Why haven't you come over? Shen Wenjun approached Shen Huai Ling with a smile on her face, step by step. Today, I have prepared your favorite sweet and sour spare ribs. Mother. Shen Wenjun had already grasped Shen Huai Ling's arm with one hand. Shen Huai Ling's vision gradually blurred. I am sorry. With a small knife in hand, Shen Huai Ling plunged it directly into Shen Wenjun's heart. The familiar surroundings began to collapse, transforming into the visage of a hospital. Shen Huai Ling plunged his blade into the heart of the zombie, which lunged at his arm with a vicious bite. In the next instant, Shen Huai Ling swiftly severed the creature's head from its body. Shen Huai Ling furrowed his brow as he gazed at the wound on his wrist. To prevent any potential complications, he hastily disinfected the injury and covered it with a piece of synthetic skin. Fortunately, with the half-zombie constitution bestowed upon him by the system, he was spared from further harm. Upon noticing Shen Huai Ling regain consciousness, a shadow flickered momentarily in the darkness. The immediate priority was to extricate Li Tingyuan and the others. The situation here was undeniably perilous. As Shen Huai Ling stepped inside, he immediately fell victim to the surroundings. Hadn't Ruan Meng mentioned that this place had already been refurbished? Yet, the remnants of a fierce blaze were still evident. The walls bore the scars of smoke, prompting Shen Huai Ling to hasten his pace in search of Li Tingyuan and the others. Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted, compelling Shen Huai Ling to rush toward the sound. There stood Zhu Qing, swaying unsteadily, his eyes filled with disbelief. Zhu Qing had inflicted a long gash upon his own arm, and his consciousness gradually began to return. Shen Huai Ling hastily departed from the location with Zhu Qing, for when the zombies arrived, they would become mere morsels. Shen Huai Ling dressed the wound with medication. Now, Zhu Qing should no longer linger here, for the scent of blood will inevitably attract the nearby zombies. Shen Huai Ling hooked his claws onto the window ledge, securing a rope around Zhu Qing's waist before lowering him down. What the others? A second-tier speed-type zombie obstructed Shen Huai Ling's path, its limbs slender and elongated. towering nearly 2 meters in height. Shen Huai Ling, with keen eyes, observed the attire of the zombie, noting its resemblance to that worn by Li Tingyuan and his companions. It appeared that this was indeed the extraordinary individual who had perished here previously. Shen Huai Ling impaled the zombie to the ground and deftly severed its head. Since there were no other individuals in the vicinity, there was no need for Shen Huai Ling to conceal his abilities any longer. Shen Huai Ling pressed onward. Where could everyone be? Even if they had transformed into zombies, shadows of their existence should still be present. At the very least, one ought to see the living or the dead. Tao Tao, where are they? Ling Ling, I am here. I am currently scanning the layout of this hospital. Loading. Ling Ling, over there. Following the direction indicated by Tao Tao, they arrived at the entrance of a delivery room. Shen Huai Ling pushed open the door to the delivery room and stepped inside. Drip, drip. Blood pooled on the floor. Shen Huai Ling felt something drop onto his face. He wiped it away haphazardly with his hand. It was blood. Shen Huai Ling gazed towards the ceiling, where the remaining souls dangled above, seemingly ensnared in their own nightmares, yet to awaken. In a shadowy corner, a figure, dragging a leg, approached him step by step. Chapter 58. The monster, his voice was hoarse, as though scorched by flames. You're the only one thus far who has unraveled my illusion. He materialized before Shen Huai Ling, confirming the rumors once spread by Ruan Meng were indeed true. A monster lurked here. His body had begun to decay extensively, emanating a pungent odor. One of his legs had become crippled, revealing white worms writhing within the flesh. Are you human or a ghost? Shen Huai Ling inquired. He chuckled, appearing even more sinister. Consider me a ghost. I died 20 years ago. His tone lacked any fluctuation. Go ahead and strike. I cannot overpower you, and I am destined for hell. He closed his eyes, adopting a demeanor of resignation, awaiting Shen Huai Ling's action. Wait, where's the antidote for the zombie virus? And why must you kill these people? He gestured toward a notebook nearby. I have chronicled everything within that notebook. Once you peruse it, you shall find the answers you seek. Please, little girl, do what you must. Shen Huai Ling did not refuse. This affliction is exceedingly tormenting, and perhaps death represents a form of liberation for him. Shen Huai Ling unleashed his extraordinary abilities, swiftly severing the monster's head, an act executed with such swiftness that it bore no trace of suffering. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a protective suit from the space and donned it before lowering the individuals who were suspended above. Several people were hanging there, including the previously arrived ability users, who were quite fortunate to have not transformed into zombies. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a bottle of water from the space and splashed it across the faces of several individuals. Truly futile. Instead of being outsmarted by the zombies, they found themselves outmaneuvered by a fellow human. Zhao, who awakened, intrigued, and approached the gruesome sight of the zombie that Shen Huai Ling had just vanquished. Its facial features were grotesquely fused together, with the surrounding skin bearing the scars of a fierce blaze. Help! There's a ghost! Zhao Lei cried out in sheer terror. Shen Huai Ling, clad in gloves, carefully placed the notes from the table into a protective pouch. With an expressionless face, she delivered a sharp rap on Zhao Lei's head. No shouting. I might just knock you out and feed you to the zombies. Shen Huai Ling cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Hu. These few men were even inferior to her and Zhu Qing, completely ensnared by mere illusions. At this moment, these individuals were akin to walking delicacies. Merely stepping outside would attract a horde of zombies drawn by their scent. Shen Huai Ling discovered a protective suit within the system space. A single-use ensemble priced at 50 points each. I swiped. Li Tingyuan emerged from the shadows, and Shen Huai Ling retrieved the card reader from the space, deducting 800 points. Where is Zhu Qing? Why has she vanished? An expression of urgency filled Li Tingyuan's gaze, for he too had been searching for Zhu Qing. It is fortunate he possesses a conscience, Shen Huai Ling remarked with a calm demeanor. I have already rescued Zhu Qing. She is now safely aboard the mobile home. They were all acutely aware that they had just encountered a leper, and none could guarantee they had not contracted the virus themselves. Shen Huai Ling was not overly concerned. They could only operate on the first floor for the time being. Once he found a suitable refuge, everyone would gather for a period of isolation. The group nodded numbly, each of them bearing wounds, with Shen Huai Ling emerging as the steadfast pillar of the team. Shen Huai Ling drove towards the center of City D, seeking a location to establish a second branch where potential survivors might be more numerous. Shen Huai Ling directly purchased a remarkable package from the comprehensive supermarket, which included a hotel and well-maintained facilities, all for the modest sum of 29,999 points. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the 50,000 points in his account and promptly chose to redeem them. A new branch materialized before the crowd. Shen Huai Ling led everyone to the elevator, ascending to the 4th floor, and advised them. Shen Huai Ling retrieved his phone and requested, could you please assist me while you are with Xiong? According to Shen Huai Ling's request, Shen Huai arrived and, together with Xiong, disinfected every corner. They incinerated all the belongings inside the RV, along with the clothes they were wearing. Shen Huai Ling remained in the room, not venturing outside. She gradually peeled away the imitation human skin. Although leprosy is transmitted through blood, one must still exercise utmost caution. After Shen Huai and Xiong completed the tasks assigned by Shen Huai Ling, the man and the bear sat at the entrance of Shen Huai Ling's door. Ling, may I come in? Xiong said in a sweet, childish voice. Sister, Xiong uttered, and Shen Huai echoed her words. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Huai Ling remarked, You may enter, but do remember to wear protective clothing. All right, came the cheerful reply. The two individuals donned their protective suits and stepped inside. Upon seeing Shen Huai Ling, Xiong instinctively extended both arms, yearning for an embrace. Shen Huai Ling restrained his impulse, saying to the bear, Be good, wait for me. And if nothing significant arises after a week, I shall embrace you. The two humans and the bear exchanged a few words, and only after Shen Huai and the bear were assured of Shen Huai Ling's well-being did they finally relax. Shen Huai Ling observed the availability of leprosy vaccines in the space. Having just administered a dose to himself, he exchanged 500 points for an additional 8 doses, which he instructed Xiong and others to place before the doors of various individuals. 10 days later, there were no unusual occurrences among them. It seemed they were unharmed. Shen Huai Ling led them in another round of disinfection, and only after incinerating all the clothing did they finally feel at ease. Now, the 5th store is set to commence operations. Shen Huai Ling opened the door, revealing a shop sign that shimmered with vibrant colors. Congratulations, Ling, on the grand opening of the 5th branch. The reward for this success are 1. Doubling the yield of cultivated crops. 2. An award of 10,000 points. The sound of machinery echoed in Shen Huai Ling's mind. Doubling the yield. Shen Huai Ling quickly browsed the point supermarket and ordered mechanized management, allowing machines to take over the farm operations, sparing her the burden of oversight. See, Chen, you can finally take a break. Initially, it seemed that Shen Huai Ling was being magnanimous by not charging any fees, but little did they know that it was merely a matter of timing. Once they were isolated, Shen Huai Ling began to fiddle with the calculator in her hand, meticulously calculating their expenses. Shen Huai Ling smiled at them, yet everyone felt an unsettling chill. Considering they were all acquaintances, the total amounted to 800 points. How shall we proceed with the payment? Zhao Hu inquired with a hint of familiarity. Sister, I implore you, please stop smiling. It feels akin to the smile of death. Chapter 59, An Adventure at the Zoo. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a small knife from the void and plunged it directly into the table. My dear, how could that be? If I cannot pay, I shall become the new harbinger of death. All present were endowed with extraordinary abilities, their recuperative powers far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Shen Huai Ling gestured towards the door. Though it was still daylight, the zombies had lost their fear of the sun, now wandering about in search of new prey. Shen Huai Ling gestured towards the entrance and proclaimed, No zombies will appear within 5 meters of my inn. It would be in your best interest to gather all the required points within a day. Shen Huai Ling withdrew the knife, realizing that her newly opened store was on the brink of losing 10,000 points. The crystal core of a first-level zombie was worth 100 points. However, the second-level zombies differed significantly, with their value determined by their unique abilities, the lowest being 200 points. The circumstances had changed. Under Shen Huai Ling's crystal core purification solution, they were no longer the first-level ability users they once were. Li Tingyuan, Zhu Qing, Zhang Lei, and Zhao, who had just ascended to second-level ability users, rendering low-level zombies trivial adversaries. During their assault on the zombies, Luo Jiwen recognized this disparity. Whether in abilities or speed, they clearly had the upper hand. Luo Jiwen took Li Tingyuan aside and produced a crystal core from his pocket. "What makes your abilities so formidable?" he inquired directly. "Is there a method? Our D-City base is willing to collaborate with a military base." Nearly 3 months had passed, with zombies continuously evolving while ability users stagnated. If this persisted, it would lead to a grim fate for all. Li Tingyuan gestured towards Shen Huai Ling, who was tending to the store at the entrance. "She is our base's supplier. Perhaps you could discuss this with her." He shot a flirtatious glance at Shen Huai Ling. "Beautiful lady, might we negotiate a matter?" Shen Huai Ling raised his head to look at Luo Jiwen and inquired, "What is the matter? Is it possible for the crystal core purification liquid that you sell to Li Tingyuan and the others to also be available for purchase at our D-City base?" Shen Huai Ling nodded. "A bottle of crystal core purification liquid costs 400 points, and if purchased in bulk, discounts may apply." Shen Huai Ling blinked and inquired, "Our offers additional services, such as the provision of fruits and vegetables. Might you be interested?" Shen Huai Ling gestured towards Li Tingyuan and the others, mentioning the military district, the Sea City military base, and the White Eagle base, all of which have established collaborations with us. "So, will you deliver it, or shall we come to collect it?" Shen Huai Ling gazed and remarked, "Considering your desired quantity and the considerable distance, should you require a substantial amount, I shall deliver it personally. Otherwise, I can arrange for a helicopter." Luo Jiwen's eyes sparkled with excitement as Shen Huai Ling retrieved a vial of crystal core purification liquid from his space and placed it before Luo Jiwen. "You may sample it first, then decide whether to purchase." Shen Huai Ling opened the door. It had been 3 days, and not a single soul had appeared. The streets were filled with wandering zombies. Shen Huai Ling's mood deteriorated day by day. Shen Huai Ling decided to temporarily close the shop, intending to discuss matters with Beitang Chuan later. This marked the 3rd outing for Xiong, who was utterly fascinated by the world beyond. Perched by the window, Xiong gazed longingly outside. The other staff had long become accustomed to the sight of their furry assistant manager. Shen Huai picked up Xiong, and together they looked out at the freedom they had always yearned for. Shen Huai Ling observed all of this keenly. Upon arriving at the D-City base, Shen Huai Ling handed over the notebook he had brought along for Zhu Qing and the others to review, waiting for their conclusions in the end. Shen Huai Ling wandered around the base in City D, and it could be said that this was the most deplorable base he had ever encountered. The majority of the inhabitants at the D-City base were ordinary people devoid of any supernatural abilities, with a number of those possessing such powers being quite limited. However, the development of the base relied heavily on these abilities, which were a rare source of unity among the residents. The D-City base resembled more of an urban village, where nearly everyone had a home, yet what was sorely lacking were food and water supplies. Shen Huai Ling exchanged 3,000 points for a self-service supermarket and purchased a water dispenser to place beside it. The entire operation is managed through automation, ensuring that any ill-intentioned individuals are swiftly eradicated. Shen Huai Ling stayed here for 2 or 3 days, and after signing the contract with City D, he departed after instructing most of the people on how to shop in the unmanned supermarket. Li Tingyuan and the others would remain here for approximately another week. Shen Huai Ling found himself utterly bored, so he decided to take Xiong and Shen Huai for a stroll nearby. With early mornings and late evenings, life was indeed quite delightful. Shen Huai Ling activated the navigation system, and the nearest destination was a zoo, located merely half an hour's journey from Base D. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Shen Huainan, who was seated in the passenger seat, cradling the plush bear in his arms, and decided to let them enjoy their time together for a while. Shen Huai Ling vaguely recalls that the outbreak of the zombie virus initially spread solely among humans. It seemed that only after the new year did the animals begin to undergo mutations. One wonders how the creatures within the zoo are faring now. The outbreak appeared to occur on a weekday, leaving uncertainty about the number of zombies present within the confines of the park. Shen Huai Ling parked the car by the roadside and walked inside. At the entrance stood a swan, fortunately unharmed. However, this was merely a feign. Numerous large animals emerged, such as elephants, which, being herbivores, posed little threat and lacked strong guarding instincts. The ground was littered with trampled zombies. A nearby giraffe, leisurely munching on the leaves of a tree, cast a fleeting glance at the three newcomers, seemingly indifferent as it continued to feast on the foliage. It was a giraffe. Bear clapped joyfully. Shen Huai Ling remained unperturbed as she guided them through the surroundings. Should any zombies approach, they would already have met their demise at her hands before getting too close. The deeper they ventured, the more peculiar it became, astonishingly. None of the animals in the zoo had perished amidst such fluctuating temperatures. Apart from the surrounding zombies, the zoo appeared unchanged, indicating that someone had been diligently caring for the creatures. A sudden crackling sound drew Shen Huai Ling's attention. She turned to find a man astride an elephant, having just crushed a zombie's skull beneath its feet. His gaze towards Shen Huai Ling was anything but amicable. The existence of a living person within such a vast zoo, so long after the apocalypse began, was indeed unsettling. She signaled to Shen Huai Ling to remain silent and to follow his lead, as these zombies were far more terrifying than the two of them combined. Chapter 60. The Beast Whisperer. She led Shen Huai Ling and the others into a tightly shut restaurant. After ensuring the vicinity was clear, she cautiously opened the door and ushered Shen Huai Ling inside. There were approximately 4 or 5 individuals present, all clad in the zoo's uniforms. Presumably the caretakers of the animals. Are you the one sent by the military district to search for survivors? A burly man inquired, mustering his courage. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. After all, he was a senior advisor appointed by the military district, thus undeniably a part of the military establishment. Shen Huai Ling was somewhat taken aback. Having rescued so many individuals, it was the first time someone did not wish to depart with them. Why was that? They gazed out the window, realizing that if they left, there would indeed be nothing left for them but a path to demise. Shen Huai Ling was instantly intrigued. The dominant system, after all, was indeed a matter of territorial conquest. Shen Huai Ling's eyes brightened. Where's your dean? The response came, the dean has not been seen since the outbreak of the zombies. It seemed the man had perished, which brought a sense of relief to Shen Huai Ling. You may certainly remain here. I can provide you with supplies. However, all of this is contingent upon certain conditions. Shen Huai Ling surveyed the 6 individuals before him, each possessing unique abilities. What are your powers? Upon exchanging glances, a palpable desire for resources lingered in the air, even if they did not partake in consumption. The substantial needs of these creatures rendered their supplies dwindling. Water manipulation, metal manipulation, fire manipulation. Shen Huai Ling beheld the sole figure remaining, the one who had just been atop the elephant. What is your extraordinary ability? He was reluctant to reveal his trump card, yet circumstances compelled him, as they were in dire need of resources. I am a beast speaker. Shen Huai Ling scrutinized the petite girl before him. Having heard tales of a maiden capable of commanding the allegiance of myriad beasts, it appeared she was indeed that girl. Are you Sang Luo? Shen Huai Ling inquired. She nodded, affirming, indeed, I am Sang Luo. A contract materialized in Shen Huai Ling's hand. Should you sign it, I assure you an abundance of resources. I shall provide for the sustenance of all creatures. A flicker of hesitation crossed Sang Luo's eyes. What if I could eradicate all the zombies in this zoo? How does that proposition sound? Sang Luo gazed at her resolutely and replied, if you can accomplish that, I will certainly sign. As her words echoed, a clause appeared on the contract, inscribed with the name me.As. Sang Luo seized a curved blade and swiftly drew it across her wrist. The contract was sealed. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai exchanged a glance, and the subsequent matters became significantly more manageable. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai exchanged a glance before stepping outside. As the zombie king, Shen Huai can effortlessly summon a horde of zombies. Such a feat is undeniably a trivial matter. Shen Huai, with a stoic expression, gathered the surrounding zombies and led them towards the entrance of the zoo. Shen Huai was responsible for eliminating the scattered zombies within the park. By the time the two of them had thoroughly cleansed the area, night had already fallen. Shen Huai placed a sign at the entrance. No zombies inside. All are welcome to visit the Apocalypse Zoo. With a pleasant chime, The expansion of territory was complete, and congratulations were in order for the host, who was bestowed with the title of director. The rewards for expansion included 1. The territory occupied is impervious to zombie attacks. 2. The maturation period for animals is reduced to 5 days. The area recognized as a zoo automatically monitors the health of the animals and pairs them with a qualified veterinarian. Henceforth, this place could also serve as a hotel. Shen Huai Ling glanced at the disheveled Shen Huai beside him and smiled. His current appearance resembled that of their first encounter. Shen Huai Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stepped into the inn. The night had fallen, leaving them to ponder if they too had succumbed to the fate of the undead. They wandered restlessly within the confines of the room, yet none dared to venture outside. Sang Luo's eyes were filled with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. They were still alive. Sang Luo's voice resonated like a stone, landing heavily in the hearts of all present. She sensed the power of the covenant, a binding force she had never experienced before. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding bang. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai entered, affirming that they had fulfilled their promise. All of them turned their gaze towards the outside, where the once ominous sounds of zombies had dissipated, replaced by a sparkling luminescence. Shen Huai Ling gestured towards the nearby hotel. "Consider this your staff dormitory," he suggested. Despite Shen Huai Ling's attire being rather soiled, he appeared to radiate a certain brilliance in Sang Luo's eyes. The remaining tasks could be entrusted to Xiong. As Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai needed a brief respite, Feng Qingyu was currently calculating the day's revenue when she noticed Shen Huai Ling's presence with some surprise. Before she could inquire, Shen Huai Ling had already sensed something amiss. "Where is Qi Xiao?" Feng Qingyu promptly replied. "He is on the evening shift and will not be coming tonight." Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. Feng Qingyu discerned that Shen Huai Ling had something to discuss with her and thus led her into her room. Shen Huai Ling unveiled the injury on her arm before Feng Qingyu, offering her a faint smile. "I heard you studied medicine. Could you assist me?" Feng Qingyu nodded in response. As Shen Huai Ling retrieved a set of hospital sterilization supplies from her space. The initial treatment had been executed well, yet the wound had reopened, revealing remnants of something once covering it, marked by signs of tearing. Feng Qingyu commenced the application of medicine on Shen Huai Ling's injury, which was quite profound, a chunk of flesh having been bitten away, and the newly exposed pink tissue was now drenched in blood. How did this happen? Feng Qingyu's touch became gentler. Shen Huai Ling nonchalantly remarked, "It was bitten by a zombie." Shen Huai Ling understood that Feng Qingyu would not divulge this information, for she was inevitably bound by the constraints of the contract. "You did it to save Zhu Qing and the others, didn't you?" Feng Qingyu astutely revealed the reason behind Shen Huai Ling's injury. Shen Huai Ling turned her head away, and Feng Qingyu smiled softly. "This is none of your concern." Feng Qingyu nodded, feeling a sense of gratitude towards Shen Huai Ling, while Qi Xiao was merely an ex-boyfriend. Part of Feng Qingyu's affection for Qi Xiao stemmed from his strength, yet now it appeared that Shen Huai Ling possessed even greater prowess. Chapter 61. The opening of the zoo manager. "Qi Xiao and I truly have nothing left between us." Feng Qingyu's voice was calm, as if she had already severed ties with Qi Xiao. Shen Huai Ling let out a helpless sigh, saying, "I believe you." Feng Qingyu shook her head, replying, "I am aware that you harbor some resentment towards me. I shall prove my sincerity to you." Feng Qingyu, being rather obstinate, had been told numerous times, yet she remained unconvinced and unyielding. Feng Ziki was exceedingly lethargic, preferring to lie down rather than sit, and to sit rather than stand. As for Beitang Chuan, he was nothing short of a cat enthusiast. Having previously cared for a single kitten, he now found himself surrounded by a litter, transforming the inn into a veritable cat CAF. Almost all of Beitang Chuan's points had been expended on his feline companions. On the other hand, Yin Mingji was genuinely peculiar. He possessed a kind heart and always sought to rescue survivors. However, his brother, Yin Yuanshen, was entirely different. He was utterly unhinged, currently intent on turning others into puppets and eager to engage in conflict with Shen Huai Ling. In light of this, Si Chen's incessant nagging hardly seemed an issue. Just as Shen Huai Ling emerged from the portal, she spotted Xiong lecturing Sang Luo with his hands behind his back. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the amusing sight of the little bear, unable to suppress a chuckle. It was her bear, after all, and naturally, it would side with her. Shen Huai Ling glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. Sang Luo observed Shen Huai Ling's silhouette, hesitated for a moment, and finally uttered the question. How was the injury on your body? Shen Huai Ling gazed at Sang Luo as he settled onto the sofa. How did you come to this realization? He inquired. I could smell it, Sang Luo replied candidly. Shen Huai Ling nodded, truly worthy of her admiration. He was indeed remarkable. This matter should remain confidential to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Sang Luo gazed at Shen Huai Ling, hesitating to speak. She understood that this was not the appropriate moment to address the issue. By the way, when you awaken tomorrow morning, remember to extract the crystal nuclei from the zombies' heads outside. Upon seeing Sang Luo nod, Shen Huai Ling departed with satisfaction. Now, of course, it was time to snuggle up with her teddy bear for a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Sang Luo led the group outside. No wonder Shen Huai Ling instructed them to extract the nuclei. It was, in a sense, an assertion of sovereignty. The ground was strewn with severed limbs and remains, and the sight was so gruesome that some were compelled to vomit. Shen Huai appeared behind them, sneering coldly. You may also choose to leave this place and head to the nearest base in City D. He held a profound disdain for these individuals. Sang Luo, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down her spine. However, following Shen Huai Ling was her own choice. Quickly regaining her composure, Sang Luo began to smash the heads of the zombies with her bare hands and started collecting crystal cores. Shen Huai Ling slumbered soundly until noon before awakening. As Shen Huai Ling gradually regained consciousness, Shen Huai eagerly approached her. Sister, are you all right? Shen Huai inquired with a hint of concern. Of course, I'm perfectly fine. Who am I? I am the mightiest sovereign both in heaven and on earth. Despite her injuries, Shen Huai Ling's bravado remained undiminished, allowing her to boast without hesitation. Shen Huai is no longer as easily deceived as he once was. He has now acquired an education. Tilting his head, he voiced his inner confusion. Sister, why do you feel compelled to save them? Their lives or deaths bear no connection to you. Why would you choose to rescue them? Shen Huai could not comprehend. In his eyes, there existed only a distinction between Shen Huai Ling and the others. Shen Huai Ling reclined upon the plush expanse of the bed, rolling inward slightly to offer half of it to Shen Huai. Anin, do you understand? We all possess individuals or matters we wish to protect, and thus, at times, our actions require no justification. What I must do is to safeguard. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the ceiling, eyes closed as she spoke. Shen Huai Ling was undoubtedly aware that she could choose to lie flat within her sanctuary, indifferent to the tumult outside. However, when she first altered the fate of Li Tingyuan and his companions, she grasped the significance of her rebirth. Perhaps the reason the system had chosen her was indeed to serve as a guardian. Shen Huai Ling, you are alive. How wonderful. Suddenly, the door to Shen Huai Ling's room swung open. Shen Huai Ling gazed as Zhu Qing and their group burst into the room, and Zhao Hu's heart swelled with emotion upon seeing Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling awkwardly rose to his feet. He had stayed up far too late the previous night and had forgotten to inform them. I apologize, it was not my intention, he said. He positioned himself behind Shen Huai. The previous night, Shen Huai Ling had not communicated, leaving them restless and sleepless as they desperately tracked the location of his camper. It was only now that they had pinpointed his exact whereabouts. Zhu Qing embraced Shen Huai Ling, relief evident in her warmth. I'm so glad you are safe, she murmured, her embrace a comforting sensation he had not felt in quite some time. I truly am fine, Shen Huai Ling replied, spinning around to gesture toward the zoo outside. Do you see? My new domain. Yes, I see it. As soon as I walked in, I noticed Director Shen. Zhang Lei responded somewhat dismissively. Shen Huai Ling, accompanied by Xiong Xiong and Shen Huai, strolled once more through the zoo. At an unexpected moment, Sang Luo appeared before Shen Huai Ling, cradling a 2-month-old panda cub that was busily nibbling on bamboo. Would you like to hold it? Shen Huai Ling's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Is it permissible? Her hands had long been itching to act. Just as she was about to embrace the cub, she heard Xiong Xiong interject. positioning itself firmly in front of both individuals. No, I'm the only one who can hold Ling Ling. The panda cub seemed indifferent to Shen Huai Ling, yet it displayed a keen interest in Xiong Xiong. It stretched out its tiny arms, eager to embrace Xiong Xiong, who, being the magnanimous creature it is, reluctantly acquiesced to the cub's desire for a hug. Shen Huai Ling pulled Beidang Chuan over, ostensibly to inquire about the current state of his extraordinary abilities. Beidang Chuan removed the cat fur from his head, hoping that business would thrive here. Chapter 62. The store is ruined. Just as the words left his lips, Shen Huai Ling noticed through the surveillance footage that a group of individuals had arrived at the entrance of the zoo. Sang Luo gazed with a complex expression at those emerging from the portal, pondering the nature of their extraordinary powers. Shen Huai Ling nodded, affirming that he was indeed the god of wealth. He swiftly pulled Sang Luo into the group, for the matters at hand were far from concluded. Li Tingyuan and the others had their own affairs to attend to, and thus, Shen Huai Ling chose to refrain from further involvement. Having arrived, he was curious to see how his self-service supermarket was faring. Shen Huai Ling leisurely strolled towards that direction, accompanied by Shen Huaiyan and Xiong Xiong. On her journey, Shen Huai Ling's mind was consumed by the scene of Li Tingyuan and the others searching for her. A certain part of her heart was stirred. Wait, the shop has been destroyed. Shen Huai Ling hurriedly approached, as the lights in the self-service supermarket flickered intermittently, seemingly voicing their discontent. The entire supermarket was shrouded in darkness, with the shelves stripped bare of their merchandise. Shen Huai Ling was on the verge of exploding with anger and hurriedly summoned the little sprite from within the supermarket. A virtual sprite, adorned with delicate wings, fluttered into view upon hearing Shen Huai Ling's call. What on earth had transpired here? Shen Huai Ling surveyed the chaotic scene before him. The sprite, tearfully recounting its grievances, lamented, I witnessed a large group of individuals arrive and begin to seize items, yet I was powerless to stop them. They nearly abducted me as well. As Shen Huai Ling listened, a chill settled in his heart. He had initially believed that the local customs were simple and unpretentious, but it appeared to be merely an illusion. Sister, I shall accompany you. Shen Huai Ling did not decline. Rather, she deliberately chose to walk towards the more crowded areas. Shen Huai Ling intentionally entered with an air of unassailable confidence, making it clear to them the consequences of crossing him. A few individuals in the crowd exchanged glances and swiftly took action. Shen Huai Ling discovered that his feet were already buried in the ground. He remained motionless, observing what other tactics they might employ. Some vines encircled him, binding his hands and feet. Shen Huaiyan stood by, poised to take action, yet was restrained by Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huaiyan had no choice but to stand at a distance, observing Shen Huai Ling's true intentions. Before long, several men emerged from the shadows, and a quick glance revealed they were all endowed with supernatural abilities. Perhaps due to the lack of crystal core purification liquid, they were merely first-tier abilities. How formidable they seem, yet they have ultimately fallen into our grasp. The men jested, engaging in lively banter. Shen Huai Ling remained silent, which only fueled their sense of opportunity. Shen Huai Ling lifted his head and questioned, Is the food solely for you to seize? An ability user replied nonchalantly, How could that be? Of course. Each of us has our share. However, given that your demise is imminent, it hardly matters that you are aware of this. The wood-type ability user relentlessly manipulated vines, attempting to dismember Shen Huai Ling limb from limb. With a subtle movement of her limbs, Shen Huai Ling summoned her wood-based abilities, uprooting the vines from their very source. A piercing scream echoed, causing the birds perched on the surrounding trees to flee in terror. 2 gaping wounds appeared on the hands of the wood adept, prompting the onlookers to hastily direct their powers towards Shen Huai Ling. In the next instant, all abilities hung suspended in the air, as the surrounding space transformed into an ethereal expanse of pure white. Time stood still, erasure. Unlike previous encounters, Shen Huai Ling did not simply sever their throats. Instead, she employed her powers to dismember them into grotesque fragments. Shen Huai Ling meticulously gathered the pieces of meat and proceeded towards the direction of the Ruanming base. Shen Huai Ling, covered in blood, suddenly appeared before the crowd, who were still engrossed in examining their notes. The sight of him in such a state startled everyone. "What happened to you?" Li Tingyuan inquired directly. Over the past few days, Shen Huai Ling had caused their hearts to soar and plummet like a roller coaster. Shen Huai Ling placed a bag of dismembered body parts on the table, declaring that my shop had been destroyed. Consequently, our contract is null and void. Shen Huai Ling's tone was devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely discussing an ordinary matter. "Wait, Shen Huai Ling," Luo Jiwen pursued him. "Is there perhaps some misunderstanding in this?" Shen Huai Ling saved him and possessed a considerable amount of resources, which made it unwise to offend him. Ruan Ming glanced at the dismembered corpse on the table, his expression far from pleasant. Noticing the presence of personnel from the Li Tingshuan military district, he restrained himself from lashing out and proceeded to engage in a discussion about the contents of the notebook with them. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Luo Jiwen, his expression profoundly serious. "There exists no misunderstanding between us. If you doubt this, you may visit the establishment I own to verify." Shen Huai Ling cast a glance towards the conference room, hoping that the D-City base would provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, the consequences would be borne by them. Luo Jiwen surveyed the conference room, realizing that this matter was best resolved by his adoptive father. He should promptly attend to the situation at hand. Upon Luo Jiwen's arrival, he discovered that the entire establishment had been ransacked, with windows shattered, resembling a desolate ruin. After gathering the necessary information, he hurried to find Shen Huai Ling to discuss compensation. Unexpectedly, he encountered the open door of a camper van. Luo Jiwen gently patted the head of the bear. "Is it Shen Huai Ling here?" Shen Huai Ling emerged, cradling a cup of coffee. "Did you seek me?" Luo Jiwen nodded slightly. "What is it that you wish to convey?" Shen Huai Ling regarded Luo Jiwen with keen interest, seemingly eager to hear the proposed solution. 200 crystal cores as compensation for your supermarket. What do you think? You may leave. There is no need for compensation. Shen Huai Ling turned and ascended the stairs. Just as Luo Jiwen intended to follow, Shen Huai Ling seized Luo Jiwen and hurled him outside. Chapter 63, A Frenzied Revenge. In the next moment, Luo Jiwen was cast out of the RV by Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling had indeed offered them a chance. This was a choice they made for themselves. Suddenly, Shen Huai Ling recalled Yin Yuanshan. He had purchased a whimsical door and placed it within his mobile home. Concealing this from Yin Mingji, Shen Huai Ling discreetly summoned Yin Yuanshan. "Sister, have you come to a realization and wish to engage in a duel with me?" Yin Yuanshan's smile revealed an unsettling thrill. Shen Huai Ling delivered a powerful punch to Yin Yuanshan's head, leaving her mind in disarray. "Sister, you still claim you do not wish to fight with me?" Yin Yuanshan trembled, unable to suppress the shivers coursing through her shoulders. Shen Huai Ling cast a doubtful glance at his own hand, realizing that he had not exerted much force moments ago. "Sister, you still claim that you do not harbor any affection for me?" Yin Yuanshan grew increasingly exhilarated. Oh no, he recalled that Yin Yuanshan's puppet mastery was formidable, but had forgotten that this individual was a masochist. The more he was struck, the more he relished the experience. Shen Huai Ling quickly stepped back a bit from him. "Tonight, shall I take you to create a few puppets? Are you willing?" In Yin Yuanshan's eyes, it was as if little stars were twinkling. Ever since Yin Mingji had allied himself with Shen Huai Ling, especially upon learning of Shen Huai Ling's connections with the military district, he felt as though he had been incorporated into an organization. He became stringent with himself and kept a watchful eye on Yin Yuanshan, urging him to refrain from taking lives. This existence was driving Yin Yuanshan almost to madness. His two passions were, 1. Engaging in combat with those stronger than himself, and 2. Crafting puppets. Previously, Yin Yuanshan had transformed those he deemed inferior into puppets, yet now he found himself constrained. Yin Yuanshan promptly nodded, "I'm in." Shen Huai Ling summoned the little sprite from within the space. "Do you recall who the individuals were that had previously engaged in theft?" Shen Huai Ling added a remark, stating that such a leader, if truly held accountable, would likely implicate everyone at the base. The little sprite fluttered its wings, exclaiming, "Of course I am aware." It conjured the essential information of those individuals in the air, even thoughtfully mapping out their routes. Shen Huai Ling pointed at the person on the screen. "Have you all noted this down?" Yin Yuanshan nodded, "Of course." I am the one and only puppeteer in the world. Excellent. Then we shall proceed with our plan tonight. Yin Yuanshan scratched his head. But why must we wait until nightfall? Shen Huai Ling cast a fleeting glance at him, observing the dullness of his intellect. Speak softly. Do you truly believe our actions are commendable? As night deepened, the two traversed the rooftops beneath the silvery glow of the moon. Previously, Shen Huai Ling was merely aware of the puppeteer's formidable skills, yet had never witnessed the process in detail. This time, he observed with clarity. The puppet strings of the Yin family were remarkably flexible, capable of both softness and rigidity, weaving through the human meridians to ensnare the person entirely in delicate threads. Through the Yin family's unique secret arts, the living were transformed into puppets. Shen Huai Ling observed with great interest the operations of Yin Yueshan, and it was undeniable that the puppets created bore a striking resemblance. Noticing Shen Huai Ling's intrigue, Yin Yueshan let out a haughty hum, asserting that his abilities extended far beyond this. It was only in the apocalyptic era that one would realize the stronger the ability user, the more formidable the puppets they could create. As night fell, 5 or 6 puppets trailed behind Yin Yueshan. He and Shen Huai Ling exhibited a certain synergy. Shen Huai Ling was responsible for immobilizing their targets, while Yin Yueshan crafted the puppets, managing to produce 5 throughout the night. Yin Yueshan blinked and inquired, "Sister, shall we venture out again tonight?" Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. Indeed, there was one formidable individual we had not overlooked. The disappearance of 5 extraordinary individuals in a single night is no trivial matter. An investigation team was dispatched to their residences, only to discover that everything had been ransacked, leaving no trace behind. Who would dare to specifically target those endowed with abilities? Zhao Nolai murmured softly. Li Tingyuan cast a glance in Shen Huai Ling's direction, remarking, "It is rather audacious." On this day, Shen Huai Ling remained ensconced within the confines of the RV, awaiting the opportunity to execute a significant undertaking. The survival of the base in City D until now could not solely be attributed to a handful of first-tier supernatural beings. There must surely be more formidable presences at play. For instance, last night, Shen Huai Ling discerned the lingering presence of a second-tier supernatural entity in their vicinity, which had yet to reveal itself. Perhaps tonight would be the night of its arrival. Shen Huai Ling feigned ignorance as he led Yin Yueshan into a deserted alley. Sensing an unusual presence, they exchanged a knowing glance before vanishing from sight. The pursuer hastily quickened his pace, only to find a slender puppet thread binding itself around his neck. "So was you last night," Yin Yueshan remarked with a hint of regret. "I had anticipated a formidable adversary." Shen Huai Ling gazed at the individual before him, an adept of invisibility, whose prowess was indeed formidable, albeit lacking in intellect. "Sister, do you think this person will vanish entirely if turned into a puppet?" The two exchanged banter, solidifying the fate that awaited him. "Wait a moment," the bound individual weakly interjected. This peculiar ability was rather superfluous. Although it granted invisibility, the enhancement merely prolonged the duration of concealment. "I haven't disclosed your affairs to the base leader. Could you possibly spare me?" Noticing the two remained silent, their unwavering gaze upon him instilled a sense of dread within. "I have supplies in my room. They are all yours." He was a shadow guard, closely attending to the base leader, tasked with monitoring the happenings within the facility. Naturally, the base leader was aware of the incident involving Shen Huai Ling's shop being vandalized, yet such occurrences were commonplace. One could only blame Shen Huai Ling's misfortune. To his dismay, he now found himself captured, a wave of defeat washing over him. I haven't revealed anything about you." Before he could finish, a small sprite emerged, exclaiming, "Ling Ling, it's him." The sprite furiously pointed at the man on the floor. It produced a recording, showing a burlap sack entering the supermarket, with items from the shelves leaping directly into it. The sprite switched to infrared, revealing his face with clarity. "It's over. Everything has come to an end." Trembling, he felt a warm trickle of shame as a foul odor emanated from between his legs. Yin Yu looked at him with evident disdain. "I'll leave this to you. It's simply revolting, and I have no desire to get involved." Shen Huai Ling nodded. He considered himself quite fortunate. The ability of self-detonation was not one he often employed. Chapter 64. The Frigid Tempest. Each day, numerous ability users vanished inexplicably, causing a wave of anxiety to sweep through the D-City base. Shen Huai Ling observed Yin Yueshin, who was joyfully manipulating the puppets. All right, let's leave it at that. I will seek your assistance again in the future. Of course, sister, Yin Yueshin replied, leaving with a bag full of puppets, her spirits high. In recent days, they had finally finished reading the notebook, gaining insights into the history of the Fushi Hospital, which dated back many years. The fire that occurred was not merely an accident. The outbreak of leprosy had become exceedingly severe. In a desperate attempt to contain the disease, the then-director resolved to incinerate all leprosy patients alive. However, fate had other plans, as one unfortunate soul evaded this horrific fate, managing to hide within the ventilation ducts. Though he emerged with extensive burns on his skin, he was fortunate to have survived the inferno. His skin was left in a state of decay, oozing pus. Yet he dared not venture outside for fear of being discovered by others. Just as death seemed imminent, new patients with mental illnesses began to arrive. Fushi Hospital had resorted to accepting these patients for human experimentation, and it became evident that the military district was involved in these sinister activities. Whispers of a mysterious organization, the Changshang Society, began to surface. Thus, his animosity towards the military personnel grew profound, as did his loathing for those associated with Fushi Hospital. He bore witness to numerous patients perishing within the after Shen Huai Ling comprehended the unfolding events. He could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. However, all current clues pointed towards the Changsheng Society. Shen Huai Ling did not pursue this matter further. The remaining tasks now fell to the military district. The issue had been resolved, and the collaboration between the two bases had concluded, yet the incident involving the vandalism of Shen Huai Ling's self-service supermarket remained unresolved. Shen Huai Ling has become somewhat indifferent, as their base has already suffered significant losses of ability users. Shen Huai Ling, our base leader is looking for you. After the conclusion of the last meeting, Luo Jiwen approached Shen Huai Ling. I believe we can further deliberate on the matter of our collaboration. Shen Huai Ling cast a glance at him and proceeded to lead the way. Shen Huai Ling seated herself opposite Wan Meng. Manager Shen, may we revisit our transaction? Shen Huai Ling's fingers gently tapped on the tabletop. I felt it was insufficient. Manager Shen, after eliminating so many individuals with extraordinary abilities, are you still not appeased? Shen Huai Ling wore an innocent expression, and Director Wan jested. This matter has nothing to do with me. Shen Huai Ling completely denied it. This matter is our fault, and I extend my sincerest apologies to you. Wan Meng bowed deeply in front of Shen Huai Ling. I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this situation. I was aware of it and failed to intervene, which reflects my negligence as the leader of the base. As he spoke, he knelt down, and Luo Jiwen hurriedly went over to help him up. Shen Huai Ling regarded him with an expression devoid of any emotion. Should I then forgive you? Wan Meng placed 500 crystal cores before Shen Huai Ling, stating, this is my earnest sincerity. A faint smile curved at the corners of Shen Huai Ling's lips. These arrangements were rather tenuous. If you wish to acquire the supplies ahead of schedule, simply make this call and agree upon a time to collect them at the zoo. Wan Meng furrowed his brow, questioning whether it was and T stated that deliveries could be made to the base. Shen Huai Ling nodded, acknowledging the point. Indeed, however, was it not you who destroyed the passage? If it is no longer needed, then so be it. Shen Huai Ling turned and departed from the room. Upon stepping out of the warm confines, she instinctively shivered. She had initially anticipated that a week would suffice, yet to her surprise, an entire week had swiftly elapsed. In recent days, Shen Huai Ling has been diligently preparing the crystal nucleus purification solution within the confines of his abode, occasionally visiting other establishments to lend a helping hand. Life has been relatively stable, with nearly every branch filled to capacity. Among the inhabitants are not only those endowed with abilities, but also groups of ordinary individuals who join forces to vanquish the undead, sharing the points they earn among themselves. The bliss of accumulating points without venturing outside is indeed delightful. Presently, Shen Huai Ling possesses over 200,000 points. Lingling, in 3 days, there will be severe weather. Be sure to prepare accordingly, Tao kindly cautioned. Had Tao not mentioned it, Shen Huai Ling might have forgotten that it was on that very day he met his demise, as an unprecedented blizzard swept across the globe, bringing with it an extreme chill. Shen Huai Ling sneezed and began typing. 1. I kindly request all store managers to close their establishments for 3 days, starting 3 days from now. 2. Please ensure that the guests within the stores have sufficient accommodation and meals for the duration of 3 days. 3. I urge all store managers to communicate with their respective bases regarding the necessity of early deliveries. Shen Huai Ling disseminated this message within the newly established anticipation of Wealth Group. Shen Huai Ling lightly tapped her small hand, sending out a red envelope containing 500 points. In an instant, everyone emerged, inundating the space with a chorus of comments. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Shen Huai Ling expended 10,000 points to upgrade the various facilities within the zoo, ensuring that the animals would not perish from the impending blizzard. Shen Huai Ling, accompanied by several children, made their way towards the summit of the mountain. Over the next 3 days, they needed to prepare the goods for 7 bases and 5 branches, which was no small undertaking. During this time, Shen Huai Ling began the preparations with the children. Shen Huai Ling first led a few individuals to the poultry area. Each person held 2 baskets in hand. Shen Huai Ling looked at Shen Huaiyan, Si Yixue, and Kong Tsongyu, saying, Your task today is to fill your baskets. If you find them too heavy to carry, simply set them down. The 3 nodded obediently. The eggs, chicken, duck, goose, and quail were abundant. The animals matured swiftly, laying eggs in such quantity that sometimes there was no time to collect them before they hatched. The current Shen Huai Ling was no longer the same as before. She had become a skilled butcher. Shen Huai Ling securely bound 5 pigs, methodically slaughtering them one by one and allowing them to bleed out. Once the blood had drained sufficiently, he utilized his extraordinary abilities to deftly chop the pork into appropriate sizes. Shen Huai Ling also slaughtered a cow, 20 chickens, 10 large geese, 5 sheep, 15 quails, 10 ducks, and 30 fish. After Shen Huaiyan and his companions filled their baskets, they proceeded to the barn to milk the cows. The number of cows was steadily increasing, with each capable of producing 20 kilograms of milk. Each of the 3 managed to milk 5 buckets. When Kong Tsongyu was milking, he was inadvertently struck by a cow's tail. Meanwhile, several of the small dogs that Shen Huaiyan had previously cared for were watching attentively from nearby. Once this task was completed, Shen Huai Ling led a few individuals towards the back mountain. Chapter 65. The Mysterious Knock on the Door. Currently, all crops were managed mechanically. However, they paid little attention to the weeds. Shen Huai Ling took them to clear the weeds. Previously, it sufficed to simply retrieve the neatly stored grain, but unexpectedly, in less than half a month, the weeds had grown to the height of a person. Shen Huai Ling severed all the weeds at their roots, while 3 young children followed closely behind to gather them. A small portion was utilized in the poultry area at the mountaintop, while the remainder served as provisions for the zoo. Ever since Shen Huai Ling assumed responsibility for the zoo, the once rampant weeds on Pampan Mountain found a new purpose within the zoo. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, as Shen Huai Ling delivered supplies from various bases. Snow began to fall once more. Tao Dao informed me that this blizzard lasted 3 days before finally ceasing, and Shen Huai Ling felt somewhat disoriented. In a previous life, he had met his demise the very next day. The heavy snow descended from the sky like feathers, gently blanketing the ground below. Shen Huaiyan and his companions took Xiong outside to build snowmen and engage in snowball fights, appearing to be quite carefree. The events of the past have transformed, but what of Shen Huai Ling's own destiny? Shen Huai Ling wrapped himself tightly in a blanket, observing them frolicking in the snow. The chilling images of being torn apart by zombies lingered in his mind. It was only around 6 or 7 o'clock when Shen Huai Ling finally awoke from his slumber, the sheets dampened by his cold sweat. He couldn't help but wonder about that family. Had they perished by now? The thought struck him suddenly. They were likely long gone. He tossed the used pillowcase and duvet cover into the washing machine. As he descended the stairs, he spotted Si Chen seated on the sofa. You're awake? Si Chen replied, glancing outside. This morning, when Si Chen opened the door, snow had already piled high on the steps. Shen Huai Ling, how'd you know it would snow? Shen Huai Ling picked up his phone and began to play with it. I have no idea. I just wanted to take a couple of days off. The snow on the mountain was already quite thick, and it was easy to imagine that the cities had likely been buried under snow long ago. As night deepened, the heavy snowfall continued unabated, and a loud knocking echoed from the door outside. Shen Huai Ling rose and cast his gaze towards the surveillance monitor within the room, where a figure stood outside the door. Concurrently, a flurry of messages began to pour in from the wealth-seeking group. Boss, there is someone standing outside the inn. One after another. If it were merely one inn, it might be a coincidence. Yet now, it seemed that all of Shen Huai Ling's branches were facing the same peculiar situation. Shen Huai Ling shared a photograph in the group, asking if it resembled the one before them. A moment of silence enveloped the chat. Though the individuals were distinct, their attire bore an uncanny resemblance. It was as though they had encountered a specter, a wave of goosebumps rising upon their skin. Outside stood a beguiling monk with an exquisite visage, grasping a dragon-headed staff. The person before them was undoubtedly no ordinary figure. Shen Huai Ling opened the door, entering amidst the wind and snow with a dragon-headed staff in hand. "Thank you for your hospitality," he said, his gaze lingering upon Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly, inquiring whether he intended to stay at this inn. He shook his head, stating that he was here to seek the fated one, and he had already found them. A glimmer of a bloodthirsty glint flickered in his fox-like eyes, and upon closer inspection, it appeared that there were still traces of blood upon his dragon-headed staff. Shen Huai Ling brewed a pot of tea and placed it before the two of them. What did the master mean? I, in my ignorance, failed to grasp the essence of his words. He set aside his dragon-headed staff, declaring that the benefactor must be a person of rebirth. You are both a participant in this realm and a disruptor of its order. The destinies of those around you are altered by your presence. He directly illuminated Shen Huai Ling's identity, a being of rebirth, an entity from beyond. Shaking his head, Shen Huai Ling turned to him, and a contract materialized between his fingers. Thus, do you wish to join me in this endeavor to disrupt the status quo? Without even glancing at the contents of the contract, the dragon-headed staff began to sway, and a drop of blood fell upon the document. I, the Buddha, show compassion. Shen Huai Ling. I am a humble monk known as Wuxiang. Wuxiang? Shen Huai Ling smiled, welcoming him to join their cause. Shen Huai Ling curiously inquired, were those outside just now all you? He nodded, affirming the truth. Is that the real you? They are all me, yet none of them truly represent me. All forms are but illusions. Shen Huai Ling observed that he seemed harmless. As the day was drawing to a close, it would be prudent to arrange accommodations first. See, Chen, cease your furtive glances and assist in finding a place for our guest. One moment, Wuxiang turned to Shen Huai Ling and inquired, May I ask if there is still any food available? Shen Huai Ling hesitated for a moment and inquired, Do you consume meat? Wuxiang shook his head and replied, No. I only partake in vegetarian fare. Shen Huai Ling led Wuxiang into the cafeteria, leaving the rest to Q-Ball and Si Chen. The most pressing matter now was to indulge in a slumber akin to that of Sleeping Beauty. Si Chen adeptly equipped him with a mobile phone and promptly added him to the group chat. Through their interactions over the past few days, it became evident to everyone that Wuxiang possessed the extraordinary ability of duplication, seemingly enveloped in a protective aura of Buddhist radiance. Most notably, the group members were exceedingly intrigued by him. Wuxiang not only had delicate and fair features, but, more importantly, his calculations were remarkably precise. Once the snowstorm subsided, Shen Huai Ling instructed Wuxiang to clear the accumulated snow outside. Remarkably, Wuxiang truly excelled, accomplishing the work of 6 individuals with impressive efficiency. Upon noticing that the military base was in need of personnel, Shen Huai Ling promptly arranged for him and Feng Qingyu to oversee the military base together, thus alleviating some of Feng Qingyu's burdens. The heavy snowfall had rendered the mountain villa's business considerably sluggish. To facilitate smoother passage for vehicles, Shen Huai Ling and Si Chen employed a snowplow to clear the accumulated snow from the roadsides. In the blink of an eye, the new year was fast approaching. Shen Huai Ling glanced at the calendar, calculating the days remaining until the celebration. As the year-end drew near, the demand across various bases surged dramatically. During these days, Shen Huai Ling and his companions had been frequenting the vegetable gardens and poultry areas. On the eve of the new year, Shen Huai Ling had meticulously prepared a plethora of sumptuous dishes. Shen Huai Ling placed 2 roasted suckling pigs atop the table, surrounded by an array of vibrant stir-fried dishes, artfully blending meat and vegetables. Finally, he presented the dumplings that everyone had collectively prepared. This marked the first new year in a post-apocalyptic world, and it was only fitting to celebrate it joyously. Shen Huai Ling had included a generous sum of 1,000 points in each person's red envelope, encapsulating the essence of the festive spirit. Shen Huai Ling felt elated. This was one of the few joyous years she had experienced. After dinner, Shen Huai Ling set off the fireworks she had purchased from the Points supermarket into the sky, hoping for peace and tranquility year after year, and for all matters to proceed smoothly. Chapter 66. A Journey in a Motorhome. Shen Huai Ling received a peculiar phone call. "Hello, may I ask who is speaking?" Shen Huai Ling was seated on the sofa, engrossed in watching television. "Happy New Year." Shen Huai Ling paused momentarily before promptly disconnecting the call. After the new year, having meticulously organized all his affairs, Shen Huai Ling resolved to venture out and expand his business horizons. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Huai Ling ultimately resolved to take Shen Huaiyan and Xiong Xiong along with him. He yearned to show them the wonders of this world. Shen Huai Ling drove the RV while Shen Huaiyan embraced a teddy bear, setting off on their adventure. Their first destination, the seaside. It is said that the winter sea possesses an extraordinary beauty, and Shen Huai Ling leisurely followed the navigation towards the coast. Perhaps due to a recent snowfall, Shen Huai Ling noticed that the movements of the zombies on the streets had become considerably sluggish. Shen Huai Ling pressed the accelerator and arrived in the unfamiliar city of E-City, coastal capital. Once a thriving metropolis, it now appeared to be in a state of disrepair. Shen Huai Ling endeavored to navigate along the periphery of the city, for this was the most likely area to incite a zombie outbreak. Although the coastal metropolis was not particularly vast, its proximity to the shoreline afforded numerous employment opportunities and lucrative salaries, prompting many individuals to opt for work within its confines. Shen Huai Ling discovered a secluded expanse of ocean, seldom visited by others. Shen Huai Ling drove the RV onto the beach, where a few scattered zombies began to charge towards him. Before they could get close, their heads were already severed from their bodies. Shen Huai Ling captured a photograph of 3 individuals, marking their inaugural journey to this destination. Shen Huai Ling glanced around at the surrounding environment. The 3 individuals exchanged a brief look, instantly affirming their next course of action. Shen Huaiyan is tasked with luring away the hordes of zombies, while Shen Huai Ling is responsible for eliminating the isolated ones. Xiong Xiong, on the other hand, is solely in charge of disposing of the corpses by gathering them together for a collective incineration later. Before darkness fell, Shen Huai Ling tidied up the surroundings and erected a sign on the beach that read, "Shen Huai Ling's private beach." Shen Huai Ling stared for quite a while. Yet he did not hear Tao Tao's voice. "Tao Tao, where's my reward?" "Ling Ling, this beach has an owner." "This beach has an owner?" Shen Huai Ling looked around, but he saw not a single soul. "Tao Tao, are you certain that someone is still alive here?" Tao Tao nodded. "Of course, but you cannot see her now. You must wait until nightfall." Shen Huai Ling glanced at the time. It was growing late. Perhaps, as Tao Tao had suggested, everything would become clear by evening. La la la. The 3 of them were leisurely enjoying hot pot in the RV, having firmly shut the doors and windows to prevent any zombies from entering. Yet at that moment, an enchanting melody wafted across the sea. The voice was ethereal, capable of soothing the wounds of the heart. Shen Huai Ling and the others crawled from the back to the front of the vehicle, gazing outside. A solitary figure sat gracefully upon the icy surface, surrounded by ethereal blue luminescence. It was she who sang. "Ling Ling, she is the sovereign of the beach," exclaimed Tao Tao with exhilaration. Such an encounter is truly rare. In this frigid weather, Shen Huai Ling descended from the RV, clutching a cotton jacket. The space was redefined. Shen Huai Ling began to reshape a miniature space from the location of the caravan. However, to an outsider, it appeared as though Shen Huai Ling was traversing a frozen surface. Upon noticing someone's approach, she stirred slightly but did not turn around. Shen Huai Ling draped a cotton-padded jacket over her shoulders and sat beside her. "Who are you?" she inquired with a serious gaze directed at Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling held a small night light that emanated a warm, orange glow. "My name is Shen Huai Ling, and I am here traveling." Shen Huai Ling beheld her visage, and she was the most exquisite person he had ever encountered. Her cerulean eyes, profound and luminous, concealed an endless sorrow within them. Her ocean blue curls cascaded gracefully over her snow-white skin. Shen Huai Ling gazed at her fishtail, submerged in the sea, realizing that she was indeed the sovereign of this beach. "What is it that you truly desire?" she inquired, her eyes filled with disdain as she regarded Shen Huai Ling. "If it were not for humanity's pollution of the ocean, such occurrences would never transpire. Do not attempt to deceive me. I will uncover all your hidden secrets." Shen Huai Ling nodded and candidly expressed his thoughts. "Would you be willing to sell me this stretch of beach?" Shen Huai Ling spoke with utmost sincerity. Yet Qianni failed to discern her true intentions. Qianni remained unimpressed by her demeanor. "Haven't you all become rather adept at this? You ought not to inquire of me," she remarked, preparing to leap into the sea. In an instant, her nails elongated and sharpened, slashing towards Shen Huai Ling. However, mere fingerbreadths away, she found herself unable to advance even an inch further. It was only at this close proximity that Shen Huai Ling could clearly observe the varying degrees of decay afflicting Qianni's skin. Shen Huai Ling led her into the caravan. "Lingling, have you killed the fish?" Xiong gazed in shock at the person lying on the ground, covered in numerous sores. "Lingling, is she going to die?" Xiong peered pitifully from the side. "Tao, do you have any miraculous medicine?" Shen Huai Ling frantically searched through the Points supermarket. "Ding dong, Jade Bone Regeneration Ointment. Only 500 points per bottle." Shen Huai Ling swiftly retrieved the remedy, applying the dark ointment to the afflicted area. In less than 5 minutes, visible flesh began to regenerate. Qianni gradually regained consciousness, witnessing the miraculous healing of her skin. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in her eyes. "Who on earth are you?" Shen Huai Ling, with a gesture of resignation, waved his hand and remarked, "We are merely the proprietors of an inn. Our seaside resort is still in need of a manager. Would you care to join us?" Qianni, gazing at the humans, felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. "Did you not visit this place merely 2 or 3 weeks ago? Why the pretense now?" Shen Huai Ling and the two others exhibited expressions of bewilderment. "We were not here at that time," Xiong quietly explained. Qianni, attuned to the inner turmoil of the three, discerned that they truly were not affiliated with the Eternal Life Society. "Are you not members of the Eternal Life Society?" The trio shook their heads. It was inconceivable that they would be associated with the society, given that the zombie virus was the reason for their current predicament. It appeared they were merely passers-by, which brought a sense of relief to Qianni. "In that case, it would be prudent for you to leave this place. It is fraught with danger." Chapter 67. The herbal wholesale market. The members of the Eternal Life Society had indeed traversed this area. What were their intentions? A flicker of anguish crossed Chong Yi's eyes as she eavesdropped on the revelation that an elder of the Eternal Life Society had instructed them to clandestinely execute a mission here. From that day forth, the ocean began to transform, with vast schools of fish succumbing to death daily. She too was not exempt from this fate. As her body began to decay and fester, with no means to halt this affliction, she could only witness its insidious spread. Ling, you are remarkably fortunate. By merely seeking refuge, you have stumbled upon the machinations of the Eternal Life Society. At that moment, an unprecedented emergence of monstrous creatures began to plague the world, a sinister plot orchestrated by the Society. Thus, a mission was issued. Please curtail the emergence of oceanic aberrations at their source. Mission rewards. 1. A pharmaceutical factory. 2. A medicinal field. Shen Huai Ling fell into silence. She was at a loss as to how to accomplish this task, for she possessed no knowledge of pharmacology whatsoever. Tao, I have no ability to research an antidote. How can I assist? At this moment, she could turn to the omnipotent Tao for help. Tao commenced a comprehensive data analysis and ultimately presented a prescription to Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the prescription in her hand. A traditional Chinese herbal formula requiring an immense quantity, far surpassing her current stock. Qian, he was oblivious to whom Shen Huai Ling was conversing with. Yet she possessed a means to alter this predicament. Grasping Shen Huai Ling's hand tightly, she implored, "If you can assist me, I am willing to undertake any task you desire." Shen Huai Ling remained silent. According to the tropes of idol dramas, she would not immediately offer herself. Qian felt her cheeks flush and composed herself. "As a mermaid, I vow that if you can resolve this issue, I shall grant you 3 requests." Qian gently shook Shen Huai Ling's arm, who, with a resigned nod, acquiesced. "I can assist you, but you must accompany us tomorrow." The mermaid, Qian, eagerly nodded, of course. They bore her no ill will. It was rare to encounter individuals so authentic and pure in thought. Shen Huai Ling surveyed the quantity of medicine before him, which was indeed considerable. After assessing the stock in his own pharmacy, he realized it was only half of what he needed. It seemed the most prudent course of action would be to visit the nearby pharmacies and the traditional Chinese medicine wholesale market for a closer inspection. Shen Huai Ling commenced her search for the nearest traditional Chinese medicine base, located approximately an hour and a half away from here. Shen Huai Ling found a suitable spot, planning to explore tomorrow. Initially intending to avoid City E, it seems that fate has other plans. Shen Huai Ling succinctly explained his actions to Qian E, asking, "Can you remain away from the water for an extended period?" Qian E shook her head and replied, "I cannot endure more than a day." Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. A single day would suffice. Shen Huai Ling produced a contract and placed it before Qian E, stating, "My assistance comes at a price. The moment we fulfill our agreement, the contract shall take effect." Qian E, fully aware of this principle, immediately dripped her blood onto the document. "I am willing." Shen Huai, puzzled, inquired, "Sister, are you truly going to assist her? Is it merely because you find her appearance appealing that you choose to help her?" Shen Huai murmured gloomily. Shen Huai Ling expressed some confusion, feeling that you seem to choose individuals for contracts based solely on their appearance. Even if someone possesses great abilities, if they're not aesthetically pleasing, you appear to disregard them entirely. Shen Huai Ling pondered carefully, musing that it was indeed a rather bold statement. A contract is a lifelong commitment. How could one possibly choose someone of unappealing appearance? The thought of enduring such a sight for a lifetime would be quite vexing. As dawn broke the next day, Qian was already waiting at the door of the camper for them to emerge. At 7 in the morning, the trio, accompanied by a bear, set off punctually. The bear had thoughtfully prepared 4 sandwiches, offering one to Qian. Upon taking a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. What was this? It was simply exquisite. Having lived in the sea, her diet primarily consisted of fish, shrimp, and other seafood. The bear adjusted the bow tie adorning its chest, proudly declaring, "This is my signature heartfelt sandwich, crafted with care by Bear Manager." The bear's endearing arrogance was rather charming. Their destination was the largest traditional Chinese medicine wholesale market in City E. Indeed, it was unlike any other, an entire street lined with herbal shops, housing a bustling market within. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Qian E and inquired earnestly, "What is your supernatural ability?" "Telepathy," she replied. Shen Huai Ling nodded, instructing, "You should remain in the RV. If possible, please clear the zombies surrounding it. I require the crystal cores inside." Qian E also nodded, realizing that it would be best for them to handle this task. As her powers were waning since she had departed from the seaside, Shen Huai Ling had no intention of venturing into the wholesale market. The shops along this street provided ample medicinal herbs. Shen Huai Ling handed a burlap sack to Shen Huai, and the two began to fill it with medicinal herbs. Perhaps due to the lingering chill, the herbs remained largely unscathed. Boxes of ginseng were tossed into the space by Shen Huai Ling. These were valuable items that could later be sold to other bases. Suddenly, a noise seemed to emanate from within. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai exchanged a glance before making their way towards the source of the commotion. They were eager to ascertain whether it was a human or a zombie. With a swift motion, Shen Huai Ling wielded his knife and cleaved the door open. In the corner, a man was huddled, trembling in fear. Upon realizing they were human, the man exhaled a sigh of relief and implored, "Who are you? Please, I beg you, take me away from here." Shen Huai Ling gazed at him in astonishment, inquiring how he had managed to survive. He trembled as he replied, I have relied on these medicinal herbs and the items within the freezer. Suddenly, he felt his knees before the two, pleading, I implore you, take me away. Everything here is yours. Shen Huai Ling did not refuse, yet he remained skeptical of the man's words. He trailed closely behind the two, casting fearful glances outside. Before long, the entire pharmacy had been ransacked. The man, with a servile demeanor, approached the duo and slyly remarked, I know where the warehouse for these herbs is. Why don't I lead you there? Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai exchanged a glance, neither refusing. They were intrigued to discover what this individual was truly concealing. The man, fearful of the zombies outside, cowered behind the two women. Shen Huai Ling deliberately remarked, Wait a moment. Let us first place our belongings in the car, and we shall follow you shortly. All right. The man revealed a glint of greed in his eyes. Chapter 68, The Beach Resort. Shen Huai Ling deliberately led him into the RV, intent on uttering ambiguous phrases that would convey to the man the abundance of resources they possessed, making it clear that their location was indeed a coveted prize. The man feigned fear while guiding them toward a warehouse. He was not deceiving Shen Huai Ling, for it was indeed a warehouse. However, their survival depended on their ability to escape. As anticipated in this post-apocalyptic world, many resorted to utilizing the undead to commit murder, only to seize the spoils thereafter. This was evidently his method of survival. Shen Huai Ling squinted as he gazed at the zombie before him. It was formidable, a third-tier zombie. Beneath its skin, currents of electricity flickered, indicating it belonged to the realm of lightning. As Shen Huai Ling was about to make his move, a bolt of lightning struck towards the two of them. Shen Huai Ling shoved Shen Huai, and the two tumbled to the ground. This zombie was indeed formidable. Sister, allow me to handle this zombie, Shen Huai declared as soon as he finished speaking. Shen Huai Ling could only watch in astonishment as the lightning-powered zombie summoned a tremendous bolt aimed directly at her head. In an instant, the third-tier lightning zombie was reduced to ashes. Impressive indeed, my dear brother. I had presumed that Shen Huai would always exist beneath her protective wings. Yet I never anticipated such formidable prowess. Shen Huai Ling picked up the crystal nucleus, intending to use it to enhance Yi-Chen's abilities. Subsequently, the two of them completely looted the largest warehouse. Shen Huai Ling realized that this third-tier ability user was not a mere coincidence. Perhaps within this marketplace, there existed even higher-tier zombies. Truly, it is the largest warehouse, as it has stocked all the medicinal materials that Shen Huai Ling required. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai effortlessly collected all the medicines from the various warehouses in the vicinity. For the two of them, it was a simple task. By the time Shen Huai Ling and his companion emerged, it was already afternoon, and a headless male corpse lay outside their RV. The remaining scattered zombies were strewn around the vehicle. Chinny truly proved to be formidable. As Shen Huai Ling and the others opened the car door, Chinny instinctively prepared to strike at the two individuals. Upon recognizing them, tears like precious pearls cascaded from Chinny's eyes. To enhance the atmosphere, Chinny embraced Shen Huai Ling, while Xiong held Shen Huai in his arms. However, Xiong was not one to shed those precious pearls. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the pharmacy from the confines of the van, consumed by worry, contemplating the intricate processes of decocting, subsequent additions, wrapping, and melting. Shen Huai Ling felt a headache just by looking at it. As Shen Huai Ling turned around, he beheld Qian Yi beginning to shed tears. He sighed, realizing that such sights were indeed wearisome. Matters of expertise should be entrusted to those well-versed in them. Thus, he summoned Feng Qingyu in the dead of night. He requested her to demonstrate the proper method of decocting the medicine. Shen Huai Ling retrieved the medicinal herbs from his spatial storage, while Feng Qingyu thoughtfully categorized them. She imparted the knowledge of how to brew the concoction, yet the quantity of herbs was exceedingly vast. Shen Huai Ling retrieved the enamel pot and the herbal decoction machine he had just seen over there. Shen Huai Ling, accompanied by Feng Qingyu, Xiong, and Shen Huai, meticulously measured the weight of the medicinal herbs within their caravan, planning to brew the concoction the following morning. The trio dedicated the better part of the afternoon to this task, carefully dividing the herbs into 10 ceramic pots. They intended to soak and brew them the next day. On the subsequent morning, after soaking the ingredients for over an hour, Shen Huai Ling set up 10 fire racks on the beach. It was preferable to brew the medicine here, as doing so elsewhere might disrupt the business of nearby inns. After an entire afternoon of diligent effort, Shen Huai Ling finally yielded 20 pounds of medicinal liquid. Dao, do these truly work? She inquired. Just a moment. Let me test the tincture, came the response. Herbs, satisfactory. Ling, rest assured. There is absolutely no issue with this, Tao confidently assured her. Shen Huai Ling poured the contents of the barrel into the sea. Although she was not entirely familiar with the outcome, both she and Qian sensed an unbreakable bond connecting them. It appeared that this method posed no issues whatsoever. Task rewards. 1. A pharmaceutical factory. 2. Medicinal fields. The task rewards have been credited. Please check your account. Congratulations, Ling, on successfully claiming territory and earning the title of Ocean Sovereign. The construction of the beach has commenced. The voice of Tao echoed continuously. Shen Huai Ling observed the rapid transformation of the landscape as numerous standalone villas sprang up from the ground. Simultaneously, an automated line of text appeared on the announcements of various hotels. The Beach Villa Resort has officially opened. Visiting hours: morning, 9 to 11 o'clock. Afternoon, 3 to 5 o'clock. Shen Huai Ling thoughtfully displayed the prices on the notice board. Rent for the villa, 1,000 points. Meal cost, 1,000 points per person. Out of curiosity, many individuals began to explore freely through the portal. Having witnessed this place, it became apparent, in comparison to the inn, just how cramped their previous accommodations had been. Boss, how many guests can this place accommodate? Shen Huai Ling smiled gently. The villa accommodates a maximum of 3 individuals. Upon inspection, it became apparent that this was a 3-story structure, with each level designated for a single occupant. The villa was spacious, featuring a points redemption machine and a self-service kiosk on every floor. Even the kitchen was allocated per level, and upon entering, one would find an abundance of food within the refrigerator, negating the need for additional purchases. Guests could opt to prepare their own meals, or, should they prefer not to, request delivery from the staff, provided they place their orders in advance. Outside the residence lay sun loungers and the ocean, although the sea posed certain dangers to humanity. The conditions here were significantly improved. With only 3 villas available, this meant that a mere 9 individuals could reside here. Many had come merely to partake in the atmosphere, as such accommodations were far beyond the financial reach of the average person. Among them was a man sporting a lengthy scar across his face, accompanied by 4 individuals with extraordinary abilities. They forcibly cleared a path through the crowd and stood beside Shen Huai Ling, exuding an air of intimidation that silenced any potential objections. He placed 100 crystal cores before Shen Huai Ling and inquired, "Boss, may we have a word? We are a team seeking to reside together." Shen Huai Ling gestured for Qian to leave the remaining matters in her capable hands. Shen Huai Ling, accompanied by his team of extraordinary abilities, entered the study of the villa. They wasted no time with pleasantries and directly inquired, "Boss, why is the villa at the far and not for sale?" The man's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority that demanded attention. "Because that is my personal residence," Shen Huai Ling replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Shen Huai Ling had just poured an entire bag of crystal cores onto the table. Within it were not only inferior crystal cores, but also interspersed with 7 or 8 secondary crystal cores. It seemed that he was not lacking in wealth. Chapter 69, Tawachuo Mountain. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the 5 individuals before him, calculating the crystal core points right in front of them. The total amounted to 12,820 points, causing a spark of excitement to flicker in his eyes. "Your requests are rather unique. I am uncertain whether you intend to reside here long-term. Thus, I must assess your purchasing power within this establishment." Shen Huai Ling employed intelligent facial recognition technology to review the consumption records of everyone, which certainly classified him among the affluent. At that moment, the 5 individuals appeared less menacing than before. Concerned that Shen Huai Ling might disagree, the remaining 4 each produced 41st-level crystal nuclei. Shen Huai Ling took a deep breath. "May I inquire if anyone has specific requirements regarding the villa?" The scar-faced man is likely the team leader. "We hope for a soundproof environment, with each room equipped with an en-suite bathroom, preferably including a bathtub. The others chimed in, sharing their thoughts, which were all reasonable requests. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly, affirming that everything would align precisely with what they had described. In the next moment, the fourth villa materialized upon the beach, and Shen Huai Ling recorded their identities, thereby facilitating effortless access to and from the villa. Shen Huai Ling expressed a sense of curiosity, inquiring why they felt compelled to reside in this place. The five of them exchanged glances and replied, "It is because we were originally from city." Shen Huai Ling handed them a meticulously marked map, expressing his hope that they would exercise caution during their travels. Shen Huai Ling, in accordance with their requests, converted all the crystal nuclei and distributed the points equitably into each individual's account. She gestured towards Qian Yi and said, "If you have any matters to discuss, you may approach her. This is Qian Yi, the manager of our branch." Shen Huai Ling refrained from revealing Qian Yi's identity, and there was no need for concern. As long as they were by the seaside, no matter how formidable the supernatural beings were, they could do nothing to Qian Yi. The emergence of newcomers was not particularly surprising to anyone, perhaps due to Sang Luo's inherent potential as a caretaker. Sang Luo and Qian Yi shared a delightful camaraderie. The 3 days swiftly passed, with most individuals seeking novelty and a chance to mingle. However, several exceptionally powerful supernatural beings chose to relocate to villas, as everyone naturally aspired to a better life. Shen Huai Ling not only offers accommodation, but also provides residents of the villa with 2 complimentary bottles of crystal core purification liquid each month. For certain second and third tier ability users, obtaining 20 crystal cores is hardly a challenge. Shen Huai Ling refined the advanced crystal cores within the space and allocated them according to the attributes of the cores to the managers of several branches. Their current levels of supernatural abilities are quite remarkable. Shen Huai Ling mentioned that only 4 bottles of crystal core purification liquid would be provided each month, yet he has never ceased to supply them. Now, aside from Qian Yi, who possesses relatively lower abilities, the rest have shown significant enhancement in their powers, suggesting that their abilities are no longer feeble. As time progresses, the enhancement of abilities becomes increasingly challenging. It seems a suitable time has come to assess their capabilities. Shen Huai Ling randomly selected a road and drove away, stopping the car whenever he spotted a shop that piqued his interest, ensuring he wouldn't leave empty-handed. Beside Pan Mountain lies Tuk Mountain, which resembles a desolate hill, appearing as though it has long been abandoned by human habitation. Shen Huai Ling contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to summon Feng Ziki. As the sole individual endowed with earth-based abilities, he was undoubtedly the most adept at the task of cultivating barren land. "Shen Huai Ling, are you aware of how busy I'm each day? Must you always call me over to engage in agricultural labor?" Feng Ziki was exasperated. Was this truly the duty of an earth-based ability wielder? Shen Huai Ling deftly retrieved a massage chair, remarking, "I believe you must be quite fatigued. This would surely be of great benefit to you." Feng Ziki instantly altered her demeanor, responding, "Since you have said so, I shall certainly give you face." Shen Huai Ling adeptly discerned Feng Ziki's subtle intentions. Initially, Feng Ziki thought she was alone, only to discover that Wuxiang and Yin Yueshan had begun weeding earlier. Wuxiang's avatar proved exceptionally useful at that moment, effectively compensating for 6 individuals. Yin Yueshan was even more formidable, though his current abilities allowed him to control only 4 puppets at a time. Feng Ziki found Yin Yueshan's presence understandable, but Wuxiang's arrival puzzled her. "Amidst, I am filled with compassion," she mused. Shen Huai Ling had promised that if she assisted her here, she would arrange for a Buddhist hall. Consequently, Wuxiang diligently set to work. Excellent, excellent. Everyone is assured a bright future. Within just one morning, the area beside the medicinal field had been thoroughly cleared. The remaining tasks, Shen Huai Ling could manage herself. Shen Huai Ling utilized 5,000 points within the points supermarket to acquire medicinal herb seeds. Now, all that remains is to plant them. Shen Huai Ling utilized a seeder to plant the medicinal herbs. Congratulations to Ling Ling on the successful cultivation of the barren mountain. Rewards include 1. The maturation period of the herbs has been shortened to 1 week. 2. Enhanced security measures for Tuachuo Mountain. 3. The pharmaceutical factory staff has successfully been loaded. Suddenly, from beneath Shen Huai Ling's feet, a modern pharmaceutical factory materialized before her. Surrounding the medicinal fields was a thick metallic wall, within which simulated the most suitable living environment for the herbs. Shen Huai Ling scanned her surroundings as she stepped into the pharmaceutical factory, where every tool was readily available. Shen Huai Ling wandered around, but was unable to locate any employees of the pharmaceutical factory. Tao, has it not yet loaded? As soon as Shen Huai Ling's words faded, a rabbit with long ears and a blue mask appeared before him. Greetings, Lingling. I'm the chief steward of the rabbits. You may simply call me Chief Rabbit. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the assembly line, where an array of distinct rabbits had emerged. Rest assured, Lingling, we shall safeguard your pharmaceutical factory. The diligent rabbit manager presented a prescription to Shen Huai Ling, meticulously crafted based on the herbs she had recently cultivated. Provided there are no complications, the formulation can commence once the herbs reach maturity. Shen Huai Ling glanced at the items and found no issues. They were merely a collection of common medications. Shen Huai Ling gazed upon a delightful group of little rabbits, while simultaneously cultivating a patch of land anew, dedicated to the growth of various vegetables and fruits. This garden was also conveniently situated beside the medicinal herb field. Enclosed by sturdy city walls, the area remained impervious to the prying eyes of potential intruders. Safeguarding its cherished secret, the endeavor of reclaiming a small plot of wasteland bore a reward. The crops would reach maturity within 3 days. Consequently, Shen Huai Ling would no longer need to deliver sustenance to the rabbits on a daily basis. Suddenly, an urgent call interrupted the tranquility. Beep, 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 Shen Huai Ling's phone rang. Chapter 70, The Glass House. Upon hearing the raucous voice of Zhao Hu from the other side, Shen Huai Ling realized that the undercover agent placed within the Changshan Society by the military district had encountered trouble. Li Tingyuan added from his end, "This situation is rather distinct. We require your assistance. Might we discuss this in person?" Shen Huai Ling was still at the pharmaceutical factory, having utilized his points to set up a portal that transported him into the military base. "What assistance do you require?" Shen Huai Ling inquired, calm and composed, as he took a sip from the tea resting on the table. "It concerns the Eternal Life Society," Li Tingyuan began. "To put it simply, our undercover agent is trapped in a perilous location, and we cannot guarantee her safe extraction." He then placed 100 crystal cores before Shen Huai Ling. "This mission is urgent, and these serve as a deposit." Shen Huai Ling discerned their earnestness regarding this mission. "I have accepted this task, yet I require the company of another." Li Tingyuan and the others raised no objections. Shen Huai, with his peculiarities, was a force to be reckoned with, and collectively, they could not match his prowess. It was prudent to include him. Shen Huai Ling observed the figure of Wuxiang sweeping nearby and beckoned him to come closer. Whispering a few words in his ear, Wuxiang nodded and departed through the portal. Si Chen emerged from the doorway. Li Tingyuan and the others regarded Si Chen, a familiar face among them. Yet they chose to remain silent, focusing on the task at hand. "Our destination this time is the Botanical Garden," Li Tingyuan elucidated, where the military district's informant mysteriously vanished. "We have yet to enter, and you still possess the opportunity to reconsider." Shen Huai Ling shook her head. Si Chen was the store manager she had known the longest, and it was time to evaluate his true capabilities. Si Chen was not surprised by the arrival of this day. He had anticipated it for quite some time, and now it was essential to assess his current self. "What is the situation inside?" Si Chen inquired. Li Tingyuan and the others fell silent. There were no clues this time, and they were unaware of the circumstances within. Shen Huai Ling fell silent. "Where is the so-called superior military district you speak of?" Li Tingyuan shook his head. "I do not know, but we have consistently communicated using the military district's exclusive communication devices." Shen Huai Ling wrestled with his thoughts for a long time before finally speaking. "Have you ever considered that the military district may have already decided to abandon you?" Shen Huai Ling spoke with great tact, merely articulating the possibilities. "However, the duty of a soldier is to adhere to their calling." Feng Qingyu remained silent for a considerable duration before finally voicing her thoughts. "Although these recent missions have been exceedingly perilous, the reality is that if we refrain from undertaking this task, there will undoubtedly be others who will. Li Tingyuan added, "Thus, even if it means facing death, we must fulfill our mission." From the very beginning, it appeared that Li Tingyuan and his comrades were but pawns. Throughout the unfolding events, Shen Huai Ling had not witnessed any representatives from the military districts stepping forward, as it seemed they consistently stood in the forefront. Shen Huai Ling hesitated to elaborate further, acknowledging that each individual possesses their own reason for existence. Upon reaching the destination, which was designated as a botanical garden, it appeared more akin to a glass house. From the outside, it seemed that the interior had been completely overtaken by an abundance of flora. Shen Huai Ling furrowed his brow, pondering that within it, there might not only be zombies, but also the calamity of anomalous flora. Shen Huai Ling drew forth his machete and casually handed a blade to Si Chen for self-defense. Zhang Lei was an individual with spatial abilities, while Zhu Qing possessed healing powers. Given the perilous nature of their mission, neither of their abilities would prove beneficial. Thus, they opted to remain inside the vehicle. Has it been mentioned which floor the person is on? The second floor. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a ladder from within the confines of the space. Li Tingyuan shook his head, for the military had issued orders prohibiting the extraction of any items from within. Thus, they were compelled to enter through the ground floor. The four of them pushed open the glass door and stepped inside. Zhu Qing and Zhang Lei remained vigilant at the entrance, ready to seize anyone who appeared, swiftly dragging them out and ensuring the complete destruction of everything inside. This constituted the ultimate objective of their mission. Within the glass chamber thrived various unknown entities, and the group moved with utmost caution, fearful of producing even the slightest sound. No one truly comprehended the horror that lay within that glass enclosure. They swiftly made their way towards the staircase, for their purpose in coming here was to delve deep into the second floor and rescue the informant. Ascending the staircase, they encountered an individual covered entirely in mushrooms, his eyes and mouth grotesquely widened by the fungal growths, rendering him a terrifying sight. Zhao Hu approached, brandishing a knife, and swiftly severed the man's head. In an instant, he exploded like a mushroom, yet no blood flowed forth. Instead, a cloud of mushroom spores filled the air. The group hurriedly covered their mouths and noses, but it was too late. They were all ensnared in a hallucinatory realm. Shen Huai Ling encountered her childhood self. A little girl grasped Shen Huai Ling's hand, gently leading her forward. In the blink of an eye, the children beside them vanished. The scene shifted. I am not an abandoned wild child. A small girl curled up on the ground, encircled by a group of children mocking her. Shen Huai Ling, growing up in the fields, unloved and unwanted, a pitiful little beggar. I am not. The little girl hugged her head, huddling on the ground. Shen Huai Ling hastily dispersed the crowd surrounding her, having just managed to lift the little girl, only to find her vanished once more. Shen Huai Ling, summon your parents tomorrow. How is it that at such a tender age, you failed to learn properly? The abrupt sound of the call, disconnecting, echoed in the air. Mom, the teacher is looking for you. A girl, sporting black-framed glasses, was on the line with her stepmother. Ling, I'm on my way. Do not fret. Old Lin, I must say, your daughter simply lacks the aptitude for academic pursuits. It would be wiser for her to seek employment at an early age. Such a young age, failing to focus on her studies, and emulating early romantic entanglements. That day, a purplish bruise of despair spread across the girl's entire body. Shen Huai Ling desperately tried to intervene. Yet all efforts proved futile as events continued to unfold along their predetermined course. Ling, this is for your brother. You mustn't eat it. Please take care of the household chores. It is not easy for the family to support you. Shen Huai Ling's heart was enveloped in profound repression. These were remnants of her past. Having never experienced love, she perpetually yearned for it. A beam of light cascaded upon the young girl. Shen Huai Ling rushed forward to embrace her, enveloping that fragile version of herself. Silent tears streamed from her eyes. Come, walk with me. I will lead you to a place devoid of suffering. Chapter 71. The illusion. The little girl extended her hand towards Shen Huai Ling, inviting, come with me. Let us escape from all that is here. It seemed as though Shen Huai Ling could hear someone calling her name. Shen Huai Ling, wake up. It felt as if she had forgotten something of utmost importance. She appeared to be trapped within a glass chamber. Her head felt as though it were ready to explode. Shen Huai Ling pressed her hands against her temples and crouched down. She realized she should not be standing there. Suddenly, she stood up, exclaiming, "I am sorry. I cannot accompany you. I have unfinished matters to attend to." The little girl tilted her head in confusion, questioning whether enduring great pain was truly inconsequential. Shen Huai Ling nodded. Although the journey was somewhat arduous, it was nonetheless the path I must traverse. The illusion before me dissipated instantaneously, as Si Chen, Li Tingyuan, and Zhao Hu clung tightly to Shen Huai Ling's garments. What has transpired? Shen Huai Ling wiped away the tears that had already dried upon her face. It appeared that you had inhaled the powder of a poisonous mushroom and were about to leap down. It was only then that Shen Huai Ling realized they had ascended to the second floor. From this vantage point, the layout of the lower level was clearly visible. What he had initially perceived as a heavy central pillar turned out to be an enormous tree, its branches adorned with the lifeless forms of the deceased. It appeared that these were their researchers. The four of them began to venture deeper into the second floor, when Zhao Hu lightly nudged Shen Huai Ling and, with a teasing tone, inquired, "What did you see just now? I noticed you were crying." The ears of the other two perked up instantly, eager to hear Shen Huai Ling's response. After all, in their eyes, she was the epitome of womanhood, remarkably formidable. They were all curious about what could have moved her tears. Zhao Hu gazed at Shen Huai Ling with a look of intrigue. Shen Huai Ling brandished a knife, gesturing towards his own neck, warning that should anyone utter a word, he would not hesitate to slice it. Li Tingyuan and Si Chen walked ahead, while Shen Huai Ling and Zhao Hu followed closely behind. Suddenly, a sound echoed as something struck Zhao Hu, prompting him to glance back. Yet he found nothing amiss and dismissed it, continuing forward. Moments later, his shoulder was tapped once more. "Shen Huai Ling, you needn't concern yourself. I was merely inquiring. If you choose not to respond, that is perfectly acceptable," Zhao Hu remarked, brimming with self-admiration. Shen Huai Ling furrowed his brow as he looked at him, bewildered by his nonsensical remarks in broad daylight. Zhao Hu, gazing at Shen Huai Ling with innocent eyes, blinked and replied, "Haven't you been patting my shoulder all this time? Why would I bother to pat you if there was nothing amiss?" Shen Huai Ling swiftly severed the serpent's head with a knife. However, it seemed that this was not a snake. The head that fell to the ground instantly petrified, transforming into a branch resembling that of a serpent. The atmosphere here is perilous. It would be prudent to act swiftly. A third-tier wood-type zombie obstructed their path ahead. This undead creature was unlike any they had encountered before. Its gaze was hollow, and its body was ensconced in a greenish moss. A long branch extended from its back, a limb of the colossal tree nearby. The four individuals took a step back, only to find a second-tier zombie standing behind them, appearing utterly devoid of thought, standing vacantly in place. An increasing number of zombies began to materialize along the corridor of the second floor. Si Chen attempted to maneuver past the one in front. Yet the zombies seemed completely oblivious, allowing them to pass unimpeded. An eerie aura permeated the surroundings, compelling them to press onward despite their trepidation. At last, they arrived at the depths of the second floor, as previously described near the military district. A massive metallic door loomed before them. Li Tingyuan retrieved an identification card from his bag and placed it on the reader. The door creaked open, revealing an array of intricate instruments inside. Zhang Lei and Li Tingyuan formed one team, while Shen Huai Ling and Si Chen constituted another. The laboratory was sprawling, necessitating their separation for exploration. Li Tingyuan displayed little interest in the equipment, in stark contrast to Shen Huai Ling, who now found herself as a stakeholder in the pharmaceutical enterprise. Shen Huai Ling possessed no knowledge of the equipment before her. However, she was fortunate to have a cadre of bunnies well-versed in pharmacology. All the experimental apparatus within her sight had been collected into the realm of her spatial domain. A fourth-tier zombie, drawn by the commotion, dragged its decaying body forward, its form grotesquely ravaged by the virus. Its skin exhibited an eerie green hue, its garments tattered and in disarray, and it was encrusted with verdant moss. Electric Dragon entwined. Si Chen was the first to strike, unleashing a surge of electricity from his palm toward the zombie. In an instant, the creature vanished from sight. A speed-type zombie, only to reappear before Shen Huai Ling. Spatial/decapitation. The zombie's head fell to the ground. Si Chen recognized Shen Huai Ling's formidable prowess and was astonished by her current level of strength. Without hesitation, he swiftly extracted the crystal core from ground, deeming it a trivial task that did not require Shen Huai Ling's intervention. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Si Chen, remarking, as a fifth-tier supernatural being, "How is it that you are unable to vanquish even a fourth-tier zombie?" Disappointment filled Shen Huai Ling's eyes. It seemed prudent to implement some form of assessment for them in the future. Since aligning himself with Shen Huai Ling, Si Chen had remained within the confines of the villa, having not encountered a zombie for an extended period, resulting in a considerable decline in his skills. "Grant me another opportunity, and I shall surely succeed." Si Chen's eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. Shen Huai Ling paid him no heed and stepped inside. The electrical system within appeared to be damaged, enveloping the space in darkness. Si Chen conjured a sphere of electric energy, allowing it to float above his palm as he proceeded deeper. Suddenly, a child's playball rolled to their feet. The sound of its movement echoed softly. Something felt amiss within. "We must retreat." Shen Huai Ling and Si Chen turned to leave. "May I kindly request the return of my ball?" A clear, youthful voice resonated. It was a child. Shen Huai Ling paused for a moment. "Little sister, we are here to rescue you. Is there anyone else?" The little girl replied, "Sister, are you the one whom Mother said would come to save us?" It seems that this little girl is indeed human. The zombies encountered earlier, after prolonged training, could only manage to utter a few garbled words. Shen Huai Ling produced a flashlight and illuminated the surroundings, revealing a girl clad in a red dress standing there. Perhaps due to an extended absence from light, she seemed unaccustomed to the sudden brightness. "Little one, could you guide us to your mother?" The young girl, her eyes sparkling with joy, readily agreed, "Of course. But please don't tell my mother I sneaked out," as she reached out to make a pinky promise. Si Chen lifted the girl into his arms and followed the direction she indicated. The journey proceeded smoothly, with no further encounters with the undead. After an indeterminate amount of time, light gradually began to emerge. The little girl joyfully exclaimed, "Mom, I'm over here." A woman, setting aside her tasks, turned her gaze in their direction. Shen Huai Ling discerned her features, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 72. An incident befell Shen Huai Ling. "It is Shen Wenjun." Just as Si Chen was about to speak, Shen Huai Ling stepped forward. "Greetings, we're the military district dispatched to rescue the hostages. May I inquire if you are the one?" Shen Huai Ling comprehended the veiled intentions of Li Tingyuan and his companions. Perhaps they had known all along. Upon seeing the familiar features, Shen Wenjun's smile faltered. "It is I. My code name is 0369, Shen Huai Ling affirmed, mirroring exactly what Li Tingyuan had previously stated. "Child, you appear quite familiar. What is your name?" Shen Wenjun inquired earnestly, gazing intently at Shen Huai Ling. "My name is Ding Tian. I believe we have not met before," she replied. Si Chen chose not to expose Shen Huai Ling's deception, recognizing that everyone harbors their own untold secrets. Swiftly, he messaged Li Tingyuan and his group, informing them that the informant had been located. Meanwhile, matters progressed smoothly on the other side. The diverging path turned out to be a dead end, housing merely 3 or 4 second-tier zombies, hardly posing any threat. It was only upon Li Tingyuan's arrival that they began to strategize their escape. Shen Wenjun cradled the child in her arms. "Aunt Shen, who is this child?" Li Tingyuan inquired directly, indicating that the higher-ups merely required Shen Wenjun to be brought out alive. The child was a secret that must be taken along. Shen Wenjun's insistence was met with Li Tingyuan's resolve to prioritize their escape. In truth, the situation here wasn't particularly perilous. Zhao remarked nonchalantly, cradling his head. Silence. The other 3 replied in unison. An unsettling atmosphere pervaded the surroundings. Had it been as straightforward as their entry, the military district would not have issued such caution. The corridor outside lay desolate, devoid of any trace of zombies, rendering their earlier experiences seemingly illusory. Shen Wenjun cradled the child as she walked in the center, while Shen Huai Ling and the others advanced ahead, with Li Tingyuan and Zhang Lei bringing up the rear. The little 1S bell toy jingled with a crisp sound. In an instant, a branch lunged toward the little girl, yet before it could draw near, Zhao Hu severed it with ease. It was almost effortless. Zhao Hu, with his back turned to the towering tree, boasted, "Do not fear, little sister. Your brother will protect you." "Mama, I'm scared." Shen Wenjun softly comforted the child in her arms. "Brother, look behind you. See can kindly kaoshund." What had once been a single vine now transformed into a multitude of serpentine tendrils that emerged from behind him. "Then, let us run," Zhao Hu stammered. Si Chen pointed ahead. "How do you propose we proceed?" "The path ahead is teeming with 3rd and 4th tier zombies. Shen Huai Ling, an 8th tier ability user, Si Chen, a 5th tier, and both Li Tingyuan and Zhao Hu at 3rd tier levels could certainly manage. However, the sheer volume would make combat arduous. Vines are typically averse to fire, are they not? You should incinerate them with your fire abilities. It appeared yet another bloody battle awaited them. Shen Huai Ling and Si Chen would contend with the zombies, while Zhao Hu safeguarded Shen Wenjun and her child, and Li Tingyuan was tasked with igniting the vines. What were these tendrils composed of? Despite being set ablaze, they remained unyielding. Yet perhaps due to their botanical nature, they instinctively chose to evade the flames. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the zombie before him and swiftly dispatched it with a single stroke of his blade. Si Chen, too, had grown increasingly adept, becoming more familiar with his lightning-based abilities. Perhaps sensing no vulnerabilities in Li Tingyuan, the tendrils began to shift their focus onto others. This verdant entity appeared to possess a semblance of sentience. Despite the fierce onslaught from Shen Huai Ling and his companions, it dared not advance. Consequently, it redirected its attention to Zhao Hu, launching an incessant barrage of tendrils in his direction. One tendril, seizing the opportunity while Zhao Hu was momentarily distracted, knocked him to the ground. The tendrils then surged towards a young girl, but a protective barrier enveloped the two, shielding them from harm. Shen Wenjun firmly grasped the little girl's hand, standing still. "Mom, my toy has fallen." However, the situation was too dire for anyone to pay her any heed. Frustrated, the child shook off Shen Wenjun's hand and decided to retrieve the ball on her own. "Qiu," Shen Wenjun exclaimed in alarm. "TSK, what hassle." That protective barrier could have kept them safe, yet she insisted on venturing out. Shen Huai Ling severed the head of the zombie before him and hurriedly rushed towards Qiu, completely unaware that a vine behind him had already taken notice of the commotion. In the instant when Shen Huai Ling turned his back, he was abruptly struck to the ground by a vine, landing directly before Shen Wenjun. The winter garments were pierced through, and a crimson streak of blood spread across his entire back. A mouthful of fresh blood was forcefully expelled. Shen Wenjun, disregarding everything else, swiftly maneuvered past Shen Huai Ling and tightly embraced Qiu. "Shen Huai Ling, are you all right?" Si Chen had long forgotten about Shen Huai Ling's concealed identity and called out without hesitation. With no one to assist him, Shen Huai Ling resolved to save himself, struggling to rise. Zhao Hu and Li Tingyuan bore numerous wounds, and Si Chen was also at his wit's end. "Keep an eye on things for me. Grant me a minute, and I shall devise a way to extricate us from this predicament." The voice of Shen Huai Ling resonated, akin to a soothing balm for the soul. As if the mere presence of Shen Huai Ling could dispel any unforeseen calamities. Space reshaping, annihilation, Shen Huai Ling clasped her hands together, transforming the entire glass chamber into a secluded sanctuary. "The closer you all are to me, the better." Her complexion turned ashen, her voice gradually fading. Everyone drew nearer to Shen Huai Ling, who reconstructed a miniature space to shield them. Her palms slowly pressed downward. Spatial reconstruction, annihilation, all surrounding zombies and aberrant plants were kept at bay, yet Shen Huai Ling's pallor deepened. They watched in silence as she coughed up blood profusely, powerless to intervene. Accomplished. This process lasted merely 5 minutes. With the utterance of her final word, the glass chamber collapsed instantaneously. Everything was reduced to ashes. Was salvation truly this effortless? Zhao Hu gazed in disbelief as the scene before him was obliterated. Si Qin, Fang Gitsiki, Beitang, Chuan. A profound chest pain gripped them, an overwhelming sensation of impending demise. Something was amiss with Shen Huai Ling. Si Chen remained vigilant, observing her every move as she lay motionless. At that moment, Shen Wenjun could no longer attend to Qiuqiu beside her, trembling as she asked, "Is she calling for Shen Huai Ling?" This was her daughter, whom she had not seen in 18 long years. Chapter 73. Shen Huai Ling disappeared. She collapsed to the ground, yearning to caress Shen Huai Ling's face. "Leave her be." Si Chen, battling his anguish, lifted Shen Huai Ling into his arms. "Zhu Qing, you must save her," he implored urgently. At that moment, Zhu Qing felt a pang of sympathy for Shen Huai Ling. She hastily infused her healing abilities into Shen Huai Ling's body. Approximately half an hour later, although Shen Huai Ling remained unconscious, her condition had significantly improved. The chest pains afflicting Si Chen and the others gradually subsided. Unbeknownst to everyone, a small blade of grass nestled itself into Shen Huai Ling's pocket. What a lengthy dream this has been. Is it finally nearing its end? "Hey, hello, Shen Huai Ling." A girl with a bun hairstyle swung on a swing. Shen Huai Ling rubbed her eyes, pondering whether she had indeed passed away. "You are Tao Tao," the little girl replied with a hint of pride. "We haven't exchanged many words yet, Lingling, but I knew I made the right choice. You might truly embody hope in this apocalyptic world." As the conversation continued, Shen Huai Ling could no longer discern Tao Tao's voice. She understood that Tao Tao had promised to fulfill one wish for her, regardless of what it entailed. Upon opening her eyes, Shen Huai Ling found herself within the confines of a military base. Qianni sat beside her, looking forlorn as she shed tears like small pearls while peeling an apple. "Ling Ling, you've finally awakened," she exclaimed, hastily leaning closer. "You've been in a deep slumber for half a month." As she continued to cry, she placed the apple into Shen Huai Ling's hands. "I haven't eaten in ages. I'm truly feeling a bit famished." Qian promptly sent a message in the group chat, informing everyone of Shen Huai Ling's awakening. In no time, everyone, except for Shen Huai Ling, gathered around her. The overwhelming attention left Shen Huai Ling feeling somewhat bewildered. After all, she had merely been asleep for a few days. What was all this commotion about? Shen Huai Ling glanced left and right. "Where is Shen Huai Ling? Why can't I see him?" Just a moment ago, the place was bustling with activity, but now everyone has fallen silent. Feng Qingyu whispered a report. "Shen Huai Ling has been taken away by personnel from the military district base." Feng Qingyu spoke up. The remaining individuals began to chatter among themselves. Shen Huai Ling's expression darkened as he looked at Feng Qingyu and inquired whether the female executive was named Shen Wenjun. The crowd nodded in unison, affirming, "Indeed, it is Aunt Shen." Feng Ziki, filled with elation, remarked, "How about it? Have you finally found your mother? Are you happy?" Feng Ziki said playfully. Shen Huai Ling's face was devoid of laughter. "When she took Shen Huai Ling away, did you not intervene?" Si Chen and the others attempted to stop her. Yet Feng Ziki broadcasted the fact that Shen Wenjun was Shen Huai Ling's mother as if through a loudspeaker. After all, they are all relatives. It should not pose much of an issue. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the individuals before him, a mixture of amusement and exasperation washing over him. Having just awakened, his body still in a state of recovery, he felt a surge of frustration that triggered a sudden bout of coughing. Qian Ili, standing closest, promptly offered a glass of water while gently patting Shen Huai Ling's back in a gesture of comfort. Shen Huai Ling placed the cup aside and propped herself up, preparing to rise. "Tao Tao, do you have any miraculous medicine?" "Lingling, your body cannot endure any more strain at this moment. Perhaps it would be wise to pause and reconsider." Shen Huai Ling exchanged 500 points for a powerful pill from the system supermarket, which could restore his body to its peak condition for a mere 6 hours, albeit with the side effect of enduring 3 days of weakness. It was a deal too good to pass up, one that promised no loss or deception. Shen Huai Ling swallowed the medicine without hesitation. Si Chen observed Shen Huai Ling's condition with disapproval, remarking that she appeared quite frail and should ideally remain in bed to recuperate. And it is surely safe within the base, especially with Li Tingyuan and Anshin present. There is no cause for concern, Feng Ziki concurred. Feng Ziki, should anything happen to Shen Huai Ling, I will not hesitate to hold you accountable, he warned. Shen Huai Ling glanced around, realizing that they had indeed been overly indulgent with them. Even before the moment of crisis had arrived, such behavior was already evident. "Well, how splendid. Do none of you wish to accompany me?" If that is the case, you may attend to your own affairs. I shall go alone. At present, Shen Huai Ling's physical condition was far from adequate, and should an unforeseen incident occur, it would spell disaster for them all, especially since they had already experienced the potency of their pact. Feng Ziki, seeing that his attempts to dissuade were in vain, hastily took out his phone to message Li Tingyuan and the others. The rest had no objections regarding Shen Huaiyan. It was merely a matter of bringing him out. Furthermore, although Shen Huaiyan could be rather arrogant, he was amenable and maintained good relations. Si Chen drove ahead, while the others settled into the back of the vehicle. Lingling, you needn't alight from the car. We shall retrieve Inen, Sang Luo said with palpable excitement. This was the inaugural group mission. Everyone eagerly discussed their forthcoming actions. Though Shen Huai Ling, still feeling quite drowsy from just awakening, could hardly engage. Lingling, we have arrived. Beitang Chuan gently nudged Shen Huaiyan awake. Do not worry. Shen Huaiyan will surely be fine, he reassured Lingling. His linguistic abilities would undoubtedly usher in good fortune. They navigated several turns until they reached the entrance of a laboratory, where Li Tingyuan and the others had already received word and stood waiting at the door. Shen Huai Ling alighted from the vehicle. Shen Huai Ling, you have finally awakened. Zhao Hu expressed with joy. Shen Huai Ling nodded dismissively. What about my brother? Upon hearing the name Shen Huaiyan, a flicker of panic crossed their eyes. We still have unfinished business with Inen, so we cannot disclose anything to you for the time being. It appeared they were already aware of Shen Huaiyan's true identity, thus revealing it no longer seemed necessary. Shen Huai Ling casually remarked that merely surviving is sufficient, and for now, one should avoid death. This occasion shall serve as an assessment of your abilities. Shen Huai Ling stifled a yawn. After all, they were merely third-tier ability users, hardly worth noting. Sister, is it truly impossible to turn them into puppets? She mused. Ba, may the Buddha's compassion shine upon us. Indeed, Shun, the benefactor, possesses a kind heart. Chapter 74. Human experimentation. Across from her stood 4 third-tier ability users, utterly devoid of the capacity to retaliate. All 4 were soon laid to the ground. Shen Huai Ling crouched down. As we were all acquaintances, I preferred to avoid any unnecessary embarrassment and opened the door. A fissure opened beneath Shen Huai Ling's feet. Feng Ziki, it seems you are determined to oppose me. Since Shen Huai Ling's awakening, Feng Ziki's actions have increasingly gravitated towards Shen Wenjun. I apologize, but I have my own reasons for my actions. Dealing with Feng Ziki requires no special skill. A doll similar to Feng Ziki appeared in Shen Huai Ling's hand. Shen Huai Ling tightly grasped the doll's neck, prompting everyone to turn their gaze towards Feng Ziki. Feng Ziki mirrored the doll's posture, kneeling on the ground. His face flushed crimson from the inability to breathe. I could easily kill you. Shen Huai Ling's voice was detached, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. If you don't render them unconscious, we still need to explore the forbidden grounds. Qianni blinked, questioning, what forbidden grounds? Is it here? Lingling, how do you know? Her small head was filled with vast perplexity. Shen Huai Ling pointed to the sign beside him. Military District Restricted Area. Unauthorized personnel. Keep out. Qianni blinked in bewilderment. Her gaze one that Shen Huai Ling recognized well. Innocent and untainted by the pollution of knowledge. It seemed that the campaign for enlightenment was far from complete. There remained much work to be done. Shen Huai Ling approached the door, and with a gentle push, the entire entrance collapsed. Si Chen, equipped with his apparatus, stepped inside, discovering a small research center seemingly dedicated to the zombie virus. Yet, what circumstance had led Shen Huaiyan to be present in such a place? Following the location of Shen Huaiyan, they ventured forth. The corridor resembled a miniature prison, with the interiors clearly visible from the outside. Within, they found only the undead. Si Chen grasped the gravity of the situation. Shen Huaiyan had been captured as a test subject. The group quickened their pace. Upon locating Shen Huaiyan, he gazed quietly out the window, and before Shen Huai Ling could take action, Si Chen and the others sprang into action, completely dismantling the main entrance. The laboratory erupted with a cacophony of buzzing alarms. Shen Huaiyan sat by the window, gazing outside. As he turned his head, he caught sight of Shen Huai Ling and the others. He hurriedly stood up and leaped into Shen Huai Ling's embrace, exclaiming, "Sister, you are awake." Shen Huai Ling pushed him away and exclaimed, "Why did you follow her?" Shen Huai Ling rolled up Shen Huai's sleeves, revealing numerous puncture marks scattered across his hands. Precisely as she had anticipated, Shen Wenjun arrived here accompanied by a group of experimenters, while Shen Huaiyan concealed himself behind Shen Huai Ling. "Lingling, I can elucidate this matter," Shen Wenjun stated directly. "I rescued you, and yet you treat my brother in this manner." Shen Huai Ling furrowed his brow. "Do not speak of our relationship to others. You bestowed upon me life, and I saved you once in return. From this moment forth, we shall have no further connection." Shen Huai Ling retrieved 100 crystal cores from the void and cast them down at her feet. Shen Wenjun's complexion paled. She had never anticipated that her reunion with Shen Huai Ling would culminate in such a result. "Lingling, he is not human." Shen Huai Ling gently patted Shen Huaiyan's head. "He is my younger brother." Shen Huai Ling was perplexed. She had previously allowed Shen Huaiyan to escape, so why was he now confined once more? He was an immune subject to the zombie virus, harboring the virus within his very being. Shen Wenjun elucidated to Shen Huai Ling, stating that once the cause was ascertained, a remedy for the zombie virus could be developed. Shen Wenjun revealed all the details. "Then why did you covertly release him before?" Shen Huai Ling inquired. "Because he is of paramount importance. Allowing him to flee was more critical than letting him fall into the hands of the Changshang Society," Shen Wenjun replied impulsively. The higher-ups of the Changshang Society had made a last-minute decision to transfer him elsewhere. Shen Wenjun could not bear to watch him being taken away. She discreetly placed a locator on him before allowing him to leave. However, during the process, the locator was lost, severing the connection to Shen Huaiyan. Was at a loss for words, yearning only to depart from this place. When it came to dealing with these ordinary individuals devoid of abilities, it was undoubtedly better for Yin Mingji to take action, as his area attacks were the most formidable. The laboratory was enveloped in blinding light, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Seizing this moment, several individuals boldly exited the premises. Beidang Chuan found himself at a loss, initially believing that light-based abilities were exceptionally powerful, only to realize that it merely involved intensifying brightness, causing temporary blindness. As they stepped outside, Wu Xiang quietly inquired, "What about Feng Ziki?" Wu Xiang had carried Feng Ziki to the vehicle. "Dao Dao, do you have any method to extract abilities from the ability users?" "You have indeed asked the right person. A system product is guaranteed to be of premium quality." Ding, ding, ding. The abilities can be dissipated for just 1,000 points. Abilities will never recover. How exorbitant. Shen Huai Ling directly scanned Feng Ziki's face with the machine. Feng Ziki, a 5th-tier practitioner of Earth-based abilities, had a remaining score of 3,526. Shen Huai Ling divided Feng Ziqi's remaining points among the other individuals present. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, yellow specks began to emerge from Feng Ziqi's body. He felt his powers waning, his entire being trembling as waves of excruciating pain surged through his heart. Curled up inside the vehicle, he was already drenched in cold sweat. "Why did this happen?" "You have breached the agreement, Feng Ziqi." Shen Huai Ling's voice was devoid of any emotion. "The terms of the contract never betray." Feng Ziqi sensed his spiritual energy continuously diminishing. "The consequence of betrayal, the eternal loss of your most cherished ability." "Lingling, we have arrived at the hotel." Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly and said, "Qingyu, please come here with me for a moment." Shen Huai Ling pointed at Feng Ziki, indicating that it would suffice to leave him some breath. One should not take a life. Shen Huai Ling departed with Feng Qingyu from the military district's lodge, announcing his intention to close the establishment. "Feng Qingyu, would you care to join me?" he inquired directly. "It is perfectly acceptable if you choose not to accompany me. I shall not treat you as I did Feng Ziki. I am willing to nullify the contract willingly." Feng Qingyu declined, asserting, "Of course, I will accompany you. Lingling, you saved me, so my choice is undoubtedly you. Do you not have any regrets?" Shen Huai Ling asked. Feng Qingyu shook her head in response. "Very well, gather your belongings. We shall depart shortly." Feng Qingyu nodded in agreement. As Shen Huai Ling departed, Feng Ziki was left devoid of any supernatural abilities. his entire being reduced to a mere shadow of life. This is the inevitable consequence of betrayal. Chapter 75. The Purification Liquid of True and False Crystal Nuclei. No one felt sympathy for Feng Ziki. All of this was of his own making. Ever since Shen Huai Ling had taken him away, his heart had begun to waver. Betrayers are never forgiven. Feng Qingyu used the pretense of closing time to usher all the guests out, and now she could finally take a moment to rest. Shen Huai Ling closed down all the inns and, with a final glance, discarded the now invalid contracts within the establishment. The portal to the military base remained forever sealed. Feeling disoriented, she could neither eat nor sleep. It took a full 3 days for the side effects of the potent pills to subside. Throughout this time, Shen Huai Ling vigilantly stayed by Shen Huai Ling's side, fearful of any further mishaps. Following the incident involving Shen Huai Ling, a new rule was instituted at the inn. No commissions would be accepted at any price. Shen Huai Ling has identified her own position and has grown disillusioned with the military base. She possesses the most formidable safe house in the entire apocalypse, and she no longer wishes to put herself in peril. Following the recent events, Shen Huai Ling has severed all ties with the military base. Shen Huai Ling also leads a life filled with playful antics, indulging in the company of both cats and dogs. Shen Huai Ling upgraded the pharmaceutical factory on Tawachuo Mountain. The first floor is dedicated to traditional Chinese medicine, while the second floor houses Western medicine. She meticulously placed all the equipment into the glass room. The chief manager, Rabbit, efficiently arranged for the Rabbit employees to take over, ensuring that everything proceeded smoothly. Shen Huai Ling's self-service supermarket has introduced a new section for selling pharmaceuticals. Although it is already April, the weather remains surprisingly cold. Si Chen brushed the snow off his clothes. Shen Huai Ling placed a steaming cup of tea into Si Chen's hands. Now, all the bases have successfully constructed greenhouses where they are cultivating various crops. Si Chen and Shen Huai Ling engaged in conversation. They have now achieved self-sufficiency in staple foods like rice and flour, having ample supplies of vegetables as well. Shen Huai Ling was not particularly surprised by this outcome. They recognized it as an inevitable development. Did their supply of crystal nuclei diminish? Si Chen shook his head. Not at all. They converted all remaining provisions into crystal nucleus purification liquid. However, I have heard that a base in City E seems to have developed a similar crystal nucleus purification liquid, and now various bases are eagerly stirring with anticipation. Shen Huai Ling was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this news. Si Chen glanced around and whispered, I have heard that their purification solution is priced lower than ours, selling for merely 1 crystal core. Shen Huai Ling was instantly intrigued. She felt compelled to immerse herself in the excitement. Ling, would you like to come and explore with us? Qian E, holding 3 tickets, initiated a video call with Shen Huai Ling. Let me tell you, would you like to join me for a visit? Recently, a local facility has successfully extracted crystal core liquid, and they have specifically invited me. As Si Chen concluded his statement, Qian E echoed, let us go and see for ourselves. Let us observe the distinct differences. The facility was rather unpretentious, simply named the coastal base. Upon entering, Shen Huai Ling noted that it was not large, yet it was filled with key personnel. In other words, everyone present was an extraordinary ability wielder, and their powers appeared to be rather formidable. However, the expressions on their faces conveyed an air of hostility. Shen Huai Ling, Qian, and Feng Qingyu have arrived at the exhibition of the crystal core purification liquid. This is your designated seat. The Binhai base has deliberately arranged for Shen Huai Ling and his team to be seated at the far end. It seems they are prepared to sever ties, a scenario Shen Huai Ling has long grown accustomed to. However, he is in no rush to depart, as he wishes to observe the crystal core purification liquid before leaving. Here, Shen Huai Ling encounters many familiar faces. Bai Fei, the leader of the Beiying base, Ruan Meng, the leader of the D-City base, and Qi Xiao from the military district base. Indeed, in this post-apocalyptic world, there are no everlasting friends, only perpetual interests. Qi Xiao is visibly excited upon seeing Feng Qingyu and rushes to her side. Why did you leave without a word? He asks, his eyes glistening with emotion. I have fulfilled my promise to you. And besides, We have already parted ways. Feng Qingyu replies bluntly, rejecting him. Please refrain from any further entanglements. It would not bode well if our boss were to misunderstand. Shen Huai Ling nearly spat out her drink. Why were they dragging her into their conversation? A few individuals were engaged in discussion when the leader of the Binhai base, Guahaoren, arrived fashionably late. My apologies, everyone, for the oversight. Each seat was adorned with a glass of azure liquid. This is our newly developed crystal core purification solution. The attendees gazed at the liquid with trepidation. They had previously purchased Shen Huai Ling's crystal core purification solution, which was colorless and tasteless, so the sudden introduction of a new product naturally aroused their skepticism. In front of the crowd, Guahaoren boldly consumed the liquid, instantly validating the safety of their purification solution. Tao, could you scan this crystal core purification solution? Shen Huai Ling regarded the liquid with suspicion. Of course, no problem. Tao swiftly scanned the content of the glass. This is indeed a crystal core purification solution, but it contains excessive impurities, which significantly heightens the risk of inducing agitation. Observing Guahaoren downing the liquid, many in attendance felt a surge of impulsiveness. A small faction took up their glasses and drank, finding it comparable to Shen Huai Ling's product, yet imbued with a more potent energy. Guahaoren approached Shen Huai Ling, shopkeeper Shen. Are you truly not considering lowering your prices? Your product is rather expensive. Why not try mine? Lingling, do not drink that. The impurities may mutate into zombies, though there is an incubation period of approximately a week. Leader Gua, may I inquire how long you've been testing this purification solution? It has only been a little over a week, but all our ability users are fine. Then I wish you the best of luck. Shen Huai Ling glanced at those present and quickly ushered Qian, Yi, and Feng Qingyu out. TSK, this woman really believes she is all that. Shen Huai Ling hurriedly ushered the two of them into the RV, swiftly making their escape. The original intent was to evade danger, yet in Guahaoren's eyes, it appeared as though they had been frightened away. Chapter 76. The Zombie Outbreak. Noticing Shen Huai Ling's evident distress, the pair refrained from inquiring further and promptly departed. Qi Xiao contemplated pursuing them, but he was not yet at liberty to leave. After Shen Huai Ling ceased collaboration, various issues had arisen within their base, and there was an urgent need for the supply of crystal core purification liquid. Once they exited the coastal base, Shen Huai Ling finally felt a sense of relief. She had just realized she was in a zombie stronghold. However, she was unperturbed, mainly concerned about the potential for moral coercion. Such matters, when frequent, became rather nauseating. Lingling, we haven't even tried it yet. Why are we leaving? Jenny asked, puzzled. The crystal core purification liquid has issues. It contains excessive impurities that could potentially lead to zombification. Zombification. Almost everyone in that base was at least a second or third tier ability user. If they were to become zombies, escaping would be quite the challenge. Fortunately, we left early. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The three engaged in a spirited discussion. Qian, did they mention how long this exhibition would last? Shen Huai Ling, situated not far from the coastal base, has established the previous military district's lodge here. According to Tao, the incubation period of the zombie virus is approximately 1 week. Thus one is merely biding one's time, waiting for the inevitable. Shen Huai Ling has doubled the prices, and now all that remains is to patiently await the outcomes. In recent days, visitors have been gradually entering and exiting the Binhai base, encountering Shen Huai Ling's establishment. Some departed immediately, while others ventured inside for a glimpse. However, upon witnessing the exorbitant rates, they all chose to leave. There were those who offered sardonic remarks, alongside others who simply disregarded the establishment altogether. Shen Huai Ling is not particularly concerned. After all, the wealth she accumulates is not merely limited to the present. Shen Huai Ling lounged comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in the television, and naturally, the meal prepared by Qiao was beyond reproach. One night, a piercing scream erupted from the coastal base, disrupting Shen Huai Ling's tranquil slumber. Shen Huai Ling hurriedly tidied her belongings and stepped outside. Her inn was about to commence operations. The incessant wails echoed from the coastal base, heralding a night destined for unrest. Shen Huai Ling rested his chin on his hand, awaiting the arrival of guests. At 1:30 in the morning, The first patron entered the establishment. "Welcome. May I inquire if you are here for dining or lodging?" Shen Huai Ling tilted his head, observing Bai Fei and the group behind him. Bai Fei placed 3 second-tier crystal nuclei before Shen Huai Ling. "We require accommodations, 3 double rooms." Suddenly, Shen Huai Ling shifted the conversation. "Have any of you consumed the crystal purification liquid sold at the Benhai base?" Bai Fei nodded, indicating that 2 of them had. "In that case, I would recommend that those 2 occupy a separate room. Their purification liquid may pose a risk, as there exists a possibility of them turning into zombies." Bai Fei instantly grew anxious. "Is it possible for them to become zombies?" Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. "Of course. Do you not recall the scene from this evening? There must have been quite a few second and third-tier zombies within." Bai Fei remained silent, having just witnessed an ability user transform into a zombie right before his eyes. While he was lost in thought, Shen Huai Ling had already finalized the payment. "Wait, why is it so expensive?" Bai Fei looked at Shen Huai Ling in disbelief. Shen Huai Ling gestured towards the wall, indicating that the hotel had consistently maintained this price. "Will you be dining here?" he inquired, with no better options available. Bai Fei nodded indifferently. Shen Huai Ling, equipped with the device, swiftly accumulated an additional 300 points. Shen Huai Ling placed a rune card into Bai Fei's hand, stating that it merely covered the cost for a single day, and reminded him to come find her at 8 o'clock the following morning to extend the stay. Bai Fei distributed the rune cards, allowing the others to ascend the stairs first. "Were your previous statements truly sincere?" Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. "Then why did you not speak of it before? Even if I had, you would not have believed me. Is there any way you can save them? I would offer as many crystal cores as necessary." "There is no solution. We can only leave it to fate." Bai Fei placed the extraction solution he brought from the coastal base before Shen Huai Ling. "It is of no use to keep it. Please assist me in dealing with it directly." Shen Huai Ling cast a glance and stored the crystal nucleus purification solution in her space. As more and more individuals escaped, she recognized several acquaintances among them. By the time dawn approached, her villa was already filled to capacity with guests. Shen Huai Ling called Si Chen, requesting him to deliver some supplies to the hotel. After all, with a large number of people, the demand is substantial. Shen Huai Ling summoned Shen Huai to assist him. Although the room was already occupied, more people continued to arrive. "Boss, we do not require accommodation. We simply need a brief respite." Shen Huai Ling grasped the device, clearly capable of earning 10 points in just 1 hour. The man, observing the zombies lurking outside, gritted his teeth and tossed a Tier 1 crystal core to Shen Huai Ling. The entire hotel had reached a state of saturation, with zombies frequently prowling the vicinity. Shen Huai Ling instructed Anin to watch the shop for a while, and said without any mercy, "Anin, should anyone cause a disturbance, eliminate them on the spot." Shen Huai Ling cast a fleeting glance at Qi Xiao, who was resting in the corner. She still had matters to attend to. Shen Huai Ling arrived at the pharmaceutical factory on Tuachuo Mountain through a portal, personally delivering the medicine to Chief Rabbit for analysis of its components. In hopes of developing an antidote, a guest who checked into room 201 yesterday has gone missing. Shen Huai Ling accessed the surveillance footage, revealing a latent period of merely around 1 week. However, the zombie virus advanced prematurely last night. Her hotel served as an unequivocal sanctuary, impervious to the approach of the undead. Consequently, in the next moment, the individuals brought by Bai Fei were swiftly annihilated, their remains consumed entirely by the hotel. Shen Huai Ling gently tapped on Bai Fei's door. Bai Fei had just finished a shower, clad in a bathrobe, a towel in hand to dry his hair. "Are you available now?" Without waiting for a response, Shen Huai Ling pushed the door open and entered. Bai Fei attempted to protest, but ultimately resigned himself to closing the door behind her. "You, a young lady, simply waltz into a man's room? Something has gone awry. The individuals you brought along yesterday have turned into zombies." Shen Huai Ling displayed the surveillance footage before Bai Fei. "How much of the extraction liquid did he consume?" Bai Fei scratched his head, uncertain of the quantity. "It's quite affordable and entirely devoid of side effects. Moreover, it becomes increasingly addictive. I've been consuming it almost as if it were water lately." Chapter 77. Divergence of Abilities. After Shen Huai Ling comprehended the situation, he stepped outside. This extract was indeed addictive. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Bai Fei's attire and asked, "Could you do me a favor?" Bai Fei quickly adjusted his bathrobe, exclaiming, "Don't look at me. I am not selling myself." It was breakfast time, and Shen Huai Ling led Bai Fei outside for a stroll, urging him to see if there were any individuals from the me.As base within. After a thorough examination of the area, Bai Fei found it peculiar. Despite the vastness of the hotel, nearly everyone from the participating bases had managed to escape, yet not a single person from the me.As base was present. This situation seemed amiss. If, as Tao Tao indicated, there is a significant probability of mutation into zombies, how could there be no one from me.As base? Have they perhaps fled? What is the probability of their mutation, Tao Tao? Shen Huai Ling inquired directly. 90% came the response, revealing such a high likelihood. Shen Huai Ling refrained from disseminating the news, for the inn possessed its own capability to eliminate the undead. The innkeeper, flustered and breathless, hastened to Shen Huai Ling's side. "You are from the military base," Shen Huai Ling remarked, narrowing his eyes at the individual before him. "Is there something amiss?" he inquired with a casual demeanor. "Qi Xiao has collapsed." Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. "And so? I am not a doctor. If you require medication, you may visit the nearby self-service supermarket." It seemed he was on the verge of manifesting his extraordinary abilities. He hurriedly explained, "It is truly surprising that one is only now beginning to exhibit such powers." Shen Huai Ling glanced at Qi Xiao's position and confirmed that he had indeed lost consciousness. "I can find a doctor for him, but as you are aware, the costs are exorbitant these days." He produced 10 crystal cores and placed them before Shen Huai Ling. "As long as he can be saved, everything else is negotiable." Shen Huai Ling put away the crystal core and said, "Anin, please fetch Feng Qingyu and have her take a look." Indeed, she was the sole physician at their inn. Upon hearing that there was a patient, Feng Qingyu hurried over. "Where is the person you asked me to save?" Shen Huai Ling pointed to Qi Xiao, who lay on the side. "It is he." Shen Huai Ling placed 5 crystal cores before Feng Qingyu. The consultation fee. With a complex expression, Feng Qingyu, embodying the benevolence of a healer, conducted the most fundamental diagnosis for Qi Xiao. It was indeed necessary to differentiate the extraordinary abilities. Approaching Shen Huai Ling, Feng Qingyu placed all 5 crystal cores into his hands. "Shopkeeper, could you sell me a vial of crystal core purification liquid?" Her gaze was filled with a pitiful longing. She understood that Shen Huai Ling had already made a concession by allowing the military base personnel to be present here. Behind Feng Qingyu stood 2 individuals from the military base, their eyes brimming with hope as they looked at Shen Huai Ling, who could afford to turn away from money. Upon hearing this, the 3 felt a sense of relief. However, the regulations of Mayan dictate that a vial of crystal core purification liquid costs 8 crystal cores. Your funds are insufficient. The individuals behind her, upon hearing this, produced 8 crystal cores and placed them on the table. With a transaction of cash for goods, Shen Huai Ling set the vial of crystal core purification liquid onto the table. In just one day, he had already earned over 10,000 points. It seemed he had taken another step closer to acquiring the antidote for the zombie virus. The rooms within the inn gradually filled with affluence, for in the past 2 weeks, people had been disappearing daily. Some had been taken away by the base, while the remainder awaited rescue or prepared to combat the zombies. The exhibition at the coastal base had indeed been worthwhile, as Shen Huai Ling had made the acquaintance of numerous individuals from various bases. Shen Huai Ling's business endeavors are remarkably diverse, successfully marketing his refined crystal nucleus solution. He even signed contracts on the spot with several bases, encompassing not only the crystal nucleus solution, but also various other materials. Bai Fei consistently assisted by providing answers, and numerous bases extended olive branches to Shen Huai Ling, expressing interest in establishing a hotel at their respective locations. The collaboration was indeed delightful. Although Shen Huai Ling is somewhat expensive, it offers a level of safety that far surpasses that of the base. Furthermore, daily necessities such as food, clothing, and transportation can be acquired using points, which adds to the convenience of staying here. Those who manage to attend this exhibition undoubtedly possess an abundance of crystal cores. Qi Xiao has successfully evolved his supernatural abilities, emerging as a water-type supernatural being. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Feng Qingyu, realizing that she had truly come to terms with her feelings. She no longer harbored any affection for Qi Xiao. This was a matter that concerned Feng Qingyu alone, and Shen Huai Ling chose not to intervene excessively. These were their own affairs and ought to be resolved by themselves. Shen Huai Ling had yet to trouble Qi Xiao, yet it was Qi Xiao who approached her first. Manager Shen, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us that remains unresolved. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Qi Xiao with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely devoid of it. Are you suggesting that there was some misunderstanding regarding the abduction of my brother? At that time, Shen Huaiyan willingly followed Aunt Shen. Is this the reason you subjected him to human experimentation? Qi Xiao shook his head, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. We erred in this matter, and I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the military base. I am truly sorry. This was an injustice on our part. His words bore an earnest weight. Indeed, such grandiloquent phrases can be uttered by anyone, Shen Huai Ling retorted, turning to depart, wishing to avoid further futile discourse with them. Qi Xiao, however, retrieved 102nd-tier crystal cores from within his space and placed them before Shen Huaiyan. This is a gesture of sincerity from our base, in hopes of compensating for your losses. I am deeply sorry, Inen. Shen Huaiyan gently tugged at Shen Huai Ling's sleeve. Sister, Shen Huai Ling cast a glance. This gift was quite substantial. She gently ruffled Shen Huaiyan's hair. You may make your own decisions. Whether to forgive or not is entirely up to you. Sister, I will always stand by your side. Shen Huaiyan hesitated for a moment before deciding to retain the crystal core. I accept your apology. Although Aunt Shen intended to confine me to a different place, fate intervened and led me to meet my sister. Thus this shall be regarded as a transaction between her and me. From this point onward, I owe her nothing. We are even. Qi Xiao initially presumed that Shen Huaiyan would decline. From what Li Tingyuan and the others had previously described, Shen Huaiyan was a taciturn and ruthless individual. However, upon learning more about Shen Huaiyan's circumstances, one might conclude that if he were in Shen Huaiyan's position, he could be even more merciless. It must be said that Shen Huai Ling has truly taught him exceedingly well. Shen Huai Ling shook her head, expressing her belief that it was unnecessary. The wounds inflicted could not be mended, whether it was the harm done to an inn or the injury she herself had endured. Qi Xiao promptly inquired, Can we still continue our collaboration then? I will contact Si Chen, she replied. As you wish. Shen Huaiyan, holding the crystal core, followed Shen Huai Ling as they departed from his place. Chapter 78, Rabbit Brand Pharmaceuticals. Upon awakening, Shen Huai Ling was immediately struck by the biting cold, a consequence of having neglected to close the window the previous night. The frigid wind rattled the window violently, while the howling gales outside heralded a tempest of snow and wind that rendered movement almost impossible. It seemed that the apocalyptic conditions were worsening. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huaiyan sat side by side, watching television and munching on sandwiches. Just then, Si Chen approached with a cup of coffee, pondering how long this snowstorm would persist. Shen Huai Ling glanced out of the window and shook his head. This will persist for approximately a week. Shen Huai Ling contemplated for a moment, then revised the information before sharing in the group. The impending blizzard is expected to last approximately 1 week. It is hoped that all store managers will take necessary precautions. In the Shen Huai Ling group, a red envelope containing 1,000 points was distributed, deemed as a token of appreciation for hard work. Manager Shen, might you consider being a bit more lenient? A traveler stood before Shen Huai Ling, visibly embarrassed as he spoke. I did not anticipate such inclement weather, and my savings are rather limited. He glanced at Shen Huai Ling, hesitating to continue. Shen Huai Ling gazed out of the window, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he stated, Our establishment does not extend credit. However, with a shift in tone, he added, We can lead you to a location rife with zombies, though that will depend on your own capabilities. His eyes brightened at the prospect. This could indeed be a promising solution. Presently, the coastal resort and the surrounding areas of the coastal base were teeming with zombies, lamentably unattended. Most of the zombies within the coastal resort were of the first tier, while those outside the coastal base predominantly belonged to the second and third tiers. Shen Huai Ling instructed the managers of each establishment to compile the total number of individuals, intending to take them out together in the afternoon. Approximately a dozen or so individuals from these several inns are set to join the outing. Shen Huai Ling led a group to the coastal base, while Shen Huai accompanied others to the seaside resort. Each individual intending to go was required to sign a waiver, acknowledging their voluntary participation and absolving the organizers of any responsibility in the event of mishaps. Despite the severe conditions brought by the blizzard and fierce winds, the movement of the zombies was also hindered. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai remained uninvolved throughout the entire journey, regardless of life or death. Each was destined to their own fate. Shen Huai Ling allocated merely 2 hours for them. Irrespective of the outcome, departure from this place was imperative. The initial day yielded commendable results, with only 2 or 3 unfortunate souls succumbing here. Perhaps this too could be a lucrative venture. After today's trial, participants would be required to pay 5 points in advance for future involvement. Achu. Within the inn, patrons began to fall ill, likely due to the biting cold. In recent days, numerous bases have approached Shen Huai Ling to procure substantial quantities of medicine. Ding dong. The rabbit supervisor has logged on. The rabbit pharmaceutical factory had commenced production of remedies long ago, although initially, the selection in the self-service supermarket was sparse and garnered little interest. After all, unfamiliar brands often breed skepticism. Nonetheless, in this apocalyptic era, ailments are inevitable, leading to decent sales within the inn, particularly as the prices remained affordable for all. Shen Huai Ling brought the bunny steward along, marking its inaugural appearance in other inns. Shen Huai Ling carried the rabbit supervisor into a hotel in the heart of City A, where the number of patients was the highest. Ling, could you please set me down? The tender voice of the rabbit supervisor echoed. Greetings, Ming and Shen. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the supervisor of the Rabbit Pharmaceutical Company. You may call me Rabbit or Rabbit Supervisor. It is a pleasure to meet you. The Rabbit Supervisor removed its mask and extended a hand towards them. Yin Mingji was the first to respond. Hello, Rabbit Supervisor. I am Yin Mingji. Yin Yuanshin also shook the Rabbit Supervisor's hand and nodded slightly. Shall we now take a look at the patients? The two brothers paused for a moment and quickly followed suit. They had initially thought that the Rabbit Supervisor would be akin to Xiong, merely a toy. However, the Rabbit Supervisor was indeed a rabbit, resembling a model of the jade rabbit. Its fur was entirely snow white, and its ears stood erect. A small stethoscope hung around its neck, and it wore a blue mask, exuding an air of professionalism among rabbits. The Rabbit Supervisor was remarkably adept, examining 5 or 6 patients in succession. Their symptoms were strikingly similar, attributed to a recent outbreak caused by the cold weather. Lacking sophisticated instruments, the Rabbit Supervisor employed the most ancient yet effective method of traditional Chinese medicine: inspection, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Ling, here is the prescription I have prepared. The Rabbit Supervisor picked up a pen and swiftly wrote on the paper, listing the medicinal ingredients currently available at the pharmaceutical company. How long will it take to produce this batch of medicine? This is simply for making pills. It is quite straightforward. The medicine can be ready by tomorrow. How many days should this medicine be taken? The Rabbit Supervisor pondered for a moment. For mild cases, recovery should take about 3 to 4 days. For more severe cases, it may require around a week. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly, for everyone had heard the words of Manager Tutu. Yin Mingji had disseminated the news within the group, enabling everyone to reach out to nearby bases to commence the sale of medicines, thus increasing the monthly share of points. As the news spread, the reservations for the medicines indeed surged. However, due to the blizzard and fierce winds, none were willing to brave the elements. They could only place their hopes on Shen Huai Ling's side. In truth, Shen Huai Ling recalled that there had been a helicopter parked here, left idle simply because no one knew how to operate it. Shen Huai Ling observed the bear beside him, swinging its legs and sipping watermelon juice, and curiously inquired, Xiong, are you capable of piloting an aircraft? Shen Huai Ling harbored little hope for Xiong. Of course, I am the all-powerful Xiong, so please do not question my professional capabilities. The garments adorning Xiong transformed instantaneously into the attire of a captain. Does the blizzard and fierce winds outside pose any issues? Certainly not. The all-capable Xiong fears no adversity. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. indicating that there was an important task for you to undertake tomorrow. Shen Huai Ling hastily instructed each store manager to coordinate the necessary supplies for the base, as she and Xiong would be delivering them tomorrow. However, each transportation trip would require 10 points. Inside the villa, Si Chen was busy establishing communication with various bases. Shen Huai Ling observed that Kong Tsongyu and Si Yishue were feeling rather bored, so he decided to take them to the rabbit pharmaceutical factory, where they could assist in the packaging of pills and experience the assembly line process. Upon entering the pharmaceutical room, everyone was required to undergo thorough disinfection, a task diligently performed by the specialized pharmacist, Rabbit. However, there was a shortage of rabbits available for pill packaging, leaving the remaining staff overwhelmed. For Kong Tsongyu and his companions, who were entirely unfamiliar with pharmacology, this was indeed a novel experience. They were tasked with wrapping the pills and placing them into boxes, with each box containing 6 pills and a limit of 2 boxes, hoping for effective results. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. Chapter 79. Earthquake. The ground began to tremble incessantly, with both Pampam Mountain and Tuachuo Mountain feeling the seismic activity, as if an explosion had occurred nearby. What had just transpired? Shen Huai Ling was navigating a snowplow towards the back mountain with Shen Huaiyan. Perhaps something had happened in that unknown location? Shen Huaiyan was unaware of the situation. That was an earthquake, came Tao Tao's voice. Ling, it's all right. This earthquake won't affect us. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly, uncertain as to where such misfortune stemmed from. Encountering an earthquake in such inclement weather. Shen Huai Ling accompanied Shen Huaiyan to the back mountain and the summit to prepare the items needed for the following day. Early the next morning, Chief Rabbit delivered the medications. However, the quantity was insufficient, so only a few nearby locations received supplies today. Captain Xiong, donned in goggles, took his place at the helm, while Shen Huai Ling sat beside him. They first transported supplies to the smaller bases in the vicinity. The snow was deep, yet they managed to clear a patch of ground. The operation proceeded smoothly, and all medications were successfully delivered to the bases. The small bases near City A received their supplies, and the crystal cores were accounted for in full. The mission was accomplished splendidly. On the following morning, the raging blizzard outside finally subsided, and Shen Huai Ling and Xiong resumed their journey. From their vantage point above, the landscape below was a vast expanse of white, concealing any trace of the earthquake that had occurred the previous day, all buried beneath a blanket of snow. Shen Huai Ling first delivered the medicine and food to the Bing base, whereby Fei personally came out to check the goods, and they exchanged a few casual words. Bai Fei's base also sensed the tremors, though the precise source remained unclear. Soon after, the military district base and the D-City base felt the same unease. Taking advantage of a lull in the blizzard, Shen Huai Ling ensured that all the supplies were delivered to avoid any unnecessary complications. The entire villa began to shake violently, causing the cups on the table to topple to the floor. Shen Huai Ling was not particularly concerned about such matters. The composition of this inn was quite extraordinary. Even with a substantial crack in the ground, the inn would remain serenely afloat. After approximately half an hour, the violent tremors subsided entirely, and the cries from outside ceased as well, suggesting that the ordeal had passed. Shen Huai Ling then noticed the messages on his phone. It was not merely their location that had been affected, but nearly everywhere had simultaneously experienced the tremors. Numerous buildings had collapsed, and countless individuals had suffered injuries or lost their lives. Following this earthquake, the accumulation of snow on the roads had significantly diminished, and the presence of zombies had notably reduced, perhaps having fallen into the fissures. The streets appeared considerably cleaner. The survivors were engulfed by a profound sense of having narrowly escaped death. This earthquake bore an uncanny resemblance to a self-cleansing mechanism of the earth. It was uncertain what chaos had unfolded outside, but upon inquiring about the situation in various establishments, it seemed that there had been no substantial casualties reported. Only one individual had the misfortune of descending the stairs at the moment of the quake, resulting in an accidental tumble down the steps. There are no significant issues here in Shen Huai Ling, yet this does not imply that other regions share the same fortune. All bases have been affected to varying degrees, with the military district bases suffering more severe losses. The earthquake originated from City C, where the majority of buildings collapsed, transforming the entire city into a desolate ruin. In the span of a single night, a city has crumbled. It was not until the first light of dawn that other bases dared to extend their assistance. As the previous night was indeed one of sleeplessness, a mission has arisen. Survival is the only path to hope and the relentless drive to persevere. Initiating the reward mission mode. Proceed to City C for rescue operations, earning 100 points per individual rescued. Rewards will be uniformly distributed 3 days hence. Shen Huai Ling announced in the group that she intends to form an emergency rescue team on short notice, with a duration of 3 days, prioritizing those with special abilities. The task at hand carries a significant level of danger. Therefore, during these 7 days, each participant will receive 1 bottle of crystal core purification liquid per day, with all accommodations and meals provided. Additionally, each individual will earn an extra 500 points daily. Shen Huai Ling conveyed the requirements to each store manager, noting that a small number of individuals would suffice. With Shen Huai Ling included, a total of 5 people would be nearly adequate. Shen Huai Ling saw the news and expressed, "Sister, I wish to accompany you." Shen Huai Ling shook her head. This mission was exceedingly perilous, particularly as it was linked to the military base. She did not wish to put him in harm's way. "It's all right, sister," he reassured her. "You know I am quite capable. This time, no one shall cause me any harm." This is the first time Shen Huai Ling has truly perceived Shen Huai's prowess. He is struck by his remarkable abilities. Realizing that his supernatural talents have long surpassed his own, Shen Huai Ling was also unable to discern the true level of his extraordinary abilities. Only then did Shen Huai Ling feel reassured. If anyone dared to capture you, they should act without hesitation. In this apocalyptic era, taking a life bears no consequence. Shen Huai Ling obediently nodded. Shen Huai Ling initially intended to recruit a few more extraordinary individuals to accompany her, but the enthusiasm of the Guardians was palpable. Feng Qingyu was the first to express her interest in joining, closely followed by Wu Xiang. Yan Mingji was eager to partake in the endeavor of saving lives. Thus, it appeared that there was no need to seek additional extraordinary beings. This group was sufficient. The small team was assembled. Shen Huai Ling, Shen Huaiyan, Feng Qingyu, Wu Xiang, and Yan Mingji. Let's embark. Shen Huai Ling, laden with a considerable amount of supplies, prepared to depart from the White Eagle base. This base, situated at the junction of City B and City C, was facing rather bleak circumstances. Several buildings had collapsed, and the casualties were significant. Aware of Shen Huai Ling's imminent arrival, Bai Fei had deliberately awaited her presence at the base's inn. "Shen Huai Ling, I shall not beat around the bush. I will speak plainly. Could you possibly sell me a larger portion of supplies?" Bai Fei inquired, her brow furrowed. The earthquake from the previous night had caused their greenhouse to crumble. In just one night, all the plants had perished from the frost, leaving them with no source of supplies whatsoever. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Additionally, regarding the medication, would it be possible to sell us some gauze? These medical supplies are urgently needed to sustain us. The blizzard had just passed, followed closely by an earthquake, leaving them grappling with numerous challenges in their daily lives. Bai Fei placed a large bag of crystal cores before Shen Huai Ling. "I beg of you." Shen Huai Ling nodded at Beitang Chuan, who promptly opened the crystal core for inspection. Within it, not only were there first-tier crystal cores, but also second- and third-tier cores. This is a testament to our sincerity. If we can endure through this harsh winter, I assure you of a long-term partnership. Please communicate all your requirements to Beitang Chuan. The supplies should arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Only then did Bai Fei feel a semblance of reassurance as Shen Huai Ling cast a glance at the crystal cores on the table. These cores likely represented nearly half of Bai Fei's base assets. Shen Huai Ling called Si Chen, requesting him to apply a 20% discount on the supplies for the Bai Fei base. Shen Huai Ling contacted the chief of the rabbits, indicating that there may be a need for additional work hours in the near future, as he is expected to be quite busy. Chapter 80. Post-disaster rescue upon arriving at the military base. It is no exaggeration to describe the scene as a desolate wasteland. Every structure has collapsed, and one can occasionally hear the desperate cries for help emanating from beneath the ground. Shen Huai Ling inhaled sharply, realizing that the situation was far worse than she had anticipated. Everyone had dispersed to act independently, all of them now third-tier ability users. Encountering zombies should pose no significant threat at this point. Shen Huai Ling discovered an empty plot of land and expended 5,000 points to acquire an enormous warehouse, wherein he would provide treatment to anyone who might still be alive by that time. Shen Huai Ling followed them, listening intently to the faint sounds, commencing the search for survivors. "Help! Help me!" A fragile voice emerged. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the collapsed building ahead and hurriedly cleared away the debris. The faint sunlight fell gently upon Zhu Qing's face. "It is truly wonderful to see you again." Zhu Qing's voice grew increasingly feeble, yet upon seeing Shen Huai Ling, a sense of tranquility enveloped her. Zhu Qing closed her eyes. "Hey, don't sleep. Wake up. The stars." Shen Huai Ling attempted to pull her out. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge her. Only then did he realize that Zhu Qing seemed to be firmly held in someone's embrace. Shen Huai Ling removed all the items from the two individuals, finally revealing their positions. Li Tingyuan, leveraging his height and physical advantage, held Zhu Qing firmly in his embrace, which was precisely why Shen Huai Ling found it challenging to pull them apart. Both individuals had succumbed to unconsciousness, necessitating the need to lift them together. Shen Huai Ling pulled the two individuals up. Li Tingyuan's injuries were more severe than Zhu Qing's. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a cart designed for transporting goods from the supermarket, placed the individual upon it, and wheeled them into the warehouse. The diligent rabbit manager had already prepared Dr. Rabbit, who was ready to assist. Shen Huai Ling brought the person over, and they promptly commenced a thorough examination and dressing of the injuries. Throughout this meticulous process, Dr. Rabbit thoughtfully organized and handed Shen Huai Ling all the necessary supplies. Shen Huai Ling dispatched the medication to the rabbit overseer, hoping it could be prepared in time. Any insufficiencies could be exchanged directly at the point supermarket. Beneath the rubble, not all entities were human. There were also zombies, emanating a mournful sound from the debris. Feng Xingyu initially believed it to be a survivor and hastily began to clear away the stones above. However, a hand, grotesquely decomposed, continuously clawed its way upward. Feng Xingyu stepped back in alarm as a low, guttural roar echoed. She seemed to hear the sound of bones cracking. A zombie emerged from the wreckage, its lower half completely absent, relying solely on its hands to drag itself forward. The sight was revolting. The zombie's tenacity was astonishing, still clinging to life in such a state. With a swift motion, the cold air around Feng Xingyu coalesced into a blade, severing the zombie's head. It was evident that when attempting to rescue someone, one must be vigilant, lest they inadvertently save a creature that is no longer human. Turning to remind the others, she noticed that the wuxiang's hands were nearly smoking from exertion. As the Buddha said, to save a life is to build a 7-story pagoda. Wuxiang, uttering this, struck the head of the zombie with his staff, efficiently dealing with the threat. A full day had passed, and the 5 of them had not made significant progress, having unearthed only a little over 200 individuals, of whom fewer than 150 were alive. On the second and third days, the situation gradually improved as surrounding bases arrived to assist. Within the golden 72 hours following the earthquake, everyone worked tirelessly to rescue those trapped beneath the rubble. Faint cries for help emerged from beneath the collapsed structures. Cautiously, they removed stones and bricks, searching for survivors trapped below. As time ticked away, many developed frostbite on their hands yet continued to navigate through the debris. Despite the slow progress of the rescue efforts, spirits remained unbroken. They encouraged and supported one another, relentlessly striving onward. Though winter was long, spring would surely arrive. A week is neither excessively long nor short. Qi Xiao and his companions had thoroughly searched the entire military district base. Li Tingyuan, having recovered well from his injuries, struggled to rise upon seeing Shen Huai Ling approach. Shen Huai Ling shook his head. The military district had yet to make any contact. Prior to the earthquake, there had been a palpable tremor at the military base. Li Tingyuan and Qi Xiao immediately dispatched a message to the military district seeking assistance. However, a week had elapsed, and their gamble had failed. They had indeed been forsaken by the military. Now, the military base lay in a state of disarray, suffering substantial losses. And even those who survived bore the scars of their ordeal. What do you intend to do next? Shen Huai Ling inquired, surveying the room filled with the wounded. Qi Xiao and Li Tingyuan exchanged a glance and replied, "We wish to rebuild the base." Shen Huai Ling was somewhat taken aback, given their current circumstances. Merging with other bases was indeed the most prudent course of action. Qi Xiao and Li Tingyuan solemnly placed all their crystal cores into Shen Huai Ling's hands. "Thank you. I initially thought you would remain indifferent during this crisis at the military base. Yet it turns out we still rely on you in the end. Keeping these cores serves no purpose for us. It would be far better to entrust them to you." Shen Huai Ling weighed it in his hands. It was rather heavy. Shen Huai Ling opened the bag, revealing an array of second and third-order crystal nuclei and even a singular fourth-order crystal nucleus. Such treasures are exceedingly valuable. Qi Xiao smiled gently, remarking that this loss is ours, and thus we cannot expect you, Manager Shen, to bear the cost. Shen Huai Ling did not refuse, encapsulating the crystal nucleus. "Should you find yourselves in need of anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Once our new base is established, we shall welcome you to construct an inn here." "Certainly. Where will your new inn be located?" "Still in this vicinity." "Will it still be referred to as the military district base?" "No. This time it shall be called the Hope Base." Although this place currently resembles a wasteland, the majority of people still endure. As long as there is life, there remains hope. Moreover, the power system at the military headquarters remains intact, having sustained considerable damage. Yet it shall inevitably be rebuilt into a fortress far more resilient than before. Shen Huai Ling suddenly recalled, "What about Shen Wenjun?" Li Tingyuan glanced at Shen Huai Ling and replied, "The day after you left here, she too departed. The military district took her away." Shen Huai Ling inquired with curiosity, "What exactly is the military district?" Li Tingyuan responded, "I am uncertain. The military district has always been an enigmatic place. It seems he has foreseen all matters. Everything unfolds according to the military district's design. We are merely pawns in their grand scheme." Shen Huai Ling suddenly recalled the words from his previous notebook. It appeared that the higher echelons of the military district were seemingly connected to the Eternal Life Society. Chapter 81. An Unexpected Visitor. The reward task has concluded successfully, and the settlement begins now. Data is being compiled. A total of 519 individuals were rescued, and the system has distributed a reward of 51,900 points. Please be sure to check your account. There was an approximate loss of around 100,000 points, leaving Shen Huai Ling with just under 800,000 points in his account. However, it cannot truly be deemed a loss, for the value of human life is immeasurable. Only by uniting as one can they endure and thrive in this apocalyptic world. Additional reward. Limited time land reclamation. 1. A 5-hour limit. The reclaimed land will become part of a medicinal factory. 2. The maturation period for medicinal herbs is shortened to 1 day. Upon seeing the news, Shen Huai Ling swiftly rose from the sofa and, seizing Shen Huai, who was engrossed in a book beside him, hurriedly dashed outside. Spending prolonged hours reading indoors is detrimental to the eyes. It is essential to engage in some physical exercise from time to time. Shen Huai Ling placed a scythe and a small weeding machine into Shen Huai's hands. For 5 hours, Shen Huai Ling and several individuals from Wuxiang busied themselves on Tuachuo Mountain, where Feng Qingyu's wind-based abilities proved to be immensely beneficial. The stronger Feng Qingyu's powers became, the more formidable the summoned tornadoes. Now, as a third-tier ability user, she could uproot trees with ease. With the limited time rewards concluding, the pharmaceutical factory's scope expanded, and its level increased. The factory transformed into a 2-story building, doubling the area for medicinal herb cultivation. The harsh winter finally approached its end. As the ice and snow began to melt, and everything seemed to be improving, there was hope that the base would gradually return to its former state. It was a new beginning. With winter behind them, Shen Huai Ling distributed the prepared clothing to the various shopkeepers. The post-apocalyptic inn's reputation spread. Here, there was an abundance of scarce resources such as medicines and food, enticing numerous bases to extend their olive branches. Shen Wenjun seems to have vanished, as if erased from existence. It appears that the zombie outbreak was not a mere coincidence. Perhaps there were early signs, and some individuals had already made preparations for the impending apocalypse. Lingling, there are matters here that may require your presence. Shen Huai Ling was in the process of organizing the crystal core purification solution for various bases when he received a call from Beitang Chuan. Typically, he handled most matters independently, making their requests for assistance a rare occurrence. For individuals arrived, claiming to be acquainted with him. Shen Huai Ling inquired a couple more times and leisurely passed through the portal, entering the White Eagle base. Shen Huai Ling beheld the individuals seated upon the sofa, faces strikingly familiar, yet astonishingly, they were alive. Upon witnessing Shen Huai Ling's emergence, their previously anxious hearts found solace. It was Lin Yaozu and his two companions, though the individual beside them remained unknown to Shen Huai Ling. Lingling at last, "We have found you. It has been quite the arduous journey," lamented her stepmother, tears streaming down her face as she recounted the tribulations endured in recent days. Shen Huai Ling bore no expression as he quietly observed their performance. Beside him, a man seated on the sofa keenly scrutinized Shen Huai Ling's reaction to their antics. 10 minutes elapsed, during which they incessantly reiterated their monotonous discourse. "Have you said enough?" Shen Huai Ling remarked with impatience. "What purpose does your speech serve now? Was it not you who proclaimed the severance of ties back then?" As Shen Huai Ling's voice fell silent, all present were rendered speechless. Lin Yaozu and his family of three cautiously gazed at the individual seated upon the sofa. The trio, filled with trepidation, dared not utter a word. It appeared their journey had not been devoid of hardships. Tuaja regarded Lin's father and mother with a hint of disdain, revealing that he had only recently discovered their connection to him. Throughout the journey, they had frequently asserted that their bond was exceptionally strong, claiming that as long as they could locate him, they would be able to secure supplies. Shen Huai Ling spread his hands, expressing sincere regret, stating that he was not familiar with them. Tuaja smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth, acknowledging that he had erred and caused Shen the manager some embarrassment. Their lives and deaths should hold little significance for Shen, so might he be allowed to handle the matter? Tuaja cast a glance at Lin's father and mother, who began to tremble in fear. "Shen Huai Ling, you cannot treat us this way. We are, after all, your elders." Lin Yaozu abruptly rose from the sofa, exclaiming, "If it weren't for you, how could we have fallen into such dire straits? You sold us the very things you had already mortgaged. How could we have been hiding for so long?" As Lin Yaozu attempted to voice more grievances, Tuaja swiftly covered his mouth and nose. "Manager Shen, we apologize for the disturbance. We shall take our leave." Tuaja quickly bound Lin Yaozu and departed the inn with haste. Beitang Chuan watched Shen Huai Ling, hesitating to speak. What do you wish to say? Shen Huai Ling did not even glance in Beitang Chuan's direction. A man generous towards others, yet possessing certain peculiarities well known among the White Eagle base, had his own peculiar tastes. What peculiarities? It was known that he had a penchant for male companionship and exhibited somewhat unconventional behaviors in bed. Shen Huai Ling fell silent, yet it could be deemed a fortunate refuge. After all, Lin Yaozu possessed quite an attractive appearance, which undoubtedly contributed to his connection with the alluring Yang Jiao Jiao. However, it is rather surprising that Yang Jiao Jiao was not present this time. Shen Huai Ling suppressed the doubts simmering within her. Their affairs were of no concern to her. As the days gradually grew warmer, various bases began to cultivate crops in the fields or their own backyards. This would enable them to achieve a degree of self-sufficiency, prompting each base to procure seeds from Shen Huai Ling in hopes of initiating their own agricultural endeavors. Shen Huai Ling did not intend to monopolize food supplies, so he sold seeds to them. Each base had a wood elemental ability user who could hasten the ripening of crops, thereby reducing the number of customers who came to purchase supplies from Shen Huai Ling. However, the income was not meager, as Shen Huai Ling's crystal core purification liquid was regarded as a scarce resource in this region. After enduring a severe drought in March and a harsh winter, they had persevered through adversity. Indeed, survival through great tribulation often heralds future blessings, as Yan Mingji mused. Is it truly so? Shen Huai Ling gazed out at the expanse of ominous clouds, which did not bode well. Yet, Others seemed indifferent. After all, it was merely a cloud. Shen Huai Ling gazed out of the window, sensing an impending storm. As anticipated, the rain began to fall by night, the heavy droplets pattering against the ground. It was not merely rain. It was hail. Chapter 82. The Invitation to the Everlasting Society. The inn boasted excellent soundproofing, allowing only the faint sound of hail striking the earth to penetrate the silence. Shen Huai Ling's cultivation base is fortified with protective measures produced by the system, leaving no room for concern about potential destruction. This assurance granted him a particularly peaceful slumber. However, the situation elsewhere is dire. The crops in the fields have been utterly devastated, and the painstakingly nurtured vegetables are riddled with small holes. Vehicles have been pockmarked by hailstones, their windows shattered. Several roofs and windows of buildings have suffered varying degrees of damage. The plants cultivated within the greenhouse have also been left in a deplorable state. The destruction of crops is truly heartbreaking, as they now depend solely on this modest yield. Many, undeterred by the fierce hailstorm, rushed to the fields. Yet, after only a few steps, they were painfully battered by the hail. Apart from Shen Huai Ling, every base and city has faced severe devastation. The tempest of hail persisted through a night of howling winds and thunderous lightning before finally relenting. Folklore suggests that once the hailstorm passes, calm will follow. Yet this calamity has nearly engulfed all regions, prompting everyone to hastily salvage the remaining crops. In the face of natural disasters, humanity feels exceedingly insignificant. Lingling, an order has arrived. Due to the impact of the hailstorm, Shen Huai Ling's orders have surged in recent days. He and his team have been tirelessly occupied, preparing supplies for various bases and concocting the crystal core purification solution. At some point, a black envelope had mysteriously appeared on his desk. It was not until evening that Shen Huai Ling noticed the correspondence. The letter was hard to overlook. The black envelope rested atop the counter, adorned with gilded floral designs, exuding an air of elegance. In golden powder, the words to Shen Huai Ling were inscribed, radiating understated luxury. Xiong placed the envelope into Shen Huai Ling's hands, exclaiming, "Lingling, quick, take a look." Shen Huai also approached, marking the first time the inn had received a letter. Shen Huai Ling opened the envelope, revealing an invitation. "Dear Ms. Shen Huai Ling, greetings. It is with utmost sincerity that we invite you to a banquet taking place a week from now at the coastal base. Sincerely." Changshan Society. Shen Huai Ling promptly accessed the surveillance footage from a day, revealing that the letter had not been placed on the counter by anyone. To be more precise, it had been blown in by the wind. It appears that not only is Shen Huai Ling in search of the Changshan Society, but the society has also been discreetly observing her from the shadows. It seems a visit to the Binhai base is once again inevitable. Shen Huai Ling carefully tucked away the invitation, perhaps believing that all issues would be effortlessly resolved there. "Sister, I wish to accompany you." Shen Huai gazed at Shen Huai Ling with eyes that sparkled with anticipation. Shen Huai Ling shook his head, expressing concern over the perilous situation, particularly as it pertained to the Changshan Society, fearing it may pose a threat to you. "Sister, trust me, I am capable of safeguarding myself now." Both parties held steadfast to their positions, unwilling to yield. "If you refuse to take me along, I shall stealthily follow you." Is this the onset of a rebellious phase? Have we begun to engage in stubborn retorts? Shen Huai Ling felt a sense of helplessness. "You may go, but you must heed my words." Shen Huai promptly nodded in agreement. He did not wish for Shen Huai Ling to take risks. The Changshan Society was not composed of benevolent individuals, nor was he himself. Shen Huai Ling arrived at the inn adjacent to the coastal base early the next morning. After Shen Huai Ling departed, Feng Qingyu took charge of the affairs here, and the prices reverted to their previous levels. "Recently, has there been any unusual occurrences?" Shen Huai Ling inquired of Feng Qingyu. For the past few days, Shen Huai and Shen Huai Ling had been residing in a hotel at the seaside base. With 3 days remaining until the date, Shen Huai Ling encountered numerous familiar faces. The leaders of various bases were all staying at Shen Huai Ling's hotel, and an unspoken understanding prevailed among them, as none broached the subject of the invitation. However, all their intentions were singularly focused on the Eternal Life Society. Shen Huai Ling gazed toward the distant coastal base, where numerous zombies still roamed. She was curious to discover the true capabilities of the Eternal Life Society. With less than 12 hours remaining until the fateful day, tomorrow she would attend the banquet of the Eternal Life Society. She pondered what events might unfold. Since sleep eluded her, she decided it would be better to take a stroll. Draping a garment over her shoulders, Shen Huai Ling ascended to a small attic on the 3rd floor. Shen Huai was also there. "Sister, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Shen Huai sat at the stall, gazing at the stars outside. Shen Huai Ling set an assortment of snacks before Shen Huai, murmuring softly. Unable to sleep, he decided to take a stroll. The two exchanged a few casual words, relishing the tranquility of the moment, hoping time could remain suspended in this serene instant. Yet, the coastal base, teeming with 2nd and 3rd-tier zombies, was far from idyllic. Throughout the night, eerie creaking sounds echoed ominously. By dawn, an unspoken understanding led everyone to drive to the long-abandoned coastal base. In the mere span of one night, the entire site had transformed dramatically. All the zombies had vanished without a trace. Eerie figures clad in white robes appeared within the base, their peculiar attire leaving only their eyes visible, their bodies shrouded in white cloth, resembling phantoms. "Esteemed guests, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time," announced an elderly man in white, stepping forward as the host of this gathering, Liang Shan. His attire was slightly distinct. His hands were exposed to Shen Huai Ling's gaze. Unlike the others, he removed the white cloth from his face at the entrance of the coastal base. "Congratulations to you all for passing our trial. Now, please follow me." Liang Shan beckoned, leading the way into the depths of the coastal base, with the remaining figures in white trailing behind. Determined not to miss out, everyone followed closely, only to find that in a single night, the once lively coastal base had become a desolate ghost town, devoid of any signs of life. Silence enveloped the area, interrupted only by the whisper of the wind rustling through the fallen leaves. Shen Huai followed closely behind Shen Huai Ling, casting a vigilant glance to the side. Liang Shan led the group into the banquet hall of the former me.As base. The memories of this place were far from pleasant, and as everyone took their seats, their emotions were decidedly complex. The individuals present had been meticulously selected to join the Changxing Society. "Allow me to elucidate the purpose of this gathering." Liang Shan clapped his hands, and a lavish array of dishes was laid out upon the table. Bai Ying entered the me.As base feeling disheartened, and the sight of the feast did little to whet his appetite. "What precisely is the trial you mentioned earlier?" Bai Ying's tone was far from amiable. Chapter 83. The Mysterious Man. "Please, do not rush. Allow me to introduce the details." The first trial. Congratulations to all for surviving a year in a world overrun by zombies. The second trial. Everyone has managed to endure within the crystal core purification liquid at the me.As base. This constitutes our challenge for you. Li Tingyuan furrowed his brow. "So this is your justification for creating the zombie virus?" Liang Shan nodded, asserting that it was indeed an honor to participate in their Changxing initiative. "So you disregard the lives of others, using them as mere subjects for your experiments?" Li Tingyuan's voice grew increasingly agitated. "They are not dead. They have achieved a different form of longevity. Their constitutions were simply too frail to withstand the potency of the serum, which is why they have become like this. Just grant me a little more time, and we shall develop a more perfect serum, ensuring no one perishes. The earth will become an eternal realm." Liang Shan appeared to descend into a state of frenzy. "Are you willing to join the Changxing Society?" Liang Shan's gaze swept across the assembly. "Do you not believe?" He pointed towards Shen Huai's direction. "Long time no see, specimen 0418. A smile crept across Liang Shan's lips as he approached Shen Huai, who stood as the finest testament to his claims. Shen Huai's fist was clenched tightly, as if it were about to strike Liang Shan in the face at any moment. Shen Huai Ling's long-concealed secrets have been so effortlessly unveiled. Shen Huai Ling smiled gently. "Liang Shan, I believe you must have mistaken the identity. My brother has grown up alongside me since childhood. How could he possibly be the specimen 0418 you speak of?" As soon as Shen Huai Ling's voice fell, a murmur began to ripple through the crowd. The words of Liang Shan and Shen Huai Ling were spoken, Yet it was undoubtedly Shen Huai Ling's words that held greater sway. For at present, everyone's sustenance and shelter relied upon him. Shen Huai Ling cast a glance at the individuals clad in white robes. They were merely second- and third-tier ability users. What audacity was Liang Shan truly exhibiting? Shen Huai Ling gazed at the food upon the table. Tao Tao, is there something amiss with this meal? With regard to the operations of the Eternal Life Society, Shen Huai Ling dared not lower her guard in the slightest. This group of individuals was nothing short of deranged, and one could hardly dismiss the possibility of their undertaking peculiar actions. Although she was assured that the meal posed no threat, she found herself unable to eat, and thus pushed open the door to step outside. As she emerged, she was met by two figures clad in white robes who approached her. "Miss Shen, please accompany us. Someone wishes to see you." Their demeanor toward Shen Huai Ling was marked by a certain deference, yet their eyes betrayed a hint of fear. What precisely were they afraid of? Shen Huai Ling nodded and followed them into a room. This room appeared to be incongruous with the coastal base. "Wait, the master did not mention a desire to meet you." Two individuals clad in white robes barred Shen Huai Ling from entering. Shen Huai Ling furrowed his brows, questioning, "Is it not possible for you to accompany me?" The figure clad in white robes remained silent, merely lowering their head further. Shen Huai Ling feigned compliance with a nod, for no one could harm his sister in his presence. Shen Huai Ling stepped into the room, where a middle-aged man stood. His gaze swept over Shen Huai Ling, yet she felt no aversion. "Are you the daughter of Shen Wenjun?" Shen Huai Ling did not deny it. "I wonder what brings you to seek me. Perhaps it would be best to speak candidly." A fleeting smile crossed the man's face. He truly was not mistaken in identifying Shen Wenjun's daughter. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance between their features, perhaps 3 or 4 parts alike. It would be wise to leave this place, the farther the better. "You ought not to involve yourself in this matter." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Shen Huai Ling gazed at him, blinking her eyes in confusion. Just moments ago, he had expressed a desire for her to join the Changsheng Society, yet now he was declining. This left Shen Huai Ling perplexed about their true intentions. Before Shen Huai Ling could utter a word, the man spoke up. "May I have a glimpse of your jade pendant?" Shen Huai Ling suddenly recalled the jade pendant that had been forgotten in that dimension. How'd he know? Shen Huai Ling had never mentioned this matter to anyone. Shen Huai Ling retrieved the jade pendant from the space, and the man's gaze softened considerably. This jade pendant had once been a gift to Wenjun, and now it found its way into Huai Ling's hands. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. This matter should have had no bearing on Shen Huai Ling, yet it inevitably entwined her fate. "I am sorry, my child." The man placed the pendant gently into Shen Huai Ling's palm. "You must safeguard this jade pendant with utmost care. Should you ever hear of significant upheaval within the Changsheng Society, infuse your spiritual energy into the pendant, and it shall reveal to you all the answers you seek." "Who are you, truly?" In an instant, the man appeared behind Shen Huai Ling and struck her down with a swift blow. He then lifted her into his arms and stepped outside, only to encounter Shen Huai Ling, who had just bewildered others moments before. Shen Huai Ling regarded the middle-aged man before him with a vigilant expression. He spoke softly. "I recognize you. You are Shen Huai Ling, the brother of Ling Ling." Shen Huai Ling reached out to take Shen Huai Ling into his arms. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before placing Shen Huai Ling gently into Shen Huai Ling's embrace. "If it is within your power, I hope you can ensure her safety." Shen Huai Ling gazed at the man before him with a look of bewilderment, finding it peculiar that such words would emanate from the mouth of a member of the Longevity Society. He was determined to take Shen Huai Ling away from the coastal base, never to return. "Who exactly are you?" he inquired. "I am Ling Yi," the man replied, glancing at the watch on his wrist. The time had come. It was time to depart from this place. Ling Yi touched his wristwatch, and in that moment time began to freeze. His hand brushed against Shen Huai Ling's cheek, whispering, "Ling Ling, this time you must survive." Time resumed its course. In the blink of an eye, Shen Huai Ling, who had just been in the room, found himself inside the caravan. Shen Huai Ling glanced at the passenger seat. Thankfully, her sister was still there. Yet, the enigmatic man had vanished without a trace. Although his intentions remained unclear, he bore no malice towards the two of them. Shen Huai held a rather unfavorable impression of the Eternal Life Society and hastily drove away with Shen Huai Ling. On the city wall of the coastal base, a figure observed the direction in which the two departed. Most assumed Shen Huai Ling had simply gone to rest, showing little concern for his departure. Throughout the day, the members of the Eternal Life Society seemed to have vanished, leaving no trace of their presence. It was not until dinner that they finally made an appearance. As everyone exchanged glances, each harbored their own calculations. Liang Shan, noticing the group's hesitance, spoke up. "I neglected to mention that our Eternal Life Society possesses the Ark of Noah, the safest place in the world. We certainly hope you will consider joining us." He proceeded to disclose the general location of the Ark and showed images of its interior, showcasing its comprehensive facilities, which bore no difference from the world before the apocalypse. The leaders of the major bases, such as Li Tingyuan and Bai Ying, remained unmoved, while some individual ability users appeared intrigued. "If you're skeptical, why not stay here for a night? Tomorrow morning, we will personally take you to see it." Assured that nothing untoward would occur during a single night as stay, they exchanged nods of agreement. As night fell, creaking sounds pierced the stillness of the evening, ringing out with unsettling clarity. What could this noise be? The sound roused everyone from their slumber, resembling something gnawing. Fearful of making any sudden movements, they remained clueless about the source of the disturbance outside. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed, and a door swung open violently. Rushing over, they finally discerned the creature's form. This zombie, much like those from the previous virus research facility, was coated in a viscous green slime. It crouched on the ground, noisily devouring the remains scattered about. Upon noticing the onlookers, it continued to chew, tilting its head curiously, swallowing a mouthful before gazing at them with eyes aglow, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. A low, guttural growl emitted from its throat. Li Tingyuan was the first to fire at the zombie's head, but the shots merely ricocheted off, leaving it unscathed. Disturbed during its meal, the creature's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Its slime-covered hand reached for its head, dislodging the bullets embedded in its skull. It opened its maw to roar at the crowd, the corrosive slime seeping into the floor beneath it. Its mouth was filled with a multitude of sharp teeth, rendering it a true monstrosity. The ability users exchanged glances, their objective now clear. They must eliminate the creature. Li Tingyuan's fire abilities ignited against its skin, while the strength-based ability users fortified their fists, striking at the slimy zombie. It seemed impervious to their attacks. As it casually seized one of the ability users and began to munch on them, crunching audibly, it became evident that not only was it corrosive, but it also possessed defensive capabilities, rendering it nearly invulnerable. Moreover, it was a fifth-tier zombie, far beyond their capacity to combat. Where was Shen Huai Ling? They were unaware of his abilities, yet he should have been capable of defeating this creature. However, despite their calls, Shen Huai Ling's figure remained absent. Faced with a fifth-tier zombie, they, as second- and third-tier ability users, found themselves in an overwhelming predicament. What are the members of the Eternal Life Society? They soon realized that the Society's presence had long since dissipated. They may have departed without a trace. Cursed be their clever ruse. The slimy zombie swiped a claw at them, and before they could escape, the force struck them down. The slime made contact with their skin, eroding it away to the bone. As those surrounding them gradually dwindled, yet another banquet of doom unfolded. Had they known, they would never have come here. Yet alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. The creature's hand descended towards Li Tingyuan, who had already resigned himself to his fate. He had exhausted his mental resources and now felt utterly drained. Perhaps he had been destined to perish long ago, perhaps from the moment he first encountered Shen Huai Ling. With eyes tightly shut, Li Tingyuan anticipated the pain that never came. Instead, a pained wail erupted from the slime-covered zombie as one of its arms was severed. Shen Huai Ling brushed off the dust from his clothes, looking at Li Tingyuan with evident disdain. TSK. Every capable individual present felt an overwhelming sense of pressure with each step Shen Huai Ling took, except for Shen Huai Ling himself. Shen Huai Ling approached the gelatinous zombie, which knelt before him with its legs straightened. Shen Huai Ling grasped a dagger firmly in his hand and thrust it into the eye socket of the zombie, penetrating deep into its brain matter. The gelatinous creature collapsed before the onlookers. Shen Huai Ling, with a stoic expression, meticulously dissected the crystal nucleus, rinsed it thoroughly with water, and presented it before Shen Huai Ling as if offering a precious treasure. Shen Huai Ling joyfully accepted it, as it seemed that the Longevity Society had invited them solely for this purpose. Shen Huai Ling crouched down to observe the creature, entirely enveloped in a viscous slime. To call it a monster would be an understatement. Shen Huai Ling stretched his neck, and by the time Shen Huai Ling had escorted him out, Shen Huai Ling had only regained consciousness upon arriving at the hotel. Shen Huai Ling recounted the entire story to Shen Huai Ling, revealing to her the name of that individual, Ling Yi. Shen Huai Ling became aware of something profound. Who were Tao Tao and Ling Yi? Never before had Shen Huai Ling felt such an urgent desire to uncover the details of another person's life. According to biological research, he is your father. In Shen Huai Ling's mind, the strings suddenly snapped. His father belonged to the Chongqing Society, while his mother hailed from the military district. Shen Huai Ling was beset by numerous questions. Yet the most pressing matter at hand was to swiftly locate Ling Yi, for she had urgent inquiries to make of him. Shen Huai Ling swiftly drove towards the coastal base. Yet she encountered none of the members of the Chongqing Society. Instead, she only witnessed a group of individuals battling against zombies. Shen Huai Ling felt a twinge of disappointment upon noticing that Ling Yi was absent from the crowd. Perhaps fate would allow their paths to cross once more. The moment the others beheld Shen Huai Ling's arrival, it was as though they had found a pillar of strength. Shen Huai Ling has indeed saved them time and again. Now, as night has descended, he gazes upon the crowd and stifles a yawn, announcing his intention to retire for the evening. For those wishing to stay in the caravan, the cost is 15 points each. Upon hearing this, everyone hastens to pay for not only 15 points, but even 150 points would be a small price to pay. This is not merely about money. It concerns their very lives. After such an ordeal, Shen Huai Ling finds himself wide awake, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find rest. Shen Huai Ling retrieved the jade pendant from the void, tentatively infusing it with her mental energy. Perhaps within it lay the answer she sought. Chapter 85. The truth. Shen Huai Ling's fingertips gently grazed the jade pendant, and a powerful force drew her in. It appeared to be a vessel of memories, allowing her to witness the events between her parents from a first-person perspective. To her astonishment, they were truly in love. However, differing missions had led to their separation. The pendant held the entire chronicle of their affection. It dawned on her that she was born enveloped in her parents' love, yet the narrative concerning her abruptly ceased after Shen Wenjun's departure. At that moment, Ling Yi's recollections began to diverge. He had pledged to his mentor to explore the secret of immortality, which consequently led to his estrangement from Shen Wenjun. Ling Yi embarked on a journey of experimental research under his me.As guidance, where they discovered an ancient virus within melting glaciers. Its regenerative capabilities were formidable, rendering its host immortal. Thus commenced over 2 decades of relentless study alongside his mentor. However, calamity struck when they injected the serum into human subjects. The virus would paralyze their brains, transforming them into zombies. This phenomenon extended beyond humans, as certain animals exhibited strikingly similar reactions. Ling Yi began to harbor doubts regarding his mentor's research. Perhaps this virus was not a means to achieve eternal life. Their endeavors no longer seemed to contribute positively to the world, but rather threatened to unleash a catastrophe capable of annihilating it. Determined to halt the experiment's progression, Ling Yi found it too late. His mentor had enlisted numerous authoritative experts and attracted countless affluent investors. The initiative had gained unstoppable momentum. Just then, Shen Wenjun appeared at the experimental base, and Ling Yi recognized her instantly. Concerned for her safety and fearing she might succumb to the same fate as the zombies, he sought to expel her from the premises. Ling Yi, look at our daughter. Shen Wenjun revealed a photograph of a little girl, merely 2 or 3 years of age. Shen Wenjun tightly grasped his hand, pleading, Ling Yi, can you assist us? Even if it is just for our daughter. She is so young. I do not wish for her to enter a world overrun by zombies at the moment of her birth. Thus, Ling Yi was swayed, and he began secretly relaying information to the military. His liaison with the military was none other than Shen Huai Ling herself. Breakthroughs were finally made regarding the virus, particularly concerning a subject known as Test Subject 0418. This was the first individual to exhibit lucidity in an extended period, captivating the attention of many. Countless serum samples were dispatched for research. However, an unforeseen event occurred. The test subject vanished. A frantic search ensued, yet all traces of 0418 seemed to have been obliterated, as if the individual had evaporated from existence. Nevertheless, hope remained unyielding. Researchers discovered that the zombies possessed crystalline cores within their brains, leading to revelations that zombies could potentially evolve. Through extensive experimentation, they found that when a zombie virus infiltrated a human host, there was a 20% chance of bestowing supernatural abilities, designating them as ability users. The remainder would succumb to becoming zombies. Zombies could consume ability users to enhance their own capabilities, and consuming other zombies might also yield improvements. Perhaps, should one attain a sufficiently high level, they could regain their sanity. However, these notions remain speculative, lacking any means of verification. The origins of the Eternal Life Society were clearly delineated within the Jade Pendant. Shen Huai Ling lowered his gaze. Everything had come to an end. The scattered specks of light coalesced once more, revealing the images of Ling repeatedly traversing the past to rescue Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling harbored some doubts regarding the content. Upon reaching the conclusion, he encountered familiar memories. It was precisely what transpired in his previous life. Ling had arrived just a moment too late. It turned out that he was so close to having his biological father. Shen Huai Ling did not feel a sense of loss. Perhaps regret is the prevailing condition of humanity. Countless journeys through time and space. This was the sole endeavor that he and your mother could undertake for you. A myriad of glimmers coalesced into two ethereal figures, resembling Shen Huai Ling and Ling. They appeared to be the first incarnations of Shen Huai Ling and Ling, who had faltered in their attempts to halt the spread of the zombie virus, leaving their cherished daughter with a sense of inadequacy. Utilizing their ability to traverse time and space, they repeatedly sought a solution to the virus. Yet, no matter the alterations they endeavored, they could neither alter the inevitable demise of Shen Huai Ling nor prevent the virus's transmission. Their frequent utilization of this power attracted the attention of the Heavenly Path, leading them to strike a bargain. They exchanged all their memories in return for a rewrite of Shen Huai Ling's fate. Ling and Shen Huai Ling acquiesced, thus paving the way for Shen Huai Ling's rebirth. The two ethereal figures gazed towards Shen Huai Ling and spoke softly, "Our beloved daughter, this is all our memory concerning the zombie virus. Whether you seek answers or choose to abandon the quest is entirely up to you. This matter does not concern you. We only wish for you to live healthily and happily." At this point, all memories abruptly ceased. Shen Huai Ling remained unaware of their exchange with the Heavenly Path. The following morning, Shen Huai Ling was stirred awake by the rustling sounds around her. Shen Huai Ling tidied up his belongings and stepped outside, only to discover that members of the Changsheng Society had been bound. Shen Huai Ling sat on the steps of the caravan, observing the collective criticism directed towards them. Liangshan was bound in the central position, flanked by 4 individuals tightly wrapped, kneeling beside him. Surrounding them, numerous inquisitors relentlessly interrogated, even resorting to physical force. Yet, despite the relentless questioning, the captives remained evasive, unable to articulate a coherent response. Those who operated on behalf of the Changsheng Society may have never even set foot within its very stronghold. Shen Huai Ling observed the scene with a sense of ennui, letting out a languid yawn. While beside him, Shen Huai amused himself with a Rubik's Cube. Li Tingyuan approached, nodding at Shen Huai Ling before striding directly towards Shen Huai. Unbeknownst to Shen Huai, Li Tingyuan whispered something in his ear, transforming his initial disinterest into a willing desire to follow Li Tingyuan as they departed. Shen Huai Ling stretched lazily, preparing to take his leave. Shen Huai followed Li Tingyuan to their presence, standing before Liangshan once more. Their eyes met again. Liangshan's face was bruised and battered, yet he still managed to muster a faint smile. Shen Huai tilted his head slightly, foregoing any preamble as he directly inquired, Where's the base of the Chongshan Society? Liang Shan's pupils began to dilate. The headquarters of the Chongshan Society is located at Piampian Mountain in City F. After Shen Huai rose to his feet, Liang Shan returned to normalcy, effortlessly prying open the situation. The eyes of the onlookers were filled with admiration for Shen Huai. He truly lived up to the reputation of being the brother of Manager Shen. Having acquired the information they sought, everyone began to devise their plans. Shen Huai harbored no interest in the matters that remained. He yearned only to secure his belongings and hastily depart from this place. Shen Huai gently patted Li Tingyuan on the shoulder. What about the promise you made me? Chapter 86. Happy birthday. Li Tingyuan led Shen Huai to a secluded corner, with Zhang Lei trailing closely behind. From his bag, Zhang Lei produced a stunning set of blue jewelry. In just a couple of days, it will be Shen Huai Ling's birthday. Li Tingyuan remarked in a calm tone. I presume you have yet to prepare a gift for her. He placed the exquisite jewelry into Shen Huai's hands. Perhaps this will assist you. Shen Huai harbored no doubts regarding Li Tingyuan's words, for no one could speak falsely in his presence. However, it appeared that his sister had never disclosed the details of her birthday. Nonetheless, Shen Huai chose to keep the jewelry, as it was something he had earned himself. The guests who had been invited spent a day recuperating at the hotel in Shen Huai Ling's coastal base before their departure. The hotel had seen a commendable increase in revenue recently, possibly due to the aftermath of the recent earthquake, which had evidently led to a significant rise in the number of second-tier crystal cores. Consequently, the establishment's profits began to stabilize. Shen Huai Ling spent her days ensconced in the villa of the inn, engrossed in television dramas, scarcely uttering a word about her impending birthday. As the clock struck midnight, the enchanting nightlife was only just beginning. Shen Huai Ling had just immersed herself in her drama when her phone began to chime incessantly. Who could be at such a late hour? Shen Huai Ling picked up his phone and glanced at the screen, which was flooded with congratulatory messages. Happy birthday! Wishing you prosperous business. The incessant stream of well wishes was on the verge of overwhelming Shen Huai Ling's device. Shen Huai Ling hastily glanced at the calendar on his phone, realizing how swiftly time had flown by. It had been quite some time since he last celebrated his birthday, the exact occasion now lost to memory. As he was not anticipated by others, the significance of such celebrations had faded away. Shen Huai Ling silenced her phone and lay quietly on her bed, reminiscing about someone she hadn't seen in a long while. A smile graced her lips, her eyes curving enchantingly, her naturally curly hair framing her face. With a slightly plump figure and thick glasses perched on her nose, she radiated an aura of warmth. In the past, Shen Huai Ling had celebrated her birthdays with this dear friend, but one day, it was as if she had vanished from the face of the earth, leaving no trace or news behind. With a soft click, the door was pushed open a crack, and Xiong entered, carrying a bowl of longevity noodles. Shen Huai Ling was aware it was Xiong, thus she paid little attention and turned over to continue her slumber. Ling, rise and shine. It's time to get up. Xiong climbed onto Shen Huai Ling's bed. Qiu has prepared some noodles for you. If you take too long, they will become soggy. Shen Huai Ling nodded erratically, pulling the bear into her embrace. Well, you must accompany me for a while. The bear wore an expression of utter resignation. It was always this way, and this task invariably fell upon its shoulders. Life was arduous, the bear sighed. The managers of the several branches were well aware of Shen Huai Ling's notoriously foul temper upon waking, and in order to avoid incurring her wrath, this responsibility inevitably landed on the bear. Shen Huai Ling lingered in slumber for a while longer before rising slowly. The noodles had become somewhat clumpy, yet Shen Huai Ling did not mind. Their flavor was still quite pleasant. Before long, the noodles had vanished into Shen Huai Ling's belly. Upon witnessing Shen Huai Ling's long-awaited awakening, Xiong began to bounce joyously on the bed. Ling, happy birthday! Shen Huai Ling smiled joyfully as she lifted up the bear. Thank you, dear bear. The bear, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a birthday hat and placed it atop Shen Huai Ling's head. Shen Huai Ling felt somewhat uneasy and wished to remove the birthday hat atop his head. However, Xiong firmly rejected Shen Huai Ling's intention, exclaiming, "No, you mustn't. Today is a momentous occasion." Shen Huai Ling did not rebuff Xiong's kindness. Everything had transpired, and a new day had dawned. All was as usual, devoid of any distinction, and Shen Huai Ling exhaled in relief. In the next moment, however, Shen Huai Ling was rendered speechless. A multitude of gifts nearly filled the counter. One gift tumbled to the floor at Shen Huai Ling's feet. The pile of presents swayed slightly, and Si Chen emerged from behind the heap. Shen Huai Ling, you have finally arrived. How shall we handle this? Si Chen exclaimed, his unruly hair standing on end, holding a list of gifts in his hand. These are presents sent from various bases, along with some tokens of our affection. Xiong stood proudly beside Si Chen, proclaiming. I assisted Chun Shan with all these arrangements. Si Chen placed his hand on Xiong's head, who shook it slightly, but did not withdraw the gesture. Shen Huai Ling picked up a gift box at her feet and opened it, revealing an exquisite women's watch within. Shen Huai Ling's hand brushed against the watch face, and his very soul seemed to be drawn into its depths. A little girl scampered up to him, her footsteps light and lively. At least you have good taste. Recognizing my gift at first glance, she said, her proud expression undeniably charming. Shen Huai Ling listened to the rhythmic ticking of the clock. Thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate it. Tao Tao nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied with this response. This watch has the extraordinary ability to pause time. By pressing the button on the top, you can momentarily halt the passage of time, with a total of 3 opportunities, each lasting only 30 seconds. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Shen Huaiyan's actions with a look of bewilderment. Anan, what is the matter? Shen Huaiyan promptly placed the object in his hand behind him. Shen Huai Ling, possessing an intimate understanding of Shen Huaiyan, extended his hands and inquired, Where is my gift? Shen Huaiyan, her face flushed, gently placed the gift in Shen Huai Ling's hands. Sister, happy birthday, she exclaimed. Shen Huai Ling responded softly, and in an instant, Shen Huaiyan dashed away. Shen Huai Ling meticulously checked the gift list while unwrapping the presents. There were various gifts, yet 2 additional packages remained unaccounted for. These 2 gifts bore no indication of their origin, nor did they reveal the identity of the sender. Shen Huai Ling hesitated for a moment before ultimately unwrapping the gift, revealing a pocket watch within, accompanied by a note inscribed with words from the past. Shen Huai Ling gently turned the dial of her pocket watch, causing the hour hand to complete a full rotation. The scene of her and Mu Tang blowing out candles to celebrate a birthday unfolded before her, as Shen Huai Ling rushed forward to touch it. Their figures vanished into thin air. With a shift of the scene, Mu Tang's silhouette once again materialized before Shen Huai Ling. Happy birthday, Ling Ling, exclaimed Mu Tang. Is this gift from you? Chapter 87. The Locust Plague. Shen Huai Ling swiftly emptied the contents of the box. At the bottom of the box, a line of text read, Ling Ling, we shall meet again. Shen Huai Ling's heart was filled with intricate emotions. The fact that Mu Tang was still alive was truly the most wonderful gift he could ever receive. Shen Huai Ling carefully put away the pocket watch, harboring a steadfast belief that Mu Tang would surely seek her out once more. Shen Huai Ling reached out to unveil another gift, filled with anticipation, wondering if it would once again bear good news. Inside the box lay a photograph of a family of 3, conspicuously composed of digitally merged images. Upon discovering the identity of the gift giver, Shen Huai Ling's enthusiasm instantly waned, and he carelessly set aside. On the day of Shen Huai Ling's birthday, each branch prepared a grand cake, allowing every customer who entered the store to receive a piece. Sharing joy is the key to multiplying it. As evening fell, the gathering included Wu Xiang, Feng Qingyu, Qian Yi, and Bei Tangchuan, who all came together to relish the long-awaited moments. Life was chaotic, with the often tearful Qian Yi exhibiting remarkable strength, frequently teasing Shen Huai Ling with small pearls. Yan Yueshan had found a new rival in Wu Xiang, who could create clones. Thus, transforming him into a puppet would yield 6 puppets. Yan Yueshan trailed behind Wu Xiang daily. As for Wu Xiang, Shen Huai Ling had promised to create a Buddhist hall for him and would undoubtedly keep his word. After inquiring about its general appearance, he decorated the hall within a week. Currently, it was the busy farming season, and Shen Huai Ling's establishment was not overly crowded, which allowed for a certain ease. With the autumn harvest just days away, calamities began to strike various regions. Plagues of locusts. Swarms of locusts descended upon the fields, leaving devastation in their wake. If this continued, the livelihoods of many would be annihilated in a matter of months. People set out to capture locusts, recalling tales from the elders that locusts could be consumed. Many began to capture them in droves, considering even the smallest mosquito as a morsel, merely in addition to their meals. However, a troubling issue arose. Those who consumed locusts started to experience nausea, vomiting, skin rashes, and intense itching. Within just 2 or 3 days, numerous problems had emerged. The severity of the locust plague became apparent, and Shen Huai Ling received a plethora of requests, hoping to assist in the research of an effective remedy for the locusts. Shen Huai Ling captured 2 or 3 locusts at certain bases and delivered them to the pharmaceutical factory. Initially, it was presumed that these locusts might have undergone mutations due to the influence of a zombie virus. However, based on current observations, these locusts appear to be merely ordinary specimens. The esteemed manager rabbit provided a more professional explanation. Locusts are typically solitary creatures, inclined to evade predators rather than engage in combat. When locusts begin to congregate, it suggests they are facing some form of crisis. In such instances, they release toxic substances as a means of self-defense. This explains the cause of their poisoning. With the etiology established, the resolution of these issues became significantly more manageable. The rabbit pharmaceuticals worked tirelessly, producing a plethora of effective medications for treating the locusts within 3 days, aimed at alleviating their symptoms. Concurrently, numerous derivative products emerged, such as locust essence, insecticides, and pesticides. Shen Huai Ling has made the medication available in the supermarkets of various hotels, allowing those in need to purchase directly. The community's attitude towards the newly introduced pesticides can be summed up as a desperate hope. After all, they have been tirelessly combating the locusts outdoors. The fire-wielding elementalists have proven effective, yet their method has an unfortunate drawback. Wherever they go, not only do the locusts vanish, but the crops suffer as well. Consequently, many have resorted to traditional methods, digging large pits surrounded by towering walls to trap the locusts and then burying them alive to incinerate them. Although this approach is cumbersome and laborious, no better alternatives have emerged. Upon discovering the newly launched insecticides, with their varied types and prices, a noticeable change was observed within just a day as the locusts in the fields diminished significantly. After a week of continuous application, the damage caused by the locusts to the crops finally began to abate, albeit with nearly half of the harvest already lost. Experience is something that is gradually acquired, and the next locust plague can be preemptively addressed. However, this situation is not yet resolved. Shen Huai Ling hurriedly made her way to the hotel at the coastal base. Following the issues with the Eternal Life Society, all the zombies in the coastal base were fed to the slime zombies the previous night, rendering the area relatively safe. Nonetheless, this brought forth new challenges as the number of zombies in the vicinity had drastically decreased. Many patrons found themselves devoid of income, leading to rising tension within the hotel. This is far from an ideal situation. Such diminished returns could seriously impact their profits. Now, with Feng Qingyu taking over, Shen Huai Ling rushed over to gauge the opinions of the remaining guests. After careful consideration, it has been decided that the hotel adjacent to the coastal base shall relocate. Shen Huai Ling and Feng Qingyu began to assess the remaining travelers' preferences. Those willing to continue their stay at the inn could choose to remain, and arrangements would be made for their transfer to a new hotel in due course. For those desiring to stay, the coastal base is currently quite safe, and they may opt to remain as well. Shen Huai Ling granted them 3 days to deliberate, allowing them the freedom to choose whether to stay or leave according to their own wishes. This place, for the time being, was safe. Perhaps they could leverage the existing equipment here to establish a new base. Initially, a person named Tang Jingwan opted to remain, and as the 3 days unfolded, more individuals chose to join him. Feng Qingyu observed the dwindling number of guests in the inn and tugged at Shen Huai Ling's sleeve. Shen Huai Ling was not particularly surprised by their choices. After all, they were personal decisions that deserved respect and understanding. During these 3 days, Feng Xingyu took charge of managing the hotel, while Shen Huai Ling diligently scouted various locations to determine the most suitable site for the new inn. 3 days later, only a small number of individuals opted to depart alongside Shen Huai Ling. The selected location for the inn was near the city center of the coastal base. Shen Huai Ling drove the motorhome, welcoming customers who wished to leave aboard, and took a shortcut to arrive at the city center by the seaside. Shen Huai Ling chose a hotel situated in an area teeming with zombies. The sign of the apocalypse immediately captures one's attention. After Shen Huai Ling had settled the guests comfortably, a new visitor quietly entered. Chapter 88. The New Guest. Tang Jingwan and her companions chose to establish their base at the newly rebuilt coastal site, where they procured a substantial amount of supplies from Shen Huai Ling's inn. Everyone exhausted the points in their current accounts, and Feng Qingyu thoughtfully provided Tang Jingwan with a new address and phone number of the hotel. Should any needs arise, they could reach out, as they were all acquaintances, making negotiations on prices quite agreeable. Upon moving into the new inn, there were no significant changes. Some individuals still preferred solitude over communal living. The contents of everyone's rooms remained unchanged, but the workload this time was somewhat more demanding, as the cleaning of the vacated rooms proved to be quite a laborious task. After Shen Huai Ling and Feng Qingyu had arranged for their guests, they commenced the task of tidying the hotel. Unbeknownst to them, an unidentified guest quietly slipped inside. When Shen Huai Ling and Feng Qingyu emerged, the entire first floor was shrouded in thick fog. What could this mean? Feng Qingyu blinked in disbelief. Such dense fog, so early in the morning? Close the door. We have a guest, she instructed. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the kitchen. It had been quite some time since anyone had attempted to steal from her establishment. After securing the door, Feng Qingyu joined Shen Huai Ling in the kitchen. The scene was no different there. The mist enveloped the room, and any encounter with Feng Qingyu and her companion would prove to be a challenge. Feng Qingyu was the first to activate her powers, and a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the fog. Before them stood a youth clad in tattered garments, his appearance grimy and reflecting a life of hardship. Upon seeing him, Shen Huai Ling instinctively recalled Shen Huai, who had appeared similarly in the past. "Who are you?" The boy stammered. Sensing his cover blown, he prepared to flee. Shen Huai Ling perceived his intent. With a swift motion, she invoked spatial stasis, rendering the boy immobile. In an instant, his shirt was torn apart, revealing a pair of wings sprouting from his back. What a fantastical world this was! Shen Huai Ling had no time to ponder further. In the next moment, Feng Qingyu brandished a stick and struck the boy, rendering him unconscious. She looked at Shen Huai Ling with pride, eagerly awaiting her commendation. Shen Huai Ling gave him a thumbs up. This young boy was indeed peculiar, capable of transforming mist and sprouting wings. His origins remained shrouded in mystery, and one could only wait until he regained consciousness to inquire further. Shen Huai Ling summoned Shen Huai, whose appearance was rather disheveled, and lying on the sofa would undoubtedly soil it. It would be prudent to first cleanse him, especially since there were no pressing matters at hand. Thus, Shen Huai Ling also called for Wu Xiang to assist. "Sister, you are sneaking home with someone again behind my back," Shen Huai remarked with a tone steeped in melancholy, making it quite difficult to overlook his sentiment. "How could that be? He came in of his own accord," Shen Huai Ling hastily clarified. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu fervently nodded in agreement. Shen Huai Ling briefly recounted the recent events, recognizing that this individual was extraordinary and contemplating whether he could be persuaded to stay. When the young man awoke, he found himself reclined on the sofa of an inn, his attire having been changed into clean garments by someone. Shen Huai Ling placed a bill before the young man. "You have finally awoken. It is time we settled our accounts. Just moments ago, you spread your wings in my inn, shattering plates and bowls. How do you intend to compensate for this?" Shen Huai Ling's expression was grave, devoid of any semblance of jest. The youth cast a glance outside, only to find himself immobilized on the sofa in the next moment. His face flushed crimson as he stammered, "I have no money." Shen Huai Ling produced a contract and placed it before the youth. The young man picked up the contract, glancing at it, and exclaimed, "You expect me to sign a bond of servitude just because I damaged your belongings? I must have encountered a villain. Zhou Bapi, Zhou Bapi." You need only to drop a single drop of blood upon it, and the contract will be successfully sealed. Shen Huai Ling wore a smile that belied his true intentions. If you are unwilling, there is still another option. What option? The youth asked with urgency. Do you truly wish to know? Shen Huai Ling inquired. The youth nodded hastily, anxious that Shen might change his mind. Of course. Then let us proceed, Shen thought. The air around the youth began to diminish, causing his complexion to redden. Stop! 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 The youth cried out desperately, seeking to halt Shen Huai Ling's actions. Yet, Shen remained undeterred, sitting across from him with keen interest. He bit down on his tongue, letting crimson droplets fall upon the contract before him. In an instant, a brilliant golden light illuminated the space, signifying the bond was sealed. Shen Huai Ling concealed her extraordinary abilities, while the young man sat on the sofa, gasping for breath. He had come perilously close to losing his life at her hands. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the name inscribed on the contract. He Wu. Greetings, He Wu. I am Shen Huai Ling, the proprietor of this establishment. Welcome to our humble abode. He Wu met Shen Huai Ling's eyes, filled with suspicion. What exactly are your intentions? Shen Huai Ling blinked, saying, Rather, you intruded into my inn and then inquired about my activities? He Wei's voice lacked conviction. The apocalypse had long since passed, and he was truly famished, which led him to resort to such desperate measures. This appeared as if conjured from thin air, and out of sheer curiosity, he had ventured inside. Finding no one present, he stealthily slipped into the kitchen. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly, inquiring, What is your special ability? He Wu had just signed a contract of servitude and felt a profound sense of imbalance within, rendering him disinclined to engage with Shen Huai Ling at all. Shen Huai Ling extracted a doll remarkably akin to He Wu from the depths of space. Shen Huai Ling pinched the doll's nose, rendering the crane's nose unable to breathe. He rose to his feet, intent on snatching the doll away. Shen Huai Ling bent the knee of the doll. He knelt before Shen Huai Ling on one knee. My supernatural ability is mist. He averted his gaze, no longer observing Shen Huai Ling's face. This, he was not entirely certain about. It was merely after being drenched in rain that 2 fissures appeared on his back. It seems the zombie virus not only grants individuals supernatural powers, but also carries a certain probability of inducing mutations. Shen Huai Ling instantaneously lost interest. I am in need of assistance, and if you lend a hand here, I shall provide food and shelter for you. Shen Huai Ling rose and departed, remarking before his exit, If you need anything, simply seek Feng Qingyu. Before he could inquire further, Feng Qingyu materialized before him. Upon seeing her, He Wu felt a subtle ache in his neck. Feng Qingyu placed a mobile phone into his hand. Greetings, I am Feng Qingyu. Feel free to approach me with any matters. With practiced ease, Feng Qingyu adeptly added him to a group chat. The entire sequence of events left He Wu feeling as though he were in a dream. Lingling, He Wu left once more. Feng Qingyu continued speaking without lifting her gaze. Chapter 89, He Wu's Past. In Shen Huai Ling's establishment, provisions and accommodations are generously provided. He Wu initially adapted remarkably well, being loquacious yet unobtrusive. Within merely a day, he had thoroughly acquainted himself with the surroundings. Shen Huai Ling's hotel operates on a point system, wherein all necessities must be exchanged for points. After the dining hall's mealtime had passed, He Wu stealthily slipped into the cafeteria, surreptitiously gathering all the leftover food. He presumed that no one would take notice, as his actions were conducted in secrecy. In this post-apocalyptic world, where sustenance is a precious commodity, he felt compelled to resort to such measures. Observing that the cafeteria was devoid of patrons at noon, he quietly poured the remnants from the kitchen into a prepared large basin, casting a glance around before making his exit. Just as he departed, Feng Qingyu and Shen Huai Ling emerged from behind him. Lingling, shall we follow him? Indeed, the two followed He Wu, navigating through a series of turns until they reached a small room. He Wu was exceedingly cautious before opening the door. He surveyed the surroundings to ensure the area was secure before stepping inside. Shen Huai Ling and Feng Qingyu found themselves unable to enter, as all the windows surrounding them were sealed from within, and the door was securely locked. The interior of the house was shrouded in darkness, giving no semblance of being a place inhabited by anyone. Shen Huai Ling and Feng Qingyu crouched at the entrance of the house. For the secret surrounding He-Wu could no longer be concealed. Upon entering, He-Wu was immediately encircled by a throng of little ones. Brother He-Wu, Brother He-Wu. A multitude of children joyfully surrounded him. Surviving alone in this world was already a formidable challenge, let alone with such a large group of children. Shen Huai Ling and Feng Qingyu waited for a considerable duration, yet there was no sign of He-Wu's emergence. Given his ability to soar with wings, it was plausible that He-Wu had departed long ago. Shen Huai Ling rapped upon the door. Instantly, the cacophony within the room subsided into silence. The children, in perfect unison, clasped their hands over their mouths, fearful of making even the slightest sound, lest a monster lurking outside devour them. He-Wu, I believe it is time for us to have a serious discussion, Shen Huai Ling declared. He-Wu was acutely aware that he could not conceal the presence of Shen Huai Ling and Feng Qingyu for much longer. Yet he had not anticipated their discovery would come so swiftly. Taking a deep breath, He-Wu opened the door. Feng Qingyu and Shen Huai Ling stepped inside. A timid child approached, asking, "Sister, are you friends of my brother?" He-Wu harbored no favorable sentiments towards Shen Huai Ling. He gently pulled the child behind him, offering a reassuring pat on the head. Xiaoyong, shouting, "Why don't you lead everyone upstairs for their afternoon nap? Your brother has some matters to attend to." The children, obedient and well-mannered, ascended the stairs without hesitation. Shen Huai Ling retrieved 2 large bags of cookies from her pocket and placed them into the children's hands. "Go ahead," she urged. The children hesitated, casting a glance towards He-Wu. Upon receiving a nod from him, they finally accepted the treats from Shen Huai Ling. "Thank you, sister," they exclaimed. "You're welcome." He-Wu, however, did not perceive Shen Huai Ling as an especially accommodating individual, yet he undeniably found himself in dire need of such sustenance. "I apologize. I assumed you would not want these leftovers," he attempted to clarify, though his words only served to deepen the misunderstanding. He had witnessed individuals sell children for mere scraps of food. "I will venture outside to slay zombies and return this favor," He-Wu declared, pulling out 2 or 3 crystal cores from his pocket and placing them into Shen Huai Ling's hand. Shen Huai Ling did not refuse, but instead posed a question. "Where did you find these children?" He-Wu recounted his background with great detail. He had grown up in an orphanage, where the headmistress treated him with kindness. Through sheer determination and hard work, he had managed to secure a place at a prestigious university. However, just as he was about to embark on this new chapter, the zombie virus outbreak occurred. He had been working outside when, overnight, everything changed. The situation rapidly deteriorated, with the majority of the population succumbing to infection, leaving him with only a handful of children to save. They were far too young, and if they ventured outside, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. He sheltered them in a small room that had once been a convenience store, stocked with food and water. He began to scour the area for supplies, thoroughly familiar with the terrain, yet found nothing of value. In his moment of despair, he stumbled upon Shen Huai Ling's inn, which led to the subsequent events. He-Wu was gambling on the hope that Shen Huai Ling might show compassion, though the odds were slim. The conditions at Shen Huai Ling's inn were infinitely better than their current situation. "How many children are there?" Shen Huai Ling inquired unexpectedly. 9, He-Wu replied, somewhat dazed. Feng Qingyu nudged He-Wu, urging him to speak favorably about their plight. He-Wu realized that Shen Huai Ling was their only hope. Without hesitation, he knelt before Shen Huai Ling, pleading earnestly. He-Wu was uncertain, but Feng Qingyu understood that Shen Huai Ling was not a heartless individual. "I do not take in those who are of no use. I can offer all my points. I don't need a salary, as long as you can take them in," He-Wu insisted fervently. He-Wu nodded vigorously in agreement. "However, I will not support them for free. I can find someone to adopt them," Shen Huai Ling stated. He-Wu's eyes brightened with gratitude. "Thank you." The little ones on the second floor peeked out at the exchange. "What time is it? Why aren't you all taking your afternoon nap?" Shen Huai Ling pretended to admonish them. Zombies particularly enjoy children who neglect their naps. Shen Huai Ling gazed at his watch, noting that there remained but an hour before their departure. "Thank you." This time, He-Wu expressed his gratitude from the depths of his heart. Shen Huai Ling was not adept at articulating his thoughts, merely offering a slight nod. He-Wu nodded in response, her hands busily tidying up observing that Huai only took away the children's belongings. Shen Huai Ling kindly reminded, "Mine accepts not only crystal cores, but nearly anything can be exchanged for points." An hour later, Shen Huai arrived in a motorhome. "Let's go. Our escort has arrived." Wow, this was indeed their first encounter with such a vehicle. Shen Huai Ling was somewhat taken aback. He had initially intended for Wu Xiang and Si Chen to spare some time to come, but unexpectedly, it was the mischievous Shen Huai who arrived. Once everyone had boarded the vehicle and confirmed that nothing was left behind, Shen Huai Ling settled into the passenger seat with a sense of relief. "When did this rascal learn to drive?" "It was taught to me by my teacher, and besides, driving is not an overly complicated task," Shen Huai replied, his tone laced with pride. Feng Qingyu gently patted Huai, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll teach you." Driving is one of the essential skills for a store manager. In case of emergencies, one must know how to drive. Huai nodded in agreement. Huai shared information about the children in the group, hoping to find someone willing to adopt them among the various branches. As days passed swiftly, Huai anxiously monitored the messages in the group, torn between the worry of the children being adopted and the fear that no one might choose them. Feng Qingyu, beside him, cracked sunflower seeds, shaking her head in exasperation. They're still young, yet they have so many concerns. These children were remarkably mature. As their business gradually became busier, they often lent a helping hand during hectic times, assisting newcomers with the procedures. So far, 5 children had found adoptive families among the base's ability users. Huai had visited these homes to ensure they were trustworthy, which ultimately brought him a sense of reassurance. In recent days, Shen Huai Ling has been diligently preparing a new side business plan, as numerous customers have expressed a desire to savor the cuisine offered at the inn. Over the past few days, Shen Huai Ling has been occupied with this endeavor, catering to patrons from several neighboring cities, perhaps considering utilizing Taodao for delivery services. Shen Huai Ling began her quest within the Points Mall, seeking the relevant sectors. Recently, the profits from her hotel have been quite commendable, and her current balance has surpassed 1,500,000 points. She has truly become a wealthy individual. Shen Huai Ling spent 200,000 points to unlock a new domain. A pleasant chime resonated as a familiar voice declared, "Congratulations, host, on unlocking the takeaway sector. The areas of City A, City B, City D, and City E are now encompassed within the delivery zone." A map depicting the topography of these cities materialized in the outer region. Shen Huai Ling then noticed that the map of City C had not illuminated. Why was there no delivery area for takeout in City C? Shen Huai Ling felt a twinge of curiosity. "Ling, you need to establish a store here to cover this area," Tao Tao remarked. Upon hearing Tao Tao's words, Shen Huai Ling was instantly reminded of the events that had transpired at the military base previously. So that was the reason. Since there was little to occupy her in the coming days, she decided to visit City C soon, wondering what it might look like now. The takeout model has been launched. Shen Huai Ling has initiated the launch of a food delivery service at the White Eagle base. Are you still weary from battling zombies outside? Unable to enjoy a warm meal? Are you still troubled by the long hours of work that leave you without sustenance? In the apocalypse, food delivery is swift, no matter what you desire. After Shen Huai Ling generously bestowed a handful of candies upon the children, he promptly disseminated the news far and wide. Bai Fei, upon hearing this news, felt a twinge of curiosity. In the ensuing days, Shen Huai Ling remained at the Beiying base to provide answers. "Shen Huai Ling, how do you account for this delivery? After all, we are not entirely certain of our own position." Shen Huai Ling produced a card that appeared quite simple. All that was required was a single drop of blood. "Is there nothing else to do?" Bai Fei inquired. "Of course not." Driven by curiosity, Bai Fei let a drop of blood fall upon the card, and in an instant, the blood was absorbed. A red butterfly emerged from the card, swirling around Bai Fei. Shen Huai Ling rested his chin on his hand and said, "Choose a spot where you would like it to reside." Bai Fei pointed to his wrist, and the blood-hued butterfly settled there, as if it had just been tattooed. "Now, simply caress the butterfly tattoo, and you may place your order." Bai Fei placed his hand upon the tattoo, and suddenly, 3 dishes materialized before him. 1. Grilled meat rice, 15 points 2. Curry chicken rice, 15 points 3. Meat sauce noodles, 15 points by Fei selected the meat sauce noodles, and miraculously, a portion of food appeared in his hand. Shen Huai Ling, this is truly remarkable. How on earth do you achieve this? That, of course, is a secret, Shen Huai Ling replied with a smile. The pilot program at the Beijing base received widespread acclaim, prompting other establishments to initiate a delivery model. With the advent of the delivery system, various branches have been bustling with activity, and many customers have begun to acquire cards, thereby enriching Shen Huai Ling's little treasury further. Shen Huai Ling gently tapped Shen Huaiyan, who was immersed in his work. Would you care to embark on an impromptu journey? Shen Huaiyan hesitated slightly. Sister, what about them? Si Chen has signed contracts for 4 small bases, and now they are all busy with external registrations, leaving them overwhelmed. Shen Huai Ling counted on his fingers. There were Si Chen, Si Yixue, and Kong Songyu. In the hotel, at the center of City A, there were Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshin. At the White Eagle base, there was Beidang Chuan, and in City D, there was Sang Luo. They were watching over City E, where Feng Qingyu and He Wu resided. In the coastal resort area, there was Qian Yi. What are you worried about? Even if the sky were to fall, they would be there to support you. Shen Huaiyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, everything my sister said holds true. Seizing the opportunity while Si Chen was distracted, Shen Huai Ling, along with Xiong Xiong and Shen Huaiyan, stealthily embarked on their journey in the RV. Farewell, mother. We are setting sail tonight. Reading myriad books pales in comparison to traversing 1,000 miles, Shen Huai Ling remarked as she drove. While the pursuit of knowledge is vital, the joy of experience is equally essential. Whenever she had free time, Shen Huaiyan would invariably be by Si Chen's side, attending lectures, or engrossed in her own reading. Her demeanor was far from lively, appearing rather listless. Lingling, where are we headed? Xiong Xiong inquired. We are off to City C to expand our business horizons and indulge in some leisure, she replied. Shen Huaiyan casually stuffed a potato chip into Shen Huai Ling's mouth. By the time Si Chen realized that they were missing, Shen Huai Ling and the others had long since departed. Shen Huai Ling arrived in City C before the onset of nightfall. Shen Huai Ling meticulously secured all the windows of the RV, ensuring the curtains were tightly drawn, awaiting the dawn of the following day. As night deepened, the occasional howl of wolves echoed outside, sending a chill down one's spine. The recent earthquake in City C had left the military base in ruins. Yet this place appeared largely unaffected. The situation here felt unsettling. It would be prudent to depart at first light. As night fell, a green dot illuminated the screen. Swiftly approaching the RV, the red dot signifies zombies, while the green dot represents humans. Shen Huai Ling noticed the anomaly, and before long, he heard the sound of someone pulling the car door. Shen Huai Ling chose to remain indifferent. After all, what good could come from being out at this hour? Perhaps it was the absence of force that prompted the series of loud thuds against the vehicle from outside. Shen Huai Ling appeared rather indifferent, having previously upgraded the RV with a self-recovery function well in advance. The occupants inside did not open the door, while the crimson dots outside became increasingly concentrated. Before long, silence enveloped the area, leaving one to wonder whether they had departed or had fallen prey to the zombies. The following morning, Shen Huai Ling observed 3 or 4 green dots lingering in the vicinity. Shen Huai Ling, wishing to avoid unnecessary entanglements, prepared to drive away from the scene. Warning: sharp objects ahead. Risk of tire puncture. Chapter 91, Protection Fee. The alarm echoed repeatedly as Shen Huai Ling noticed a multitude of nails scattered across the road ahead. Though she had no intention of provoking anyone, it appeared that others had sought to instigate trouble with her first. Shen Huaiyan furrowed his brow. Sister, I shall go down to take a look. All right. Shen Huai Ling remained in the driver's seat, not descending. Shen Huaiyan exited the vehicle, wielding a broom with the intent to clear the nails scattered on the road. Suddenly, 3 or 4 individuals donned in clown masks emerged with a flourish. This tree is planted by me. This road is opened by me. If you wish to pass through, leave behind a toll. The cacophony of laughter erupted around them. A woman with pigtails, her face obscured by a clown mask, approached Shen Huaiyan. With her vividly painted, crimson nails, she caressed his cheek and whispered, "Little brother, this place is perilous. Perhaps we should find another venue to converse more comfortably." The woman exhaled a puff of smoke near his ear. Those nearby began to jest, whistling in Shen Huai's direction. Sister Li is formidable. Shen Huai gazed into Li Jie's eyes and asked, "Could you please go and eliminate them all?" The gaze of the woman before him began to grow unfocused. All right. A flicker of disdain crossed Shen Huai's eyes. They were hardly worthy of his regard. Shen Huai observed the wandering zombies on the street. Perhaps he could exert control over more than just humans? Shen Huai endeavored to extend his mental power outward, and it was Shen Huai Ling who first detected the anomaly. She contemplated exiting the vehicle to bring Shen Huai aboard. Yet the peculiar occurrences in the vicinity appeared to emanate from him. The area was not merely populated by these lowly zombies. More formidable undead lurked within the confines of the surrounding buildings. Shen Huai attempted to communicate with them. Indeed, he was a peculiar being, unperturbed by fear. He subtly discerned that the surrounding zombies were intimidated by him. Thus, they would submit to his will. Li Jie's gaze was vacant when a speed-type Tier 3 zombie lunged forward, swiftly eliminating a person. Zombies! Run! Panic erupted instantly, and boarding the vehicle became the most prudent choice. A masked man rushed to Shen Huai, pressing a knife against his neck. "Hurry! Open the car door!" Shen Huai remained indifferent. So what? He would not perish. A knife pressed against Shen Huai's neck, leaving a trace of crimson. Shen Huai Ling, witnessing this scene, could no longer remain seated. He swiftly drove down. This group of individuals truly lacked awareness of their own folly. Shen Huai's lifeless eyes suddenly sparkled with life. "Sister." The man, upon seeing Shen Huai Ling emerge from the vehicle, tightened his grip on the knife. "If you wish for your brother to survive, swiftly unlock this dilapidated car and allow us to enter." Shen Huai Ling refrained from engaging in idle chatter with him. Spatial division. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the zombies outside, fully aware that they were summoned by Shen Huai. After all, Shen Huai was the zombie king, effortlessly commanding a third-tier zombie without any difficulty. Shen Huai felt a twinge of unease. He was uncertain whether Shen Huai Ling was truly aware of the current circumstances. After a prolonged silence outside, he cautiously ventured to speak. "Sister, shall I go down now and clear away the nails?" Shen Huai Ling did not impede his decision. After Shen Huai descended, those who had been mocking him just a moment ago transformed into mindless zombies the next. Their gazes were vacant, their thoughts long since eroded by the zombie virus. They now harbored an inexplicable sense of dread towards Shen Huai. Shen Huai diligently swept away the nails with a broom, then calmly entered the vehicle and fastened his seatbelt. "Sister, we are ready to depart," he announced as Shen Huai Ling drove away from the area. Just as Shen Huai began to let his guard down, believing he was oblivious to the situation, he heard her say, "And in what I wish to convey to you is that you must never harbor animosity towards this world." Shen Huai Ling's words were cryptic and lacking context, leaving Shen Huai perplexed regarding their meaning. Just moments ago, when Shen Huai committed the act of murder, Shen Huai Ling observed that there was no reverence for life reflected in his eyes. Even when the blade was pressed against his throat, fear did not manifest within him. He seemed indifferent to the prospect of death, as if he harbored no attachment to this world. This is undoubtedly a troubling sign. He should possess a connection to the world around him. In his previous life, Shen Huai's disdain for existence led him to transform all into the undead. This was the essence of his thoughts. However, this life is different. Shen Huai now finds joy in petting small dogs and assisting Si Chen in gathering vegetables. Shen Huai Ling seeks to assist him in discovering the meaning of his existence within this world, to unveil the connection he shares with it. It is imperative to guide children in shaping a proper worldview. "Anin, do you cherish this world?" Shen Huai Ling inquired casually. Shen Huai gazed out of the window, observing the desolate buildings and a few wandering zombies outside. Fortunately, he felt a sense of security sitting inside the vehicle. Although he had not been particularly fond of this world before, he now found himself developing a certain appreciation for it. Shen Huai Ling was somewhat taken aback. What is it that Anin adores about this world? She delights in ice cream, savors potato chips, cherishes teddy bears, and treasures her sister. Shen Huai Ling found it somewhat amusing. Indeed, he still possessed a childlike mentality. Shen Huai Ling meandered through winding paths until he arrived at a location abundant with verdant spots. Establishing an inn here would likely attract numerous patrons. Shen Huai Ling acquired a hotel in City C through the Points Marketplace. The hotel is equipped with all necessary amenities, establishing it as the premier accommodation in City C for the future. Shen Huai Ling hung out the sign, now awaiting the arrival of customers. Congratulations to Lingling. The 7th branch has been established, and the reward encompasses an expanded shield of protection. Shen Huai Ling observed as a seemingly transparent protective shield materialized outside the inn. In an instant, it vanished the moment it closed. This protective barrier appeared rather superfluous, yet mattered little. The opening was of utmost importance. Sighing softly, regardless of the circumstances, the search for a new manager must commence. For now, they would simply keep watch here. After all, it was merely the first day of business, and there was little to attend to. Shen Huai Ling made a call to the previous military base, now the current headquarters, to inform them of the inn's new location. As soon as Shen Huai Ling hung up the phone, the first customer arrived. This visitor did not appear to be amiable. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings without waiting for Shen Huai Ling and the others to speak. He proceeded to gather numerous items from the self-service supermarket and made an attempt to exit. Shen Huai Ling swiftly intercepted him. "Sir, you have yet to settle your payment." The man, towering at nearly 6 feet, loomed over Shen Huai Ling. "Are you aware of the rules here? Any establishment on this street is required to pay a protection fee." Chapter 92, The Fox's Abilities. Protection fee? Such a term felt both alien and eerily familiar. Despite Shen Huai Ling's prowess, she had never enforced a protection fee. Instead, she had allowed others to impose one. Shen Huai Ling unsheathed her blade, declaring, "If you do not relinquish your possessions, you shall leave your life here. You are the first to dare speak to me, Chen Biao, in such a manner and still remain alive. However, that may soon change. These individuals resemble NPCs, merely opening their shops, yet inevitably encountering a few troublemakers." The man dismissed Shen Huai Ling entirely. To him, she was merely a woman accompanied by her younger brother, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. "You wish to make a move? Then I shall oblige you." The food tumbled to the ground as the man swung his fist towards Shen Huai Ling. "Oh, a second-tier strength-type ability user." Shen Huai Ling raised an eyebrow. "It appears some have indeed developed a zombie purification liquid." A flicker of curiosity ignited within her regarding this individual. "Who provided you with the zombie purification liquid?" she inquired, intrigued. The man's eyes narrowed. She was the first to discern his secret, and such a person could not be allowed to live. His punch barely grazed the hem of Shen Huai Ling's garment. "TSK, how sluggish," she remarked. "To think he could still be a bully on this street." As she continued to speak, Chen Biao's expression grew increasingly frantic. "Never mind, my dear. Today I am in good spirits and shall not indulge you further." A wave of terror washed over Chen Biao. How could this be? He found himself completely paralyzed. "I have already granted you an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it." Shen Huai Ling dragged Chen Biao outside, where Chen Biao fell to his knees. His head severed from his body. The air was filled with the sound of rustling, suggesting that someone had gone to alert others. Shen Huai Ling's objective has been accomplished. Li Tingyuan's speed surpassed that of those petty thugs by a considerable margin. In less than half an hour, Li Tingyuan, Zhang Lei, Zhao Hu, and Zhu Qing all arrived. Shen Huai Ling shook his head, stating that his hotel was rather expensive and suggested it might be best to forego the idea. He then began to promote his own offerings, inquiring if they would like to try the takeout service that Green Can had recently launched. Upon noticing Li Tingyuan's arrival, the nearby ruffians refrained from any reckless actions. Although Shen Huai Ling and his companions were strangers to them, they were well aware of Li Tingyuan and his associates who hailed from the military district. Despite having faced significant setbacks previously, they remained a force not to be underestimated. Shen Huai Ling stifled a yawn. Perhaps the unruly crowd outside would not return today. Early the next morning, as Shen Huai Ling stepped out of his room, he was greeted by the sight of a group of individuals clad in black seated upon the sofa. Shen Huai Ling was not particularly surprised. It seemed that he was indeed in cahoots with Chen Biao. Shen Huai Ling took a glass of juice from Xiuqiu and settled on the opposite end of the sofa. So you killed Shen Biao? The man on the opposite sofa was the first to shatter the silence. Yet again, a klitsch plot. Didn't your subordinates inform you? Shen Huai Ling pointed to the regulations affixed to the wall, stating, "Here, we have rules. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the premises of the inn. Violators shall face dire consequences." It was the first time he had encountered someone so arrogant. As soon as Shen Huai Ling's words fell, everyone around drew their guns and aimed them at him. Wow, today has truly been a windfall. They were the ones to strike first. Time froze. Everyone was immobilized in place. And then, it's time to get to work. Shen Huai Ling called Shen Huai to come downstairs. A few men, clad in black and wielding firearms, stood motionless. I find those who put on airs most tiresome. Shen Huai Ling muttered as he confiscated all their weapons. You know, firearms and ammunition are indeed quite valuable. And then, the task of searching them falls to you. Shen Huai Ling winked at Shen Huai. You see, as a delicate woman, it is not appropriate for me to handle men in such a manner. Shen Huai's lips twitched slightly as he quickened his movements. Shen Huai stripped several individuals of their garments, leaving no stone unturned, not even their sunglasses. The individuals were unable to control their bodies, yet found themselves powerless. They were left clad only in oversized shorts and vests. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Each minute felt like an eternity. Initially, they believed that a woman accompanied by her younger brother would present certain inconveniences, yet they discovered that this was, in fact, a den of iniquity. "Sister, everything has been taken." Shen Huai obediently stood behind Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling snapped his fingers, and a few individuals felt the oppressive force that had just confined them dissipate. They were at a loss, utterly unsure of what to conceal. Gazing at the heap of garments strewn on the ground, they instinctively reached out to don them. Shen Huai Ling, having procured a small stick from an unknown source, administered playful taps to each person present. "Isn't this all a token of your filial piety towards me? I can truly feel your sentiments. You may take your leave now." With a mix of playful lamentation, the atmosphere shifted as they exclaimed, "Oh, they say there are no rights in the apocalypse. Yet how is it that even our garments have been stripped away?" Gradually, a few individuals retreated, their spirits dampened. Boss, help us." Shen Huai Ling meticulously gathered all the firearms and ammunition. "Perhaps, rather than managing an inn, I possess a greater aptitude for being a bandit. It has been 2 days since the establishment opened, and aside from Li Tingyuan and a few others, not a single soul has graced the premises. The inn remains desolate and forlorn. Should I summon Beidang Chuan to take a look?" Shen Huai Ling pondered casually. Suddenly, a red fox darted into Shen Huai Ling's establishment. Shen Huai Ling felt a tinge of curiosity. Indeed, the number of people had diminished, and the animals had begun to venture out. The little fox wandered about, exploring its surroundings. Since Shen Huai Ling was rather bored, he simply picked up the little fox. "Do you have any idea whose territory this is? A little fox like you entering here incurs a fee." Shen Huai Ling glanced at the little fox and remarked, "Since you have no money at the moment, why not offer your body in exchange?" With a soft yelp, the little fox instinctively tucked its bushy tail between its legs. Heavens! What kind of unscrupulous establishment is this? Shen Huai Ling began to touch the fox fur intermittently. "A creature like you, a fox, would merely serve as sustenance for the zombies outside. Aside from me, everyone else desires to devour you." From initial resistance to eventual numbness, I must admit that this individual possesses remarkable skills. No, that is not right. It is all wrong. I distinctly came to avenge my younger brother. How did it come to this? Chapter 93. A great surprise awaits. Shen Huai Ling was lost in contemplation, having not encountered a single soul for 2 days. The place was desolate, and as he stroked the soft fur of the fox, he mused that it was the only companion he had. The fox, flipping over to present its rear to Shen Huai Ling, harbored the desire to flee. Had it not been for the chain bound to its leg by Shen, it would have long since escaped. Lately, there had been a constant air of surveillance, with few patrons gracing the establishment, and those who previously sought trouble had vanished without a trace. If tomorrow passed without visitors, Shen Huai Ling would summon Beidang Chuan. As night descended, a group stealthily entered the inn. "I've spotted the leader. He is indeed here." As soon as Shen Huai Ling entered the hotel, he was immediately aware of the situation. Initially, he thought they had given up, but to his surprise, their stubbornness remained unchanged. Boredom settled in, so he decided to indulge them in a bit of amusement. A yo-yo rolled to the feet of the intruder. "Quick, crouch down. It's a bomb," someone exclaimed. And in an instant, the others ducked and covered their heads. The anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the lights on the ceiling illuminated brightly. This position was quite commendable. They were to maintain it. Everyone remained in that crouched posture on the ground, utterly unable to rise. It was still the same group of individuals, and Shen Huai Ling yawned. This time, there was no need to call for him. Shen Huai descended on his own. Business had been slow these past few days, and Shen Huai Ling's visible irritation was evident. It seemed they had resorted to robbery. And then go ahead. Shen Huai's tuft of hair stood upright as he began to strip them of their garments. Nearby, a little fox cried out in disarray. This establishment was truly unscrupulous, sparing not even their clothing. "Sister, could you not compel them to rise? Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to remove their attire." Shen Huai Ling snapped his fingers, and in an instant, several individuals regained their mobility. However, due to their prolonged squatting, their legs had gone numb, rendering them unable to stand. Boss, save us." One of the younger members crawled toward the direction of the fox. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai's gaze fell upon the fox. "It's over, my little life, fox, is as good as finished." Shen Huai grasped the fox by the nape of its neck, questioning, "Is this your leader?" Had he known better, he would not have engaged with such a feeble-minded group. Continuing the charade served no purpose now. He initially sought to uncover this woman's vulnerabilities. How infuriating! Not only did he find nothing, but he also ended up as her pet. Such indignity is intolerable. He resolved to cease the pretense. "Indeed, I am their true master." Shen Huai rubbed his eyes, wondering what was happening. Had he truly heard a fox speaking in the dead of night? Shen Huai Ling grasped the fox's ear, exclaiming, "Let go, quickly." It seemed this was no mere dream. Under the watchful gazes of Shen Huai and Shen Huai Ling, the fox transformed into a striking red-haired man, boasting 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. Shen Huai Ling's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Handsome, are you selling clothes? The prices are extraordinarily reasonable. What is wrong with this woman?" The door of the inn was pushed open by a woman clad in a white fox fur coat. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the woman exuded an imposing presence as she strode towards the red-haired beauty. With a swift motion, she delivered a sharp slap. "Where on earth have you been these past few days? Not a word from you. Do you take me and our child for granted?" A nearby minion timidly interjected. "The boss is here playing the fox." The woman's gaze then fell upon Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai. "It is he who has transformed into a fox to seduce us." Shen Huai fervently nodded in agreement. Seeing the crowd, Xiong hastily brewed a pot of tea and placed it on the table. Shen Huai Ling pointed to the handsome man in red standing beside her, declaring that it was he who had abandoned his family. "Sister, you must take him away at once." The woman was exceptionally beautiful, her enchanting fox-like eyes brimming with allure. "Sister, you are aware that we run a modest business. He has been making things difficult for us." Shen Huai Ling deliberately wiped away non-existent tears. "Very well, Qin Shi, you are doomed." Shen Huai Ling did not mind fanning the flames. "Sister, you are well aware that our survival in this apocalyptic world is fraught with challenges." The individual clad in white observed the several despondent souls, their garments stripped away, and his lips twitched slightly. In this dire existence, it remained uncertain whose plight was truly more arduous. When Dee glanced at the others, her anger dissipating considerably as she regarded Shen Huai Ling's theatrical demeanor. "Sister, what kind of livelihood have you engaged in?" Shen Huai Ling gestured towards his inn. "Sister, it is quite late today. Why not rest for the night in our establishment and discuss matters in the morning?" Wendy was intrigued, eager to discern the true intentions behind the siblings' feign. Finally ready to open for business, Shen Huai Ling led Wendy to the reception desk. "Sister, what is your name? I need it for the registration." "Wendy," she replied. Shen Huai Ling entered the information. "Here, we operate on a points system, dear sister. You may exchange anything at the points counter, though I still recommend the crystal cores. Following Shen Huai Ling's instructions, the woman placed a second-tier crystal core on the counter. Her account was credited with 200 points. Beautiful sister, which room would you like to stay in? A double room, please. Wendy, what about the others? Shen Huai Ling cast a glance at these individuals, deciding that merely deducting points would suffice. Indeed, it was a substantial order. It seemed they had finally escaped peril, as a few of them picked up the clothes strewn on the ground, eager to don them. Wait, those garments require purchase, Shen Huai Ling reminded. Wendy glanced at the group of inept individuals, noting their propensity for failure. Take them off and go to sleep. I shall settle accounts with you all tomorrow. Wendy was the first to ascend, with Qin Shi hurriedly following suit. Dear, do not be angry. I can explain. Once everyone was settled, Shen Huai Ling knocked on the door. Wendy peered through the small opening, inquiring, is there anything else? Shen Huai Ling produced a washboard, an additional amenity provided by our hotel. Wishing you a delightful stay. Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling remained rather indifferent, for the establishment had finally opened. It was not until noon the following day that he caught sight of Wendy. Sister, we provide 3 meals a day. You may choose whatever you desire. Wendy, having relished a long-awaited restful slumber, was grateful for the absence of the nightmarish howls of zombies. Lunch costs 10 points. Please swipe your card. The points are over there. Do enjoy your meal at your leisure. This place offered unparalleled comfort. Hot meals and delectable food, once trivial before the apocalypse, now felt akin to paradise in these dire times. When Qin Shi rose from his slumber, he discovered that Wendy was no longer by his side. Skillfully, he made his way to the kitchen, only to be halted in his tracks. Please pay with points. What? These days had passed, and now meals still required points. At that moment, Wendy emerged from within. Qin Shi immediately adopted a look of feigned grievance. Darling. Chapter 94. Sister Fox at last. He managed to placate her. Swipe my card, Wendy instructed as she sat in the dining area. I apologize, but only our staff may use the card here, came a reply. Qin Shi, exasperated, exclaimed, Wife, I'm hungry. Wendy tossed a crystal core to Qin Shi, reminding him to remember to bring the child when he came to recharge his points. All right, got it. Qin Shi cheered as he departed. After his exit, Wendy approached the front desk and casually added 200 points to her account. I find your establishment quite commendable. Would you consider collaborating with us? She inquired as she sidled up to Shen Huai Ling. She certainly did not believe that Shen Huai Ling was as weak as he appeared on the surface. Shen Huai Ling blinked her eyes and inquired, Beautiful sister, what kind of collaboration do you wish to discuss? Are you interested in the crystal nucleus purification solution? Wendy placed 2 bottles of the purification solution on the table. Shen Huai Ling uncapped a bottle and observed the liquid within, which exhibited a delicate azure hue, indicating that it had undergone purification. The side effects were minimal. However, its concentration was significantly lower than that of Shen Huai Ling's own. This crystal core purification solution is a product of our own research and development, designed to enhance one's abilities, and I believe you may find it particularly beneficial. Is this concoction of yours, dear sister? Indeed. At last I found you. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a vial of crystal core purification solution from her spatial storage. Sister, what do you think of my creation? Wendy regarded Shen Huai Ling with skepticism as she uncapped her own vial of crystal core purification solution. It was colorless and odorless, yet exhibited a superior concentration compared to her own. How many crystal cores are contained within this? 1. Wendy's pupils contracted in disbelief. How can this be? How could anyone produce a crystal core purification solution with a higher concentration than mine? Shen Huai Ling gazed at Wendy with a smile in his eyes. Sister Fox, it is time for us to discuss your matters. When did you find out? Wendy's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Sister, do not worry. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely curious about whether you're truly human or a fox. Leaning against the counter, Wendy inquired, What do you perceive me as, a fox or a human? Shen Huai Ling seemed to notice a tail swaying behind Wendy. A faint, elusive fragrance wafted through the room. Sister, you smell delightful. Could you tell me when you first began to harbor doubts? Yesterday. Shen Huai Ling sensed that something was amiss and immediately rushed out. Wendy glanced at Shen Huai Ling, surprised to find someone who had evaded the trap. Release my sister. Shen Huai Ling's gaze was frigid. Little brother, there's no need to be so irate. I merely wish to inquire about certain matters. Shen Huai Ling swiftly seized Wendy's neck, and by the time Shen Huai Ling regained consciousness, Wendy's face was flushed crimson. I am unharmed. Release her, Shen Huai Ling urged hastily. Sister, she intends to take your life. It would be better to eliminate her outright. Wait, the situation is not as you perceive it. Let us release our hold and discuss this calmly. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Shen Huai Ling with a look of utter bewilderment. He had undeniably rescued his sister. So why did she stand alongside this vixen? Shen Huai Ling, in a fit of petulance, unceremoniously tossed the person onto the sofa before ascending the stairs in a huff. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Wendy on the sofa, and Shen Huai Ling upstairs, faced once more with a dilemma. Wendy was utterly convinced that the young man had indeed intended to take her life. Shen Huai Ling pried open Wendy's mouth and fed him something. I have matters to attend to. When I emerge, I hope you will still be here. Otherwise, the poison from earlier may very well take effect. The most pressing concern now, of course, is to soothe Shen Huai Ling. Wendy is merely a transient presence, but Shen Huai Ling is entirely different. Shen Huai Ling locked himself inside the room. I believe we should have a conversation. Shen Huai Ling currently harbored no desire to engage with Shen Huai Ling, stubbornly refusing to open the door. If you do not open the door, I shall take my leave. Shen Huai Ling intentionally stomped loudly. The door swung open, and Shen Huai Ling entered. Whenever Shen Huai Ling felt displeased or troubled, she would sit on the floor and gaze out of the window. Regarding what transpired earlier, I am grateful to you. Thank you for safeguarding me. Shen Huai Ling rebuffed Shen Huai Ling's kind intentions, turning his head away. Then why did you not permit me to eliminate her? Shen Huai Ling observed that Shen Huai Ling's approach to problem-solving was somewhat abrupt. In a world so vast, matters are rarely merely black and white. I wish to grant her an opportunity for redemption. Should she remain obstinate, it would not be too late to eliminate her. Shen Huai Ling was perplexed by the meaning behind Shen Huai Ling's words. Yet he understood that nodding in agreement would please her at that moment. It would be best to ensure that his sister did not witness the next act of violence, as it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. Shen Huai Ling exchanged a few words and, noticing that Shen Huai Ling had gradually calmed down, made his way downstairs. Qin Shi and Wendy were seated on the sofa below. Upon seeing Shen Huai Ling's arrival, Qin Shi promptly rose to his feet and inquired, "What did you just give my wife?" Shen Huai Ling disregarded Qin Shi before her and gazed at the little girl nestled in Wendy's embrace, gesturing towards the location of the self-service supermarket. "Little one, the auntie has some matters to discuss with your parents. You may choose whatever you desire from there. The auntie will take care of the bill." The child, her little tail swaying, nestled deeper into Wendy's arms. Had she foreseen that events would unfold in such a manner, she would have refrained from bringing the child along in the first place. Shen Huai Ling spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness, expressing her disbelief that a person of her integrity could ever harm a child. Now, faced with an unavoidable situation, all she could do was watch the child depart. As she and her husband turned their gaze upon Shen Huai Ling, they inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do? Shouldn't this question be directed at you? It was you who infiltrated mine first, and it was you who cast illusions upon me. What grievances do you two harbor?" Upon reflection, it seems quite clear. Qin Shi and Wendy exchanged a glance, and with that understanding, they concluded, "Let us part ways amicably, as we shall not interfere with one another." Shen Huai Ling tilted his head. "Have I ever mentioned that you may leave?" Wendy turned his head and asked, "What do you intend to do? I still lack a store manager here, and you all seem quite capable." "In what way are we capable?" "At the very least, you align with my aesthetic preferences." Two contracts materialized at Shen Huai Ling's fingertips, placed before the eyes of two individuals. These were two indentured servitude agreements. Qin Shi and Wendy gazed at the documents with a hint of hesitation, yet certain stipulations proved to be exceedingly alluring. Shen Huai Ling added, "I provide accommodations and meals. And most importantly, there are no zombies within 5 meters of the hotel." Upon reading the contents of the agreement, Qin Shi was inclined to refuse outright. "Of course, you may reject my offer, but what about your daughter?" Chapter 95. The seed plan in the aftermath of the earthquake in City C. The most pressing needs are food and water. While the adults can endure, what about the children? The couple fell into silence, realizing the suffering their child would endure. What will happen to those brothers of mine who follow you? Qin Shi inquired. His loyalty and sense of duty were palpable. He could not abandon even those simple-minded companions. If needed, I can send them to the base. Life may not be easy there, but at least they will be free from hunger and want. Which base are you referring to? The Hope Base, the military district base. Could you grant us some time to consider? Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly. Of course. But my patience is not boundless. It will not wait for long. Shen Huai Ling rose from his seat and departed from the place, intending to seek out Xiong Xiong. Xiong Xiong was enjoying a delightful time with the little fox cub. The fox cub sat inside the supermarket, waving the biscuit in his hand and chuckling foolishly. Shen Huai Ling approached and gently picked up the little fox cub. My dear, what is your name? The cub's eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of a wail. Wait. Please don't cry. I will take you to find your parents. The fox cub felt as though it were a hot potato, swiftly placed into Wendy's embrace. Just as it was about to burst into tears, it noticed a different sensation. The familiar scent enveloped it, its mother's fragrance. The little fox cub looked up at its mother, wailing in excitement. Wendy made a resolute decision. With this lone cub, it must be cherished. What do you need us to do? Loyalty, Shen Huai Ling replied, his tone unwavering. It is stipulated in the contract. If the agreement is breached, the consequences will be dire. Shen Huai Ling has already articulated the pros and cons with great clarity. Now, it is merely a matter of awaiting their decision. Wendy was the first to let her blood fall upon the contract, and although Qin Shi sought to intervene, it was already too late. The ancient pact commenced its activation, intertwining the fates of the two individuals. Observing his beloved wife having signed the agreement, Qin Shi could not allow her to remain here alone and allowed his own blood to drip onto the parchment. I am the proprietor of a chain of inns, and this is the 7th branch. You shall serve as the managers, with the details of your benefits and conditions to be elucidated by my brother. Shen Huai appeared behind the two of them without a moment's notice. Wendy, still feeling a lingering sense of trepidation regarding Shen Huai, sighed and remarked, it is through conflict that we become acquainted. Let's all introduce ourselves to one another. Shen Huai, the younger brother of Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai realized he had become the store manager and apologized. I was impulsive just now. Shen Huai placed a 3rd-tier crystal core around the neck of the little fox cub, considering it an apology on his part. He expressed his regret, admitting that he had acted impulsively. It was unreasonable to have a child apologize first. Although Wendy had no desire for the 3rd-tier crystal core, upon hearing Shen Huai describe it as a gift for the child, he accepted it graciously. Wendy, a 3rd-tier illusionist, and Qin Shi, a 3rd-tier fire elemental adept. Shen Huai Ling inquired once more about the previous question. Are you, in truth, foxes or humans? Qin Shi provided an answer, stating that they are, in essence, half human, half fox. They are but experimental subjects. Qin Shi and Wendy had escaped from a laboratory in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Have you ever heard of the Seed Project? The Seed Project commenced almost concurrently with the outbreak of the zombie virus, both aiming for the same end, to possess immense power and achieve immortality. The execution of the Seed Project proceeded with far greater efficacy than the Kobe Immortality Project. They fused human and beast genes, resulting in the emergence of many grotesque creatures that were neither fully human nor fully beast. The offspring, when combined with the genes of more ferocious beasts, exhibited enhanced strength. However, this came at the cost of humanity, their eyes reflecting nothing but a thirst for bloodshed. In an effort to awaken their humanity and render them manageable, the focus shifted away from fierce beasts to certain tranquil plants that promised longevity. Recently, a significant earthquake struck, causing the laboratory to collapse, which allowed for their escape. Who conducted the research for the Seed Project? Wendy and Qin Shi exchanged glances, uncertain, yet aware that it was somehow tied to the Longevity Society. It appears that everything is inextricably linked to the Longevity Society. Shen Huai Ling playfully teased the little fox cub on the sofa, affectionately named Man-Man. Come here, Man-Man. Let your aunt give you a kiss. Shen Huai Ling coaxed the 2-year-old fox cub, who was somewhat apprehensive. Yet, the prospect of delightful, fragrant bread drew Man closer to this ant. The little creature's mind was a whirlwind of indecision, to approach or to hesitate. Shen Huai Ling presented a toy for Man to play with. This marked Shen Huai Ling's first encounter with such a large cub in the post-apocalyptic world. Shen Huai Ling ultimately summoned Beitang Chuan, and through his linguistic prowess, the business here gradually began to flourish. Qin Shi and Wen Di adopted a rather laissez-faire approach towards the child. Wen Di dressed the little fox in a garment reminiscent of a mop, allowing her to scuttle about the hotel with ease. Shen Huai Ling even took out the children's toys that had been previously stored away, as they were merely lying idle. He decided to allow Mang to play with them to her heart's content. Shen Huai Ling has encompassed the food delivery model in City C, thereby accumulating even more reward points. Shen Huai Ling stealthily entered the villa. As she had anticipated, Si Chen was already asleep, and the entire first floor was devoid of any presence. Shen Huai Ling had her heart nestled deep within her, when she turned around to find a figure with prominent dark circles under his eyes standing behind her. A ghost. What sort of apparition is this? Where is the ghost? I am Si Chen. Shen Huai Ling clutched his chest, exclaiming, "How have you become like this?" Life had turned drab and uninviting, as if the corpses were masquerading as humans. Shen Huai Ling, I shall go on strike. You are solely responsible for everything that transpires here in the coming days. With that declaration, Si Chen ascended the stairs and retired for the night. Who could fathom the exhaustion he felt these past few days, burdened with the affairs of the inn, while also tending to the fields, slaughtering pigs? The fatigue was overwhelming. A strike. Early the next morning, Shen Huai Ling stood resolutely at the front desk. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the worksheet left by Si Chen on the table, along with some trivial notes. She had truly transformed into a penny-pinching miser. The heartless employer has emerged. Ling, may I discuss something with you? Qian initiated a video call with Shen Huai Ling. Chapter 96. Si Chen's prolonged holiday. What is it? Recently, there have been unusual activities in the ocean. May I request that my friend stay here for a few days? Shen Huai Ling nodded, affirming that it was certainly permissible. After all, this was your friend, and you could decide for yourself. Thank you, Ling. As soon as Shen Huai Ling inquired about the unusual activity in the ocean, the call was abruptly terminated. The speed at which the call was severed was indeed remarkable. Perhaps it was merely a sudden occurrence, Shen Huai Ling thought, and thus paid it no further heed. Now, it was time to address the matters that had been accumulating over the past few days. Shen Huai Ling has installed portals both on the hillside and at the summit, enabling everyone to procure supplies directly, thereby alleviating the workload of Si Chen. Shen Huai Ling entrusted all matters concerning the hotel to Shen Huaiyan, for she was about to ascend the mountain and embark on her slaughtering endeavor. In recent days, Si Chen had been exceedingly busy, leaving him no time to ascend the mountain for the butchering of livestock, which had grown plump and robust. With the enhancement of her abilities, Shen Huai Ling had become remarkably formidable. She could single-handedly slay pigs and butcher cattle with utmost ease. Shen Huai Ling proceeded to slaughter chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, cattle, and sheep in succession, and after the executions, he gathered them in one place to commence the bleeding process. The tasks of bleeding, plucking feathers, and scaling fish were exceedingly laborious. Shen Huai Ling sent a message in the group to check if any of the store managers were available to lend a hand. Yin Mingji was the first to arrive, blinking his eyes and inquiring, "What do you need me to do?" Shen Huai Ling fell into silence. "What do you believe luminous abilities can accomplish?" Yin Mingji snapped his fingers, causing the lights in the entire room to brighten even further, enhancing their luminosity. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Yin Mingji with eager anticipation. The most vital aspect of the light ability is purification. A radiant white light enveloped the slaughterhouse, rendering it immaculate and spotless, with the floor reflecting a pristine sheen. Yin Mingji added, "I can also perform comprehensive disinfection." He wished to demonstrate further for Shen Huai Ling. "All right, that's enough. I understand. Now, go and disinfect the pork from the slaughtered pigs, and then proceed with the butchering." At that moment, he found the light ability to be quite dazzling, yet somewhat superfluous. At least one person remained in the inn, prompting the arrival of Qin Shi, Beitang Chuan, and He Wu. Shen Huai Ling was responsible for the slaughter, while Qin Shi and Beitang Chuan took charge of plucking the feathers. He Wu undertook the final butchering tasks. There were quite a few newcomers this time, but Beitang Chuan had encountered them all before. The group engaged in conversation and quickly became acquainted. The five of them toiled diligently for an entire afternoon to complete the accumulated work from the previous days. Shen Huai Ling commenced the packing of supplies for various bases. The materials were largely similar across the bases, rendering the competition for them rather insignificant. Qin Shi approached Shen Huai Ling's side, expressing a desire for an abundance of chicken for our lodge. Observing Qin Shi's gaze upon the chicken, which shimmered with a greenish hue, everyone exchanged glances. Indeed, he was a fox-type beast man, with a pronounced fondness for chicken. Before Shen Huai Ling could utter a word, Beitang Chuan stepped forward. Shen Huai Ling, I am willing to offer our share of chicken from the inn to Qin Shi, a good brother in my heart. Qin Shi regarded Beitang Chuan as a brother, yet his true concern lay with his physique. Beitang Chuan initially thought that Shen Huai Ling had merely found a manager. He was accustomed to conducting training sessions for newcomers. However, this establishment was filled with fluffy foxes. Oh, how adorable! Qin Shi was a red fox, when Di was a white fox, and Man, resembling her father, was also a red-furred fox. How could anyone possibly resist creatures so delightfully fluffy? Shen Huai Ling observed two individuals seemingly disconnected from one another. It mattered not. Their happiness was what truly counted. Shen Huai Ling gestured towards the heap of animal carcasses behind him, declaring it unnecessary, for everyone possesses such a thing. Shen Huai Ling was preoccupied with the task of portioning, so you may wander about. It would be beneficial for you to familiarize yourselves with these operations. They offered to assist, yet Shen Huai Ling declined, as each required a different allocation, thus it was best for her to handle it personally. Shen Huai Ling, having taken a bath, settled down opposite Si Chen. Shen Huai Ling swirled the wine glass and downed its contents in one gulp. Si Chen smiled faintly, remaining silent. Shen Huai Ling gently patted Si Chen's shoulder, urging him not to be so pessimistic, young man. I have already made arrangements with the proprietors of various inns, and I have decided to grant you a week of leave. Si Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you serious? He asked. Indeed, I have spoken with all the managers. Would you prefer to visit the zoo in St. Luo or enjoy a holiday at the coastal resort? You have the freedom to choose from several nearby cities. The decision rests entirely in your hands. Shen Huai Ling placed the keys to the RV upon the table. If one does not wish to visit these places, it would be splendid to go wherever one desires. A glimmer of amusement danced in Si Chen's eyes as he replied, What if I did not wish to go anywhere at all? Shen Huai Ling retrieved several bottles of chilled beer from the refrigerator. Let us drink to our heart's content tonight, and perhaps sleep for an entire week afterward. Cheers! Shen Huai Ling raised his glass. Come on. Initially, one might assume that a university professor would possess a formidable tolerance for alcohol, yet here we are. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Si Chen, inquiring, When will you possess a doppelganger like Wu Xiang? You are intoxicated, Si Chen replied gently. No, I'm not drunk. I can still drink, Shen Huai Ling retorted, addressing the empty air beside him. This was the first time Si Chen had witnessed such a side of Shen Huai Ling, and he deliberately teased him. How many is this for you? 2, no, wait, it's 3. Shen Huai Ling's vision grew increasingly blurred, ultimately leading her to collapse onto the sofa in slumber. The following morning, she awoke with a splitting headache, realizing it was already noon. What transpired last night? She had imbibed excessively to the point of losing consciousness. Si Ishue brought a hangover remedy and placed it before Shen Huai Ling. Sister Lingling, my brother said he has left. The military district has re-established contact with us. Li Tingyuan had called Shen Huai Ling. Congratulations, she replied with a flat tone. There was silence on Li Tingyuan's end. Is there anything else you require? I am quite busy. Shall I hang up? Wait a moment. Li Tingyuan hastily interjected. Esteemed Ms. Shen Huai Ling, I extend the most sincere greetings and an invitation on behalf of the military district. We formally invite you to join our Noah's Ark project. Chapter 97. Noah's Ark. The Noah's Ark project. What could it be? This was the first time Shen Huai Ling had ever heard of such an initiative. This matter is classified. It would be best for us to discuss it in person. If convenient, could we meet at your hotel in half an hour? Certainly. Shen Huai Ling promptly attended to matters within the hotel, preparing to meet with Li Tingyuan and his associates shortly thereafter. Shen Huai Ling arranged a meeting in a small conference room. It was a secure environment where they could speak freely. Li Tingyuan produced a letter from the military headquarters. They had previously reported the danger, but had yet to receive any assistance. Once all communication lines were restored, it became evident that their distress signal had never been sent. After re-establishing contact with the military, they received an invitation to join the ARC project. What exactly does the ARC project entail? Shen Huai Ling inquired once more. Li Tingyuan shook his head, indicating their ignorance. Only by participating would they uncover its true nature. When shall we depart? Shen Huai Ling asked. The sooner, the better. Li Tingyuan replied earnestly, his demeanor suggesting he was not jesting. Shen Huai Ling nodded, agreeing to meet a week later. As Si Chen was currently on leave, and he needed to manage the store. All right, it's settled then. Li Tingyuan glanced at Shen Huai Ling, who also received an invitation. May I bring someone along? Shen Huai Ling shifted the topic. Let me inquire about that, and I will provide you with an answer later. Very well. Shen Huai Ling had no intention of informing Shen Huainan about the trip to the military base. Their invitation to Shen Huainan was merely due to his physical condition, intending to utilize him to initiate research on a cure for the zombie virus. However, their approach was no different from that of the Eternal Life Society, merely feeding on the flesh of the living. Si Chen drove his RV around City A, and the state of the city was far worse than he had anticipated. He entered the university, where zombies were rampant, creating an atmosphere of despair. Deeply saddened, Si Chen felt assured that following Shen Huai Ling was the most prudent decision he had ever made. Time flew by, and a year had passed. Si Chen cherished his return to the school, wanting to walk through and revisit the places he once frequented. Upon hearing the sound of the engine, the zombies gathered around. Si Chen drove forward, crushing the encircling zombies beneath his wheels. He circled the area without entering the laboratory building, knowing that the transmission rate of the zombie virus was alarmingly fast. If even one person became infected, very few would survive in that building. Si Chen parked the vehicle aside and called Shen Huai Ling to report his safety. Si Chen, I advise against lingering there for too long. The proportion of zombies at the school is alarmingly high, and no one can guarantee safety. Why gamble with your kindness against the malice of humanity? Si Chen decided to stay for a day, eager to discover whether any survivors remained within the school. As he gazed at the surroundings, once deemed ordinary, he soon spotted a young boy accompanied by a girl within his vicinity. Recognizing the boy as one of his students, Si Chen observed as they cautiously approached the car. Rolling down the window, he overheard their inquiry. Is there a military unit here for rescue? I can indeed take you away from here, he replied. The boy looked up. Teacher. His expression brightened. Qin Yao, we are saved. Si Chen opened the door, inviting them inside. It's safe here, so you need not worry. He closed the door securely. Teacher, how did you end up here? Tianyi asked, sipping the water Si Chen had poured. Are there other survivors besides you? There should be some near the supermarket. Tianyi responded directly. Indeed, resources were crucial now, and it made sense that survivors would congregate in places where food and water were plentiful. Si Chen drove to the vicinity of the supermarket, and as expected, the entrance was tightly locked, indicating someone was residing inside. Perhaps due to past unpleasantness, Tianyi and Tong Yao hesitated to go down and call them out. Si Chen casually inquired, do you possess any special abilities? Both Tianyi and Tong Yao nodded, confirming, yes, we have common abilities, water manipulation and metal manipulation. While Si Chen was rescuing people here, Shen Huai Ling was busily occupied elsewhere. Shen Huai Ling finally found some leisure, having meticulously prepared the supplies for various bases and inns. Two customers approached Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling did not even lift his head, apologetically stating, our store has a policy of no returns or exchanges. The man replied, Manager Shen, we are truly sincere. Please name your price. Shen Huai Ling suddenly displayed sincerity as the scanner at the counter scanned the faces of the two individuals. What would you like to exchange? Shen Huai Ling observed that the two individuals frequently exchanged crystal nuclei, bringing their transactions to a conclusion. What we yearn for is a diamond ring. The exquisite ring materialized in Shen Huai Ling's hand, prompting the man to nod as he grasped the woman's hand. Both of them nodded in agreement, their smiles radiating sweetness. Shen Huai Ling returned the ring to them, offering his heartfelt blessings. A wave of emotion washed over the scene as a soft cry echoed behind him. Qianyi, clutching a plastic bag, caught her falling tears, remarking on the touching sight that greeted her upon arrival. Shen Huai Ling hastily pulled Qianyi away, urging her not to weep any longer. Shen Huai Ling gently wiped away a tear from Qianyi's cheek, as if he had captured a precious pearl. "What brings you here?" Qianyi inquired, her voice still laced with sorrow. "Lingling, the situation on the sea is unusual, quite alarming. It seems a tsunami may be imminent." "What?" Shen Huai Ling quickly rose from the sofa. "Indeed, there have been strange occurrences beneath the water lately. I sensed something was amiss and hurried to inform you, so we could devise a solution. How long do you estimate until the tsunami arrives?" Qianyi pondered for a moment. "Perhaps in about an hour." Shen Huai Ling recalled the protective shield that Tao had given her. "Tao, can your shield withstand tsunami?" Chapter 98. The Eruption of the Tsunami Lingling. I'm here. A product of the system is guaranteed to be exceptional. As long as one is within the protective shield, it can certainly provide protection. Will it cover all the hotels? Of course. With Tao's assurance, Shen Huai Ling felt reassured. She couldn't help but wonder how long the tsunami would last. Just 1 hour. Undoubtedly, it was a race against time. "Qianyi, as long as we remain inside the hotel, we'll be safe." Qianyi gazed at Shen Huai Ling and asked, "Manager, may I also shelter my kin within the hotel?" Shen Huai Ling nodded, "Of course. You can stay in my villa." "Thank you, Lingling. I will shed many little pearls for you." Qianyi exclaimed joyfully. The tsunami, also known as a submarine earthquake, posed a significant blow to their clan of merfolk dwelling in the depths of the ocean. Shen Huai Ling also called Sang Luo, considering that City D is a coastal city. It would be prudent to stay informed in case of any emergencies. Just as Sang Luo hung up, Qianyi's call came through. "Lingling. This time it's a storm surge." Shen Huai Ling also reached out to the base commander in City D, advising them to take precautionary measures. Shen Huai Ling initially entrusted the matters here to Shen Huaiyan. However, Shen Huaiyan, concerned for her safety, insisted on accompanying her. With no alternative, Shen Huai Ling had no choice but to assign the responsibilities here to see Yixue and Kong Songyu. When Shen Huai Ling arrived at the coastal resort, the wind had already begun to stir. Shen Huai Ling hurried over to assess the situation, simultaneously activating the protective shield. "That is reassuring." Shen Huai Ling greeted the kin of Qianyi and then stepped outside. Shen Huai Ling arrived at the edge of this place, where a translucent layer resembling bubbles enveloped the resort. Now that Shen Huai Ling had matured, he produced a blood-sampling needle and plunged it into the surface, a single drop of blood merging into the bubble. As soon as it integrated, it vanished from sight. "There's not enough blood. It's insufficient for anything," Tao exclaimed urgently. Shen Huai Ling unsheathed his knife and made an incision in his palm. While others remained oblivious, only Shen Huai Ling witnessed his blood merging with the bubbles, gradually spreading within them. The winds of the coastal base began to diminish gently. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the bleeding wound, seizing the opportunity before it healed, and hurried to the next establishment. Shen Huai Ling hurriedly arrived at the hotel within the coastal base center, employing the same method. All the hotels were alike. After this round, Shen Huai Ling felt as though he was on the verge of excessive blood loss. Shen Huaiyan could not comprehend the significance of Shen Huai Ling's actions. Was this the sacrificial ritual depicted in the book? The storm surge was imminent, and all that could be done now was to wait. Everyone remained inside the villa. From the face of nature, we are all insignificant beings. The surface of the sea had begun to churn with rising waves, and in the distance, towering swells had already emerged. Shen Huai Ling beheld within the room a gathering of mermen. Shen Huai Ling fell into deep contemplation, having never considered this aspect before. He spent 5,000 points to upgrade the villa, which doubled in size, adding 3 additional rooms on each floor. The interior of the villa underwent a transformation, and in the blink of an eye, the entire structure was rebuilt. Everyone was astounded, unable to believe their own eyes. Shen Huai patted Qianyi on the shoulder and said, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please take good care of your friends. Shen Huai Ling gestured at Shen Yi and remarked, Oh, by the way, the villa has undergone an expansion. There are surprises awaiting you inside. The towering waves, 3 stories high, crashed against the villa, yet remained unscathed, shielded by a crimson protective barrier that isolated everything within. After accomplishing all this, Shen Huai Ling felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as events unfolded in rapid succession, inescapable and relentless. Perhaps due to the distance, other areas had also suffered to some extent from the assault of the storm surge. The weather turned chilly, and a light rain began to fall from the heavens. Shen Huai applied the ointment previously used on Shen Yi to Shen Huai Ling's wound. In no time at all, there wasn't even a scar left behind. However, due to excessive blood loss, Shen Huai Ling's complexion was pale, and he appeared somewhat feeble. Shen Huai lay asleep on the sofa, while Shen Huai Ling experienced an uneasy slumber. Haunted by visions of past demise, beads of cold sweat forming densely upon her forehead, Shen Huai placed a damp towel upon Shen Huai Ling's forehead, for his sister was unwell with a fever. Perhaps the prolonged trials of life had rendered Shen Huai emotionally detached, apart from his sister. He exhibited little concern for anything else. While he may have been justified in his demeanor, his sister disapproved of his indifference. Thus, he endeavored to conceal such sentiments, striving to win her affection. Yet, is it truly essential to save those who hold no significance to him? Shen Huai lay asleep beside me, while the gentle rain continued to fall outside the window. I wondered how things were faring over in Binhai. Shen Huai Ling discreetly picked up her phone and began chatting in the group. As Shen Huai Ling just rose, Shen Huai became aware of it. Observing that Shen Huai Ling was engrossed in her play, he chose not to disturb his sister and quietly stepped outside. The tempestuous winds of the previous night had been fierce, yet all the houses remained intact and unaffected. Shen Huai Ling felt a sense of tranquility wash over her. Shen Huai entered with a bowl of congee, saying, Sister, taste the century egg and lean meat congee I prepared. As the weather gradually turned cooler, Shen Huai Ling began to distribute benefits to the employees, preparing warm clothing. C.E. Chen's university life was not without its challenges. Although the campus appeared tranquil on the surface, the nights told a different tale. Many third-tier zombies roamed outside, with the highest threat being fourth-tier zombies. He decided to let them rest for a while, recognizing that he could not assist them on the road ahead. The storm surge lasted for 2 or 3 days, leaving the seaside air damp and chilly, yet they were fortunate to have survived. As C.E. Chen's holiday came to an end, he found the absence of a hectic lifestyle rather pleasant. Shen Huai Ling, we can commence our plans now. The phone call from Li Tingyuan came through. All right, when? Tomorrow morning. C.E. Chen, just back from vacation, looked at Shen Huai Ling in disbelief. Chapter 99. The True and False Eden. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly, making a shushing gesture towards him. He led C.E. Chen into a small room. This matter must not be disclosed to Shen Huai. Shen Huai Ling briefly conveyed the situation to C.E. Chen. Shen Huai Ling was uncertain about the true purpose of this military district operation, yet for the sake of caution, it would be prudent not to involve Shen Huai. Shen Huai's identity is distinct. Wherever he treads, he embodies a perilous presence. Shen Huai Ling remained quite apprehensive. Before departing, he visited each branch, advising the managers to keep a vigilant eye on Shen Huai, ensuring that no incidents akin to the previous military district affair would occur. It was well understood among everyone that Shen Huai Ling referred to the previous incident, which had left a lingering sense of guilt regarding Shen Huai. After Shen Huai Ling informed everyone, she finally shared the matter with Shen Huai. However, she did not reveal the entire truth. Instead, she merely mentioned that Li Tingyuan had discovered a granary and invited her to accompany him. Early the next morning, Li Tingyuan's car awaited Shen Huai Ling's arrival at the inn. Qin Shi and Wen Di prepared a plethora of chicken for Shen Huai Ling to take along, while Xiong Xiong packed a multitude of non-perishable, easily portable items into her bag. With a handkerchief in hand, Xiong Xiong wiped away tears that were non-existent, concealing her face as she wept. Satiated from the meal, she felt a pang of homesickness. Shen Huai Ling did not drive this time. She accompanied Li Tingyuan and the others. Xiong Xiong waved her little handkerchief, wishing them a smooth journey. There was a hint of choked emotion in her voice. Xiong, your performance seems a bit excessive. Shen Huai Ling sat in the back of the car with her eyes closed. While Li Tingyuan conveyed the fundamental information regarding the military district to her. The military district is currently situated on the high plateau of City G, where the altitude is considerable. Directly flying there might result in altitude sickness. Therefore, traveling by car is the most prudent option. A multitude of oxygen tanks has been prepared for this journey. Beyond this, Li Tingyuan was unaware of any additional details, only knowing that the final evacuation point for the troops was in City G. It took them 3 full days of driving to arrive. Shen Huai Ling felt as though his bones were about to come apart after such a jarring journey, finally catching sight of the military district. Rather than describing the zombie virus as an unexpected occurrence, it would be more accurate to say it was a premeditated event. Shen Huai Ling was astounded by the impressive fortress before him, which seemed utterly impossible to have been constructed in merely a few years. The entire edifice resembled the Ark of Noah as described in the Bible, taking on a ship-like form that appeared remarkably grand and towering. Shen Huai Ling approached and touched the vessel's hull. It appeared to be coated with some sort of liquid, the material of which remained indiscernible. It was likely a product of advanced technology. Shen Wenjun seemed to have anticipated their arrival, already waiting at the door to greet them. Shen Wenjun gazed into their eyes, revealing a sense of solace. Welcome to the last paradise of humanity. Noah's Arkansas. Shen Wenjun unlocked the door using her identification documents. Shen Huai Ling followed into the interior of the grand ship house, where Shen Wenjun, armed with her identification, led a few individuals to the 4th floor. Shen Huai Ling and a few others were seated in a transparent elevator, where the interior and the exterior felt like 2 entirely distinct realms. Everything here epitomized the pinnacle of the nation's technological advancement, allowing Shen Huai Ling to behold the entirety of the remaining floors. How many floors are there in total? Shen Huai Ling inquired with curiosity. Shen Wenjun's voice was gentle. There are a total of 5 floors here, and I believe Lingling will surely adore this place. Shen Huai Ling did not respond. Instead, she continued to engage in conversation with Tao in the space. You claim there exists a human Noah's Ark? How is it that the previous generation still faced total annihilation? Tao spoke in enigmatic terms, revealing none of the pertinent information. Shen Wenjun did not explicitly state the purpose of calling them. Instead, she suggested they take a day to rest, indicating that any matters would be addressed the following day. Shen Wenjun personally escorted Shen Huai Ling into a bedroom. Shen Huai Ling recognized that the layout bore a striking resemblance to her childhood room. Shen Huai Ling experienced a fleeting moment of distraction, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Lingling. Shen Wenjun wished to articulate something. Shen Huai Ling promptly interrupted her, expressing gratitude. Thank you, but I am weary and wish to rest. Shen Huai Ling opened the group chat to assure others of his safety. As Shen Huai Ling luxuriated in a warm bath, Tao meticulously scanned the entire Noah's Ark, producing an accurate map. This vessel-like structure was vast, inhabited not solely by humans, but also by a myriad of animals. It bore a striking resemblance to the Noah's Ark depicted in Western lore. According to legend, when the creator of all things gazed upon the earth, he observed a realm rife with wickedness, lawlessness, and corruption. In his wrath, he resolved to drown all evildoers in a great flood. However, amidst this sea of malevolence, there existed a virtuous man named Noah. The Almighty commanded him to construct an ark, which was to shelter not only humanity, but pairs of every species of animal. When the deluge eventually ensued, Noah's Ark weathered the storm and emerged unscathed. Thus, this vessel-like edifice was modeled after the original Noah's Arkansas. Shen Huai Ling had taken a brief respite when he opened the door, intending to take a stroll. However, as he peeked outside, he was immediately approached by someone who inquired about his needs. It seemed that wherever he wished to wander, a shadow would follow, making him feel as though he were under constant surveillance. Shen Huai Ling found the situation exceedingly tedious. Shen Huai Ling turned to the person following her. Hello, my name is Shen Huai Ling. What is your name? The girl dared not meet Shen Huai Ling's gaze. I am called Yuan. Her attire resembled that of a servant. Shen Huai Ling is restricted in almost every aspect. It is best to remain calm for a while longer. They exchanged a few more words. Shen Huai Ling inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Are you aware of the purpose of the lower floors?" Yuan, sensing no malice from Shen Huai Ling, responded that the lower levels were merely living quarters, devoid of anything significant. Reluctant to divulge further details, Yuan understood that the secrets of this place would only be revealed by Shen Wenjun the following day. The so-called art project was not a grand scheme to save humanity. Rather, it was a plan for evasion. At its core, the initiative aimed to distance itself from all perilous elements in the world, perpetually seeking refuge from natural disasters and man-made calamities, which encapsulated the original intent of the art project. Shen Wenjun shared the purpose of the art project with them, revealing that this place is the last Eden for humanity. "I hope you can remain here. It is exceedingly safe." Upon hearing about this plan, everyone fell into a contemplative silence. Li Tingyuan was the first to shatter the stillness. "Aunt Shen, may I bring others from the base here?" Chapter 100, A Heart-to-Heart Between Mother and Daughter. "I apologize, but while we welcome those with abilities, others cannot be permitted." Shen Huai Ling was not surprised by her words. The space for survival and resources here were indeed limited, and ordinary individuals were certainly unqualified to enter. Should I abandon them and let them perish? Li Tingyuan felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. He had already made his plans on the way here. Yet hearing such words still filled him with profound sorrow. They had been pawns from the very beginning, forsaken from the start. "Stay here." Shen Wenjun's voice was gentle. "I will grant you 3 days to contemplate. I shall inform Qi Xiao of the situation here." Shen Wenjun briefly outlined the situation here, encouraging everyone to take a good rest, as there would be an evening gala, and expressing hope that all could attend. With no further matters to discuss, everyone departed, and Shen Huai Ling also rose to leave. Shen Wenjun left Shen Huai Ling here. "Lingling, it is perilous outside. I hope you can remain here." Shen Huai Ling remained indifferent to her words. "Am I to linger here as a canary in a gilded cage?" Shen Huai Ling found it somewhat ironic that the person who abandoned her in the past was herself, and now it is also she who is urged to stay. From the very beginning, Shen Wenjun sensed Shen Huai Ling's estrangement toward her. Even if given the chance to relive this moment, she would still make the same choice. However, the thought of drifting apart from her children brings a pang of sorrow. "Lingling, I believe I can explain everything." Shen Huai Ling nodded. "What do you wish to convey?" Shen Wenjun has much to express, yet her words remain trapped within her throat, unable to escape. The matters she is involved in are shrouded in secrecy, rendering her speechless. "I am truly sorry. I sincerely apologize to you. Please refrain from uttering apologies again. I have heard enough." As time gradually ebbed away, Shen Huai Ling's last remnants of feeling faded into oblivion. How could a mother be so callous as to leave her child in the care of a complete stranger for 18 long years? Shen Wenjun sensed the gravity of the situation. This time, Shen Huai Ling spoke the truth. She was on the verge of losing this child. Shen Wenjun grasped Shen Huai Ling's arm, saying, "Lingling, I cannot divulge this information. It is all classified." Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly, expressing her understanding. "I appreciate the gift of life you have bestowed upon me. Yet I must remind you that I saved you as well last time. We are even now." Shen Huai Ling had anticipated that uttering these words would bring her sorrow. Yet she found herself surprisingly composed. Perhaps it was time for her to let go after all. Indeed, Shen Huai began to feel a sense of urgency. Was she also contemplating abandoning him, regarding him as a burden? Si Chen was reading alongside Shen Huai and the others, yet her mind was unable to find tranquility. Si Chen held a profound trust in Shen Huai Ling. With her extraordinary abilities, even the most fearsome zombies would flee in her presence. "You are becoming overly reliant on Shen Huai Ling." Si Chen incisively pointed out the crux of the issue. Wherever Shen Huai Ling was, Shen Huai was sure to follow like a shadow. "Your sister wishes for you to cultivate independence, which is precisely why she did not bring you along this time." Si Chen attempted to gloss over the matter. "What will you do if your sister starts seeking a partner?" Shen Huai discerned the concealment in Si Chen's demeanor and nodded. "Very well, teacher." In the blink of an eye, Shen Huai commenced the hypnotic process on Si Chen. "Where exactly has Shen Huai gone?" Si Chen's gaze became vacant. The military base. Where's the military base? I do not know. Shen Huai had never intended to conceal anything from him. Kong Songyu and Si Shue were both astonished, marveling at how effortlessly one could induce a state of hypnosis in another. Shen Huai blinked and asked the teacher, "Can you now tell me where my sister has gone?" Si Chen felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Shen Huai on the spot, but upon reflection, he realized he was unable to do so. It would be better to let it be, for this matter could not be concealed for long. Si Chen yearned to convey the news about Shen Huai Ling, yet despite his prolonged attempts to utter a word, he found himself utterly voiceless. Curse be it, Shen Huai Ling had placed a prohibition upon him. Shen Huai remained silent, merely quickening his pace in reading. This afternoon, he had matters to attend to. After Shen Huai completed all the assignments assigned by Si Chen, he began to wander around the other branches, yet he failed to obtain the desired information. Shen Huai attempted to contact Shen Huai Ling, yet the call failed to connect. Perhaps the answers to this matter could only be unveiled at the Hope Base. Although the banquet was scheduled for the evening, it was merely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and already 2 or 3 individuals had begun to groom and style Shen Huai Ling. She decided to treat it as a moment of relaxation, allowing them to indulge in their endeavors. During this process, she received a call from Shen Huai. However, to prevent her conversation from being overheard by those with ulterior motives, she promptly terminated the call. Shen Huai Ling harbored little hope for this banquet, believing that the circumstances here would scarcely be better than those outside. Currently, the best he had encountered was the Hope Base. However, the quality of the food was mediocre, far inferior to the fare enjoyed before the apocalypse. Shen Huai Ling, nearly succumbing to exhaustion, finally completed her preparations. Shen Huai Ling adorned her neck with exquisite jewels and donned a pristine white evening gown. Lingling, it is time to make your entrance. Li Tingyuan and the others, noticing that Shen Huai Ling had yet to appear, hurried over to urge her. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the individuals before him, all clad in matching black formal attire. "Wow!" Zhao Hu exclaimed in admiration. "Manager Shen, you look absolutely stunning today." Zhu Qing was utterly mesmerized, remarking on her beauty. "Let us proceed. It is time for the banquet." Li Tingyuan interjected with a gentle cough. Shen Huai Ling walked behind, linking arms with Zhu Qing. "Isn't anyone going to style you?" she whispered. Zhu Qing nodded. "Yes, but it's not as elaborate as yours. It was just a simple tidying up, and each person took about half an hour." "But why's my evening gown white when all of yours are black?" Zhu Qing, seemingly unfazed, reassured her. "Aunt Shen treats you differently. You're simply under too much mental strain. Let us relax and enjoy ourselves tonight." Having come this far, she was curious to see what would unfold at the banquet. The event was about to commence, and attendees were already entering. The venue resembled a heavenly realm, intoxicating in its splendor. Fruits and beverages were abundant, exuding opulence, and even the entire banquet hall was crafted from exquisite materials. "Welcome, everyone, to the banquet I am hosting," Shen Wenjun announced, adorned in a flowing white gown, standing at the highest point. "In this gathering, I would like to formally introduce someone." A spotlight illuminated Shen Huai Ling. "I have found my daughter, Shen Huai Ling." Chapter 101, The Fiancé. Shen Huai Ling was sipping from a glass of red wine, initially expecting a gradual build-up, but to his surprise, the topic was addressed directly without any preamble. Shen Wenjun descended from a higher vantage point and approached Shen Huai Ling. "This time, I shall take the opportunity to introduce my daughter, Shen Huai Ling, to everyone." Shen Huai Ling was unaware of the true intentions hidden within Shen Wenjun's motives. Perhaps it was past experiences that had instilled in Shen Huai Ling a profound sense of caution towards Shen Wenjun. What does Shen Wenjun intend to do? The incessant buzzing of a phone echoed in Li Tingyuan's surroundings, compelling him to answer the call in a secluded corner devoid of any onlookers. It had merely been a few days since he had departed, yet Qi Xiao felt compelled to reach out, insisting on a video call. Li Tingyuan adjusted his tie, eager to showcase his current status within the military. Upon answering the call, he was greeted not only by Qi Xiao, but also by the long-unseen Shen Huai. "Hello, Inen," Li Tingyuan began, but his words were swiftly interrupted by Shen Huai. "Where exactly has my sister gone with you?" "This is my daughter, Shen Huai Ling's fiancé, Meng Shikai." Li Tingyuan, who had been crouched while conversing with Qi Xiao, instantly rose to his feet. What is happening? Has Shen Huai Ling found someone? Both Qi Xiao and Shen Huai distinctly heard this remark. Shen Huai Ling, does my sister have a fiancé? Qi Xiao cautiously cast a glance at Shen Huai, whose expression now appeared exceedingly grim. I believe there must be some misunderstanding at play here. Qi Xiao observed the murderous glare emanating from Shen Huai. At this moment, Li Tingyuan had no time to elaborate, hastily rushing to the forefront. A man clad in a white evening gown approached Shen Wenjun. Hello, Lingling. It is a pleasure to meet you, he said, standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He might have left a favorable impression on Shen Huai Ling had it not been for Shen Wenjun's introduction. However, Shen Huai Ling was currently uninterested in maintaining this facade of civility. Shen Huai Ling's voice rose slightly. I apologize, but I do not know you at all, nor will I have any relationship with you in the future. Shen Wenjun's expression was on the verge of faltering. It matters not if one is unfamiliar. Over time, shared experiences will inevitably foster affection. Shen Wenjun's words were resolute. The most effective way to retain a woman is to bind her life with family and children. Shen Wenjun believes that this is the best way for her to protect her daughter, allowing her to remain here. Shen Wenjun grasped Shen Huai Ling's arm, signaling her to remain silent. Shen Huai Ling bowed to Shen Wenjun, expressing gratitude for bringing him into this world. Therefore, I hold no resentment for your abandonment. You are, first and foremost, an independent individual. Only secondarily are you a mother. Thus, I implore you to refrain from interfering in my life. Shen Huai Ling mouthed the word key to Li Tingyuan. Without hesitation, Li Tingyuan tossed the spare car, key, to Shen Huai Ling. Initially, one might have expected to uncover some other treasures here. It became evident that this place merely housed a collection of cowardly souls devoid of courage. Shen Huai Ling tore down the white hem of her dress and declared goodbye. I shall no longer serve. The onlookers were taken aback. It was the first time anyone had spoken to Shen Wenjun in such a manner within the confines of the base. This unexpected turn of events disrupted Shen Wenjun's control over the situation entirely. It should not have unfolded this way. Shen Huai Ling was supposed to obediently heed her commands, for she intended to orchestrate everything here meticulously. Shen Huai Ling, if you leave this place today, you shall no longer be my child. Shen Wenjun's demeanor had lost all traces of her former gentleness. It was a desire long unfulfilled. Shen Huai Ling executed a swift and graceful turn, departing with poise. Shen Huai Ling produced the temporary permit that Shen Wenjun had given her earlier that morning. With this document in her possession, she was granted access to any location beneath the 5th floor. However, lingering any longer posed the risk of encountering further complications orchestrated by Shen Wenjun. Shen Huai Ling deliberately used a temporary card to press the elevator button, leading them to mistakenly believe that he had exited the elevator. Shen Huai Ling swiftly slipped into the adjacent safety passage. It was merely a staircase, yet he could not comprehend why the disparity was so vast. Outside, it was as bright as day, while here it was shrouded in darkness. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a flashlight from the space and proceeded downstairs. The entire corridor resembled a spiraling elevator. In order to save effort, Shen Huai Ling simply slid down as if on a slide. Shen Huai Ling took out his phone, yet there was no signal whatsoever. Hello, are you new here? I don't believe I've seen you before. A small boy curled up nearby inquired. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly, acknowledging that he had not been here for long. What error have you committed to hide away here? He inquired, observing the boy's guilty expression. The young boy began to tremble involuntarily, pleading, please do not kill me, do not kill me. He buried his face in his arms, weeping inconsolably, yet resolutely biting down on his lip to suppress any sound. Sensing the boy's distress, Shen Huai Ling wished to offer some comfort. However, the closer he drew, the more pronounced the boy's trembling became. Shen Huai Ling could only take a step back. It would be best for her to leave this place for the time being. Shen Huai Ling heard the cacophony of footsteps outside the door, pushed it open, and stepped out. The contrast between this place and the floor above was striking. The upper realm resembled paradise, while the lower one felt akin to hell itself. Shen Huai Ling stepped outside. The individuals here were unlike those above. Shen Huai Ling initially believed that escaping from this place would be a formidable challenge. However, it now appears to be effortlessly simple. The environment resembles that of a dimly lit ship's hold, where workers toil under the incessant glow of flickering lights. Shen Huai Ling felt a sense of dread as she swiftly located the entrance following the map provided by Tao Dao. Upon receiving orders from her superiors, the number of guards at the entrance had significantly increased, rendering her escape nearly impossible. Just as someone was about to pursue her, Shen Huai Ling quickly darted into a nearby room. The pursuers entered the room, yet it was devoid of any presence. Shen Huai Ling had seemingly vanished into thin air. Failing to locate her, they commenced their search in other rooms. Once the coast was clear, Shen Huai Ling emerged from behind a partition. The facilities here were quite rudimentary, and it appeared that this was an animal enclosure housing a male and a female elephant. Shen Huai Ling concealed herself behind the leg of an elephant, thereby evading their detection. Shen Huai Ling let out a sigh of relief. "Little girl, come over and take a rest." Chapter 102. The Strange Old Man. Shen Huai Ling turned his gaze in the direction of the sound and beheld a frail old man, leaning on his cane as he sat upon ground. It seemed he had witnessed everything that had just transpired. Shen Huai Ling approached him slowly. Since he had seen it all, why not expose me? The old man shook his head in resignation, pondering what benefit it would bring to an old soul like him to reveal the truth. Shen Huai Ling sat beside him, casually handing him a steamed bun, suggesting he nibble on it. "Little fellow, do you have any wine?" Shen Huai Ling retrieved a bottle of beer from the space and handed it to the elderly man, feeling as though it had been an eternity since he last indulged. How could there be such a disparity compared to the fourth floor? "You must be new here," the old man chuckled heartily, embarking on a discourse regarding the construction philosophy of this Noah's Arkansas. According to the precise calculations of the instruments, a cataclysmic flood was destined to engulf the entire world, mirroring the accounts documented in the Bible. Upon discovering that a zombie virus was being developed, the military district commenced secretive research on how to construct a sanctuary. In the event that the day of reckoning truly arrives, it would at least preserve the lives of some individuals. Shen Huai Ling furrowed his brow. If it is known that the zombie virus could plunge the entire world into an apocalyptic nightmare, why not sever it at its source and prevent the calamity from occurring? The old man's smile turned bitter, for no one can resist the allure of immortality. What is so commendable about eternal life? Shen Huai Ling muttered. Indeed, many individuals yearn for an early demise, lacking any desire for survival. This is primarily because they have never truly experienced the fullness of life. 95% of the world's wealth is held by a mere 5% of the population, standing atop the pinnacle of power and riches. It is only natural for them to desire immortality. The cost of a single garment for them could equate to a decade's worth of savings for the average person. They clandestinely support the agenda of eternal life. Who could possibly thwart their ambitions? Shen Huai Ling fell into silence. The old man's words, though coarse, bore a profound truth. There was a sorrowful glimmer in the old man's eyes. This place was indeed unlike any other. It represented the epitome of class stratification, known as Noah's Arkansas. The first tier symbolizes the lowest echelon, inhabited by those who originally constructed this vessel. In order to prevent any potential leaks of information, they were confined here, never to escape. The second tier is occupied by those who repair the ship, while the third tier is reserved for individuals with extraordinary abilities and unique skills. The fourth tier houses high-ranking government officials and seasoned researchers. After delivering his words, the old man closed his eyes, appearing as though he had succumbed to inebriation. "Wait, you haven't finished speaking. Why have you fallen asleep? What lies on the fifth tier? Not to be spoken of, not to be spoken of." The old man's head tilted, and he drifted into slumber. Shen Huai Ling shook vigorously, yet it proved utterly ineffective. Instead, the snoring grew even louder. At this moment, Shen Huai Ling can only wait until 1 o'clock in the evening, a time when everyone is at their most fatigued, to seize the opportunity and slip away amidst the chaos. Shen Huai Ling glanced at the time. It was only 9:30, and everything was still early. He took a brief rest on the nearby haystack. Shen Huai Ling had previously inquired thoroughly. The individuals under their supervision were rotated every 6 hours. making it a rather straightforward task to deal with the few stationed at the entrance. Shen Huai Ling instantaneously transported himself behind them, seizing the opportunity to render them unconscious. With their identification documents in hand, he directly unlocked the grand door. Outside lay an expanse of darkness, yet it was the essence of freedom. Shen Huai Ling seized the key and dashed outside, effortlessly locating Li Tingyuan's vehicle, which was parked not far away. Shen Huai Ling did not drive. She turned and melted into the shadows. Naturally, they would choose to wait for her in the car since they had not found her. To drive now would be akin to walking into a trap. Shen Huai Ling now harbors profound regret, having left her vehicle at the inn. As she navigates this interminably long night, she remains uncertain of her path forward. The foremost priority is to find a place to rest. Lingling, how about a motorhome for 500,000? Consider it, Tao Tao urges, seizing the opportunity to raise the price. Presently, Shen Huai Ling is in high demand, possessing over 1 million points, and it is only fitting that she pays her dues. Are you extorting me? Shen Huai Ling feels as though she is being exploited by a greedy landlord. I have no money. I shall not purchase. Shen Huai Ling extracted a small lamp from the depths of space and, feeling his way through the darkness, ventured forward. Tao Tao, in which area are there likely to be fewer zombies? Shen Huai Ling pondered, realizing that merely advancing in this manner was not a viable solution. Shen Huai Ling hastened her journey during the dark hours. For now, with the night enveloping everything in uncertainty, she was vulnerable to the lurking threats of the undead, who would undoubtedly refrain from seeking her out. Shen Huai Ling found herself a kilometer away from the Ark in the blink of an eye. Tao, this is the splendid location you have chosen for me, she remarked, surveying her surroundings filled with emerald green eyes. It was indeed a fine situation. She now found herself amidst a pack of wolves, having ventured from the tiger's den only to enter the wolves' lair. Shen Huai Ling found himself encircled by a pack of wolves. The gaze of the wolves fixed upon him was akin to that directed at prey. The most pressing concern at that moment was how to escape from this dire predicament. Shen Huai Ling dared not to move. At that moment, all the wolves parted to create a path, and a snow-white wolf approached his side. Shen Huai Ling soudainly recalait sans lieu. The sole beast speaker. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and initiated a video call to her. The wolf pack emitted a warning howl, signaling Shen Huai Ling to refrain from any rash movements. Hello, Lingling, what is the matter? Shen Huai Ling directed the camera towards the wolves. Sang Luo, could you serve as my translator? She is on the brink of despair. The howls echoed in a chorus. Sang Luo began to vocalize as well. After a dialogue between Sang Luo and the Wolf King, the latter's gaze softened significantly as he looked into Shen Huai Ling's eyes. Lingling, would you care to see the place where you are? Shen Huai Ling surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, he had inadvertently wandered into a den of wolves. What could possibly be amiss? Shen Huai Ling blinked. Sang Luo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This was the territory of a newly pregnant she-wolf accompanied by her cubs, and they believed you intended to snatch away their young. Shen Huai Ling then noticed the unkind gazes of several little wolves surrounding him. Luo, you are quite impressive. Can I slip away now? Love you lots. Luo, Shen Huai Ling uttered in an exceedingly sentimental manner. On the surface, he appeared quite serious. But those who knew him well understood that Shen Huai Ling was merely a mediocre actor in a performance. It's rather late. Where do you intend to go? Perhaps you should rest with the pack for the night, he suggested. Isn't that inappropriate? I feel like I might be disturbing them, Shen Huai Ling mumbled. There is nothing inappropriate about it. You are required to pay rent, came the reply. A row of question marks appeared above Shen Huai Ling's head. Sang Luo nodded. Indeed. I just spoke with their leader. You can offer them food, and that's why they are sparing you. Otherwise, why would they show you any favor? I don't know them at all. Sang Luo waved her hand dismissively. Good luck, Ling. Remember to reach out if you need anything, she said before hanging up the phone. The Wolf King motioned for Shen Huai Ling to follow her to a cave-like place. Awoo! The Wolf King opened its massive jaws, ready to bite. Chapter 103. Just escaped the tiger's den, now entering the wolf's mouth. Shen Huai Ling placed a chicken leg into the mouth of the Wolf King. The sound of crunching echoed as it chewed the meat, savoring the delightful flavor that was to its liking. Shen Huai Ling lay down upon the belly of the Wolf King, drifting into a deep slumber. Upon hearing that Shen Huai Ling had become engaged, Shen Huaiyan cast a half-smiling glance at Qi Xiao. "Did you not say my sister went to the military district for a visit? How is it that she now has a fiancé? Are you deceiving me?" Shen Huaiyan's relentless questioning left Qi Xiao utterly speechless. How could he have known that their trip would result in such unforeseen developments? "And then do not be anxious," Sang Luo reassured as she called Shen Huaiyan. "I have news regarding Shen Huai Ling." This statement quelled the fury that had consumed Shen Huaiyan. Shen Huaiyan instantly transformed into a docile demeanor. "Thank you, Sister Sang Luo. I earnestly hope that the events here remain unknown to my sister." Shen Huaiyan has reverted to his former self, the epitome of a modest gentleman, as if nothing had transpired. Shen Huaiyan hung up the phone, cast a disdainful glance at Qi Xiao, and hurriedly dialed Shen Huai Ling. In a state of drowsiness, Shen Huai Ling received a call from Shen Huaiyan. After exchanging only a few words, Shen Huai Ling succumbed to sleep. In the days since Shen Huai Ling's disappearance, the true prowess of Shen Huaiyan has finally come to light. It is astonishing how a seemingly benevolent individual can simultaneously hypnotize and control so many. If this situation remains unaddressed, the entire base could potentially fall victim to Shen Huaiyan's machinations. His most formidable trump card has yet to be revealed, and what has already transpired is sufficient to instill fear. Should Shen Huaiyan align himself as an adversary, the consequences are simply unfathomable. Caring for the young is a responsibility that falls upon every community. During the meal, Shen Huaiyan continually yearned for a hug, climbing up from Shen Huaiyan's lap. Qin Shi lifted Man effortlessly. "Brother is weary. Let him rest for a moment. Please hand Man to me." Shen Huaiyan cradled a fox cub in one arm while indulging in a bowl of noodles with the other. This sensation was exquisite, a feeling he had never encountered before. The fox cub nestled comfortably in his embrace, serene and undisturbed, save for the delightful twitching of its fox ears and the gentle swaying of its bushy tail. Contentedly, it drifted into slumber within his warm hold. Qin Shi then took the child into his arms. Given the late hour, it would be prudent to rest here for the night before continuing their journey. Shen Huaiyan shook his head. He had just made arrangements with Sang Luo to meet tomorrow to find Shen Huai Ling. At this moment, Sang Luo should be waiting for him in the hotel. As Shen Huai Ling opened her eyes, she beheld the Wolf King licking her, seemingly begging for sustenance. Shen Huai Ling sat up and retrieved a slaughtered cow weighing approximately 800 pounds from the space. This should suffice for the wolf pack's sustenance. Shen Huai Ling opened his phone and received a letter from Sang Luo, informing him that she and Shen Huaiyan were already on their way to see him, assuring him to rest easy and wait. Last night, Shen Huai Ling had already sent the location to Sang Luo, and now they awaited her arrival in this secluded spot, where the military personnel were unlikely to locate her. The previous evening, the military had been in a frenzy, searching for her as though she had simply evaporated from the earth. Her presence had been utterly elusive. Although she had ventured out, she did not utilize Li Tingyuan's vehicle, leaving them in the dark about her whereabouts. Li Tingyuan and his associates had long since grown accustomed to such peculiarities. Shen Huai Ling possessed an uncanny ability to elude capture, and if they could manage to confine her, it would indeed be a remarkable feat. Initially, Li Tingyuan had hoped to uncover answers in this place. Yet it was evident that they were merely witnessing evasion. It became clear that the art project was the final initiative. Above the third floor, life was characterized by opulence, while below it, human rights were virtually non-existent. Rather than departing swiftly, Li Tingyuan and his companions lingered for several days, observing the stark contrast between life above and below the third floor. The lower levels resembled an assembly line, with individuals mechanically performing the same monotonous tasks, rotating shifts without variation. The meals provided were subpar compared to those at their base, consisting mainly of leftovers and unidentifiable ingredients. While they found the food inedible, others consumed it with gusto, seemingly accustomed to such a grim existence. Ultimately, Li Tingyuan and his group opted to leave this place. They did not belong here. Perhaps they preferred the uncertainty of life outside, where they could strive for a glimmer of hope rather than settle for a life of complacency. Shen Wenjun remains indifferent to the choices of others. However, she fervently wishes for Shen Huai Ling to stay here, hoping for her survival. At this moment, Shen Huai Ling reclined comfortably within the wolf's den, enjoying the tranquility. His ability to conjure food seemingly out of thin air had significantly elevated his standing among the pack. Sang Luo and the others informed him via phone that it would take them a full day to arrive, advising Shen Huai Ling not to wander aimlessly but to patiently await their return. Shen Huai Ling finds this place rather pleasant. It is sparsely populated, and even the zombies are few. The scarcity of zombies here is due to the fact that they have all been consumed by the packs of wolves. Tao Tao's voice emerged, cautioning, "Do not underestimate them. Their offensive capabilities are formidable." Shen Huai Ling gazed thoughtfully at the wolves. "If I were to feed them the crystal core purification liquid, do you think they would develop supernatural abilities?" Indeed, in the latter stages of the apocalypse, humanity was compelled to confront not only zombies but also otherworldly beasts. Otherwise, how could so many meet their demise so swiftly? A plan began to take shape in Shen Huai Ling's mind. Shen Huaiyan and Sang Luo drove towards Shen Huai Ling, and from a considerable distance, they spotted the military district's vessel. Sang Luo was at the wheel, while Shen Huaiyan's gaze remained fixed upon the ship. An inn, that is the location of the military district. Shen Huaiyan lowered his gaze, realizing this was the place. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, Sister Sang Luo. Let us hasten to find my sister." "All right." By nightfall, they finally arrived at the wolf den. Sang Luo communicated with the wolf pack and successfully located Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling was playfully engaging with the little wolves in their den, feeding them meat with a gentle hand. "Had I known you were living so lavishly, we should have arrived a tad later," Sang Luo remarked with a teasing tone. Little did they know that Shen Huai Ling's late-night escapade had caused great concern among them. Yet, here he was, utterly unperturbed. "Sister," Shen Huaiyan exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 104, A Deadly Crisis. As Shen Huaiyan wept, it was as if Shen Huai Ling's mind had momentarily ceased to function. How should one address this situation? Previously, Shen Huaiyan had consistently engaged in a one-sided Cold War, remaining reticent. What could have prompted such tears this time? Shen Huai Ling looked at Sang Luo with a plea in her eyes. Sang Luo waved her hand dismissively, her gaze flickering uncertainly. This matter must be resolved by Shen Huai Ling herself. "Do not cry." Shen Huai Ling fumbled to wipe away Shen Huiyan's tears. "Sister, I thought you no longer wanted me." Shen Huiyan's tone was laced with grievance. If one were unaware of his actions at the Hope Base, one might truly believe he was easily bullied. Shen Huiyan was akin to a black sesame Tang Yuan, leaving Shen Huai Ling in a state of bewilderment, a sight that was difficult to behold. He had directly hypnotized half of the base's ability users, and outside Qi Zhao's office, he was surrounded by these ability wielders. Otherwise, Qi Zhao would have certainly kept this matter from Shen Huiyan. Sang Luo could foresee the events to come. Shen Huai Ling would continue to appease Shen Huiyan, who would then cling to her tenaciously. Being present at this moment felt like a colossal inconvenience, far better than seeking out animals to foster bonds. Sang Luo retrieved a pig and a cow from the trunk, considering them as tokens of gratitude. The wolf pack was remarkably amicable towards them, as today was Christmas Eve. However, in stark contrast to this scene, G City, perched upon a plateau, was typically desolate, distant from urban life, with only occasional zombie sightings. Yet tonight was different. A throng of zombies surged relentlessly towards the military district. The vessel bore an unknown viscous substance, preventing the zombies from climbing aboard. Yet an increasing number of them attempted to scale one another's bodies to reach the top. Thud, thud, thud. The hulking zombies, measuring 2 to 3 meters in height, moved sluggishly, yet they relentlessly assaulted the hull. The entire ground began to tremble ominously. Earth-type zombies sought to burrow directly from the soil. The windows were tightly shut, with a ghastly multitude of zombies writhing outside, presenting a most repulsive sight. Li Tingyuan and his companions hastily donned their gear and sought out Shen Wenjun, hoping to offer assistance. This was the military district's singular and most severe assault. It was unclear from whence such a multitude of zombies had emerged. but they appeared to possess a singular purpose, relentlessly attacking this location. Everyone's immediate suspicion fell upon the Changsheng Society. Who else could wield such power to orchestrate such an event? Yet this time, the Changsheng Society had overreached. The military district swiftly activated its defensive protocols, but they could hardly withstand the onslaught of so many zombies gathered at the gates. The current situation was a stalemate. Those inside could not escape, while the zombies outside could not invade. As time dragged on, each passing moment felt akin to a dull knife slicing through flesh, a most excruciating sensation. Shen Huai Ling was also awakened by the tremors, while Shen Huai had remained awake, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the Ark of Noah. Shen Huai Ling rubbed his eyes. The tremor here was not particularly intense. Shen Huai blinked and said, "Sister, isn't the starry sky outside beautiful?" "Well, that does not serve as a justification for you to stay awake at this late hour," Shen Huai retorted, tugging at Shen Huai's ear. Shen Huai had never anticipated that the military district would encounter such a calamity. A whole night had passed, and true to its reputation, the military district had yet to be breached by the zombies. However, it was evident that the hull had been significantly compromised. It seemed that the deterioration of the Ark of Noah was merely a matter of time. Upon rising the following morning, Shen Huai noticed the alarming situation. Countless zombies were tightly encircling the Ark, their numbers resembling a swarm of insects from a distance. Tao, is the military district truly facing its demise at this moment? Shen Huai retrieved a pair of binoculars from her space. It shouldn't be this way, based on prior events. The military district was expected to fall around the 10th year of the apocalypse, yet it was only the 2nd year, and its downfall had already commenced. It was akin to the butterfly effect, with Shen Huai as a pivotal element, her rebirth catalyzing a series of consequential changes. Indeed, they were on the brink of death. Tao's voice was devoid of emotion. "Do you believe the chances of my saving them are substantial?" Shen Huai interjected suddenly. Tao was taken aback. She could discern Shen Huai disdain, even aversion, towards the military district, so why the sudden inclination to rescue them? This task was not insurmountable. The crux lay with Shen Huai. And then, precisely, he was the zombie king, possessing the ability to command the undead. Only he could resolve this predicament. Otherwise, those within would be left with no escape. In her previous life, the military base had also met its demise due to Shen Huai. That night, he personally opened the gates of the Ark, allowing the zombies to enter unabated. The mere thought of Shen Huai sent chills down Tao's spine, and the current manifestation of Shen Huai bore an unsettling resemblance to her memories. The pivotal moment rested squarely with Shen Huai. Shen Huai tugged at Shen Huai and strode out. "And in, I have a matter of utmost importance that requires your assistance." "Are you referring to rescuing them?" Shen Huai smiled gently, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Shen Huai nodded slightly. "Can you save them?" "No." Shen Huai's expression instantly turned frigid. "Shen Huai, why do you only wish to rescue them? They seek to tear us apart. I desire their demise." Shen Huai has completely abandoned his pretense. The facade of the obedient youth has proven to be exhausting. He has always been this way, selfish and indifferent. Your ideals are overly altruistic. You cannot save everyone. It is time to relinquish that notion. Shen Huai perceived the individual before him as exceedingly unfamiliar. The former Shen Huai had merely been reticent. Yet now he seemed to have transformed into someone so frigid. Shen Huai finds it challenging to reconcile the image of Shen Huai, holding a puppy back then, with the present-day Shen Huai. Shen Huai remained remarkably composed, in stark contrast to Shen Huai's hysterical demeanor. Upon hearing Shen Huai's words, Shen Huai was rendered speechless. "I yearn to rescue them, to the best of my abilities, ensuring that every soul yearning for life may continue to thrive. And I now comprehend your thoughts. You need not concern yourself with this matter any longer, for I shall honor your choice." Shen Huai released Shen Huai's hand. "Whether you, in saying Luo, choose to wait for me here or depart by car, I have matters to attend to." Just as Shen Huai was about to finish his sentence, Shen Huai's figure had already vanished. Chapter 105. The Quarrel. Shen Huai watched helplessly as Shen Huai vanished before his very eyes. Shen Huai Ling grasped the car keys and drove towards the location of the Ark of Noah. The lives of others were inconsequential. Shen Huai Ling must not come to harm. When Sang Luo awoke, Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai Ling had long since vanished. A benevolent wolf informed Sang Luo that the two had departed. She fled. While he pursued, she felt as though she had wings, yet could not escape. Am I merely a pawn in your game? Sang Luo felt as though she was shattering. Ling Ling, you need not risk your well-being to save them, tearing your relationship with Shen Huai Ling for their sake. Tao Tao's voice was laden with despair. Their fate is sealed. You cannot save them. You cannot rewrite destiny. Shen Huai Ling was somewhat taken aback. This was the first time Tao Tao had not been clamoring for her to save someone, clinging to the last flicker of hope. Tao Tao, Shen Huai Ling uttered softly. Perhaps it had been a mistake from the very beginning. No one could rescue this world. A wave of defeat washed over her. Tao Tao incessantly switched hosts, each new host seeking to please Shen Huai Ling, only for the relationships to eventually turn to enmity, culminating in the complete annihilation of humanity each time. She had initially believed that this time would be different, yet there was not a single change. In fact, everything unfolded ahead of schedule. Shen Huai Ling is the final host bound to Tao Tao. It appears that she's indeed not a suitable ruler. Otherwise, she would not have failed to complete her tasks after so many attempts. All her remaining energy is now invested in Shen Huai Ling, and the fate of the entire world rests upon her thoughts. Do not be so disheartened. Although I may not be able to save many, every single life matters. Shen Huai Ling's bright words captured Tao Tao's attention. Have you forgotten? I am a spatial ability user. I possess the power of teleportation. The warehouse where I rescued people during the earthquake is still within Shen Huai Ling's system backpack. Shen Huai Ling positioned the warehouse not far away. As soon as he approached, a zombie, drawn by the scent, came rushing towards him. Shen Huai Ling swiftly turned and entered the warehouse. Phew, fortunate to have run quickly. Otherwise, he would have become a meal for the zombies. Shen Huai Ling initiated contact with Li Tingyuan to inquire about the current circumstances within. The situation inside remained unaffected. The pressing concern was the horde of zombies outside. This vessel could endure for approximately 2 more days. Beyond that, it would be breached by the relentless undead. Which floor are you currently on? Well, the 4th floor. Li Tingyuan casually responded. I shall grant you 2 minutes. I will await your arrival in the stairwell on the 1st floor. When a phone call from Shen Huai Ling came in, Li Tingyuan immediately activated the speakerphone. It turned out that Shen Huai Ling had not managed to escape. Li Tingyuan and Zhu Qing exchanged glances and hurried downstairs. TSK, TSK, TSK. You all are quite lacking. 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Shen Huai Ling pointed at the watch on his wrist. The 4 of them looked into Shen Huai Ling's eyes. Filled with hope, it was he who always saved them in moments like this. They gazed at him with eager anticipation. This is not an ideal place for a conversation. Follow me. Shen Huai Ling pulled Zhu Qing and Zhao Hu and instantly transported them to the warehouse outside. After a while, Zhang Lei and Li Tingyuan also appeared in the warehouse. Your abilities have grown stronger. Zhu Qing gazed at Shen Huai Ling with admiration. Just average 3rd in the world. Li Tingyuan observed the situation outside. It was not a good sign, as there were far more zombies than they had anticipated. Do you have a viable plan to stop this? All eyes turned to Shen Huai Ling. No, came a straightforward and resolute reply. The only method available now is to use teleportation to evacuate people. This remains the sole option, whether you stay here or venture out. I have something of great importance to attend to. Shen Huai Ling once again entered the Ark, effortlessly gaining access to the 4th floor with Li Tingyuan's identification in hand. Shen Huai Ling boldly approached and rapped assertively on Shen Wenjun's door. After knocking for an extended period, Shen Huai Ling received no response. Frustrated, he forcefully kicked the door open, only to find the room utterly deserted. The same desolation echoed throughout the other rooms. There was no one in sight. The entire 4th floor lay barren, and as Shen Huai Ling contemplated ascending to the 5th floor, he realized that Li Tingyuan's credentials were insufficient to grant him access. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the alarm on the wall. Since she could not locate anyone, she would simply await their arrival. Shen Huai Ling sat casually with her legs crossed, awaiting the arrival of others. Meanwhile, A meeting was convening on the fourth floor, and upon hearing the alarm sound, a palpable tension enveloped the room. Was it possible that the zombies had breached the fourth floor? Everyone hurriedly glanced at the surveillance area, only to find no zombies present, prompting a collective sigh of relief as they turned their attention to the figures on the monitor. Merely 30 seconds had passed when the alarm ceased its blaring. Shen Huai Ling tapped on the screen, asserting that she possessed a solution to deal with the zombies outside. Although she was uncertain if those on the fifth floor could hear her, she was confident that they would soon come seeking her guidance. Shen Huai Ling remained utterly unperturbed, quietly seated on her chair, awaiting their arrival. What recourse did she possess? Those present were all familiar with Shen Huai Ling, the daughter of Shen Wenjun. Let us not exacerbate the situation. It is already quite chaotic. Some wish to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. Do you possess a viable solution? Shen Wenjun retorted. Rather than remaining passive in their current predicament, it would be wise to consider Shen Huai Ling's insights. Perhaps she might illuminate a glimmer of hope. After a night of deliberation, they had arrived at one essential conclusion: to activate the self-destruct mechanism when the need arose, ensuring that both the zombies and the living meet their demise in a singular explosion. Shen Wenjun and the person who had just been shouting engaged in a heated argument, until the individual seated in the prominent position finally turned around. "Wenjun, please bring that child here," commanded an elderly man, his words leaving no room for dissent. Shen Wenjun gazed at Shen Huai Ling, tears streaming down her face. "I'm so sorry, my child. It is I who have caused you this suffering. Had it not been for my insistence that Li Tingyuan and the others bring you here, none of this would have transpired." Shen Huai Ling turned his head away. It was not the appropriate time for such discussions. It was my oversight in consideration. Follow me to the fifth floor. The moment Shen Wenjun entered with Shen Huai Ling, all eyes were drawn to him. "So, you claim you can resolve this matter?" Spook Yi Hoyuis Fader Yi Yuwen. Ji Chaoyu was the betrothed of Shen Wenjun, and with Shen Huai Ling having just fled from his wedding, his presence here was deeply disapproving to Ji Yuan. Shen Huai Ling smiled faintly. "I can certainly resolve this matter. However, I have one condition." Chapter 106. Overwhelmed. What condition? Yi Yuan retorted. "I have my methods, but you must be prepared to pay a price. Specifically, all the core technologies you possess here." His arrogance was palpable. "Let's first hear your plan. I have a warehouse outside, and I can assure you of its absolute safety. There is no danger from zombies within. But how do we escape? That is the most pressing issue at hand." "My ability allows me to teleport and rescue individuals," Shen Huai Ling replied, igniting hope in the eyes of those present. "However, I can only transport around 50 people per day, and the decision of who leaves ultimately lies with you. We also have individuals capable of teleportation," said a figure seated at the head of the table, fixated on Shen Huai Ling. "They could transport people to the warehouse, but I will charge a fee. 10 crystal cores per person, or 1,000 points. You're likely familiar with the point system, as I recall you previously ordered a considerable amount of supplies from me. Why should we trust you? Trust is your choice. But this appears to be your only viable means of survival at present." Shen Huai Ling stifled a yawn. "Given these circumstances, I will grant you 1 hour. If no one comes to seek me out, I shall take my leave." Shen Huai Ling turned and exited the conference room. To verify the truth of Shen Huai Ling's words, the external camera was activated, and indeed, not far away, a warehouse came into view. Shen Huai Ling did not deceive them. If he had, it might have marked a turning point in this matter. Moreover, within their military district, there are many hidden talents, and Shen Huai Ling is not the sole individual capable of instantaneous movement. Shen Huai Ling recalled the boy she had encountered in the stairwell. Meeting him could be considered fate. Why not bring him along and take the old man with them as well? Shen Huai Ling descended into the stairwell on the first floor, where he finally discerned the boy's predicament. It was not that he wished to remain here. Rather, he was utterly bound to this place. His body was encumbered by heavy shackles, and he appeared exceedingly frail, a portrait of malnutrition. "Child, would you be willing to accompany me?" Shen Huai Ling inquired, gazing at the young one against the light. Tao Tao, taken aback by Shen Huai Ling's fortune, found himself at a loss for words. The boy shook his head, indicating he could not leave. He was firmly confined by the thick chains. "If I could take you away, how would you repay me?" Upon hearing Shen Huai Ling's words, the boy ceased his previous weeping and slowly rose from the ground. If you can indeed free me, I shall follow your every command. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. The boy's eyes sparkled with an intense will to survive. With a resounding clang, the chains surrounding him shattered. Do not forget your promise, Shen Huai Ling said, blinking in astonishment. It was so effortlessly achieved. The boy's eyes brimmed with admiration. From this moment forth, I shall follow you unwaveringly. Should you direct me east, I shall not venture west. Shen Huai Ling helped the person up and inquired, What is your name? Zhu Yao, came a reply. Shen Huai Ling gently patted his head and said, Come, let us walk together. Shen Huai Ling reached out towards Zhu Yao, who, despite enduring pain, grasped Shen Huai Ling's hand. Let us proceed. There is another person. Ling, are you aware of who Zhu Yao truly is? Tao Tao's voice resonated sharply within the space. Isn't he merely a child? Why the excessive fuss? Shen Huai Ling touched his ear, reflecting on the past. It was no small feat that Shen Huai Ling could so swiftly bring about the world's destruction, a feat that was significantly aided by him, as he was the sole human companion beside the zombie king. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the child who still clutched her hand. Are you referring to him? Tao Tao nodded emphatically. What is his ability? Telepathy, came the reply. In his eyes, no one harbors secrets. Shen Huai Ling felt somewhat speechless. But I am an advanced system, equipped with shielding. He cannot fathom your thoughts. Zhu Yao, exceptionally astute, was able to discern the innermost thoughts of others due to his ability, thus emerging as the one who ultimately triumphed. Shen Huai Ling navigated his way to the familiar spot where the elderly man remained seated, unmoving. Old man, I've come to see you, Shen Huai Ling proclaimed, retrieving a flask of wine from his belongings. The old man reached out eagerly for the drink. Yet, it struck Shen Huai Ling as curious that this elder had lingered here all this time. However, this was not the moment for nostalgia. Old man, look outside. There's zombies everywhere. How about I take you with me? Shen Huai Ling stated directly. The old man seemed indifferent to Shen Huai Ling's words. His gaze fixated solely on the exquisite wine in Shen Huai Ling's grasp. At my age, death is merely a natural end. You should take this young child with you, he said, gesturing towards Zhu Yao. After taking a generous swig of the wine, he added, As long as I have this fine drink, I am content. Shen Huai Ling could not fathom the old man's perspective. Were the ordinary people within this ark not subjected to bullying solely for the sake of survival? Why was he so different from the others? Are you truly certain you will not accompany me? Shen Huai Ling inquired once more, her determination unwavering. You are quite young to be so insistent. It is time for you to depart, he admonished, waving his hands in an effort to usher her away. Once outside, Zhu Yao grasped Shen Huai Ling's hand tightly and said, Sister, he wishes for you to survive and save others. Shen Huai Ling offered a piece of bread to Zhu Yao. How did you know? Shen Huai Ling crouched down to meet Zhu Yao's gaze. Zhu Yao's hand, which clutched the bread, tightened repeatedly. Indeed, everyone aware of his unique ability wished to claim it for themselves. Zhu Yao bit his lip, merely guessing. His eyes darted uncertainly. Oh, just a guess? Shen Huai Ling remarked playfully. Then, what is your extraordinary power? Shen Huai Ling inquired further. Zhu Yao looked up at Shen Huai Ling with an innocent expression. Sister, my ability is earth manipulation. Despite his tender age, Zhu Yao was a dual ability user. Typically, such powers awaken only in adulthood. Yet he appeared to be merely around 10 years old. Shen Huai Ling gently patted Zhu Yao's head and said, Remember, from now on, apart from me, whenever anyone encounters you, you are to declare that you possess only this singular ability. Zhu Yao nodded in agreement, affirming, I possess only this singular ability. The highest-ranking leader of the military district stood before Shen Huai Ling, stating, We also have individuals who can teleport. Perhaps we should go and observe together. Shen Huai Ling nodded slightly, without any questions. So, has it been decided who leaves first? The military district leader gazed at Shen Huai Ling, instructing him to take Shen Wenjun away first, as everyone else had already been arranged. His gaze fell on the child's hand that Shen Huai Ling was holding, and a flicker of surprise appeared in his eyes. You cannot take this child away. The commander's words were unequivocal. He belongs to the base. Chapter 107. Negotiating Terms. Why? Shen Huai Ling met the commander's gaze fearlessly. If you do not allow me to take him, you must provide me with a reason. Shen Huai Ling lounged casually, appearing utterly indifferent. Chu Yao's eyes glinted with ferocity. It seemed they wished for his demise. There are too many secrets surrounding Chu Yao. You lack the qualifications. I'm afraid you need to comprehend the current situation. It is you who are seeking my assistance, not the other way around. If all the core data within the Ark is destroyed, the Ark project will fail, thus rendering all their previous efforts futile. Shen Huai Ling wagered that they would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Perhaps you should allow him to speak for himself, the commander suggested, gazing into Chu Yao's eyes. The atmosphere was thick with malice emanating from all directions. After all, Chu Yao was merely a child, and he instinctively sought refuge behind Shen Huai Ling. This child exhibits troubling behavior, Shun Wenjun interjected. His energy is exceedingly abundant. As long as it remains unspent, he may resort to violence. The current state of his being is a collective responsibility of all present, as it was the injection of a certain liquid into his system that has led to his transformation. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Chu Yao, pondering whether he had taken a life. Chu Yao was unable to discern the thoughts churning within Shen Huai Ling's mind. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for him, and he realized that he could rely solely on himself. He nodded slightly, and Shen Huai Ling increasingly perceived him as a promising individual, capable of both slaughtering and tilling the land, effectively maximizing his potential. Shen Huai Ling gently stroked her head, expressing his belief that he could arrange a suitable place for her. It's all right, I am not afraid of him. However, Chu Yao is our experimental subject, and it is impossible to allow you to take him away freely. Chu Yao's extraordinary abilities stem from experiments conducted by the military district, aimed at determining whether an ordinary person, devoid of any prowess, could possess such powers. Chu Yao stands as the sole successful subject. The others have consistently met with numerous failures, some emerging with additional limbs, while others were left maimed. It is precisely for this reason that Chu Yao elicits a sense of dread. The power he wields is the very source of collective fear. Since Miss Shun continuously speaks of interests, and Chu Yao is a member of our base, what price shall you pay, Miss Shun? What do you think? Join our military? Impossible. Shen Huai Ling decisively rejected the notion. She had no desire to wade into the murky waters of the military district. Then we have nothing more to discuss. The commander's words were not open to debate. Very well. Since reason eludes us, I shall not press further. Without hesitation, Shen Huai Ling turned and vanished with Chu Yao, the abruptness of the event catching everyone off guard. Who needed their consent? She was merely informing them. Did they truly believe they were in an equal partnership? Upon witnessing Shen Huai Ling's sudden disappearance, they were taken aback by the abrupt collapse of negotiations. Nevertheless, they were compelled to obey the orders of their superiors. Gesturing for Shen Huai Ling to look inside, she remained entirely oblivious to the situation at hand. Casually addressing Li Tingyuan and the others, she remarked, "Look, I have brought a child from the military district. Anin, what brings you here?" Through Tao Tao's words, Shen Huai Ling sensed that Anin's visit surely did not bode well. What is wrong? Does my sister not wish for my presence? Or am I merely an eyesore to my sister and brother? When Shen Huai became enraged, the assault of the zombies outside intensified. Li Tingyuan received a message from the military district, expressing a desire to discuss matters further with Shen Huai Ling. However, Shen Huai Ling was currently overwhelmed with his own troubles, which was truly disastrous. Li Tingyuan feigned ignorance of the situation. It was best for him to depart for now. The four individuals, under the pretense of hunting zombies, hastily left the area, while Chu Yao endeavored to minimize his presence as much as possible. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai found themselves in a stalemate, neither willing to take a step back. Shen Huai Ling was the first to succumb. And then, what do you wish to do? Will you dispel the zombies here? Of course. Upon receiving Shen Huai's assurance, Shen Huai Ling's eyes instantly brightened. With a snap of his fingers, the onslaught of zombies outside diminished significantly. "Sister, please consider it," Shen Huai remarked, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he gazed at Shen Huai Ling, who had averted his eyes, now awaiting her response. "I always knew that Anin was the kindest," Shen Huai Ling said, pulling him close. "However, I cannot leave with you just yet. The moment her words fell, Shen Huai's expression darkened. Having discussed most of the pertinent details with the military district, Shen Huai Ling felt reluctant to let such a substantial opportunity slip away. Shen Huai Ling pulled Shen Huai aside and spoke of her plans. Shen Huai nodded in agreement with Shen Huai Ling's proposal, and the two swiftly sprang into action. However, Shen Huai's current appearance was not suitable. Shen Huai Ling procured a human skin mask from his space and affixed it to Shen Huai's face. Now, the two embarked on separate missions. Shen Huai would first retrieve Sang Luo, while Shen Huai Ling sought negotiations with the military district, aiming to maximize their interests. Shen Huai's anger had somewhat subsided, and his tone had softened. Sister Luo, I apologize. It was not my intention. My sister specifically asked me to come and fetch you. Shen Huai spoke earnestly. My sister mentioned that as a gesture of contrition, the zoo's provisions will include 2 additional pigs this month. That is more acceptable, Sang Luo thought, not holding any grudges against Shen Huai and his companion, for she had gleaned some information about the two from the wolves' conversations. In that brief moment, they had dispatched 20 or 30 zombies. Manager Shen, the military district wishes to discuss matters further with you. Li Tingyuan, still stained with blood, announced. Chu Yao stood beside Shen Huai Ling, leaning in to whisper, Sister, their minimum offer is that you can select any one core technology, and each individual may receive a maximum of 15 crystal cores. It seemed they intended for Li Tingyuan to negotiate with her. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a potion crafted by his pharmaceutical factory from the void and presented it to Chu Yao. This remedy is intended for external application, while that one is for internal use. It is essential to remember this distinction. Shen Huai Ling handed a pile of food and water to Chu Yao, explaining that her sister was preoccupied with matters at hand, and asked him to wait quietly for a while. Chu Yao obediently nodded and found a spot to settle down, devouring the provisions that Shen Huai Ling had graciously provided. Shen Huai Ling nonchalantly glanced at her nails, thinking that our negotiations might have fallen through. News had just arrived from the military district, confirming that you could take Chu Yao with you, Li Tingyuan hastily remarked. Therefore, regardless of your objections, I have managed to bring him along. The group exchanged glances. At this moment, only Shen Huai Ling had the capability to rescue him. I believe we could discuss this further, Li Tingyuan suggested tentatively. Let us hear about your sincerity. Shen Huai Ling regarded Li Tingyuan with keen interest. I cannot provide you with the core technology, but each individual can offer you 10 crystal nuclei. TSK, if it weren't for Chu Yao, Shen Huai Ling would truly have been oblivious to the depths of Li Tingyuan's cunning. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Li Tingyuan, revealing a smile tinged with finality. I demand all data pertaining to artificial abilities, in addition to the most advanced medical technologies and artificial intelligence currently accessible to the military district. Each individual must receive 10 crystal cores. This is my non-negotiable bottom line. Otherwise, we shall not proceed. Chapter 108. Successful Wealth Accumulation. Li Tingyuan, upon hearing Shen Huai Ling's words, inhaled sharply, taken aback by the enormity of the demands, which exceeded their expectations. I must confer with the military district regarding your requests. Shen Huai Ling appeared rather indifferent, as the urgency did not concern her. Li Tingyuan stepped aside to contact the military district, presenting Shen Huai Ling's request. He observed as Shen Huai Ling opened her mouth but had yet to utter a word. This is my bottom line, Shen Huai Ling stated directly. To his surprise, the military district did not refuse. Instead, they readily acquiesced to Shen Huai Ling's demands. A pleasant collaboration, she thought. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Perhaps he had said too little. Shen Huai Ling sighed helplessly. After Shen Huai Ling's agreement, individuals with extraordinary abilities began to appear in the warehouse incessantly. To avert any potential disturbances from the military personnel, Shen Huai Ling summoned Yin Yueshin, establishing that any troublemaker could be transformed into a puppet. Sang Luo and Shen Wenjun stood at the entrance, with one taking names and collecting fees while the other engaged in the trade of various supplies, seizing every opportunity for profit. Shen Huai Ling also went to offer assistance. Lingling, thank you, Shen Wenjun suddenly remarked. Shen Huai Ling did not respond, merely escorting the person before departing. As the guest departed, The atmosphere on the fourth and fifth floors grew noticeably desolate. Shen Huai Ling sat quietly beside the commander. "Aren't you leaving?" he inquired, perplexed. The commander chuckled softly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the monitor. "If I were to leave, the entire base would descend into chaos. I apologize. My capabilities are limited." To his surprise, Shen Huai Ling refrained from retorting. The commander, fully aware of Shen Huai Ling's circumstances, suddenly spoke. "I apologize for the loss of your parents at such a tender age." Shen Huai Ling also gazed at the monitor, stating, "I do not accept this apology. The matter has long since passed. Everything has been decided, and now your apology comes too late. If you wish to make amends, it would be more prudent to provide me with a copy of all the core materials." The commander shot a glance at Shen Huai Ling, remarking, "You certainly have the audacity to make such a bold request. If you agree to join the military district, I shall grant you the materials." Shen Huai Ling promptly turned her head and suggested, "Let's change the subject." The commander chuckled, pondering whom this girl, Shen Huai Ling, truly resembled. Shen Huai Ling suddenly inquired, "With the evacuation of those on the fourth and fifth floors, what shall become of the remaining individuals and animals?" As soon as Shen Huai Ling's voice fell, the elderly man encountered earlier in the ox shed unexpectedly emerged from somewhere. The commander seemed to have already grown accustomed to this. They would vanish along with the entire Arkansas. The commander's eyes were shrouded in a misty haze. "Are you not afraid of inciting a riot?" the old man murmured beside him. "No," came the reply. "Why? Have you ever seen windows at the bottom of a ship?" Shen Huai Ling finally recalled the strange sensation beneath. Realizing the truth, it seemed they were utterly oblivious to the events unfolding above. Shen Huai Ling found it utterly amusing. The commander merely cast a glance at Shen Huai Ling, remarking that they had sheltered them for so long and should be content. Indeed, mere survival could be considered a form of protection. Yet the sustenance of those ordinary people amounted to scarcely a tenth of what they required. Some were even captured for experimentation. This is a post-apocalyptic world, where morality holds no significance whatsoever. Shen Huai Ling stepped outside and observed an ability user capable of teleportation, accompanied by a spatial ability user, as they absconded with all the essential supplies of the base. Shen Huai Ling merely felt a sense of sorrow, recognizing the necessity to respect the destinies of others. As night fell, the hull of the ship became increasingly fragile, and the faint echoes of the zombies' growls could be heard. It was only those below the third deck who began to feel fear. When Shen Huai Ling arrived at the control room, both the commander and the elderly man remained present. "I have discovered a method to ensure everyone's safety." Shen Huai Ling's proclamation captured the attention of the two individuals. "What do you mean?" Shen Huai Ling observed as they brandished a remote control in their hands. "I have placed the explosives from your base 1,000 meters away. The moment I press this switch, it will detonate, granting you the opportunity to escape. What are your chances?" 50%. This was Shen Huai Ling's rationale for facilitating a legitimate retreat from the zombies. Shen Huai Ling placed the remote control in the commander's hand. "The subsequent events are yours to decide." At that moment, the distant sound of an explosion will inevitably attract a multitude of zombies, while the remaining few will be dispatched by these superpowered individuals. Indeed, this is the most foolproof approach. Shen Huai Ling and his companions were not particularly concerned. They chose not to partake in the ensuing actions. After approximately half an hour, a series of explosions erupted from the other side of the mountain, providing Shen Huai the opportunity to relax his control over the zombies. Drawn by the sounds of detonation, the zombies hurriedly made their way towards the source, while the commander stood at the forefront, opening the gates of the Arkansas. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the remaining zombies surged inside, and the abilities users began to systematically eliminate them. Sang Luo and Yin Yuanshan, filled with curiosity, perched themselves by the window to observe. Even Yin Yuanshan's little puppet gazed inquisitively out the window. As the sounds of explosions gradually faded, the zombies resumed their aimless wandering. Time was running short, and more individuals began to flood into the warehouse. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the windows and illuminated the warehouse, where everyone had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep. The Ark had been ravaged by the zombies, yet fortunately, casualties were minimized. Throughout this ordeal, Tao Tao had offered no suggestions. In his programming, the Ark was destined for demise. It was unexpected that Shen Huai Ling would so effortlessly alter this fate. Perhaps Shen Huai Ling truly possessed the ability to salvage this world. The zombies outside had nearly dissipated, leaving behind a landscape strewn with severed limbs, a testament to the ferocity of the previous day's battle. Now, discussions of rebuilding their homeland commenced, a matter detached from Shen Huai Ling's involvement. Shen Huai Ling hesitated for a moment before approaching Shen Wenjun. Given the current circumstances, it would be better for you to accompany me. It is likely that my place would be more suitable for you. Upon uttering these words, Shen Huai Ling felt a significant sense of relief wash over him. Shen Wenjun smiled with a sense of relief. I am a soldier. Perhaps this place is more suited to me. In this recent battle, it seems that all misunderstandings between mother and daughter have been resolved. They may still choose to establish a base here, or they may decide to depart. But at this moment, such considerations hold little significance. The struggle of yesterday has extinguished all resources within the Ark, leaving only Shen Huai Ling to depend upon. An opportunity for prosperity has arrived. Shen Huai Ling is here selling boxed meals and various other supplies for trade. Shen Huai Ling is now reaping substantial rewards daily, having received nearly 10,000 crystal cores just in the past couple of days. It turns out that life can be this uncomplicated. Shen Huai Ling hums a cheerful tune while selling goods. Shopkeeper Shen, would you be interested in establishing an inn here? Chapter 109. The use of child labor? Shen Huai Ling gazed at the person who uttered those words with a peculiar expression, wondering if they desired to build an inn here simply because they found life to be too lengthy. Shen Huaiyan and Chu Yao are both individuals openly wanted by the military district. Establishing a hotel here is akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den, leaving one uncertain of what might transpire. Shen Huai Ling's expression darkened, and before he could utter a word, Li Tingyuan and Zhang Lei had already dragged the one who had just spoken aside. They truly seemed oblivious to their peril, unable to discern the hierarchy of power present in this place. Shen Huai Ling instructed Shen Huaiyan and Chu Yao to leave this place first, as the crowd made it difficult to ensure their safety. Hey, Si Chen, I have sent you a capable assistant. Shen Huai Ling sent a voice message to Si Chen. Si Chen silently scrutinized the small figure before him. Shen Huai Ling, you are truly insatiable, even exploiting a mere 10-year-old child. Chu Yao innocenti bolinquet, feeling that none of this pertained to him. From now on, you can delegate the tasks of farming in the back mountain and tending to the cattle on the hillside to him. Before Shen Huai Ling could finish speaking, Si Chen abruptly ended the call. Brother, I am capable of anything, truly. The more Chu Yao expressed this, the more Si Chen felt that Shen Huai Ling was not quite human. In the dead of night, Shen Huai Ling received a call from Si Chen. Shen Huai Ling was suddenly jolted, recalling the previous events concerning Chu Yao. This is bad. Chu Yao's current condition is exceedingly unstable. His eyes have turned a menacing crimson, and the air is thick with the scent of charred remnants from lightning strikes. The entire first floor has descended into chaos. Lingling, he has gone mad. Xiong Xiong lamented while clinging to Lingling's leg. Chu Yao during the day was an entirely different person. He radiated immense energy, and upon seeing Shen Huai Ling approach, he raised his hand, ready to strike. Shen Huai Ling swiftly sidestepped, and the ground beneath her instantly fissured. In a heartbeat, Shen Huai Ling materialized behind Chu Yao, administering a substantial dose of sedative. Shen Huai Ling lifted the person into his arms and, in the dead of night, summoned the chief steward, Rabbit. Chu Yao's current condition was dire. Each sudden surge of energy relentlessly drained his life force. I am sorry, Lingling. At this moment, we possess no means to exert control, and the cause of the ailment remains unknown. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a USB drive from his pocket. Perhaps this might be of assistance to you. This USB drive contains the pinnacle of contemporary medical knowledge, which may prove beneficial in this regard. I am uncertain as to how such circumstances arose. As soon as Shen Huai Ling emerged, Si Chen promptly followed suit. It's nothing to worry about. Starting tomorrow, let him engage in some weeding and pig slaughtering to expend his energy. This seems to be the most effective solution at present. Shen Huai Ling gazed upon the chaotic scene in the lobby on the first floor, taking a deep breath. It was of no concern. He would take his time to settle the accounts when he awoke tomorrow. Shen Huai Ling went to the kitchen in search of Qiu, requesting him to prepare a grand cake for the residents upstairs as a gesture of apology. The following morning, as Chu Yao awoke, he found Shen Huai Ling gazing intently at him, causing Chu Yao great embarrassment. Shen Huai Ling placed a document before Chu Yao. With most matters resolved, it is time for us to discuss the issues between us. Shen Huai Ling placed a bill before Chu Yao, who exhibited an uncommon fluster in his eyes. For some inexplicable reason, it seemed that mind-reading had faltered in Shen Huai Ling's presence. I have compiled the bill you disrupted last night. You are required to settle it using your points. I have no money. That is easily resolved. You may work for me to repay the debt. Chu Yao, still a mere child, was more easily deceived than previous individuals. I do not harbor the useless, Shen Huai Ling continued, unspoken but understood. Chu Yao grasped the contract on the table and perused its contents. In life and death, the master and servant are bound together. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to sign the contract with Shen Huai Ling, for the only protector he had was Shen Huai Ling. He had no alternative but to rely on him. Shen Huai Ling is currently the only individual capable of maintaining equilibrium with the military district. Even entering the den of wolves is far preferable to remaining within the confines of the military district. Chu Yao sensed the potency of the covenant. What, I wonder, is the nature of your extraordinary ability? Chu Yao was profoundly curious, as thus far, Shen Huai Ling appeared to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Shen Huai Ling waved his hand dismissively, asserting that his abilities were merely ordinary, and that as an innkeeper, he hardly possessed any extraordinary prowess. A fraud, he thought. After Shen Huai Ling departed, Si Chen hurriedly entered, as it was time to train the newcomers once again. Si Chen thoughtfully activated the youth mode, recognizing that Chu Yao was still quite young, and it would be unwise for him to use a mobile phone too early. Thus, it was prudent to limit his screen time. The arrival of newcomers had become a routine for everyone, yet the presence of a child piqued their curiosity. Shen Huai Ling was known for his unconventional ways. Nearly all those who entered into contracts with him possessed peculiar abilities. As Chu Yao noticed the crowd gathering around him, he instinctively shrank back, shyly hiding behind Si Chen. Nevertheless, he understood that their intentions were innocent, fueled only by curiosity. Chu Yao was remarkably charming, capable of articulating words that delighted everyone. Yet for a 10-year-old, such a talent could prove detrimental. Initially, many assumed that Chu Yao was merely a laborer summoned by Shen Huai Ling as he toiled in the fields daily, bearing the burden of delivering goods to various shops, a rather arduous existence. However, as time passed, they began to uncover the peculiarities surrounding Chu Yao. He seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of the thoughts and sentiments of those around him, though an unspoken speculation lingered in their hearts. The subject remained untouched, a secret belonging solely to Chu Yao, to be revealed when he deemed fit. His courage was remarkable. Shen Huai Ling preferred that he refrain from engaging in physical confrontations, allowing him to assist from the sidelines. Perhaps it was the latent power within him that endowed him with strength surpassing that of an ordinary child. On his first outing, he had even slain a cow. During these days, the inn's operations were worry-free. He simply remained at the Ark, selling lunchboxes and daily necessities, leading a life of serene leisure. Shen Huai Ling, undeterred by the military district's potential scrutiny, boldly took a seat beside Shen Huai Ling casually. He offered her a candied hawthorn skewer. "Sister, how much longer must we remain here?" Shen Huai Ling observed their sluggish efforts in repairing the Ark, feeling that the passage of time was exceedingly protracted. Shen Huai Ling observed a limping individual who appeared to be deliberately avoiding their path. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai Ling exchanged glances, and he hurriedly nestled himself into the corner, striving to diminish his presence as much as possible. Who could that be? Chapter 110, A Reunion. Shen Huai Ling squinted as he gazed over, recognizing the figure before him. It was Feng Ziki. Shen Huai Ling took a bite of the roasted sweet potato, mumbling indistinctly. How did he end up in such a miserable state? It seems the military district's benefits are not as generous as one might think. Shen Huai Ling muttered under his breath. This is the consequence of betrayal. Feng Ziki was in a deplorable condition. His clothes were tattered, stained with the blood of the undead. Seizing a moment when Shen Huai Ling was distracted, he cast a venomous glare in Shen Huai Ling's direction. If it weren't for Shen Huai Ling, how could he have fallen to such depths? Feng Ziki appeared utterly devoid of any spiritual energy. He had undergone artificial ability synthesis, longing to become like Chu Yao. Yet he had failed, completely unaware of the substance Shen Huai Ling had administered to him, which rendered him incapable of harnessing spiritual energy. All his vitality seeped away within him, leaving him a mere husk. Why should he endure such a wretched existence while others thrived? After days of observation, Shen Huai Ling and the others remained confined to the warehouse, making it impossible for him to take action. As for Shen Huai, he was an even more fearsome presence. Given the current circumstances, all he could do was silently curse them in his heart, knowing it would accomplish nothing. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai currently regard Feng Ziki with utter indifference. What tempest could an ordinary individual stir? Ling, yawning, placed a video call to Shen Huai Ling. I wish to request a leave of absence. A leave of absence? Shen Huai Ling queried, somewhat perplexed. What is the matter? Our clan has a peculiar custom. We hibernate. With the weather growing increasingly frigid, my hibernation period is fast approaching. Another curious piece of knowledge was added. It turns out that merfolk require hibernation. When is your hibernation date? It will be in about a week or so. I am not entirely certain, but I wanted to inform you in advance. No problem, it's approved. Just let me know when you're about to leave. The weather continues to grow colder, yet this winter is markedly different from last year's. These zombies seem to be undergoing constant evolution. Their movements are no longer as sluggish as last year. There is an unsettling sense of escalation in their behavior. Shen Huai Ling had ventured outside the warehouse for the first time in such a long while. The surrounding zombies had become remarkably sparse, almost entirely cleared away. It must be said that the air here had improved significantly. The stench of blood had long been dispersed by the wind. Shen Wenjun approached Shen Huai Ling and presented him with a package of yak jerky, a local delicacy. Do give it a try, she urged. Shen Huai Ling did not refuse. Indeed, the taste was rather pleasant. Who is my father? Shen Huai Ling already possessed the answer within, yet still yearned to hear Shen Wenjun articulate it once more. His name is Ling Yi, a truly remarkable individual. Shen Wenjun recalled the profound emotions reflected in Ling Yi's gaze. Shen Huai Ling chose not to refute this time, instead opting to listen in silence. As Shen Wenjun and Shen Huai Ling ventured deeper, the number of zombies around them began to increase. One zombie appeared not far from Shen Huai Ling. Feng Ziki, emerging from an unknown place, charged directly at Shen Huai Ling, knocking her to the ground. Although he had initially contemplated sparing her, it seemed he was merely seeking his own demise. Feng Ziki had followed her from the warehouse, evidently in pursuit of an opportunity to end her life. The zombies, drawn by the commotion, lunged towards Shen Huai Ling. After all this time, Feng Ziki, it seems you have made no progress at all, Shen Huai Ling remarked coldly, gazing at him. Shen Huai Ling yearned to wield a knife and swiftly sever the zombie's throat, yet found herself devoid of strength. Do you truly believe that my intent to end your life hinges on a singular preparation? It seems I ought not to harbor such lofty expectations. Shen Huai Ling lowered her gaze, a sense of absurdity washing over her. In the next moment, the zombie before her was cleaved in two, its blood splattering across Shen Huai Ling's face. Shen Huai Ling strained with all his might, attempting to rise, yet his body felt utterly limp, devoid of strength. A confined space enveloped Feng Ziki, where oxygen was being steadily depleted. It was visibly evident that Feng Ziki's face had turned crimson, and blood began to seep forth. Shen Huai Ling, may you meet a wretched end, Feng Ziki incessantly cursed him. Shen Huai Ling paid no heed to it. 5 minutes later, Feng Ziki vanished into the air like a wisp of blood mist. Ling, I truly have no knowledge of this matter. Shen Wenjun fell into a state of panic. She attempted to help Shen Huai Ling to his feet. Do not touch me, otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Shen Huai Ling couldn't help but find it amusing. After all this time, she had been repeatedly stabbed by the same person. Shen Wenjun sought to assist Shen Huai Ling in rising, yet the moment her hand made contact, it was met with a sharp injury. "I have already told you not to touch me." Shen Huai Ling's voice bore no trace of emotion. Initially, Shen Huai Ling believed Shen Wenjun to be a woman of discernment. Yet she had been deceived by Feng Ziki. From that moment forth, Shen Huai Ling ceased to harbor any hopes. Shen Huai Ling lay quietly on the ground. "You may go. I wish to be alone for a while. I will stay with you. What if there are zombies? I do not wish to see you right now." Shen Huai Ling replied with remarkable candor. "TSK. Even those with extraordinary abilities have their flaws, as demonstrated by Shen Huai Ling's hearing of Shen Wenjun's sobs. Peach, do you think there are truly individuals in this world who do not love their own children?" Peach fell into an unusual silence, believing that Shen Wenjun and Ling Yi loved Shen Huai Ling. Otherwise, how could they possibly exchange everything to resurrect her? Yet, it now appeared that Shen Huai Ling was merely a manifestation of maximizing self-interest. Shen Wenjun and Ling Yi traversed through time repeatedly in search of the virus that the zombie sister demanded, yet they never truly rescued Shen Huai Ling. It was only in moments of despair that they recalled their daughter, Shen Huai Ling, that she manifested. The emergence of the Overlord system was likewise aimed at discovering the antidote for the zombie virus. Shen Huai Ling had never been their primary choice. Shen Huai Ling waited in vain for Tao Tao's response. It seemed even Tao Tao was aware of the answer, yet he had to endure the trial and error repeatedly. "Tao Tao, had I known earlier, I wouldn't have been so overconfident. The ground is truly cold. Is there any miraculous remedy that could expedite my recovery?" "Indeed, there is, at the cost of 999 points. You cannot lose or be deceived by this purchase. Why not go and rob a bank?" Shen Huai Ling was taken aback by the price. Now Tao Tao had transformed into a heartless merchant. "If I forego the medicine, I will recover in a few hours. Perhaps 4 or 5. No, that's incorrect. I meant 7, 8, or 9 hours, perhaps." Shen Huai Ling is currently engaged in a playful banter with Tao Tao, unaware of when Shen Huai arrived. Sister, Chapter 111, The Fiancé Appears. Shen Huai suddenly lifted Princess Shen Huai Ling into his arms. It seems that, without anyone noticing, Shen Huai had matured, no longer exhibiting the bashfulness of their first encounter. However, this is not the moment for sentimentality. Can we not assume a different posture? Shen Huai Ling finds this position exceedingly mortifying. In the presence of a multitude, Shen Huai appeared, cradling Shen Huai Ling in a princess embrace. "So, this must be your daughter's boyfriend," jested Shen Wenjun, amidst the playful banter of those around her. However, Shen Wenjun found no amusement in the moment. Burdened by the recent events and the weight of Shen Huai's identity, she felt unworthy of the title of Shen Huai Ling's mother. Shen Wenjun is the only researcher who has witnessed Shen Huai while he was still alive. All other researchers aware of his identity have perished under a series of unfortunate circumstances. Shen Wenjun initially believed that the situation between her and her daughter would ease. Yet the emergence of such an incident suggests that this is her retribution. Shen Huai Ling was obstructed in his path by Ji Chaoyu. "Thank you, younger brother Huai, but I believe it is my responsibility to carry my fiancé." Shen Huai fixed his gaze intently on Ji Chaoyu. He had encountered this individual within Qi Zhao's phone, the fiancé chosen for Shen Huai Ling by Shen Wenjun. "Step aside." Shen Huai's tone was exceedingly displeased. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Ji Chaoyu, blinking in confusion, questioning who he was. Tao Tao quickly reminded Shen Huai Ling. "He is the fiancé that Shen Wenjun arranged for you. Have you forgotten? You even publicly announced your engagement." Shen Huai Ling suddenly recalled the events of that day. "Anin, let us depart." This time his sister stood by his side, and Shen Huai felt immense joy, even brushing past Ji Chaoyu's shoulder in their exit. Ji Chaoyu's smile froze upon her face, taken aback by Shen Huai Ling's complete disregard for her. "Our engagement was arranged by our elders," Ji Chaoyu called out to Shen Huai Ling, the underlying threat palpable. "Whoever made that arrangement, you may seek them out. I have never been engaged to anyone, so please cease your pursuit." The onlookers whispered among themselves, and Ji Chaoyu felt greatly humiliated. Once Shen Huai Ling had departed, Ji Chaoyu approached Shen Wenjun. "Aunt Shen, does the engagement you mentioned earlier still hold?" Shen Wenjun shook her head. Not only did she not wish to acknowledge her fiancé, but she also felt reluctant to recognize her own mother, Shen Huai Ling. Matters here were infrequent and generally manageable on their own, as life in this place had once been merely a leisurely affair. As the year drew to a close, everyone became increasingly occupied, with various bases amplifying their demand for grains, all eager to stockpile sufficient supplies for a prosperous new year. Shen Huai Ling has been frequently visiting the mountain villa these past few days to offer assistance. The diligent manager, Tu, has developed a medication that can temporarily suppress the affliction plaguing Chu Yao, significantly reducing the frequency of its episodes. Shen Huai Ling, someone is seeking your presence. Shen Huai Ling is currently behind, collaborating with Chu Yao to butcher a pig. Who is seeking me? He claims his name is Lin Yaozu. Shen Huai Ling directly stated, I will not see him. It was evident that Lin Yaozu's visit would not bring any pleasant news. Shen Huai Ling recalled that their family had seemingly been taken away by Tu-A. Why had Tu-A abandoned him? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Huai Ling hastily shook his head. If he were to be entangled with this family again, there would likely be nothing left of him but remnants. Well, it was time to truly meet them. Si Chen had called again. The entire family had arrived, and if he did not see them, they might very well hang themselves at the hotel entrance. Shen Huai Ling found himself at a loss for words. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to him. He had little faith that Beitang Chuan and Wuxiang could not resolve this matter. They were merely eager to indulge in the gossip. Shen Huai Ling let out a helpless sigh and said, Chu Yao, stop it. Sister, allow me to take you to witness the excitement. Shen Huai Ling and Chu Yao made their appearance at the inn of Beitang Chuan, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Lin Yaozu, no longer the arrogant figure he once was, bore an expression filled with trepidation. Sister, you have finally arrived. I knew you would come to see us. It was they who prevented the meeting. Upon seeing Shen Huai, Lin Yaozu regained some of his bravado, asserting that he would have his sister dismiss them all. Is your relationship with Tu-A not going well? Shen Huai Ling inquired casually. At the mere mention of that name, Lin Yaozu trembled. It's fine, he stammered, aware that he could not reveal to Shen Huai Ling that they had sneaked out. Lin's father and mother were also enduring a challenging existence. Previously, they had relied on Shen Huai Ling's name for protection from Tu-A, but since Shen Huai Ling had made her stance clear, they had been subjected to relentless abuse. Tu-A had abandoned Lin's mother in a narrow alley. Despite being over 50, she was still a woman, and thus could fetch a decent price. Lin's father was forced to labor as a manual worker at a construction site, lest they both face dire circumstances. Shen Huai Ling's previous warnings had been unmistakably clear, and now they sought her out, likely because of the high ratings her inn had garnered. They presumed that she remained as compliant as before, believing that a few conciliatory words might coax money from her. Each of the three harbored their own ulterior motives, their thoughts cloaked in secrecy. Chu Yao discreetly conveyed their intentions to Shen Huai Ling. Be a dear and assist your sister with a task, she instructed. Chu Yao obediently nodded. Sister, may I have a piece of cake once I complete it? Certainly, came Shen Huai Ling's approval, and with a buoyant spirit, Chu Yao set off to fulfill her mission. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the three of them and let out a yawn. Lingling, are you feeling sleepy? After all these years of nurturing you, even if you were to find your biological parents, you should still be considerate of us in your final farewell. Shen Huai Ling originally intended to summon Tu-A, yet it appears that the matter is far more complex than anticipated. What did I claim to have located my biological parents? Shen Huai Ling regarded the group with a gaze that was both amused and enigmatic. Shen Huai Ling recalled that he had previously let slip the information regarding the demise of his parents. Now, however, a different narrative has emerged. As for Lin Yaozu, he does not possess such extensive reach. It appears that this information must have been conveyed to him by Tu-A. Shen Huai Ling cast a glance at Wuxiang, prompting Wuxiang to swiftly clear the area, escorting all unrelated personnel away. They now awaited the arrival of Tu-A. Tao Tao, has anyone installed a camera here? Tao Tao shook her head, indicating that there were none, assuring him that the current setting was quite secure. Then from where could the information have leaked? The revelation that Shen Wenjun is Shen Huai Ling's mother is likely a leak from the military base by Li Tingyuan and his associates. However, the matter concerning Ling Yi is far from straightforward. At that time, even Shen Huai Ling was unaware. Is Tuazhe affiliated with the Chongsheng Society? Chapter 112, The Insider. This issue is of great significance, prompting Shen Huai Ling to summon Bai Fei, as it is possible that Tuazhe is the insider among them. Previously, Ling Yi's visit to the coastal base was shrouded in secrecy. Yet how did Tuazhe become aware of it? Shen Huai Ling gazed at Lin Yaozu and inquired. You are aware that the news of my encounter with my biological parents was relayed to me by Tuazhe, are you not? Did Tuazhe divulge any other information to you, perhaps regarding the Chongsheng Society? Lin Yaozu's eyes began to evade direct contact. He had indeed heard of the Chongsheng Society from Tuazhe, a matter that might well be his sole bargaining chip. Meanwhile, Beitang Chuan sought out Bai Fei, bringing him to discuss the issue of the Chongsheng Society, a matter shrouded in the confidentiality of the base, known only to its core members. Bai Fei recognized the gravity of the situation and, arriving ahead of Tuazhe, reached the inn. To prevent any disturbances, Shen Huai Ling escorted Lin Yaozu and the others to the family room on the top floor. Lin Yaozu, gritting his teeth, pondered whether revealing the truth would ensure his safety. Just then, Bai Fei entered, and Shen Huai Ling pointed at him, declaring that help had arrived. Bai Fei, taken aback, was bewildered by how he had become involved. Upon entering, he had overheard Lin Yaozu's words. Nodding slightly, he assured that if Lin Yaozu disclosed everything about the Eternal Life Society, safeguarding him would pose no difficulty. A flicker of displeasure crossed Bai Fei's eyes. Although he lacked Shen Huai Ling's prowess, he was still the highest-ranking commander of the base and felt a hint of disdain from this individual. Gradually relaxed. Recognizing Lin Yaozu as merely an ordinary person devoid of any special abilities, whose antics were becoming increasingly extravagant. The faint bruises on Lin Yaozu's exposed skin were evident. However, Tuazhe had not anticipated Lin Yaozu's audacity to flee. Once he was found, a proper punishment would be in order. Tuazhe held a favorable view of Lin Yaozu, appreciating the rarity of someone who had been with him for over half a year. He also found himself quite fond of Lin Yaozu's physique. Do you seek my promise? Shen Huai Ling chuckled softly. For me, prying open your lips is as effortless as breathing. Shen Huaiyan and Chu Yao need not acquiesce to any demands from Lin Yaozu. Shen Huai Ling remained unperturbed, suggesting that one should ponder carefully, for regardless of whether one speaks, the truth shall inevitably surface. Tuazhe, observing the messenger's relaxed demeanor, approached the inn without a hint of trepidation. Wu Xiang led the group to a room on the inner side of the third floor, where an unexpected tranquility enveloped the space. As Tuazhe entered, all eyes gravitated toward him, and he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. However, it was too late for him to retreat. Do you know Ling Yi? Shen Huai Ling inquired directly. I do not, Tuazhe replied with an expression of feigned innocence, as if Shen Huai Ling were unjustly accusing him. Sister, he is lying. Chu Yao interjected, one hand clutching a small cake while the other pointed accusingly at Tuazhe. This young man, his words are not quite accurate. Shen Huai Ling feigned contemplation as he gazed at Tuazhe. Perhaps I should rephrase my inquiry. Are you familiar with Chongsheng Society? Tuazhe desired to leave. Yet it was evident that the room was filled with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities, making escape utterly impossible. Are you investigating me? Shen Huai Ling continuously posed questions, seemingly revealing that Tuazhe had no intention of offering the Chongsheng Society. How did you come to know this? Shen Huai Ling pointed to Lin Yaozu, who was kneeling beside him, and said, Your confidant personally informed me. Tuazhe scoffed dismissively. The group remained locked in a tense silence for a considerable time. Whenever the subject of the Chongsheng Society arose, Tuazhe remained resolutely silent. Then Shen Huai Ling called for Shen Huai. Typically, Nen would be present during such moments. What could be amiss today? For the first time, Shen Huai did not accompany me, leaving me with a slight sense of unease. Suddenly, Shen Huai Ling recalled something and tugged at Chu Yao's ear. Why didn't you attend class? Given that no substantial information could be extracted, it would be more prudent to entrust this matter to Bai Fei, whose experience as a police officer would undoubtedly be more extensive. They would inform her once there was a conclusion. As Shen Huai Ling observed Bai Fei escorting Tuazhe away, she prepared to depart as well. But Lin Yaozu instantly grew anxious. What about me? I have provided valuable testimony. Bai Fei cast a glance at Shen Huai Ling, who shook her head in response. At this moment, we do not perceive you as a good person. We suspect you may be an accomplice. It would be best for you to accompany us quietly. Lin's parents had long since lost their previous assertiveness, their edges dulled by the trials of life, cowering in the corners, fearful of any repercussions. With the dawn of a new life after rebirth, Shen Huai Ling had long ceased to care about their affairs. The matter concerning Shen Huai Ling has recently been resolved. Shen Huai Ling, is someone seeking you again? As the workload intensifies, complications seem to multiply. Shen Huai Ling, with a hint of impatience, inquired, "Who is it this time?" Recalling the incident with Lin Yaozu, he anticipated nothing favorable. All trivial matters have been settled, yet the more challenging issues invariably fell upon Shen Huai Ling's shoulders. This time, the situation unfolded within a hotel located in the city center of a city, the very establishment where Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan resided. He introduced himself as Tanjin Sheng. Shen Huai Ling paused for a moment, urging him to stay, assuring him that she would arrive shortly. Yin Mingji hung up the phone, gazing gently at Tanjin Sheng and Shen Huai Ling, indicating that she would be there in a little while. Shen Huai Ling gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Adorned with oversized black sunglasses and a tuft of unruly hair atop her head, presenting an appearance of dishevelment. This simply would not do. It was utterly unacceptable. Shen Huai Ling hurriedly made her way towards the D-City base, clutching her belongings, eager to find her fox sister. Dailing, Akish. Qin Shi playfully swished his tail against Dui's wrist. "Fox sister, are you there?" Shen Huai Ling observed Xiaoman, clad in a mop-like outfit, scurrying about the hotel. "Where has your mother gone?" Shen Huai Ling inquired, gently scratching Xiaoman's nose. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a box of teething sticks from the system space and handed them to the child for amusement. The little one, holding the teething sticks, crawled to the threshold of her parents' bedroom and began to knock on the door with a series of playful taps. "Wawa," she babbled in an unintelligible baby language. It was Man, pay her no mind. Qin Shi, greatly displeased by the interruption, yearned to continue his endeavors. However, it was futile. When Dee struggled to sit up, Shen Huai Ling was suddenly filled with regret, pondering what he had just done. He had interrupted someone else's moment of happiness. Shen Huai Ling waved her hand and timidly asked, "Sister, could you kindly apply some makeup for me?" There was a hint of hesitation in her voice. Wendy regarded Shen Huai Ling with a teasing glint in her eyes. For this was not a girl who delighted in cosmetics. "Are you perhaps preparing to meet a suitor?" In an instant, Shen Huai Ling's face flushed crimson, her gaze becoming elusive. No, it's just a regular friend." "Oh, merely a regular friend, is it?" Shen Huai Ling possesses an exquisite foundation of beauty, requiring merely a touch of makeup to appear enchanting. It has been quite a while. Chapter 113, as if an old friend returns. "Senior, it has been a long time," Shen Huai Ling remarked, winking at Tanjin Sheng. Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan ostensibly left after serving the tea. However, Yin Yuanshan concealed one of his puppets behind the curtain. Through his extraordinary abilities, he could establish a connection with these dolls, allowing him to overhear conversations even in their absence. Shen Huai Ling seldom speaks of her personal affairs, yet through our prolonged acquaintance, it appears that her past experiences have not been particularly joyful. Born to neglectful parents and subjected to daily torment by her adoptive guardians, her life seems to be fraught with difficulties, which is why no one has ever inquired about her well-being. All those who have entered into a contract with Shen Huai Ling do not lead particularly joyful lives. Happy individuals often share similarities, whereas the unfortunate each bear their own distinct sorrows. They resemble a gathering of souls huddled together, tending to their wounds. This marks the first occasion on which Shen Huai Ling joyfully encountered a friend. Although Shan Wenjun left behind a substantial fortune, Lin Rue, as Shen Huai Ling's adoptive father, perceives him as wearing an exceedingly large green hat each time they meet. Shen Huai Ling's life is, in truth, rather challenging. This is one of the few friends he has. Tanjin Sheng and Shen Huai Ling first met during their university years, where Tanjin Sheng served as Shen Huai Ling Senior and was also the president of the student council. Shen Huai Ling excelled academically during her school years, yet she lacked friends. After entering university, She earned her living expenses through various part-time jobs. Her time was consumed either by attending classes or commuting to tutoring sessions, leaving her entirely disconnected from the social aspects of campus life. Tan Jinsheng took care of her, ensuring she was informed about any activities, which allowed her to navigate her university years with a semblance of stability. After graduating, Tan Jinsheng remained at the university for a position before eventually moving abroad. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to encounter him now. Lingling. It has been a long time, Tan Jinsheng remarked with a warm smile as he gazed at Shen Huai Ling. I cannot believe how remarkable you have become after all this time. Shen Huai Ling looked at Tan Jinsheng with a hint of curiosity and casually inquired. Shen Huai Ling exchanged a few words, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Senior, please feel free to stay. My place is absolutely safe. A faint smile graced Shen Huai Ling's lips. Of course, I must take advantage of the junior's kindness, Tan Jinsheng jested. Their relationship was anything but ordinary. Yin Yueshan feigned contemplation as she listened to their conversation. Yin Mingji looked utterly perplexed. What have you discerned? Clearly, there is nothing to uncover. The two of them whispered furtively, completely unaware that Shen Huai Ling stood right behind them. Shen Huai Ling shouted loudly at the ear of the doll. Fire! Where's the fire? The two brothers simultaneously looked up at Shen Huai Ling. It seemed as if a flock of crows passed overhead. Shen Huai Ling, do you wish to hear our excuses? Yin Yu said with a teasing tone. Shen Huai Ling harbored no desire to engage in further disputes with them. She merely uttered a single phrase of encouragement before departing. In Tan Jinsheng's eyes, the light of mirth had vanished. Ultimately, they had chosen divergent paths. With the arrival of the new year, there was a refreshing atmosphere, and everything felt renewed. This time, she would not celebrate the holiday in solitude. She was surrounded by companions, friends, and family. As the fireworks blossomed, that moment transformed into eternity. Shen Huai Ling meticulously calculated his accumulated points, and after deducting various expenditures, he found himself with approximately 3 million points. This sensation of possessing wealth was indeed remarkable. However, he was still far from the elusive goal of 100 million. Gazing at the antidote for the zombie virus, he could only let out a sigh. Congratulations, host. Your points have reached 3,600,000, successfully unlocking a new territory. A glimmer of realization illuminated Shen Huai Ling's mind. What territory was this? It was, without a doubt, our grand vision. A vivid map materialized in Shen Huai Ling's consciousness, with luminous dots representing the current safe zones, namely the existing base. Thus, embark upon your new adventure, providing necessary supplies to these afflicted regions, for you may very well receive corresponding rewards. Is this truly a reward? Most certainly. It is imperative to instill some motivation within Shen Huai Ling. Otherwise, the system would believe he could languish in the inn until the end of time. Time swiftly passed, and the undead proliferated in greater numbers, their levels ascending as well. Encounters with low-level zombies became increasingly rare, with the majority now being of the second tier. Shen Huai Ling let out a helpless sigh, pondering her role as the chosen one. Even after the new year had passed, Tan Jinsheng had made no move, as if all her concerns were merely figments of her imagination. Perhaps she truly was overthinking, perceiving malice where none existed. In reality, Tan Jinsheng harbored no personal issues. Perhaps it was indeed her own thoughts that had spiraled out of control, she murmured to herself. After Shen Huai Ling had arranged the matters concerning the inn, he decided to embark on an impromptu journey with Xiong and Shen Huai. Shen Huai Ling expended over 10,000 points to upgrade and renovate the property, while the exterior of the mobile home remains unchanged upon entering. The interior space has been vastly expanded, as if one has stepped into an entirely different realm. Shen Huai Ling drove slowly, according to the map, navigating through the streets where numerous cars were congested. Consequently, he had to take some narrow paths as indicated by the navigation, which extended the travel time slightly. The arrival of Shen Huai Ling was rather inopportune. Upon reaching his destination, he was immediately confronted with a siege of zombies. This marked Shen Huai Ling's second encounter with such a scenario. However, this occasion was markedly different from the first, as it was evident that numerous high-level zombies were present within the horde. He parked his vehicle at a prudent distance from the approaching tide of the undead. Fortunately, during the recent upgrades to his vehicle, a cloaking feature had been added, effectively concealing the presence of living beings. Thus, the zombies would completely disregard the existence of the car. The rate of evolution among the zombies far surpassed that of humans, and within this particular throng, many were already second-tier zombies, with the leaders exhibiting special abilities, the highest tier being fifth-level zombies. Shen Huai Ling, unusually, did not venture out to offer assistance this time, leaving Shen Huai feeling somewhat disconcerted by the abrupt change. "Sister, are you not going to rescue them this time?" Shen Huai Ling shook her head, understanding that one must act within their capabilities when it comes to rescuing others. Previously, she had possessed a certain level of confidence in her ability to save lives. But this situation was markedly different. This time it was a tide of zombies. Although her abilities surpassed those of her adversaries, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, rendering any rescue attempt futile. The relentless gnawing of the undead upon her flesh signified her impending demise amidst this horde. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and explosive devices continued to rain down, making it evident that the rescue mission here was destined for failure. Shen Huai Ling took out a map, intending to mark the location. She considered herself a witness to the downfall of this base. "Sister, if I manage to save these people, will there be a reward?" Shen Huai Ling bestowed a gentle smile upon Shen Huai. Chapter 114, The Green Tienin. Shen Huai's act of saving someone left Shen Huai Ling utterly incredulous. She could hardly believe such words had escaped Shen Huai's lips. "You wish to save them?" Shen Huai Ling gazed at him in disbelief. Shen Huai shook his head earnestly. "I do not wish to." "Then why do you still want to save them?" Shen Huai Ling pondered over Shen Huai's transformation, bewildered by the rapid change in his perspective. What had altered Shen Huai's thoughts in such a brief span? "Because I do not wish to see my sister in sorrow," Shen Huai Ling reluctantly confessed. "I understand that I am different from others. I am a monster. However, my sister treats me as if I were a normal person. Therefore, I do not wish for her to be unhappy." Hearing these words, Shen Huai Ling felt a pang of sorrow at the tip of her nose. I merely wish for my sister to pay more attention to me." Shen Huai's voice was low and somber. "Of course, Anin, you're my only family in this world." Shen Huai Ling had always believed she had done enough, only to realize how much she still owed. Tao Tao remained exceedingly silent. It became clear that the issue lay here, and she discovered the reason why the previous host could not conquer the Zombie King. The former host had been fearful, obsequious, and sycophantic. It turned out that Shen Huai's desire was quite simple, to be regarded as an ordinary person. Human emotions are indeed intricate. Perhaps this is the essence of love's power. The pang of bitterness in Shen Huai Ling's heart vanished instantly upon hearing Tao Tao's words. "Silly Tao Tao, this is not the power of love. It is the strength of affection. Shen Huai is my younger brother." Shen Huai Ling reiterated, "Yes, yes, yes, it is the strength of affection." In a place unseen by Shen Huai Ling, Shen Huai smiled knowingly, realizing that his sister's heart is still easily softened. In accordance with their agreement, Shen Huai utilized his bloodline suppression to allow 3 or 4 high-ranking zombies to depart from the horde. Once the high-ranking zombies had left, the remaining low-ranking zombies lost their leader, becoming as aimless as headless flies, and would soon disperse on their own after a few hours. Without the reinforcement of the high-ranking zombies, those within the confines found it considerably easier to combat the undead. By 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the battle gradually came to a close. They had survived yet another day, successfully enduring the siege of the zombies once more. Shen Huai Ling stood outside the city, while they remained within its walls, both grateful for having survived. Shen Huai Ling chose not to enter the base at this moment. Instead, he decided that he and his companions would wait until dawn to make their entrance. Shen Huai Ling arrived at the base early in the morning. Perhaps due to the significant loss of ability users the previous day, the streets were noticeably less crowded. Shen Huai Ling drove the RV into the base, swaying noticeably and drawing considerable attention. Every move of Shen Huai Ling was scrutinized by the figures atop the city walls. A man with a cigarette fixed his gaze upon her. Typically, the siege of zombies would last 2 to 3 days, but this time was unusually brief, and the sudden disappearance of the higher-tier zombies was difficult to overlook. Since the battlefield was cleared yesterday, he had taken note of the RV, which had remained parked outside until this morning when it finally made its way into the base. He could not fathom what their intentions might be. He was certain that Shen Huai Ling and her companions had come here with a specific purpose in mind. Shen Huai Ling required no additional storefront. She commenced selling boxed meals in a location bustling with foot traffic. Xiong, serving as an all-capable steward, took charge of the culinary preparations, while Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai assisted him. Before long, the enticing aroma of the dishes wafted through the air. The mouth-watering scent of braised pork was enough to stir one's appetite, especially for those who had long been deprived of such delights. The large pot of rice in hand suddenly seemed less appealing. Curious passers-by, drawn by the delightful fragrance, approached to inquire about the offerings. "How much do you sell these for?" All the dishes were already prepared. 2 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes, each more tantalizing than the last. The pricing was set at 10 points per scoop of meat and 5 points per scoop of vegetables, with the staple food priced at 5 points. Points? What are points? One intrigued customer asked. "We have a point redemption system here. You can place the crystal core into the machine to exchange for points," came the reply. "It's that simple?" Under Shen Huai Ling's guidance, the man skeptically placed the crystal core into the machine. In an instant, his account reflected an impressive balance of over 300 points. "I'll have one of everything you offer," he declared. "Certainly, no problem at all." To their surprise, the first order was secured with such ease. Shen Huai Ling observed as the man effortlessly entered the vehicle, leisurely indulging in his meal. It could be considered a grand opening, ever since the man's arrival. Perhaps an increasing number of individuals had begun to purchase boxed lunches from Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling himself had not anticipated that the business would flourish so remarkably on the very first day. In merely an hour and a half, all the dishes had been completely sold out. Xiong gazed at Shen Huai Ling in astonishment and remarked, Ling, it seems we will require a greater supply of ingredients for tomorrow." See Chen, Lu Yao, and the wood-type supernatural beings from the inn sought wisdom from experts in agricultural science, reconfiguring the farming areas on the mountain. The yield of crops significantly increased, with enhanced breeding techniques, resulting in a remarkable transformation in the flavors of all the plants. Shen Huai Ling did not open for business that evening, given the current atmosphere. A mere half-day's operation would suffice. Lu Yao was well aware of the bustling trade in this establishment and had taken the initiative to deliver the dishes well in advance. Shen Huai Ling and the 3 of them sat on the sofa, engaged in conversation while watching television, each with tasks in hand. Shen Huai Ling was slicing meat on the coffee table, while Xiong was peeling potatoes and Shen Huai was shredding vegetables, perpetually occupied with an endless flurry of tasks. Every movement of Shen Huai Ling is being closely observed. "Have you noticed that the individuals here exhibit peculiar behavior?" Shen Huai Ling suddenly spoke, recalling something. "The atmosphere among the people feels exceedingly volatile. Even the slightest conflict can provoke a physical altercation. Moreover, a significant point is that the individuals here possess exceptionally high levels of supernatural abilities. It is not solely Shen Huai Ling who possesses the crystal core purification liquid. Perhaps this base has also developed its own version of the crystal core purification liquid. This may very well be the underlying reason for their irritable and aggressive demeanor. Shen Huai Ling's fortune is indeed remarkable. The K2 base is notoriously known for its scarcity of food, and the inhabitants here are exceedingly irritable and unpredictable, exhibiting a complete lack of restraint. Rarely does anyone seek refuge at the K2 base. Despite its formidable strength, it instills a profound sense of fear. Whispers circulate outside, suggesting that the people here harbor a tradition of cannibalism, each one bearing a fearsome visage. The K2 base was once a fortress established by a band of outlaws, and it has become a place of dread and trepidation. Shen Huai Ling is the first individual to arrive here since the onset of the apocalypse. The man toyed with the wine glass in his hand, intently observing her to discern her intentions. It had been quite some time since he encountered someone intriguing. He fervently hoped she would not disappoint him. He murmured to himself before downing the liquid in the glass, after which his attendants promptly withdrew. The room was soon filled with the sound of groans. Chapter 115. The mass by 9 o'clock the following morning, preparations for the meal had already commenced. Having adequately prepared the previous day, today promised a greater variety of dishes. Xiong was in charge of cooking box lunches, while she and Shen Huai busily crafted buns and dumplings. Not only would there be box lunches today, but also steamed dumplings and buns. Shen Huai Ling and his companions were diligently preparing when a series of loud knocks reverberated against the door. "Please help me." Shen Huai Ling peered through the peephole, discovering a man crouched outside the vehicle, pleading for assistance. "Sister, who is out there?" Shen Huai continued her task without interruption, deftly wrapping another dumpling. "I don't recognize him." "Ignore it." Gradually, the voice from outside faded into silence. Curiosity piqued, Shen Huai leaned closer to the peephole and glanced outside, only to find the area deserted. Shen Huai understood that there must be a reason for Shen Huai Ling's refusal to open the door. Otherwise, with Shen Huai Ling's benevolent nature, she would have rushed to save the person in need long ago. Shen Huai paid no mind. After all, it aligned perfectly with his wishes. Lan Su, in a fit of anger, hurled her wine glass to the floor. "Pray tell, why does she refuse to open the door?" Lan Su pondered the motives behind Shen Huai Ling's actions. Despite his strikingly handsome visage lying there, he failed to stir any flutter in her heart. She casually picked up a mirror resting nearby, delicately tracing her fingers along her visage. Initially, a smile graced her lips, but in an instant, she cast the mirror to the ground. Countless shards of glass reflected Lan Su's image, a truly exquisite countenance, but those below dared not utter a sound, fearful of incurring her wrath. Shen Huai Ling was unaware of the murmurs surrounding her, as a relentless series of sneezes escaped her. At 11 o'clock, the food truck officially commenced its operations. Those who had sampled the fare the previous day spoke highly of it, resulting in an unusually long queue today. Shen Huai Ling managed the payments while Shen Huai and Xiong were tasked with serving the meals, their roles distinctly defined. "Am I not the first to arrive? Do you not possess the ability to see? How dare you cut in line? Is this establishment owned by you? Mind your own business." Barely 2 minutes had passed in the queue when the atmosphere grew tense, leading to a verbal altercation. Within moments, the situation escalated into a physical confrontation. Before Shen Huai Ling could intervene, she noticed numerous individuals in the crowd reaching for their phones to call for help. In no more than 5 minutes, a group arrived, forcibly subduing the two brawlers and administering tranquilizers. Before long, the two were carried away. The onlookers displayed little surprise. Such incidents were all too common, suggesting that the sale of crystallized purification liquid in this locale was indeed a lucrative venture. During this field investigation, Shen Huai Ling has set the price of the crystal nucleus purification solution at 200 points per bottle. Should one wish to process their own crystal nuclei, a handling fee of 100 points will be charged for each nucleus, with no responsibility taken for dilution. The fluctuation in the price of Shen Huai Ling's crystal nucleus purification solution has led to an increase in the demand for his processing services. A sudden cough interrupted Shen Huai Ling's train of thought. "Boss, I would like 2 meat-filled buns and a box meal. For you, my dear, if it's delicious. I'll return next time." Shen Huai Ling effortlessly placed the items into Lan Su's hands. The person before him, stifling a laugh, covered her mouth, and the previously bustling sounds faded away. The long queue vanished in an instant. "I quite like this form of address. I hope you will still call me that when we meet again," Lan Su remarked, waving her hand at Shen Huai Ling as she departed. "What has transpired?" Shen Huai Ling pondered, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the crowd. "Did we perhaps prepare too much food?" Xiong inquired, gazing into the large pot filled with provisions. After a quarter of an hour, it was only when they saw Shen Huai Ling's car still parked that the others dared to approach. As Shen Huai Ling counted the money, he inquired with the patrons about the identity of the individual he had just encountered. Upon hearing the name Lan Su, many people's expressions shifted dramatically. They hastily shook their heads and left with their meals in a flurry. Some well-meaning individuals offered little more than a warning, advising Shen Huai Ling to refrain from provoking Lan Su, perhaps hoping he could extend his days. It appeared that Lan Su was a formidable figure. Shen Huai Ling's food cart operated only during the midday hours, closing its doors by nightfall. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks resounded against Shen Huai Ling's door. Shen Huai Ling furrowed his brows as he opened the door, and Lan Su, with remarkable awareness, made her way into the caravan. Shen Huai Ling extended his hand to block Lan Su's path. I apologize, but we are now closed. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. Lan Su, dites-laissing a petulen demeno, vito. No, I demand to have a meal. Upon her arrival, Shen Huai Ling did not wish to seek trouble. However, it appeared that trouble sought her instead. We currently lack ingredients and cannot prepare a meal, Shen Huai Ling reiterated with reluctance. Ah, so it is due to the absence of ingredients, he murmured to himself before departing. Shen Huai Ling believed he had comprehended her meaning, but after a while, the door of the camper was knocked upon once more. Shen Huai Ling impatiently remarked, "We are already closed for business." Lan Su tilted her head, gazing innocently at Shen Huai Ling. "Sister, I have found the ingredients." Shen Huai Ling was momentarily rendered speechless. How could this person be so impervious to reason? Had he become entangled with her? Lan Su was adorned with numerous splotches of blood, the crimson stains on her hands still fresh. Taking a couple of steps aside, she eagerly beckoned Shen Huai Ling to behold her quarry. "What do you think? This is a meticulously selected prey. I believe it will be utterly delectable." A look of sheer ecstasy graced Lan Su's face, as if she had already savored the taste of her catch. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Huai Ling felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. This individual was nothing short of a madman. There lay a person on the ground, eyes bulging, fixated intently on Shen Huai Ling's direction. Sorry, but that is beyond our capabilities, Shen Huai Ling thought as he attempted to close the door. "Do you not wish to prepare a meal for me?" Lan Su's gaze was dark and relentless, locking onto Shen Huai Ling with unwavering intensity. Shen Huai Ling is currently at a loss regarding the true nature of Lan Su. "Please come in," he said, but he preferred not to have anyone else join. He had just discovered some fresh ingredients. "Very well." Lan Su casually discarded the corpse onto the ground, her gaze shimmering as she observed Shen Huai Ling. Upon seeing Lan Su enter, Shen Huai Ling turned to Shen Huai and instructed, "Anin, please fetch him some food." "Thank you. You are truly kind-hearted." A smile graced Lan Su's lips, utterly betraying none of the fact that she had just taken a life. Shen Huai Ling poured him a glass of water. "Thank you," Lan Su said sweetly. What exactly does he intend to do? The three of them were not afraid of Lan Su, yet they simply could not comprehend his true intentions. Under the gaze of many, Lan Su swiftly devoured the fried rice on his plate, seemingly indifferent to the scrutiny of others. How long had he been starving? Shen Huai had previously wandered the streets, well acquainted with the pangs of hunger. Is it sufficient? If not, there is more. Primarily, Lan Su's appearance bore the unmistakable signs of prolonged deprivation. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Huai brought over the remnants of his meal. Lan Su devoured the food voraciously, as if he were a starving soul reborn. It seemed as though he was genuinely there to feast. Indeed, he was a curious individual. In the days following the opening of Shen Huai Ling's establishment, Lan Su visited daily to show support, and gradually, Shen Huai Ling became familiar with the patrons. Through these encounters, Shen Huai Ling gleaned intriguing details about Lan Su. It was noted that Lan Su perpetually wore a quarter mask over his face. Is it true that anyone who has removed his mask has met with demise? Shen Huai Ling inquired with curiosity. How did you come to know that? The patron responded. Typically, in television dramas, such a narrative unfolds, and only the female lead is permitted to unveil her mask. The patron appeared somewhat exasperated. However, that is not the case. Rather, his mask cannot be removed. Cannot be removed? Chapter 116, Tales of Luo City. Why is that? Shen Huai Ling asked, intrigued. The patron glanced furtively around and whispered, "I must implore you to keep this under wraps." Shen Huai Ling nodded eagerly. In his youth, Lan Su endured a devastating fire that claimed his mother-S life, leaving his face marred by burns. At that tender age, witnessing his mother perish before his eyes, alongside his disfigurement, twisted his psyche irreparably. Lacking the means for proper medical treatment, He stumbled upon an obscure remedy that involved extracting the pus from his wounds and applying a freshly forged iron mask onto the injuries to staunch the bleeding. At merely a teenager, he bore the excruciating pain to complete this grim ritual, suffering from a fever that lasted 3 days and nights. He survived, but from that moment onward, he transformed into the individual he is today. Upon Lan Su's arrival, the patrons averted their gazes, hastily shoveling food into their mouths. Too intimidated to utter a word, Lan Su scrutinized the faces around him, seemingly striving to recognize one among them. "Found you," he declared, and in the next breath, severed the tongue of a nearby diner, blood spilling into the meal. "Innkeeper, would you prefer to inquire directly rather than beat around the bush? I may just possess the answers you seek." Sensing the shift in atmosphere, those nearby began to scatter in alarm, while several armed individuals positioned themselves behind Lan Su. "You are truly dull," he remarked, disappointment lacing his tone. "I had hoped to engage in a bit of entertainment with you for a few days." Seated nonchalantly, he appeared starkly out of place amid the chaos. "What is your purpose for being here?" He yawned. "Wait, shall we partake in something more intriguing?" Shen Huai Ling interjected swiftly. She did not come here to engage in conflict. A peaceful resolution would be ideal. "What kind of intriguing game do you have in mind?" "Russian roulette, do you dare?" Lan Su's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. "Certainly, I would be more than willing to join you." Shen Huai Ling produced a revolver in front of Lan Su and carefully inserted a bullet into the chamber. "Ladies first," he said, inviting her to take the lead. Shen Huaiyan and Xiong Xiong stood nearby, with Shen Huaiyan eager to take Shen Huai Ling's place in this perilous game. Shen Huai Ling declined. In this game, it was utterly impossible for her to lose. Shen Huai Ling aimed a pistol at his own head and pulled the trigger twice in succession. Fortunately, no bullets were discharged. Shen Huai Ling tossed the pistol to Lan Su. "It's your turn." In Shen Huai Ling's presence, Lan Su pulled the trigger twice, yet nothing transpired. Though it was a game of wits between the two, the atmosphere remained remarkably relaxed, in stark contrast to the palpable tension surrounding the others. With only 2 chances left and a 50% probability, it remained to be seen whether Shen Huai Ling's fortune would prove to be so fortuitous. Shen Huai Ling took a deep breath, pulled the trigger, and realized that life continued unabated. Shen Huai Ling placed the pistol before Lan Su. "You have lost. However, I do not wish for your demise. Shall we strike a bargain?" Lan Su aimed the gun at her own head. "Stop!" One of the henchmen yelled, desperate to intervene. But it was too late. Lan Su steadied the gun against her temple. With a resounding bang, she did not perish. Instead, an array of colorful fragments cascaded down onto her head. Indeed, as Shen Huai Ling had surmised, Lan Su was utterly deranged. "My apologies, I have survived as well," she sighed. "It seems fortune is on my side." With a disdainful glance at them, she ordered them to be discarded from the base to feed the zombies. Several imposing brutes seized Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huainan, clutching a teddy bear, and unceremoniously tossed them into the RV. Shen Huai Ling anticipated that they might engage in further actions. Yet they did nothing more than drive away. If one were to speak of an excessive deed, it might be the casual appropriation of their 2 packets of instant noodles upon their departure. Shen Huai Ling was perplexed by their bewildering actions. Lan Su and the others treated human life as inconsequential in the city, yet now they chose to spare them. The hidden task: uncover the secrets concealed within Luo City. Time limit: 1 month. Reward for success: 1. Doubling of agricultural and livestock products. 2. A garment factory. Punishment for failure: electric shock. Having just been expelled, how is she to gain re-entry? Shen Huai Ling let out a helpless sigh. "Tao Tao, since you possess all knowledge, why can't you simply divulge everything to me?" "Alas, this matter must still be undertaken by you alone. Then it seems we can only proceed step by step, observing as we go." Shen Huai Ling parked the RV by the roadside. As the evening progressed, he decided to postpone all matters until the dawn of the next day. Shen Huai Ling's RV was situated not far from Luocheng, and although Lan Su naturally noticed it, he paid it no mind, harboring no concern that Shen Huai Ling could stir up any turmoil. Shen Huaiyan finds it incomprehensible that Shen Huai Ling remains here after having been expelled. Shen Huai Ling also yearned to depart, yet even if she were to elucidate her intentions, no one would believe her. The moonlight this evening is remarkably enchanting. It harbors an undercurrent of unrest. As soon as Shen Huai Ling and the others departed, a new wave of corpses began to surge forth as night fell. The timing of these events seemed rather too coincidental. It had been less than 5 days since the last outbreak, and yet here we were, confronted by another onslaught of the undead. These zombies appeared to have been drawn here by some unseen force. Shen Huai remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the position atop the city wall, where it appeared that something was suspended. Shen Huai produced a telescope and gazed toward the city wall. It was grotesquely adorned with the corpses of the deceased, evoking a chilling sensation. Heads dangled above, their eyes brutally gouged out, while blood dripped down the walls, staining the ground below. The multitude of bodies had attracted the undead. What could Lan Su possibly intend? Lan Su was undoubtedly deranged. What compelled such actions? Just moments ago, he was atop the wall, yet now his presence had vanished, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. This wave of corpses was not their affair. It was a consequence of their own making and thus warranted their own resolution. The onslaught persisted for a grueling 2 days and nights, with the wails of despair echoing throughout Luo City. At last, it came to an end, with a significant portion of its inhabitants lost. Shen Huai and his companions ventured forth, unimpeded by any obstacles. The streets lay strewn with dismembered limbs, alongside those on the brink of transformation into the undead. Blood-stained Lan Su's visage, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he nonchalantly severed yet another head. I have, of course, come to trade in supplies. I wonder if you have any need for them? Shen Huai Ling retrieved essential supplies such as medicine and food from the void. Of course, it is needed. Had you mentioned it earlier, we might have forged a remarkable partnership, he remarked. Presently, the base was abundant in crystal cores. Shen Huai Ling and his companions arranged the prepared food upon the table, behind which a lengthy queue formed. By the end of the day, the total income from the crystal cores amounted to the combined tally of several stores. Lan Su approached Shen Huai Ling, expressing, I find you rather intriguing. Would you care to join us? She extended an invitation toward him. If I were to join you, would you divulge the secrets of Luocheng? Chapter 117, The Merchant of the Apocalypse. Certainly, as long as you acquiesce to our demands, Lan Su responded, gazing intently at Shen Huai Ling. I shall grant you any knowledge you seek, including my own secrets, she asserted with utmost seriousness, devoid of jest. Shen Huai Ling shook his head, suggesting that it would be best to refrain from joining you. However, I believe we could engage in a collaboration, such as my provision of food to you and other offerings. Shen Huai Ling paused momentarily. A crystallization purification solution that does not induce agitation. This sounds rather intriguing. What kind of crystallization purification solution could possibly refrain from inciting mental exhilaration? Shen Huai Ling retrieved a vial of crystal core purification liquid from the void and placed it before Lan Su. Lan Su harbored deep distrust towards Shen Huai Ling. He poured a glass of the purification liquid and set it in front of him. Only when he observed Shen Huai Ling consuming it did he find solace in drinking it himself. He sensed the distinct quality of the liquid. After a sip, he realized that its concentration surpassed that of their own. The purification liquid here was derived from shattering lower-tier crystal cores with higher-tier ones, followed by boiling the extracted liquid in water, augmented with a specific chemical substance. This method ensured it did not induce madness or transform individuals into zombies, which was sufficient for their needs. The quality of your goods is excellent. How much do you possess? I want it all, Lan Su said, playing with a small knife in his hand. However, I have but one stipulation. You must not sell this to the people in the city. That is my sole requirement. Shen Huai Ling was not particularly taken aback by this demand. Indeed, some bases monopolized the crystal core purification liquid, distributing it exclusively to their members. Very well. Can I continue selling supplies here now? Shen Huai Ling nodded in affirmation. Yes. It won't be long before the inhabitants of this city perish, Lan Su murmured, gazing into the distance. No one will remember the existence of Luocheng. All its people will be buried beneath the sands of time. In recent days, Shen Huai Ling has not been particularly anxious. Rather, she has been selling various supplies, such as boxed meals, within the city. Shen Huai Ling's prices are fair, and she interacts amicably with everyone. However, discussions surrounding Lan Su or the events of the past remain a sensitive topic, shrouded in silence. What truly transpired here? Her gaze is vacant, and she mutters to herself incessantly. Out of pity, Shen Huai Ling often offers her some food. Without concern for what is given, she hastily shoves the meals into her mouth. Over time, she gazes at Shen Huai Ling and murmurs, "Leave this place. Depart from here. Those who remain will perish." They will all perish. Her emotions suddenly become fervent, and she curls up in a corner, attempting to minimize her presence as much as possible. Shen Huai Ling wished to inquire further, yet the words of the blind old woman were utterly incoherent, rendering any pursuit of valuable information futile. The entirety of Luocheng exuded an air of strangeness. The blind beggar on the roadside, the enigmatic rituals conducted by Lan Su, all events seemed to possess a traceable origin, yet remained shrouded in mystery. Following each siege of zombies, Lan Su would, approximately a week later, select around 10 individuals to hang upon the city walls, luring the undead towards them. Throughout the past fortnight of Shen Huai Ling's observations, it became evident that Lan Su's entourage refrained from engaging in frontline combat. Instead, it was the city's inhabitants who continually volunteered, incurring significant losses each time, yet their enthusiasm remained unshaken. Something was amiss, profoundly so. The purification liquid of the crystal cores should not incite aggression. However, the demeanor of the locals mirrored that of the past, marked by an unsettling volatility. They relied on attacking the zombies to alleviate the agitation and fury instigated by the purification liquid. Conversely, those surrounding Lan Su exhibited an unusual tranquility, and even Lan Su himself seemed less prone to rage than before. Shen Huai Ling obstastet Lan Su bat. Lan Su, do you not think you owe me an explanation? Lan Su yawned, her expression replete with impatience. What explanation do you seek? Why did the outsiders fail to procure my crystal core purification solution? Shen Huai Ling inquired. So this is what you are referring to, Lan Su replied, her eyes brimming with disdain. It is simply because they are unworthy. I wish to understand the reason. Shen Huai Ling pressed further. Lan Su shot him a glare and attempted to move past him. Shall I sell this purification solution to others then? Shen Huai Ling provocatively continued. I advise you against courting trouble. Lan Su's lips were firmly sealed. No matter how Shen Huai Ling questioned her, he could not extract a response. Perhaps it was better to seek Shen Huai, the officially recognized truth examiner, who could unravel even the most tightly shut lips. For now, however, he would begin with others. Shen Huai Ling's gaze fell upon a familiar patron who frequently dined at this establishment. It was no surprise that he had chosen this individual. This regular often boasted about his prowess while enjoying his meals, claiming to possess knowledge of everything that transpired in the entirety of Luocheng. Day after day, he regaled others with his tales of grandeur, and Shen Huai Ling was curious to ascertain whether this man's boasts held any merit. Shen Huai Ling managed to retain the customer with a single food voucher. After everyone departed, he secured the door of the caravan. And now it was time to see the prowess of Shen Huai. In the blink of an eye, the individual before him succumbed to hypnosis. What is your name? Gua. It appeared there were no issues. Are you familiar with Lan Su? Upon hearing this name, the person visibly trembled. This individual was undeniably a complete lunatic. Why do you all unwaveringly follow him? Because the crystal core refinement liquid he provides is addictive. I simply cannot quit. Shen Huai Ling overlooked certain issues. The crystallization purification solution here differs from that of the previous Binhai base, indicating that the problem lies within this location. Do you currently possess the crystallization purification solution? Yes. He retrieved a vial from his backpack containing the crystallization purification solution. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a collection bottle from the void and poured the crystal nucleus purification solution into it, intending to meticulously examine whether any substances had been added to it. What sort of person do you perceive Lan Su to be? Disgusting, utterly repugnant, akin to his mother. Shen Huai Ling grasped a pivotal keyword, pondering how this matter had once again entwined itself with Lan Su's mother. It appears that everything in Luocheng is intricately linked to Lan Su, with the essence of the secret residing within her. I yearned to uncover the past concerning Lan Su. The reason for her masked visage. Chapter 118. Hypnosis. Lan Su's mother was a renowned figure in our locality, a woman of the world, perpetually mingling among various men. For a price, one could engage in any manner of dealings with her. Lan Su, unaware of which of her mother's patrons was her true progenitor, had been surrounded by a multitude of clients, rendering her oblivious to the moment of her conception. Lan Su is an illegitimate child. However, her current appearance mirrors that of her mother, both strikingly beautiful. You, too, must be one of her patrons, I presume. Indeed, all the men in Luocheng are her patrons. A man chuckled foolishly. But how did Lan Su's mother meet her demise? She was tragically engulfed in flames. Who set the fire? Shen Huai Ling inquired further. I do not know. Perhaps it was the legitimate wife. Or perhaps the turmoil within was so severe that no one even realized the fire had ignited. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huaiyan exchanged a glance. Could it be the tale of Lan Su avenging her mother? Shen Huaiyan then inquired, what became of Lan Su afterward? Lan Su had escaped from the scene of the fire. However, his visage had been severely disfigured, rendering him a grotesque figure. Though his appearance was indeed marred, he shared his mother's lack of propriety. Lan Su was a being that evoked relentless pursuit. Subsequently, he fled, and rumors circulated that he had turned to a life of banditry. The next encounter with him occurred during the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. After listening to the entire tale, Shen Huai Ling fell into a deep silence. It was no wonder that Lan Su's psyche had become so distorted. It stemmed from an unhappy upbringing. Most importantly, no one in Luocheng had treated him kindly. What had Lan Su endured in the outside world? Shen Huai Ling, perplexed beyond comprehension, listened twice more, yet the progress remained stagnant, devoid of any advancement. Shen Huaiyan urged others to forget the recent events, creating the illusion that he had already dined, all to evade suspicion. Sister, the matter you wish to investigate has been resolved. Can we depart now? No, the truth of the situation is not so simple. We must remain here for another 2 days. Shen Huai Ling sighed, pondering what exactly was contained within that crystal core purification liquid. What intentions did Lan Su harbor? Every move of Shen Huai Ling was under secret surveillance. Oh, you mentioned that Shen Huai Ling left someone behind to dine? That person emerged after merely half an hour. Lan Su gently tapped the table. Did you not overhear the conversation within? No, came a trembling reply from below. Do not be so anxious. Am I to devour you? In the next instant, Lan Su crushed a heart with her bare hands. Of course I would do so. No one can escape. Chief Rabbit acted swiftly, and within a few days, the experimental report was presented to Shen Huai Ling. This crystalline core purification liquid resembles an improved version from the coastal base. Their functions are quite similar. However, this formulation contains an additional substance, one that induces addiction. A drug? Chief Rabbit shook his head. For drugs would impair bodily functions and weaken the immune system. Yet this substance does not do so. It merely fosters addiction, with no other harmful effects. The crystalline core purification liquid is non-toxic, and this addictive substance is also harmless, but when combined, they transform into a lethal compound. The crystalline core purification liquid can manipulate emotions, while the addictive substance sustains excitement. With prolonged, small doses of both, it will ultimately damage the central nervous system, rendering one a fool. Shen Huai Ling suddenly recalled the blind old woman she had encountered on the street. She must have been the subject of the crystal core purification solution. The progress bar reached 95%, with only 5% remaining. It seemed that the current answer lay solely with Lan Su. Extracting information from Lan Su would not be a simple task, yet there was no alternative but to focus on her. Shen Huai Ling, under the pretense of treating Lan Su to a meal, led her into the confines of the mobile home. Lan Su's subordinates attempted to enter but were firmly barred from crossing the threshold by Shen Huai Ling and her companions. Lan Su remained unfazed, confident that Shen Huai Ling would never resort to violence in a public setting. Moreover, with a firearm concealed on his person, he felt no apprehension whatsoever. Shen Huaiyan poured a glass of wine for Lan Su. What is your relationship with the Eternal Life Society? Shen Huai Ling inquired directly. This crystal nucleus purification liquid could not possibly be concocted by someone lacking any pharmacological knowledge. Thus, it is most likely produced by the Eternal Life Society. Lan Su cast a glance at Shen Huai Ling. Realizing the peculiarities she had exhibited all along were due to her being sent by the Eternal Life Society. Shen Huai Ling's clever ruse indeed elicited some information. Very well, I am aware of it. Let us not speak of this matter any further, Lan Su interjected decisively. Without hesitation, Lan Su seized a pair of chopsticks and began to indulge in the delectable dishes before her. Shen Huai Ling cast a glance at Shen Huai, who approached Lan Su with a glass of wine and snapped his fingers sharply. However, this time was different. Lan Su did not immediately succumb to the illusion. His eyes were glazed, yet a flicker of consciousness lingered. At the instant Shen Huai snapped his fingers, Lan Su reacted swiftly, shattering a nearby goblet in an attempt to draw the attention of those outside. Confused and disoriented, he questioned the situation, clutching the jagged fragments of the goblet tightly in his hand, striving to retain his lucidity. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai exchanged a glance. Utterly unprepared for the revelation that Lan Su possessed an immunity to this extraordinary ability, thus leaving them without any further course of action. Shen Huai endeavored once more to hypnotize Lan Su, and this time he succeeded. However, this was not an appropriate place for conversation. The sound of shattered glass from the goblet had drawn the attention of those outside. For now, it was best to allow Lan Su to rest here for a while. Once the matters outside were resolved, he would attend to her. Shen Huai Ling realized that if he did not open the door now, it would soon be forcibly removed by those outside. 1, 2, 3. Bang! Shen Huai Ling effortlessly swung the door open, and they stumbled straight to the ground. Hi, were you looking for me? Shen Huai Ling greeted them with a slight bend at the waist. What have you done to our leader? Lan Su lay back in the chair, blood dripping from her fingertips onto the floor. What could possibly concern us? We merely wish to inquire about your leader. Before long, hostilities erupted, with no mercy spared. Each blow aimed to incapacitate. With pressing matters at hand, Shen Huai Ling had no time to indulge in their skirmish. He swiftly immobilized several individuals in place, while Shen Huai adeptly bound them with rope. Their curses were laced with venom. Shen Huai seized the black tape and swiftly silenced several individuals. Truly, they have overstepped their bounds. Had Shen Huai Ling not been present, these people would have long since met their demise. Shen Huai gazed at these individuals as if they were corpses. And then, shall we begin? All right, sister. Shen Huai transformed once more into a sweet and understanding demeanor. Presently, Lan Su lay in a state of unconsciousness. Under these circumstances, it was imperative to awaken him before proceeding with a hypnotic control. Shen Huai swiftly seized the water on the table and splashed it onto Lan Su's face with remarkable agility. All right, sister, he has awakened. Water droplets clung to her eyelashes as Lan Su blinked, momentarily taken aback and still processing the situation. Shen Huai had put him into a trance. What is your relationship with the Eternal Life Society? Chapter 119, The Ritual Ceremony. I share a mutually beneficial relationship with the Eternal Life Society. They provide me with the technology to refine crystal core purification liquid, and in return, I supply them with what they desire. What do they seek? Data. Data about what? Specifically, the data indicating how the crystal core purification liquid enhances combat effectiveness. Each time, I select a few individuals, and they send someone to retrieve them. Is this the secret of Luocheng? Shen Huai Ling gazed at the progress bar, just 1% shy of completing the task. What exactly is missing? Shen Huai and Shen Huai Ling were fully aware of all the plans. However, the mission remained unaccomplished. Lan Su's act of hanging individuals upon the city walls was a long-standing sacrificial rite in Luo City, intended for the most heinous of offenders, beseeching divine protection. Thus, Lan Su's actions elicited no discontent among the city's populace. Seizing this opportunity, Lan Su aimed to lure the zombies, aspiring to ensure the demise of every inhabitant of Luo City. The predominant use of firearms served not only as a weapon, but also as a means to attract the attention of the undead. Given Lan Su's eccentric demeanor and formidable abilities, no one dared to oppose him. Although his peculiar nature raised eyebrows, The provision of core purification liquids and firearms won him a degree of tolerance among the citizens. They believed Lan Su had moved past past grievances, allowing for a fresh start. The act of poisoning the entire city felt too lenient for these people. Lan Su's true punishment lay in their enduring suffering, living in constant fear and anxiety. As the population of Luo City gradually dwindled, the unfolding scenes delighted Lan Su, aligning seamlessly with his intentions. The current state of Luo City revealed a significant reduction in its inhabitants. Lan Su's mission was to ensure the slow demise of all. In this manner, the countdown of 1 month marked the impending transformation of Luo City into a desolate wasteland. The system implied a hope for her to save the entirety of Luo City. And for the first time, Shen Huai Ling found herself engulfed in doubt. Could she truly accomplish this? Shen Huai Ling gazed at Lan Su, who remained ensnared in unconsciousness beside him. He was the pivotal key to unraveling the predicament. MMM. The individual nearby emitted muffled sounds in an attempt to capture Shen Huai Ling's attention. Shen Huai Ling approached and removed the tape from a person's mouth. You would do well to consider what should be said and what should not. Otherwise, watch your tongue. Shen Huai Ling is not one to jest. Presently, her mood was quite foul, and they would be wise not to provoke her wrath. The individual gazed at Shen Huai Ling, swallowing hard. He had come to realize that she was not to be trifled with. If you were to kill, then take me, but spare our leader. You do possess a sense of loyalty, she replied. Of course, our lives were saved by our leader. Lan Su rescued you, but as far as I am aware, Lan Su is cold-hearted and not one to offer salvation. Our leader is blameless. The fault lies entirely with them. They are the ones who harmed our leader. He retorted defiantly. Then pray tell, what exactly transpired? It is their fault. They are responsible for our leader's mother's death, and they must pay for it. Debts must be repaid, and murder demands retribution. This is only just. How did his mother die? Shen Huai Ling pressed, honing in on the crux of the matter. Someone deliberately set fire to the house, leaving her to perish within. And who was that person? I do not know. Frustration welled within Shen Huai Ling as she realized she had yet to extract any useful information. Am I to believe that allowing these individuals to live fulfills my mission? Shen Huai Ling took a deep breath, truly detesting the sensation of having the answer right before him, yet remaining elusive. When Lan Su finally awakened, he found himself securely bound to a chair. Ah, you're awake. Are you hungry? Shen Huai Ling yawned, casually watching television from the side. What exactly do you intend to do, Shen Huai Ling? Me? Shen Huai Ling pointed to himself. I desire nothing more than for you to stay with me for a few days. After 2 weeks, I will naturally release you. You can imprison me at will. But who do you think you are? Lan Su strained against the ropes. Yet it proved futile. You might as well cease your futile efforts. When the time comes, I will choose to let you go. Over the following days, Shen Huai Ling consistently delivered meals to Lan Su at designated times, confining him within the room, offering not a single opportunity for escape. Initially believing that a 2-month stay would lead to an effortless resolution, unforeseen complications nonetheless arose. Shen Huai Ling is promoting his own crystal core purification solution here, slowly usurping the one developed by the Chongqing Society. However, Shen Huai Ling has overlooked a crucial detail. The Chongqing Society has infused their solution with a unique addictive substance to maintain control over its users, making it nearly impossible for anyone to quit. During the past few days of Lan Su's disappearance, the supply of their crystal core purification solution has been utterly inadequate, leaving everyone feeling as though 1,000 ants are crawling within their bodies. I need the extraction solution. I demand the extraction solution. In just a few short days, everyone has become as dependent as if they were under the influence of narcotics. Shen Huai Ling summoned the chief of the Rabbit Guardians to conduct an examination. The subsequent blood tests revealed that the previous assessment was inaccurate. This was, in fact, a form of chronic toxin, although its precise nature remained unclear. Is there any way to temporarily alleviate the symptoms? Shen Huai Ling inquired with a sense of urgency, noting the increasing number of such cases in the city. Even if the development of these medications were to commence, it would require time. For now, The only means to ease the symptoms was to continue with the current treatment. Shen Huai Ling paused for a moment. Their situation bore a striking resemblance to drug addiction. If I steadfastly refuse to administer the substance, can they overcome it? The ever-pragmatic manager, too, pursing her lips, adjusted her glasses, asserting that it was inadvisable, for abruptly ceasing the medication might lead to unforeseen consequences. The toxins within their bodies could erupt prematurely. How long would it take to research an antidote? If expedited, it would still require approximately a week. Very well. What is the situation outside? Is it an utter chaos? Lan Su spoke with a tone of disdain. The city cannot afford to lose me. Lan Su appeared rather unwell. Yet his entourage exhibited no signs of concern. Shen Huai Ling, should I perish here, it would not be in vain. At the very least, the townsfolk would accompany me in death. Lan Su erupted into laughter. Since you are so eager to die, I shall grant your wish. Shen Huai Ling pressed the blade against Lan Su's throat. Lan Su showed no sign of fear. Go ahead, make your move. Shen Huai Ling lowered the knife. An intriguing thought crossed my mind. How about sending your little follower below to wait for you? Lan Su's expression momentarily revealed a hint of panic. That would be for the best. Shen Huai Ling brought someone up. I find myself rather intrigued as to why they remained unscathed while others reacted so vehemently. Perhaps you could enlighten me. Otherwise, you might as well perish. In that case, your demise would hold some semblance of worth. Chapter 120. The Womancy Tree. Bah, how naive your thoughts are. Lan Su spat a glob of saliva onto Shen Huai Ling's face. If that is the case, then let it be. Let us proceed with the killing. Shen Huai Ling, in the presence of Lan Su, placed a bag over each person's head. This way, their heads would fall into the bags, making cleanup a breeze. Shen Huai Ling thoughtfully reminded them. Shen Huai Ling skillfully severed a man's head with a knife, as effortlessly as one would slice through a watermelon. Shen Huai Ling wielded the knife without hesitation, swiftly severing the head of another individual. Wait, are you not afraid of me severing ties with the Chongqing Society? This would be detrimental for both of us, Lan Su threatened, gritting her teeth. Shen Huai Ling sheathed the knife and inquired, when did I ever claim to be a member of the Chongqing Society? Did you not mention this to me before? Came a reply. What I actually said was, are you familiar with the Chongqing Society? I never conceded to anything. Engaging in wordplay, are we, Shen Huai Ling? What exactly do you desire? Shen Huai Ling rested his chin on his hand, squatting before Lan Su. What I desire is quite simple. I seek the formula for the crystal core purification solution you hold. I shall provide it, Lan Su replied after a moment's hesitation, but I have one condition. I must retrieve it personally. Agreed. That is acceptable. Shen Huai Ling administered a drug to Lan Su, temporarily sealing his mental prowess, alleviating concerns of any deceit. Lan Su glanced at the bloodstains beneath him, but said nothing, proceeding directly onward. Follow me. Very well. Lan Su led Shen Huai Ling through a winding path to a location he had been unaware of during his nearly month-long stay. This is where my crystal core purification solution is extracted. Before them loomed an enormous exotic plant. What is this? Shen Huai Ling inquired with curiosity. It is called the Womancy Tree. The tree was colossal, its trunk entwined with numerous vines, suggesting a parasitic relationship. Its leaves, unlike those of ordinary trees, were a striking black, oval shape. Despite its oddity, the tree thrived, casting a shadow over the area. Seizing a moment of inattention from Shen Huai Ling, Lan Su forcefully pushed him forward, causing him to grasp the trunk. Vines ensnared Shen Huai Ling, binding him tightly to the tree. Did you not wish to learn about the materials? Survive to leave, and then we shall see, Lan Su remarked, dragging his weakened form away from the scene. A wave of disdain washed over Lan Su. Indeed, Shen Huai Ling was not destined for greatness, his heart too soft. Initially believing that Shen Huai Ling had truly killed him, he was forced to feign submission. Yet, the blood upon the ground was not human, but rather pig's blood. Shen Huai Ling never intended to take a life. The individual bound by him was indeed his subordinate. At the moment of execution, however, it was replaced by a puppet crafted by Yan Yueshan. Reluctant to part with her precious puppet, Yan Yueshan provided him with numerous inferior imitations, which, to her dismay, were immediately recognized by Lan Su. Now it was time to confront the issue at hand. With a carefully prepared crystal core purification solution in hand, Lan Su strode confidently outside. Meanwhile, others languished in despair within the confines of the room. "Hello, can you hear me?" Lan Su fiddled with the loudspeaker. "Those who can hear my voice, please proceed to the square to collect the crystal core purification solution." Upon recognizing Lan Su's voice, the crowd, despite enduring unbearable itching and pain, crawled and stumbled toward the square. There, Lan Su positioned herself prominently, holding the purification solution aloft. All present resembled desperate dogs, wagging their tails in supplication. What a disgraceful sight. A sardonic smile graced Lan Su's lips. "What distinguishes you from a dog at this moment?" she provocatively questioned, delivering a swift kick to an individual attempting to seize the solution from her grasp. "The crystal core purification solution I possess is limited. Only a select few may partake. There are simply too many of you for it to be shared." With just a few words, Lan Su incited discord among the crowd. Ignoring their discomfort, they momentarily forgot the existence of their abilities, engaging in primal, unrestrained conflict. Lan Su observed them with amusement, seated comfortably as laughter rendered her unable to sit upright. Shen Huai Ling's current predicament is rather dire. The more he struggles, the tighter the trees ensnare him. Furthermore, this peculiar plant should not be underestimated, for its abilities are formidable. It appears to possess a semblance of sentience, and while Shen Huai Ling can sever its vines, he finds himself unable to harm its core. This marks his second encounter with such a bizarre flora. The first transpired within a glass chamber, and each encounter with mutated vegetation invariably spells trouble. However, the Wamancy tree shows no inclination to inflict harm upon Shen Huai Ling. It seems merely intent on confining him within its grasp. Shen Huai Ling became acutely aware that within the confines of the space, the trees all feared the flames. He began to search for something akin to a lighter, hoping to find a way to escape from his place. Shen Huai Ling could hardly believe her eyes and rubbed them. Her space resembled a pause in time. All living beings, except for herself, were frozen here. It felt as if this place had been forgotten by time. Moreover, she had never encountered this small seedling before. Upon hearing Shen Huai Ling call her, Cao Tao leaped directly into the system space. "What is it that you wish from me, Cao Tao the Great?" Cao Tao said with a haughty expression as she gazed at Shen Huai Ling. Approaching the young sapling, Cao Tao blinked and prodded it with her finger. "What do you think? Surprised? Unexpected? This is the exotic plant you encountered last time in the glass house. Do you remember? It wasn't truly dead in the conventional sense. One of its tender shoots had slipped into your pocket and made its escape, only to inadvertently find its way into this space." Shen Huai Ling was uncertain whether it would flee, so she cautiously reached out to touch its tender sprout. It did not seem averse. On the contrary, it displayed a remarkable affection towards Shen Huai Ling. Perhaps it was due to the lingering scent of the previous extraordinary plant that enveloped her, which is why the Wamancy tree refrained from attacking her. Shen Huai Ling grasped the peculiar plant, gently caressing its leaves, yet it remained utterly still, as if its earlier movement within the space had merely been a figment of her imagination. "Did I misperceive it?" Shen Huai Ling murmured to herself. Shen Huai Ling inadvertently sustained a slender wound from a leaf, and his blood instantly seeped forth, staining the peculiar plant. "A contract is forged." Shen Huai Ling paused momentarily, perplexed by the notion of a contract being established. Shen Huai Ling gazed upon the peculiar plant in his hands. Shen Huai Ling opened the interface of the Guardian, and indeed, the interface of this extraordinary plant appeared. Name, Prajna beads. Form, plant. After establishing a contract, Shen Huai Ling and the beads became attuned to each other's thoughts. No longer concealing itself, it began to dart around in the space before Shen Huai Ling. Fell into a moment of silence. Do you see how absurd this is? What kind of plant has the audacity to move at will? It had already forged a contract with Shen Huai Ling, freeing itself from the fear of being destroyed by him. The entire plant radiated joy, growing 2 additional leaves in celebration. "Could you kindly allow the peculiar plant outside to release me?" The Bodhi prayer beads gently tapped its small leaves against its chest, indicating to Shen Huai Ling that there were no issues whatsoever. Shen Huai Ling took out the prajna beads. Yet these beads were no longer at their peak. The beads endeavored to communicate with the peculiar plant, seeking to persuade it to spare Shen Huai Ling. However, the plant remained utterly indifferent. The reason for keeping Shen Huai Ling alive was likely to regard her as a reserve source of sustenance. Those previously brought here were all deceased, as the amass tree had a penchant for carrion. Thus, the reason it had not yet harmed Shen Huai Ling was probably its intention to let her perish from hunger, ultimately feasting upon her decaying flesh. Shen Huai Ling perceived the unease surrounding the Bodhi prayer beads. Could it be that you are unable to resolve this? Shen Huai Ling felt a distinct lack of confidence regarding such a diminutive plant. How could that be? Just when the two unusual plants and Shen Huai Ling were at a stalemate. Shen Huai finally arrived at the scene. Sister. Chapter 121, The Massacre. Upon seeing the puppets within the room, Shen Huai comprehended Shen Huaiqing's scheme. However, he remained unperturbed, leisurely wandering through the city. Yet, today's atmosphere was decidedly unusual. Although the streets typically lacked crowds, they had never been as eerily silent as they were now. Shen Huai glanced at his watch. When Shen Huai Ling gifted him the watch, she had explained its features to him. Shen Huai Ling, apprehensive about potential troubles befalling Shen Huai or fearing that Shen Huai might instigate something, installed surveillance on their watches. Each watch bore two small red dots, one representing Shen Huai and the other Shen Huai Ling. Ever since Shen Huai Ling's last visit to the military district, Shen Huai had been excessively concerned for Shen Huai Ling's safety, anxious that danger might once again loom. To ensure fairness, both watches displayed each other's locations. Shen Huai Ling's location remained static for an extended period, suggesting that something might have gone awry. When Shen Huai arrived, he found Shen Huai Ling locked in a stalemate with two peculiar plants. Upon noticing Shen Huai's presence, Shen Huai Ling instantly regained his composure, confident in his status as a talent backed by a powerful ally, rendering him unconcerned about these trifling plants. As a newcomer appeared, a vine gradually slithered towards Shen Huai, intending to ensnare him as another source of sustenance. Shen Huai had long been aware of this scene. It was merely a mutated plant attempting to ensnare him. Shen Huai unsheathed a dagger and drew it across his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the vine. Instantly, the vine began to wither. Shen Huai advanced step by step towards Shen Huai Ling, clutching a dagger, his blood infused with a potent venom. Wu Manqi sensed the impending danger and dared not approach, effortlessly rescuing the individual from peril. Shen Huai Ling hurriedly pushed aside Shen Huai's palm, yet found no trace of injury. Shen Huai turned his hand over. Sister, I am fine. He had long been aware of his extraordinary recovery rate and understood that his sister wished for him to conceal it. He endeavored diligently to suppress his peculiarity, striving to present himself as an ordinary person. As if nothing had transpired, Shen Huai gazed at the peculiar plant upon Shen Huai Ling's shoulder. Sister, do not move. This strange plant seeks to parasitize you, and I shall dispose of it, Shen Huai declared with a frigid tone. He reached out, intending to slash at his palm. The Bodhi prayer beads recoiled, its leaves trembling. Help! Why does everyone seem intent on my demise? The beads hurriedly concealed themselves behind Shen Huai Ling, occasionally peeking out with a small leaf to gauge Shen Huai's reaction. Enough of this jesting. Shen Huai Ling chided gently, caressing the tiny leaves of the beads, which quivered in response. Now, with Shen Huai Ling in command, they felt emboldened. Let us proceed. Shen Huai, unwilling to clash with Shen Huai Ling, redirected his ire towards the nearby wamancy tree. He drew a dagger and slashed the trunk, causing a stream of black sap to ooze forth. Shen Huai Ling retrieved a bottle to collect the liquid. Previously, Lan Su had mentioned that this was the essential material for the crystallization purification solution, which would later be sent to the overseer for research purposes. Shen Huai Ling obtained what he desired and managed to escape. Did you happen to see Lan Su upon your arrival? Huai shook his head, indicating a negative response. No one had seen her. Indeed, Shen Huai had not spotted a single shadow. We should search for Lan Su, otherwise, unforeseen chaos might ensue. Shen Huai Ling wished for Shen Huai to deliver the items to Chief Rabbit, yet Shen Huai was reluctant. Whenever Shen Huai Ling slipped from his line of sight, complications invariably arose. Shen Huai felt a tinge of concern as he realized that Shen Huai Ling could not resist his persuasion. Consequently, the two embarked on a drive through the desolate streets of Luochen. The entire city seemed lifeless, devoid of any human presence, while the sight of Lan Su already taking action loomed in the background. Shen Huai Ling drove to the square, and even from a considerable distance, he could already hear the sounds of a fierce altercation. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai parked their camper van to the side and hurriedly made their way over. Upon their arrival, they beheld Lan Su standing atop the platform in a posture reminiscent of a judge. Below, individuals were entangled in a chaotic scuffle, creating a scene of utter disorder. Amidst the turmoil, only Lan Su appeared to be reveling in delight. Amidst the chaos, Shen Huai Ling ascended to the platform. Lan Su, cease your actions. Shen Huai Ling sought to intervene, yet his efforts proved futile. Every individual was resolutely striving for survival, and the sole hope for continued existence lay within the crystal core purification liquid held by Lan Su. Only the strong would endure. Lan Su, will you not relent? Shen Huai Ling addressed her directly. You have already taken so many lives. Surely that suffices as reparation for your mother's demise. Previously indifferent to Shen Huai Ling, Lan Su's interest was piqued upon the mention of his mother. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. I stated that they killed your mother. Your vengeance should find its limits. Upon hearing this, Lan Su erupted into laughter, her mirth so uncontrollable it caused her physical discomfort. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai exchanged perplexed glances. Whose word have you heard? Lan Su pointed to her side. In truth, it was I who killed my mother with my own hands. Anticipating their disbelief, she recounted the events in meticulous detail. It was a night adorned with countless stars. My mother was with an unknown man in our home. I stood outside the door, stealthily locking it, sealing the windows, and filling the room with kindling. Once everything was prepared, I cast the flames into the courtyard. Have you ever heard the anguished cries of suffering? That sound was exquisite. I believe you would surely appreciate it. A madwoman indeed, utterly beyond reason. And what do you intend to do now? Shen Huai Ling grasped Lan Su by the collar. What? Do you wish to kill me? If so, then so be it. I shall die without regrets. Though my life may not have been as resplendent as summer flowers, my death shall be nothing short of spectacular, taking an entire city down with me. It is worth it. And what of your minions? Shen Huai Ling inquired. Who cares for them? Lan Su slowly closed her eyes. I am about to die. Who has time to fret over what lies behind? Shen Huai swiftly brought over his little companion from the car. Does he truly not care? Shen Huai is certainly not as soft-hearted as Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai seized one individual and forced him to kneel upon the ground. Lan Su, since you have uttered these words, you may watch as they perish before your very eyes. The moment Lan Su opened her eyes, Shen Huai, with an unwavering demeanor, swiftly slashed the throat of one of the individuals. Lan Su's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that Shen Huai would indeed take such a drastic action. Shen Huai was rather indifferent. After all, it was merely the death of an individual, and there was truly no need for excessive alarm, especially in this apocalyptic world where death had become a commonplace occurrence. Lan Su had yet to grasp the situation when Shen Huai swiftly took another life. Shen Huai Ling had never anticipated Shen Huai's decisive nature. Wait, Lan Su exclaimed, as flames erupted from his palm, aimed at Shen Huai Ling in an attempt to coerce him. Bang! Chapter 122. The colorful silkworm. Lan Su's endeavor was in vain, for Shen Huai Ling executed a shoulder throw, sending Lan Su crashing to the ground. Lan Su, unperturbed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, asserting that they were not involved in these matters and demanding their release. Shen Huai Ling tapped Lan Su's face with a Swiss Army knife. If you say it is irrelevant, then let them perish alongside you. A flicker of inner turmoil passed through Lan Su's eyes, unable to contend with Shen Huai Ling and his companions. All he could do now was. Lan Su turned to the crowd and shouted, Whoever kills Shen Huai Ling, I shall bestow upon them the secret formula for the crystal core purification solution. The allure of this promise far surpassed that of the purification solution itself. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai wore impassive expressions. Both possessed formidable abilities, rendering the third and fourth tier ability users before them no challenge at all. However, it required some effort. Shen Huai Ling recalled the potion developed previously by Chief Rabbit. She and Shen Huai exchanged a few words of reminder. Shen Huai Ling scattered the powdered medicine, and she and Shen Huai took refuge within the protective shield, narrowly escaping peril. This substance poses little harm to the human body. It merely induces a profound fatigue in the limbs, and most crucially, there exists no antidote. In 5 or 6 hours, one will naturally return to normalcy. After 15 minutes, the surrounding effects of the drug had dissipated, yet for precautionary measures, Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai donned masks before venturing outside. The individuals who had been embroiled in conflict moments before now lay sprawled upon the ground, leaving only Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai conspicuously standing in the square. This situation is dire. The potency of the drug has escalated, yet no alternative solutions are available. This remains the most effective course of action at present. What shall we do now? Shen Huai gazed at the multitude strewn across the ground. Shen Huai Ling's gaze fell upon the body of the person recently slain by Shen Huai, though he merely cast a fleeting glance. Had it not been for Shen Huai's intervention, the current situation would still be one of deadlock. Shen Huai Ling began to doubt his own actions. It was evident that the true culprit was Lan Su. Perhaps eliminating him would resolve everything. Shen Huai Ling presented the sap of the amass tree to Chief Rabbit for examination, to ascertain whether it was the formulation of the crystal core purification solution found here. At the moment Shen Huai Ling took away the orchid fluff, the voice of Tao Tao echoed in his mind. The task has been completed, and the reward has been successfully distributed. Tao Tao's voice was jarring, leaving Shen Huai Ling momentarily stunned. Had everything truly come to an end? Shen Huai Ling completed the task in a state of confusion for the first time. Everything had come to an end. Yet this time, there was not a shred of joy in Shen Huai Ling's heart. Perhaps these individuals deserved to perish. Tao Tao revealed everything to Shen Huai Ling, dispelling all the fog of uncertainty. Lan Su's side story. In Luo City, the city of fallen leaves, everything stemmed from Lan Su's actions. He instilled hope in the hearts of the people, yet simultaneously led them toward their demise. From the moment of his birth, Lan Su's mother harbored a profound disdain for him, having entertained countless men, leaving her oblivious to the identity of her child's father. Although she treated Lan Su poorly, she at least provided him with sustenance. However, as he grew, her contempt for him intensified, ultimately casting him out. Though still young, Lan Su's striking beauty attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. As Lan Su matured, he began to comprehend the intricacies of his past and chose to evade his circumstances. Fortunately, fate had not entirely forsaken him. With the advent of the apocalypse, he discovered his own power. Thus, the time for retribution had come. As for the small entourage surrounding him, they were merely a group of children, abandoned in desolate mountains due to physical disabilities or because they were girls. Initially, Lan Su wished to remain uninvolved, but perhaps recalling his own past compelled him to rescue them. Though they were often irksome, they brought him considerable amusement. Perhaps their presence was, after all, a delightful choice. The end. Shen Huai Ling did not pry open Lan Su's lips, but Shen Huai did. Perhaps he could not bear to witness the demise of his subordinate before his very eyes, so he divulged everything. His relationship with the Chongqing Society was purely one of mutual benefit. They conducted human experiments while providing him with a crystal core purification solution. However, Lan Su had mixed the sap of the wamancy tree into the purification solution, administering a slow-acting poison to everyone. Even if they were to discover it, what difference would it make? The toxicity would already be at an advanced stage by then, and even detection would offer no remedy. Yet, some individuals are astute, and the first to uncover this truth was an elderly blind woman on the street, the only person in Luocheng who had ever shown kindness to Lan Su. However, she wished to disclose this secret, a revelation that Lan Su would not permit, as it would jeopardize his entire scheme. Thus, Lan Su forced her to consume a large quantity of wamancy tree sap, the toxin invading her brain and rendering her in her current deranged state. Who would believe the ramblings of a lunatic? Even if she were to regain her senses, people would still regard her as mad. This was the secret of Luocheng. Upon hearing this answer, Shen Huai Ling felt a deep sense of melancholy. The so-called secret was the tragic life of Lan Su and his desire to bring ruin to Luocheng. As for the Wamancy tree sap, Shen Huai Ling found himself utterly powerless. This toxin paralyzes the nervous system and ultimately drives one to madness, transforming them into mere puppets, helpless and at the mercy of others. The most agonizing part is the awareness of one's own body gradually decaying, while being utterly unable to intervene. Lan Su's sole request was that his subordinates should not be harmed, and Shen Huai Ling acquiesced. When he encountered Lan Su once more, he had already become a lifeless corpse. Lan Su had taken his own life, utterly detached from any ties to this world. Shen Huai Ling entrusted the task of researching the antidote to Chief Rabbit. Yet the endeavor to abstain from the juice of the Wamancy tree still relied solely on their own resolve. Shen Huai Ling resolved all matters but felt no sense of joy. Instead, an inexplicable emptiness enveloped her heart, accompanied by a profound sadness. She found herself pondering whether her actions were right or wrong. Shen Huai Ling has established an inn here, where everyone can now stand on their own. Allowing the formless to reside here may provide a semblance of faith, offering a glimmer of hope in life. For now, one can only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Shen Huai Ling established the garment factory atop Tuachuo Mountain, consolidating both the garment and pharmaceutical factories in a single location. Within merely 5 minutes, the nascent form of the garment factory materialized before our eyes. Shen Huai Ling stepped inside, where the equipment was far from adequate, indeed, quite rudimentary. May I ask if you are willing to spend 50,000 points to purchase staff and silkworm eggs? Tao Tao's voice resounded once more. Shen Huai Ling nodded gently, acknowledging that, at present, there were indeed no superior alternatives available. Shen Huai Ling blinked, and a woman adorned in an antiquated style materialized before her. Possessing exceptional beauty, she was accompanied by 4 weavers. "Greetings, I am Shen Huai Ling," she stammered, momentarily at a loss. The woman before her covered her face and chuckled softly. "Hello, you may call me Sang Sang. I am the consul here." Shen Huai Ling felt an immediate sense of relief, as she had initially believed she was among ancient beings. Sang Sang guided Shen Huai Ling to the sericulture area, where they needed to cultivate silkworms for silk production. However, the current predicament was that the silkworms had yet to awaken, rendering them unable to weave fabric. Sang Sang conveyed their present situation to Shen Huai Ling. "How can we awaken the silkworms?" Shen Huai Ling inquired, gently cradling one in her palm. Chapter 123, The Centenary Mulberry Tree. This particular silkworm is known as the rainbow silkworm. It produces silk in vibrant colors and possesses remarkable resilience. Yet this species is exceedingly finicky, demanding a highly specific growth environment. Shen Huai Ling was not particularly knowledgeable about these matters, merely nodding in response. "If there is anything you require, please speak candidly." For the vibrant silkworms to spin their silk, they necessitate mulberry leaves from trees that are over a century old. Over a century old mulberry trees? Shen Huai Ling could scarcely believe it and repeated the assertion. Indeed, it is precisely the mulberry trees that are over a century in age. CC reiterated, stating that ordinary mulberry trees produce ordinary silk, devoid of any significant value. It appears that a quest to seek out the location of such ancient mulberry trees is imperative. This is certainly no trivial endeavor. Shen Huai Ling initiated communication with the directors of various bases, inquiring about the existence of mulberry trees that are over a century old. The store managers also engaged in conversations with customers, announcing a reward to discover the whereabouts of these ancient trees. However, after a week had elapsed, aside from a handful of individuals attempting to deceive them for the reward, they had gleaned virtually nothing regarding the location of the century-old mulberry trees. Shen Huai Ling harbored a sense of skepticism. While reading novels, one often encounters ancient trees that have existed for millennia. Yet, in her reality, she cannot even find a century-old mulberry tree. The nature of this rosary, said to resemble a man-eating flower, was elusive. It propagated through spores and thrived by parasitizing human hosts. The rosary exhibited a predilection for flesh, and thus, Shen Huai Ling fed at the scraps left over from slaughtered pigs and cows, which it accepted without discrimination. Upon learning of this peculiar arrangement, other shopkeepers decided that the bodies of unruly patrons would no longer be discarded, but rather offered to the rosary instead. The creature's appetite was insatiable. Only after arriving at the inn did Shen Huai Ling truly comprehend the meaning of paradise. It spent its days indulging in a cycle of feasting and slumber. Having endured prolonged hunger, it finally savored a hearty meal. Shen Huai Ling prodded it gently, noticing that its leaves had grown significantly, appearing far more agreeable than before. "Rosary, do you happen to know where I might find a century-old mulberry tree?" Shen Huai Ling held little hope that the rosary could provide her with a satisfactory answer. The rosary chewed contemplatively and replied, "I know." Shen Huai Ling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Do tell. If your words ring true, I shall grant you an extra chicken leg tonight." "I desire to," came the prompt reply. "Agreed. I was unearthed from a mountain to the west, a place abundant with trees. The trees you seek should be found there." Shen Huai Ling unfurled a map beside the prayer beads, indicating a specific location. The prayer beads, with utmost sincerity, shook their head, expressing ignorance. After all, at that time, they were merely a tree, incapable of walking, thus unable to recognize anything. Just when they had finally unearthed a clue, it slipped away. However, at that moment, Sang Luo imparted a piece of valuable information to Shen Huai Ling. Not far from the D City base, there lay a deep mountain where Shen Huai Ling might find what he sought. Yet, the area was fraught with peril, shrouded in mist year-round. Though it was rumored that the trees there were over a century old, Sang Luo divulged the exact location to Shen Huai Ling, suggesting he could explore it if he was interested, a notion he had overheard from other guests. "Tao Tao, do you truly lack a century-old mulberry tree here?" Tao Tao nodded, affirming the absence. "However, I can expedite the growth of a mulberry tree for you. It will only cost 100,000 points. You might as well seize it directly. That way, points are accrued more swiftly." Shen Huai Ling declined Tao Tao's proposal. As the keeper of treasures, it was implausible for Tao Tao to lack even a single century-old mulberry tree. The exorbitant price was a deliberate ploy. Tao Tao discerned that Shen Huai Ling was not content during his time in Luo City, and whenever confronted with difficulties, he instinctively chose to evade them. If Shen Huai Ling wishes to recuperate, it remains uncertain how long it may take. Hence, the most prudent course of action at present is to send Shen Huai Ling away. Shen Huai Ling is about to depart, and, as per usual, he has informed others of his intended destination, scheduled to set off in 2 days. Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshin naturally noticed the message Shen Huai Ling posted in the group chat. The two brothers exchanged a quick glance. It was imperative that Shen Huai Ling not venture to this location. That very evening, they summoned him. "What's the matter? Are you reluctant to see me go?" Shen Huai Ling jested, maintaining his usual light-hearted demeanor. However, the expressions of the two brothers were grave, their countenances earnest. "Lingling, you would do well to avoid this place," they said in unison. "I could refrain from going, but you must provide me with a compelling reason," he replied. "We have previously mentioned that we hail from a lineage of priests belonging to a tribe that harbors a deep-seated aversion to outsiders. The area you intend to visit lies deep within the mountains inhabited by this tribe." Shen Huai Ling nodded thoughtfully. "Have you been here before?" The twins shook their heads. "No. We were far too young back then to remember anything. However, this is currently the only method for the vibrant silkworms to spin their silk. We must venture forth, even into the most treacherous of places." "I understand. I will contemplate this further." The character of Shen Huai Ling is well understood by everyone. She is generally quite receptive to advice regarding trivial matters. However, once she has made a decision, no counsel can sway her. "We acknowledge your formidable prowess. Yet what truly instills fear within that mountain is not the zombies, but rather the humans. I have come to this realization." Shen Huai Ling recalled the map that Tao Tao had provided earlier. Indeed, there was a faint red dot near the mountains. The twins conveyed their resolved decision to Shen Huai Ling. Shen Huai Ling glanced at them and remarked, "If you leave, who will oversee the inn?" Oh, how the two of them were preoccupied with reminiscing about their own births, neglecting the matter of the inn. "If we can resolve the inn's affairs, will you take us there?" "Certainly, but it is essential to find someone trustworthy to manage the inn." Shen Huai Ling finished his last sip of tea and declared, "I shall grant you but 3 days. After that, I shall embark on my journey." Understood. Both individuals responded in unison. They conferred and decided to set their sights on Shen Huai, the one whom Shen Huai Ling trusted most. Having just returned from an outing with Shen Huai Ling, it was certain they did not wish to include him this time. Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan each walked alongside Shen Huai, resting their arms upon his shoulders. "Anin, we wish to discuss a matter with you." Shen Huai halted his steps. "No, I shall not acquiesce to your demands. The news of Shen Huai Ling's departure has inevitably reached Shen Huai. I wish to accompany my sister," Shen Huai reiterated. "However, we are not merely discussing this matter. We seek your company for activities befitting men. For instance, to indulge in drinking. Aware of your imminent departure tomorrow, we have specifically come to bid you farewell." Is it truly just about drinking? Chapter 124, The Sorrowful Misty Mountain. How could the two brothers possibly outdrink Shen Huai alone? With this thought in mind, they downed their drinks one after another. After indulging in too much drink, Shen Huai found himself unable to leave, thus remaining there to oversee the shop. As the night wore on and the liquor flowed, both Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan's faces flushed a rosy hue. Yet Shen Huai remained composed, his expression unchanged. The two of them, their eyes slightly glazed, pointed at Shen Huai and began to chatter carelessly. "Do you think Inin is truly intoxicated?" "Certainly, but why isn't his face red?" Some individuals can drink without a hint of color in their cheeks or a racing heart, yet they are already quite inebriated. 3, 2, 1 down. Shen Huai silently counted in his mind before raising his glass and downing its contents in one gulp. He was acutely aware of the intentions harbored by the two brothers. Their motives were painfully transparent. They had been scouring for assistance in managing the inn for days. This was the final day, and they deemed him young and inexperienced with alcohol, believing he would be easy to deceive. However, Shen Huai had not anticipated the poor tolerance of the two. After consuming merely 2 bottles of liquor and a case of beer, they collapsed onto the floor. Shen Huai, filled with helplessness, dragged the two individuals directly into the RV. Given their current state, they would likely struggle to rise in the morning. Shen Huai placed the individuals onto the RV before emerging to tidy up the aftermath. Previously, Shen Huai had accompanied Shen Huai Ling for a drink. Due to his youth, Shen Huai Ling did not allow him to consume too much, fearing it might impair his mind. However, on one occasion, Shen Huai Ling whimsically decided to ply Shen Huai with alcohol, only to discover that Shen Huai's unique physiological structure allowed for the complete metabolism of alcohol upon reaching the liver. This revelation indicated that Shen Huai would never experience intoxication. While Shen Huai did not particularly enjoy drinking, he indulged in it occasionally to accompany Shen Huai Ling, who had a fondness for it. Shen Huai could not fathom why people were enamored with the sharp and stimulating taste of alcohol. However, Shen Huai Ling enlightened him, explaining that it was not the flavor that captivated them, but rather the intoxicating sensation that dulled the mind and enveloped one in a languid haze. This sensation was one that Shen Huai would never truly comprehend, yet it mattered not, for Ling Ling assured him that she would guide him, and one day, Shen Huai Ling would be able to rescue him, allowing him to blend seamlessly with others. For the time being, the inn would be temporarily managed by He Wu and Xiong Xiong, as they had more pressing matters to attend to. If they were unable to reach Shen Huai Ling, and their destination lay in the mountains, the innkeeper would take charge of all provisions, with any decisions beyond their purview entrusted to Xiong Xiong. In recent days, Qiu Qiu had been diligently preparing delectable dishes for Shen Huai Ling to enjoy on their journey, filling her space with culinary delights and essential supplies devised by the ever-resourceful rabbit supervisor. Given the perilous nature of their destination, Shen Huai Ling and her companions resolved to travel by RV, ensuring that their daily meals could be conveniently prepared within, thereby mitigating potential dangers. As soon as they located the century-old mulberry tree, they would depart without delay. As dawn broke, Shen Huai Ling was already dressed and ready to embark on his journey. "What about the two of them?" he inquired, adjusting his sunglasses. "They're all set. I brought them over last night," came the reply. "Very well, let us proceed." The mountain they were destined for was situated in a remote location, requiring a 2-day drive to reach, but there was no rush. They could treat it as a leisurely excursion. The mountain bore the name of Shen, and from a distance, it appeared shrouded in thick mist. Is it truly possible for a village to exist amidst such dense fog? Shen Huai Ling mused in astonishment. Shen Huai Ling initially envisioned a remote wilderness, where even vehicles could not venture. However, to his surprise, despite the rugged mountain paths, his RV was able to navigate through. This place did not appear to be as terrifying as described, Yin Yu murmured. The afternoon sun filtered through the mottled leaves, casting a warm glow upon the vehicle, creating a sense of utmost comfort. Shen Huai Ling urged them to remain vigilant, watching for any signs of mulberry trees in the vicinity. The trees here stood tall and majestic, clearly having endured the passage of time. Upon Shen Huai Ling's arrival, Tao Tao meticulously analyzed the circumstances of the area and ultimately identified the location of the century-old mulberry tree. However, the fortune of the group was not particularly favorable, as they found themselves positioned diagonally opposite the tree. It appeared that to reach their destination, they would need to remain here for an additional day. As the sun gradually set, the hues of twilight painted the horizon, heralding the conclusion of the day, while a bright moon ascended, casting its serene glow. It was yet another night of the full moon. Yin Yueshin gazed out at the moon and remarked, "Aren't you supposed to draw the curtains? What else are you looking at?" Yin Mingji playfully tugged at Yin Yueshin's ear. A venomous serpent slithered up to the branches, illuminated by the moonlight, precisely as the high priest had foretold. The following morning, Shen Huai Ling and his companions awoke within a quaint village. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huaiyan were bound together. Upon awakening, Shen Huai Ling noticed that Shen Huaiyan was still peacefully slumbering beside him. Shen Huai Ling deftly utilized her extraordinary abilities to sever the rope binding her wrist. What manner of constitution does she possess that she can sense disturbances in various locations? The immediate priority is to awaken Shen Huaiyan. A new side quest has been activated. Alter the High Priestess's curse. Reward: a century-old mulberry tree. Penalty: loss of 2 guardians. No wonder the price was set so high. It appears she was awaited here. Please articulate clearly. What is the High Priestess's curse? Shen Huai Ling inquired urgently. This is something you must explore on your own. Exhaustion overwhelmed her. Contemplating the annihilation of this world, she had just concluded the secretive side quest in Luocheng, seamlessly transitioning into the next task. Truly, a smooth experience. Where we? Shen Huaiyan awoke, curiosity piqued. She distinctly remembered sleeping in the camper last night. How had she suddenly found herself here upon waking? We must have been abducted, Shen Huai Ling remarked, articulating their predicament. Barely having exchanged a few words, the door swung open, and an intruder stepped inside. The two swiftly huddled together, grasping the rope tightly. Seize them. Take them away. Shen Huai Ling opened her eyes. Wait, where are you taking us? You're awake. I could have allowed you a smoother departure, but it seems your luck has run out. What are you saying? Shen Huai Ling could not comprehend the words of this person. This individual was adorned with an abundance of silver jewelry, as if preparing for some grand ceremony. Several others approached, intent on taking them away, without even articulating their intentions clearly. Such rudeness was quite unbecoming. Shen Huai Ling harnessed his mental prowess, immobilizing several individuals in place. Is this how you treat your guests? He remarked, brushing off the dust from his attire as he rose. Where do you intend to take us? He inquired, suddenly leaning in to scrutinize the man's eyes. Chapter 125. The divine offering. The man, with his neck stiffened, retorted, What is there to discuss, outsider? You truly are one who refuses to heed a cordial invitation and instead invites punishment. Shen Huai Ling tightened his grip around the man's throat, lifting him off the ground. The man's face flushed crimson, the silver ornaments adorning him chiming melodiously as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, nearly suffocating. Shen Huai Ling released his grip and asked once more, Where are you taking us? To the divine tribute came the response. What is that? Shen Huai Ling inquired, perplexed. Shen Huai Ling wished to inquire further, but the individual fainted. Shen Huai Ling shifted his gaze to others. The divine tribute is. Before he could finish his sentence, several people collapsed to the ground. Shen Huai Ling gently touched the nostrils of several individuals, confirming they were still alive, albeit inexplicably unconscious. seemingly having consumed some form of substance prior to their arrival here. Now, Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai found themselves in a precarious situation. Uncertain whether to remain or to venture outside, it was evidently a trap awaiting their entrapment. However, remaining idle was not a viable option, prompting Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai to resolve to investigate the peculiar circumstances surrounding them. For the sake of safety, they donned the garments of the individuals strewn about, which appeared to reflect the local customs, adorned with embroidery that seemed to represent the tribe's totem, resembling a serpent. Once clad in these garments, Shen Huai Ling procured 2 sets of disguise tools from Tao Tao, altering their appearances to match those of the fallen individuals and securing them. After approximately an hour had passed, Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai strode confidently outside. The exterior was predominantly characterized by wooden structures, with wind chimes adorning the window sills of each abode. Yet, the population was sparse, the village was small, and before they could fully explore, they observed all the villagers congregated beneath a grand sculpture. This sculpture depicted a colossal, winged serpent, its grandeur accentuated by its vast wingspan and flickering tongue, emanating an aura of formidable authority. The high priest stood upon a pedestal, while the entire assembly prostrated themselves upon the ground, fervently beseeching the divine for blessings. Shen Huai Ling beheld the individuals bound upon the altar, namely Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai wished to draw near discreetly to ascertain the unfolding situation. Suddenly, the high priest at the altar opened his eyes and pointed in the direction of Shen Huai Ling and his companion. They have arrived. In an instant, those who had been prostrating themselves on the ground surged towards Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai, yet they offered no resistance. One cannot seize a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai were compelled to kneel before the grand priest. They appeared strikingly similar, as if carved from the same mold. The grand priest possessed one eye that was white and the other black, creating an aura of sheer terror. He gazed upon Shen Huai Ling, a person who had already departed from this world. Why did he return? Then his gaze shifted to Shen Huai, the harbinger of destruction. Shen Huai Ling's heart jolted with surprise. She had initially perceived the high priest as merely a figure seeking fame and recognition, yet it now appeared that he possessed genuine prowess. The high priest halted before Shen Huai Ling for a brief moment, and then coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes had the uncanny ability to perceive both the past and the future of others, yet he could not decipher hers. Her future remained shrouded in a dense fog. What was certain, however, was that her destiny would undoubtedly lead to a dead end. Perhaps it was due to Shen Huai Ling's fate that she inadvertently influenced those around her. At present, she was an unstable variable, with everything hinging on her thoughts. "You shall surely perish," the high priest proclaimed, hastily departing. The celestial beings paid their respects and ignited the flames. The altar was constructed of straw, upon which Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan were tightly bound. Upon seeing Shen Huai Ling and the others, they attempted to speak, but the effects of the paralyzing powder rendered them unresponsive. Why must we be sacrificed? Shen Huai Ling, Shen Huai, Yin Mingji, and Yin Yuanshan were all similarly bound upon the altar. Everyone knelt on the ground as the priest brandished a torch, setting the entire altar ablaze. Snakes rise amidst the mist, only to return to dust. Echoed repeatedly, the voices rising and falling in a haunting chorus as the roaring flames swiftly engulfed the group. Shen Huai Ling erected a protective barrier, safeguarding several individuals and thus sparing them from calamity. The fierce winds intensified the flames, yet at that moment, Shen Huai Ling emerged from the inferno, accompanied by 3 others, completely unscathed by the fire. Shen Huai Ling cast his gaze toward the position of the high priest, expressing his belief that a meaningful conversation could ensue. The high priest's eyes, laden with complexity, met Shen Huai Ling's without retreat. Very well, he conceded, stepping forward as the villagers parted to grant passage to the two. Shen Huai Ling hastened to follow suit, seating himself opposite the high priest. Just as Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan intended to take their places beside Shen Huai Ling, a sharp reprimand rang out. "You, as the transgressors of the village, must leave." The twins were utterly bewildered by the turn of events, and Shen Huai Ling discerned the high priest's disdain for the pair. "Please, you may exit. I wish to speak with the high priest in private," Shen Huai Ling asserted. Thus, the room was left with only Shen Huai Ling and high priest. "What is the reason for your elaborate efforts to summon me here?" he inquired bluntly. The high priest, eyes closed, commanded, "Take those two fools away from here." His tone was far from amicable. Shen Huai Ling did not pay much attention to what you meant by "I am undoubtedly doomed." Shen Huai Ling, having survived for such a duration, could not possibly face an inescapable fate. He was acutely aware that the high priest was certainly not jesting. The high priest shook his head, asserting that all matters of good and evil reside within one's own thoughts. "I may lead them away, but I have one stipulation," he declared. "What stipulation?" The high priest retorted. "You currently find yourselves on my territory, and yet you dare to make demands." "I desire a century-old mulberry tree," Shen Huai Ling replied. "I have noted your request and can acquiesce, but you must remain here for a full 7 days." Shen Huai Ling felt that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Yet he still nodded in agreement. Upon Shen Huai Ling's emergence, everyone gathered around him, inquiring, "Sister, what did the high priest say to you?" "He promised to assist us in locating the tree, but required us to remain here for 7 days." Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan felt a tinge of regret for having come to this place. Perhaps it was due to their childhood absence of a father, nurturing a lingering hope, yet they had not anticipated being met with such indifference. Shen Huai Ling found himself residing in the very courtyard that had initially confined them. After wandering in circles, he arrived back at this familiar place. Shen Huai Ling couldn't help but express his astonishment. Although he remained uncertain about the true intentions of the high priest, they had no alternative but to comply, perhaps out of concern that Shen Huai Ling might reconsider. Their vehicle had also been detained, with the promise that it would be returned in 7 days. Since they had arrived, they might as well make themselves comfortable. Shen Huai Ling was profoundly intrigued by everything around him, particularly the enigmatic sculpture they seemed to venerate. Shen Huai Ling had been here for 3 days, and there had been no unusual occurrences, leaving her perplexed about the Grand Priest's true intentions. The 7 days had swiftly passed, and with just one more day, they could finally depart. During these days, the group remained exceedingly cautious, never touching the food and water from the tribe, for this tribe exuded an unsettling aura. Every household was raising serpents, and Shen Huai Ling feared that calamity might strike. At last, it seemed that their arduous days were coming to an end. Suddenly, a retinue of attendants, led by the priest, arrived. "Have you located the centennial mulberry tree?" Before Shen Huai Ling could finish her inquiry, one of them pointed at her group and accused, "They're the ones who caused the Grand Priest's demise. Seize them." Chapter 126. Accusation. The turn of events was utterly unforeseen. It transpired too abruptly, leaving them in shock. The Grand Priest was dead? Now, among all in the tribe, the 4 of them were the prime suspects. The Grand Priest held a position of immense authority, and only they had clashed with him in recent days. Wait, why would we kill the Grand Priest? The entire situation reeked of the bizarre, as if they were being ensnared step by step. Of course, it is due to these 2 ominous individuals. The Grand Priest had pointed out Yin Yueshin and Yin Mingji. The twins are harbingers of misfortune, and considering their lowly lineage, they ought to have perished long ago. We wish to see the Grand Priest first. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope for resolution. Shen Huai Ling has been enduring silently these days, never anticipating that they would take advantage of his tolerance. Shen Huai Ling instantaneously transported himself behind them, pressing his blade against the throat of the attendant. "Take me to the high priest at once. Otherwise," he pressed the knife deeper into the pulsating artery. All present dared not make a move. The captive had long served the high priest, yet he was also the candidate for the next high priest, Jelly. "Do you truly believe you can threaten me?" Jelly whistled sharply, and a colossal python emerged from the shadows, intent on swallowing Shen Huai Ling whole. Upon sighting the serpent, everyone knelt, too intimidated to meet Jelly's gaze. The enormous python coiled around a tree, flicking its tongue at them. Upon closer inspection, one could discern what appeared to be a wing-like structure along its back. This was the divine beast they had long revered. Jelly continued to whistle, directing the python to attack. This serpent was a mutated breed, exhibiting remarkable speed, likely a second-tier aberration. The acquisition of extraordinary abilities by animals and plants poses significant challenges, as their transformations adhere to their innate characteristics. For instance, snakes are inherently swift, and their powers may become even more accelerated. Presently, this creature was indeed an aberration, though merely second-tier, and they could certainly contend with it. Shen Huai Ling refrained from making a move, yet Shen Huai had already seized control of the python. Within mere moments, the serpent obediently coiled itself beside Shen Huai, ignoring Gu Li's commands. A flicker of panic crossed Gu Li's eyes. Who were they truly? In haste, Gu Li called out to the python, attempting to summon it, but the serpent had lost its wits and was no longer able to comprehend his words. The villagers, witnessing the unfolding situation, chose to align themselves with Shen Huai, or rather, with the deity they revered. The entire village worshipped the Tangsha, a winged serpent that once fought alongside the goddess Enwa, later settling within this tribe to safeguard its peace. Yet, at the moment the twins were born, the Tangsha withdrew its protection, bringing forth calamity instead. All misfortunes were attributed to the twins and the foreigner. Thus, they believed the twins should be sacrificed in flames to demonstrate their sincerity to the deity. Following the twins' birth, the tribe was besieged by disease, which vanished instantly after the twins were taken away by that woman. Moreover, the high priest prophesied that when the twins returned, it would herald the village's demise. Since then, the presence of Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan had been met with disdain, rendering this tale utterly absurd. Upon hearing the villagers' account, Shen Huai Ling could only find it utterly absurd. The people placed the blame for the misfortune squarely on the shoulders of the newly born child. Shen Huai gazed upon the crowd below and expressed a desire to seek out the high priest. Beside Shen Huai slithered a colossal python, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who beheld it. They had no choice but to comply, escorting Shen Huai into the chamber of the high priest. The air within the room was thick with the aroma of various medicinal herbs. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the high priest lying on the bed, his lips a shade of bluish purple, eyes tightly shut, sustained solely by a broth of ginseng. Shen Huai Ling hurriedly called the rabbit steward, requesting them to fetch their caravan, as there was an urgent need for medical attention here. Shen Huai and Shen Huai Ling, accompanied by others, stepped outside to address the situation. The elders had just learned of the sacrificial events. The high priest had been murdered, poisoned to be precise. Everyone had witnessed Shen Huai Ling's recent actions. Yet the identity of the one who sought to harm the high priest remained a mystery. No one had any inkling. Here, the high priest was revered before the cataclysm. He had the ability to divine fortunes for others, and after the apocalypse, he had even discovered the divine serpent beast, safeguarding the village. The elders could scarcely conceive of anyone, apart from Shen Huai Ling and his companions, who would choose to bring harm to the high priest. Shen Huai Ling subtly remarked, "Is it conceivable that the one who stands to gain the most from this entire affair is the true culprit? Gu Li, I presume, is a likely candidate for the position of the next high priest." The elders shook their heads in response. They had watched Gu Li grow up, nurtured by the high priest himself, making it utterly implausible for him to have harmed the high priest. Their bond resembled that of father and son, rendering such an act unthinkable. The elders dismissed this suspicion, leaning instead towards the belief that Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan were responsible for the high priest's demise. Ever since the last incident, where Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan were bound to the altar, the hope of reuniting with their kin had vanished alongside the old. Their subsequent encounters were as mere ordinary individuals, and, in the past few days, the high priest had visited Shen Huai Ling daily, while Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan had only crossed paths once or twice, without any exchange of words. Chief Rabbit discovered a sachet on the high priest, which typically contained remedies to repel mosquitoes, insects, snakes, and ants. However, this sachet was peculiar, infused with a significant quantity of sedatives and analgesics. Over time, such substances could induce drowsiness. Following this lead, Chief Rabbit noted numerous marks on the high priestess' body, indicative of insect bites. The imbalance caused by an excess of toxins within his body had precipitated his current state of poisoned unconsciousness. This presented a clue. Yet Shen Huai Ling remained indifferent to the matter. Her sole desire was for the century-old mulberry tree. There is little more I can do. I wonder if you have fulfilled the promises made to me? The century-old mulberry tree? The high priest did not inform you? The tree was located on the very first day. The elder exclaimed in astonishment. He had presumed Shen Huai Ling's presence here was for ulterior motives, but it turned out to be at the behest of the high priest. There is nothing more I can contribute. The remainder of the matters shall be resolved by you. Shen Huai Ling was about to seek out the century-old mulberry tree when he unexpectedly collided with someone of similar age to Guli. I beg your pardon. Shen Huai Ling was oblivious as he intended to pack his belongings and depart from this place. Without the elder's permission, no one was allowed to leave. Chapter 127. The Case Unraveled. Just moments ago, they had agreed to let them leave to seek saplings, and now, not even half an hour had passed before the decision was reversed. Until the perpetrator was found, none of you may exit. The elder emerged from behind the crowd, urging them not to be hasty, for this matter undoubtedly concerned them. The elder turned his gaze toward Shen Huai, declaring that he had been chosen by the Tangsha, destined to become the new high priest of their tribe. Shen Huai pointed incredulously at himself, snapping his fingers, but without the summoning. The massive serpent vanished in an instant. I am no longer that. Shen Huai stated expressionlessly. He was indifferent to everything occurring here. He merely accompanied Shen Huai Ling in his pursuits. The elder's expression cracked slightly, taken aback by Shen Huai's resolute refusal. His gaze shifted to Yin Yuanshin and Yin Mingji, reminding them that he was, after all, their father. And so what? Was he the one who sought to kill us? The elder realized that this group was impervious to reason, adamantly wishing to leave. Even if I were to allow you to depart, you would remain trapped here. The elder feigned profundity as he turned away. From the very first day you arrived, I placed a curse upon you. Should you attempt to leave the tribe, you will perish, devoured by a swarm of insects. Upon hearing the elder's words, several individuals began to inspect their bodies, having felt no unusual sensations during their stay. To deal with you, there was no need for sophisticated sorcery. We had simply infused your daily meals with insect eggs. Haven't you often felt ravenously hungry and parched these days? Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of relief. Having avoided the food here out of fear of potential issues, their vigilance proving fortuitous. Thus, the few of them casually made their way toward the exit. As the elder watched them approach the door, the wind chimes hanging from it chimed, and they suddenly experienced intense pain in their abdomens. Did you believe yourselves to be clever? Everyone here is in my employ. We knew from the very first day that you would not partake of our food. Therefore, we adopted an alternative method. A curse does not have to be administered through meals. We released the cursed insects into your quarters at night, creatures drawn to warmth. As dawn broke, your bodies, warmed by life, allowed the insects to crawl into you through your ears. The forces of darkness are cunning. Who would have thought you would fall victim so easily? If we uncover the cause of the high priest's demise, you shall provide us with the antidote. On what ground can we trust you? The elder gazed at Shen Huai Ling, swearing by his name that should he breach this oath, he would be devoured by the Tangsha deity. This tribe has long revered the arts of shamanism, with each high priest possessing abilities that surpass ordinary mortals. The election of each high priest is a matter of great significance. Each high priest demonstrates divine power from a young age. But the true moment of acquiring such power coincides with the death of the previous high priest. Each high priest meets an untimely end, as if cursed by fate, a destiny that none can escape. Shen Huai Ling casually inquired, "Does everyone here possess some form of sorcery?" Of course not. Only each successive high priest possesses such abilities. Who is your current high priest? Shen Huai Ling pressed on. Haven't you already met him? It is Guli. The individual, perplexed, wondered why they were reiterating something they had already known. What abilities does the high priest possess? That is a complex matter. Each high priest excels in different skills. This one specializes in divination and calculations. And what can Guli do? Naturally, Guli can converse with the divine beast, Tangsha. He serves as our link to the heavenly deities. Did you not witness this? The investigator looked at Shen Huai Ling, bewildered. When did the divine beast, Tangsha, first appear? Shen Huai Ling hastily followed up. Approximately 2 years ago, though I cannot recall the exact date. Everything aligned perfectly. Guli was not to be the next high priest. He possessed no divine power, while the true bearer of such power was Yin Yuanshin. Yet, why would the high priest resort to deception? Shen Huai Ling suddenly remembered and said, "Excuse me, I haven't asked your name yet." "Me? I am Xing Yi," responded Xing Yi with a smile directed at Shen Huai Ling. "It has been so long, I forgot to apologize to you." "Why do you need to apologize to me?" Xing Yi was momentarily taken aback. "I was in such a hurry earlier that I inadvertently bumped into you." The more Shen Huai Ling looked at this person, the more familiar they appeared. Xing Yi froze for a moment, his ears slightly reddening. "It's all right." Yin Mingji, who initially thought Shen Huai Ling had discovered some useful clue, was disappointed to find that he was merely engaging in trivial conversation. "We need to focus on the case at hand. Please refrain from stirring the hearts of young men, all right?" Yin Mingji expressed his exasperation. Given the circumstances, discussing such matters seemed quite irrelevant. However, this task was not particularly challenging. Simply summoning Guli for questioning would suffice. Shen Huai Ling gazed upon the high priest lying upon the bed, recognizing that all events had stemmed from him. Under the guidance of Xing Yi, Shen Huai Ling arrived at Guli's territory with remarkable ease. Guli regarded their arrival with an unfriendly expression, while the recently revived tongue, she hissed at them, baring its fangs in an attempt to intimidate them into departing. Shen Huai Ling harbored little interest in who the next high priest would be, merely a tinge of curiosity. "You possess extraordinary abilities. However, I have yet to discern the nature of your powers after all this time. You conceal them quite adeptly." He was destined to be the next high priest, endowed with divine strength, undoubtedly not acquired through mere worldly means. Chapter 128. The Enigma, what are you saying? Repeat that if you have the audacity. Goryai's demeanor was exceedingly unpleasant. Even if I do not assume the role of high priest, I would never conspire to harm him. Goryai's emotions were running high. I was raised by the high priest. I would never jeopardize his life. Xing Yi, escort them away. I have no desire to see them at present. Xing Yi observed as Shen Huai Ling departed. At this moment, Goryai had no inclination to engage with them. Thus, the day passed, with several individuals now turning their attention towards Goryai. The resolution of matters seemed far too simplistic. Everything felt amiss. "Let's set aside our concerns until dawn breaks," one suggested. Shen Huai Ling teasingly remarked to Yin Yueshen, "How about I unveil this matter? And you take on the role of the high priest here?" "Absolutely not. I refuse to linger in this place," Yin Yueshen retorted with irritation. "What's wrong with it? To be above tens of thousands, reigning here like a local emperor, life would be quite comfortable," Shen Huai Ling said. Yin Yueshen rolled her eyes dramatically at Shen Huai Ling. In recent days, Shen Huai Ling had been investigating the affairs of the high priest, and the locals seemed less resistant to her presence than before. Shen Huai Ling squatted beside the elderly woman, washing vegetables together. The dishes here differed from those in the city, yet the ingredients were fresh and the preparation unique, aligning well with Shen Huai Ling's palate. "Annie, what is the relationship between Guli and the high priest?" "Their bond is exceptionally strong. The high priest regards Guli as his own son. Guli would never betray the high priest, so you should abandon this line of inquiry," she advised. "But the high priest has children of his own. Why adopt Guli?" "If you wish to discuss this, I can enlighten you. Do you know why Yin Yueshen and Yin Mingji are not well regarded?" Shen Huai Ling nodded in agreement. "I tell you, this is related to their parents. The high priest's surname is Yin, and his given name is Shuiyao. In our tribe, upon reaching the age of 18, one must venture forth to gain experience. It was during this time that Shuiyao encountered the mother of the twins, Qingge. However, Qingge bore no disdain for us. She integrated seamlessly into our community, declaring herself an entomologist, deeply curious about everything around us. We had little interest in her research, yet we were never short of venomous creatures. Not long after, Qingge and Shuiyao were joyfully united in matrimony, marking the first intermarriage with an outsider in nearly a century within our tribe. Everyone rejoiced, for our customs dictated that both parties must partake in a potion of love, symbolizing a lifetime bond. We all assumed Qingge would refuse this request, yet she consented. From that moment onward, we truly embraced Qingge as one of our own. Within 2 years, Qingge became pregnant with twins, which instilled fear among us, as twins had historically been seen as harbingers of calamity. The shaman had previously advised Chinga to terminate the pregnancy, citing her youth and the possibility of future children with Shuyao, but Chinga was resolute. The notion that twins signified misfortune was mere superstition. The last set of twins had been born a century prior, and we believed the curse had long since faded. However, upon the twins' birth, dire troubles erupted within our community. The shaman was at a loss for remedies, and as the twins entered the world, one was born with white eyes while the other had black, an ominous sign. To appease the wrath of the celestial beings, we contemplated drowning the twins. But Shuyao, as the high priest, performed a divination. The first oracle revealed that the twins bore ill omens, yet as long as they remained distant from the village, they would not bring disaster. Heartbroken, Chinga sought the expertise of a professional doctor for a diagnosis. Shuyao, however, acted with cold resolve. Immediately after the divination, he sent Chinga and the twins away from the village. Remarkably, once the twins departed, the plague that had afflicted the village vanished, leading us to believe the twins were indeed cursed. Following their departure, Shuyao conducted a second divination. The elder recounted the entire tale vividly to Shen Huai Ling. Have you never doubted the authenticity of the omens? Shen Huai Ling inquired. Quickly, say pa, we must not disrespect the celestial beings. Pa. Shen Huai Ling complied eagerly. But elder, you get to tell me how the high priest adopted Guli. The elder cradled the vegetables she had gathered. How else could he adopt him? After Chinga left, Shuyao claimed to have found the next high priest, Guli, and took him in. I cannot chat any longer. I must prepare dinner. The elder declared briskly. Young man, come here quickly. I shall teach you how to cook. Shen Huai Ling promptly rushed to the elder's side. Shen Huai Ling, fond of culinary delights, naturally took it upon himself to learn the art of cooking, ensuring that when the time came to depart from this place, he would be the sole provider of his sister's cravings. After the matron had finished preparing the meal, Shen Huai Ling remained seated on his small stool, unperturbed. What are you pondering? Come, savor your brother's culinary skills, she urged, as she deftly placed a pair of chopsticks laden with food to his lips. Delicious, he exclaimed. If you truly care about Guli, why not consult Xingyi? He shares the closest bond with Guli. Who do you mean? Xingyi. Isn't he with you every day? The matron murmured. Xing, he is such a sincere child. Excuse me, I must step out for a moment, Shen Huai Ling announced. Xing, he was busily arranging the herbs on the shelf. Upon seeing Shen Huai Ling's arrival, he appeared quite taken aback. What brings you here? Ling Yi inwaited, as he handed Shen Huai Ling a glass of water. Take a moment to rest. There is no need to rush. Shen Huai Ling also felt a bit parched and gulped down the water in one go. Do you share a good relationship with Guli? Xing, he nodded. Guli and I grew up together. When I was young, I spoke slowly, and it was Guli who came out to protect me. Xing, he added thus. Guli would never harm the high priest. He continuously spoke well of Guli. I had overlooked a crucial issue. Everyone said that the previous sachet was given to the high priest by Guli. However, I recall that this sachet originated from shaman's hands. Xingyi, you happen to be the apprentice of the shaman, correct? Xingyi's grip on the cup gradually tightened. Are you doubting me? Chapter 129, The Truth Revealed. Xingyi appeared on the verge of tears. You suspect me? What if it were me? What if it were not? Shen Huai Ling was clearly addressing a matter of great gravity, yet it seemed as though Xingyi was indulging in unreasonable antics. Xingyi, the youngest disciple of the shaman, perhaps due to his slower reactions compared to his peers, was not particularly well-liked by others. However, the shaman treated him without discrimination, recognizing Xingyi's innate talent, and thus took him as his apprentice. Were the two conspiring to bring about the demise of the high priest? Shen Huai Ling gazed intently into Xingyi's eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under Shen Huai Ling's scrutiny, Xingyi stammered. The sachets I made have all been reviewed by the shaman and pose no issues. They're crafted according to the shaman's prescriptions. Shen Huai Ling harbored a vague suspicion in his heart. 3 days later, the high priest passed away, succumbing to his fate in the dead of night, which, for him, was perhaps a form of liberation. The twins, Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshen, had not grown up under their father's care, and with the high priest's demise, They felt no significant sorrow, as if the deceased were merely an inconsequential figure. The elders and shamans compelled Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan to attend the high priest's funeral. Reluctantly, they acquiesced. Clad in mourning garments, they accompanied their father on his final journey, while the entire tribe enveloped itself in grief. During these days, the elders refrained from discussing the pursuit of the murderer, focusing instead on preparing for the funeral and the ceremony for the new high priest's ascension. 3 days later, the funeral was to take place, and the elders extended an invitation to Shen Huai Ling and his companions. Are we not seeking the murderer? Shen Huai Ling could not restrain his curiosity. The high priest's death stirred no turmoil, as light as a feather. There is no need. This was Shuai Yao's destiny, his own choice. Shen Huai Ling wished to inquire further, but the high priest shook his head. After the sacrificial rites conclude, I shall reveal everything you seek to know. Suppressed her inner doubts and attended the inauguration ceremony of the new high priest. The intertwining red silks starkly contrasted with the previous high priest's funeral. As the people emerged from their sorrow, beseeching protection from the newly appointed high priest, ignorance and decay took root once more in this place. Xing Yi approached Shen Huai Ling, suggesting they share a drink. After knowing each other for so long, Shen Huai Ling did not decline. As she drank, Xing Yi's eyes sparkled with joy, nearly overflowing. Perhaps it was the homemade wine from the tribe that intoxicated her quickly. She felt its effects after only a few sips. The event was drawing to a close, and they would soon depart. The following morning, Xing Yi led Shen Huai Ling to the residence of the elders, where both the elder and the shaman awaited them. With a sigh, they first sent Xing Yi away. They retrieved a letter and a small box from a hidden compartment. We shall reveal the answers you seek. How did the high priest meet his demise? The elder closed his eyes, stating that it was all a matter of his own choice. Each high priest meets an untimely end, and he did not wish for his child to inherit such a fate, truly a burden. Before the child's birth, he implored them to help stage a performance. Was it that plague? Indeed, it was the plague. Only thus could public ire be incited. If Shuai Yao were to act ruthlessly, Qing Ge would leave with the child. If that is the case, why allow the child to be born? Yin Mingji suddenly interjected. Because your mother, Qing Ge, expressed a desire to have child with him. The high priest possesses the ability to glimpse destiny. The elder continued. Your father believed you would be ordinary children, yet during your mother's pregnancy, divination revealed you would bring ruin to the entire tribe. Thus, we conspired to facilitate your departure from here. Then why not explain this to mother in detail? Yin Yu deeply questioned. Because your mother, being an outsider, deemed our beliefs superstitious and archaic. Are you not of the same mind? The elder and shaman's gazes fell upon Shen Huai. His divination had come to fruition, but he awaited a harbinger of change. Your fates have all been altered by her presence. Yin Mingji and Yin Yu were left bewildered, while only Shen Huai Ling grasped the entirety of the situation. The harbinger of calamity was Shen Huai, the one to alter fate. The twins had spent considerable time with Shen Huai. You claim one of them is a harbinger of destruction, while the other is a liberator, they scoffed. The elder and the shaman smiled in silence, for the twins were akin to their mother. The continuity of their tribe relied upon sorcery. Yet the world persistently sought to rationalize everything through science. You have not spoken the truth. What truly is the curse of the high priest? Shen Huai Ling inquired. Did we not inform you? Each high priest meets a tragic end. It was you who caused Shuai Yao's demise, was it not? Shen Huai Ling retorted. The elder and shaman fell silent. Shuai Yao faltered, unworthy of the title high priest any longer. Your task is complete. You may depart tomorrow. With a tone of disdain, they tossed medicine to Shen Huai Ling and issued an eviction order. Your carriage awaits outside. It is best you leave swiftly. The shaman and elder showed no inclination to hinder them. It was indeed prudent to leave without delay. Shen Huai Ling and the others stepped outside, and Xing Yi promptly followed suit. Shen Huai Ling expressed her gratitude, insisting that if Xing Yi wished to venture out, he must certainly pay a visit to her inn. Xing Yi appeared exceedingly anxious, gripping Shen Huai Ling's arm tightly. You cannot leave, he implored, urgency lacing his words. Why? Shen Huai Ling questioned, puzzled. There is no reason. You simply cannot depart. Shen Yi replied, a flush creeping to his ears. Shen Huai Ling felt inexplicably puzzled. Yet he paid it little mind as he drove away from the location. The elder disclosed to them the whereabouts of the century-old mulberry tree they sought, and Shen Huai Ling navigated his vehicle to the marked spot on the map. At last, they discovered the venerable mulberry tree. They intended to transplant it, though the roots had deeply penetrated the earth, leaving them no choice but to preserve the main root. Perhaps due to prolonged exertion, Shen Huai Ling was overcome by fatigue and had been dozing since he entered the vehicle. Shen Huai Ling reclined in the caravan, the shadows of this tribe persistently lingering in his mind. Chapter 130. Return to the Weeping Mist Mountain. Shen Huai Ling slept for an entire day and night. Shen Huai attempted to rouse Shen Huai Ling to eat something, yet Shen Huai Ling was so fatigued that he could hardly open his eyes. It was only upon arriving at the inn that Shen Huai Ling finally awoke, having slumbered for such an extended period, yet still feeling utterly exhausted. Shen Huai Ling did not ponder for long and ultimately resolved to plant the mulberry tree near the garment factory. Shen Huai Ling retrieved the mulberry tree from the spatial realm, and everyone collaborated harmoniously to replant it, providing the tree with nourishing liquid. The remaining tasks were entrusted to Cici. In recent days, Shen Huai Ling had been lethargic, lacking enthusiasm for any activity, and his hours of slumber were increasing. This was certainly not a viable solution. The diligent steward, Rabbit, conducted a comprehensive health examination on Shen Huai Ling, revealing no physical ailments. Perhaps he was afflicted by a form of sorcery. However, neither Shen Huai nor Yin Mingji exhibited any symptoms, leaving only Shen Huai Ling with pronounced reactions, which seemed improbable. At that time, Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan had taken a small box and a letter from the elder. This letter was addressed to Qingge, who had long since passed away. The two had loved each other, yet due to differing allegiances, they missed their chance at a lifetime together. Shua Yao's every action was aimed at safeguarding Qingge and their two children, yet with Qingge's untimely demise and the children's resentment toward him, one must ponder, was it all truly worthwhile? Yet now, it was impossible to ascertain. Shen Huai Ling recalled the task issued by Tao Tao. The task list remained incomplete, with the task still lingering above. Tao Tao, I find myself unable to fulfill this task. Could you possibly cancel it? After all, Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan are still alive. Tao Tao responded with a remark akin to that of Shen Yi. Shen Huai Ling's periods of slumber have been increasingly prolonged, to the extent that those around him have begun to notice the peculiarity. Even during mealtimes, Shen Huai Ling finds himself unable to resist the pull of drowsiness. Concern permeates the atmosphere, yet his physical health remains remarkably robust. Thus, it seems that the issue lies within the depths of Iwashan. Upon learning that Shen Huai intends to escort Shen Huai Ling back to Iwashan, Yin deeply desires to accompany them as well. Shen Huai did not refuse. Based on this, the next high priest should be Yin Yueshan, rather than the current impostor, Guli. If Yin Yueshan is to attend, then Yin Mingji must naturally accompany him, for it is the elder brother's duty to protect his younger sibling. With both parents no longer present, his brother is now his sole family member. In their childhood, he had shielded him from bullies, but this time, the younger brother wishes to confront his challenges independently. Upon hearing his brother's words, Yin Mingji felt a twinge of complexity within. However, recognizing that his brother has matured and must forge his own path, he deemed respect to be the wisest choice. Thus, Yin Mingji refrained from accompanying him, understanding that letting go is an essential lesson. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Shen Huai Ling spotted Xing Yi, who had been waiting there all along. Shen Huai's complexion was exceedingly poor. Did you cast a spell upon my sister? Shen Huai Ling grasped Xing Yi's collar. He gazed into Xing Yi's eyes, exerting his formidable mental power to seize control of Xing Yi's thoughts. What has happened to my sister? Xing Yi's expression was vacant. I have used a love curse. Shen Huai now harbors an intense desire to eliminate Xing Yi, yet he is uncertain if such an act would inflict harm upon Shen Huai Ling. Thus, he is compelled to suppress these tumultuous emotions. How might one dispel the curse? My lifeblood alone could vanquish the cursed insects. Shen Huai acted with remarkable decisiveness, swiftly brandishing his dagger and thrusting it towards Xing Yi's chest. Yin Yushin offered little in the way of interference, for, in essence, he and Shen Huai were kindred spirits. Shen Huai filled a small bowl with blood and brought it to Shen Huai Ling's lips. In no time, Shen Huai Ling exhibited a violent reaction. He abruptly regained consciousness and found a nearby spot to vomit, feeling as though everything in his stomach had been expelled. Upon closer inspection, he discovered several wriggling little worms within. Shen Huai Ling beheld Xing Yi, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. What had transpired moments before? It was he who had cast the curse upon you, resulting in your current state. Only his heart's blood possesses the power to eradicate the venom of the curse. Thus, all that has unfolded is a consequence of his own actions. Shen Huai, concerned that Shen Huai Ling might blame him, hurriedly explained, "You have performed admirably," and in Shen Huai Ling praised, turning to gaze at Yin Yueshin. "What brings you here?" "Of course, it is because I am worried you might perish along the way. So I decided to keep watch. Should you meet your demise, I would then have the perfect opportunity to craft a puppet," he retorted with a smirk. Shen Huai Ling playfully tugged at Yin Yueshin's ear, exclaiming, "Truly, 3 days without discipline leads to the roof being stripped bare." Before long, their conversation attracted a throng of onlookers. "It is him." One individual pointed at Shen Huai. "I saw him stab Xing Yi right in the heart with a dagger. Why must it be a lot again?" Gully thought to himself, utterly disinclined to encounter this group. He was skeptical, convinced that these outsiders were nothing but silver-tongued deceivers, spouting not a single word of truth. Shen Huai Ling pointed towards the spot where he had just expelled the creatures. Those insects should still be present. Naturally, Gully was eager to ascertain their authenticity. Upon sighting the insects, he comprehended the entire situation. These creatures were indeed under the influence of Xing Yi. This was a love curse, one that could only be lifted with the heart's blood of the person who cast it. A commotion erupted among the group, prompting the elders and the shaman to arrive. They displayed no interest in Shen Huai Ling or Shen Huai. Their gazes fixated solely on Yin Yuanshan. After Shuo Yao's excursion for training, he sought to reform the outdated practices within the tribe. However, the shaman and elders vehemently opposed this. The tribe was governed by a delicate balance among the shaman, the elders, and the high priest, who were the only ones deemed worthy of undertaking such training. The shaman and elders were bound by bloodlines, while the high priest was unique, with an extraordinary individual emerging every generation, who considered themselves exceptional. Each high priest possessed their own distinct vision, making them difficult to control. Thus, every high priest ultimately faced a tragic end, falling victim to divine retribution. The current high priest was Chapter 131. The dust settles. The shaman and elders deliberately disseminated what appeared to be a plague. In reality, it was merely a manifestation of false plague symptoms. They had poisoned the village well, leading to an outbreak among the entire tribe. After he had sent away his wife and children, everyone recovered, marking a punishment for Shuo Yao's transgression of the established rules. Shuo Yao recognized this act as the work of the shaman and elders, yet felt powerless to oppose them, as his strength was insufficient. He instructed them to remain for 7 days, wishing to observe Yin Mingji and Yin Yuanshan further. Both individuals were admirable, though they possessed a single flaw. "Ultimately, I have decided to stay here." Upon hearing this, Shen Huai Ling looked at Yin Yuanshan with astonishment. This young man truly was unyielding, quietly orchestrating significant matters. "Have you made your decision?" Shen Huai Ling inquired. Shen Huai Ling was unaware of the schemes that Yin Yuanshan was devising. Yet she recognized that Yin Yuanshan had her own intentions. Since they were friends, it would be best to depart only after the conclusion of my inauguration ceremony. Shen Huai Ling and Shen Huai did not refuse. Naturally, as friends of our high priest, how could we possibly turn against you? Of course, you may deal with Guli as you see fit. Guli and Xing Yi have been detained on charges of conspiring against the high priest. While others found it hard to believe, they had grown accustomed to submission. On the eve of the ceremony, Shen Huai Ling sought out Yin Yuanshan. "Are you truly prepared to remain here?" Shen Huai Ling comprehended Yin Yueshin's intent. He aimed to unveil the conspiracy of the elders and shamans at the ceremony the following day. "If the outcome does not align with your desires, can you accept it?" "Of course. Should fortune favor me, I shall rejoice. Should I face misfortune, it is my fate. Perhaps this is my destiny, from which I cannot escape. Shuo Yao had concealed a letter within the compartment at the bottom of the box, containing incriminating evidence against the high priest and the shamans. Yin Yueshan chose not to disclose this discovery to Yin Mingji, fearing the potential chaos it might incite. The tribe was enigmatic, and Yin Yueshan wished for his brother's safety. This matter would conclude with him, and the high priest's curse would vanish forever. The community expressed considerable dissent regarding Yin Yueshan's succession as high priest, for he was deemed a harbinger of calamity, unworthy of such a position. On the day of the succession ceremony, the weather, which had been clear and bright, turned ominous as the high priest's regalia was handed to Yin Yueshan. A deluge of yellow coins rained down from the heavens, leaving the crowd bewildered. Paper money fell upon their heads, and upon inspection, they discovered it bore the evidence of the shamans and elders' transgressions. The high priest had quietly gathered proof of the shamans' inhumane experiments, while the elders' corruption and collusion with the shamans were meticulously documented. Shuo Yao, aware of his grievous sins, was already deceased, and the details of these misdeeds encompassed nearly every household in the village. Thus, the sacrificial ceremony concluded in a hasty manner, with Yin Yueshan exultantly witnessing the elders and shamans bound upon the altar. The roles were reversed, reminiscent of their initial arrival in the village, a situation both absurd and tragic, as they had borne years of scorn due to unfounded accusations. In the ensuing chaos, Yin Yueshan seized the opportunity to release Ge Li and Xing Yi, recognizing the need for resolution amidst the turmoil. Outside, Ge Li grasped Yin Yueshan by the collar, and Yin Yueshan placed a letter in Ge Li's hand. "This is my letter. How you proceed is at your discretion." Yin Yueshan reveled in the disorder he had sown before joyously boarding Shen Huai Ling's caravan. "Now that the matter is resolved, let us depart. Is this your notion of resolution? Look at the state of affairs here." Shen Huai Ling retorted, exasperated. "I mentioned resolving it, but I did not promise a complete solution. Everything here resembled a closed loop. Since the task was accomplished, it was time to leave." Shen Huai Ling drove to the entrance of the village, when Xing Yi unexpectedly appeared, standing resolutely in front of the car. Yin Yueshan regarded Shen Huai Ling with a teasing expression. "Why do you always show such leniency? Look, even this little admirer has chased after you. What does that have to do with me?" Alas, the burden of great charm can indeed be a vexation. Yin Yueshan found herself utterly captivated by Shen Huai Ling's audacity, reminiscing that it was far less amusing than when she was previously in a deep slumber. The two engaged in conversation, entirely disregarding Xing Yi's feelings. Logically, the interior of the car should have been obscured from view, yet Shen Huai Ling deliberately lowered the window. "So, do you have feelings for him?" Xing Yi's expression was one of profound melancholy. "I believe we are merely friends," Shen Huai Ling replied softly. Xing Yi offered a self-deprecating smile. "You are right. We are nothing more than friends." Shen Huai Ling opened his mouth at a loss for words, and ultimately managed to utter a single phrase. "You are a good person. Even at this juncture, are you still handing out cards of virtue to others?" Yin Yueshan found himself utterly speechless. In regard to Shen Huai Ling, he truly felt at his wit's end. "Sister, are we not leaving yet?" Shen Huai Ling said with a blank expression. Shen Huai Ling fixed his gaze intently on Xing Yi, fearing that he might poison him once more. Shen Huai Ling presented his business card to Xing Yi. "My previous words remain unchanged. We are still friends." After a brief moment of hesitation, Xing Yi accepted the card. He watched as Shen Huai Ling's vehicle departed, realizing that while he could not pursue him now, the future held different possibilities. Chapter 132. Intentional Homicide. Congratulations, Ling Ling. Your mission to alter the High Priest's curse has been successfully accomplished. Reward: a century-old mulberry tree. In Shen Huai Ling's space, a century-old mulberry tree has once again made its appearance. While the reward for this task may seem somewhat trivial, such things are never unwelcome. Shen Huai Ling has expressed reservations about the map provided by Tao Tao, having done so on 2 occasions, with each outcome proving unsatisfactory. Shen Huai Ling now desires nothing more than to remain within the confines of the hotel, harboring no inclination to venture elsewhere. Seizing this opportunity, he undertakes a comprehensive upgrade of the hotel. Previously, The room service offered a mere 3 dish options. Through this enhancement, Shen Huai Ling has expanded the selection to an impressive 10 dishes. Shen Huai Ling specifically acquired robots dedicated to the production of takeout, thereby alleviating the workload of the Qiuqiu robots. Currently, all the inns in Shen Huai Ling are fully booked, leaving no room for reservations. Coincidentally, it coincides with the promotional season of the system, which has added an extra layer to each establishment, thereby accommodating a larger influx of guests. Shen Huai Ling has also restructured the layout of all the accommodations. On the left side of the first floor lies the dining hall, while the right side is designated for the self-service supermarket. The second floor accommodates single rooms. The third floor features double rooms, and the fourth floor is reserved for family suites. The prices remain unchanged from before, with no alterations whatsoever. Single rooms are priced at 15 points per day, double rooms at 28 points per day, and triple rooms at 40 points per day. The remaining rates may be adjusted at the discretion of the manager based on local circumstances. Shen Huai Ling has been wandering through various inns these days. He has a penchant for seaside aesthetics and hopes for a swimming pool within the villa. Shen Huai Ling will make manual adjustments, while the manager may proactively incorporate any other necessary amenities. Shen Huai Ling reclined in the rocking chair, blissfully savoring the ice cream brought to her by Shen Huai. This was the essence of life. Regardless of what Tao Tao had to say, Shen Huai Ling was disinclined to pay attention. She was merely an ordinary individual, lacking the extraordinary capacity to save many. Perhaps it was fear that gripped her. Upon hearing about Shuo Yao's prophetic words, a flicker of dread emerged within her. Having faced death once, she had no desire to confront it again. For now, her focus was solely on managing the affairs within the inn. Recently, certain troubling matters had arisen. Establishments across various regions had begun to report the emergence of scalpers. The housing situation in Shen Huai Ling is quite tense, with prospective residents required to queue for a chance to secure accommodation. When a vacancy arises, notifications will be made via the contact numbers they have provided. In order for registration to be deemed valid, it is imperative that Shen Huai Ling personally oversees the process, necessitating the collection of the individual's facial data for identification purposes. At this juncture, there are those who may be tempted to act unscrupulously. With a scarcity of available rooms, some resort to eliminating guests to create vacancies for rental. Recently, numerous individuals within the inn have met their untimely demise. Those who are aware of the regulations set forth by Shen Huai Ling dare not take action within the premises. However, beyond a mere 5 meters from the establishment, lawlessness prevails. The principle of survival of the fittest reigns supreme. It is a ubiquitous tenet of nature, particularly rampant in apocalyptic times. Nevertheless, Shen Huai Ling harbors a fervent desire to prevent such atrocities from transpiring within her inn. If humanity were to be extinguished, how would they differ from the zombies that roam outside? Shen Huai Ling donned a human skin mask and first visited Sang Luo, where the local yellow cattle traders were exceedingly rampant. Shen Huai Ling smiled gently at Sang Luo, who nodded slightly in response, indicating that Shen Huai Ling was about to take action. Your room is the innermost one. I wish you a pleasant stay. Thank you, Shen Huai Ling replied as he made his way towards the deepest chamber. Upon exiting her room, Shen Huai Ling felt the piercing gaze of 3 or 4 pairs of eyes upon her. However, when she glanced around, she found no one present. Shen Huai Ling silently consumed his meal when, after a short while, a bald man took a seat opposite him. Are you alone? Where are your companions? Shen Huai Ling trembled, realizing that he was all alone. The timid demeanor of Shen Huai Ling greatly pleased the bald man across from him. Alas, I find myself in a similar predicament. Perhaps we could keep each other company. With that, the bald man's unwelcome hand rested on Shen Huai Ling's back. The scheme unfolded with remarkable ease, progressing precisely as Shen Huai Ling had anticipated. They witnessed Shen Huai Ling beseeching Sang Luo for an extension, as his current points were insufficient. As Shen Huai Ling observed the 3 or 4 individuals following her depart, the moment to take action had finally arrived. Shen Huai Ling, timid and hesitant, grasped the dagger and ventured outside to confront the zombies and collect their crystal cores. The zombies outside the zoo had now attained a formidable level, and Shen Huai Ling was currently masquerading as a second-tier ability user. Shen Huai Ling embodies the essence of a speed-type supernatural being. To others, speed-type supernatural beings seem to excel only in fleeing or conveying messages, while at other times, they appear utterly ineffectual. Shen Huai Ling had not ventured far when she noticed 3 or 4 individuals approaching her. Is this the new target? Indeed, boss. Once she is eliminated, you shall be able to take her place, the bald man said, nodding with deference. Is it just a few of you? Shen Huai Ling ceased her pretense. Today, Shen Huai Ling's aura appears markedly different from usual. However, the bald man holds a contrasting view. He has been observing Shen Huai Ling for 3 days, convinced that he would detect any abnormalities. He is certain that Shen Huai Ling is merely playing the role of a pig to consume the tiger. Recently, Shen Huai Ling found himself with some leisure time, perfectly suited to accompany them in their games. Just a few of us will suffice, should you willingly vacate the premises. I might even intercede on your behalf, sparing your life. The gaze of the bald man upon Shen Huai Ling was utterly repulsive. Why not call me dear brother? I implore you. I shall let you go. What do you say? The man's lascivious remarks continuously provoked Shen Huai Ling. Do not harm her with such beauty. It would be a shame not to enjoy her presence for a few days. Shen Huai Ling fixed the person in place. I did not appreciate your words. It will be better to sever your tongues. Shen Huai Ling displayed no emotion whatsoever. As soon as Shen Huai Ling's voice fell, their tongues were severed by a sharp blade. Falling to the ground, Shen Huai Ling brought over the prayer beads. They are all endowed with extraordinary abilities, sufficient for a hearty feast. However, do bear in mind that their heads are not to be consumed. Shen Huai Ling gently advised. Shen Huai Ling sought to set an example through a rather harsh measure. She wished to prevent any recurrence of such incidents within the confines of her establishment. Otherwise, everyone might assume that Hearn was engaged in unscrupulous dealings. Miss, is this truly necessary? Chapter 133, Setting an Example. A vehicle came to a halt before Shen Huai Ling, and a curly-haired handsome man leaned out of the window. We should unite and not let trivial matters disturb our peace, he jested, flashing a cheeky grin at Shen Huai Ling. Who are you? I don't believe we've met, she replied, not hindering the actions of the beads. In these apocalyptic times, saints are a rare breed. You wish for me to let them go? That is conceivable. But you must offer something in return. For instance, supplies. Upon hearing this, the man's smile faltered. You can't possibly expect to gain my acquiescence with mere words, Shen Huai Ling scoffed. It was evident that he had been coddled by his family. It was astonishing that someone could remain so naive after all this time. The man's composure began to waver. How much do you want? 20 crystal cores per person, Shen Huai Ling declared, making a bold demand. The beads, not lacking in intelligence, slowed their chewing, seemingly awaiting the man's decision. 60 crystal cores was no trifling sum. Given that the zombies were now of the second tier, the cost of human lives was better spent on purchasing crystal purification liquid. The man hesitated, and a woman's voice emerged from within the vehicle. Indeed, how base of you. Amass crystal cores. Just give it to her. Shen Huai Ling's eyes brightened. Indeed, the young lady and the young master had ventured out to experience the tribulations of life. Very well, hand me the crystal cores, and I shall release them immediately, Shen Huai Ling declared with unwavering resolve. The handsome man reluctantly retrieved 60 crystal cores from his spatial pocket and placed them into Shen Huai Ling's hands. Shen Huai Ling gazed down at the 3 individuals below, questioning their reluctance to depart. Did they wish for their own demise? The prayer beads trembled with discontent, lamenting the loss of its anticipated sustenance. It was unclear from whom the beads had learned such endearing antics. It resembled the behavior of a pet dog. Now that the transaction had been concluded, there was no further reason to linger in this place. As Shen Huai Ling was about to depart, a whip suddenly lashed out from the window, striking towards his back. Shen Huai Ling deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading their assault. It appeared they still harbored intentions of revenge, seeking to absolve themselves of any blame in this matter. The whip missed its mark, yet they accelerated their vehicle, intent on crashing into Shen Huai Ling, aiming to end her life. Who would have thought that such youthful faces could conceal such malevolent hearts? Shen Huai Ling directly employed his extraordinary abilities to rupture the space surrounding the vehicle. resulting in an illusion for the onlookers that the car was spinning in place. Regardless of how the car was maneuvered, it remained ensnared in a circular path around Shen Huai Ling. The young lady, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed in frustration, unable to comprehend why such a trivial matter could not be resolved. Having observed this farcical scene, Shen Huai Ling concluded that it was time to bring it to a close. Shen Huai Ling began to deplete the oxygen within the confines of the vehicle, causing the occupants to gradually succumb to asphyxiation and lose consciousness. As the individuals collapsed, Shen Huai Ling opened the car door, revealing her proficiency in the technique. The vehicle remained unscathed, and now it belonged to her. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the few individuals in the back seat, clutching his beads. You may dispose of these people, he instructed, but remember to leave their heads behind. Shen Huai Ling bound the two individuals securely in the back seat. Accustomed to a life of privilege and comfort, they were utterly oblivious to the rudiments of human interaction. It was time for her to impart a profound lesson. The handsome young man and the young lady were dragged into a dimly lit room and confined within. Shen Huai Ling ensured their restraints were tight, thwarting any attempts at escape. Shen Huai Ling, feeling uneasy, instructed Shen Huai to keep an eye on them. After all, these two individuals represented a significant source of wealth, and they must not be allowed to depart easily. Shen Huai felt rather indifferent. Compared to Shen Huai Ling, who dragged him around the world, staying in the hotel and occasionally playing the rogue seemed far more effortless. After a short while, the two gradually regained consciousness. The surroundings were enveloped in profound silence, and darkness shrouded their vision. They had been abducted. Tao Xing, are you still there? Upon hearing the young lady's voice, Tao Xing stirred awake. I am. However, we have been kidnapped. If you can ascertain our location, perhaps you could untie my ropes first. The young lady suggested. The two, unable to see, could only rely on their voices to navigate their predicament. Shen Huai, initially drowsy, was abruptly roused by their clamor. Enough. You cannot escape. His voice resonated suddenly, startling the two individuals. Who are you? Are you in cahoots with that girl? Is she your mistress? The handsome young man continued, asserting that their potential to leave this place hinged upon the presence of the individual within the room. Was a mistress? Shen Huai pondered, intrigued by the unfamiliar term. Let me tell you, she is not a virtuous person. When we encountered her, she was indeed in the company of a man. Shen Huai let out a cold laugh. The two individuals summoned by Shen Huai Ling possess intellect, albeit limited. Now pray tell, what exactly are Shen Huai Ling and that man engaged in? Shen Huai Ling gently pushed the door open and quietly stepped inside. Shen Huai gestured for her to be more silent, urging her to listen to how these two individuals were conspiring against her. Shen Huai Ling was exceedingly cooperative. The young lady spoke without thinking. What can men and women do in such a situation? She has merely adorned you with a green hat. How about this? Let us go, and in return, we shall provide you with a crystal core. What price can you offer? Shen Huai Ling's voice suddenly resonated. How could you be here? The young lady emitted a sharp, piercing sound. Shen Huai Ling casually scratched his ear and whispered, Speak softly, or I shall have your tongue severed. How about 500 crystal cores? Provide me with 500 crystal cores, and I shall grant you your freedom. Not a problem. Merely 500 crystal cores, the young lady replied, exuding an air of extravagance. Tao Xing, hand over the crystal cores, she commanded. However, Tao Xing began to waver, for he felt ill-equipped to bear such a great responsibility. Tao Xing, give her the money. I shall shoulder this responsibility, the young lady declared, demonstrating her loyalty. Reluctantly, Tao Xing retrieved 500 crystal cores from his spatial storage. Shen Huai stood beside, counting the number of crystal cores to verify the accuracy. The money has already been given to you. Release us at once. Well, which of you two shall depart? It is indeed a difficult choice. Perhaps you should decide for yourselves. Wait, did you not say that 500 crystal cores would grant us our freedom? Chapter 134. Bandits' robbery. What I stated was that 500 crystal cores would allow one person to leave. How is it that you cannot comprehend simple words? Shen Huai Ling feigned a sigh and remarked, Perhaps you should take your leave. I believe the abilities of spatial ability user hold significant power. You're simply overstepping your bounds. Surrounding waters surged towards Shen Huai Ling, revealing the presence of a water elemental user, albeit a rather feeble one. Shen Huai Ling confined the water within a space, determined not to let it go to waste, envisioning its future sale. Initially perceived as an ordinary individual, it became apparent that he was, in fact, an ability user, igniting Shen Huai Ling's nefarious intentions. "I have changed my mind. Neither of you shall leave this place," he declared. A space ability user holds far greater value than a water ability user. By eliminating the former, their resources would manifest out of thin air, facilitating the act of plunder. Panic enveloped the two individuals. "Do you know who I am? My father is the leader of the base. If you dare to kill me, I will make you pay dearly." Shen Huai Ling, unhurried and deliberate, inquired, "What base does your father command? I might have heard of it. Why Mountain Base?" Upon noticing Shen Huai Ling's silence, the young lady assumed he was intimidated and gleefully declared, "If you know what's good for you, release us, otherwise you shall face dire consequences." Shen Huai Ling had indeed heard of the Huai Mountain Base. However, its reputation was rather unsavory, notorious for its actions of robbing the wealthy to aid the impoverished. Nevertheless, there resided a particularly formidable individual with extraordinary abilities. And perhaps this time, Shen Huai Ling would have the opportunity to meet him. Shen Huai Ling made a phone call to Li Tingyuan, inquiring about the situation at the Huai Mountain Base. The Huai Mountain Base had previously been in dire straits, nearly facing annihilation by hordes of zombies on several occasions. However, the commander of the Huai Mountain Base, for reasons unknown, managed to find an individual named Shan. This person was remarkably robust, and under his leadership, the Huai Mountain Base carved out a path of survival through the bloodshed. Shen Huai Ling placed a call to the Huai Mountain Base. Li Tingyuan had previously informed Shan, briefly outlining the situation. This matter cannot be attributed to Shen Huai Ling. Indeed, the initial fault lies with them. Shan is not a person devoid of understanding. Moreover, he was opposed to allowing Fear and Tao Xing to go out this time, as both are typically thoughtless. Had it not been for the base leader's consent, Shan would never have permitted them to take such a significant number of crystal cores for their mission. The crux of the issue is that not only was the task poorly executed, but they also managed to offend someone in the process. Fear and Shan have come this time to procure grain, and the most meaningful partner for Huai Mountain Base is Shen Huai Ling's post-apocalyptic hotel. Shen Huai Ling can find them separately. Before he could make a call, he received an apology from the Huai Mountain Base. They would come to his hotel in 5 days to take the individuals away. Fear and Tao Xing had brought Shen Huai Ling several days of amusement. Shen Huai Ling relentlessly compelled Fear to gather the surrounding water, instructing her to bottle it for sale. He tasked Tao Xing with capping the bottles, allowing them both to experience the assembly line process. In accordance with their daily output, they received appropriate nourishment, and after several days of toil, their expressions became almost numb. The moment they saw Shan's arrival, a glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. "Greetings, Manager Shen. I am Shan from the Huai Mountain Base." "No, not there," Shan said, producing a packet of crystal cores and placing it in Shen Huai Ling's hand. Fear and Tao Xing immediately grew anxious. "Don't give it to her. Do you have any idea how unscrupulous they are? Over half of my 1,000 crystal cores ended up in her hands." Shan's expression darkened, signaling the two to be silent. They would have to swallow this grievance. For who would dare provoke Shen Huai Ling? Had it not been for the consideration of their base, the two would have long since vanished without a trace. "I have come with a rather unwelcome request. Might it be possible for you to sell us some provisions? The Huai Mountain Base is currently facing a year of famine, and our stockpiles have yielded nothing. We now have barely enough supplies to last a week." "Not a problem." Shen Huai Ling retrieved the provisions prepared by Chu Yao. "This should suffice for your emergency. It includes not only grains but also vegetables, fruits, and meat." Shan produced 100 crystal cores, expressing gratitude. "Thank you." Shen Huai Ling accepted the items without hesitation, confident that the supplies he had prepared were ample and justified the price. "Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to reach out to me," Shen Huai Ling remarked playfully. "However, I do hope that the next time you seek my assistance, It will be with a person of discernment. Shen smiled, expressing a desire for future collaboration when the opportunity arises. Shen Huai Ling's smile deepened. Should you find it unbearable to stay at the Huai mountain base one day, you are warmly invited to my hotel. Shen deftly shifted the topic. Although the Huai mountain base was lacking, the base commander was a man who had saved his life, and he would remain ever loyal to him. Shen Huai Ling smiled subtly, refraining from uttering a word. From Tao Tao, she gleaned insights into Shen's future. Initially, the base leader had placed immense trust in Shen, recognizing his formidable capabilities. However, as time progressed, coupled with the insidious whispers pervading the base, the leader began to harbor doubts about Shen's loyalty. He feared that Shen might usurp his position, and his most prudent course of action seemed to be orchestrating Shen's discreet disappearance. Shen's fate mirrored her own, both succumbing to the relentless tide of zombies. Had Shen not encountered Shen Huai Ling previously, this time she extended an olive branch. It remained uncertain whether this gesture would alter his destiny. Shen and Shen Huai Ling were implicated in a conspiracy. A fear, unperturbed by the presence of others, boldly articulated this before the gathered crowd. Whispers erupted among the onlookers, conveniently disregarding that their current predicament was a consequence of Shen's actions. The base leader did not intervene, waiting until she concluded her remarks before chiding the naivety of the youth. Gradually, Shen found it increasingly difficult to maintain his standing within the base. The insidious nature of rumors often proved more terrifying than bullets. Even actions never taken could be transformed into undeniable truths under the weight of collective gossip. Those who had once stood by Shen began to be marginalized and scorned. Subsequently, Shen Huai Ling ceased to follow the unfolding events, only learning that Shen had departed from Huai Mountain Base. Shen Huai Ling has been residing in the hotel these past few days. At last, I found you, Shen Huai Ling. She is currently assisting at the White Eagle Base, tirelessly contributing her efforts. She's like a brick, readily available to be moved wherever there is a need. Shen Huai Ling felt somewhat bewildered. Why was I on your mind? You have been searching for me. Have you forgotten about Tuaja? Chapter 135, before the conclusion. Have you received any news? Observing Bai Fei rushing over in such a frantic manner, Shen Huai Ling remarked, I have been waiting here for quite some time. Why have you only just arrived? Shen Huai Ling appeared utterly bewildered. Every time I called you, you never answered. Beitang Chuan informed me that you had gone out for leisure. I recently ventured into the depths of the mountains, where my phone had no signal at all, Shen Huai Ling explained. What is it? Speak quickly, Shen Huai Ling urged. Tuaja disclosed that the Changsheng Society had located him first, and he had entered into a transaction with them. Furthermore, it is not just Tuaja. Nearly every base now harbors individuals infiltrated by the Changsheng Society. Bai Fei kindly cautioned, Shen Huai Ling, it would be prudent for you to thoroughly inspect your hotel. There may be members of the Changsheng Society among you. Shen Huai Ling comprehended the good intentions of Fei, recognizing that the members of the Changsheng Society would forever pose a latent threat in this place. Shen Huai Ling nodded, confirming that Tuaja was merely an external personnel. Yet, what were the true intentions of the Changsheng Society? It appeared that all answers lay within their domain. Bai Fei gazed at Shen Huai Ling, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. Your brother has passed away. Shen Huai Ling casually inquired. How did he die? It was revealed that he was brutally strangled to death by Tuaja within the confines of the prison. Shen Huai Ling felt no surprise at Lin Yaozu's fate. It was a consequence entirely of Lin Yaozu's own making. Shen Huai Ling had long ceased to care. She took a cat treat from the feline she was nurturing for Beitang Chuan and delicately placed it in the creature's mouth. This act must remain hidden from Beitang Chuan. Otherwise, he would surely grumble at her once again. The cat, plump and round, was currently undergoing a diet regimen implemented by Beitang Chuan, who had replaced its 3 daily meals with vegetables, rendering the poor creature quite starved and resembling a water barrel. The sun shone brightly, heralding a promising future. The first batch of garments produced by CC had finally emerged, and indeed, the leaves of the century-old mulberry tree were exceptional. The silk garments crafted from silkworm silk were remarkably light, yet possessed an extraordinary resilience. Shen Huai Ling conducted experiments on zombies outside, and zombies below the 5th tier could not penetrate this attire at all. The first batch of garments was not available for sale. Instead, Shen Huai Ling distributed the clothing to the managers of various stores. Each manager received 2 sets, while individuals like Si Ishue were allocated 1 set each. Just as the distribution concluded, it became clear that these garments were essential for survival, meant to be worn beneath other clothing. The community was filled with curiosity regarding the new attire introduced by Shen Huai Ling. It was not only he who was delving into this field. Other bases had also made similar innovations. However, their effectiveness was rather limited, generally only providing protection against zombies around the 3rd tier. Due to the high cost and difficulty in sourcing materials, as well as low production rates, each base typically possessed only a few pieces. Shen Huai Ling's initial foray yielded merely this much. The garments produced by CC are not of high quality, and the first batch consists of fewer than 30 sets. Shen Huai Ling, upon assessing the quality of the garments, made the decision to upgrade the textile factory, thereby enhancing its scale, which would result in a higher production quantity for the next batch. And then, take a look and see which color you prefer. Shen Huai Ling entered the room. I am the first to seek you out. Shen Huai Ling glanced at her and shook his head. Sister, I no longer require it. Why? Shen Huai Ling inquired, somewhat puzzled. Sister, have you forgotten my constitution? The zombies will not attack me. Choose a color quickly. This not only defends against zombie assaults, but also effectively prevents harm from those with special abilities. This attire sounds formidable, yet it merely guards against chemical attacks. When it comes to physical threats, such as the direct bites of zombies, it proves somewhat redundant. Sister, you seem increasingly indifferent towards me. My self-healing ability is quite robust. Have you forgotten? Shen Huai Ling's tone grew increasingly melancholic. I am well aware of your strong self-healing capabilities, but you have not lost your sense of pain. Shen Huai Ling remarked casually. You are different from them. You are my brother, and naturally, I wish to shield you from harm. According to previous patterns, Shen Huai Ling had now become the infamous zombie king. Shen Huai Ling experienced a fleeting moment of bewilderment. Perhaps she had already altered his fate. Shen Huai Ling issued an announcement to the public, disseminating several locations provided by Tao Tao. The notice is as follows. Our hotel expresses a desire to establish branches at these locations. However, we are currently understaffed. We would like to inquire if anyone is willing to assist us with errands. Please feel free to contact us. Compensation can be discussed. Shen Huai Ling enjoys an impeccable reputation, and this marks the first occasion he has publicly sought recruits. Numerous individuals have expressed their interest in applying, and Shen Huai Ling briefly outlined the potential dangers he might encounter. However, as the saying goes, great rewards attract courageous souls. Those willing to serve as his couriers will find ample incentive. If the team operates in unison, they will have the privilege of residing in a seaside villa at the Binhai base for a month at no cost. Additionally, they will receive 50 bottles of crystal core purification liquid, along with 5,000 points credited to each individual's account. With the scarcity of opportunities and only 5 locations available, it remains to be seen how these individuals will demonstrate their ingenuity. Among the applicants, there are recommendations from various bases, yet the majority are driven by personal ambition. Shen Huai Ling dispatched individuals to 5 different locations to accomplish her tasks. You certainly know how to make things easier for yourself, Tao Tao remarked with a hint of irony. Shen Huai Ling did not refute. Indeed, she had the most pressing matters to attend to. The apocalypse had been unleashed for several years now, and the rate at which zombies proliferated far surpassed that of humans. Numerous bases had begun to establish underground shelters for survival. This was undoubtedly the prevailing trend, as the increasing number and ferocity of zombies rendered the encirclement of bases a frequent occurrence. Presently, more than half of the bases were preparing to take refuge underground. The purpose of this gathering was to discuss the Changsheng Society. It was initially mentioned that a meeting with the society would occur in a few days, but the matter had been delayed until now. Everyone had placed their final hopes in the Changsheng Society, yearning to discover a cure for the zombie virus. Do you think there will be a cure there, Tao Tao? Shen Huai Ling felt utterly perplexed. The development of an antidote for the zombie virus was exceedingly challenging, and Tutu had also failed to unravel this conundrum. After years of diligent saving, Shen Huai Ling finally amassed a fortune of 100 million points. enabling him to exchange for the long-sought antidote. The apocalypse was finally drawing to a close. With the exchange completed, his points were instantly depleted. Perhaps it was the relentless pursuit of this goal over the years that left him feeling a profound emptiness upon its achievement. This precious vial of antidote could save only 2 lives. Shen Huai Ling entrusted one vial to the diligent steward, RAIDED, urging him to commence the development of the antidote. The other vial he kept close to himself. And then, would you wish to become a normal human once more? Chapter 136. A reunion with old friends. Shen Huai felt utterly perplexed. Could he truly become an ordinary person? The very thought was beyond his imagination. He had grown accustomed to relying on Shen Huai Ling. Sister, what do you think? Shen Huai Ling shook his head, stating that this matter requires you to make your own decision. Shen Huai found Shen Huai Ling to be somewhat peculiar, though he could not precisely articulate what struck him as strange. If the apocalypse were to come to an end, what would you wish to pursue? And then, this time do not concern yourself with my feelings. Follow your heart. We have known each other for a considerable time, and I am aware when you speak untruths in my presence. Shen Huai harbors a certain aversion to the outside world, finding everything rather insipid. Such a disposition is untenable. Prolonged exposure to this monotony may lead to melancholy and even suicidal inclinations. And then, take your time to ponder and share with me the endeavors you most fervently wish to pursue. Shen Huai Ling departed, yet Shen Huai remained seated, engrossed in contemplation of this matter. Shen Huai Ling sought out the managers of each branch. Si Chen aspired to continue as his university professor while successfully managing his own company. Bei Tangxuan expressed his desire to open a cat CAF and lead a tranquil life. Yin Mingji yearned to become a police officer just before the apocalypse. He had recently gained admission to the police academy. Yin Yuanshin wished to establish a haunted house to house his collection of dolls. Sang Luo simply desired to be in the company of animals. Feng Qingyu aimed to become a physician. Qin Shi and Wendi only wished for their family to remain safe and sound. It turned out that everyone's aspirations were so simple. Shen Huai Ling closed his eyes. In 3 days, he would attend the Chongqing meeting. Over the next few days, Shen Huai Ling altered his usual demeanor, relentlessly venturing outside to eliminate zombies. In truth, these ends also accrued points, yet was still far from sufficient. Within 3 days, Shen Huai Ling accumulated 100,000 points, which is quite impressive. However, Si Chen noticed something unusual about Shen Huai Ling. Are you hiding something from me? He inquired. How could that be? Shen Huai Ling retorted. You cannot deceive me. Si Chen understood Shen Huai Ling all too well. Outwardly, she appeared to be a coward, solely driven by self-interest, a quintessential egoist. Yet in his eyes, Shen Huai Ling was a fool, meticulously testing each individual while bearing the brunt of every challenge alone. In fact, you need not go this time. Shen Huai Ling established a secluded space here to prevent others from overhearing their conversation. You need not exert yourself so. Wouldn't it be better to simply relax here? Si Chen inquired. Shen Huai Ling harbored a foreboding sense that she would meet her demise within the confines of the Chongqing society. Just as the high priest Shua Yao had prophesied, her death was inevitable. Yet how could this be? However, I cannot accept this fate. Shen Huai Ling, who is compelling you towards this end? Si Chen loathed the current state of Shen Huai Ling. Even at such a critical juncture, she still feigned resilience. Si Chen, could you do me a favor? No, one must attend to their own affairs. The one I am most concerned about is Anin. Could you please keep an eye on him? At the very least, ensure his survival? You are the only person, aside from myself, who knows Anin's true identity. Before Shen Huai Ling could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Si Chen. I will accompany you this time. Having lived under Shen Huai Ling's protection for far too long, it was time to let him do something for her. Who? A person I have only met once. Shen Huai Ling entrusted Shen Huai to all of them, urging each one to keep a vigilant eye on him, for this time he would not take him along to the Chongqing society. Shen Huai Ling was acutely aware of Shen Huai An's unique constitution. Hence, the sedative administered was potent enough to incapacitate an elephant. This sleeping medication could potentially induce several days of slumber. A deep, restorative sleep might lead to a transformed reality upon awakening. Shen Huai Ling placed the antidote for the zombie virus at Shen Huai's bedside. Regardless of the choices you make, Sister will always stand by your side. Shen Huai Ling left a note beneath the antidote. Upon seeing Shen Huai Ling arrive alone, everyone was somewhat taken aback. "I did not accompany you." "Yes. This time I came by myself." Shen Huai Ling accompanied Li Tingyuan and his companions in a grand procession towards the stronghold of the Chongqing society. Drawing upon the intelligence gathered over the past few days, they effortlessly reached the headquarters of the organization. However, to their astonishment, there were no guards stationed outside, allowing them to enter without hindrance. Upon crossing the threshold, each individual found themselves ensnared in an illusion. Shen Huai Ling found herself enveloped in a pitch-black environment, which suddenly illuminated, revealing the entirety of her life's experiences surrounding her. Her parents had forsaken her, her friends had vanished into thin air, and now everything she possessed was a gift from the system. Her existence felt profoundly dismal. A colossal coffin stood before Shen Huai Ling, a mere symbol of death. In recent days, Shen Huai Ling has contemplated extensively. She ought not to evade any longer. Perhaps confronting death directly would be the most prudent course of action. Shen Huai Ling lay directly within the coffin, gradually closing his eyes. Around him, it seemed as though the sound of iron nails sealing the casket echoed, and the oxygen within the coffin grew increasingly scarce. At the moment before suffocation, Shen Huai Ling abruptly opened her eyes. She was not dead. She was still alive. Among everyone, Shen Huai Ling was the first to awaken. They had just entered the Chongqing society, and they were already ensnared in their scheme. The surprise on their faces upon witnessing Shen Huai Ling's revival was palpable. This illusion confronted them with their deepest fears, presenting two choices. Only by confronting their dread could they emerge from the illusion. Upon opening his eyes, Shen Huai Ling found himself in a pristine white space, where everyone around him was attired in white lab coats complemented by white masks. As Shen Huai Ling awoke, someone attempted to restrain her. Shen Huai Ling did not hesitate to unleash her extraordinary abilities, eliminating anyone who ventured more than 5 meters away from her. The once pristine white space was now stained with a glaring crimson, a striking contrast that demanded attention. It appeared that everyone had begun to notice Shen Huai Ling's peculiar behavior. As long as they maintained their distance, they would be spared. However, this situation could not persist indefinitely. "Ling, it has been a long time since we last met." Shen Huai Ling turned her gaze from the middle-aged man's eyes to look behind. The person in front was unfamiliar to her, yet the figure behind was her long-lost friend. "Mutang, Mutang, I have finally found you," Shen Huai Ling exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. She never anticipated that their reunion would unfold under such circumstances. Ling, it has been a long time." Chapter 137. The door opened. She had believed that they would always remain friends, unaware that they belonged to opposing factions. Witnessing Shen Huai Ling disregard him, the middle-aged man felt a pang of sadness. Ling, we have met before. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Ling Yi." Shen Huai Ling remained vigilant. Ling Yi took a step towards Shen Huai Ling. Immediately, Shen Huai Ling spoke up to halt him. "Do not come any closer. Perhaps I did not articulate clearly earlier. My name is Ling Yi, and I am your father." Ling Yi's emotions were heightened, yet Shen Huai Ling maintained an air of indifference. "Did one not mention this to you?" Ling Yi's expression was one of profound hurt. "She did speak to me. So what of it?" Shen Huai Ling truly harbors a deep resentment towards them. Why must she endure repeated abandonments, despite her biological parents being alive, yet indifferent to her plight? Observing Shen Huai Ling's indifference, Ling Yi feels a profound ache within her heart. Mutang is the one I brought to accompany you." Ling Yi wishes to convey her involvement in Shen Huai Ling's childhood. Shen Huai Ling, upon hearing these words, turned to Mutang and asked, "Is what he said true?" Mutang hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I was aware of your past struggles, so I specifically sought someone to be your friend to accompany you." Ling Yi explained in a rambling manner. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Shen Huai Ling. "So what? Should I be grateful to you?" The cold indifference on Shen Huai Ling's face pierced Ling Yi's heart. No, that was not right. It was not how he envisioned Shen Huai Ling's reaction. He anticipated rebuke, disdain, and anger not this calm detachment. This only signified one thing. Shen Huai Ling no longer acknowledged him. What is it that you truly desire? Shen Huai Ling surveyed the surroundings. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, she was the only one awake. We wish to invite you to join the Eternal Life Society. Ling hurriedly stated. Is it your intention to turn everyone into zombies? It's not like that. We are facilitating human evolution. Our research indicates that higher-tier zombies possess consciousness. Mu Tang quickly interjected. Shen Huai Ling expressed profound disdain, questioning what constitutes true height. Zombies of the 10th tier and above possess self-awareness. Ling, join us, they urged. Do you comprehend how many lives are lost to attain such a 10th tier ability? Shen Huai Ling retorted. As one ascends the ranks, the challenges become increasingly formidable. I have yet to encounter a 10th tier zombie. This is merely your speculation. So what? Came a response. A select few survive and attain immortality. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Mu Tang before her, realizing that she had never truly comprehended the madness of her friend. Their paths had diverged. Yet, Shen Huai Ling, you can survive. Mu Tang continued. Shen Huai Ling deliberately exhibited a hesitant expression. Otherwise, it would not be reasonable for her to single-handedly take the lives of so many. Noticing Shen Huai Ling's attitude soften, Mu Tang continued, Shall I take you to see for yourself before deciding whether to join us? Mu Tang added. Very well, came the reply. Shen Huai Ling readily acquiesced, eager to discern the true intentions behind the Changsheng Society's machinations. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the individuals still resting in the laboratory, immersed in tranquility. Mu Tang guided Shen Huai Ling through the intricate composition of the Changsheng Society, with Ling accompanying them, occasionally providing insights. Initially, Ling had reservations about involving Shen Huai Ling in these matters. Yet unexpectedly, Shen Huai Ling found himself increasingly entangled. The space was replete with a myriad of chemical reagents, and numerous high-tech talents were diligently conducting their research within. Shen Huai is here with you, Mu Tang asserted with unwavering certainty. Shen Huai Ling's face betrayed no emotion. As Mu Tang continued, he is our most successful specimen. He has achieved eternal life. Shen Huai Ling felt that Mu Tang was no longer the little girl he remembered. Her eyes now brimmed with an insatiable yearning for immortality. Join us. We possess the most advanced technology and the mightiest army. An army? Shen Huai Ling had yet to encounter anyone clad in military attire since his arrival. Ling furrowed her brow and said, All right, I suppose you must be weary. Please take some time to rest. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the locked door, intending to investigate it when the coast was clear. One by one, the individuals began to awaken from the illusion, each a distinguished figure from various prominent bases. The Eternal Life Society treated them exceptionally well, though the true nature of their schemes remained shrouded in mystery. Shen Huai Ling is unlike the others, while they remain in a previous laboratory. He resides alone in a separate room. Shen Huai Ling wandered around the room, where every corner was under surveillance, and every movement of Shen Huai Ling was meticulously monitored. Shen Huai Ling feigned ignorance, maintaining an impeccable faade. Tao, is there something that can render me invisible? An invisibility cloak, a treasure indeed. Tao retrieved a garment from the confines of the system space. How much does it cost? 100,000 points. Shen Huai Ling instantly dispelled this thought. Those 100,000 points must remain untouched. Tao, attuned to Shen Huai Ling's sentiments, understood his apprehensions. She did not press the matter, recognizing that it was best for Shen Huai Ling to make his own decision regarding this issue. Shen Huai Ling made no effort to conceal himself as he strode confidently out. The entire laboratory was replete with surveillance cameras, leaving no blind spots whatsoever, all equipped with night vision capabilities, rendering any attempts at evasion utterly futile. Shen Huai Ling glanced around at the experimental personnel, noting that more than half of them were ordinary individuals devoid of any special abilities. Only a small fraction possessed extraordinary powers, and those abilities were indeed considerable. However, dealing with these few individuals would be more than sufficient. Shen Huai Ling swaggered into the locked room. Ling appeared, blocking Shen Huai Ling's path. What if I insist on entering? Shen Huai Ling had no desire to engage in further conversation with him. Shen Huai Ling reached out and unlocked the door. Ling Yi anticipated Shen Huai Ling's next move and immediately intervened to stop him. If you open it, an alarm will sound, Ling Yi quickly cautioned. Where is the key? Shen Huai Ling inquired directly. I do not know, but it is perilous inside, came the response. Shen Huai Ling gazed at Ling Yi, who now held the highest position. The key should undoubtedly be in his possession. Hand over the key to me, Shen Huai Ling requested. Ling Yi declined Shen Huai Ling's appeal. Tao Dao, where is the key? It is right with him, Tao Dao provocatively remarked. Shen Huai Ling directly launched an attack on Ling Yi. With each of Shen Huai Ling's movements, Ling Yi had already anticipated what would unfold. This was not a viable approach, as the sounds of their struggle drew the attention of others. The members of the Changshang Association began to converge toward this direction. Shen Huai Ling feigned a motion to seize the key, gently turning the lock. The door creaked open. Chapter 138, The Grand Finale. This place was truly another realm. Shen Huai Ling stood atop the platform, gazing down at the dense, shadowy throng below. Shen Huai Ling stifled his voice, for below him lay a horde of zombies. This was indeed what Mu Tang referred to as the army of the undead. Shen Huai Ling directed his flashlight downward, faintly illuminating figures clad in military uniforms. You are nurturing zombies, Shen Huai Ling exclaimed, his emotions running high. Many of those present caught wind of his words. What are you doing? Mu Tang appeared beside Shen Huai Ling, inquiring. If only they were provided with sufficient crystal core purification liquid, they could regain their consciousness. Shen Huai Ling cast a glance at the zombies, all of which were of the 7th or 8th tier. How had their levels risen to such heights? Is it aligned with your expectations? The zombies below no longer feared the light and exhibited a faint semblance of cognitive ability. What do you mean by cognitive ability? Shen Huai Ling dropped a glass bead. When confronted with danger, they will think. Why not show me? Shen Huai Ling spoke with an impassive expression. Ling, I do not wish to be your adversary. I seek not to oppose you. My only desire is for the antidote to the zombie virus. Mu Tang hesitated for a moment. We do not possess it here. Shen Huai Ling gazed into Mu Tang's eyes, unable to discern the truth from deception. Is the zombie virus a product of your research? He inquired. Yet, you possess no antidote. Mu Tang offered a wry smile. There is no antidote, for once the research on the zombie virus commenced, the notion of halting it was never entertained. Ling Yi, deeply concerned for Shen Huai Ling, hastily interjected, casting a glance around, while Mu Tang secured the door to prevent any zombies from escaping. I understand your resentment towards me. Yet the circumstances have compelled my actions, Ling Yi explained to Shen Huai Ling. I'm aware of everything. I have witnessed the events encapsulated within the Jade Pendant. Shen Huai Ling initially believed that he would meet his demise within the confines of the Eternal Life Society. However, it now appears that such apprehension was entirely unwarranted. This place is, in fact, far from fearsome. Shen Huai Ling experienced an exceedingly restless slumber, and in the latter half of the night, he was abruptly awakened by the sound of a piercing scream. Help! Shen Huai Ling hastily opened the door, only to find a horde of zombies rushing out from within. After Shen Huai Ling emerged, many individuals of lower rank overheard his words and stealthily ventured inside for a glimpse. They were unaware of the reasons behind the internal conflict that had erupted, which resulted in someone plummeting from the high platform. The individual was instantly devoured by the horde of zombies. At this moment, Shen Huai Ling harbored but a singular thought: to flee. There was no time to hesitate. The zombies there were akin to a formidable army, possessing remarkable abilities. While he could easily contend with 7 or 8, the sheer number required careful consideration. Shen Huai Ling hurriedly dashed outside, preparing to flee in his car, when he spotted a familiar figure. "Anan, what brings you here?" Shen Huai Ling felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Shen Huaiyan stood before Shen Huai Ling, her eyes glistening with tears. "Sister, I have finally found you." Shen Huaiyan had slept for 3 days, and upon awakening, his immediate impulse was to seek out Shen Huai Ling. Within the confines of the inn, aside from Shen Huai Ling, none dared to administer any drugs to him. Only Shen Huai Ling perceived Shen Huaiyan as obedient and easily manipulated. "Let us leave this place for now," Shen Huai Ling urged, grasping Shen Huaiyan's hand in a bid to flee. However, Shen Huaiyan remained steadfast, rooted to the spot. "The zombies here are of a high level. We must hurry. Dear sister, What do you think about transforming everyone into zombies? That way, I would no longer be an outcast. I feel I belong here." The child was truly obstinate. In a swift motion, Shen Huai Ling seized Shen Huai by the ear. 3 days without a reprimand, and you've grown quite bold. Your audacity has increased. The turmoil surrounding the Eternal Life Society was indeed linked to Shen Huai, indicating that this outcome remained unchanged. Ling Yi watched with her own eyes as the stronghold was obliterated, and an indescribable sensation welled up within her. It was a complex blend of relief and a peculiar sense of loss. Shen Huai caught sight of Ling Yi and drove up beside her. "Let's go. I shall take you to find her. This place has imprisoned Ling Yi for a lifetime." "What exactly do you take me for?" Shen Huai asked with palpable impatience. "I left you a letter," Ling Huai explained feebly. "I do not require it. If you perish, this world shall not endure either." Under the meticulous research of Chief Rabbit, the antidote to the zombie virus has finally unveiled its mysteries. All matters are intricately linked to the ever-twisting microorganisms within. Shen Huai Ling sought out top-tier medical talents and the esteemed Administrator Rabbit across various bases for research. At long last, after 2 years of dedicated effort, they successfully developed an antidote for the zombie virus. At this moment, Shen Huai Ling's lodgings are scattered above various bases, providing daily supplies and crystal core purification solutions to each base. Shen Huai Ling gazed at the antidote in his hand, trembling with anticipation. The end was finally near. "Congratulations, Ling Ling, for successfully overcoming the challenges. The apocalypse has come to a close." Tao Tao's voice resonated once more. "Congratulations on completing the apocalyptic rescue mission." Shen Huai Ling distributed the antidote for the zombie virus to various outposts. As long as the serum is administered to the zombies, they will revert to their normal state within 3 hours. However, if they were previously killed by a bite, even the antidote will prove ineffective. Shen Huai Ling spent 100,000 points to sever all ties with the Guardians. The apocalypse has concluded, and everyone is free to embrace a new life. While everyone was focused on saving lives, Shen Huai Ling suddenly vanished without a trace. Despite a prolonged search, her whereabouts remained elusive. On the table, only a note was left behind. "Until we meet again, the end."